#reborn back to the wedding scene. I threw out 2 letters of heartbreak. In my previous life, to protect my junior sister in the sect, my meridians were completely severed. Yet my master was handing out wedding candies to them. When my new wife abandoned me to take care of others, the junior sisters laughed at me for deserving to be a sycophant. In this life, I have been reborn. Since true feelings are worth less than grass, in this myriad of worlds, I will make them kneel and hear my name. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn on the day of my wedding. Everything just like in my previous life. On the day of the wedding, the bride Mu Qingwan indeed did not appear, leaving me alone in my wedding robe, waiting painfully in the empty hall for an entire day. As for her, Mu Qingwan, she rushed to take care of her junior disciple without hesitation, just because he was injured by a monster while searching for treasure. Even in my past life, when Mu Qingwan treated me this way, I never shared a room with her after we got married. During our married life, Mu Qingwan stayed by the side of the little junior brother all day, full of tenderness and affection for him. I once naively thought that I wasn't good enough, until Mu Qingwan said she needed a rare herb for her cultivation. I disregarded my life and charged into the lair of a 5th-tier monster, risking everything to bring back a starry blue moon grass. Even though I was gravely injured and on the brink of death, she showed no concern at all and happily ran off with the herb. Finally, the herb appeared in the hands of the junior apprentice. My thoughts returned to the present, and my clear eyes became cold and resolute. I tore off the festive red robe I was wearing and resolutely turned to leave, looking at the setting sun about to dip below the horizon. For the first time in my life, I found this sunset to be so beautiful, as if it were a different kind of comfort bestowed upon me by fate. In a pavilion, several figures were anxiously pacing back and forth in the room, occasionally glancing at the handsome young man lying on the bed, pale and unconscious. A girl in a wedding dress sat at the head of the bed, her expression flustered, tightly holding the young man's hand and gently stroking it. The boy's eyelashes trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Mu Qingwan's concerned gaze, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fleeting, he weakly said, "Master, senior sisters, it's all my fault for making you worry. I'm fine now." A beautiful woman stepped forward, her eyes full of concern, and gently said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You are the apple of the master's eye. You've been seriously injured this time, and it's made me so anxious." The young man wanted to struggle to get up, but Mu Qingwan pressed him down tightly. "With such a serious injury, you are not allowed to get up. Just say whatever you need to while lying down." The young man smiled bitterly and said, "I appreciate the master's and the senior sister's concern. It's all my fault for carelessly provoking that beast. With you all here, I feel at ease." Mu Qingwan frowned slightly and said softly, "You are our favorite little junior brother, so it's only natural to care about you." At this moment, a girl from behind stepped forward and complained, "You little fool, you scared your second senior sister to death. Don't do such dangerous things next time." "That's right. With us around, do you still need to take risks by yourself? Do you think the cultivation of the 3rd senior sister is poor? Xiaohan, talk to the 4th senior sister and explain what happened. You used to never be so reckless. Don't you know that beast is very powerful?" A boy named Xiaohan showed a look of guilt on his face, hesitating for a long time. Seeing that everyone was waiting for him to speak, he slowly said, "Isn't today the wedding day of senior sister Qingwan and senior brother Hanyu? I heard that there is a kind of heavenly domain called stargrass that can help people break through, so I thought of going to get it as a wedding gift for senior brother Hanyu, hoping that he can soon reshape his spiritual veins, so that senior brother can be affectionate with senior sister Qingwan." Just then, the door was pushed open violently, and as I walked in, I heard Mu Qingwan roar angrily, "Bastard! Who allowed you to do this? What does it have to do with you that he can't cultivate? Does he even deserve it? Even if he could cultivate, how could I possibly be affectionate with him? Agreeing to marry him is already my biggest compromise, and now you actually dare to be angry because he got hurt. Just wait and see how I will teach him a lesson later." At this moment, Xiaohan noticed that I had come in, raised an eyebrow, and deliberately said, "Oh, today is the wedding day of the senior sister and senior brother. It's almost evening now. How can you stay with me and not go to the wedding ceremony with senior brother? Oh, it's all my fault. I really should be punished." Mu Qingwan grabbed his hand and hurriedly said, "Don't say such things. If anyone should be punished, it's Hanyu. Why isn't he going to the ceremony? You're hurt like this. Who has the mood to go to the ceremony with him?" Seeing me come in, Mu Qingwan stood up directly and walked towards me angrily. "It's all your fault. You useless waste, causing Xiaohan to get such serious injuries. You really are." As she spoke, she raised her arm, about to slap my face. However, in the next moment, a look of surprise appeared on her face, because I easily blocked her slap. She looked at me in disbelief, and then became furious, coldly shouting, "You actually dare to dodge." After saying that, She swung her hand to hit me again, but this time, I directly grabbed her hand, and the look in my eyes no longer held the past love and indulgence, but instead carried a chilling aura. On the day of the grand wedding, you left me and all the guests to take care of another man, and now you want to hit me? Mu Qingwan, exasperated, coldly reprimanded. Let go, or don't blame me for being rude. She struggled hard for a few moments and angrily cursed. So what if it's the day of the grand wedding? Do you know that Xiao Han was injured by a monster while trying to get you precious medicinal herbs? What's wrong with me coming to take care of him? Is marriage more important than Xiao Han's life? Besides, what makes you think I have to marry you? If it weren't to fulfill the master's promise from years ago, who would want to marry you? With a ruined foundation and poor talent, do you think you deserve to marry me? The third senior sister, Hua Wutsua, also chimed in. Exactly. What are you? You're just a useless person who can only read books. Having this wedding is already quite good for you, yet you really think of yourself as someone important. The fourth senior sister, Lin Shi, rolled her eyes and disdainfully said, do you have even a bit of ambition? All day long, you just know how to follow us around. You can't rely on you for anything. And not only that, you even caused Xiao Han to get such serious injuries. How can you have the face to come here and question senior sister Changwan? What are you? You can't even compare to a little finger of Xiao Han. At this moment, Master Zhou Yasi coldly said, who brought you here? Didn't you see we are treating Xiao Han's injuries? After today, we can have a wedding ceremony again tomorrow. So what are you doing here causing a disturbance? Get out. If it were in the past, when faced with my master's accusations, I would immediately kneel down and beg for mercy, then obediently withdraw. But now, everything is different. I have been reborn. If I still wear new shoes and walk the old path, it would be too much of a waste of the opportunity that heaven has given me. Mu Qingwan, you and I grew up together since we were little. When I was very young, I gave you all my cultivation resources to help you sense spiritual energy early on. Relying on my support, you achieved what you have today. And you all. Anyone can say I am useless, but you cannot. Why was I rendered useless? Isn't it because you were ignorant back then, provoking a powerful existence as junior and even teaming up to severely injure them? That strong person came to find me, and because I was protecting you, I stood up to bear it all, which led to my foundation being destroyed. And now I've fallen to the point of being a useless person who can only read books. What do you take me for? Are you a servant driven by arbitrary scolding? It's just him, someone who has only been in the sect for a little over 10 years, who hasn't done anything, yet is protected by you all everywhere. And what about me? A few people listened to my words, and instead of showing the slightest bit of shame, they appeared even more arrogant. Mu Qingwan curled her lip and disdainfully said, you always bring up these old grievances. Can you say something fresh? Did I force you to do that back then? It's all your own delusion. Can you blame others? Moreover, Xiao Han has been in the sect for less time than you, but what can you compare to Xiao Han? Hua Wutsua also sneered. That's right. No one forced you to do those things. Your misfortune is well deserved. What do you have to compare with Xiao Han? Do you deserve it? Master Zhou Yasi looked even more disgusted at this moment. Her eyes filled with impatience as she looked at me. She waved her hand and said, shut up already. You're disturbing Xiao Han. I don't want to hear your nonsense here. Either get out now, or I'll throw you out. I sneered. Don't be in a hurry. I'll leave once I'm done talking. Zhou Yasi, back then you picked me up and took me to the mountain to train, claiming it was to toughen me up. But in reality, you just couldn't be bothered to take care of me. At that time, you and the peak master of Lingshu Peak were evenly matched, both having the chance to become the sect leader, while the previous sect leader leaned more towards that one from Lingshu Peak. As a result, when I was tested for talent, I suddenly unleashed a god-level talent, which even alarmed the Grand Elder. It was because he valued my talent that the position of sect leader was ultimately given to you. Am I wrong? But now, you turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to what I did before. Such behavior is truly heartbreaking. Zhou Yasi sneered. Who is going to back you up? Or do you already have the guts to look down on me? I shook my head slightly. I came today not to seek marriage with Mu Qingwan, nor to ask for a change in your attitude towards me, nor to ask you to make decisions for me. I only seek two things, which I believe are very easy for you. Master, Zhou Yasi looked at me coldly, asking for status, or for minor things like elixirs and spirit stones, I can reluctantly agree to, but for other matters, don't even bring it up. Solyu continued to shake his head, pulling out two already written deeds from his arms, the handwriting on them all still wet. There are two contracts here. One is a deed of dissolution of the marriage contract with Mu Kingo, and the other is a contract to detach from the Tianxian sect and eliminate all ties with the Tianxian sect. All I ask is for you to sign on this. Nothing more. Hearing this, Mu Kingo received the paperwork suspiciously. She didn't believe that Solyu could be so cognizant of the fact that he wanted to break the divorce contract with himself. She was afraid that it wasn't that this kid was setting up some kind of trap. The others were also disbelieving and came over to read it, only to see it written. Today there are Solyu and Mu Qing'e, once established marriage contract. However, now the two people do not agree with each other, do not want a contract to maintain the marriage relationship. It is decided to dissolve the marriage relationship between the two people on the spot, and from now on complement each other. Heaven and earth common understanding of the. Mu Qing'e looked stunned. Looking at the Solyu that had already signed her name and pressed the bloody handprint on it, she was suddenly a little dumbfounded and her mind inexplicably became a little flustered. She couldn't help but ask herself, wasn't this the scene she wanted to see the most? Many times, she even thought of such a scene in her dreams, but when Solyu really broke away from her, why did she feel an indescribable sadness in her heart? Zhou Yasi took that one copy of the clan severance letter and quickly skimmed through it. Now there are Tianxian sect master, Zhou Yasi disciple, Solyu, cannot cultivate, for the clan shame, since I do not want to be a corpse, loss of clan resources. The soul of the Yu himself voluntarily dissolved with the Tianxian sect relationship, severed with the master of the clan Zhou Yasi master-disciple name, and from now on do not owe each other, each in peace. Heaven and earth are witnesses to it. On top of this one, Solyu also signed his name and pressed the bloody handprint. Now as long as Mu Qing'e and Zhou Yasi signed and drew a pledge, it would immediately come into effect. Moreover, this kind of contract has a special contract seal. Once signed it will be supervised by heaven and earth, and cannot be changed at will. Otherwise it will receive punishment from heaven. Quickly sign it. Senior sister, isn't this something that couldn't be better? Solyu isn't so stupid as to be hopeless. At least this matter was done very well. Xiao Han, however, struggled to get up and said painfully, don't sign it. Senior sister Ching, it's all my fault. Don't be angry. Okay, once you sign it, you really don't have any relationship anymore. I would rather leave than let senior sister lose someone who was so good to you. Please don't sign. Originally, Mu Qingqing, who was still a little uncertain, heard Xiao Han say so, but suddenly made up her mind, quickly signed on it and pressed the bloody handprint. It was also at this time that the contract suddenly emitted a golden light that flickered, which represented that heaven and earth had recognized it. She snorted coldly and handed the contract to Solyu, no longer looking at him, and Zhou Yasi looked at Solyu and said, what, do you think you can scare me with this? You should know that the thing I dislike the most is when people push me. Not to mention, you're still a useless disciple. Since that's the case, I'll never give you a chance to back out. Take it. Be good. Chapter 4 Soul Jade. Solyu returned to his residence. Since he hadn't cultivated any spiritual power over the years, the resources and spirit stones issued by the clan were pitifully small, but even so he saved up and saved all of them, and in the end, he gave them all to Mu Qing'e. So, his place was only a thatched hut, with a small yard circled by a fence outside. Opened the long time apart broken straw house, he actually felt a wave of warmth after a long time. In his previous life, he was too stubborn to Mu Qing'e and others, resulting in his own wasted life, and finally fell into the death. Now that he was reborn and returned, apart from those ugly faces, he actually felt that everything was so beautiful. A simple cold and broken bed, bedding with holes in it, pillows that were already yellow, everything so harrowing, but it didn't make Solyu feel any emotion. Laying down again into the stale blanket, sleeping on the cold hardboards that hurt his bones, but at this moment, he had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and closed his eyes cozily, feeling the cold temperature for the last time. Thinking back to his previous life, the corners of his mouth revealed a color of disdainful mockery. He was too stupid, having read too many books and following Mu Qing'e all day long to stalk her, causing his brain to become rotten and incorrigible. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a round jade pendant. The jade pendant was blackish-brown in color, with a large word for soul carved into it. In his previous life, he didn't activate this jade pendant until he died, simply because he didn't want to be involved with what was behind this jade pendant. Behind this soul character jade pendant is where his birth is, and the reason why he doesn't want to get involved with it is simply because he wants to stay in Tianxian sect, wants to get married to Mu Qing'e, and wants to stay with her for the rest of his life. Another reason was that he knew that this soul character was not a decent force in this continent, but instead was a villainous force that caused trouble everywhere and was very unpopular with others. Whereas in his previous life, he was committed to being an honorable and decent person. Even if he couldn't be chivalrous and do justice for the heavens, at least he wouldn't be an evil person. Now that I think about it, how stupid he was back then. It's no wonder that, to his death, none of them ever came back to him. A villain? Ho! If being a decent villain is being trampled on by others recklessly and living and dying without any form of consequence, then what's wrong with being a villain? At least, It allows one to live in style. I'm going to live again. And I'm going to live for myself. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and broke open his finger veins, letting the blood soak through the entire soul character. It was also at this time that the jade pendant changed. In his last life, the jade pendant had been treasured by him in his bosom. No one knew about it. Even Mukingo didn't know he had this thing. In the end, when he died, the jade pendant didn't produce any changes. But now, as the blood was poured out, the black-brown jade pendant actually emitted a dazzling light before absorbing Soul Yu's blood cleanly in a matter of moments. It was also at this time that a large soul character appeared in the air. When the thought appeared in the air, an ancient and powerful aura came out, as if it had been left over from that distant ancient time. The light lasted for a few seconds, and then collected its vitality, and the soul character in the air swept towards Soul Yu, who didn't dodge, letting it come closer and finally merge into his body. Then, he felt a rich bloodline power awakening, his blood rumbling as if it was boiling, and in the underworld, he felt a distant summoning, which was calling from within his bloodline. When the body became calm, everything returned as if it had never happened. The round jade pendant, on the other hand, changed as the jade structures fused, forming a ring with a dark, ghostly light in an instant. Soul Yu repeatedly looked through it a few times and didn't find anything special about it, and casually wore it on his hand. It might be a status symbol of that place, not to be discarded at will. However, he did not notice. In the ring flickered with the face of the ghostly light, a Emperor Sun swirling emergence, just for a moment, and then silently hidden, as if it had never appeared. Once that was done, he lay in bed and waited for the man to show up. Maybe it has put down a lot of things. There is no longer the kind of let his body tired, not the kind of shackles or locked back. Once that let him all the time, not in the suffocation of the fear of fear, also dissipated. At this time of the soul of the you, only feel that the body becomes a burst of ease and comfort. In such a state of letting go, he fell into a deep sleep in moments, and as far as he could remember, he hadn't felt so relaxed and at ease in years. This time, Soul Yu slept soundly. There was no shadow of Mukingo, no ties within the sect, and even less of the unending bitterness and aggression that he suffered from in his sleep. Not knowing how long he had slept, Soul Yu woke up in a daze, and in his daze, he sensed a figure in front of his bed. This jolted him awake and he sat up on his butt, only to realize that there was actually someone actually standing at the end of his bed. He calmed down when he saw what the man looked like. Yawning, he said casually, "Next time you show up, can you say hello? You're really scaring people when you show up out of nowhere like that." The visitor said with an expressionless face and a somewhat complicated gaze. "Didn't you say that you would never use the soul jade?" Soul Yu waved his hand and bristled. "In the past, I was young and ignorant, but now after all I've been through, I've finally seen and figured it out. Besides, with such a superpower as a backing, it's useless to use it. By the way, Elder Qin, when are you going to take me back to the Soul Clan?" Elder Qin shook his head and said, "Although you used the Soul Spirit Jade and inspired the awakening of the Soul Clan's bloodline, you can't go back to the Soul Clan now." Soul Yu asked with a start. "Why? Is it hard to believe that you're lying to me?" Elder Qin said, "Why would I lie to you? You are indeed a stray bloodline of the Soul Clan's top echelon. There can be no mistake. The fusion of the Soul Spirit Jade has already confirmed this. Moreover, only the direct bloodline of the Soul Clan will have an exclusive Soul Spirit Jade, and only the thick bloodline power of the direct lineage of the Soul Clan will be able to activate the Soul Spirit Jade. There's no doubt about that. The reason why you can't return directly to the Soul Clan right now is simply because your cultivation was wasted. Your meridians were destroyed, and your talent is even more impossible to talk about. At that time, when you were testing your talent, you unintentionally stimulated the power of your bloodline once, and the Soul Clan's Spirit Chasing Tablet captured this strand of opportunity, leaving your name on the Heavenly Soul Tablet, and it was only then that the Soul Clan dispatched me down to the world to find you. Only, the Heavenly Vault continent is vast. Even if I used a spatial wormhole for shuttling from the Soul Realm to this northwestern corner of the world, it also took 3 years, and only after I came did I realize that you had already taken the fall for your several senior sisters, and had your cultivation wasted. And now that everyone in the Soul Clan knows of your existence, it will especially involve the fight for the position of the Soul Clan's young clan chief, and you're in the ranks of the fight. In the state you're in now, once you appear in the Soul Clan, even if you turn into an invalid who has lost his roots, you'll never be able to survive. Unless. Chapter 5, Helplessness. Soul Yu's eyes flickered with a touch of coldness at the mention of his cultivation being abolished. He clearly remembers that it was Hua Qiangu, Hua Yu Lu wasted him, and when he was wasted for a few senior sisters, those people just timidly hid in the back. None of them spoke for themselves. Moreover, the entire Tianxian sect, all the elders including Patriarch Shouyasi, also all lowered their voices. and Joshua didn't even say a single strong word for him, but instead directly pushed Solyu out. At that time, when Hua Lu's beloved disciple was wasted, he had wanted to kill Solyu as a scapegoat first, and then level Tianxian's sect. But when he was killing Solyu, he was suddenly shaken back by an unknown energy, and later, unbelievingly, he once again attacked with anger, but it was still the same result. In the end, his heart was jealous, so he could only abolish Solyu, and then leave with hatred. Now think about it, I was really stupid to the home, incorrigible for the clan to pay, regardless of everything will be mooching on them as their closest people. In the end they are the most lowly and most miserable one. Everyone can be humiliated and can be deceived. And when he heard Elder Qin say that his name was already on the Heavenly Soul tablet, automatically joining the ranks of the young clan chief contenders, he frowned for a moment. In his previous life, even though he didn't enter the Soul Clan and died very hastily in the back, he did learn about some of the big clan strife. Often there will be because of the competition between the heirs, and the matter of hand-to-hand combat. Then the unusual cultivators between the fight is more tragic, more bloody, and the more the big family, the more frequent such things. In his current condition, not to mention participating in it, even cannon fodder is not qualified to be cannon fodder. If he were to save the Soul Clan, it would be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth and being instantly blasted into slag. And when he heard Elder Qin's words behind him, he immediately asked with a stirring of his heart, "Unless what?" Old Qin shook his head helplessly and said, "Although, that kind of thing can exist, but since you asked, there's no harm in telling you. Your bloodline power is so thick that it was recognized by the Heavenly Soul Monument just by sensing the chi on the Soul Clan spirit-chasing monument, and it has always been determined within the Soul Clan that you are bound to be a direct lineage heir. When it comes to the direct lineage, many things will become a bit more complicated. Only those with a thicker bloodline, higher status, and more prominent identity are qualified to take a shot at you. Others, even if their cultivation is strong, will not be able to take a shot at killing you. So, unless you are born to those few decision makers of the first lineage, then no one can touch you. But the problem is, those few decision makers of the first lineage so far, no one has admitted to having a bloodline straying into the middle of the field, and the only one who hasn't taken a stance up to now is that clan chief lord, but his cultivation has already attained the realm of the transformer, and so far he hasn't married, and hasn't been heard of leaving the soul realm in the past 10,000 years, so it's even more unlikely that he would give birth to an heir. Solyu turned his head to him and asked, "That is to say, I am indeed a member of the Soul Clan, and must be of the first lineage, and given the strength of my bloodline, I must be the seat of one of the several decision makers among the first lineage, but no one has claimed it? No one has recognized a blood relationship with me?" Elder Qin sweated a bit, he also felt outrageous, slightly embarrassed and said, "Seemingly, indeed." Solyu was stunned, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, secretly bellyaching. "Damn you! What is this? What good deed have you done that you don't know well? Throw me in the middle of this poor countryside. Not only do dozens of hundreds of years of licking dog, finally lick the little life is gone. This is not to say, because oneself also due to the blessing of rebirth. But, even recognize me as his seed he does not dare. What is this? He's also the decision maker of the Soul Clan. A bull **** decision maker. He must be a wimp. In that case, even if he returns to the clan, I'm afraid he won't dare to come forward to protect me. Damn it. Then still go back to a ball. The last life before dying regretted not using the soul jade. I thought that after being reborn I could rely on it to climb up to the peak directly. This Nima. It's still not as good as the last life. Qin Lao was also helpless. The other protectors had already had their own candidates, and as the cultivation of the sons and daughters of their respective protectors continued to rise, and the status of the family continued to be quite high at the same time, those who were protectors of the Tao naturally also rose, and their status changed quite a bit. The Soul Clan has a strict hierarchy. There are peripheral children, elite children, core children, and above that is the highly valued Son of Heaven, and further up is the sacred Son that is beyond the reach of many. These people are even qualified to participate in the formulation of some family strategies, and they themselves will have some very high privileges, and they are the existences that the entire family looks up to. And then up is they can't touch the God Son? Even if the inheritance of tens of thousands of years long Soul Clan, the number of God Son is not more than 5. Each was crowned with the name of the God Son of the Soul Clan, is absolutely the whole family's taboo existence. Never allow other people to take offense. The status of the rather high, and even higher than the majority of the elders' status, the power is also a lot more than it. The divine son of the soul race would not normally be obtained through promotion in status, but rather, after birth, his bloodline power and absolutely heaven-defying talent would determine it. and if a divine son appeared in any lineage, the overall status of that lineage would be elevated a great deal, and it could even be the core existence of the entire lineage. From the edge of the one-term status, and then above that, is the legendary emperor's son. The status of this kind of existence can even directly compare to the patriarch. No one can shake. Elder Qin was also selected as a protector of the Tao, but he had never been commissioned until Soul Yu shook the Heavenly Soul Tablet. The original him was full of confidence, proud and self-satisfied, because the person who could startle the spirit-chasing monument and the Heavenly Soul monument with just a wisp of qi was at the very least a heavenly son, and in the future, if his protector went well, at the very least, he could allow himself to advance to the ranks of the heavenly sons, if this person was exceptionally gifted, and he himself assisted from the sidelines. In case he was promoted to the ranks of the sacred sons, then as his protector of the Tao, he himself could definitely reach the sacred position, which was a position he could only dream of. Who knew that when he was full of expectation and confidence and ran hundreds of millions of miles to this desolate northwest to find Soul Yu, it would immediately knock him into a low point. Cultivation is wasted, talent is not there, the foundation is damaged, or a rotten and unbearable stupidity, by a few women to play around the soul, ugly, no fighting spirit to speak of, completely a useless waste, no half of the moldable talent. He's all but resigned himself to his fate, because in the Soul Clan, there's only one chance to pick a protector of the way, and it's the only chance he'll ever have to turn his life around. But now, when Soul Yu used the Soul Jade, it meant that his career as a protector had officially begun, and even if the person he was protecting was an invalid, he could only protect him until the end. No one could change the attributes of the Soul Jade that descended from the Heavenly Soul Tablet. Chapter 6. Even the protector of the way shall be cut off. Soul Yu's face was heavy as his mind recalled the encounters of his previous life, in which there were many hidden treasures that he had traveled to explore, and in several of them, extraordinary treasures had indeed appeared, and in this life he could try to fight for them by virtue of his rebirth. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight and remembered an item. When he was picked up by Zhou Yasi as a child, he was not lying in a cradle, but sleeping on top of a stone platform. That stone platform was in the shape of a green lotus, and there was also a lifelike koi fish carved in the green lotus pedestal. Previously, he hadn't sensed anything peculiar about it, except that when he sat on it, he could clearly feel the speed of absorbing aura increasing. Later, he told Mu Qingliang about this, and after trying it out, Mu Qingliang realized that it did have this kind of effect, but it wasn't as exaggerated as what Soul Yu had said. However, even so, Mu Qingliang still took away the green lotus stone table and gave it to Xiaohan in turn. Since then, he did not have the heart to ask for it again. Only later on, there was a time when Xiaohan offended a huge power, causing him to be hunted down and killed by the old ancestor of that clan, and his cultivation was wasted, only to be restored to his original state a few days later, and his strength had also surged to an exaggerated level. It wasn't until Soul Yu completely despaired and died, wanting to get his own things and leave the Tianxin sect, that he was sorrowfully told by Xiaohan that the reason why he was able to repair his broken Dantian, reshape his foundation, and skyrocket his cultivation in a short period of time all came from that green lotus stone platform. He also told Soul Yu that he had only learned when he was fusing the green lotus stone tablet that this green lotus stone tablet was Soul Yu's companion treasure, and that it was an absolutely heaven-defying divine artifact, which could help Xiaohan to step onto the pinnacle of this continent, and even transcend all of the powerhouses of this continent, ascending to the realm that only existed in legends. He also mocked Soul Yu's good fortune that he would have such a heaven-defying companion exotic treasure, while he was only willing to be a wimpy-licking dog that was called around, really spoiling a divine object for nothing. When he thought of this, a brilliant light appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Elder Qin and said, "There's something I need to do right now, and you need to help me." Elder Qin's gaze was cloudy. His face could not be seen as joyful or sad. After sensing that the Soul Jade had been fused, he knew that he had no hope, and his entire being became depressed. In the past few years, he had stayed in the northwestern realm and traveled in the clouds, and although he hadn't looked after Soul Yu, he couldn't easily leave. He knew that this matter could not all be blamed on Soul Yu, and that he also had to take part of the blame. And Soul Yu's unwillingness to fuse the Soul Spirit Jade meant that he was unwilling to recognize his identity as a protector of the way, and he couldn't go back to the Soul Clan and explain himself. Now after Soul Yu fused the Soul Spirit Jade, he also opened his own mission, but the protection of the Tao, such a pig and dog worse than the scraps, really let him cannot raise much interest. Even the cultivation is not a rotten person. How to deserve to let him protect the Tao? Is it hard to let him carry his own name and act recklessly? So, he's confused and doesn't know where to go from here. Hearing that Soul Yu suddenly wanted to ask for his help, he was instinctively about to refuse, but before he could utter his words of refusal, he heard Soul Yu say, as the Soul Clan chose you to be my protector. I regret that I have always let you see no hope, and I feel guilty from the bottom of my heart for binding you to a loser like me for so many years. But since things can't be changed, you need to accept it openly, and I think that you, as a strong member of the Soul Clan, should have such an awareness. This time, I'm asking you to help me. You can refuse. I won't blame you. And even now I can directly sever this layer of your identity contract as my protector through the Soul Spirit Jade. After fusing the Soul Jade, I have roughly figured out one thing. The Soul Jade holder can have the qualification to actively change their protector, and can even show that it's not for your sake, so that it won't drag you down to be chastised, and can continue to have the qualification of picking out other people's protectors. Hearing Soul Yu say so, Elder Chin's brows furrowed in disbelief as he said suspiciously, Soul Jade has such an effect? Why have I never heard of it? Soul Yu's face sank into a serious expression. I don't know if this is the case with other people's Soul Jade, but my fused Soul Jade does have this ability. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. You can reject me and then I'll try to show you. When Elder Chin heard this, his eyes glowed slightly for a moment and he hurriedly asked, is that true? A flash of clarity flashed in Soul Yu's eyes. He knew that this soul race protector in front of him was genuinely disappointed in himself. There was no trace of attachment. Such a person as a protector. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to bring much help to himself, but he still said the rest of the words. After all, he followed him around for these few years. No credit but also hard work, perhaps letting the others go, watching himself all day long living as if he were a pig or a dog. He was afraid to be even more impatient than he was. If this time, you step in to help me, after I get back what belongs to me, in case I am able to reshape my meridians and foundation, I will definitely remember you as a great merit at that time. And I will certainly not treat you poorly in the future. Qin Lao sniffed, almost hanging that disdain and mockery on his face. Having stayed by Soul Yu's side for 6 or 7 years now, he had seen how humble Soul Yu was, how Soul Yu had been humiliated, and how he had lowered himself to the point of being infuriatingly disgusting and ugly. It could be said that Soul Yu had almost performed the most wasteful, useless, and spineless life experience he had ever seen in his life to the fullest, making him feel humiliated. Therefore, when he heard Soul Yu say these words for the first time with such an undercurrent, his first reaction was not one of amazement and hope, but rather one of a heavenly joke. It's as ludicrous as if you were a piece of yourself and then one day suddenly said you could turn into a piece of gold. So he'd never believe it for a second. Just that. Soul Yu, no matter what, was still an orthodox direct line of the Soul Clan. He did not have that qualification and guts to export taunts to his face, and could only express his answer with silence. Seeing this, Soul Yu no longer hesitated, and directly performed a FA seal, summoning the soul character that had fused into his body, saying, Soul Clan Soul Yu, here to submit, because of their own low cultivation, poor character, cannot withstand the Soul Clan pointed out the protector of the grace, since the protector of the Taoist to come here, on the disciple of the soul of the Yu attentive care, never have half a bit of slack, but why the disciple is stupid and clumsy, cause the protector of the heart is cold, the soul of the Yu is deeply sorry, special today, to cut off the ties with the protector, amnesty protector free body, return to the Soul Clan to select a suitable protector son. After saying this, a drop of blood flew out from Soul Yu's body, shooting on top of the Soul Spirit Seal, as the Soul Spirit Seal trembled, emitting a clear hiss, so the oath was completed. As for Qin Lao, he also felt at this moment that the strand of ties that had been held between him and Soul Yu in the underworld was broken as if it were a silk thread, and his mind also became empty at this instant. For a moment, a feeling of pale panic suddenly arose in the bottom of his heart, as if he had lost something that was particularly important to him in an invisible way, causing his breath to lag. Chapter 7, Encountering Xiaohan. Qin Lao was so frustrated that an illusion of palpitations unexpectedly arose in the bottom of his heart, and when he looked into Soul Yu's eyes that were filled with a bit of indifference, he actually involuntarily bowed his head. This was not a matter of reverence or submission, but due to the strength of Soul Yu's bloodline. After severing the protective bond between the two of them, the pure and powerful bloodline suppression forced him to lower his head. At this moment, he was shocked beyond words, sweating coldly and secretly. How is it possible? Even if it's a clan elder, it's never possible to give birth to such a strong bloodline pressure. This kind of bloodline suppression that makes him fold and bow his head. He's only ever felt it on 2 people. Could it be that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be the illusion created by the Soul Spirit Jade that I first encountered that could sever the guardian bond that caused me to panic. It could never be him. Soul Yu said as he glanced at the misty sky. Thank you for all the hard work that old Qin has put into keeping watch all these years. Soul Yu deeply apologizes. Now that there is nothing to do, old Qin can leave on his own and return to the clan. After saying that, Solyu got up and walked towards the mountain peak where Xiaohan was located. He remembered that at this point in time, Xiaohan also did not discover the secret of the green lotus stone platform, and only used it as a tool to aid in cultivation, patting the futon on it when he cultivated. At this moment, he should still be in the lounge and not in the cultivation room. It wasn't until Solyu left that Elder Qin felt the pressure disappear into thin air. With a complicated gaze, he watched Solyu leave, and after he stood in place for a long time, his figure gradually became illusory before disappearing. On this side, Solyu, who had come to Xiaohan's practicing room, saw the green lotus stone table placed by the window at a glance. Taking 3 steps inside, he picked up the green lotus stone platform, when he suddenly had a very warm and familiar feeling. He also broke the record from the stone platform, felt a trace of a faint sense of leaping, like a long time away from the relatives, suddenly found a home. This subtle feeling also let the soul of the Yu heart a burst of comfort, like a spring breeze. In this way, Solyu was even more convinced that this companion item of his was really not simple. As he was able to bring Xiaohan back to life after being wasted in his last life, he believed that he could also bring him back to life and rekindle his hope now. Just as he was about to return with the stone platform in his arms, he bumped into Xiaohan, who had returned to the practice room. The moment he saw Solyu, he was a bit dazed, but it was Solyu who hugged the stone platform tightly and asked ahead of him, "Weren't you injured so badly that it was difficult for you to even get up? How is it that you are now walking with a spring in your step? You're not injured at all, are you?" Hearing Solyu questioning him like this, Xiaohan, who was originally a bit flustered, piled a smile on his face and said, "Oh, my good senior brother, it seems that you are not stupid, actually even found this. But you are wrong. I am really injured, but not for you this waste to pick the oracle cold stargrass injured, but deliberately fell from the cliff to be injured. The reason why my injuries have healed so quickly now, isn't it thanks to senior sister Kingo? For my sake, she has given me the return to origin pill to use. Oh, right, I should thank you for this. After all, this return to origin pill is something that you fought most of your life to get for her? It's just that senior sister Kingo loves me and gave me the return to origin pill to take it. Senior brother shouldn't mind, right?" Facing such provocation from Xiaohan, the Solyu who had let go of the previous one would only be furious and anxious, showing his teeth, and then leaving in a state of disorientation, torturing himself infinitely in his heart. But the reborn returned. Hearing Xiaohan's stimulation and provocation like this, he actually didn't have any ripples, and at this time, he felt even more bored. Right now, he didn't want to entangle anything with the Tianxian sect. He only wanted to leave earlier with the green lotus stone platform, and it would be best if he had no further involvement with the Tianxian sect from now on. Really? Then shouldn't you be lingering with Mu Qingqing at this moment? Why did you come back for? As for the return to Yuan Dan you mentioned, I don't even remember when I gave it to Mu Qingqing. I thought I fed it to the dogs. Xiaohan was just about to snap, but then he put his fist down. Now that this punk was about to be kicked out of the sect, in case he made a move to injure him, and then a few senior sisters and the patriarchal master were moved to leave him behind again, then it would be more than worth the loss. Then, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a leathery smile, "Oh, is senior brother so generous now? I can remember very clearly, in the past, as long as senior sister Kingo got benefits from you, and every time you joyfully sent them to me, you had a look of wanting to eat people. Also, when elder sister came to accompany me to practice with the sword and fed me with her own hands, regardless of the fact that you were seriously injured and dying. Elder brother vomited half a liter of blood and fell into a coma for 3 or 4 days when he heard the news, and he almost died outright." Solyu snorted and said, "That may be you heard wrong it. At that time because I easily grabbed the hand of the thing, casually threw to the 2 wild dogs. Who knows that the 2 wild dogs actually do not know thankful, but also rushed at me barking. After the end of the show in front of me, I really cannot see this kind of lowly thing to make a fool of, which spit half a liter of spit, straight to pass out for a few days, to save the defilement of my eyes and ears." Xiaohan's smug fake smile stiffened on his face, and veins bulged on his arms. How could he not see before that this obsequious waste of a senior brother disliked people but was so powerful, although there was no mention of him and Mu Qing'e, but was everywhere insinuating cursing the two of them? How could he endure this? Right at this moment, he suddenly saw that the green lotus stone platform, which had been covered up by Solyu with his sleeve robe, and his eyes narrowed at that moment as he said, "I said, why did you run into my practicing room so early in the morning? So it's because you're sneaking around and stealing things. You dare to take my stone table. You're afraid that you don't want to live too long?" Hearing this, Solyu hugged the stone platform tightly and laughed coldly. "Your stone table? You have water in your brain, or are your eyes mesmerized by? I've been sleeping with it on my pillow since I was a child. and then it was Mu Kingo who snatched it from me and lent it to you to use. And now you're actually shamelessly saying that it's your thing. What a bit of a pussy face not to have. The smile on Xiao Han's face completely disappeared as he stared dead on at the green lotus stone platform. It was true that this thing wasn't his, but in the past, what was Sol Yu's was his, so now he also took it for granted that this was his. This thing could assist him in his cultivation, and although he didn't really know if there were any other effects, the fact that it could accelerate his absorption of spiritual energy was already an extraordinary treasure. He remembered that the teacher hidden in his body had said that this thing could not even be seen through by him. Surely it was not just such a simple acceleration of cultivation of function, but also let him be incomparably cautious to collect it well. Now, Sol Yu was actually trying to take it back while he wasn't paying attention. How could this be? He then coldly lowered his face and his aura slowly rose as he said in a chilling voice, "Leave me the stone platform and I can pretend that today's incident never happened. If not." Just as he was about to forcefully suppress and seize the stone platform, a voice rang out, causing his rising aura to instantly dissipate. "Little chill. Why did you run out so early? Don't you know how badly you're hurt? If you're like this, I'll get angry." Chapter 8, Injuries. Seeing the visitor, Xiao Han hurriedly dispersed his body's aura, yet he was unwilling to let the green lotus stone table be taken by Sol Yu just like that. So, he directly went up to snatch it, but how could Sol Yu do as he wished, holding onto the green lotus stone platform and not letting it go in the slightest? To be the person approached, it was the third senior sister. It turned out that she was still worried about Xiao Han's injury, so while the day was still young, she made a pot of precious herbal soup for Xiao Han, who knew that she sent to the residence but did not see Xiao Han figure. "Sol Yu, what are you doing? Don't you know that Xiao Han is seriously injured? Why are you still fighting with him?" Sol Yu used all his strength to keep the green lotus stone platform from being snatched away from him, holding it in his death grip, and when he heard Flower Mistake's question, he said in a cold voice, "Are you blind? Can't you see that he's the one robbing me? Why didn't you realize after all this time? Not only is your brain bad, but your eyes aren't generally bad either." Hearing Sol Yu scolding himself, Hua Wu'er heard Sol Yu take 3 steps and quickly walked to Sol Yu and angrily scolded, "You dog, who gave you the guts to scold me? I clearly saw that it was you who grabbed something from Xiao Han in his practice room, and you still dare to argue." Sol Yu responded nonchalantly, "I've wanted to scold you for a long time, only today I got the chance, and the reason why I'm here is that I want my things back. This stone platform I've been sleeping on it since I was a kid. Now I have nothing to do with you all. Naturally I can't cheapen it, not to mention a piece of stone, or even one of my flowers. I won't leave it behind. What's wrong with that?" Hearing him say this, Xiao Han was somewhat relieved and secretly said, "It seems that it's not that this punk knows how extraordinary this thing is. It's thought that because he's dissatisfied with the sect treating him like this, he's harboring resentment and can only express his dissatisfaction through this way." So he hurriedly said, "Senior brother, it's all my fault. I should never have entered the Tianxian sect, and due to me, it has caused misunderstandings between you, your senior sisters and the patriarch. I'm really sorry. This stone platform is indeed yours. It's just that I've been meditating on it for many years and have become dependent on it. Nowadays, if I don't meditate and cultivate on it, it would be difficult for me to enter the cultivation state. Elder brother, can you let me have it? I am willing to take anything in exchange. I have many treasures and precious medicinal herbs here, all of which I fought for my life to fetch, and they are definitely very helpful to your body. As long as you are willing, I can bring all of them in exchange, and it will also be considered as a compensation for the harm that I have done to you over these years. Do you think that's okay?" Sol Yu knew of Xiao Han's hypocrisy and insidiousness, but acting so blatantly made him feel a wave of nausea. "You really put on a good show. No wonder I've been fooled by you for so many years. It's just that I've just said that I'll take what's mine. No one can keep it. Such a big piece of stone. It's just right to leave it for me to build a courtyard wall under the mountain. Leaving it for you is just too wasteful. Get thee out of here." Flower Mistake said with a burst of exasperation. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Xiao Han say that she has become dependent on this stone? Don't hurry up and loosen your claws. If this affects Xiao Han's cultivation, I definitely won't be able to spare you." Sol Yu looked at Hua Wu'er like an idiot and mocked. "You are afraid of some kind of disease. What kind of person is he to you that you're so protective of him? How brainwashed was I to do so much for you before, to take the blame for you and harm myself? What? You think his cultivation is so important that I'm that much of a lightweight to be bullied by you guys? Who do you think you are? Do you still think I'm the same person you used to be? The one who can be manipulated by any of you at will? I've already signed a contract with you and the Tianxian sect, and will never have anything to do with you again. Do you still want to scare me with the same old thing? Not to mention you. Even if Mu Kingo and Joyasi come together, I won't let go of this stone, unless you guys kill me today. Otherwise, don't even think about it." However, at this time, the corner of Xiao Han's mouth hooked up a touch of condensation arc, suddenly relaxing the force on his arm, causing that stone platform to return to Solyu's arms at once, but he followed it with a force, and that stone platform violently rushed towards Xiao Han again, smashing on his chest. Pust! Xiao Han violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as pale as paper at this moment, and his body all began to shake with a shaky and weak appearance. Seeing this scene, Hua Wu'er was instantly enraged and slammed out a palm, sending Solyu flying out. Pust! Solyu himself had no cultivation, and now that he was being struck with full force by a peak spirit Xian realm like Hua Wu'er, how could he withstand this? He knew clearly that if he hadn't already fused the soul spirit jade, he would be dying from serious injuries 9 times out of 10 right now. Even now, he had spewed out a mouthful of blood, but there was still a constant upwelling of blood in his nose and mouth. Finally unable to suppress it, 2 large mouthfuls of blood were still vomited out by him, all of which spilled onto the green lotus stone platform. Solyu's face instantly became as pale as paper, and his breath shriveled. Right at this moment, Mu Kingo and Zhou Yasi several people suddenly appeared. Mu Kingo did not pay any attention to Solyu who was spitting blood and collapsing on the ground, but ran to assist Xiao Han at the first opportunity. Zhou Yasi asked in a chilling voice, "What's going on?" Flower Mistake snatched the answer. "I got up in the morning, worried about Xiao Han's body, specially boiled herbal soup for Xiao Han to replenish his body. Who knows? I just walked here. I saw Solyu this was earning that stone platform with Xiao Han. Not only exported to scold me, but also in the process of snatching will be small cold smashed. I certainly very angry, so I hit him a palm." When Zhou Yasi heard this, she immediately drank. "Solyu, aren't you very backbone? You want to repent your marriage with Qing Oai, and you also want to break off the relationship with my Tianxian sect. Now why did you come here to rob Xiao Han? And you actually dared to injure Xiao Han. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to take a shot at you?" Solyu struggled to his feet, cradled the stone platform in his arms, and casually spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm as he said, "Lord Sovereign of the Tianxian sect, as usual, is he really biased towards people, ready to strike at me without asking for the reason? Let me reiterate, this stone platform is my thing. It was brought back along with you when you picked me up at that time. Only some years ago, it was snatched by Mu Kingo and given to Xiao Han. You would actually not even recognize this? I didn't intend to take away the Tianxian sect's things. I'm merely going to take away my own things. Letting him hog it for so many years. I'm going to take it away now. What's wrong with that?" Zhou Yasi said with a cold snort. "For the sake of a piece of broken stone, you actually injured little Chill? Humph. Just for this, you deserve to die. And it's even a bargain for no fault to injure you. Now, take your broken stone and leave the Tianxian sect. I never want to see you again." Solyu's face was expressionless, and without a second glance at anyone, he turned around and left without hesitation, without a single bit of lingering. As for Mu Kingo, after seeing Solyu turn away without even looking at himself, for some reason, suddenly his heart was very uncomfortable. He loosened his hand wrapped around Xiao Han and wanted to reach out and call out to Solyu, but only after lifting her hand, she put it down again and finally allowed Solyu to leave forlornly. Chapter 9, The Former Patriarch's Exit. Dragging his injured and miserably defeated body, Solyu left without looking back, and as of this moment, he no longer had anything to do with the Tianxian sect. The severely injured man walked slowly but with a firm gait, finally reaching the foot of Tianxian Peak when the sun was high in the sky. He turned back and looked up at the red sun that wasn't blinding, but his face revealed a light smile that had been missing for a long time. Unloading the heavy burden that had been weighing him down for so many years, he felt the heavy stone that had been blocking his heart finally dispersing, the invisible feeling of suppression and oppression disappearing, and his entire being becoming a lot more relaxed. Afterward, he left in large strides, heading towards the middle of the demonic beast mountain range. Originally, he had planned to go to the nearest city to rest and recuperate first, and wait until his body had healed before making a decision. But now, he had changed his mind, and he was worried that those people would not be able to withstand Xiao Han's enticement and would come down the mountain again to find themselves and snatch the green lotus stone platform. Even if the others did not come, judging from Xiao Han's expression, when the crowd left, he would definitely come to look for himself and snatch the green lotus stone platform. Therefore, he could only enter the demonic beast mountain range alone as a way to avoid tracking. He now had nothing. Right now the only chance to help him turn the tide was cradled in his arms. He must not allow it to be lost. To avoid a long night's sleep, he had to find a safe and secure place as soon as possible, to see how he could activate this green lotus stone table for his own use. And with Solyu leaving and heading towards the demonic beast mountain range regardless, there was a sudden movement above one of the Tianxian sect's main peaks. This was the place where the previous patriarch had gone into seclusion. Ever since 10 years ago, When she stepped down as patriarch and passed the patriarch's position to Joyasi, she had declared to the public that she was going to go into seclusion to impact a higher realm, and in the past 10 years, there hadn't been any more movements coming out. In the middle of a secret room, the floor was covered in dust, and cobwebs hung in the corners. Sitting on a dusty futon was a figure, also dusty, with fluttering cobwebs haphazardly wrapped around her body in the form of a haggard tree. Suddenly, the figure's eyes opened, and the regal eyes produced a powerful energy that blew the scattered dust up and into the air. She murmured doubtfully, "Who is it? Has something happened to anyone? Or who has shaken the foundation of my Tianxian sect? Why is the clan's golden dragon of Qi roaring and dissipating, awakening me from my celestial state?" I heard the angry roar of the golden dragon of Qi, sensed the weakening of the seal of the devil's cave, and an unsettling aura is creeping in. In her perception, the Qi-Luck golden dragon, which was originally solid and thick, emitting golden light all over its body, actually stripped a bit of golden light from it at this time, and its figure suddenly became somewhat illusory. At the same time, a mass of pervasive black unsettling breath and the condensation, tossing and turning gradually congealed into a mass of black-shaped monster-like, hideous and horrible fangs, so that people just look at a person produced a very uncomfortable feeling. She wrinkled her brow and swung out a strong energy, wanting to strangle this evil-smelling magical beast, but the energy swung out as if it were a stone sinking into the sea and did not have any effect on it. She sighed and said, "It really is something about Qi. Unusual energies and attacks are not on the same level as it, inscrutable and unchangeable." As she rose, the dust around her automatically fell off and all the dust around her fell to the ground. As she stepped outside, the sealed stone door automatically opened. It was also at this time that a sharp bell sound rang out from the Tianxian sect, causing everyone to pay attention. "What's going on? Why are you ringing the clan alarm bell? This is the bell for the clan's emergency summoning. What happened? A strong enemy is coming?" "No, it's the bell sound of the previous patriarch's exit." "The last patriarch? I thought our Tianxian sect had only had one patriarch all along." "Che, newbie, what virtue can the current patriarch have to hold up the huge Tianxian sect? The previous patriarch stepped down in order to break through to a higher realm, and that's what makes our Tianxian sect a C-pin." After Yun Rinqing stepped out of the secret room, Zhou Xia had already carried Mu Kingo and a host of other disciples waiting outside, and the various elders and peak masters had also gathered together early. Greetings to Patriarch Mercy Star on his release, and may Patriarch Mercy Stars might serve the four seas and live forever. Yun Rinqing saw the crowd kneeling all over below and nodded with considerable satisfaction. With such a large number of disciples, it seemed that Tianxian sect had developed quite well over the years. Only, after remembering what she had been awakened to find, her brow tightened involuntarily again. Yashur and all the peak masters and elders, each carrying their core disciples under their sects, will go to the main hall to deliberate on the matter, while everyone else will go back to their respective duties and cultivate at ease first. On the other hand, on Sol Yu's side, the journey was quite smooth, and he didn't encounter any powerful magical beasts to stop him, and he kept holding the green lotus stone platform as he rushed along. In his memories, there was a cave at this magical beast mountain range that was the lair of a powerful magical beast, and he had also unintentionally seen that a saber-toothed green-peaked tiger had given birth to its cubs here, and after inhabiting this place for a period of time, it left with its cubs. Due to the power of the saber-toothed green-peaked tiger, it had swept away the magical beasts that were a threat to it over here when it arrived, causing this area to be almost in a vacuum. However, in this cave, there was the strong aura of the saber-toothed green-peaked tiger remaining, and until now, no magical beast dared to approach this side, even if there were some cultivators passing by. After sensing the aura of this side, they would all make a detour. However, as only Sol Yu had witnessed with his own eyes, that saber-toothed green-peaked tiger had left long ago, leaving behind only an empty nest, and thus, this was also the safest place to be, although that nest was not far away. With the foot power of a mortal like Sol Yu, he would have to walk up for days and nights without stopping to get there. Even though he was very tired now, and the trauma of his body was causing him severe pain, he couldn't stop for a moment. He didn't have any to rely on now, nor did he have anyone for him to believe in. All of it could only rely on himself. He had only one conviction, and that was to quicken his pace to get to that cave. And the sooner the better, only there could he be safe for the time being. What he didn't notice was that all the blood he had spewed out at that time when he was injured by flower mistake landed on the stone platform, and as time passed, his blood didn't dry up and dissipate. Instead, it was absorbed by the stone platform little by little. As the blood absorbed by the stone platform became more and more, the stone platform gradually emitted a faint fluorescence, and the stone skin was shedding little by little. I don't know how long it had been. The sky was getting dark. Sol Yu was still weaving in and out of the bushes. He didn't have any other thoughts. He was so focused on catching up that he wasn't even sure when the Demon Beast mountain range became dark, while the stone skin on top of the stone platform had completely fallen off. The fluorescent light emanating from it also became brighter and brighter. Just like this it shone on the path he was advancing on. Solyu didn't have the slightest bit of awareness of this scene. Chapter 10 Inquiries. Tianxian Sect's main hall. After inquiring about the many matters, Yunrinching looked around the circle and looked at Zhou Yasi and asked, why don't you see little Solyu? Has he grown so much that I don't recognize him? I still remember when this mischievous little gadget climbed on my back and clamored for me to take him flying. Now that he's grown up, how dare he not greet me first? This question caused the crowd to be stunned, and one by one, they all looked over to Zhou Xia's side. Zhou Xia and the others were also stunned for a while. None of them had expected that their master ancestor would actually be the first to ask about Solyu's situation first, and for a while, they froze in place, not knowing how to strike up a conversation. Seeing that no one made a sound, Yunrinching raised her eyebrows and said, "Hey, in the end, people are gone. Although you still honor me, you don't want to fear me like you used to, even asking a question and wanting to know about a disciple. No one tells me now, does he?" The crowd burst into a sweat and were shocked, but they knew how powerful this one was. From a mediocre outer disciple, he had grown step by step, defeating all the contenders, and all the way to the top of the sovereign's throne. There was no doubt that she was powerful, and her strength was breathtaking, not to mention her iron-blooded wrist. Once she got serious, the entire Tianxian sect would surely set off a bloody storm. Moreover, after 10 years of seclusion, this most respected patriarch, his strength had already reached an unfathomable point, and although he was extremely introverted, he still gave people a feeling of a tremulous pressure, and hearing her speak in such a manner proved that this one was already somewhat displeased, and no one here was willing to bear this one's wrath. The crowd unanimously looked towards Zhou Yasi's side of the camp, hoping that they would step forward as soon as possible and explain the matter concerning Solyu. After all, ever since Solyu was abolished, they, the elders and peak masters, had never paid attention to the matter concerning Solyu, so they had no way to answer. Zhou Xia glanced at Yunrinching and was about to speak, but she didn't want her third senior sister, Hua Wu to grab the first opportunity to speak with righteous indignation. "Is Master Ancestor talking about that trash Solyu? There's nothing to do to mention him for. Mentioning him gives me a bellyful of anger. I really regret that the slap was light and let him escape with Xiao Han's things." Yunrinching murmured as her beautiful eyes snapped open at those words. "Waste? Took a beating and fled?" A flash of incredulity flashed in her eyes. It was just that at her level. She was happy and angry about a lot of things, and she softly inquired, "Oh, what's going on here? 10 years? It seems like a lot has happened. However, I remember that when I was in seclusion, little Solyu was a super heaven-defying existence. So how did he turn into the trash you talk about?" Hua Wu said with hatred. "Super reverse heaven? You can't be talking about super reverse waste. Che." At this time, Mu Kingo noticed that it seemed as if this 10 years of secluded master ancestor was very concerned about Solyu's affairs, and couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart, wanting to pick up the conversation and explain, but it was not helped by the fact that Flower Mistake was so straight-talking that she didn't give her a chance at all. "In the second year of your seclusion, he had his cultivation in meridians abolished by a superpower called Flower Rainhouse, and he was uninspired all day long, stirring up trouble everywhere. Peeping at my bath was caught by me, but he still refused to admit it, slurring his words and going around stirring up trouble. Because of the fact that he has made a few appearances on our behalf, he has been using our banner to cheat people, stealing things every other day. The most disgusting thing is stealing girls' intimate apparel. Fourth senior sister and senior sister Kingo's intimate apparel is lost every other day. We don't dare to dry our clothes outside now. Bullying the weak, not moving, bullying our junior brother Xiao Han, hitting him with his hands, and robbing him. The lackluster things he's done over the years. One is more disgusting than the other. I'm too lazy to even say them. The most important thing is yesterday. He Toad wants to eat swan meat. A waste also wants to marry senior sister Kingo. I don't know who was blind enough to let him sign a marriage contract with senior sister Kingo. Yesterday's wedding day, Xiao Han, in order to give him a wedding gift, was seriously injured by a demonic beast. The master and a few of our sister, very concerned about the anxiety, ran to take care of Xiao Han. He actually dared to run to Xiao Han's residence to make trouble, not only on the spot, forcing Qing'a's sister to sign the contract of severance of marital relations, but also threatened to the master to sign the contract of severance of relations between him and Tianxian sect. Is simply a death wish. Who does he think he is? We in the Tianxian sect, not rare, and the Tianxian sect, nor do we care to support him as a waste. Hua Wu did not notice that Jun Rinxing's brows had been knitted together and her face had become gloomy and ghastly. Anyone could tell that she was forcibly holding back her anger. No fault. You just said that none of you were present on the wedding day of Solyu and Mu Qingqing? Even Elder Master Zhou Yasi and the bride, Mu Kingo, ran off to take care of him at your junior Brotheros place, did not they? Also, you just said that Solyu has severed all ties with Mu Kingo and the Tianxian sect and has signed a severance contract, right? Flower Mistake nodded his head rightfully and said, right, senior ancestor. Don't you think that punk is too annoying? Junior brother has been seriously injured like that, and he's actually making such a big fuss over a crappy wedding. Who would want to spoil him? He's a loser. He can't even compare to half a finger of Little Chill. What qualifications does he have to run and make trouble? The most infuriating thing is that in the morning, while it was still light, he ran to Xiaohan's practicing room to steal something, and stole that green lotus stone platform of Xiaohan's, and when he escaped, he was caught by me and Xiaohan, and he even said that it was his, and that he was only coming back to fetch his own things. Little Chill had already made it clear that he would only be able to cultivate on that green lotus stone platform to get into the state more easily, and he still wanted to rob it, obviously knowing that Xiaohan was seriously injured. He still injured him during the snatching process. I really regretted that I didn't beat him to death with a slap at that time. If something bad happens to Xiaohan's body because of this time, even if he has already fled from the sect, I will still find him and break him into pieces. At this moment, Yun Rinqing, tightly gripping the armrests of the heavy metal-built chair, not even realizing that her fingers were clamped into the armrests, her body slightly trembled, obviously already trying her best to endure. Green Lotus Stone Table, that is Solyu's companion. How could she not know? When Zhou Xia returned with the stone table, Solyu was wearing a small red bib, lying soundly asleep on it. The corner of his mouth was still drooling, just like a porcelain doll. That scene is still fresh in her mind. And now, she's actually saying that the item was taken over, and when she went to get it, she was told to go steal it? If all those things just now didn't mean anything, the appearance of this matter made her decide that Solyu had been bullied all these years. When she heard that Solyu had signed a contract of repentance and severed his love with the clan, she was simply furious. She suppressed her anger and looked at Zhou Yasi beside her, asking in a deep voice, Patriarch Zhou, are things really like what Flower Faultless said? Zhou Xia respectfully returned, there are a lot of little things I don't know, but that should be the general situation. Yun Rinqing stood up, her robes windless as she said, very well, I will test each and every one of these things you have said, and when I have investigated them clearly, if it is truly as you have said, I will personally make a move to capture Solyu back and be tortured in the sect. But if that's not what happened, the words weren't finished, but she looked at the group of people on Zhou Xia's side, and a chill surged across her face. She flew away without another glance at the crowd. Chapter 11 Green Lotus Stone Platform Mutation. The mountains didn't keep track of time, and Solyu couldn't remember how many paths he had traveled and how long he had run for before finally arriving in that cave. After all, it was a demonic beast cave, and even if it was a high-level demonic beast, it was filled with all sorts of pungent smells. And even Solyu had to pinch his nose to recuperate inside. He cleaned out some of the demonic beast's feces and scattered them around the cave. So not yet comfortable, he shoveled up the demonic beast urine soil as well, scattering it a bit farther away. When he returned, he didn't forget to sweep his tracks smooth with some branches, and pulled some fresh thorns and twigs to camouflage the area around the cave, and cover the entrance to the cave with some twigs and weeds as well. After doing so, he just sat down on his butt and rested for a while. It was then that he noticed that at some point, the stone skin of the green lotus stone platform had fallen clean off, revealing a green jade core. There is no complex pattern on it. It is the lotus platform that presents the shape of a green lotus, and in the center of the platform, a three-dimensional lifelike koi carp leaps high up, as if it had leaped out of the water, and was suddenly fixed in a general way, and it is very translucent. Solyu never knew that this stone platform actually had a surface layer wrapped around it, and before, it was only taken as a stone lotus platform, but he didn't realize that it was actually made of such a green jade material. Suddenly, the green lotus fish stage emitted a blinding green light, and immediately afterward, that green lotus fish stage actually transformed into a green stream of light and drilled into Solyu's body at once. His mind was violently stunned, followed by a blurry Honmeng scene floating in his mind. In a chaotic dark world, a green lotus bloomed proudly, surrounded by endless light of the great Tao. It stood between the chaos, glittering, as if it wanted to hold the entire chaos open by virtue of its own power. Suddenly one day, the roots of the green lotus began to grow indefinitely, stretching all the way to the edge of the chaos and taking root in the endless darkness, and its lotus leaves began to extend infinitely, holding up the entire chaos, and as far as the eye could see, the entire chaos was covered by the green lotus. It began to grow, the not-so-thick roots acting as if they were pillars, separating and then holding up the dark, cold chaos. Endless lotus leaves hold up one piece of chaos and move it upward, and the roots underneath stand on another piece of chaos, separating it downward. During this process, the endless darkness gradually took on a bright color, as if heaven and earth had opened up. At a certain moment, the green lotus grows to the limit after stopping. At this time the chaos has been divided into heaven and earth, just heaven and earth only filled with endless green lotus emerald green mold. Suddenly, without warning, from the endless chaos of the void, filled with a mass of thick black gas, covering the entire body of the green lotus, thick black gas shot out of the endless black lightning, all wantonly pouring on the body of the green lotus above. Such a lightning attack lasted for an endless amount of time, and finally, on a certain day, the green lotus could no longer withstand the attack of endless lightning and completely collapsed. The green lotus leaves and rhizomes in the sky and earth all retracted in an instant, and then began to shatter in one place. As the green lotus continued to shatter, 6 lotus flowers of different colors split from it, and they broke through the wrapping of the thick black air mass, breaking space and time and disappearing into this chaos. At the same time, the remaining green lotus energy condensed into a lotus platform with green aura, transformed into a stream of light, and disappeared after tearing through this chaos. The chaotic image came to an abrupt end at this moment, but this scene shook Solyu to the point of no return, leaving him speechless for a long time. This stone platform, just like the lotus platform that the green lotus finally transformed into, has now become my companion spirit treasure, and has arrived in my body? It was also while Solyu was frozen in thought that the stone platform actually changed once more, only to see the green lotus stone table sinking down to the Dantian mansion, actually began to slowly dissolve, like paraffin melting into a liquid shape, and in the outside world, a palm-sized green lotus coalesced above Solyu's head, which swayed in the air, and every time it swayed, it would draw a stream of rich spiritual chi towards the heart of the lotus to drill into Solyu's body. Slowly, the green lotus turned from its initial swaying to spinning, and the aura condensed into a storm of aura at that moment, as if it were a substantial and huge aura, pouring as much as it could into Solyu's body. As the aura entered the body and the lotus platform dissolved, Solyu's dantian and meridians that were originally wasted were actually revitalized at that moment, and the broken meridians were slowly being repaired, reconnecting in just a moment, intact as before. Moreover, as the spiritual energy poured in and circulated through the meridians of his entire body, the huge and strong spiritual energy continued to expand Solyu's meridians, causing his meridians, which were originally as thin as silk, to slowly become thicker. The dantian was recovering very quickly, and after the spiritual energy was poured in, it no longer leaked like before and could not be stored. This process was extremely brutal and reckless, causing Solyu to endure unimaginable inhuman pain and suffering at this moment, which was equivalent to a remodeling of the dantian meridians. Even the bones of the entire body seemed to not be able to withstand the pressure of this strong infusion of spiritual energy, causing the bones to be torn apart and shattered. He was in so much pain that he wanted to ease the pain by hissing, but his subconscious mind told him that he must not open his mouth to roar, or else there would be dire consequences. Solyu also remembered that he had once read a sentence that at the beginning of chaos, at the beginning of the heavens and earth, there was a mouthful of chaotic turbid gas born in the midst of chaos, known as the chaos Shenhuang mother gas, and now, he felt that he was holding such a cloud of gas in his mouth, trying to rush out of his mouth and nose with all his might. The spiritual energy vortex grew larger and larger, forming an incomparably thick spiritual energy storm in which the pressure emanating from it was even capable of destroying this area of mountains and forests, and such a strong absorption of spiritual chi also quickly drained the spiritual chi of this area. Even so, the spiritual chi vortex didn't converge in any way. Instead, it swept towards the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. The skin on Solyu's entire body crumbled, unable to withstand this sudden infusion of powerful energy, and the various joints of his body emitted a cackling crunch, before turning into a piece of powder, and his entire skeleton was destroyed, like he was just a human skin, barely able to stand upright. The dissolution of the green lotus stone platform was still in progress as it melted into a pond only the size of a faceplate within Solyu's body. As the aura entered his body, a grape-sized green lotus seed in the pond floated and sank on the pond's water surface, emitting a green fluorescent light that was dense to the extreme. The stone-carved koi carp, however, also came to life at this moment, transforming into a small greenish-golden fish that swam in the water around the green lotus seed, emitting gusts of joyful tumbling sounds. Over time, the seeds began to germinate and taking root directly in the pool of water and beginning to grow heterogeneously. As for the outside world, the mountains and forests in a radius of 10,000 miles were crushed and ravaged by the spiritual storm. Countless mountains, rocks, grasses, and trees were destroyed, and this zone turned into a forbidden area of disaster. The heavens and earth felt it, condensing into 1,000 miles of thick black clouds in the air, covering the sky and the sun. And the pressure emanating from it covered all the heavens, directly collapsing a standing mountain peak into rocks that flew apart recklessly. Chapter 12, Shocking the Soul Clan. In the depths of a distant and unknown void, a spatial continent shrouded by a spatial light shroud floated in it, and on the continent of this light-shrouded space, a large word soul stood in the center, and a huge ancient stone gate seemed to have survived from that ancient barren era, with an ancient mangy aura emanating from it. In the middle of an ancient and glorious hall, a giant monument to the heavens stood here, with a mysterious aura emanating from it. Are you saying that the protector sent out was unilaterally terminated by his protector's son and used the soul spirit jade to convey a message to the Soul Clan? Yes, the spirit-chasing monument now only shows the name Soul-Yu, nothing else, and the message of termination sent back by the soul spirit jade was recognized by the spirit-chasing monument, and there was no damage or punishment to that protector. Patriarch, what do you think about this matter? A young voice rang out from the main seat. I already know about this matter. Soul-Yu conveyed the reason for understanding about the protector of the Taoist. My Soul Clan's children can't really be as he himself said that nothing has been accomplished and wasteful. I think that something has changed, but we have no way of knowing about it. Matriarch, then do we need to send someone to fetch Soul-Yu back to the clan? By the way, to investigate this matter thoroughly? The man in the main seat waved his hand and said, no need for the time being. The Northwest land is a mangy and barren land. There are no hostile forces of ours, and there are no powerful sects. So there shouldn't be too much of a threat to him for the time being, and he has been living in exile there since he was a child. His cultivation is definitely not high, and his resources are definitely insufficient. Picking him back up in such a hurry will only be harmful and unhelpful. Patriarch, that can't be left unchecked. Nowadays, although there are no strong enemies in the Northwest land, it doesn't mean that there is no danger. Now that this Tao protector has returned to the clan first, without someone to protect him from the side, I'm afraid that, on the main throne, that patriarch said, immediately arrange for a new Tao protector to take over this matter, carrying with him a large amount of resources. All of you sitting here are unwilling to admit who the Soul-Yu belongs to. This matter I will be in seclusion leisure. Use the heavenly means to deduce. By the time it is found out, you can think clearly about the consequences. The people sitting there looked at each other in disbelief, and upon hearing these words, they could not help but feel a chill welling up in their hearts. All of them trying to recall the past for fear of missing a thing that they had overlooked. Well, that's it. Go ahead and get busy. Right at this moment, the Heavenly Soul Monument standing next to it suddenly flashed out a rich green light, illuminating the entire hall into a green color, and the originally pitch-black hall seemed to be in a sea of green. The crowd hurriedly looked at the Heavenly Soul Monument, and saw that on the originally calm and normal Heavenly Soul Monument, at this time, the green light was great, and the name engraved on it actually produced a rhythm, undulating and fluctuating. What's going on? The Heavenly Soul Tablet was created by utilizing an imperial artifact when my Soul Clan's clan founded the Soul Clan, and the Soul Clan has continued for hundreds of thousands of years, and I've never seen it produce such a change. The Heavenly Soul Tablet has my name on it, roaming freely between heaven and earth. The Heavenly Soul Monument has recorded the top powerhouses and top talented people of my Soul Clan for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if it's just the last quota, it's still a genius that hasn't been born for thousands of years. And for so many years, there's never been a mistake. And now how does it feel like the Heavenly Soul Monument is trembling, as if it's afraid of something? On the main seat, the Patriarch's brow furrowed deeply as he aimed his palm at the Heavenly Soul Monument, wanting to stop its trembling and stop the mutation it was producing. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Soul Tablet actually rebounded its power and pushed him back, and the shrouded soul realm shook violently once. When the crowd saw this scene, all their faces were horrified and full of unbelief. It must be known that this person is an existence that stands at the peak of the entire Heavenly Vault continent. When he strikes, even the heaven and earth will be shaken up, and now he is actually being blocked by the energy that was fed back from the Heavenly Soul Monument to return the favor. If this scene were to leak out, this continent would be afraid to be shocked. Just as the crowd was horrified, the Heavenly Soul Monument stopped trembling, and the infinite green light that filled the room inwardly converged in an instant, transforming into a line of small green characters. Soul-Yu, 18 years old, chaotic green lotus body. As soon as this line of words began to appear, it jumped toward the top of the Heavenly Soul Monument, and within a few breaths, it had already surpassed the hundreds of names recorded on it. If any of these names were released, any one of them could cause a bloody storm, because none of these names were the Soul Clan's most powerful. How is that possible? Soul-Yu has already surpassed the Soul Jade Saint Sun and is still climbing upwards. Boom! A clan elder, being too excited and forgetting the occasion, directly clapped his hands. Another clan old man is pulling his beard, was shocked by the scene in front of him to no end. I do not know when to pull down a blame beard, do not know. Also did not feel any sense of pain. Just the eyes, dead eyes staring at the heavenly soul monument on the name that is still in the very fast upward jump. There was another person who was directly breathing heavily, as if he wanted to set his eyeballs on the stone monument, unable to stop himself in excitement. Soul Luo Divine Sun. Soul Heaven Divine Sun. He surpassed these two as well. What kind of talent is this? The heavens have blessed my soul clan, actually giving birth to a third divine sun. Just before everyone could react, Soul Yu's name jumped directly and pressed a golden name down a rank. Emperor? Emperor's son? Even he was suppressed? How is that possible? A clan giving birth to two emperor's sons? What exactly is this chaotic green lotus body? How could it be so heaven-defying? At the scene, the only person who could still sit still was the patriarch. But at this time, even he was staring at Soul Yu's name. Although his face did not show any emotion, the fire in his eyes could not be hidden. Look, it's still rising. How can it be? It's still rising. There are all the strongest existences of my clan up there, as well as the clan elders. What's wrong with the strongest being? There's more than just revealed strength on this. The rating of the most important talent. He. At this moment, even the patriarch couldn't sit still, and an expression of delight finally appeared on his face. Because Soul Yu's ranking had already surpassed his, but there was no trend of stopping yet, and he was still climbing upwards in a strong manner. And still fast, with recoil still strong. It's clear that he still has a lot of room to rise, and it's not yet clear that he'll reach those places at the very top. Just as everyone was watching with bated breath and full of anticipation, suddenly, a strange change occurred. Boom! The rapidly flickering green light name actually exploded directly on the Heavenly Soul Monument, waving away into a piece of starry green light that disappeared on the Heavenly Soul Monument. What's going on? What happened? Why did it blow up? Why did it blow up? Impossible. Did something happen to Soul Yu? Who is it? Who? Regardless of who it is, I will definitely bloodwash the Sky Vault continent. Could it be that those clans have discovered Soul Yu, son of A, looking for death? Patriarch. At this time, the patriarch's face also turned pale. His robes were windless. A heavenly aura was about to erupt from his body. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, the kind of determination that defied all odds, making heaven and earth lose color. Chapter 13, Disturbing the Heavenly Chance. Wait. Suddenly, the Soul Clan Patriarch gathered his aura as he sensed an unusual aura. Matriarch, destroying my Soul Clan above the Emperor's son. This justice, my Soul Clan can endure. Yes, Matriarch, this time, even if those clans unite, my Soul Clan must seek justice for Soul Yu. Who cares who he is? Even if that person comes, I won't be afraid, and my Soul Clan won't back down even more. The Soul Clan Patriarch closed his eyes and exerted his divine ability to sense the chi of heaven and earth, but he found that heaven and earth were clear, and many things were still under his control, which meant that no one had struck out at the Soul Clan. He carefully sensed the wisp of chi that had just appeared, but found that the wisp of chi couldn't be elusive in any way, and then pursued the wisp of chi across the dimensions of space and time before realizing that it was actually connected to a teenager. It was like he had crossed a long river of time and was able to see him in the vast emptiness, and the power of the bloodline carried by that teenager made him feel so familiar, so affable. It was the power of a bloodline that had been inherited from the same lineage, yet it was so peaceful with him that he couldn't even help but to want to be friendly with it. Suddenly, the young man's figure was wrapped in a green light, and then disappeared into the chaos, so that this piece of heaven and earth no longer have his breath. This piece of heaven and earth also in that young man disappeared, turned into a piece of chaos. The heaven and earth also became a chaos. By this time, he had realized what was going on, and instead of being angry, he was somewhat elated. Just as he was about to exit this piece of the long river of time, several figures suddenly emerged from this chaos, and as soon as they appeared, their mighty pressure filled the sky, as if even the heavens and earth could not carry the potential energy of several of them. These figures were all projections, not real bodies descending, obviously sensing the strange movements here, which made them come over to investigate. One of the light figures said, "Soul Heavenly Emperor, your Soul Clan has disturbed the heavens several times, crossed the long river of time several times, and acted against the heavens in such a manner. Do you really think that we don't dare to take action against your clan? You, Soul Race, have been getting more and more reckless in your activities lately. Are you trying to start a racial war? Don't forget, you're not even in that realm yet. Are you that impatient?" A few people didn't know what heights they had reached, and even as they spoke, this chaos was generating rhythms that followed their rhythms. Unexpectedly, Soul Heavenly Emperor didn't want to tangle with them too much. He was worried that if he stayed for too long, these people would notice something, and that would be a bit of a problem. even though he wasn't afraid of these people. You guys are worrying too much. I'm here today, just unintentionally in the mood to do so. I didn't stir up the heavenly chances, and I didn't enter the long river of time to explore anything. I will grasp the affairs of my soul clan. I don't need you all to worry about them. You'd better mind your clan's affairs. After saying that, the Soul Heavenly Emperor didn't stop and directly transformed into a handful of light and shadow fragments and disappeared, leaving behind only the ones who frowned deeply. After returning, Soul Heavenly Emperor looked at the several clan elders who were filled with righteous indignation and anger, and laughed lightly. There's no need to rush. I've already entered the chaos to check the heavenly chances, and I've also seen that child. Although I only glimpsed it from afar, the power of the bloodline that he carries is definitely my soul clan's bloodline. He didn't have an accident, but his so-called chaotic green lotus body spontaneously wielded a mysterious power that disturbed his own heavenly chances and shielded the chi that was released, making it impossible for others to probe, which is good for that child. Hearing these words, the clan elders sitting there came to their senses, and their anger dissipated for the most part. That's good. That's good. It really pissed me off just now. Humph. Fortunately it's fine. Otherwise, I would have stabbed the sky. Then, the Soul Heavenly Emperor's brows clustered slightly as he said, Soul, you that child, himself shielded the sky, so that I have no way to probe. That protector of the road has also been impatient to rush back to the clan, to send him a message, so that he rushes back at the fastest speed. Either I personally send someone to go to meet. Be sure to confirm the location of Solyu as soon as possible. Rearrange to go to the protector of the road to go to the fastest possible speed to receive him back to the clan. Must not be the slightest error. That's right. I'm going to send a message, and in the meantime have the others go forward as fast as they can to meet them. So this new protector of the road. The crowd all looked blearily at Soul Heavenly Emperor, and the implication was self-evident. Clearly, even though Solyu's name had finally crumbled away, it didn't affect his current position in the hearts of these clan elders. A demonic-level talent that surpassed the current patriarch. Who could not covet it? If one could be his protector, one's status would definitely rise. Ho ho! Don't even think about it. Once you people make a move, the other several clans will surely be the first to act. That would instead put Solyu in a dangerous situation. Those unusual protectors of the Tao are not enough weight. I already have this candidate in mind, and I feel that only he is the most suitable. Well, that's all for today. You should understand what Solyu's appearance means, and what I mean when I say this. In the Magic Beast Mountain Range, the saber-tooth green peak tiger cave, Solyu only had a little bit of his spiritual consciousness left to stay awake. He felt like a flickering candle in the wind that could dissipate at any time. The intense pain caused him to have suffocated, and even the last of his spiritual awareness caused him to feel endless pain and suffering, as if he would die at any time. But this time, he toughened his mind. Even if it was the last remnant, even if he would end up dying, he wouldn't allow himself to fail and go up in smoke just like that. He was relying on what little fighting spirit he had left to support him. The Shao Han of his last life had been able to get through it. How could he possibly back down? How could he possibly be inferior to him? He would not allow himself to be worse than that villainous hypocrite. Would not allow Mu Kingo them to look down on him as they did before. Would not allow himself to live in humiliation as he once did. The fire of conviction in his heart could not be extinguished. He used to think that spending days like years was already the most painful thing. But now he realized that what was even more desperate than that was spending seconds like years. And every second was like sending him to the 18 layers of hell. Suffering and torturing, which was not something anyone could understand or feel. It was unknown how long this state had lasted. And Solyu did not know exactly how long he had been teetering on the edge of complete death. Or even, if he was still alive. Finally, the mutation of the green lotus stone platform was nearing its end. His body was forcibly remodeled. The meridians, the dantian, the bones, all of them underwent complete destruction before they were forcibly remodeled, even to the point where every cell was reactivated to produce supreme greatness. At a certain moment, Solyu completely awakened. His eyes became abnormally clear and his body was filled with power. And in Solyu's dantian, after the green lotus stone platform was dissolved, it completely transformed into a pond. In the pond, a green lotus is flowing with the waves and keeps swaying, with exuberant rhizomes and flourishing 3 green lotus leaves, a green koi carp, swimming in a pond. Solyu felt the energy in his body, and his face was joyless. I can't believe that. This realm is. Chapter 14 Yunrinqing's Anger. On Tianxian sect, people did not change because of Solyu's departure. Yunrinqing's exit caused a momentary sensation, but after the sensation, everything fell back into calm. The people were doing their own duties, and all the disciples were following the rules in their cultivation. Early in the morning, Yunrinqing was walking alone on the path when she saw the Deacon Hall elder who was busy. she casually called out to him and asked, "Elder Li, how has the Tianxian sect's income been in recent years? And are the spirit stone resources distributed to all disciples fair and reasonable?" Elder Li sniffed and answered truthfully, reporting back to Patriarch Yun. "Some years ago, due to your seclusion, Tianxian sect didn't take too much advantage of the competition for resources with some other sects. So there was a time when the crowd of disciples and elders within the sect distributed relatively fewer resources of spirit stones. And even though it was usually a little bit cleaner and harder, there was no problem with satisfying the unusual cultivation. Until once, Solyu, a disciple of Patriarch Shou, in a chance encounter, discovered a spirit vein closer to our clan's residence, which is rich in resources, and has also unearthed top-grade spirit stones, and has been able to be mined for a decade or so. So over the years, all the disciples have been given much more lucrative example money and other rewards. The distribution of spirit stones and other resources were all distributed according to Patriarch Shou's customized scheme, which basically ensured fairness and reasonableness. It's just that. Yunrenqing's brows furrowed slightly as she heard Solyu's name and asked, "Just what?" Elder Li stammered for a few moments, and only said when he saw a displeased look on Yunrenqing's face. However, Solyu is an exception. Although the spirit vein was discovered by him, and he was the one who risked his life to run back to the sect to report the news, he didn't get all the rewards. They were all given by Patriarch Shou to her other disciple, Xiao Han. It was said that Solyu was a wasted body, unable to cultivate, and it would be a waste to get so many rewards, so they were all awarded to Xiao Han. As for the spirit stones and a host of other resources that he is issued each month, it was originally the same as the core disciples, but then it was cut down repeatedly by Patriarch Shou. And up until now, the monthly resources of spirit stones are quite a bit less than that of the outer disciples. Yunrenqing's showy fists clenched, her eyes full of unbelief as she murmured, "Solyu is the sovereign's own heir. Why is she able to be so ruthless? Has she forgotten that if she hadn't accepted Solyu as a personal disciple in the first place, and if she hadn't sworn that she would treat Solyu as if he were her own son, how would I have passed the sect leader's position to her? How much stronger than her was the peak master of spirit beer at that time? How much stronger than her? When I was in seclusion, I always thought that she would keep her promise, that she would take good care of Solyu, that she would cultivate Solyu into an excellent disciple. But I never imagined that she would actually cross the river and break the bridge, just using Solyu as a stepping stone? Right. What about Solyu being ruined? He's not a child who loves to cause trouble, so how did he incur the retaliation of Flower Rain House and have his meridians destroyed?" Elder Li looked around and whispered, "In fact, we all know about this matter and saw it with our own eyes. But Patriarch Zhou once ordered that we were not allowed to talk about it, and declared to the public that it was all because Solyu messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with that he was scrapped." Yunrenqing narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "What's the real deal?" Elder Li said, "It's Xiao Han. That Flower Rain Building's disciple was originally also a person with exceptional talent, and he befriended Xiao Han during a training exercise, and the two of them partnered up to train in the middle of the magical Beast Mountain range. During this period, the disciple of the Flower Rain Building inadvertently discovered a high-grade spirit medicine in a cave. Later, he told Xiao Han about this matter and took out the spiritual medicine to show off to Xiao Han. That Xiao Han saw that the spiritual medicine was of great help to him, and thus had an evil thought. He put down a bewitching drug to mesmerize the disciple of the Flower Rain Building, and also threw him at the entrance of a demonic beast's cave to provoke the demonic beast, thus faking the scene that the disciple of the Flower Rain Building was brutalized by the demonic beast." Yunrenqing continued to ask, "And then?" Elder Li continued, "Later, that Xiao Han miscalculated. The disciple of the Flowering Rain Building was stronger than he thought. He didn't die at the magical beasts, even though he was severely injured. Broken arm and his chest was dented by the magical beast stomping. He survived and found Xiao Han. The two fought, but even though the man was severely injured, he knocked Xiao Han back several times, and was completely outmatched in a head-on fight. He had no choice but to call for help from the sect. Patriarch Shou, who received the distress signal, immediately dispatched several core disciples such as Mu Qingdou, Hua Wu Er and others to rescue him, and in the process of rescue, he also listened to Xiao Han's slanderous words, saying that he had obtained the spirit medicine and was himself being chased by the disciples of the Flower Rain Building, causing him to injure himself. Mu Qingli and the girls unreservedly believed Xiao Han's words, and a few of them went all out, and under the siege of a few of Mu Qingli's people, they directly decimated the disciple of the Flower Rain Building. Subsequently, when Hua Yulu received the news of his own disciple's death, he personally came out to seek justice, threatening to abolish the cultivation of Mu Qing'o and the others in front of Patriarch Zhou and all the elders, who couldn't stop them but also defended them to the death. In the end, Solyu took pity on Mu Qingdou and the others, and came forward to say that he had killed his disciple, and that he alone would bear the blame for this crime. and Hua Yulo was enraged, and mercilessly abolished all of Solyu's cultivation, and even his dantian and meridians were damaged to the bone. Moreover, Patriarch Zhou and Mu Kingo and the others, actually no one stood out to speak for Solyu, and watched as he was completely wasted by the Flower Rain building. After that, it was even using his abolition as a head to carry out endless taunts and insults to Solyu. And even during the time he was abolished and bedridden for a few months, Patriarch Zhou and Mu Kingo and the others, none of them even went to visit. Not to mention that none of them sent a single piece of porridge or a single meal for him. Even those of us who couldn't look away were really unworthy of Solyu. At this time, Yun Renqing has already red eyes, show all clenched between the nails are embedded in the palms. She was so angry that Patriarch Zhou and Mu Kingo and the others were so heartless, ruthless, and wolfish. At the same time, she was so saddened that Solyu, who she had doted on and watched grow up since he was a child, would actually end up in such a miserable state after her own seclusion. She hated and regretted so much, hated why she didn't personally take Solyu under her care, why she didn't watch him grow up with her own eyes and teach him how to conduct himself in the world, why she didn't wait for him to have the ability to protect himself and the ability to distinguish between right and wrong before she closed the door. At the same time, she also hated Zhou Yasi's cruelty and incompetence for teaching Solyu to be such a sentimental and righteous person, Xiaohan's insidious and venomous nature, and Mu Qing'ofuafawa's heartless and ruthless nature. Once when she was there, no one dared to accuse him of a word. Even every time he made a mistake, she would unreservedly accommodate and pamper him, never able to spare him half a bit of aggression. But now, he actually suffered for so many years, endured for so many years, such a grievous injury. She felt that her heart was dripping blood. Her eyes were icy cold as she looked towards the place where Zhou Yasi, Mu Kingo and the others were, exuding a bone-chilling coldness that caused this space to freeze. Chapter 15, Mu Kingo's Trouble. Ever since Solyu signed a contract of repentance with her in the past 2 days. In the past 2 days, Mu Kingo always felt panicky in her heart. She didn't know why. She would always feel empty in her heart, and would always have Solyu's figure appearing in her mind without her realizing it. No, while combing her makeup, she suddenly saw in the corner of the dresser, the jade comb that she had discarded for a long time, and it was already caked with dust. Kingo, look, I brought you something good. Last time I saw that your comb was broken. I always wanted to give you a new one, but I never found the right one, so I came across it today. Look, it's made of striped damask jade, isn't it nice? At that time, Mu Kingo was being annoyed because Xiaohan wanted to pull her hand. She shyly refused, causing Xiaohan to be angry and did not talk to her all afternoon. But when she saw Xiaohan running to show himself off with a broken comb, she was on fire. What's wrong with you? What are you doing giving me a broken comb? Do you think I'll be happy if you give me such an ugly comb? Is it rare for me? Can't I afford it? Do I need you to give it to me? Do you know that this broken comb you bought is just like the wasteful person you are? It makes me feel very nasty. I don't want to see your comb at all. Moreover, I don't want to see your person. Get out of the way, okay? Solyu froze on the spot. He didn't know what wrong he had done, actually causing Qing'om to get angry and lash out. The original enthusiasm was suddenly doused by these few hurtful words. Though he was lost, he said patiently and curtly with an unnatural smile piled on his face. Qing'o, you see clearly. Oh, this is not ordinary broken comb, just grain damask jade made of comb, to a lot of spirit stone it. Is I in the Phoenix City auction specifically for you to auction? At least in this Phoenix City, is absolutely unique. It, not only light and fast good to use, but also does not hurt hair. The main thing is that the pattern of damask jade unique effect of clearing the spirit of condensation. You will also have a great help in cultivation. You can try it. If you try it, you'll know it's good, okay? Mu Qing'o once. She slammed the jade comb on the ground, and even pushed Solyu, her body slamming into the table next to her, her waist muscles becoming red, swollen, and hot with pain. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Who cares if you shoot a broken comb for me? So what if it's a striped damask jade, as long as it's from you? I don't like it. I don't have a good mood when I see you. Can you get out of my sight immediately? Solyu sucked in cool air in pain, rubbing his waist with one hand as cold sweat broke out. He still endured the severe pain and said, Fine, don't be mad. I'm leaving, as long as you're happy and I'm watching you from afar. Saying that, he picked up the jade comb on the ground that had not been broken, and carefully placed it on the corner of the dresser. Seeing that Mu Kingo didn't know how to get in, and didn't throw the jade comb on the ground again, Solyu was finally relieved, and tiptoed to push the door to leave. This scene clearly surfaced in Mu Kingo's mind, and an unspeakable bitterness appeared at the corner of her mouth. She casually picked up the dusty comb and gently blew the dust away, revealing its original warm and delicate appearance. The jade comb, which she had once discarded and found to be very ugly and an eyesore, was only so pleasing to the eye when she looked at it again. The light and elegant white jade, with a small amount of jade water flowing inside, could bring up a ripple with every shake, and at the same time tickled that inexplicable emotion in her heart. She gently held it in her hands, and for a moment she actually looked a little mesmerized, the corners of her mouth even rising slightly unconsciously. For the first time, she picked up the comb as if it were a treasure and tended to her hair, moving gently, as if someone was at her side, gently caressing it with love. After combing her hair a few times, she felt a refreshingly light aura drilling into her head, causing her nerves, which had been a bit foggy, to suddenly become refreshed and clean, with not a hint of discomfort anymore. She was in a trance and murmured softly, "Actually, really, as he said, this comb possesses such a light and wonderful effect, but at that time, I actually treated him that brutally, that disgusted. What did I do in the end? He was, at that time, must have been very sad." Just then, a figure broke through the door, without greeting her in any way, and just burst into her boudoir with such gusto, interrupting all her thoughts. She frowned and looked at the visitor. It was Xiao Han. In the past, when Xiao Han appeared in front of her so happily, she would have been ecstatic with honeyed eyes. However, today, after Xiao Han arrived and so recklessly broke the door, she was unprecedentedly a little uncomfortable in her heart and did not have the same joy and fervor that Legacy used to have. She asked, "Didn't you say you were going to accompany No Fault to practice your sword? Why did you suddenly run to me?" Xiao Han froze for a moment, feeling a little strange. In the past, Mu Kingo, whenever she saw herself, she would enthusiastically take the initiative to approach herself. Today, she actually didn't get up and didn't have an enthusiastic and happy demeanor. Instead, she had a bit of faint dissatisfaction, which made him bewildered. With a sudden flash of insight, remembering her words from earlier, he hurriedly walked up, teasing as he did so. "Oyu, Okingo's sister is still a jealous girl like that. Just because I agreed to practice with the third sister. Okingo's sister is not happy. Oh, why do I smell a sour breath floating in this room? It can't be that senior sister Okingo has spilled her vinegar, right? Oh ha ha." Oh, in the past, Xiao Han's flamboyant flirting like this would definitely provoke her into a delighted rant, and being flirted with like this by him, her heart was always filled with a sweet honeyed feeling. But today, for some reason, she actually didn't find it funny at all, didn't find such words sweet at all. On the contrary, the fact that he said this to himself today made her feel, inexplicably, very uncomfortable, even a little revolted to her stomach. Suddenly realizing that such words didn't make her feel sweet anymore, she asked with a slight frown, "Is there something for me?" Xiao Han once again froze, somewhat surprised. "Not right, ah." Senior sister Qingmao loved to listen to these words. In the past, when she heard these words, she would always immediately pounce on herself and use her small fist to pound on her chest. Today she actually behaved so calmly. He naturally reached out, wanting to grab Mu Kingo's hand, but he, who had never missed, actually didn't grab it today, as Mu Kingo dodged it without a trace, and this scene directly caused Xiao Han's face to become condensed, because, since he had arrived here, Mu Kingo several people had never been able to avoid their own hand-holding movements, and even if they occasionally ate their tofu, it would only provoke their style-filled blank stares, and they had never avoided their own hand-holding movements. He didn't understand what was wrong with Mu Qing'an today. From the moment he came in, she had been acting strangely, and this scene just now made Xiao Han a little angry. So without saying a word, he turned around and left, slamming the door of the room to leave. Mu Kingo glanced at Xiao Han who was leaving and did not utter a word to stop him, sighed bitterly and murmured, "What the hell is wrong with me?" Chapter 16, Mixed Immortal Cloud Brocade. When the dust settled, Solyu still hadn't woken up from his immersion, and he also silently changed a lot. The original Solyu gave a kind of weak, kind-hearted and rotten feeling, who would show his kind side to anyone he met, never hiding his emotions, often hanging his heart and unhappiness on his face. Modest, inferior, muddled, unkempt, always unconsciously pleasing and pandering to others, and although his looks are impeccable, his own temperament gives him an ordinary and bad feeling. After experiencing the matter of rebirth, he became no longer weak. To others will no longer be flattered to please, even in the face of their own most fear of the sovereign master in Mu Qing'an, but also showed enough courage. And now, after the chaotic green lotus was rooted in his dantian, his temperament underwent a sea change. Originally fluffy and coarse black hair, at this time has become flowing and smooth. A simple green jade hairpin casually don't. 2 locks of broken hair naturally scattered in the temples, looks quite a dusty natural free breath. Frontal looming floating a green lotus mark, elegant and a touch of sultriness. Free and natural and add a strand of wild and unruly, bright eyes and white teeth. Thin jade cool lips, but also show the coldness and ruthlessness. The original tacky and fancy clothes have also turned into a light green-colored green tunic inlaid with cloud-embroidered edges, which is even more dusty and bland. And endless changes occurred within his body, as the green lotus swayed within his body, suddenly blossoming with a greenish light, causing the green lotus body to shine even more brightly. A page of green book suddenly floated above the green lotus. The green book was mysterious and unfathomable. The dense small words on it, instead of being read out, autonomously transformed into a star and rushed towards Solyu's mind. At this moment, Solyu felt that the sky was descending with auspicious colors. The earth was gushing with divine springs, lotuses were blooming, and yao grasses were sprouting. The divine haze filled the sky, dragons flew and phoenixes danced, the longevity tortoise spat out the rays, the xianglin took in the qi, the purple qi came from the east, the golden light arrived from the west, the five-colored divine light shone, and the seven-colored divine rainbow crossed the sky. Many wonderful phases and endless dharmas were presented, metaphysical and mysterious, resembling heavenly divine sounds and the holy song of the great Tao, rumbling in Solyu's heart. He was in a trance, as if he was mesmerized, like a long-drought desert encountering manna descending, gradually coming to life in the roiling yellow sand. And Solyu felt like many windows had opened all at once, with all kinds of divine light shooting towards him. He tried hard to catch something, but the light passed through his fingers, and it was hard to grasp it. Solyu murmured, "Chaotic Green Lotus Sutra? This is a supreme cultivation technique? It's actually so esoteric and marvelous." The small words on that page of the green book were all transformed into stars of green light absorbed by Solyu, and then disappeared, and the green light was internalized into the body of the green lotus plant. As the green light converged inward, the koi swimming in the pond also turned into a pure green color. Its original body was only light green, but this time it strangely turned into a pure green color that could not see a trace of mixed colors. In the soul of the you is still in curiosity when sighing. That green carp suddenly head into the pond. Such a pond that survives in the body. Unusual people should be a puddle of small pools, but I never thought that this pond is deep and bottomless. The green koi carp into the pond, then directly disappeared. Let Solyu look at the eyes. Can not see its silhouette. Solyu didn't take it seriously. He didn't know what that koi was for, and he was now having his dantian and meridians all remodeled. And he, too, had been suddenly promoted from an invalid with no spirit power to the 7th level of the spirit monarch realm. The spirit monarch realm. A powerful realm he had never even dreamed of. Spirit Dan realm, Spirit Yuan realm, Spirit Xian realm, Spirit Heaven realm, Spirit King realm, Spirit Emperor realm, Spirit Zong realm, Spirit Zun realm, Spirit Saint realm, Spirit Emperor realm, Spirit Immortal realm. Right now, Mu Qingdao is the leading disciple amongst the Tianxian sect's group of disciples, and is only barely able to reach the 4th level realm, the Spirit Heaven realm. Hua Wuqiu, Lin Shi, Mo Qiuli, Su Shangnan and the others, who were known as geniuses of the Tianxian sect that were rare to see in 100 years, were only at the peak of the Spirit Xian realm now, and hadn't made any breakthroughs for most of the year. It could be imagined that from a wasted mortal, he had turned into a June realm powerhouse almost in a matter of moments. How metaphysical and heaven-defying such a path of reversal was. Too dreamy, even Solyu himself felt unreal. If it was the former Solyu, he would have roared in ecstasy as a way to vent the stifling and cowardly life experience of his last life. He would have returned to Tianxian sect in a high profile, and then in front of Mu Qingmo Hua Wu Er and others, he would have revealed his current strength. He wanted to show everyone that Solyu was not a waste of time after all. He came back as a king, to step on all the injustices at his feet, and to double all the shame that he once suffered. But now, his heart was peaceful, not so strong hatred, not so riotous hostility, and now he just wanted to get away from that sad and humiliating place and go on his own. Solyu was ready to get up and leave because he had made too much of a commotion here, and if he startled the nearby demonic beasts or some of the clan forces, there would be a whole lot of trouble at that time. But just then, the koi that had been burrowing into the water for a while suddenly leapt out of the water. At this time the koi, the green color of its body actually disappeared, and it changed back to the same appearance it once had. Solyu wasn't sure what was going on, and didn't understand what this koi came from, and why it had turned into a living thing even as the stone platform transformed into a green lotus, and remained in the pond. He was going to tease it a bit to see how it would react and if it was psychic. Unexpectedly, the koi suddenly opened its mouth and spat out 2 items, and it was also at this time that a passage of text ingested Solyu's mind, explaining its origin. It turns out that this koi is not simple. It existed at the beginning of the birth of the chaotic green lotus, and it also has a very nice name, Mixed Immortal Cloud Brocade. It has a very powerful ability. Every day, when swimming around the green lotus, it would absorb some of the green lotus turbid chi that was dispersed from the green lotus, and after absorbing this green lotus turbid chi, it would store it in the body. When the moon was full, the chaotic aura of heaven and earth absorbed by the green lotus would be enhanced, and the turbid aura of the green lotus absorbed by the mixed immortal cloud brocade from it would also increase. Whenever soul you cultivated, some of the scattered aura would also be absorbed by it and transformed into green lotus turbid chi. When the mixed immortal cloud brocade absorbed enough green lotus turbid chi and its body turned a pure green color, it would dive under the water and break through the limitations, ignoring the distance in time and space, ignoring any interface prohibitions and pressures, and forcibly acquiring one or two items. The items acquired were random. It could be feats, battle techniques, special bloodline power and special physique, weapons, medicinal herbs and so on. Almost everything it could acquire. There was no level restriction. There was a possibility that even living beings would be forcibly acquired by it. And all of these acquired items belonged to Solyu. Chapter 17, Green Lotus Demon Pupil. The energy storage of the mixed immortal cloud brocade could also be accelerated by devouring all resources such as exotic treasures, exotic beasts and cores, and elixirs, etc. And the higher the grade of the treasures, the more green lotus turbid chi was produced after devouring them. If there were no external factors interfering, the time that the mixed immortal cloud brocade would basically store the full amount of green lotus turbid chi would basically remain at 1 month's time, which meant that it would swim to the bottom of the water once every month. And the hybrid immortal cloud brocade also needed to be promoted, with the number of times it dived underwater increasing. Each time it would also store evolutionary energy for itself, and when the evolutionary energy reached a certain level, it would undergo a mutation and upgrade. The higher the level of treasure items it can acquire, and the probability of success will be greatly increased. According to the information feedback that Solyu had received, today's mixed immortal cloud brocade could obtain the highest exotic treasure that matched the spirit sect realm. Although he didn't understand what principle or operation it was, its functions were truly perverse and its abilities were exaggerated enough that Solyu liked it very much as well. Today, it was the first time it had sent something to Solyu, and there was no telling what level it would be. Solyu was very much looking forward to it. The first item was a battle technique called Ice Prodigy, the innate aptitude of a high-level imperial ranked powerhouse. There are 3 volumes. Volume 1, Ice Condensation Finger Killing. 10 fingers can form thumb-sized ice picks, released in a split second, which will attach to the target after hitting it or approaching it, and explode after triggering the energy on top of the ice pick. The high-ranking Spirit Emperor powerhouse who had once created this battle technique had used only this move to exterminate a high-ranking clan in an instant, and no one within the clan was spared. All of their corpses were blown up by this skill. Volume 2, Raging Sharks. Gathering several huge ice crystal sharks in front of him, the ice crystal sharks would surround the target as they rushed towards him, followed by a self-explosion. That emperor had once used this move to seriously injure a peak Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse with infinite power. Volume 3, Frozen Miles. All the energy is poured into the palm of the hand, and with the palm of the hand as the center, it begins to freeze all the things around it. It could also be used to freeze the opponent's body during a battle, and after cultivating it to perfection, it could even directly freeze another person's bloodline and spiritual energy. This move, that emperor had used it when he was on the verge of death, and completely froze the miles of mountains and rivers. Even the flying insects were not spared, and the traces of the ice seal still exist today. Hiss, what a powerful battle technique, worthy of being an innate divine ability created by an emperor rank powerhouse. The power is afraid to be straight from the higher realms. The battle techniques obtained from the mixed immortal yin gene here would automatically imprint the heart and veins in the mind, completely eliminating the need to cultivate from scratch. In other words, Solyu had now learned these 3 volumes of battle techniques and could execute them at any time. Only, the power of the battle techniques also depended on its own proficiency, as well as its own cultivation situation. With Solyu's consideration of his own situation, in the realm of the spirit monarch realm, amongst the same rank, he was almost invincible. The first item was such a strong battle skill, Solyu was already a bit impatient. He wanted to know what that second item was. The second piece was a palm-sized box, and Solyu felt his eyes sting and his body fill with palpitations just by looking through the box. It was as if something horrible was gazing into this weird box, making his mind unsteady and his blood boil. With curiosity and anticipation, Solyu opened that mysterious box. Only, as soon as the box was opened, a heaven-defying aura filled the air. In an instant, Solyu in a blood-colored world. He stood blankly in the blood-colored world. Look at the whole world. The whole world and no other. The whole world is filled with rich blood and murder. Suddenly, his body actually trembled fiercely and his heart contracted violently. In front of him, at some point, a one-eyed demonic creature appeared, and that one eye was the size of a palm, with an icy and merciless light flickering inside. in a blood-red eye. There was an irregular pattern spinning endlessly. The one-eyed demonic creature opened its fanged mouth and let out a fierce roar, then raised his slender demonic claws with evil patterns and grabbed towards Solyu's heart at an extremely slow speed. He could feel that the devil claw above the icy coldness and that can tear everything powerful might. He wanted to retreat, wanted to dodge, but he found that he actually completely unable to move. It was as if his body was controlled by numbness. His entire body, except for his consciousness and eyeballs, were all unable to move the slightest bit, and even the powerful spiritual power he had just acquired could not operate. In such a situation, he could only watch as that demonic claw dug towards his heart. All the emotions of panic and despair will be infinitely amplified here. Even the sense of pain is also infinitely enhanced, just that the demon's nails can be stuck in his own skin, so that he was in excruciating pain, as if his body was cut by countless sharp knives and blades. He was pale, sweating like a pig. His body was tense and his hairs were standing on end. In the next moment, his pupils dilated infinitely, his body trembled violently, and his despair spread infinitely, only to see that the demonic creature embedded its palm into his chest and dug out his heart alive. Then under his fearful and desperate gaze, it crushed and burst it alive, turning it into a puddle of blood. Immediately after that, the pattern in the scarlet demonic eye rotated, and he suddenly felt his body, even every organ and cell, twisting, and his blood boiled at that moment, like boiling water churning and jumping in his veins. The process went on for ages, his breathing stopping as his blood beat faster and faster, and then the beating suddenly stopped the next moment he fell into the abyss. Dong Dong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. Bang. His body suddenly burst into a mist of blood and nothing more. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in front of the swaying green lotus, and a koi carp that had reverted to its original coloration was swimming around it in the water. Solyu panted heavily, his face unusually pale, and the look of fear in his eyes still hadn't dissipated. When he looked into the huge eyes again, he instinctively wanted to run away. Just then, the green lotus swayed, and a green gas drifted out from it and merged into the devil's eye. In the next moment, the scarlet demonic eye changed, and the rich bloody flavor, as well as the palpitating blood demonic aura, was dissolved and dissipated by the greenish aura, turning into a strange eye with a greenish light. Green lotus demon pupil, idiom, fig, blue lotus flower with demonic pupil. After being transformed by the green lotus, the blood demon's eye turned into a relatively mild eye, so that it no longer looked frightening and difficult for Solyu to accept. Green lotus demon pupil, the bloodshed demon eyes have become different, and can create an illusion world controlled by the host, causing strong mental attacks and damage to the enemy, also known as green lotus illusion. Blood explosion, enemies marked or harmed by the host will create a blood connection with the green lotus demon pupil, and through the pupil power of the green lotus demon pupil, control their blood, causing it to fluctuate in a disordered manner, resonating when the frequency reaches a set level, thus inducing a blood explosion. Chapter 18, Senior Sister White Heron. Roar or howl of an animal. Deep within the Devil Beast mountain range, a lion and tiger beast let out a miserable hissing wail. Its eyes filled with unwillingness before it collapsed in response. It left countless bloody holes in its body, with residual ice cone energy on it, and blood gushed out, only to be frozen by the energy of the ice cone. The surroundings were a mess. Countless grasses, trees, mountains and rocks were mercilessly destroyed by the powerful energy, and the explosive craters left on the ground showed the tragic extent of the battle. Solyu looked at the collapsed and dying lion and tiger beasts without any compassion on his face, even to the point of being unperturbed. Since that day when the chaotic green lotus mutated and all the dust settled, Solyu hadn't made too many stops, but he hadn't left the demonic beast mountain range either. Instead, he had plunged headlong into the depths of the demonic beast mountain range, a place that had once deterred him, and where he had been practicing for more than 10 days. During this period, the low-rank bid magical beasts he had killed had been dozens of heads, and the 5th-rank spirit monarch-level magical beasts had also been killed by the handful. During this period, he had suffered several losses because he was not skilled at the sudden surge in strength, and his battle techniques and sparring skills were not at ease. Fortunately, although he was unable to cultivate over the years, he never slacked off for a single day, and some basic palm and sword techniques and unusual fighting skills never fell behind, so he still adapted quickly. After resolving this lion and tiger beast, Solyu originally wanted to put away its corpse as well, but he was unable to do so because his storage ring was already full, because the spirit stone issued by the sect was too little. There were not enough resources, and the already shy he had to find ways to send some gifts for Mukingo, which led to him being penniless all these years. Even the storage ring was bought at the lowest level, with only a little bit of space, and couldn't fit anything at all. In the past, he always felt that just having this was enough because he really didn't have much to stow away. But now that he had collected all the corpses of the magical beasts that he had killed along the way, he was stretched to the limit at this point. The corpses of magical beasts were also treasures. He wasn't rich enough to disdain them. After all, the corpse of a Spirit Dam Realm magical beast could also be sold for a good price, worth 3,000 spirit stones. And the corpse of such a Spirit Monarch Realm 5th ranked magical beast, besides the super high price, was truly priceless. After all, a magical beast of this rank, not only the fur, but even the blood and bones could be used as medicinal herbs, not to mention the magical beast magic core. It seems that it's time to make a trip to the city. In addition to the storage ring, there's also a need to buy a weapon that's handy, as well as some living supplies. Eating barbecued meat every day isn't a solution. Having no choice but to take out the corpses of those low-ranked magical beasts and throw them away. Solyu dug out the magic core of this 5th-ranked magical beast's lion and tiger beast and threw the corpse into the storage ring. After doing everything, Solyu no longer stayed and flew away, and the direction he left was completely in the opposite direction of the Tianxian sect. He now did not want to have the slightest connection with that sect at all. Not long after Solyu left this place, a pair of eyes peeked out from behind a giant tree in the sky, staring blankly at Solyu's departing back for a long time. Then a flash and disappeared. Solyu traveled through the mountains and forests, during which a number of magical beasts poked out their bodies and hissed warnings at him, while others directly attacked him. But Solyu, who was in a hurry to catch up with the road, didn't pay attention to them, and after dodging the attacks, he quickly swept towards the periphery. Right at this moment, Solyu suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching his side, which caused him to frown slightly. Sensing that familiar aura rapidly chasing him from behind, Solyu hurriedly increased his speed. Seeing a giant tree in the sky ahead, he quickly swept away, climbing the tree in a few clicks, hiding his figure amongst the lush branches and leaves, and quickly converging his own aura. Sure enough, about half a minute or so later, a woman dressed in yellow appeared. Looking around, her eyes filled with doubt. Immediately after that, 3 more figures followed and stood beside her. One of the youths at the head of the group spoke out inquiringly. "What's wrong, Shiro? Why the sudden change in direction? Didn't you say you were going back to your original clan to check it out? Why the sudden change in route?" White Heron shook his head and said after a moment of contemplation, "I seem to have sensed my senior brother's aura, so I chased after him to take a look, but I don't think it's him?" The youth in the lead asked, "Your senior brother? Is that the wasteful senior brother you said had his cultivation wasted and was still hanging around behind your group of senior sisters' asses all day long? A toad trying to eat swan meat?" Hearing that youth say so, Shiro nodded and said, "Yes, I vaguely sensed his aura just now, but I should have sensed it wrong. After all, when I left back then, he had already had his cultivation and meridians wasted, and it was simply impossible for him to cultivate again. But just now that person's speed actually couldn't even catch up with me, and I sensed that his cultivation had at least reached the late spirit heaven realm. Such a strong strength, my poor senior brother should have no hope of reaching it in this lifetime." The youth in charge snorted and said, "With his cultivation and meridians wasted, he's practically an invalid. How could he still have the chance to cultivate, especially in the northwestern realm? So barren, neither a Zune realm powerhouse can renew his meridians for him, nor a panacea to recast his foundation. How could he still cultivate to such a high level?" "It must be that you sensed wrongly," Shiro said with a smile. "It's me who thought too much. But, back then, that senior brother of mine's talent was very demonic, many times stronger than me. It's a pity. If it's not Chang'e they ignorantly intruded on the trouble. His current achievements are only better than that person just now, and he will never be given the title of waste." The youth said, "Where are the ifs? A waste is a waste. What is there to pity? There is no shortage of geniuses at any time, but it's the ones who grow up that are called geniuses," Shiro said thoughtfully. "In fact, he is quite good. Before he was not abolished. To our sisters and sisters if you are very good, there are any benefits will be the first to think of us. No matter what happens, he will be the first time to stand in front of us for us to cover the wind and rain, including me as a big sister. At that time, all of them will be taken as a dependence on him, although he is not so strong. But every time I stand in front of me time, I would feel that his thin body was so upright, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. It's just that things change. After his accident, we all seemed like a different person, afraid that he would become a burden and a liability to us. Even I shunned him, and after that, even went out to cultivate and never went back. I often wondered if I was too selfish and ruthless. People have their own destinies rich and powerful. Perhaps his suffering deserves sympathy, but it's not worth denying yourself because of it. You can only blame him for his bad luck. Why dwell on a wasted person, wasting time and energy on him?" Chapter 19, The Secret Realm of the Spirit Abyss. Let's go. Hurry to the clan you used to be in as soon as possible. We have to hurry back again immediately or we won't be able to catch up with the opening of the Spirit Abyss Mysterious Realm. Shiro frowned and said, Spirit Abyss Secret Realm. It's been more than 3 months since we went out for training this time, and the Academy has already sent out a notice urging us to do so. And in the Spirit Abyss Secret Realm, I heard that there is a heaven and earth treasure buried, the treasure Lotus Lamp. I've heard that it's a rare defensive treasure, and all the major forces are determined to get it, so we can't miss it. After thinking for a long time, Shiro said as if he had made some sort of determination. Forget it, let's go. Let's not go back to Tianxian sect. Let's go directly to Sand Emperor City and wait for the opening of the Spirit Abyss Mysterious Realm there. Suddenly thinking about it, within the Tianxian sect, there doesn't seem to be too many things for me to get hung up on. It's just Master Teacher and a few little sisters. So when this is over, I'll go back when I have the chance. The youth at the head nodded and said, in that case, it couldn't be better, and we wouldn't have to use in that dry rush. After saying that, Shiro frowned once again, and after looking around to make sure that there was no one there, she followed those people away. And Solyu, hiding in a tree, murmured, it's actually her? Eldest sister White Heron. White Heron is 2 years older than him, now exactly 20 years old. Although Solyu went up the mountain the earliest, but White Heron was also 5 years old to the Tianxian sect. At that time, I heard Zhou Yasi said, White Heron is a child of a rich merchant family. I do not know because of what. By an assassin organization to extinguish the mouth of the whole family up and down the tens of mouths of the whole family. Only she is the only one who survived. And later by Zhou Yasi saw her cultivation talent, brought back to the Tianxian sect. At that time, Shiro, always in the shadow of the tragedy of being exterminated, has always been timid and afraid, often in the middle of the night when the dream was awakened by fear, and then sat on the edge of the bed alone wailing and sobbing. During this time, it was Solyu who stayed by her side. And although Solyu wasn't sure what was happening and why eldest sister was crying, he stayed by the side, holding her when he was awakened and giving her a touch of warmth. It wasn't until 4 or 5 years later that Shiro's condition improved, and she was finally able to communicate with normal people, and could finally be seen with a smile on her face. Slowly, the White Heron finally completely out of the shadows, completely become normal, but the soul of the she did not forget the hatred in her heart, just with the growth of age. Will be that bone-deep hatred submerged into the bottom of the heart. Ears behind the ears began to slowly become stronger. He remembered that the power that brutalized her family was named First Floor. At first, his relationship with Bai Lu was actually the best, but because Solyu's talent was stronger than hers, and always steadily pushed her down in the cultivation battles, it led to the self-respecting and vengeful her to start holding a grudge against Solyu, and begin to alienate him. Even though Solyu didn't feel anything, and was still as good to her as ever, she didn't appreciate it, and was often inexplicably angry at Solyu, even punching and kicking her. In the end, the intolerable Solyu also stopped deliberately approaching her, and turned her head to play and cultivate with Mu Kingdo and the others. Until Solyu was abolished, she did not speak ill of Solyu again, but also Bayan did not care about Solyu. Not 2 years, she left the clan, never heard from again. Now that they have encountered each other again, things have long since changed. Solyu does not want to cross paths with her again. Which is why after sensing the familiar scent, he went up the tree to hide. He didn't have much interest in White Heron's sudden appearance, but he did keep an eye out for the Spirit Abyss secret realm they were talking about. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the chaotic green lotus in his body. He would now become exceptionally sensitive when he heard news about any lotus, and would always associate it with the green lotus in his body. Moreover, the chaotic green lotus was not in its complete state. He still needed to retrieve the 6 12-piece lotus flowers that were scattered when that green lotus collapsed. He couldn't imagine how heaven-defying it would be if he was able to gather all of them to merge with that green lotus in his body. After all, he had seen that even this chaotic heaven and earth was held open by this green lotus. It was then that he remembered exactly what it was that they were talking about. Sand Emperor City? Sure enough, it's still there. I almost forgot there was such a thing. I remember. In my last life, I also opened the secret realm, and although I didn't have any cultivation at that time, I remember that after blending in, I only wanted to casually reap some benefits and leave, but I inadvertently broke into a palace, and in that palace, a glowing green lotus lamp floated in the center of the main hall. I remember that it vaguely had a feeling of affinity towards me, but it did not follow me, and that lotus lamp seemed to have been obtained by Xiao Han in the end, and now that I think about it, it should have been because he had been bringing the green lotus stone table around at that time, and it was sensed by that lotus lamp, and he remembered that only cultivators under the age of 20 were qualified to enter it. Only, it wasn't that you could enter randomly, but the Sand Emperor City had set up a ring in which you competed to gain a ranking. The higher the ranking the better. When the time came, The clans and the Lord of Sand Emperor City would combine their efforts to open the secret realm. Only because the secret realm's guardian boundary was relatively strong, only one passageway could be opened. At that time, the higher the ranking, the earlier the person would enter the secret realm, and the top 50 would have a quota protection period. Each person who entered the secret realm was separated by half an hour, and when all of these 50 entered, a window would be left open with a time limit of 2 hours. Only after 2 hours would it be fully opened. By then all cultivators under the age of 20 would be able to enter it. Solyu was the last group to enter then, and was almost blocked out. He remembered that Xiao Han and Mu Qingdou ranked within the top 10 at that time, and Hua Wu Er and the others were ranked further back, almost to the mid-40s, and the resources and benefits in the secret realm are inherently limited. The earlier one enters, the more likely one will be able to fish out the good stuff first. Like Solyu at that time, they were merely going in to play soy sauce. Basically there wouldn't be any good stuff left for them, and if they were lucky enough to get 1 or 2 good things, but they wouldn't necessarily be able to live to bring it out. The current Solyu didn't have to worry at all. And of course, he wouldn't expose himself or his cultivation. He knew that the Tianxian sect would not be absent from such an event. Zhou Yasi and Mu Qingdou, they would definitely be there early. If he just rushed over there like this, he was bound to get involved with them, which was a scene he was not willing to see. In his mind, since the relationship had been severed, there was no need to come back and forth, so as not to get entangled in time. Thinking of this, Solyu flew down the tree. He had to get to the Sand Emperor City as soon as possible, and purchase something there that could hide his identity. After determining the direction, he quickly swept away, and shortly after he left, those eyes that had been spying on Solyu appeared again, staring at Solyu for a while before disappearing again. Chapter 20, Only Be Kind to Yourself. After a day of rushing on his feet without stopping, Solyu arrived at the Sand Emperor City at noon on the second day. Sand Emperor City was a medium-sized city in the Gaxuan Empire, located in the northwestern part of the country, and ranked relatively high among the many cities in the Gaxuan Empire. It was heard that the Lord of Sand Emperor City, who had a great relationship with the current empire's state lord, had made no small effort in this state lord's succession to the state lord's throne in the first place, and had been appointed as a king of a different name. Moreover, this Sand Emperor City lord, himself a spirit emperor realm powerhouse, had reached this realm for 10 years, was strong and had many proud soldiers and generals under his command, who were even more devoted and obedient to him. Under his governance, the city of the Tsars was a tough people, and no one dared to come and violate it. It is said that this lord of the city is also very generous and straightforward, and those who befriend him all praise his true nature. Tan Shisha was the name of this heroic city lord, and many people would have a feeling of talking about sand when mentioning this name. However, Solyu knew that this lord's city lord was not as forthright and honest as he appeared to be. Solyu walked faithfully through the streets. Although it was not the first time he had come to Sand Emperor City, he still felt that it was very prosperous. Sand Emperor City, as its name suggests, was built next to a piece of yellow sand. Less than 100 miles to the west along the Sand Emperor City is deserted desert area. To the east is adjacent to the Magic Beast mountain range. Although the Sand Emperor City was a main city built on top of the desert, it actually did not lack water resources. A rolling and furious Lin Yuan River ran through the entire Sand Emperor City. The Sand Emperor City was at the fringe of the desert, where the quicksand formed a peculiar landscape. That is, the Lin Yuan River passed through that quicksand, and on the left was the sparsely populated desert, while on the right hand of the Lin Yuan River were the lush cultivated fields and forests. There is a common saying, waves on the Lin Yuan River are making sand, and the Lin Yuan River is rich in the city of Shaohuang. Walking in the busy streets, looking at the ground stalls hawking next to each other, as well as the stores of various industries on the street, Solyu sighed. This is a little bit of the flavor of the human world. Take a look inside and see the freshly baked fire roasts that are just out of the oven. They taste absolutely delicious. Sugar gourd. Sweet and savory sugar gourd. Don't pay if it's not sweet. Cookies. Dalong cookies. Pears. Thirst-quenching pears. Fresh from the Beast Mountain range. How many? They're so sweet. Looking at the wide array of snacks and fruits, Solyu unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of water as his thoughts drifted back to that rainy day once again. In his previous life, he was already struggling to make ends meet, and the clan deducted his resources and spirit stones. He also had to save up money to buy some luxury items or small objects that would help in his cultivation for Mu Qingdou, although she would dislike it every time, and every time he sent it over she would discard it as if it were her own and casually threw it into a nook or cranny. But Solyu knew that he couldn't give her any more than he could give her all that he had. This led to Solyu being poor and pitiful, and since his cultivation had been abolished, he couldn't even afford the snacks that children of ordinary families were able to eat, let alone other luxuries. On that day, He took a few dozen lower-grade spirit stones that he had easily saved up and ran down the mountain alone, wanting to buy some good-looking style jewelry for Mukingo, mostly because he heard Mukingo said that she wanted to eat the salty water buns in the city, and Hua Wuer also chimed in to say that they wanted to eat it too. But in time for that heavy rain, the caravans going to the city were not doing business. Anxious, he ran toward the city in the pouring rain, originally riding the beast spirit pulling the car as long as a quarter of an hour, but he ran hard for more than an hour. After getting those wants, stop by and get the hot, salty water packets, and he was already hungry and wanted to eat, but he was worried that Muchima they didn't have enough to eat, so he hardened himself against the gulping and ran into the rain again to return to the clan. The Zongmen mountain road was not easy to walk, and several times he fell in mud pits and was covered in dirt. When he went to them with the jewelry he had bought for Mukingo and a few senior sisters in high spirits, he caused them to look disgusted, saying that they didn't even wear this kind of cheap ground floor goods anymore, and also mocked Solyu's eyesight was not good, and that what he had bought were all dirt cheap stuffs, which they couldn't look at all. Although he was lost and terrified, Solyu explained with a smile on his face, but how could they possibly feel sorry for Solyu? How could they consider that in such bad weather? A teenager with no cultivation was dragging his exhausted body, carrying all the belongings that he had saved, and running dozens of miles of mountain road to buy things for them? They would not think how good Solyu was, nor would they ask if the sludge-covered Solyu was tired or hungry, nor would they care how Solyu had so much money. They only pick and choose. They look disgusted from beginning to end, and they are mocked and taunted in every way from start to finish. Even Mu Qing-ah, the most dear mother who was promised to Solyu, after seeing what Solyu gave to her, she was also speechless and impatient, and even felt humiliated and casually threw all that Solyu had given in the corner, not even willing to look at it again. Seeing this scene, Solyu's eyes reddened a bit, full of helplessness and heartache, but there was nowhere to talk about it. When he forced down the aggression in his heart and tremblingly took out the salty water buns that were kept in the storage ring by himself and were still steaming hot, he had thought that they would at least be astonished and would show a look of great eagerness to eat it. Solyu was once again disappointed. Holding the steaming buns, Solyu wanted to walk into Mukingo's boudoir and give it to her with his own hands when he was rebuked by Mukingo's cold voice. "Look at you. How dirty are you and you still want to enter my boudoir? Hurry up and get out. If you dirty the bouquet of flowers that Xiao Han gave me, I'm not done with you. And what are you doing eavesdropping on us? Who told you we were going to eat buns? Who told you to buy them for us? Why are you so annoying, are you? If there's a next time, let's see how I'll punish you." Solyu was filled with bitterness, sourness, and said in a low voice, "I didn't eavesdrop on you guys. I overheard you. I bought these buns after running dozens of miles up the mountain. You should be hungry by now. Eat 2 more or less." Flower Mistake said without mercy. "Che, who knows if you have done anything disgusting on this crappy bun? Hurry up to take away. Don't disgust us. Xiao Han is afraid that we are hungry. Has Long already brought Hongfu Lu's roasted goose? A product of crispy, stewed pigeon, drunken roasted 8 treasures chicken. We are full of food. Take it back and eat it yourself." "Ah, still not going?" Solyu red-eyed, in the pouring rain, ate a bun, which was very salty, and I don't know if it was the taste of tears or the salty taste of the bun itself, but anyway, it made him so heartbroken and aggravated that he couldn't stop sobbing. Solyu, who had returned to his senses, stood on the street and looked at the food as he murmured to himself. "Solyu, in this life, live well and promise yourself that you will only be so good to yourself." Chapter 21. Entering the auction house. Solyu let out a long breath and lifted his feet once again, walking towards the center of the city. If he remembered correctly, there should be an auction house there. In his last life, he did not have the resources of spirit stones, but he also liked to go to those places, although he could only stand in the doorway and watch from afar. But even if he watched, when those strong people threw thousands of dollars to spend recklessly on auctioning things, he would sincerely sigh. It is really good to have money, and it is really good to have rich strong people. So, he was kind of familiar with that place. After getting his bearings, he looked forward slightly, wondering just how much these corpses in his ring would be worth. Just as Solyu had left and had just disappeared into the crowd, Mu Qing or Ticlio actually appeared. Suddenly, it was as if she saw Solyu's figure, and she turned to look, but she didn't find anything. "Aking, oh Aking, hey, what are you looking for?" Hua Wuer raised her hand in front of Mu Qing's eyes and asked with a puzzled expression. Mu Qingdo returned her face and said with a forced smile, "Didn't see anything, maybe it was a mistake." Hua Wuer said in wonder, "Did you see wrong? Who do you take as little chill?" Giggle, "I told you that you've changed. After severing your relationship with that punk Solyu, you've now become a free agent. Now you can blatantly be with little chill, happy in your heart. So, Ever since Little Cold said that he went out to look for that punk Solyu, you've become distracted in the past few days. You miss him so much. Why don't you go out with him? But that's right. Seeing that punk Solyu makes people angry. If you guys are unlucky and really find that punk, TSK, how disgusting would that be? Hua Wu Air gestured exaggeratedly, with a disgusted expression of having eaten a fly on his face, not noticing, in the slightest, Mu Kingo, whose face had become less natural. Fourth senior sister Lin Shi, on the other hand, pouted and said, Hua Wu Air, you are not allowed to be so messy. Although the second senior sister and that punk Solyu have severed their relationship and signed the instrument of dissolution of the marriage contract, but after all, she is considered to be betrothed to someone else, and can only be counted as a second marriage. Xiao Han, however, hasn't even been in love yet, and no matter what, this first-hand marriage contract is not Qinghua's turn. Otherwise, I won't agree to it. Someone even chimed in. That's right, we can't let Kingo take advantage of it. Xiao Han is for all of us. Listening to them speak one sentence at a time, all implicating themselves, Mu Kingo said in a cold voice with a sullen face, Don't worry, I won't take him from you. He's yours. After saying that, she left without looking back, and Mu Qingqing, who was upset, had no more interest in continuing to shop, and walked towards the clan's premises. Ha, what's wrong with her? Stupid. I've said that she's longing for Xiao Han, and she's been in a low mood for the past few days, and you guys are still saying these things one after another. Look, get angry, Che, just being honest. If you want to blame it on that punk Solyu. What's the point of being angry with us? It's not like we ruined her. I'm also going back. Master said that there are quite a few treasures in the Lin Yuan secret realm this time. I'm going to go back and cultivate properly, and when the time comes, I'll try to get a good ranking in the front. That's the right thing to do. The Bailong Chamber of Commerce, a well-known chamber of commerce in the Gachuan Empire, with branch offices all over the major main cities and a high degree of credibility. When Solyu stepped into the Paragon Chamber of Commerce's auction house for the first time with such confidence, his heart was also vaguely touched. In his previous life, even if he had to mix into such an auction house, it was not easy for him to get in, and every time after he came in, he was careful, because any person here, even the boy who served tea and water, was not something he could mess with. At that time, if it wasn't for the fact that he still had a token of the Heavenly Xian Clan Sex Patriarch's personal disciple, he wouldn't have even been able to enter this threshold. Now, he could walk into this auction house in a dignified manner. Although he couldn't do it with impunity, at least he no longer had to be careful and worry about being blasted out at any time. Solyu made a simple mask out of some old fabric in case he was recognized, and with this peculiar dress, coupled with the fact that he himself was only wearing cheap, rough linen clothes and didn't have any clan markings, he was instantly recognized as abnormal by the guards next to him. Roll. Where did you get that mountainous piker from? Is this Bailong Chamber of Commerce for just any cat or dog to come in? Solyu wasn't angry either. He had seen it many times in his last life. It was the ugly face of the guards when dealing with ordinary people who were in a position of power. However, whenever they see a human-like male, especially if there is a more powerful clan logo, these guards are just like lackeys without eggs, eager to go up to kneel and lick, and humble to the bone. Therefore, Solyu had long since gotten used to it as usual, and had also long since known how to deal with these people. In the face of the guards who lunged towards him, Solyu did not panic and dodge, nor did he stop his steps, but instead, he walked towards the inside on his own. Pulling out a second-rank magical beast's magic core, he casually threw it behind him without looking back. Tell your steward to come out. Little Master has a big job to talk to your steward today. Let's see if he has the guts and ability to take it. Behind the chase over the guards, see the situation. Directly grab that was thrown out of the magic core. Take a closer look. Actually is the second order magic core. This year the magic core is so worthless? Throw it to me casually? Immediately, he changed his expression and blearily came forward to hold up the curtain for Solyu, saying, This young master, I have no eyes and have neglected you, please forgive me. Disgustedly glancing at the chair that the guard had wiped clean with saliva, Solyu sat down on the chair next to him and looked around at this elegant room, secretly sighing that it was really good. In his last life he didn't even have the qualifications to enter this place, and every time he carefully walked up to the door here wanting to observe, he would be blown away by the sharp-eyed guards. That guard walked to the door of an attic and knocked on the door. An old man in the shape of a shopkeeper poked his body out and asked, What is it? Didn't I say that I'm here to prepare for the auction, so don't come and disturb me? The guard hurriedly whispered, Lord Deacon, there's a guest outside, dressed in rough linen clothes, his head wrapped tightly. He said he has a big business to talk to you about. Let's see if you can take it. The deacon smothered the guard's head and cursed. Idiot, I think you're getting more and more alive. Standing at the door standing stupid you. Don't you know the rules here? Which honored guests don't book a private room when they want to talk business with me? Who wraps himself up tightly in this heat? You're so sneaky. You're a liar. Go on. Blast it out. Chapter 22 The Bitter Deacon Wang. Instead of listening to the deacon, the guard reached out and blocked the door as the old man was about to close it. He said, Deacon Wang, that young master is really an honored guest. I really didn't look away this time. You'll know if you go over and take a look. Deacon Wang looked impatient and said, I say you boy, what favor did he give you that gave you the nerve to disobey me? The guards hurriedly said, no, not given. This deacon was good at everything, just very petty. If he took out that 1-second rank magic core, it would definitely be confiscated by him. He wasn't stupid. Seeing that this guard was so stubborn, blocking the doorway and not allowing himself to return to the house, Deacon Wang was helpless and said, the impatient Deacon Wang reluctantly walked to the elegant room, and sure enough, as the guards had said, the man had wrapped himself tightly and dressed plainly, making him completely uninterested in receiving him. You're the one who said you wanted to talk to me about a big deal. Sol Yu took a look. It was actually this old man. In his last life he had no trouble with him. He was the one who always turned Sol Yu away. What? Doesn't it look like it? Deacon Wang said with a disdainful face and his head raised high. As you can see, which one of the people who come to us is not a dignitary? Which one of them is not a valued disciple of a great sect? Forgive the old man's clumsy eyes, but I really didn't see which part of you says that you are qualified enough to talk business with me. Sol Yu light oh? A voice said. Really? Do you mean that those who come into your place of business have to dress very decently? And to have your nobility written all over you? That someone who dresses like me has to be a poor, lowly man? Deacon Wang bristled and said, it's not too bad by a large margin, although there are also many who are acting in a low-profile manner, and their own strength is unfathomable. But I've seen a lot of those kinds of people, and I can see through their and disguise at a glance. That kind of illustrious temperament, that kind of overbearing style of acting, TSK, but none like you. It doesn't look like an expert demeanor, rather like a mountain ruffian. Sol Yu smiled out of the corner of his eye and violently erupted an aura from his body, then instantly retracted it and looked at him teasingly. Is that so? Is that a masterful style? While Sol Yu unleashed his aura, the guards and Deacon Wang were lifted to the ground by the violent aura, their bodies flying directly backwards, smashing a table and chair into pieces and sending wood shavings flying across the room. The guard was shocked and speechless, and his heart was glad that he didn't have time to make a move on him at that time. If not, as for Deacon Wang, who also flew out backwards next to him, he was shocked beyond words. His face was pale, cold sweat was pouring out, and his eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't care less about the pain in his body and hurriedly climbed up, bowing and bowing over and over again. The villain has eyes to not recognize MT. Tai. I hope that the adults do not see the blame. The old man today by the wind and sand lost the dog's eyes. The high people as a liar. Really damned. Really damned. I hope that the adults do not remember the villain. Do not with the small general understanding. The corners of Sol Yu's mouth contained a smile. For the first time, he felt that this feeling of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger was really cool. For the first time, he made a person who had once casually berated and repelled him fear himself as if he was afraid and respectful. In his last life, the days of being looked down upon and having his dignity wantonly trampled on wherever he went were gone, and it was a truly wonderful feeling. Sol Yu Huai had business to attend to and didn't want to spend more time here. Saying casually, do you take magic cores here? Do you take magical beast corpses? Hearing that Sol Yu did not mean to blame himself, Deacon Wang hurriedly stood up and said, my lord, magic cores and magic beast corpses are collected. What's the quote? Deacon Wang calmed down his frightened thoughts and organized his thoughts. The moment just now had shocked him so much that his brain turned blank. My lord, we only accept second-rank magical cores and magical beast corpses and above. Sol Yu froze slightly, frowned, coughed lightly, and said, oh, only second order and above? Luckily, the storage ring space is not big enough. Otherwise keeping those are also trash. If you take it out, I'm afraid that it will be snickered by this guy. Deacon Wang froze, and when he heard Sol Yu's tone change, he hurriedly changed his words. If it's an adult who brings it, also take it. Take it. Without any nonsense. Sol Yu said, well good. Find a spacious and secluded place. There's too much stuff for that to fit. Deacon Wang's face was bitter, and he couldn't wait to slap himself, cursing himself for being stupid and having nothing better to do than to taunt such a strong person. This can be good. The first order magical beasts are basically nothing. Unusual people can hunt to get. Collected in is also a pile of garbage. But now riding the tiger is difficult. He also thought that this person only one or two Then he can make the decision. Break the acceptance. But he heard. This person actually has a lot of first-order magical beast corpses? He was on the verge of crying. How much money would this have to be posted? Looking to the side of the gloating guards, his old face was going green with anger. It was all because of this idiot. When the time comes to pay for the damages, let him also pat it. You're welcome inside. There's a big inspection warehouse there. We'll go there and see. Lead the way. Deacon Wang, who was in a depressed mood, didn't dare to have an attack, so he could only scold the guards. Didn't you hear what my lord said? Still standing there, do you want me to lead the way? Oh, hey, your way. When he came to the warehouse, Solyu looked around for a while. However, he didn't rush to get the stuff out, but first asked, what's the market for magic cores and magic beast corpses now? How are the prices? Deacon Wang replied, according to the current market, a first-ranked demonic beast's core is worth at most 50 spirit stones, and the corpse is 30. Of course, if your lordship wants to replace spirit herbs or elixirs of the same value, that's also possible. Every 2 first-ranked demon cores and demon beast corpses can count you 115 spirit stones, which is definitely the highest price in Zar City. A second-order magic core can be worth 200 spirit stones, and a magical beast corpse is 130 spirit stones. If there is a third-order magic core and a third-order magic beast, the price will be relatively higher. After all, a third-order magic beast would require a high-level cultivation at the Spirit Xian realm to fight against it, and the magic core itself and the corpse of the magic beast would also have a high utilization value. So a third-order magic core is worth about 850 to 2,300 spirit stones. There will be fluctuations in the middle, depending on the nature of the beast itself and the bloodline. The corpse is also divided into races. If some of the mutated beasts, the value of the corpse will be higher at higher. The value of the 615 to 1,550 spirit stones in this range. Of course, the better preserved it is, the higher the price will be. Solyu nodded his head and secretly thought to himself. This old man was quite sensible and didn't press too hard. The price was quite fair. He had bought one for Mukingo before, picked it out for a long time, talked about the price for a long time, and went around almost all the stores in that city just to save a few more spirit stones. So he had a pretty good idea of the price of this piece. Chapter 23, Stopping the Water. At that moment, Solyu asked after a moment of contemplation, what about 4th and 5th order? How much is this kind worth? For this, Solyu's heart is not in the right place. In his previous life, he didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with this kind of high-level magical beast. Even a glance feels like a kind of excitement and luxury. Deacon Wang secretly skimmed his mouth, thinking, if only you could take out these, then no matter how many first orders you take out, such a deal would be profitable. But he answered honestly, having learned his lesson from earlier. 4th order magical beasts correspond to the spirit heaven realm cultivation. This level of demonic beasts already have spiritual awareness. Their own strength is very strong. A 4th rank demon core can be worth between 30,000 to 12,000 ranging. The price of the corpse is also about 70,000 100,000. This level of demonic beasts, its own fur ah can be used to act as a carrier for making talismans. Blood ah can be used to hammer the strength of the body, or after the fusion of the alchemist, to achieve a number of other effects, and even the viscera can be used as a medicinal guide, so the price is relatively high. If it's a 5th order magical beast, it's worth more than 100,000 up to a few 100,000. After all, in this world, spirit monarch realm powerhouses aren't everywhere. Moreover, the various uses and value of the 5th rank magical beast is extremely high. Generally very few such strong people are willing to take it out and sell it. It belongs to something that has a price. This kind of thing will generally be taken out for auction, so that it will be sold at a better price. Solyu was shocked and secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. He knew that this thing should be worth a lot of money, but he didn't expect that it was actually worth so much. He never thought that one day he would be able to have so much money. The basic trading currency of this world was spirit stones, which were coin-sized and could be used not only to circulate as currency, but also to absorb the aura in them to enhance their cultivation. There is also a kind of currency that is rarely seen, and the Solyu of the last life has only seen it once. The amethyst pith is incredibly precious, almost never circulates on the market, and ordinary people have never seen it. The purchasing power of a spirit stone was still okay. Just take the sugar gourd for example. One spirit stone could purchase 50 of those, and a man from a mortal family who did hard labor would earn around 15 spirit stones a month, and a better one could earn up to 30. One could imagine that the prices in this world were not low. With a wave of Solyu's hand, rows and rows of magic cores appeared out of thin air, scattered randomly on the ground, with fluorescent light shining through them. Seeing a scene, Deacon Wang and that guard directly dropped their jaws in shock, their eyes filled with unbelief. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again, realizing that he was not mistaken. and that what soul you took out were all the magic cores of third-order magical beasts, and the cores were intact, without a trace of damage, so that they could be sold at a good price. It had originally thought that as long as Soul you could take out one or two third-order magic cores, then he would have made a solid profit, but he didn't expect that these dozens or even hundreds of magic cores were all third-order. Deacon Wang was ecstatic. His eyes were glowing. Not waiting for Soul Yu to say anything, he hurriedly squatted down and cupped a few magic cores in his hand. He couldn't stop smiling. He knew that this time, he had made a lot of money. I still do not know the name of the adults. I hope that the adults do not begrudge to tell, or let the small look forward to some, in the future to notify me of all the branches of the 100-lung Chamber of Commerce, lest some of the blind as I am as clumsy rash head offended the adults. Soul Yu said darkly. No wonder this old man can become a deacon. This cheek and temperament alone makes one's heart comfortable. Although he was presumptuous earlier and violated a taboo, he has been trying to remedy the situation ever since, even going so far as to rehash old stories to demean himself and also to please the customers. The name Soul Yu naturally couldn't be used anymore. It was time to give himself a new name to walk the rivers and lakes. Deacon Wang shuffled around and didn't get impatient. Soul Yu pondered for a long time and said leisurely, don't think of the past, don't fear the future. The heart is like the water, and you can't go forward. Deacon Wang nodded fervently and said, worthy of being an adult, easy to understand, Manhwa atmospheric. Let a person at first listen to it is very strong. Moreover, it also contains the meaning of the supreme truth and the warning of the great Tao in a hidden way. Wonderful, wonderful, it is really a good name. Soul Yu rolled his eyes and asked, oh, my name is actually so profound? I don't even know it myself. Then since you are so complimentary, but you already know my name? What is it called? Deacon Wang was just about to blurt it out, but suddenly froze. Usually people truthfully state their name, even if it's made up nonsense. He can still believe it and give him the benefit of the doubt. However, upon careful consideration, just now this person did not say his name. Suddenly being asked by him like this, he actually gave himself a whole lot of not being able to do so. Scratching his hand in embarrassment, he squeezed out a smile that was worse than a cry. His hands at a loss. The guard next to him laughed out loud, causing Deacon Wang to glare angrily in warning. He hastily covered his mouth, but still held his tongue. Just call me Stopper. Deacon Wang didn't dare to be flattering, and hurriedly nodded his head, saying, yes, Lord Stopper, I'll take inventory for you. After counting them one by one, he smiled and said to Soul Yu, Lord Jishuwei, there are a total of 108 third-order magic cores. All of them are of very good quality, and some of them are rare species. In this case, in view of the unreasonable offense that I took at you just now, I am willing to pay the highest price for each of them, which is 2,300 spirit stones. I'll do the math for you here, and pay you the spirit stones directly after I'm done. Seeing Soul Yu shaking his head, Deacon Wang froze, his eyebrows tightened in his face, and he carefully said, Lord Stopwater, this price is already the highest. Moreover, I can guarantee that if you shop around the entire San Emperor City, you definitely won't be able to find a second price like this, and there's definitely no price higher than the one on my side. If you don't believe me, you can go and inquire. If the price from my side is lower, I am willing to compensate you tenfold. Soul Yu shook his head and said, the price is fine. I'll take it. What I'm trying to say is that I still have it here. So take it easy for now. We'll count it all together later. Deacon Wang's eyes glowed even brighter, and the folds on his face smiled a little more as he smiled with anticipation in his eyes. Lord Jishuwei is really quick. If every businessman can be like you, then I guess I can live some more years. And Lord Jishuwei is really powerful, actually able to hunt so many third-order magical beasts. But no matter how many third-order magical cores, Bailong Chamber of Commerce, will take them all. The price is still according to the $2,300 that was agreed upon just now. I just don't know how many Lord Jishuwei can take out. If you have a lot of third-order magic cores in your hands, I suggest you take them all out. Because third-order magic cores. Third-order magic cores. Hiss. Fourth-order magic core? Is this a fourth-order magic core? Stopper-sama actually has a fourth-ranked magic core. Hoo-hoo. It's really a fourth-order magic core. It's really a big business big deal. Lord Stopper, do you really want to sell it? I'll take this one fourth-rank magic core. You name your price. You only need one. Then what should I do? Do I have to run to other chambers of commerce to sell these dozens of fourth-order magic cores? Ugh. Trouble. Shish. What? There are still dozens of fourth-rank magic cores? Is this true? I'm old. You can't lie to me. Chapter 24, Commencement of Testing. Soul Yu also stopped dilly-dallying and simply took out all of the magic cores and magic beast corpses. When the fifth order, flickering fluorescent, with the hissing and pressure of magical beasts vaguely emanating from it. Fifth-order magic cores were placed in front of the two men. These two men were directly dumbfounded. Deacon Wang was even almost paralyzed with excitement. His eyes filled with shock and amazement. His eyes glaring out. He breathed heavily, his eyes bubbling with greedy green light as he stroked up gently. Mesmerized. Treasures? I haven't felt the scent of a fifth-ranked magic core in a long time. Lord Stopper, are you really going to sell all of these? Solyu nodded without hesitation and said, that's right, they're all for sale. You can value them now. And if the price is right, they're all yours. Deacon Wang's heart was blossoming. It was almost like the feeling of an extremely high-quality spirit stone falling from the sky and hitting him in the head. He was simply so happy that he was about to take off. Just a moment. I'll estimate the price. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. When Solyu put the spirit stones obtained from the demon cores and other items he sold into his storage ring, he also breathed a sigh of relief. More than 2 million spirit stones. This was something he didn't even dare to dream about in his previous life. But now it was actually realized so easily. In his last life, he couldn't even afford to eat a single salty bun. In this life, he would taste all the delicacies on earth and no longer be stingy with himself. Solyu asked again, is there a mask or something like that here that can conceal your breath? I also need a storage ring with a lot of space. I don't know if there's any. Deacon Wang sniffed and said after a little thought, you're really in a hurry. There really is a peculiar mask over here, only that it's a bit special, and it's not expensive. As for rings with more space, there are quite a few of them over here, in various styles and materials, so feel free to pick them out when the time comes. Solyu said with a light in his eyes, bring it to me. Just a moment. I'll fetch it. Not long after, Deacon Wang came over with a tray with a mask on it. To say it was a mask was not quite true. It could only be considered a visor. The mask was made of an unknown material, like a bronze mask or dark green and gold. The mask is a crying face in a lifelike style. And what makes it a mask is that half of the left side is missing, revealing half a smudge of lips, but there were no signs of breakage on it, so it was obviously made specifically to look like this. Solyu picked up the bronze mask and scrutinized it carefully. The mask emitted a faint aura fluctuation, and it was slightly cool to the touch, with a unique texture. Are there any other special features of this mask? Solyu asked. Deacon Wang laughed. This mask is a rare thing. Not only can it conceal the breath, it can also change the wearer's voice to a certain extent. Even the temperament can be concealed. It's definitely a good thing. In the end, Solyu spent more than 50,000 spirit stones to buy that bronze mask and a spatial ring with a space the size of a basketball court. He deposited the remaining spirit stones into his card before he left the Paragon Chamber of Commerce. Solyu chose an ordinary restaurant to stay in. Not that he didn't want to spend money, but he didn't want to be that flashy. The best restaurants and inns were filled with foreign cultivators, so there were a lot of people in trouble. Another very important reason is that the one-piece crispy chicken at this place is especially good. Just the smell of it is intoxicating. In his previous life, although he was down and out, he did not lack warm moments, although such moments were few and far between, and they were brought about by people who had met in passing, or who had had the same kind of encounters. That one time he ate a piece of crispy chicken. It was a silver-haired man he had never met before who had invited him to eat it. And by the way, it seemed like that person's last name was Sol as well. Early in the morning of the second day, the notice for the test had been posted, because at 10 minutes past noon today, when the sun was high in the sky and the temperature was at its highest, the Lin Yuan secret realm would be revealed, and this was the best time to open it. And once you missed it, you were afraid that the chances would be slim. There were many secret realms on this continent. However, these secret realms were not created out of thin air, and the time and place of opening were not fixed. And this Lin Yuan secret realm, which was only a low-level secret realm, was the only place that the Northwest regarded as a treasure. Only, a secret realm is a secret realm, and although it has no effect on those strong people whose cultivation has long been perfected, it is still of great help to ordinary disciples. Moreover, although some secret realms were low-level, they would occasionally produce some strange and exotic treasures, just like this Lin Yuan secret realm, where a treasure lotus lamp existed. In addition to that, there were also some techniques, battle skills, spirit medicines or weapons and special materials in the secret realm, which were definitely existences that were madly snatched by countless people when they were placed in the outside world. This audition was not meant to be a contest due to the large number of participants. That would be too much of a waste of time. The Sand Emperor City had set up a temporary selection area here, and the temporary area was limited to a stone gate, and at the top of the gate, there was a testing heavenly pillar that was about 20 feet long, and above the testing heavenly pillar, a light wave canopy hung down. This test heavenly pillar was sacrificed by several 7th-rank Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses. and the lightwave canopy hanging down contained a powerful force of laws. When passing through this canopy, it would block out those with low cultivation or those whose age exceeded the limit. And these people with low cultivation or even no cultivation would only be able to enter the prosperity mystic realm at the specified time. As for those whose age exceeded the limit, even if they were not blocked by the canopy, they would still be rejected by the Ling Yuan secret realm. After entering the canopy, there was a mega center square, which was temporarily built, but there were 3,000 steps to get up there. There were 4 staircases in the sky, one in the east, west, south, and north, and on top of that ladder, there were 5 Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses working together to release their mighty pressure, stopping and selecting those who ascended the ladder, thus dividing the final rankings. When Solyu arrived at the testing area, the scene was already overcrowded. So some people know that the current ranking is meaningless, but there are always people who hold a fluke. In case those who are ranked in the front can have more chances, Solyu didn't fight for position, but rather went with the flow. This time in the Lin Yuan secret realm, he was bound to be the first to go in, because he was very sure that the precious lotus lamp was related to the green lotus in his body. When the line in front began to surge, Solyu knew that the test had officially begun. He followed the large group forward and saw that very few people entered the light curtain. Most of them would be brushed off and blocked out. They either hung their heads, beat their chests, or were upset, and rushed toward the canopy again. But unsurprisingly, they still didn't make it in. Solyu passed through the canopy without any obstruction, and could not help but sigh a little. In his last life he was blocked outside the canopy, and did not even have the qualifications to give it a try, and hid alone at the very back, looking enviously at those who entered the canopy. He also used to fantasize that one day he would be able to have a great deal of scenery and ambition. Chapter 25 The Ladder to Heaven. Right after Solyu entered the canopy, not far from him, White Heron's group was also lining up. She looked at Solyu's figure, pondering, that time in the demonic beast mountain range. Although she did not catch up with that familiar figure, she vaguely remembered that figure. If she hadn't sensed it wrong, the man wearing a bronze mask just now was the familiar aura she had sensed in the demonic beast mountain range. Only, why had his aura changed today? What she didn't know was that bronze mask could change a person's aura, even their temperament, which was why she was confused. Although she was puzzled, it didn't affect her attention to the figure, and after entering the canopy, she also sought out the figure at a glance. Solyu naturally sensed White Heron's aura as well, except that he was now wearing a bronze mask, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. The center square was held up by 4 thick pillars that rose up and hung in midair, on which sat 5 figures, each of which gave off a powerful aura that was intimidating. The overhanging staircase stretched upward, and the steps weren't loose enough to hold up to 5 people side by side at the same time to keep from falling. After starting to climb, the powerhouses above would exert the powerful pressure of the 7th stage Spirit Emperor realm with all their might, ranking them based on the number of steps ascended and their speed. As the first person with guts began to climb, all the people who came in also acted, and the strong people above also violently unfolded their own pressure at this moment. The strong energy of the Spirit Emperor realm poured down as much as it could, almost forming a substance. The people who walked at the front, mulled over by the impact of such a mighty pressure, and on the spot, some people directly fell down the steps and flung themselves out. There were also people who, although they didn't fly down backwards, were seriously injured and spat out blood. What is this? Who can go up there with such strong pressure? How can this be so? I'm a cultivator of the Spirit Dan realm perfection. Why was I knocked down so quickly? How can I still test this? The cultivation of the Spirit Emperor realm is as terrifying as it is. I don't believe anyone can go up there. Originally, someone wanted to mock a couple of sentences, but he was afraid that he would be knocked down as soon as he opened his mouth, so he hurriedly shut up. This time, Solyu didn't rush to climb, but waited for a while, wanting to observe if there were any existences amongst this group of people that could pose a threat to him. Seeing Solyu standing still, White Heron frowned, but she knew that this strange teenager in front of her was able to dodge all of her tracking. It was impossible for him to be intimidated by this heavenly staircase. She just didn't know what he was waiting for, and the fellow disciples she was with were constantly urging her on. She was helpless. Shiro, what's going on? Why aren't you leaving yet? Shiro frowned and said, this masked one is the one we chased in our magical beast mountain range a few days ago, and even though his aura has changed, I still inexplicably felt familiar and recognized him at a glance. I'm looking. Why isn't he going up? What is he waiting for? Xing Yuan said with a frown. Yeah, is that the one who looks a lot like your punk senior brother? I already said it the other day. It's impossible for your punk senior brother to be cured, and there's no way he'll have a chance to enter this place, so don't think about it anymore. Moreover, weren't you going to find someone from your division yesterday? How come I didn't see you say that either? Shiro sighed and smiled bitterly. Maybe I'm overthinking it. He shouldn't be. I went to the clan side, just far from a glance at them. Once and they do not have any intersection. After so many years, more and more rusty. I do not know with them to meet. Stop vomiting to say something. Simply do not see. The only thing in that clan that I still have to worry about is my senior brother. And so on the end of this secret adventure, I will go back to see him, leaving him some resources. In that clan, the only one who was good to me is him, but I am doing things to hurt him over and over again. For so many years, I am blaming myself. Xing Yuan was helpless and said, okay, then I'll accompany you then. White Heron sniffed, raised her eyebrows and did not say anything. She actually did not want him to follow. Every time she heard him say that her senior brother was a waste, her heart was uncomfortable. Glancing once more at the masked Solyu, Shiro also walked upwards. Their conversation, Solyu naturally heard, can only secretly sigh, eyes complex. At the bottom of his heart, more or less, there is also a little more warmth. At least Shiro can still remember his good. White Heron's group, with their fast speed, topped the pressure of the Yuaning stage powerhouses, and reached the middle of the heavenly ladder in a short while. At this time, Solyu realized that their speed had slowed down, and they should have felt the blockage. Alas, those of us who don't stand a chance can't even ascend the steps. What do you guys say? This test, who will take first place? This you're asking the right person. I've studied the current celestial pride quite a bit. Even if it's not accurate, it's still not too far off. Solyu was just about to take a step, but then he brought his foot back and came over. He would like to hear which people were studied. If we talk about this first place, then it would definitely be the Mercury sex Shui Yuntian. For so many years, the second position of the Dragon Tiger ranking has been changing, but no one has been able to shake that lofty first position. Only, for such a small secret realm event, with Shui Yuntian's pride, he would definitely not bother to come here. And among this group of heaven ascending ladder people, the one who can take first place is naturally none other than Yang Xiao. What? Yang Xiao, the 19th on the Dragon Tiger ranking? Hiss. The number one person under the Saint Son of Flower Thousand Valley. He actually came here to participate in the Lin Yuan Mystic Realm secret test? The second one is Berserk Battle. You guys should have heard of him. It's actually him, the 25th ranked belligerent in the Dragon Tiger ranking list. Berserk Battle. It's nothing unusual for him to come. That person likes to challenge everywhere the most. And now that there's an opportunity like this, how could he possibly not come? The third position, without a doubt, should be Cloud Mountain of the Cloudlon sect. Yun Shan? Ranked 30th on the Dragon and Tiger ranking list. A hand of the Yuyun sword is used in a mesmerizing manner. Hearing these names, Solyu secretly nodded his head because in his previous life, these people were very famous and their cultivation had reached the supreme realm. Look, how is that person's speed so fast? He's already almost at the 2000 steps. Che, lonely, isn't that Yang Xiao? You're looking at the one behind him, the one that's more than 20 levels short of Yang Xiao. That's Berserk Battle. The one at the back who's catching up is Yunlan Sex Yun Shan. He's right behind him too. TSK, it's worthy of being in the top 30 on the Dragon Tiger ranking. It's really something. That's true, but anyone who can make it to the Dragon Tiger ranking has no weaklings. Seeing this, Solyu said softly, with their cultivation, climbing up so quickly, will certainly appear after the lack of strength. The more to the back, the pressure will be more intense. That Yang Xiao up to 2,700. No, exactly. 2,735 will be the most. Almost should be exhausted. That Berserkers, it's only 2,509. Can't break the 2006 mark. As for that Yun Shan, 2,499. Ha ha, you, a person who doesn't even have the qualifications to climb, actually dares to comment on those strong people who climbed the peak? It's also accurate to the final single digit. Laughing to death. Chapter 26 Tansitha. That's right, such as you and I. We are considered mere mortals. How can we be compared to those divine figures? And you're actually commenting on it. You really don't know what you're talking about. Don't think that just because you've cultivated to the Spirit Dan realm that you consider yourself an immortal cultivator. You're still far from it. Like you. Just like us. Just look at the action. Don't be old and uninformed. Solyu laughed lightly and didn't retort. Whether or not his prediction was correct, he just needed to wait and see the results. At this time, he noticed that although the egret is not traveling very fast, but the victory in the smooth, and did not rush to attack the heart to use all their strength to climb, but the rhythm of the pace is well grasped, so as not to be in the latter part of the lack of strength. Compared to Yang Xiao and the others, he was instead optimistic about White Heron, thinking that she would go farther than Yang Xiao and the others. Apparently, the three were secretly competing, all speeding up again. TSK, 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 see, little fool, those three accelerated you again. What do you know? At this rate, they won't just rush up to the rooftop. That would be too scary. Just kidding. Do you think the top 30 of the Dragon Tiger ranking is blown out of proportion? Dragon Tiger ranking even those pussies from Tianxian sect only managed to make it to the list this year. That's Tianxian sect's fairy-like characters. These several people are strong to this extent. Can you imagine how strong that perennially dominating the first place of the list, Shui Yuntian, is? That's a monster. Who can be compared to that? Gakshuan Empire, up and down several 200 years. Do not see someone can be compared with the existence of it. There is not a saying how to say, iron water cloud sky, running water of the Dragon Tiger list well. That is him At some point, a middle-aged man appeared beside Solyu, his eyes shining brightly. The middle-aged man was a bit obese. His eyes were like the size of copper bells, and a scar running across his cheek gave him chills, making him look like a reckless man. His appearance caused a commotion over here. Ha, who are you? At your age, can you still come in here? Right, isn't there an age limit here? How did you sneak in? The middle-aged man laughed out loud. His laughter was like thunder, shocking the ears of the people next to this. Why did I get in? Can't you guys see that? Don't I look like an 18-year-old teenager? Ha ha ha. You, 18? Grass. Are you insulting us? Saying you're 80 makes you look old. But you're still 18. Solyu's sweaty hairs stood up as soon as this middle-aged man landed beside him, a sign of encountering extreme danger. His face sank. How could he have been targeted when he was already so disguised? He didn't think that the old boy had come running to gag with the gang. This person he naturally recognized and was incomparably familiar with. He was the city lord of Sand Emperor's city, a spirit emperor realm expert, Tan Shisha. Once upon a time, he had only seen him a few times from afar at a few festivals. At that time, Solyu was an invalid, ordinary to the core, and not noticed by anyone. So he knew Tan Shisha, but Tan Shisha didn't know Solyu. Sure enough, the next moment, Tan Shisha looked at Solyu and said, "This little brother, why don't you climb the heavenly ladder? There won't be enough time to test the other people's old ways any longer like this." Although Solyu was wary, he would not be completely afraid in the face of this ruthless man's question, and replied calmly, "Don't panic, this ranking is actually not very important to me. More than waiting for the heavenly ladder, I'm actually more curious as to why Lord Sha City actually didn't preside over the big picture up there, but instead ran down here." Tan Shisha was not surprised to be recognized, but instead laughed out loud, "Just happy to see the hunt. It's been a long time since I've seen a good seedling like you." It's said that Shuyunshan's cover is unrivaled, and that there's no one else in this Gakshuan Empire or even the northwestern lands. But it seems that the state lord said this prematurely. This is not it. Isn't there someone in front of us who is not inferior to him? Ha ha ha. Solyu sniffed and bristled. He didn't know what this old fox was up to, holding himself up as being on the same level as Shui Yuntian. He didn't know what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. City Lord Sha is really flattering. I wouldn't dare to be so insulting to my juniors. You stay first. I'm going to climb the heavenly stairs. He didn't dare to stay too much. This guy looks ferocious on the outside, a reckless person at first glance, but that backstage means are as many as the hairs of the head. A little carelessness, he will be loaded. He doesn't want to be targeted by this guy. He decided that he would hurry and run away when he came out of the Lin Yuan secret realm, lest he be set up by this person. Sha City Lord? Are you sure you haven't read it wrong? This person is a Lingdan realm that doesn't even dare to climb the heavenly ladder. How can you compare him to someone like Shui Yuntian? Right, Sha City Lord. Aren't you looking too high on him? Absolutely impossible. He just came in and has been hiding at the back. He doesn't even dare to approach the heavenly ladder. How could he be the kind of strong person you are talking about? Tansisha sniffed and laughed. You guys are the little fools. This kid is not the kind of rash you guys are talking about. His talent bottom even I can't see through. Maybe it's a bit exaggerated to say that he's comparable to Shui Yuntian, but he's not a wimpy goon. At least he's also in existence in the top 30 of the Dragon Tiger ranking. Furthermore, what he just said isn't wrong. That Yang Xiao, Berserk Battle, and Yun Shan are all people who are in a hurry to get ahead, making it difficult to ascend the heavenly ladder. This heavenly ladder, the higher you climb, the stronger the pressure becomes. The most important thing to test besides talent and cultivation is the heart, the thick and thin. If you push too hard in the first half of the journey, you will be weak in the second half of the journey, and your physical energy and other aspects will be severely depleted, and you will not be able to go farther. In my opinion, that Yang Xiao shouldn't be able to go up any further at over 2,700, and that Berserk Battle is over 2,600, and Yun Shan is over 2,400. I think, at that time, They should stop. SS. A sound of sucking in cool air resounded from the scene, and each and every one of them looked at the Lord of Sand City incredulously, shocked beyond words. They wouldn't doubt this one's eyesight. He gave the word, so those few were roughly the same. It was just that the teenager wearing a bronze mask just now had actually said the exact same thing as the Sand City Lord, and even that teenager had been precise to the single digits. And even if his single-digit prediction was wrong, that was already awesome and excessive. How could someone who could have such eyesight just be in their mouths, in the same Lingdan realm as them? At that moment, I don't know who let out a soft eep and heard him say, "Look guys, Yang Xiao, berserk battle," and Yun Shan's speed has slowed down. The man who had just disliked Solyu back froze for a moment and murmured, "No, surely it won't be as he said. If it's really that step, just how strong is that teenager? It can't really be true. How could it be? It's stopped. It's really stopped. Cloud Mountain has stopped." The number of steps. Chapter 27 Soul Climbing. This number of steps 2,499. It's really 2,499. My god. Tan Shisha was still smug that his prediction had been accurate, when he suddenly heard the person next to him shouting excitedly, and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled and ask, "Hey, kid, what 2,499? The man next to him said, "It's him, that masked man just now. He said it. He just said that Cloud Mountain could only go up to 2,499 at most, and now it's really 2,499. The black-clothed teenager on the steps, on the other hand, had already suffocated his red face, and bean-sized beads of sweat fell on the steps, wanting to make an effort to take another step up, but found it harder than climbing up to heaven. He could only let out a bitter smile and sat down in place. Tan Shisha sniffed and disdainfully bristled. He admitted that the teenager had aroused his curiosity, and also admitted that the teenager's natural talent was extraordinary, but to say that he was able to so accurately name the number of steps that the Cloud Mountain stayed on, he still didn't believe it, because even he couldn't do it. But, he asked casually, "What else did he say?" Someone replied, "He also said that Yang Xiao up there can only climb up to 2,735 at the most, and berserkers can only go up to 2,509 at the most, and won't be able to break the 2,006 mark." Tan Shisha sniffed and laughed, saying, "Impossible, in my opinion, although Yang Xiao can't reach the top, but 2008 should be no problem. Berserker's physique is good, the foundation is solid, more than 2006 is absolutely not a problem. Ginger is still old and spicy." This sentence is never out of date. The young people, or some narrow-minded. However, as time passed, Tan Shisha's face slowly became grave, because by this time, Yang Xiao was already struggling to take a step, and the berserk battle was almost on the verge of stopping. His eyes stared as if they were the size of copper bells, staring at Yang Xiao and berserkers, and a little bit of nervousness even appeared on his face. At 2071, Yang Xiao could barely hold on. His face was pale and his body was shaky, as if a breeze could blow him down, but he was still holding on and struggling. When berserk battle stopped at the 2,590 steps, no longer able to lift his feet, and his legs felt like they were being pulled by invisible energies, he could only stop unwillingly and sit down on top of the steps to recover his vitality. At this point, Tansisha's entire body froze, and her eyes became a bit wooden. And when Yang Xiao finally stopped at 2,735 and sat on his butt on the steps, Tan Shisha was even more shocked, and a lock of his beard was pulled off without him even noticing it. Only when he came back to his senses did he realize the pain in his jaw, casually skimming the beard in his hand on the ground, and his eyes were filled with solemnity. Although such a prediction was nothing and represented nothing, but to be able to accurately count the number of orders in each of the digits, that had to make him pay attention to it, which reflected from the side. Solyu's control of energy and physical strength had been perfected, and his knowledge of other people's physical abilities and cognition had reached a realm. This kind of situation is not clear to the general public, but he understands it best. Just like when two people are fighting against each other, the other party is able to see how much strength you still have left, whether you can still release a big move, and when you will fall down from the power you consume when you use your skills and stance alignment. Such hostility is simply crushing, precisely analyzing your limits, and you will lose most of your cards. Tansitha sucked in a breath of cool air and murmured, "Hiss, such a perversion. Just this one alone. I'm afraid that even if Shui Yun Tian came, he wouldn't be able to do it." Just as Tansitha was fuming, someone shrieked, "Look, that bronze masked man. How did he climb so high already?" The crowd was then startled and hurriedly looked up, only to realize that Solyu had already walked through half of the ladder in such a short while, and unlike the three earlier men who were hot-blooded and impulsive, he instead took one step at a time, keeping his feet on the ground. The movement of each step taken, the height of the leg lift, the evenness of the breathing, Even the amplitude of the arm swing were amazingly consistent each and every time. Although he wasn't fast, his steps were steady and his figure was ethereal, and he couldn't tell that he was climbing the heavenly ladder against the pressure of the Spirit Emperor realm in the slightest. It was more like a fluttering gentleman walking with faith, lifting his feet to ascend to the sky. He was only yearning for the scenery on top of the clouds, not to get a good score in the competition. So his body was light, his steps were brisk, and he moved with his heart. In no time at all, he had surpassed many of them. Look, 1,800 and still so cloudy. How did he do it? Even Tan Shisha's face was solemn as he tilted his head to look at the floating figure, his eyes unconsciously following his body. On the other side, Mu Kingo and the others were also still climbing, fine beads of sweat seeping from their foreheads, serious and determined. At this time, he only had the desire for the top of the heavenly ladder in his mind, and the absence of Xiao Han's dashing and cozy figure, not to mention the fallen and humiliated Solyu, instead made her pace brisk and her steps more determined. At this time, she had already gone up to the position of 2004, which was already a very forward position on this heavenly ladder. Flower Mistake had stopped at this point. She really couldn't climb anymore. Even moving her fingers felt exceptionally difficult. Lin Shi and Mocholi also stopped at 2003 and 2001 respectively, and were now resting on their knees to recuperate. The master had said that under such a pressure, it was the best cultivation ground, and it would help to condense one's foundation. The moment Solyu surpassed Yun Shan, everyone at the bottom of this heavenly ladder let out an unbelievable shriek. Who the hell is he? How could he have surpassed Yun Shan so easily? That's a heavenly pride on the Dragon Tiger ranking. That teenager is so powerful. Why have we never heard of such a person? When Solyu surpassed Berserkers again, everyone was shocked, and their eyes changed from envy and jealousy to curiosity and shock as Solyu climbed. Oh my god, he's actually still that fast. Although his speed has decreased a bit, he's still smooth and doesn't look like he's reached his limit yet. Can someone really make it to the top of the plaza? Tansitha shook her head and said, impossible. Although there is only one Spirit Emperor realm expert applying pressure at the mouth of each heavenly ladder, there are arrays connecting the tops. In fact, all four are connected, and the mighty pressure will be superimposed through the arrays, and is not the Spirit Emperor's mighty pressure that it appears to be. Here, the fifth Spirit Emperor realm expert sitting in the center, sitting in the central spell formation, while channeling spiritual energy for the other four, is also releasing the mighty pressure. The intensity is even more elevated, so there won't be an event of ascending to the top, unless it's by Shui Yuntian himself. If Shui Yuntian comes to the summit himself, I'm afraid that I'll have to go up there myself in order to suppress him. Otherwise, these five won't be able to suppress him, and he'll be able to make a strong ascent to the summit. What? How is it possible? It takes 6 Spirit Emperor level powerhouses to apply pressure together to stop him from going up? Ho ho! That's Suetsu in heaven, the heaven of the heavenly way. Chapter 28 Exposure. As expected by Solyu, White Heron had already surpassed Berserkers and stood at the position of 2,700 steps. Obviously, she had also reached her limit and it would be difficult for her to climb one more step. As for the few people who came with her, only that youth Xing Yuan came to the position of 2,300. The rest of them were all below 2,000. Her face was pale, sweat soaked her dress, and she was panting, glancing at the height of 300 more steps. She shook her head with a bitter smile. It seems that it can only go so far. This is my limit. Luckily, there's only that Yang Xiao in front of me. My ranking shouldn't be too low. The final rankings are common to all ladder players, so being at the top of your ladder track is not necessarily the top overall. She casually turned around, but suddenly saw a figure approaching her, her pace light and firm, her whole person floating to the extreme. Shiro murmured, "It's him." Although the temperament and breath have completely changed, but why is that pace and figure so similar? Even after not seeing him for 10 years, I still feel that he is so similar to Solyu. As Solyu approached and surpassed himself, brushing past Shiro, Shiro ghostly called out softly, "Sayu." The defenseless Solyu was suddenly distracted, and his body stuttered and stiffened. Immediately after that, he reacted to the fact that Shiro did not recognize himself, but must have felt familiar with him, as she had said, and that was why he spoke out to test the waters. Reacting to this, Solyu tightly stiffened for a split second, while naturally relaxing his body and naturally moving forward. While turning his back to her, he said, "You've got the wrong person. I'm not any you. My name is Stopper." While at this moment, Shiro was shocked in place, her eyes filled with incredulity as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Although Solyu only stiffened for a moment, and then he reacted. He pretended to be very natural, and his voice became a bit hoarse, completely at odds with the image of Solyu in her mind from before. But he didn't know. But Shiro was with him for how many years? Growing up together. In her most desperate and fearful time, it was only Solyu who accompanied her, and even at that time, they all slept together in a cuddle. The shock he got, and the moment of rigidity when he did something wrong and Shiro caught him, was etched into her brain, though later on, she always pushed him away on purpose, and even after he was invalidated, neither of them comforted him, cared for him, to protect him, and rubbed salt into his wounds. But there, when she was most helpless and afraid, the sense of security and happiness that Solyu gave her was incomparable to anyone else's. So now, even after leaving the Tianxian sect and entering that academy, she was never able to let go of her feelings, unable to forget, and sometimes blamed herself when she thought about it. Thus, just a movement so subtle that even Solyu would have overlooked it, she would have noticed and even been infinitely magnified. Even though Solyu didn't admit it, she was already 70% sure that this so-called stopper was Solyu. Only, seeing this scene, she, who should have been happy, couldn't be happy. Happily, if this was really Solyu, then it meant that not only could he cultivate, but his talent was even greater than before he was invalidated, and his cultivation was also many times stronger than before. At this time, she should feel happy, and even more so, she should cry with joy. The reason why she couldn't be happy was that after she entered the academy, she specifically went to ask an elder who majored in medical arts and elixirs, and said that this condition of Solyu's was almost incurable, and that unless there was a powerful cultivator above the spirit-exalted realm who could remodel Solyu's meridians and dantian, or there was a very strong medicinal formula that was combined with elixirs that could make it possible, there would be no hope. But now, not only had Solyu's dantian and meridians been repaired, but also how could he have become so powerful? She hadn't received any information about Solyu's injuries getting better before, including in recent years. So what was going on here? Moreover, she had heard that elder say that no matter what way she remodeled her dantian and meridians, the pain and price she had to bear was no less than the one she had been wasted, and even more cruel than that. During this period, what kind of sins to suffer? What kind of torture? No one can estimate. That is very human can withstand. No less than the whole body bones were crushed one by one. Pain. Almost no one can survive. If that was the case, then what kind of pain and suffering had Solyu suffered in order to be as spirited as he was now? The thought made her sad and inexplicably heartbroken. Solyu had already walked away, but White Heron left behind 2 lines of clear tears and bitterly sobbed. "I'm sorry, Sayu, I'm sorry." Solyu doesn't stop after walking past Shiro. He's worried about being recognized and doesn't want to cross paths with her. He didn't have the ability to defend himself yet, and the 5th-ranked Spirit Monarch realm didn't make it easy for him, especially when facing the Spirit Emperor realm. The feeling of powerlessness made him chilled. If he was recognized now and exposed, he would invite extinction for himself, especially Xiao Han. He should have guessed at the first time that it was due to the Green Lotus Stone Table, because he was in the Tianxian sect with no belongings. The only thing he took with him when he left was the Green Lotus Stone Table, and after such a short period of time, not only did his broken and wasted dantian recover as before, but he even attained the cultivation of the 5th stage Spirit Monarch realm overnight. How could he not be suspicious? With his current cultivation level, he was under no pressure to fight against Xiao Han and Mu Qing Ofa Waroro Stream, and could even crush them. However, if Xiao Han acted in front of them and instigated Zhou Yazi to snatch it for him, then he would be completely defenseless and might lose the Green Lotus and the Koi once again, which was a must. By now, Solyu didn't have much animosity towards Shiro, even though she had hurt him once, and Solyu had given her a sense of security when she was most helpless. But when Solyu was invalidated, she left alone and didn't even come to see Solyu, and at that time, the resentment in Solyu's heart was very strong, and she was also disappointed in White Heron. But time had changed, and now he no longer had the same resentment towards Shiro that he had at the beginning, and he definitely couldn't talk about any feelings. In light of this, he didn't want to cross paths with her again, and the two of them would just be fine on their own. She left the Tianxian sect after he was abolished, without a single hello to Solyu. In his last life, he had never seen White Heron again until his own death, and it had been a full 100 years. Although to Shiro and the others, she and Solyu had only not met and contacted each other for 10 years, but to Solyu, it had been 100 years. 100 years, enough to let the soul of the you forget the bond between the two of them and emotions, but also has long been diluted to the dissipation of that resentment. He only hoped that the two are strangers to each other the best, and no longer involved with each other the best. Otherwise, things would really be bad, and Solyu wasn't too good at things like killing people to silence them. It's just that it mustn't come to that. Or else maybe he could really do something like killing each other in the same sect. Chapter 29, Critical Breakthrough. When Solyu finally surpassed Yang Xiao and stepped onto the 2736th step of the ladder, the crowd below directly boiled. He surpassed Yang Xiao. An existence ranked 19th on the Dragon Tiger ranking. Doesn't that mean that he can at least be ranked in the top 19 on the Dragon Tiger ranking? Hiss. And don't you guys notice? He still has energy left. He doesn't show any gesture of exhaustion. And he's still climbing steadily. Can't it be that he wants to reach the top? Lord Shah City has just said that it was 5 times the superimposed pressure. It's definitely impossible for him to reach the top. Perhaps only Shui Yuntian can do it. It's 2018 and he hasn't yet shown his decline and is still moving forward. How strong is he? Tan Shisha's expression is no longer as certain as it was just now, and uncharacteristically reveals a color of gravity. Shiro murmured bitterly as he watched the figure, in slow motion, move away from him. So strong. Even so, I'm still not as good as you. When Solyu stepped onto the 2,900 steps, everyone watched with bated breath, each with a tense expression. Some wanted to witness the ascent, while others expected him to fall at the top and not create another insurmountable peak for them. Even those who were still trying to climb unconsciously stopped and looked up at the arrogance of the person at the top. Solyu's speed finally slowed down, and after walking here, he realized that the pressure he had endured below 2009 was incomparable to now. If 2090 years ago, he was only climbing against the pressure of the mighty, then now he was almost carrying a huge mountain under his weight, and the pressure was almost superimposed and increased several times over. Every step, every elevated footstep became incomparably difficult, and his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, pulling out 1,000 pounds of force. Solyu's face also became flushed. Fine beads of sweat covered his entire cheeks, and his breathing became ragged. 2,967. That was the height he had reached now, and he knew that with his current score, he should be able to rank around the top 10. But it wasn't enough. To live again, he had to make every endeavor to the extreme, to make himself no longer have regrets. That kind of humiliation, the feeling that life was worse than death, he didn't want to experience it again. If this was his limit, then he would never recognize it. Breaking the limit, this was the only goal in his mind right now. The green lotus in his body was swaying, and the mixed immortal cloud brocade, which was extremely full of green color, was also swimming more rapidly at this time, tossing and turning in the pond, cheering as if it was cheering for him. Below, Shiro unconsciously clenched his hands, his expression tense, itching to go up and push Solyu himself, sending him to the high stage. Come on Sayu, don't give up, so that I can catch up with you once again. Tansish's face was heavy, and for no reason at all. He was actually slightly nervous as well. He murmured, "Kid, if you really are able to ascend to the high platform, then that joke I made earlier might really come true. And at that time, you really will be able to compare yourself to that self-righteous Shuyunshin. Mr. Tan will personally host a banquet and drink with you. Go for it, Brother Mask, make sure you reach the top. Show everyone that this heavenly ladder is not impossible to cross. And set a goal and example for a small cultivator like me. Climb up, get to the top, and see for us the superb view from up there. Don't give up, put your best foot forward." The Fish Leap Dragon Gate is only at this moment, although 2,999 is also very powerful, but 3,000, only then can it be called the absolute immortal posture. Ho ho, the limit, I told you he couldn't do it. He still wants to compete with Shui Yuntian. Not even close. Ha ha, can't do it. 2,996. Ha ha, finally didn't reach the top. Solyu's vision was blurred by sweat, and his body was trembling slightly. The 4 steps that seemed to be close at hand were like a peak that he would never be able to surpass. Now, he was exhausted, and with just his back heel off the ground alone, he had used up all his strength and could no longer advance an inch. However, he was not willing to do so. For the first time in the limelight, for the first time he wanted to break his own limit. It was actually so difficult. Countless voices told him, "Give up, don't toss yourself around so much. Give up." He is also the first. Countless voices told him, "You are a person whose cultivation meridians have been wasted for more than 10 years. Now this level and achievement is already too much better than the vast majority of people. There is no need to make things difficult for yourself. There is no need to put yourself in a zone of despair. Next time you will be better than you are now. Next time you will show yourself and glorify yourself on a bigger stage. Next time you will be able to shine for all time." Yet, there was this voice hurling abuse, with very ugly words. "Wastes, softballs, goons, rotten wimps. Have you suffered enough in your last life? Wasn't Mu Kingo's humiliation of you enough? You poured all you had into her, but she abandoned you as if you were shabby. Not only humiliating you and spitting on you, but also threw herself into the arms of Xiao Han, whom you hate and loathe the most, and even made love to you in front of your face. Hua Wu Er, Lin Shi, Mo Choli, White Heron, Zhou Xia, and even that little senior sister of yours, The hungry wolf who came back by taking her life. Which one of these people is not waiting for you to make a fool of yourself? Which one of them doesn't want you to be despondent, pitiful and desperate? The experience of the last life is not bad enough? The humiliation of the last life is not desperate enough? Hundreds of years of losing your dignity and being a zombie still can't arouse your fighting spirit? The chaotic green lotus and the mixed immortal cloud brocade being rooted within you is simply an insult to them. And you deserve it? As Solyu struggled within himself, longing to move up, the contests on those sides had already ended, and everyone was in place, waiting for the next arrangement. And at that moment, the other four Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses got up and walked towards Solyu's side of the ladder. And Solyu was in the tallest position out of all of them right now, so he was now first. They were a little curious as to whether or not the teenager would be able to come up. Right at this moment, Solyu, who was standing with his feet raised, a vortex suddenly rose at the top of his head. Countless spiritual energy converged towards his side. The vortex was spinning. The speed was getting faster and faster. The spiritual energy converged here to form a solid energy storm. Ha! This junior is going to break through? It's time to break through. To fight against the high intensity of the pressure by generating an unyielding fighting spirit. An instinctive resistance of the body and will. Thus choosing to break through. Tisk! Whose family is this little waif? This talent is simply heaven-defying. Being able to comprehend some of the mysteries in his heart in such a place. Letting out a roar of unwillingness as a way to reach the breakthrough threshold and forcefully break through the barrier. Thus fighting against the heavenly might. Good guts. Good spirit. Good talent. I'm afraid this is the most outstanding and the best seedling in this term. Whether it's heart or talent, I recognize it. Chapter 30 Successful Ascent. On the viewing platform, the patriarchs or elders of numerous sects sat together, and with their cultivation realms, even from a distance of 1,000 meters, they knew the situation on the other side of the celestial ladder like the back of their hands. Hey, Patriarch Zhou has taught us well. This year the Tianxian sect actually has 3 disciples who have broken into the 2000 mark, and even that Mu Qinggo and Xiao Han have broken into the 2006 mark. That's true. Mu Qingli's talent. I said back then that it was extraordinary. This year, she's made a name for herself here, and it's really a sight to behold. As for that Xiao Han, tisk talent and actually stronger than Mu Qing'o are quite a bit. Patriarch Zhou good fortune Zhou Yasi smiled with her eyebrows. Who could not hope for their own disciple to be successful? Moreover, she was also satisfied with the performance of Mu Qinggo and Xiao Han. Cluck! Wang Patriarch fallacious praise. My 2 disciples are indeed very good talent. I usually also neglected to teach. Lazy habit. Although today's test scores are not bad, but also cannot enter the eyes of the elders of the patriarchs. This side of the matter, go back to be sure to strict discipline, so that they also to the dragon and tiger list to break through. I've heard that Patriarch Zhou has another disciple whose talent is completely no less than that of the flowers without error Mu Qinggo stream. I wonder which one. Did he attend this event? At that moment, the man next to him interjected. You really which pot is not open mention which pot. That disciple heard that something happened a long time ago. By the flower rain floor valley master abolished the meridians. So many years. The weak patriarch must be in the disciple around. Looking for a good medicine wonderful formula. That disciple must have been the clan to take care of up. That kind of willingness for the whole clan or other senior brothers and sisters to give their lives and future of the people. But the clan's most precious you guys just don't think about it. Alas. Yes, people are more angry than people. Or Zhou Patriarch is lucky. What good kind of disciples are taken up by her? Cultivation away. Talent is very important. But character and heart is also very important. That kind of willingness to sacrifice their own disciples for the clan. Really rare. Zhou Patriarch can take care of do not want to chill the heart of the disciples only good. Hearing the crowd say this, Zhou Yasi, who was originally still smiling and secretly pleased with herself, became unnatural all of a sudden and smiled perfunctorily and dryly without speaking. In the back of his mind, he cursed, dog waste, really when are not let a person worry. This kind of occasion is mentioned, but also let me down. Originally cut off relations with the clan, went out for so many days. I still worry about your death. The heart is also more or less some guilt. Now it seems, when it really deserves it, I care about you to die. In the center square, a white-bearded old Taoist said with a smile, it's lucky, only the pressure is not enough, and the follow-up is not strong enough to make an immediate breakthrough. The Lin Yuan secret realm will be opened in a while. If we miss this little guy entering, it might become a lot more uninteresting. Fellow Taoists, join me in releasing the pressure to help this little friend. Afterwards, the 6 of them simultaneously unfolded their mighty domains and unleashed them together towards Solyu. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds in this part of the world surged, and the surrounding space became chaotic. What's going on? Why is everyone releasing pressure on that masked man? Is this fear that he's about to reach the top? Why? Is it true that no one can rise to the very top? Why so cruel? Is the 3,000 steps really hopeless? Only Tansitha, bright with surprise, muttered, "Good boy, would rather break through here, attracting heaven and earth momentum, with the help of the power of heaven and earth to ascend to, but also unwilling to give in, really is a good courage, just if not successful, light breakthrough failure. Next time again want to break through this realm when it is much more difficult. Serious injuries on the dying, life is worrying is it a sure thing, or is it reckless?" Inside Soul Yu's body, the chaotic green lotus swayed, threads of green gas dropping down, the mixed immortal cloud brocade swam happily, and countless spiritual energy swept madly through this heaven and earth, pouring into Soul Yu's body as much as it could. The vortex of spiritual energy above his head grew more and more massive, causing heaven and earth to resonate, and above his head, the originally clear sky was vaguely becoming dim, with patches of black clouds accumulating towards it. The chaotic green lotus sutra in Soul Yu's body was running wildly, rumbling within him. What technique does this little guy cultivate? Why is it such a strong and majestic true essence power? This little guy is going against the heavens. It's really strange that 5 spirit emperor realms like us have joined forces and haven't actually helped him break through. Haha, it's no wonder. Maybe this little guy, in the future, will give us an unexpected surprise. Strange. I can't actually see through his dantian. A breakthrough actually requires such a big commotion. It's almost catching up to the energy needed for a breakthrough in the Spirit Emperor realm. I'm looking forward to whether or not he can be the next Xianyunshan. This makes me see the rise of a heaven-defying embryo. Everyone, step it up. Look at this. It's coming. Sure enough, as the old man's words fell, the vortex of spiritual energy above Soul Yu's head violently stagnated, then condensed into substance, and then in the next moment, burst. It was like a powerful tornado that was suddenly frozen. And then the next moment it was struck by a strong force and directly shattered into pieces. Soul Yu's aura also climbed at this moment, as he violently opened his eyes, and a flash of rich green light passed through his eyes. Also at that moment, he lifted his leg upwards and took another step against the pressure of the 6 powerhouses. Everyone held their breath and stared at that fearless figure in death. First order, second order, third order. When Soul Yu stepped over the 3,000 steps and stepped onto the center square, the wind and clouds howled and the sky and earth changed color. My God, he really did it. He reached the top. How is it possible? He climbed up to the center square without any suspense against the full force of pressure from 6 spirit emperor realms. This, thunderous cheers and applause. Tansisha laughed out loud and said, "Good boy, actually really succeeded. Now I have one more certainty. You might actually have a chance to compete with that Shueyun Tian." Soul Yu stood on the center square. He bowed to the several people above him and thanked them. This fluke breakthrough was thanks to the help of these several people. Now that he thought about it, he was a little scared. It was really too reckless. Luckily, he succeeded. But of course, if it wasn't for the chaotic green lotus and the mixed immortal cloud brocade that helped him, perhaps the outcome would have been unpredictable. Soul Yu stood on the high platform, and for the first time, he looked at the world from the perspective of a look-downer. And for the first time, he was able to have such a high moment of glory, and his heart was in a state of flux. There have been countless fantasies that one day he would stand on a high platform in the limelight, enjoying the cheers of all and overlooking the view from this high place. It never occurred to me that this day would actually exist, that this unrealistic fantasy would actually come true one day. His emotions were mixed, and at this moment, he didn't know what words to use to express them. Little friend, I wonder what your name is. From which sect? Stop the water. No clan. Chapter 31 On the rooftop. As Soul Yu, the only one to ascend to the rooftop, stood, the curtain came down on this test. Not only did Soul Yu seize the first place qualification, he also made a breakthrough on the spot, advancing to the peak of the 8th level of the Spirit Monarch realm. Not far from breaking through the realm again. Little friend, stop water. The Lin Yuan secret realm is about to open, and as the first place winner of this test, you will be the first to be teleported into the secret realm. Here, I would like to instruct you that in the secret realm, opportunities and dangers coexist. Even a low-level secret realm like the Lin Yuan secret realm is not something that you should underestimate. The secret realm opening time for 3 days. 3 days later at noon. If you do not come out, you will be completely trapped in the secret realm. Following the secret realm floating in the void, almost no longer come out of the possibility. Given that you don't have a division, the old road chatters more. Soul Yu owed his body and said, "Many thanks to Taoist Green Emblem for mentioning this. My boy will keep it in mind." Taoist Master Cheng Hui smiled and nodded, looking at Soul Yu with a more charitable gaze. Talented, but no anxious and domineering flames, calm and neutral, humble and moderate, really a good seedling. Just stand up there in the center spell and wait quietly for us to open the secret realm. I'm grateful to the Taoist master and the seniors. After saying that, Solyu walked straight to the center of the spell formation. His eyes slightly closed as his mind dived into his dantian. The 8-star peak cultivation of the spirit monarch realm had actually arrived so easily, which caused Solyu, who had once had no cultivation, to feel a burst of uneasiness and trepidation. In a little over a month's time, from a wastrel with no cultivation, he had turned into a 7-star spirit monarch realm powerhouse overnight, a realm that others might not be able to reach for decades. It is just like a person who was originally poor and ungrateful but won a $5 million lottery ticket and became a tycoon overnight, so ecstatic that he would wake up laughing in his dreams. However, within a few days, he won another $5 million, and in the time since then, his money kept growing, and he couldn't stop at all. In this situation, he would certainly not be as elated as he was at the beginning, but would instead be vaguely worried. Is such an unorthodox thing good or bad for oneself? The current Solyu was in such a mood. His heart was mixed. A person who had no cultivation and had been a waste for more than a decade suddenly got the absolute treasure, the chaotic green lotus, and the mixed immortal cloud brocade that could bring unlimited resources for himself. It had only been a short while, and Solyu had once again upgraded once more because of a test that had triggered those two peerless treasures. He was also clear that he was about to enter the Lin Yuan secret realm, and if his memory wasn't off, that piece of the treasure lotus lamp that had been fought over in the secret realm, if he got it, it should once again bring him a great deal of profit. And what kind of scene would it be at that time? He didn't dare to imagine, and didn't know whether this was good or bad, such a rapid growth in cultivation, and what the mixed immortal cloud brocade brought with it. It even gave him a vague feeling of uneasiness. The green lotus remained unchanged, and the mixed immortal cloud brocade was nowhere to be found at this point, and Solyu knew that it had dived under the water again, but he just didn't know what it could bring this time. In the next moment, all those who had ascended the heavenly ladder were teleported to the heavenly platform. And the place became crowded all of a sudden. Is that the one who climbed the 3,000 steps? Shoo, his name is Stopper, and he is indeed the first person to ascend the heavenly cloud platform against the pressure of 5 spirit emperor realm powerhouses. Ho ho! Who would have thought that we thought he was a person like me who didn't dare to climb the heavenly ladder? Who knew that people were actually true immortals? Yang Xiao had always thought that he would be the strongest among this group of people. He had surpassed berserkers and Yun Shan, but he was surpassed by such an unheard of person. And he even made a strong ascent to the top. How could he accept this? Looking at the person standing alone in the center of the formation, he was filled with resentment and clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, 2 people walked beside Yang Xiao, berserkers and Yun Shan. Yun Shan hugged his arm and elbow pounded Yang Xiao, saying, "Look, not convinced?" Yang Xiao coldly snorted and said, "Humph, there's nothing to be unconvinced about. Only that, climbing the heavenly ladder I'm not as good as him. But it doesn't mean that I'm weaker than him. This is the world of immortal cultivation. What is ultimately spelled out isn't the fighting power. A big fist is the truth. If you climb a ladder can show who is stronger, then also have to fight for the heavenly opportunity to do? Why not just set up a heavenly ladder of immortality?" Yun Shan nodded and said, "Tsk tisk, I think so too. A person with no clan or sect and wants to ride on our heads and, I'll be the first to say no. Why don't we find a chance to have a fight? Gotta tell him that in this world, strong talent doesn't mean anything. It's only those who live that are called geniuses." The corner of Yang Zhao's mouth hooked into a cold smile and said, "Naturally, there's no rule in the secret realm that says you can't hunt. There are plenty of opportunities." He then looked towards berserkers, who hadn't said anything, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Berserk said, "Fighting is fine. I don't play dirty." Yun Shan said with a smile, "Don't worry, we're trying to teach him to be a man, not assassinate him, so naturally it'll be an honorable one-on-one." Only, there was a weird essence flashing in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, on the side of Tianxian's sect, Mu Qingdou looked at the figure in front of him and froze for a moment. Why was there an illusion of familiarity? At this moment, that teenager stood proudly in front of the group, standing alone at the very front, with an upright posture and a bright aura. She asked out loud with a slight confusion on her pale face, "No mistake, did you feel that figure was a bit familiar? A bit like?" Flower Mistake looked at her and said, "Do you also feel that this absolute male is a bit like that trash Solyu? When I first saw it, I also felt that it was a bit similar, but I dismissed that idea later." Mu Qingdou frowned, revealing a puzzled look. Flower Mistake skimmed his lips. "Ah, you're so stupid. First, his figure and back does resemble Solyu, and it does give me a very familiar feeling, but look twice and you'll realize that it's different. First of all, it's the temperament. Think about it, Solyu has always been coy and downcast, the whole person is just a piece of slime like a person. Many times also very lewd look. But this water stops the sun of it, floating out of the dust, light confidence, frank and fearless, even in so many young talent in front of him, he is also a crane like a chicken group of characters. You say that this kind of temperament, Solyu that waste can ever have? This kind of feeling, after so many years, have you ever felt it? Omiya Kingo sniffed. Once she thought about the traits and gestures of Solyu for so many years, it was indeed ordinary beyond ordinary. There was absolutely no point of excellence at all, even by himself to look at a glance. Will be panicked, at a loss for words, as if doing something bad to be caught in general. The heart of the weak, even the courage to look at themselves. That kind of person, how can there be any temperament, let alone compared with the person in front of him? She laughed a little bitterly and shook her head, feeling the same way about her unrealistic thoughts. Chapter 32 Xiaohan wants to make a move. Before Mu Qingyi could ask, Hua Wu Er continued. Secondly, that punk, but he's been wasted for more than a decade. Do you think he has a chance to reach such heights? He just broke through, but he's already reached the Spirit Monarch Realm 8-star level. Spirit Monarch Realm. What realm are we all at? Him? Even if he hadn't been wasted for these 10 years, he wouldn't have been able to reach this realm in 8 lifetimes. So, do you still feel like it? Mu Kingo murmured. Yeah, how could he reach such a realm? It's impossible. It seems that my mind has been a bit unstable lately, and I'm always imagining such impossible things. Shaking her head vigorously to push down the distractions in her mind, her eyes became determined and she said, Hua Wu Er, Lin Shi, Mo Chioli, we stayed in the sect for many years, always sitting and watching the sky thinking that we were very powerful. All our minds were wasted on our personal feelings and many other chores, always thinking that we were counted as the pride of the heavens. But only after we came out did we realize that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Yang Xiao, Berserk Battle, Yun Shan. These people who have a place in the Dragon Tiger ranking all year round are much more powerful than us, and their cultivation levels have reached the peak of the Spirit Heaven realm, and are not far away from the Spirit Monarch realm. And that Stop Water who has never shown himself, now his cultivation has even reached 8 stars of the Spirit Monarch realm, far surpassing us, not to mention the top few on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, as well as the first that has never wavered, Shui Yuntian. If we don't focus on cultivation, I'm afraid that in the future we won't even have the qualifications to be on the stage. Therefore, this time to go back, I will be closed to cultivate, screen out distracting thoughts, and ask the heart. You guys should also have a sense of crisis and deliberate on your plans. Hearing Mu Kingo said so seriously, her few women thought about it and nodded their heads. They knew that Mu Kingo was right. After all, this is the world of immortal cultivation, all the status and benefits, all the strength to say, the small Tianxian sect, and can't protect them for thousands of years. Since the last time, Mu Kingo had uncharacteristically alienated some Xiaohan, and his usual behavior had become different from before. Xiaohan had been alone and angry, and hadn't taken the initiative to pay attention to Mu Kingo for more than a month, and Mu Kingo had actually not taken the initiative to look for him, which made him even more angry. In the past, there had never been such a situation, but whenever he showed a hint of unhappiness, Mu Kingo would try to coax him to be happy, and even sometimes allowed Xiaohan to do something a little too much to her in order to make him happy. For so many years, no matter if it was Mu Kingo and Hua Wu Er, or Lin Xiamo Chioli, all of them had pampered him over like this. It was Master Zhou Yasi, who would also pacify and coax himself to be happy. It could be said that in the past, he could do whatever he wanted in the entire sect. However, ever since that day, when Mu Qing Anto estranged him, he became angry, annoyed, and spoke to no one in a friendly or even cynical manner. Although Hua Wu Er several people as always, good to him, tolerate him, love and care for him, and even went to question Mu Qing'o for him, but without Mu Qing'o to care for him, he always feel less open, and also still hold a breath in his heart. Therefore, this time, he did not follow the clan's large troop to set out to come to the Sand Emperor city. Instead, he left alone and traveled alone. If it were before, Mu Kingo would not agree to anything, and would beg the master to change the route and all follow him. Either that or she was uneasy and would have quietly led those few out of the group to find him and follow him. But this time, she didn't, and even when he gambled on leaving, Mu Kingo only symbolically retained him and didn't stalk him across the board, which made him even more angry and full of depression. He didn't understand exactly why. He didn't know where he had provoked Mu Kingo, and in the face of Mu Kingo's sudden coldness, he was even a little panicked and didn't know what to do. However, it was impossible for him to bow down to Mu Kingo, so he preferred to sulk and leave alone rather than explore the reason. After Xiaohan left, he did not follow the route he had reported to his division to walk, but instead, he searched for Solyu all the way, asking around. Of course, he couldn't be worried about Solyu holding onto Solyu, but rather wanted to find him and snatch back that green lotus stone table. Because of that item, the teacher within him had repeatedly urged that it was his overwhelming chance, but it was taken away from the clan by Solyu, who had severed the clan's ties, while the teacher slept. At first, he didn't care. He thought that Solyu was just gambling as before, playing that trick of running away from home so that everyone would worry and thus pay attention to him, and that in a few days he would be found by his master. But this time, he actually played for real. Solon, he did not come back. Master Zhou Yasimuchingo and others actually did not send people to look for it. He immediately panicked. He was afraid that Solyu would flaunt around with that green lotus stone table in his arms, and if it was seen by someone who knew what they were doing and bought it or snatched it, he would be left without tears, and he didn't think Solyu could know that it was a treasure. Furthermore, as Solyu left the clan for a longer period of time, his heart felt more and more a strong sense of emptiness than a burst, as if he had lost any treasures that were particularly important to him, and even he could feel that an inexplicable chi was being pulled and left his body. Therefore, taking advantage of this moment, he wanted to find Solyu, and this time, if he still dared not let go of him, then he would be absolutely nonchalant, even if he had to kill him himself. Only, after searching for such a long time without the slightest clue, coupled with the fact that Zhou Yasi kept urging him, he had no choice but to come here first to take the test for the Prosperity Mystery Realm. Only, gambling on his anger, he did not go to find Mukingo. Even when he climbed the heavenly ladder, he deliberately chose another heavenly ladder to climb. However, after ascending the heavenly cloud platform, he saw that the guy called Stop Water actually has some similarities with the waist of Solyu, which made him overjoyed, only thinking that the green lotus stone platform had finally been found. Completely forgetting what this place is, with a big smile, he stepped forward and directly turned his palm into a claw to grab at the central formation as he rushed towards it, wanting to sneak in and grab Solyu's shoulder. Ha ha, you dead waste, finally let me catch you. How dare you hide from me? Give me back the green lotus stone platform. For more than a decade, every time he faced Solyu alone, he would be so reckless, so unconcerned about Solyu's death. After more than 10 years, he had long since gotten used to bullying Solyu, who was an invalid, in such a way, and it was even less likely that he would be chastised by the others afterward. But instead, every time, he deliberately hid the means to turn himself into the victim's identity. Not only can he snatch things and humiliate Solyu, but he can also win the favor and concern of Mukingo and the girls, and also eat their tofu in the process, so it's not a good time. Chapter 33. Xiaohan struck out at Solyu, only he had forgotten that this was not on the Tianxian clan. Moreover, he didn't get the situation clearly. He mistook Stopper for Solyu, who had no cultivation and was at his mercy. For him, a middle-stage spirit Xian realm, to take a shot at a spirit monarch realm 8-star Stopper, who was a large realm higher than him, in front of this large crowd, that must be brain dead. Everyone felt that way. Holy, who the hell is this? So brave? Brave? It's brain dead, isn't it? Spirit Xian realm sneak attacking spirit monarch realm Stopwater? You've got hysteria. But this person is designated to have some kind of major brain disease, otherwise how could he make such a futile joke? As for Mukingo and the others, they also saw at this time that the person who had struck out was actually Xiaohan. Flower Mistake froze for a moment and hurriedly shouted, Shell, are you crazy? Come back quickly. Lin Shi was shocked and exclaimed, Shell, stop. Mo Chioli had a cold and frosty face and directly flew forward, trying to stop Xiaohan. Unexpectedly, Xiaohan was so death-defying that not only did he not stop, but instead, he accelerated the speed of his flying lunge towards Solyu. A hideous look appeared on his face, and the cruel ferocity in his eyes was undeniably on display. This time, he definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Yun Shan froze, followed by a big laugh. Are the people of the Tianxian sect always this brave? Spirit Xian realm it's a pity that the cultivation level is too low, otherwise it would still be quite useful as cannon fodder. Yang Xiao disdainfully said, a stupid one. As cannon fodder I'm afraid he doesn't have enough intelligence. He's also worthy. Berserk said, one move and he can die 3 times, and as the object of the sneak attack Solyu, at this time, but do not know what to concentrate on doing, when the danger is approaching. He actually did not even have the slightest reaction, even his eyes are still closed, as if he did not notice the danger in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the crowd was stunned and froze a bit. What's going on? Why isn't he responding? It can't be. Are the reactions of the spirit monarch realm so slow? Is it hard to believe that he thinks he can defeat him even with his back turned? Seeing this, Xiaohan became even more arrogant. What the hell, spirit monarch realm? Lie to hell. A crazy look appeared on his face, and the murderous aura in his eyes was awe-inspiring. Without the slightest care in the world, his hand had already touched Sol Yu's shirt, and the ecstasy in his eyes could no longer be suppressed, as if in the next moment, he would be able to see the image of Sol Yu being crushed and slaughtered by himself. Only in the next moment, he froze, because his palm actually couldn't move an inch after touching Sol Yu's clothes. Moreover, there was also the sound of metal clashing from the place he touched, as if he was not grabbing the shirt but touching an iron plate. In this way, his original arrogant flames for a meal. Hideous smile also but stiffened in the face. He didn't believe it, didn't believe that Sol Yu could have such a high defense. The disbelieving Xiao Han used all his strength, even his spirit heaven realm cultivation was displayed without reservation. However, there was still no effect. His palm was blocked by a layer of invisible aura. Even his spiritual energy was blocked. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Sol Yu's body, not only blowing up countless wild sands, but also shocking Xiao Han into flying backwards, his body like a kite with broken strings, still floating in mid-air. His chest was like a heavy hammer smashed on it, his chi and blood rolled over, his breath was disorganized, and he violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His complexion shriveled. That was not all. A row of egg-sized ice cones shot out from Sol Yu's body, carrying the momentum of 1,000 armies of battle spirit towards Xiao Han's body. Ice blue ice cones, reflecting the light blue halo, sharp ice spikes on the radiating sense and cold, sharp and incomparable ice cones, like the god of death to harvest life's blade, at any time can be the human body to zap a through and through cold. The powerful energy contained above the ice cone made Xiao Han and Mo Chuli, who rushed over to offer help, chilled, and they knew that if they were hit, they would definitely be seriously injured. And it was only then that Xiao Han reacted to what stupid thing he had done. He was irritated beyond measure and cursed in secret. Sol Yu, you scumbag, causing me to recognize the wrong person. If I get injured today, when I find you, I will definitely make you beg for your life and die. Mo Chuli was a little desperate. She could feel that she was too late to help. The speed of that ice cone was too fast. It was not something that she could react to, and she knew that even if she reacted, she refused to be able to withstand it. Xiao Han was scared, and this time, he was a little desperate as he felt the terrifying energy bursting out from that ice cone, as well as the relentless killing intent. He had clearly sensed that he couldn't avoid it, and for the first time, he tasted death, making his liver and gall split. He wanted to call for help in fear, but realized that he could no longer make any sound out of fear and panic. His eyes bulged out, his face was as pale as paper, and fear and despair overwhelmed him, almost to the point where he closed his eyes and waited for death. Just in the nick of time, a silhouette flew out and embraced Xiao Han in his arms like that without a care in the world, blocking those attacks that were fatal enough for him. Mu Kingo protected Xiao Han and used her back to catch the relentlessly demanding ice pick. She flung herself to the ground, her face as pale as paper, and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto Xiao Han's fearful and desperate face. She turned around shakily and weakly looked at Sol Yu and said, "Stop the water, fellow Daoist." Xiao Han was unintelligent and recognized the wrong person. It's really not right for him to strike out at you rashly. Please, on the face that I have taken the punishment for him, raise your hand and let Xiao Han go. Sol Yu did not turn around, but took everything in front of him into his eyes. That unhesitating determination, that almost subconscious habit of protection, that lowly pleading words, each and every one of them made Sol Yu's heart twist like a knife and his face like ashes. She was so proud, so cold, so ruthless, and it turned out that she had always been only targeting herself. In the face of Xiao Han, she showed determination and protective will, but so strong, so natural. Although the relationship has been severed, signed the marriage abandonment instrument, the heart also over and over again in the admonition of their own. Shimu Qing'an no love at all. Shimu Qing'an will only dislike their own humiliation. Do not be sad for her sadness. Do not hold any emotional expectations and fantasies about her. But when the real goodbye, the consciousness is still unconsciously concerned about her. 100 years of humiliation and 100 years of wailing, actually has not yet cut off his love silk, has not yet completely worn out his affection. When I see this scene, my heart still aches so much that I can't breathe. Only, this time, it's time to die. This time, should always be completely cut off. Sol Yu's heart and mind trembled a little, but he still forced himself to turn around, his voice even colder despite the slightest tremor in his tone. My name is Stopping Water, not Sol Yu as you all claim. I'll leave you guys alive this time, but if there's a next time, I definitely won't keep my hands off. After saying that, Sol Yu turned around and paid no more attention, because the Lin Yuan mysterious realm had opened. The teleportation array under his feet also lit up at this moment, enveloping Sol Yu's body in light, and just as his figure was about to be teleported away, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Instinctively reacting, He hurriedly turned to parry, and in his hasty response, he was still hit. Only, when he saw the person who attacked him, he fell like an abyss and his heart was as if he was dead. Chapter 34, Crusade. Solyu spewed blood from his mouth and was instantly teleported into the Lin Yuan's secret realm. Vaguely, he heard the angry roars of Taoist Green Emblem and the Sand City Lord. Zhou Yasi, are you crazy? To strike out at a junior with such disregard for seniority, you really deserve to die. Taoist Green Emblem scolded angrily. Tan Shisha's face was also gloomy, the scar that ran across the entire face, snaking around, at the moment with Tan Shisha's shocked anger. The scar all seemed to come to life, becoming more and more hideous and gruesome. Zhou Yasi, you are at least the head of a clan. To show such disregard for your face and strike out at an exceptionally gifted junior, and at a time when you're about to enter the secret realm, such underhanded tactics, it's truly abhorrent to the extreme. You know full well that the Lin Yuan secret realm is full of crises and everywhere is a dangerous realm. To beat him to that level of serious injury, are you trying to strangle geniuses and put people to death? Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you if you have the shelter of this Yunrinching? In front of my and several Dao masters, in my territory, you actually dare to be so reckless and do such underhanded things. Do you have me in your sights? Tan Shisha was enraged. His body's aura exploded as much as it could. The huge pressure made the crowd chilled, and his originally ferocious face became more and more terrifying at this time. His eyes were regal, his expression furious, and although he was already trying his hardest to hold back, the fire of that anger was even more blazing. Zhou Yasi was also a bit flustered. He saw Xiaohan being sent flying and Mu Qingqing being injured by that stopper, and he shot out with anger between his blood churning. She heard that stopping water was without a sect. Even if she struck out at him, who would dare to say anything to her? So what if her talent was strong? A spirit monarch realm without a background backstage. She still did not put it in her eyes. It was just that what she didn't expect was that Taoist Green Emblem and Tan Shisha were actually the first to jump out and hold it for him, and actually scolded her so angrily, which caused him to mess up for a moment. TSK Tisk. This Tianxian sect is living more and more back. A sect leader actually took a shot at the first place of this test. How dare she? Is this Tianxian clan all like this? What did Zhishuwei do wrong? He was sneak attacked for no reason and was bullied because he has no sect or background? Ho! What a Tianxian sect! Colluding from the top to the bottom. All are not good birds. In broad daylight, we have thousands and thousands of eyes watching, but dare to be so underhanded. Usually do not know what have done to hurt the heaven and earth. Bull asterisk 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 Tianxian sect. My cousin's hairdresser is inside the Tianxian sect. He told my cousin. Back in the day, the Tianxian sect had an outstandingly gifted disciple, who was picked up by the sect, and was himself taught and raised by the previous sect master Yunrinching, but was softly coaxed by Zhou Yasi to ask for his own name, saying that he would treat him as his own son, and for this reason it was only when sect master Yunrinching was in seclusion that he passed on the position of sect master to Zhou Yasi, and at that time, the other peak master who was competing for the position of sect master, but he was a lot of times better than she was. Che, what is this? You guys still don't know, do you? That disciple honored and loved his fellow disciples and saved them from the fire many times. They teamed up and killed the Flower Thousand Valley Master Hua Yulu's personal disciple, and when they were approached by Hua Yulu, they didn't dare to admit it, and it was that disciple who stood up and suffered on their behalf, which ultimately led to their cultivation roots being wasted and their meridians being destroyed. Guess what? Zhou Yasi's cold face was chilling, and she turned to look at those few people, with some panic in her eyes, as well as an icy coldness, a warning that spoke for itself. The man's neck shrank, and he was assaulted by the coldness emanating from Zhou Yasi's body, as if he had fallen into an ice sedan chair. He hurriedly shut up and ducked back, his eyes filled with fear. Seeing this, Tan Shisha let out a cold snort, and a spirit dragon shot out from him, fast as lightning towards Zhou Yasi. Zhou Yasi panicked, hastily transported his energy to resist, although he blocked the attack, but he also knocked her backward, until 7 or 8 steps later, he was able to unload his strength and stop his body. The footprints left on the stone platform were about 2 inches deep, which also indicated that this brief encounter was not simple. Zhou Yasi, who was at the same Spirit Emperor realm but was only at the beginning of the Spirit Emperor realm, was completely no match for a veteran Spirit Emperor realm like Tan Shisha. Zhou Yasi's chi and blood surged, but she still managed to endure the discomfort and did not spit out any blood, and the scarlet that surged up her throat was forcibly swallowed by her. You, Tan Shisha snorted coldly, his face filled with condensation. Ignoring me again and again. Do you really think I have a good temper? I don't care about your Tianxian sect's own affairs, but before you try to move anyone here, I hope you weigh it up. The city has its own rules, and the one surnamed Tan has the final say in this Tsar's city. This time, the Tianxian sect became a target, and many people unconsciously moved to the side, unwilling to get involved with the Tianxian sect. Up to this point, the place where the Tianxian clan stood formed an empty space, with no one approaching. Now, Zhou Yasi finally realized just what a stupid thing she had done, all of a sudden pushing the Tianxian sect to the tip of the storm. Standing on the opposite side of the various sects, she clenched her silver teeth in secret and cursed angrily. Dead waste Solyu, turning into a waste and still incurring such mischief for my Tianxian sect, truly deserved to die. She blamed Solyu for all her resentment and didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. The people from the other clans were somewhat gloating, looking as if they were watching a good show, their eyes flickering with unknown meanings. White Heron, who had purposely stayed away from the Tianxian sect, had his heart fluctuating at this time? And his eyes were filled with incomprehension. How could she act like this? Isn't this cutting off the future of the Tianxian sect? To attack Stop Water so blatantly for the sake of a Shaohan? How could she do something so brainless? Does she actually know that stopping water is supposed to be Solyu? Yun Shan Jiejie laughed. Tsk tisk. This patriarch Zhou Yasi can be really stupid, but it's also helped us a lot. A severely injured stopper. He. Tansifet continued. Shaohan of the Tianxian sect maliciously sneak attacked the first place Stop Water, and even had his patriarch retaliate by seriously injuring Stop Water. This time, in the Lin Yuan secret realm, Shaohan's entry qualification is cancelled. Zhou Yasi screamed. On what grounds? Tan Shisha, the Lin Yuan secret realm isn't up to you alone. It's decided by so many patriarchs. If you're so dictatorial, is there any justice in heaven? Tansisha said with a cold snort. Dictatorship? Today, Mr. Tan will be dictatorial for once. What can you do to me? Furthermore, go ask the other patriarchs if they are willing to let Shaohan enter? Zhou Yasi hurriedly looked at the other clans and realized that they actually turned their heads away, not wanting to talk to her at all. Humph. I agree to cancel Shaohan's entry qualification. Such an outlaw. I don't know how many people he has harmed behind his back. I also agree. Disqualify him. Your Tianxian sect is perverse. You should disqualify everyone. Only disqualifying one Shaohan's is already cheap for you. That is. Zhou Yasi was furious and pointed at everyone. You guys are too deceitful. Chapter 35. Inside the Lin Yuan secret territory, Solyu was teleported, and as soon as he landed on the ground, he violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned waxy. Compared to the trauma that his body had received, Solyu's heart was even colder. Even if she didn't recognize herself, she shouldn't have shot at her dantian. He wasn't sure if other people had seen it or not. Zhou Yasi's strike had gone directly towards his dantian, and if he didn't have the chaotic green lotus sheltering him, he was afraid that he would have to suffer another episode of his dantian being destroyed. When Mu Qing'o AI had no scruples, no hesitation to pounce on Shaohan, using his own body to protect Shaohan firmly behind him, to bear the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing through his heart for him, but also that lowly voice to plead on behalf of Shaohan when Solyu's heart completely became ice cold, and then no longer be perfumed with hot possibility. Once upon a time, this was how he treated Mu Qing'o. How many times he had no qualms about fending off gunfire for Mu Qing'o. How many times he was willing to give his life for Mu Qing'o. In the end, the result is endless alienation and indifference. He still remembered that year, due to his worry about Mu Qing'o, the number of times he went to the demon ceiling Forbidden Land was slightly reduced, and only 2 days apart, demonic chi leaked out from there. Mu Qing'o became the first person to be attacked by the demonic chi. His body was covered in black chi and his face was obscure, like an old man who was about to wither away in the wind. Zhou Yasi was at her wit's end and could only be anxious, but she couldn't think of a single solution. Hua Wu several people accompanied by the side, although the look of worry on their faces would not be faked, but there was nothing they could do to help. Watching Mu Qing'o wasting away day by day and in pain, he especially remembered that Mu Qing'o, who was so thin that she was skin and bones, looked ugly and horrible, her shape as withered. Just one look would send chills down one's spine. Her most beloved junior brother, Shaohan, was directly scared to the point of backing away upon seeing her in this state, the dislike and contempt in his eyes undisguised. As for Solyu, after seeing her in this state, his eyes were full of anxiety, his face was full of heartache, and he was terrified all day long, just for fear that something bad might happen to Mu Qing'o. He ignored the red-pink skull like Mu Qing'o, holding her tightly to his chest and taking care of her without any care and attention. His heart filled with torment, day and night of guarding, finally returned to the recovery of Mu Qing'o, when the invasion of the body of the demonic gas, for some reason, a wisp of dissipation, after the soul of the Yu finally rested his heart. 20 days of uninterrupted vigilance, 20 days of not letting go of the body to hold it up, and finally the best result. Only the last night, weak and sleepy to the limit, Solyu could not wait a little while in her bed, was considered irresponsible by the master and the others, not enough to take care of Mu Kingo. They thought that for Solyu to have the presence of mind to sleep and rest after Mu Chingy was so heavily injured, it was obvious that he didn't care enough about Mu Chingy. No one sympathized with his hard work of not closing his eyes for 20 days. No one thought that he had done the extreme that he should have done to Mu Kingo, all because of that less than 1 hour of dozing off, degrading him to the core, a downright negative man. Xiao Han, just in the last moments when her body was restored to its original state and still looked as beautiful as a flower, guarding her side, so that as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the scene of Xiao Han's heartbreaking concern, letting Mu Qingoi die guarding him for the rest of his life, willing to give all, and he guarded her for 20 days, only dozing off at the end when he couldn't hold on any longer. But the last of the sweetness and happiness was obtained by Xiao Han. His eyes were sunken, his face was bloodless, and even the donzi things he could eat every day were leftovers that Mu Kingo could not eat. 20 days without day and night care accompaniment, 20 days loss of energy and spirit of worry, only in exchange for endless abuse and ridicule. How can the heart be willing? Thinking back to these, Solyu's ripple-free state of mind actually undulated, and the original mindset that was as if it was still water fell apart at this time. Once again, he was convinced that Mu Kingo didn't love himself, and perhaps, hadn't cared about him since the beginning, and that Xiao Han, his youngest junior brother, was the target of his greatest favor, obsession. In this moment, it went up in smoke. This time, he showed mercy, and in the end, he still hurt himself, his heart agonizingly tormented. Zhou Yasi, he was picked up by her and so became his guardian. Back then, Patriarch Yun Rinqing cherished Solyu, never shedding her anger to scold him and punish him. No matter what kind of heinous crimes he had committed, she blamed herself for them, never being able to spare Solyu the slightest bit of aggravation or suffering. Approaching her breakthrough, she entrusted Solyu in Zhou Yasi's hands. She believed that Solyu was picked up by Zhou Yasi and naturally had heavy emotions towards him. Her love and favoritism for Solyu was definitely greater than hers, and there would definitely not be a picture of Solyu being aggrieved. That time, she had denied the merits of the Spirit Beer Peak Master's performance, defied the decision of the Elders' Council, and for the first time, she had practiced the only time that the sovereign's position had been dictated to her, and passed on the sovereign's position to Zhou Yasi. Before she entered the death barrier chamber, she purposely examined Zhou Yasi for half a month, and she found that Zhou Yasi took care of Solyu in every possible way, with expressions and actions that were dripping with water, and only then did she make up her mind to peacefully shut down the barrier. It could be said that Zhou Yasi's position as sovereign was taken by Solyu, but now, she actually rushed at her dantian and attacked it with all her might. Even if she didn't know that stopping water was Solyu, she categorically couldn't do something so underhanded. Obviously, in her heart, Xiao Han's position was irreplaceable, and Xiao Han's well-being was incomparable. At this time, Solyu's body was cold, and a piercing coldness came from within, causing his heart to tremble. He always thought that he was picked up by her anyhow, and with 20 years of companionship, even if he didn't bring her any proud moments of glory, he should still have a master and disciple bond. Even if she hadn't made Zhou Yasi's heart happy over the years, it wasn't so bad that she was so disgusted with herself that she killed her. There is no merit, but there is love, and without love, there should be a name of master and disciple. But in the end, it was the people who watched him grow up and were closest to him who did the killing. Once upon a time, even though he was invalidated, he felt doubly credited and proud, simply because he was Zhou Yasi's first disciple, and he felt that having her at his back was his greatest source of support and backbone. Now it seems that it was all just his ultimate fantasy, his wishful thinking. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Yasi had never taken him seriously, and had only included him in her name in order to compete for the position of patriarch. On the surface, the care for Solyu was immaculate, but behind his back, how many times did he have the urge to strangle him? Therefore, when Solyu took out the deed of severance, her heart actually rejoiced. She just couldn't show it too obviously. Now that Solyu had left the clan for over a month, she finally didn't have to raise her head over having such a waste of a disciple. As for Solyu, the nearly non-existent favor of raising Zhou Yasi had now been repaid. Tianxian Clan. I don't owe you anything anymore. Chapter 36, Fields of Spiritual Medicines. Solyu, whose face was waxy, had clearly sensed that this place was unusual and in crisis. He had to recuperate his injuries as soon as possible in order to explore the Ling Yuan mysterious realm in the next few moments. It was just that Zhou Yasi's unrelenting all-out strike was just too vicious, and he was now injured as his chi and blood churned. He sat cross-legged. The chaotic green lotus sutra in his body was running rapidly, wisps of aura traveling around the damaged dantian, repairing the traumatized body. The mixed immortal Yun Jin who swam into the bottom of the pond went down for too long this time, and has not surfaced until now. During this period of time, he also figured out one thing: the higher the grade of the mixed immortal cloud brocade grips to something, the longer it will take, the higher the consumption of his own energy will be. With regards to the mixed immortal cloud brocade, he was not worried at the moment, but instead was somewhat looking forward to it. What Solyu didn't know was that in the middle of this secret realm, not far away from him behind a wigwam, a pair of large, bright eyes once again poked their heads out and stared curiously at Solyu. If Solyu was able to discover it, this pair of eyes had been hiding not far away and watching him after he fused the green lotus stone platform, and it was unexpected that he actually had the ability to follow Solyu into the Lin Yuan secret realm. Solyu was suddenly a bit distracted. He opened his eyes and looked around, frowning as he got up. It seems that this is not a place to stay for long. I need to find that great hall as soon as possible. Only, he didn't know where to go for a moment. In his last life, he came in last and had no ability to go to the depths of the secret realm at all, so he could only wander around in it as he pleased. He didn't even know where he had gone himself, and in a daze he entered that great hall. Now, there were no hints in this secret realm, and for a while he didn't know how to move forward. A breeze came, and Solyu actually vaguely heard a slight chime from the wind, like a wind chime hanging from the eaves of a house. Very crisp. Since there was no direction, it was better to pursue towards the direction where the wind bells were ringing, passing through the mountains and streams, with beautiful scenery along the way. Solyu secretly belabored the fact that this place was more like an out-of-this-world paradise than a so-called secret realm. I don't know how long I'd been walking, but based on the increasingly clear sound of the wind chimes, Solyu concluded that he shouldn't be far away. Sure enough, after passing through another bamboo forest, the ancient complex revealed itself as a cluster of palaces not far apart. However, these ancient building complexes had fallen into some disrepair over the years and did not look like places where treasures were hidden. Solyu was not overly ambitious and walked towards the palace complex in the same direction. After penetrating into a broken and falling wooden door, the sight in front of him caused Solyu to be a bit stunned. This is spirit medicine? Why is there so much of it? Solyu couldn't cultivate and had a lot of time to read, and the scope of what he dabbled in was very broad, including the category of spiritual medicine. All of these spiritual medicines in front of him that emitted a fragrant odor were all high-grade precious medicinal herbs. Some of them were even of high vintage, and their medicinal power was so abundant that it even produced a rich, warm and embracing aura around the spiritual medicines. This made Solyu overjoyed. Celestial star grass? It's still at least 100 years old. It's worth a lot. Women's infinite number of medicinal herbs. 300 years old. At that time, if I have herbs of this age, I should have a chance to preserve my meridians. 3-star blood moon grass. Actually, even this kind of medicinal herb is available. At that time, in order to snatch a freshly sprouted spirit medicine for Mukingo, I fell down the cliff and almost died. There are actually more than a dozen plants here. It's really a big deal. Lin Mo dark crab grass, cold wind power grass, devil's palm moon bead. Hey, all of them are mine. Not to mention the degree of preciousness and efficacy. The price of each plant will not be lower than a 5th order magic core, and some of them can't even be bought with more money. There were a few pink fragrant mandarins in this, a very powerful aphrodisiac herb, the size of a palm. Solyu was aware of the power of this thing. With only a tenth of this, it could make a giant elephant of oversized size lose its mind. Even if it was functionally impaired, it could bring him back to life. Even a 7th and 8th ranked powerhouse couldn't suppress the aftereffects of this herb. Once taken, within half an hour without intercourse boa, will be true chi disorders, desire fire burning body and die. Even the spirit emperor realm strong, not timely treatment or will be forced out of the body of medicinal power, but also have the fear of life, and may even be cultivation destroyed. Gee, good stuff. A no-brainer. The beauty of it was that some of the valuable medicinal herbs needed special equipment to be preserved, and Solyu almost didn't have any here. They could only be placed in the spatial ring like this, and the medicinal effects would indeed be lost, but there was nothing that could be done about it now. With so many spirit medicines at the bottom, even if he couldn't get anything at the back, Solyu felt that he had not wasted his time. His mood also became a lot more comfortable. Took away all the high-grade spirit medicine, remaining some remnants there. After all, you can't be too selfish to be a human being. After eating the meat you always have to leave some soup for others. Most of all, there was an elixir that looked very good, but after Solyu dug it out, he realized that the bottom had been eaten quite a bit by worms, and the root had lost all of its medicinal power, and only the top end was very loaded. This herb happens to be only the root of the medicinal effect is the best. Angry Solyu considered to give him some nutrition, so after digging out that elixir to give it a bit of farmyard fertilizer, and then rebury it up, and it is really pearlescent a lot. After the medicinal fields were taken care of, he made his way to the cluster of palaces. the closest of which had two to choose from. Just as he was pondering which one to enter, his keen senses allowed him to detect a hint of danger. He was immediately on guard, secretly utilizing his energy to prepare for a possible attack. Suddenly, a huge python scurried out from the intersection on the left, opening its bloody mouth to pounce at Solyu. Solyu dodged sideways and quickly condensed a ball of spiritual energy in his hand, striking the python viciously. The python flinched in pain, but did not leave as it coiled around and stared warily at Solyu. Third-ranked demonic beast, green demon python? Where there is a demonic beast guarding a place, there will definitely be heavy treasures. I just don't know. What is this green demon python guarding? Solyu decided to break in and take a look. The third-order demonic beasts couldn't stop him yet, perhaps sensing the powerful aura emanating from Solyu's body. The green demon python was fearful and instinctively retreated backward for a distance, but it was always coiled at the entrance of the guarded palace, spitting its snake letters from time to time and hissing out a warning. Seeing Solyu raise his foot, the green demon python immediately showed a fierce light in its eyes, and its huge green body stood upright, and its 5 or 6 meter tall body looked ferocious and incomparable, only that its eyes were filled with panic. It knew that it wasn't Solyu's opponent and didn't dare to attack rashly, but there was something it needed to guard in the palace behind it, and it couldn't back down. In this way, Solyu became more and more curious. It knew it couldn't be beaten, but it still blocked him from entering. What exactly was it guarding? Third-order green demon python, belonging to the python type of mutant species, is relatively scarce and rare in itself, and Solyu can't bear to hurt it. In light of this, Solyu activated the green lotus demon pupil within his body, only to see his pupil flicker and change shape in an instant. In the two eyes, a green three-leafed green lotus was slowly rotating, and in an instant, the green demon python was under control, its body stiff and unable to move. After taking care of the green demon python, Solyu walked past it and carefully entered the great hall. It was just that inside this dilapidated hall, it was chaotic and overgrown with weeds, like a grass hut that had been abandoned for a long time. Even the beams of the room had collapsed and fallen off, and it didn't look like a place where one could hide treasure. It was just that green demon python was so guarded. To say that there was nothing inside, Solyu couldn't believe it in any way. Searching for half a day to no avail, Solyu's face was ugly, frowning, when suddenly, he saw a stone platform where several snake eggs were placed, and one of them had already broken its shell, and a young green demon python drilled out of the shell. It dawned on Solyu that what that green demon python was guarding was its own snake egg, not a treasure. Solyu skimmed his lips and quietly withdrew. After he left, that green demon python's body returned to its original state and searched privately, not finding Solyu's figure, before returning to the palace. Chapter 37, Change of Heart. Double Repayment. Solyu came to the second palace. This time he was pumped up and moved towards the palace with very careful and slow steps. Only, he did not sense any unusual aura, which made him feel a little strange. After spending some time, Solyu came out of the palace with a grimy face. This time, he found nothing inside and instead ate a nose. He still doesn't believe in this evil. So many palaces, he can't get a single benefit? Solyu entered a dozen palaces in a row. Without exception, the temple group was empty. Nothing was obtained, not to mention that, but also with some unknown foreign beasts fought several battles. Even now the cultivation of the spirit monarch realm of the 8th stage, but also almost ate the defeat. One of the palace, Solyu rashly broke in only to find that it is a third-order demonic beast horse spirit rat's lair, densely packed with enough to have a big yellow dog as the size of the fat rats. Not only on the ground, even the walls and roofs are also crawling all over the place. They are tightly squeezed together, relying on each other to squeeze will not fall down. There is not a little bit of space inside the gaps. That spectacular appearance caused Solyu to get goosebumps all over his body. Rats that big, each drooling, eyes still scarlet, emitting a foul odor, some even gnawing on their companions' carcasses, nauseatingly mocking. After seeing Solyu come in, like seeing a long-lost delicacy, a brain rushed towards Solyu. Even with Solyu's cultivation and speed, it was difficult to dodge and fight for a while. One by one, their oily and shiny fur was still very resistant to beating. Even though a few of them had already been knocked out by Solyu and were lying on the ground dying, it didn't make them timid and scrupulous, and they still pounced forward and backward. Solyu, who had exerted a lot of effort, repelled a wave of horse spirit rats pestering him, only to be chased up by another wave, and the foul, tawdry odor all over his body made Solyu almost unable to resist vomiting out yesterday's one-piece pastry. Luckily, for some unknown reason, whenever Solyu retreated to a certain range, the group of dastardly rats stopped pursuing and could only anxiously spin around in the same spot. Recalling the sight of the battle all the way back just now, Solyu finally understood. The demonic beasts here can't leave the limited range of the palace. and as long as they're out of that limited range, neither the demonic beasts nor the mecha puppets will pursue them anymore. This was undoubtedly a very favorable discovery, and when they encountered these things guarding the Great Hall again later on, they could completely rely on such an advantage to engage in a battle of wits, and not necessarily fight to the death. Solyu, who originally wanted to leave directly, suddenly stopped again and looked at the group of disgusting rats that didn't dare to walk into the main hall, and suddenly had a flash of insight. He really didn't want to get entangled with that group of evil rats again, but after eating such a big loss and being disgusted to the point that he vomited such an abominable thing, to reveal this, Solyu was really not willing, so he fetched a very long wooden stick, and controlling it without disturbing the group of rats, he gently closed that palace door without seeing any traces. It felt like it was still too easy, and wouldn't it be much more boring if it didn't attract the attention of others? Thus, Solyu had a plan in mind, and after shutting the door of the temple, he used spiritual power to seal the door from the outside, creating an illusionary feeling of a dazzling brilliance and warm spiritual light, like there was a good treasure inside, making people reverie. After doing all this, he still felt that it was not enough, took out a precious medicinal herb and planted it under the steps at the entrance of the main hall, and also made the soil old and sprinkled some mosses. It looked like a medicinal herb that had been growing here for a long time, and this herb also exudes a light halo and medicinal fragrance. The most can attract people. In this way, Solyu was very satisfied with his masterpiece. The corner of his mouth hooked up an evil arc, turned around and prepared to leave, walked a few steps and then suddenly stopped, pondering. It wouldn't do for him to be the only one to suffer the losses he had suffered. It would have to be something that others would have to taste as well. The current Solyu was no longer the mute, corrupt, rotten good guy he used to be, and was slowly becoming spontaneous. As for whoever could not resist the temptation to pull open the temple door and fell into bad luck, it was none of his business, and he was not the one who pushed the person in anyway. He wondered if he should hide and watch a good show to see who would be so unlucky. Wanting to do it, the wicked Solyu repaired the temple with spiritual power again, so that people could see its difference from afar, and only then did he call it a day. Then looked around, looking for a short mountain closest to here. A few jumps on the high side of the short mountain, hiding in a hidden place. This point of vision is very clear, for the opposite side of the palace situation is unobstructed. Laughing twice in a thieving manner, Solyu sat down in peace and waited for the person of destiny to arrive. Taking advantage of this gap, he closed his eyes and rested his mind as his divine sense entered the spirit sea within his body. Green lotus motionless rooted in the pond. There is no mixed immortal cloud brocade wandering in the water. The surface of the water is smooth and unusual, not a trace of ripples. Suddenly, the image of Muchinga Kingo rushing over and bearing the pain of the ice cone for Xiaohan despite everything flashed in his mind once again, and he inwardly laughed bitterly to himself. How many things he had done for Mukingo, how much he had paid, how many times he had almost lost his life, and not only did he not get anything, he did not even hear a single word of thanks or caring from her, let alone anything else. He gave his heart and his life to her, putting all of his love and emotions into waving them on the hot soil of the Tianxin sect, and not only did he not gain anyone's favor, but he also caused endless taunts and abuse. Not only did she lose everything, lose her life, and finally ended up severing her relationship and driving her out of the sect, but she was also almost destroyed by her own master once again in her dantian. It should have been dead. It should have been despairing. It should have never cared about anything again, but it was, after all, 100 years of personal experience, a kinship that one had devoted one's life to guarding. However, when they staged a love scene in front of their eyes, with their spirit-filled palms aiming at them without a care in the world, Solyu was still very pained. The so-called love and hate. Now the soul of the you finally can appreciate those abandoned after the hatred of the impermanence of what experience, but also finally felt, was once the closest and most loved by the betrayal of the person is how the pain of despair. After this incident, Solyu, who originally only wanted to quietly leave and no longer have any interactions or ties with them, quietly changed his mind at this moment. Solyu, who had never thought about how to retaliate, who had never thought about how to make them regret, retracted that unproductive thought. If I hadn't had the chance to be reborn and come back, in my last life, I wouldn't have even had anyone to collect my body after I died. They shouldn't have had a single ounce of pity either, and would have even applauded and cheered. How pathetic, how ridiculous. Oh, on what grounds? Why should I be the only one to bear all this? Why should I be the only one to bear all the suffering, humiliation, torture, pain, despair, and death? What have I done wrong? No, I didn't. The fault was only in being too weak. The fault was only in being too good for them. The fault was in never living for myself, only thinking of others. In that case, all my pain, all the humiliation and despair I've suffered, you should have a share of it. and you should have to taste all that remorse and pain I've experienced. And I will double it. Chapter 38 Angry Xiaohan. While Solyu was boredly waiting for his destiny to arrive, a line of people also appeared not far from the palace complex. It turned out that several hours had already passed, and some of the people who had gone up to the heavenly cloud platform had already entered the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, and Xiaohan was clearly among them. Tan Shisha had announced in public that Xiaohan's eligibility to enter the Lin Yuan mysterious realm had been cancelled, so it was reasonable that Tan Shisha should not have changed his own rules. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Qingdou had originally achieved a good ranking this time, but she had been severely injured by Solyu herself in order to guard Xiaohan, and in her state, even if she forced her way into the Lin Yuan secret realm, she would not be able to gain anything. Mu Qingdou had to transfer his quota to Xiaohan, and Tan Shisha couldn't say anything else. After all, the regulations didn't say that they weren't allowed to transfer quota. Xiaohan did not have a clear direction after they came in, and this Lin Yuan secret realm was the first time they had all come in. Some people would have maps provided by their seniors within the sect, only that the location they teleported in was different each time, causing some of the maps to actually not be used at all. After going around in circles, they finally converged together. At this time Xiaohan hated Solyu, and at the same time, he also memorized the name Stopwater in his heart. This was originally an opportunity for him to reveal himself, but he didn't expect to be robbed of the first opportunity by Stopwater. Not to mention that it also made him make such a big fool of himself in front of the crowd. And even more so, he was cancelled out of the quota by Tan Shisha, so how could he possibly swallow this tone of voice? Stopping the water was injured by Zhou Yasi. He saw it clearly. That kind of injury was not something that could be recovered in a moment or two, and it was certainly difficult to take revenge with his strength. It was only that he was hiding a bottom card that would injure even a Spirit King realm powerhouse, and that stopping water was only barely at the Spirit Monarch realm. Not only that, his own several senior sister, remove Mu Qingdou, the other people have come in, they love him so much, to his own obedience, must also be unwilling to see himself humiliated regardless of. He has the confidence in here to take revenge. A Spirit Monarch realm without a sect or a faction was just a Spirit Monarch realm. He wasn't afraid of it, and with the use of his undercard, he was certain that he would defeat him, and possibly even kill him. Furthermore, her own master was reprimanded by Tan Shisha in Taoist green emblem in front of so many people. Not only did she lose face, but she also tarnished the reputation of the Tianxian sect, so she definitely couldn't swallow this and wouldn't let it go. As soon as he entered the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, Xiaohan quickly searched for Flower Faultless and the girls, firstly, to show that he was well behaved, and secondly, to let the senior sisters know how much he was holding on to them. If he pretended to be a little injured and showed some fearful and scared looks, those senior sisters would definitely be red-eyed and would not be at his mercy. It was just that he had somehow come in here for quite a while, and as he explored the Lin Yuan mysterious realm with extreme speed, not only did he not find his senior sisters, but he actually didn't even see the shadow of a single treasure, which made him a bit strange and didn't understand why. Luckily, after spending quite a bit of time, he finally met a few people from other sects, and although they were not ashamed of Xiao Han's behavior, they still brought him along to find the Flower Mistake girls. Sure enough, everything was just as he expected. Xiao Han just complained about his suffering and acted like he was seriously injured and was a bit scared to enter the middle of the Lin Yuan secret realm, and the first time he was frantically searching for them all over the world. He made a few senior sisters cry hot tears and cursed that the water stopping was not a good thing. The others did not care to be in the same boat as these few people, and distanced themselves from them in the middle of their walk, isolating Flower Mistake and the girls, with Xiao Han by their side. Even if they were isolated, they didn't feel anything. Instead, they still thought that it was better for them to be together as their own people, and when the time came, they would leave whatever good things they had for Xiao Han, so they didn't have to share it with them, saving them the trouble. The appearance of the palace cluster caused their group to be overjoyed all of a sudden, and Xiao Han even rushed out first, with Hua Wu Er and the others following closely behind. Seeing this, the others cursed their shamelessness and scrambled to fly and swept towards the palace complex. Xiao Han was the first to arrive, and just like Solyu, he took the lead in the medicinal field. With just one glance, Xiao Han hated and cursed. Solyu did not take all of the spirit medicines, but left some of the poorer quality, sparse herbs that did not have much value. Some of the elixirs had been dug up by the roots, and the pits were all still turned over with fresh soil, with the medicinal power still remaining in the soil, and the warm rhythmic fragrance of the elixirs still permeating the air. One could tell at a glance that this place was originally a medicinal field, and that it was originally planted with a lot of spirit medicines of higher grades and long years, only that they had all been shortchanged now. The most infuriating thing was that it was as if that person was afraid that they didn't know that there were precious spirit medicines here. only scooping up the expensive and rare varieties and leaving them with only a few remnants. Even at the mouths of some pits, he had specially picked the roots and branches of some medicines, retaining some of the clues of the herbs without affecting their medicinal qualities, so that they could recognize at a glance how precious what had been taken away was. Celestial star grass? Still at least 100 years old. Highly valuable. Women's infinite number of grasses. At least 300 years old as well. An excellent medicinal guide for treating the meridians. 3-star blood moon grass. There are actually more than a dozen plants. Lin Mo dark crabgrass. Cold wind power grass. Devil's palm moon bead. Little chill. Look. Is this the crumbs of the great luo containing sandleaf? I remember you said that if you could obtain the great luo containing sandleaf, you would be able to refine the great luo cracking pill, and that it would then be as easy as a slap in the face to advance into the advanced realm of spirit heaven? Last year, there was a 50-year portion of the great luo containing sandleaf that appeared at the auction, worth 30,000 spirit stones, and was auctioned off by someone else, causing you to not have succeeded in advancing to the higher realms by now? Flower Faultless inquired with fury in his eyes. Xiao Han's face was frosty and ironic as he gritted his teeth and nodded. Ha! Little chill. Come and see. Is this the golden needle jade leaf mushroom you were talking about? It can be used to refine a 6th grade elixir, Golden Spirit Xianfu San, which can increase cultivation for 3 months below the Spirit King realm without any side effects. Even at the Spirit Monarch realm, taking this kind of elixir, one can at least advance 1 level? Lin Shi held a ball of soil with a small half of roots on it and came to Xiao Han, inquiring. When Xiao Han saw this, his eyes became bloodshot, his cupped fists kept trembling, and his body was filled with hostility. Ink Moon getting continuous grass, an excellent herb for treating cold or frostbite. If it is more than 500 years old, it can even be used to refine a 7th grade elixir. It can cure even cold and ice extinct veins, and it can be called the nemesis of cold and ice. If Senior Sister Kingo could have such a medicinal herb, her body that was injured by stopping water's ice pick would be able to recover immediately. When the others saw this scene, they were also filled with resentment and pain. The good things were all taken away, leaving some leftovers for them. It really made people angry. They knew in their hearts that the only one who could come here earlier than them and take these medicinal herbs was the first one to enter the Lin Yuan mysterious realm. Stopping water. They were indignant and furious. But just when they remembered Ji Shui's Spirit Monarch 8-star cultivation, they could only sigh helplessly. Xiao Han hissed as he let out a skyward roar in anger. Stop the water, you brat bastard. I, Xiao Han, am at loggerheads with you. Chapter 39, Why does the 7th-ranked medicinal herb smell a bit bad? Solyu hid behind a mountain rock and heatedly smiled when he heard Xiao Han's incompetent and furious roar. He. You mother **** or also have a day to be defeated. The last life made me suffer all the humiliation, fell down for 100 years and died, and finally died in your hands. In this life, everything I've experienced, I'm going to double it back to you. TSK. This is just an appetizer that you can't stand? There's no rush. Play with you slowly. I'll make you realize what it means to be desperate as well. I just didn't expect that you actually came in. TSK. It seems that the person who was destined to be here is you, right? He. I'm looking forward to your wonderful performance. After smiling wickedly, Solyu gathered his breath and hid behind the rocky hill, ready to witness a tragic show. After Xiao Han had finished venting, he also ignored the crowd's unusually disgusted gaze and began to brainlessly scavenge the remnants of the spirit medicine. The others also reacted and hurriedly joined in the scramble. Although it was a remnant, it was still something that could not be obtained. After all, a mosquito is meat even if it is small, so it could not be wasted. You stepped on a horse. I saw it first. Off. I go to your mother, Lu. You see the time. I have grabbed with the hand. By what is you're robbing me? Are you a ing beggar? It's only worth 500 spirit stones. Less ing hoodwink me. Really think that I'm less educated and uneducated that I can be fooled by you? This is McGee Star. 3rd grade low grade spirit medicine. At least 2,000 spirit stones, and 500 spirit stones. Yikes. It's a pity that this 4th-ranked elixir actually got stepped on. Otherwise it would be really valuable. This stop water is such an idiot. Doesn't he care about flowers and plants that much? Suddenly, Flower Faultless shouted in surprise. Little chill. Come over here. There's a complete elixir with light still glowing on it. Come on. When Lin Shi and Mo Chioli heard this, they hurried over, and Xiao Han also gave up on a low-cost medicinal herb that he was digging up, and rushed over to Hua Wu Air's side in a single arrow step. The others saw this and were envious. Herbs that could emit fluorescence were at least of the 5th order and of extremely high vintage before they could form the spiritual pill warmth rhythm. With such a plant, this trip to the Lin Yuan mysterious realm would have been a worthwhile one. You idiot, I just told you to go over there. Had to say that this side has a large number. This is all first-rate medicinal herbs. Thousands of tens of thousands of plants can't match the value of that one plant. Senior brother. You can't blame me. There aren't many sparsely over there. I didn't know either. It's all because of that stopper. He dug up all the good stuff. Blame your sister, I'll blame. That is the spirit monarch realm. The two of us together are not enough for someone to pinch a finger. Quietly dig faster. Oh, senior brother. Can you not hit my head next time? Master said hitting my head will make me stupid. Boom. Shut up, wow you. Is there a lower limit to your stupidity? And is there room for more stupidity? 1,000 more hits and you're still this dumb. You won't get any dumber than this. Elder brother, you hit my brain again. I protest. Suddenly, the scene resounded with Xiao Han's shriek of excitement with a hint of trembling sound. This is actually the Skycloud Fire Luo root. It's a 7th order medicinal herb. And this halo, this medicinal power, this fragrance, it's at least 500 years. No, at least 1,000 years of medicinal herbs. Several people were also pleasantly surprised. Only when they heard this, Hua Wu Air asked in doubt. Little chill. Are you sure that you didn't read it wrong? Is this really a 1,000-year-old 7th rank medicinal herb? Why? Why are all the other herbs fragrant with medicinal herbs? And this one, why is it not only not that fragrant, but it seems, it also has a bit of a foul odor? Mo Chioli frowned and said, it's stinky, very stinky. Xiao Han was full of concern and rolled his eyes and said, elder sister, you guys don't understand. I've read a book of famous medicines, which clearly records the shapes and uses of various medicinal herbs, as well as the different efficacies and different looks of various medicinal herbs when they are of different vintages. I'm a few very clear about all of them. It is written in the book that the Skycloud Fire Luo root, the fruit tree is about 1 foot high, the root is as thick as an arm, and the top of the tree is as thin as a swimmer. The whole body is shiny red. The center of the body is borne with ribbons, in the form of clouds, not fruit and flowers, the fire spiritual power of heaven and earth, pregnant with fire haze in the rhizome, sparse branches and leaves, looks like a red spiritual roots. Above 1,000 years, there are 5 circles of cloud pattern from bottom to top. Each circle has 200 rounds. The above 1,000-year-old heavenly cloud fire luo root is ranked in the 7th order of the very best, and is a rare and precious treasure. If successfully refined, it is designated as a 7th order advanced elixir, with the ability to raise the dead. Look, senior sister, isn't it exactly like what the book says? I can be quite sure that this is a 7th order extreme spiritual root without a doubt. Flower Faultless nodded, looked carefully and said, really, hey, it really is 5 circles of cloud patterns. Mo Chioli still frowned and said, do 7th order herbs stink? Lin Shi bristled and said, Chioli, you really should read more. Don't hug your broken sword all day long. Don't interrupt if you don't understand. Didn't you hear what Xiao Han said? This must be a 7th grade spirit root. Little Chill has said so. Can there be any mistake? What's wrong with a little odor? Must be this kind of medicinal herbs, just this flavor. Just like you love to eat durian. That thing huge stink incomparably. Eat it is very sweet. You are not the most favorite to eat? Mo Chioli seemed to understand and nodded his head. No longer speaking, Xiao Han smiled in a very comfortable way. At this moment, he felt that even the air was sweet-smelling. Very carefully, he crouched down on the ground, his head close to the Skycloud Fire Luo root, the tip of his nose next to the nearest spiritual root, taking a big strong breath of the medicinal power and fragrance from the spirit root. He was intoxicated and closed his eyes with a face of enjoyment, as if he had smelled the most mellow and clear fragrance in the world. Only, he frowned and skimmed again after his intoxication. The medicine was indeed strong and fragrant, except that it did have a foul smell mixed in, making him uncomfortable and even a bit diaphoretic. He tried to recall what was written in the book. Only at that time when his master asked him to read it, he didn't memorize it by heart. He only read it roughly, and now he couldn't remember what this thing actually tasted like. Maybe there was really a kind of stench mixed with it. Let me smell it. I heard that even a single sniff of this high-grade medicinal herb can be sweetened, and a portion of the overflowing medicinal power will be absorbed. Lin Shi jumped the gun and also followed Xiao Han's example by taking a deep breath of immortal qi. Only, after sucking it up, she coughed and coughed twice, spiced up by the stench that reached her nasal passages, and even her eyes opened a little, and this time she didn't speak again. Flower Mistake looked at the two, pursed her lips, smiled awkwardly, gave a symbolic sniff, and hurriedly dodged away. Really, it's rushing stink. She still can't accept it. No matter what, this was a 7th order medicinal herb, a superb spiritual root. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, that stop water is really stupid. At a glance for this aspect of pharmacology, It's a 2.5 hanged goods. He actually dropped the 7th order high-level medicinal herb. I bet that even if he digs up all the medicinal herbs in this spiritual field, it definitely won't be able to match the value of this heavenly cloud fire luo root. Ha 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 ha, dumbass. So what if you come in first? So what if we dig up all the elixirs? It's just a reckless person without a bit of learning. What's there to fear? I guess, if he knows the value of this herb, he's bound to regret his gut. Ha ha ha. Chapter 40, Xiao Han's Wrathful Strike. Those people who were squatting behind them and digging for elixirs glanced at each other and saw the emotions in each other's eyes. Obviously, the temptation of 7th order spirit pills was very powerful. Everyone came to the spirit field together, so why could they only dig up these edges and remnants? And Xiao Han, the one who was removed from the list, could dig up 7th order spirit pills? The Tianxian sect was already shameless, and Xiao Han was even more so, sneak attacking stop water in front of everyone, already annoying everyone. Now that they actually had the luck to dig up a 7th order spirit medicine, how could they be convinced? At this time, someone threw away the somewhat broken 2nd order spirit pill in his hand, smashing it on the ground and bringing out a commotion, causing everyone to look over this way. The man said with righteous indignation, "Don't move. This elixir field was discovered by all of us together. It should belong to all of us digging together. If we hadn't brought you along, how could you all have entered this spiritual medicine field? Why is it that we can only dig up this kind of low-grade goods that no one wants, and you few shameless people are going to dig up that 7th-ranked extreme spiritual root?" The other man, seeing that someone had taken the lead, also stood up and said, "That's right. On what grounds? You also said just now that the value of that one plant is comparable to all the spirit medicines in the entire spirit medicine field, so why should you guys monopolize that 7th-ranked medicinal herb?" "Yeah, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced either. We must have a share of this 7th order elixir? Want to take it all for yourself? Ask the big knife in my hand if it agrees first. It's already hungry and thirsty." Hua Wu Air several people immediately got up and stood beside Xiao Han, assuming a hands-on stance. "Do you guys want to be cheeky? We all came to the medicinal field together. We didn't disturb you from digging up the elixir, nor did we stop you from coming over here to dig. Now that you see us digging up something good, you want a piece of the pie? Don't even think about it." Lin Shi also cursed angrily. "What kind of things are you? You're blaming your lack of ability if you can't dig it down yourselves, and you want to rob our 7th grade elixir curses? Brute things, what kind of ability is it to rob our trophies? If you have the ability to dig it yourself, don't come to hit Little Chill's idea, or don't blame me for being impolite." Mo Chili directly drew his sword and crossed it over his chest, staring at those people and said, "You guys, want to try my sword to see if it's sharp?" Xiao Han revealed a disdainful smile and said in a sardonic voice, "Low cultivation is not a fault. But not being able to recognize the current situation and not being able to differentiate the gap between each other before daring to rob so blatantly and raw, that's just being blind with your eyes open. A bunch of brainless fools. I don't polish your dog's eyes to see who I am, and actually hit the idea on my head. That spirit monarch 8th level stop water, the first person on the heaven ascending staircase. I don't even put him in my eyes. I dare to strike him in front of so many people, let alone you minions. Hurry up and get lost before I get angry." Hearing this, many people remembered that it was indeed as he had said. On an occasion like that, facing a stopper who was also a spirit sovereign 8-star powerhouse who had just won first place and had been recognized by Taoist Green Emblem and the Sand Emperor City Lord, of all the people present, who would dare to face him straight on and challenge him? Although Xiao Han ended up returning without any success and was also injured by stopper, he dared to fight and kill, which was something that everyone could not do and dared not do, and based on this, he appeared to have such qualifications to say this. Some people saw Xiao Han's gaze a little evasive and quietly moved backward, while some people were in front of this huge benefit, but still wanted to put up a fight. 7th stage extreme spirit root. If he could obtain it, after bringing it back to the sect, he would be directly promoted from outer disciple to core disciple status, or even true disciple was possible. Even if he didn't hand it over to the sect, with the effects of this 7th order elixir, he would be able to break into the world. The so-called heavy reward will be brave. In front of major interests, there will be reckless. There is always iron head of the baby is not convinced. Humph. Less pretense. You are out of the water. But not even touch the water stopping hair. Was someone else's true chi flicked out? If not for your senior sister's deadly protection, you are afraid that you would have become a dead soul under the ice pick of stop water. Still using this to scare people. I don't eat your set. Today, this 7th rank spirit medicine must have our share. You seek death. Originally, Xiao Han wanted to emerge in the limelight at this test assembly. He wanted to stand at the highest place, enjoying the drowning, proud, and infinitely joyful eyes of Mu Kingo and the girls, and enjoying the cheers and applause they brought. More so, this is to tell Mu Kingo that she is the best choice for her. Gambling with him and ignoring him is the most unwise behavior. He is the one that shines the brightest. If she doesn't cherish herself again, she will definitely regret it later. I didn't realize that the test was so tough that he didn't meet his expectations and didn't feel as high. He blamed it all on Solyu, believing that it was because he had snatched away his green lotus stone platform that his mind was unstable and he had not become the one to ascend to the top of the heavenly stairs. When he mistook Stopper for Sol Wu, he didn't hesitate to strike without even reacting. The result was that not only did he make such a big fool of himself, but he also caused Mu Kingo to be seriously injured, and was even disqualified from entering the Lin Yuan secret realm. He was very angry and resentful. He was originally angry and had no place to vent his anger now. This stupid thing actually mentioned this matter at this time. It was really a pot calling the kettle black. This caused Xiao Han to become enraged and without hesitation, he shot out with anger and attacked that person with all his might. The 8 extremes of heavenly disintegration. The fist formed by converging spiritual energy formed an aura illusion augur dragon when it swung out of the gap. The dragon, perhaps sensing the presence of anger, snaked its body and roared. Those who approached, their robes were hunted by the strong wind, and the mud and sand of the spiritual field flew in the sky, raising a fascinating cloud of dust, boxing in the guise of an evil dragon, wrapped in powerful spiritual energy that could impact space and time. He charged through at an extremely fast speed. Dust flew up in the sky. The solemn killing intent was in the air, and the unrivaled power was strong and domineering, raging. When the dust cleared, the crowd only then saw the scene under the eyes. Immediately ate a big surprise. The person who was attacked also reacted quickly, crossing his arms in front of his chest as soon as the evil dragon impacted over, his entire body's strength condensing on top of his arms. He was defending with such a stance, so it was evident that this person's own battle power was not to be underestimated. He stuck his feet in the dirt and blocked the evil dragon's attack, only for his body to stick in the dirt ground and slide backwards for several meters before coming to a stop. How is this possible? He's a peak spirit Xian realm, and he's actually able to strike such a powerful attack. Such a strong move. Ask, how can I resist it? If this were to hit me, I'm only afraid that I'd already be accounted for here. Hiss, what kind of perverted battle power is this? Is this really the means that the spirit Xian realm should have? Ho, is he actually this strong? No wonder he can climb that high up the heavenly ladder? It's just a big sound. But unfortunately the realm is not enough. I think if Stop the Water was here, he most likely wouldn't have a chance of surviving. Chapter 41, Disgusting. After the man unloaded the force, he sprayed blood from his mouth, and his arms hung down helplessly, and he knew that his arms were already ruined. The entire person fell to his knees at once and once again spewed out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Xiao Han with an expression filled with fear and unwillingness as he trembled and said, You're so cruel. Waste my arm? Xiao Han indifferently heated. Humph. It's just a matter of blame. This time it's just a waste of your hands. The next time you insult me so verbally, it won't be as simple as your hands. It'll be your life. This Xiao Han. So ruthless. This person is so heavy with hostility. Just a few words and he wasted someone. It's so hateful. Have the Tianxian sect's people always been this overbearing? When Patriarch Yun was in power, the Tianxian sect was all very low-key. And with this Zhou Yasi in power, the Tianxian sect's discipline ethos has changed. This Xiao Han, regardless of character, strength is indeed powerful. That person is not a cat or a dog. Just one blow to waste. Alas. After Xiao Han had made such a high-profile move and forcefully disabled that person, the others were a bit intimidated and did not dare to utter another word. Although that 7th order spirit pill was still very tempting, they didn't seem to have the strength to compete for it. Having already reached this point, it seemed that this 7th order spirit medicine was already in Xiao Han's possession. Seeing this, Emochioli continued to be on guard while Xiao Han sneered and continued to crouch down to study this 7th order spirit medicine. Looking at such a delicate heavenly cloud fire luo root, Xiao Han surprisingly felt for the first time that a medicinal herb could grow to be so charming, making him somewhat smugly intoxicated. Fortunately, he didn't lose his mind, knowing that he couldn't stay here for a long time, and that if all his time was wasted on this, the treasures at the back would have nothing to do with him. Without any further hesitation, Xiao Han took out a jade shovel and a sky blue jade box that looked very expensive and exquisite. He explained, there are some high-grade elixirs that cannot be dug up with bare hands, as this will destroy the roots and some of the fibers, leading to wounds in the herbs and the loss of medicinal power. Like the sky cloud fire luo root, this kind of extremely high-quality spiritual medicine is more to be very cautious. It attributes the avenue of fire. Itself has a very strong fire chi spiritual power. If there is ice and cold spiritual power of the person is able to dig directly with bare hands is the best. Not if you have to use this kind of cold jade shovel. The cold jade shovel itself has a certain amount of ice and cold attributes. It can be in contact with the skycloud fire luo root. It will be some of the fire that escaped in the rhizome periphery of the fire elements to cool and extinguish them, so that when dug up, it won't heat up in contact with the air, thus destroying its internal structure and medicinal power. The cold jade shovel isn't strong enough in its ice-cold attribute after all, and although it temporarily suppresses the fire element, it doesn't seal it for a long time. This jade box carved from ice condensation forging spirit grass mixed with cold mountain stone jade becomes the best way to preserve the heavenly cloud fire luo root. It can suppress the active fire element for a long time, ensuring the medicinal effect and strength while also warming it up, making it a bit more docile. The medicinal power is no longer so overbearing and strong, and the elixir refined this way is sure to be an excellent product. Lin Shi looked at Xiao Han with some infatuation, her eyes full of caution. Worthy of being little chill, you know so much. If other people who don't know how to come and dig for it haphazardly, I'm afraid they'll just be wasting it. Xiao Han smiled and said, hurry up and dig it out. You'll have to enter those palaces later. After finishing quietly, Xiao Han said again, you can't just come up and dig directly with the cold jade shovel, so that by the time you dig out the skycloud fire luo root rhizome, the effectiveness of the cold jade shovel will have been greatly reduced, and it will be very unfavorable for the preservation of the skycloud fire luo root. So in the beginning, first, with your bare hands, plow away the soil around the rhizome, leaving only a thin layer of clay to encase its rhizome, and that's when the cold jade shovel is deployed, so that you can maximize the preservation of the heavenly cloud fire luo root. The surrounding people, hearing Xiao Han's words, secretly nodded their heads. It seemed that this person really did have some research on pharmacology, and was not just a useless and reckless person. It was also the first time they witnessed the excavation of a seventh-order spirit medicine, and all of them came together. Seeing Xiao Han's angry warning glare, they also signaled that they had no malicious intent and were simply curious and learning. At this point, Xiao Han was completely relieved and no longer cared. Rubbing his palms together, he carefully and slowly plows through the soil in a nearby position, very cautious and professional looking. Xiao Han also secretly snickered in disdain. A bunch of bumpkins, really haven't seen the world. Slowly and gently, he slowly plowed through the soil, peeling it off layer by layer, and even when he encountered scattered particles of soil, he came up and blew them off with his mouth. Only this time, the stench was even stronger, making him frown and fan himself a few times. As the digging progressed further and further back, the crowd grew more and more expectant while also covering their mouths and noses in disgust. Over here, Solyu waited for a long time, but did not see these people come here, which could not help but make him a little depressed. This bunch of damned could not have changed the route of travel. Right, bypass this side of the palace? Should not into here seems to be only that road should not go around but why not come? Is that gang of stupid goons still cannot get lost? The green devil python also have not much movement just as Solyu was about to quietly go out and explore a bit, he heard a roar coming from the direction over the spirit field, and the roar startled the birds in the mountains and forests into flying, and the clouds in the sky all seemed to be shaken apart. This roar was mixed with endless anger, indignation, aggression, and pain, and each roar made the hearer's heart ache and the seer's tears flow. Solyu froze and murmured, what's going on here? Is there a trap over there that I don't know about? Why haven't I encountered one? Stop water. If I don't kill you, I, Xiao Han, will not swear to be a human being. Solyu was confused and said with some confusion, this bad boy, and I have a bird to do with, and not I set up the trap, their own stupid still blame. No, it can't be, that plant that I fertilized with. 7th order skycloud fire luo root. I'll go, why did I forget about this? But, hey, that picture, TSK, can't bear to look at it, ha ha ha. Xiao Han's hatred for the name Stop Water reached the extreme. He couldn't figure out how there could be such an underhanded and hateful person. His hands he wanted to chop off immediately. It's so disgusting, so painful. He stinks, so not a thing. He's now in tears, cold and chilled, wanting to die. The others looked at each other in disbelief, having long ago run away in disgust. The stench that hit their faces causing everyone to avoid it was sickening. One by one, they were trying to hold back their laughter. Their faces were oddly colored, and some of them almost suffocated their internal injuries. Their faces were made red, and still they didn't hold back their laughter. They had to say that this guy, Stopper, was so damaging that there was simply no heavenly reason or humanity. Huawuer several people also stood stagnant in place, face embarrassed beyond measure. Naja non-stop taunting dry heaving. Xiao Han and the girls were so solemn, kneeling and crouching almost the entire time they dug it up. Their devotion had exceeded expectations. Their expectations had reached the highest, and they had even begun to fantasize about what heights it would allow them to reach. One by one, they came to the front, intoxicated, and inhaled deeply the fragrance of the elixir. But the result was, in their hearts, they cursed Jishui a million times, and in their hearts they broke him into pieces dozens of times, 1,000 times of 1,000 cuts. Even Mo Chioli, who had always been calm and ice-cold, didn't hold back and shouted, "Stop her! You're not human! I'm ashamed to see people." Chapter 42. Xiao Han had the uncomfortable expression of having eaten a dead fly, and no longer had the arrogant swagger he had earlier, his face turning blue. Hua Wu air dry heaving once more, her face unusually pale. She almost recalled the delicacies she had eaten and seen over the years one by one, attempting to wash away the filthy scene just now, as well as that heavenly stench, and then realized that nothing would help. Instead, remembering those things caused her stomach to feel even more nauseous and acidic, and she even felt like she was about to choke. She was going to hate that stopper. It was so damaging, not a good thing, and so disgusting. She deflated her mouth. Inside a few women, she was the most aggrieved. Not only did she learn from Xiao Han's intoxicated appearance, coming close to deeply inhale the flavor, but also cupped a handful of soil and sniffed. Good thing Xiao Han refused to help her to dig with her hands with the good intention, which let herself avoid a disaster. The hands did not stain that yellow and white filth. If not, she was afraid that this life is no longer have the courage to use their hands to grab and eat. Disgusting. Disgusting to the core. Asshole. Asshole. She was so aggravated that she almost dropped her tears, wanting to cry, and at the same time, there were a few complaints in the back of her mind. Don't you know what you're doing? Aren't you a professional? Aren't you good? Why can't you even smell this? Why can't you even spot this? When have I ever been so embarrassed or encountered something so disgusting in my entire life? Please don't let me see anything about yellow sticky objects in the next 10 days, or I'll really throw up. Whoa! Mo Chioli's face looked odd, somewhat sympathizing with senior sister Lin Shi and Xiao Han, and in the bottom of her heart, she was also secretly glad that fortunately, her favorite thing was still the sword, and she didn't have such a high interest in other things. Stinks outrageously, stinks exaggeratedly. She was much better than the disgusting hair mockery of the others, and since the beginning, she had never gotten too close, dodging as if to the side when she smelled the stench, preferring to draw her sword and guard it rather than smell the odor. She was a bit curious. Do all men stink that much? Could this be the origin of smelly men? But, it's also too stinky. Stopper. A disgusting man. Pust. I don't know who. Finally, didn't hold back and suppressed his laughter. His face contorted a bit. Several people wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, pursed their lips and tried their best to restrain themselves, holding back their tears. There were also some people who couldn't bear to look at them, turning their heads to the distance or the sky as hard as they could, trying to make themselves not think about this matter. But from his shaking shoulders, it was obvious that he was also enduring it very hard. Others are even more ruthless, directly pinching their thighs, using this pain to suppress the feeling of joy. But the most effective method, although Xiao Han's palm has been cleaned, but the grief and humiliation stained on it cannot be washed away. This is a painful lesson. This is a sad and desperate experience. Perhaps this shame could only be banished from him by decapitating Stopper. From the initial roar of grief and anger, to the later humiliation and resignation, he was now gradually calming down. Beneath the calm surface lies the deepest hatred, and the fiercest revenge. After standing for about 10 minutes or so, Xiao Han coldly said nothing and looked towards the palace complex, with no more expectation in his eyes as he had earlier. However, the treasure hunt could not be interrupted. He could not continue to grieve. All he could do was to scavenge for more and better treasures here to wash away this shame. He took the lead and walked towards the palace cluster. He was no longer hopeful for the palaces over here either, since Stopwater was able to scavenge the spiritual fields over here and was even posed by him. The probability was that there wouldn't be any more precious treasures in these palaces. Solyu, who was hiding behind a rock and snickering, was overjoyed at the thought of Xiao Han digging for medicine, and when he thought of that furious heavenly berserker just now, he was a bit taut. After so much time had passed, Solyu guessed that they should start exploring the palace complex, only that they were all destined to be disappointed as there was nothing at all inside. It suddenly occurred to him that one of his unintentional moves could potentially disrupt his plans, and with the previous lesson, Xiao Han and the others would definitely not be easily fooled again. When they couldn't search for anything, they definitely wouldn't think that it was because there were no treasures within the palace. They would only think that it was all scavenged by Solyu. With so many palaces, there was one that Solyu hadn't patronized, or one that was so obviously bejeweled that any individual would have thoughts about it. Therefore, Solyu put a high-grade spirit medicine, but also arranged some aura shining framework, but some clumsy. After experiencing a time, He believed that Xiao Han will not want to experience a second time. Sol Yu that arrangement, but some suspicion of adding to the snake. Gotta think of a good way to convince them of that. Sol Yu was trying to think of a countermeasure. Xiao Han and the others reckoned that Stopper had already searched the hall completely, but they were still reluctant and were prepared to go in and poke around once more, holding on to their luck. After all, the things placed within the Great Hall were unlike the elixir fields, which were dependent on chance. It wasn't that whoever went in early, the treasures would belong to them. Of course, with so many people, it was impossible for them all to be crammed into one large hall, in which case even if they were able to scavenge for something, there was a chance that someone else would get there first. They silently split up, each going in search of loot, only that some people were unlucky, coupled with bad luck, and suffered serious injuries or even died tragically on the spot. Sol Yu didn't eliminate the demonic beasts in the halls, so they needed to fight every time they entered a large hall. Sol Yu was utilizing the Green Lotus Demon Pupil for mental control. Every demonic beast's battle power was online, and Sol Yu had already gone inside to explore the area, which had angered these demonic beasts a long time ago. When faced with a new warrior again, they show no mercy and go straight for the kill, which makes the exploration of each palace incredibly difficult. Dead, injured. In the end, hair did not get. At this time not only Xiao Han they spit on the stop water hate, even other irrelevant people also have resentment. Stopper, you're an abomination. Searching cleaner than your face. This asshole. How on earth did he do it? Scouring so many halls, the demonic beasts inside are each and every one of them raw, and they are all unharmed. There are not even traces of fighting. How did he do it? This grandson shouldn't have some secret technique that can control demonic beasts. Or is it that he can deter these powerful demonic beasts? If that's really the case, then he's too powerful. Dealing with the likes of us? I'm afraid it'll be easy. What bad luck. This kid is a brave man, right? He doesn't leave a single one for anyone. They preferred to believe that it was Stopper who had taken all the items, rather than believing that there were no treasures in these halls. Sol Yu was also very stifled and strange. The elixir fields were all there, so why were there no treasures here? Who could believe it if I said it? Chapter 43, Sol Yu's Provocation. Xiao Han's group of people regrouped, each one of them grimy and downcast. Their hatred for Stopper climbed extremely fast. Hua Wuqia was also injured. She broke into a large hall alone and was injured by a pair of fourth-order demonic beasts. Hell wolves. If Mo Chili had not appeared in time and the two of them had combined their efforts to kill those two fourth-order demonic beasts, it was feared that Hua Wuqia would have to be accounted for here. The dress was scratched in several places, and the hem of the skirt was silky and somewhat tattered, and her spirits were languid and her face was very unattractive. She still couldn't accept something as disgusting as that, and didn't say a word all the way. Her face was bitter and very tangled. There was no interest at all, so he didn't go to break into the hall, and instead became the only one among the crowd who wasn't injured. Mo Chili would always frown from time to time, her face slightly unnatural. It was obvious that she was also injured, only that it was still bearable, and with her character, she was not willing to reveal her weakness to others. Xiao Han's face was gloomy and icy cold. He walked by himself and kept his mouth shut the whole time. The surface was as calm as water, but in his heart, he had already greeted the ancestors of stop water for 18 generations. Ha! The sudden break of voice scared everyone into a jolt, and then they took up their stance as if they were on the verge of an enemy. A cracking sound rang out, and a man in green wearing a bronze mask was seen jumping in the air, flipping several times in the air and landing in front of the crowd. He probably didn't control his strength well, and as he landed on his feet with a wobbly step, staggered his body, and almost fell over. Then without a trace, he regained his stance and acted as if nothing had happened, blocking in front of everyone. Holy, that scared the hell out of me. Naya, you're having some kind of serious illness. Scare me. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** moment. As soon as he saw this abominable mask, an unspeakable tyrannical aura was aroused in him. The shameful and disgusting scene just now drilled into his mind all of a sudden, making him furious. Lin Shi jumped right out and pointed at Stopper and cursed. Stop the water, you bastard. Why are you so disgusting? Simply disgusting to the extreme. I can't wait to kill you now. Stopper pretended to look slightly stunned and frowned. Someone from the Tianxian sect? Not only arrogant but also shameless. Your senior brother is stupid to the core. Why are you just as sick? Let's see. It's you Tianxian sect people who are sick. What's it got to do with me? Lin Shi was furious and pointed at Stopper with a red face. Still saying it wasn't you. Are you still a man? Daring to do something? Stop the water, secretly snickering. It seems that Lin Shi also hit. Hey. From the look of her, a look of eating a dead fly, difficult to see. is not just a simple hit. There is a possibility that it is also very serious it. Ha ha. On the surface, Stopper said in all seriousness, what do I dare to be? I ask myself that I have a clear conscience, and what I have done I naturally dare to admit. Come, tell me aloud what heavenly outrage I have done. And you scold me as soon as you come up. Your senior brother sneak attacked me. Your master sneak attacked and injured me. This account hasn't even been settled yet. And now you're slandering me. Do you really think I don't have a temper? If you can't tell me, the several of you won't be able to live well. Lin, she was so anxious that tears were coming out of her eyes. But how could she not describe that kind of scene? In itself it was already disgusting enough. But to say it again in front of so many people, who could stand it? Xiao Han saw that bronze mask again. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. His body was trembling a little, his blood-red eyes, staring at Jishui to death, the gaze that would devour a person. It was too eager to break Jishui into pieces on the spot. He still had his underhanded means to seriously injure Stopper. Only at this time he could not expose his bottom card. He forced himself to hold back his anger, suppressing the rage in his heart, and coldly grunted, asterisk 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 off. I don't want to talk to scum like you. Stopper said in a cold voice, you are also worthy of scolding me? It's obvious to everyone who's scum. So what qualifications do you have? How dare you tell me to get lost? You dare to speak out of turn just because there are so many people? Who gave you the courage? Someone stepped forward and asked with righteous indignation. Stop water. Did you dig up all of that spirit medicine field? Did you hollow out these great halls? Stopping the water deserved to be said. So what if it is? Everything here is ownerless. To each his own. So what's wrong with me digging up all the spirit medicine fields and exploring all these great halls? What are you trying to say? You, Xiao Han said once more. Get out of the way or don't blame me for being impolite. Don't think that the spirit monarch realm is very powerful and force me to make a move. When the time comes I'll let you know what it means to regret. Stopper frowned. Mentally. Sure enough, this guy has an undercurrent that doesn't fear the spirit monarch realm? Out to try. See who let who regret. Furthermore, the two of us account has not been counted. You sneak attack me. Your masters sneak attack me. This matter cannot be revealed here. I will certainly want to get back, but not now. Flower Mistake was exasperated and asked, then what are you doing blocking our way? Stopper mused and said, although I am very reluctant to deal with you, except that I am a naturally good and naive person who cannot see others suffer, I have come here to remind you that you should not explore this place. It is very dangerous. It is better to go elsewhere. Bah! Naive? Kind? Can't see others suffer? Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know how hypocritical you're being? And now you're here to play the good guy? Nima, who is a good person who can do something so mean, so unethical, so disgusting? Who's a good person who pulls the wool over the goose's eyes and doesn't leave a single good thing behind? Everyone's faces were contemptuous and full of disdain. And that look was just not complimentary. Stopper said unconvincingly, you guys don't believe in my character? Let me ask you, if it were anyone else, who would have been the first to see the field of spiritual herbs and thought that if they were all picked out, there would be no more for those who followed, thus leaving behind so many spirit medicines for you all? And you still don't know enough? If I wasn't trustworthy, why would I still leave you the highest ranked 7th order spirit medicine in there? Ask who could have such awareness and generosity. By the way, who's so lucky to have dug up that 7th ranked heavenly cloud fire luo root? Can you stand out and let me admire it? Really lucky person, nah? Stopper, you seek death. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Only Xiao Han and Hua Wuqiao, a few people's faces were as cold as frost. Hua Wuqiao even couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood when he heard these words. The acid reflux feeling that had just been suppressed once again strongly attacked him. Xiao Han couldn't bear it anymore and finally exploded. His eyes were wide open and he rushed up to fight with Stop Water. Fortunately, Mo Chioli pulled him back in time. After all, Xiao Han was only at the Spirit Xian realm now, and against the Spirit Monarch realm Stopping Water, he would definitely not be a match for him. Yo, that's a wimp? It's true that Tian Xian sex people are all more powerful with their mouths, and only know how to brag. Che. Chapter 44, the Soul Yu who can act. Stop the water. Bully. Soul Yu, who wore a bronze mask and was in the guise of stopping water, couldn't help but be in a good mood when he saw Xiao Han's hatred, his face gloomy, and his body trembling. There was a time when he would have been saddened by Mu Kingo's contempt and alienation, and would have been angered by the fact that she was softly flirting with Xiao Han, in the same state as he was in now, and even more dramatically displayed. Such a state of behavior occurred from time to time almost every day for endless years. At that time, he was incapable of resisting, of turning over a new leaf. Now, the roles were swapped, and for the first time in many years, he had made Xiao Han suffer, embarrassed him in front of so many people, and insulted him in front of so many people. The feeling, it was great. It gave him pleasure, even some enjoyment. The wind and water turned, the humiliation and the price he had endured. In this life, he would amuse Xiao Han Mu Kingdom for fun and enjoy it. And this was just the beginning. Too much chi? So what? Very angry? Get lost if you're angry. Don't be an eyesore here. Suddenly, someone shouted, saying, "Look, what's that? Why is there spiritual light flowing through the doors and windows of that great hall?" Not only the flow of spiritual light, the entire hall reveals bursts of spiritual power fluctuations, radiating a rich atmosphere outwards. That's a sign of a heavy treasure coming out? Something is crashing against the doors and windows, and that spiritual energy is more like a sealing force. The atmosphere that was originally tense with swords and crossbows became a little weird for a while, and everyone looked towards that large hall, with only Xiao Han still staring at stopping the water with a deadly stare. He didn't believe that so many halls had been searched by Stopper, leaving only such a bejeweled hall unexplored, and he, who was suspicious by nature, didn't want to suffer a second loss. When Solyu saw that they all noticed that large hall, and from the corner of his eye, he also saw the look of suspicion on Xiao Han's face, he duly revealed a look of panic. No longer paying attention to Xiao Han, he jumped to the front of the crowd's line of sight in a flash, blocking their gazes, and said with a grave expression on his face, "A word of advice. Don't hit that treasure hall. It's not something you can touch. There are powerful things guarding it. It's very dangerous. If you want to live, hurry up and leave." Xiao Han had been keeping a close eye on that Stopper's expression, and his unintentional expression of panic, even though it flickered, still allowed him to clearly capture it, and he could not help but see a slight glint in his eyes. "Dark road. There's something odd. Can't it be that there's really a treasure there? Is he here to stop us from going in and exploring?" Hearing Stopper say that, everyone frowned as well. They didn't believe that this Stopper would be so kind. Seeing that the crowd was skeptical, and that the commotion within that palace was getting louder, Stopper was slightly anxious and said in a stern voice, "It's not for you to go in there. There's a great danger inside. Get out." Xiao Han but at this time stood out. Stop the water this panicked and anxious performance. Let him more and more curious. That inside what exactly there is. Think it should not be so clumsy and disgusting means again. Humph. Do you really think of yourself as a great benefactor? Would you be so kind as to warn us of the danger here? I'm afraid that you don't have any ulterior motives. For example, what kind of extraordinary treasures are brewing up inside there? Hearing this, Stopper secretly snickered, falling for it, but he acted like he was even more flustered and chortled. "Shut up you fool. What treasures are out? Less nonsense there. I said, it's extremely dangerous inside. It's not something people of your cultivation level can fight against. Hurry up and leave, or I'll step in and blast you away. I'm doing it all for your own good." Xiao Han completely put his heart down this time. He was already sure that there must be something in here. To make even stop water so flustered and attempt to use such a small trick to whisk them away. It must not be something mortal. Only, there was one more thing he didn't understand. Why hadn't Stopper gone in earlier to check it out? Instead, he waited for them to come and jumped out to stop them? Lessen this pretense? Who believe in your bull ******** for our good, afraid not wanna coax us away. You good one person to go in to find the treasure it. Mo Chioli coldly grunted. Disgusting man. Hypocrisy. Flower Faultless said. Lies to hell. You think we'll fall for that? Lin she wrinkled her face. Her face was very bad. She wanted to go up and scratch his face. She didn't care about this treasure palace. All she could think about was how to take revenge and make him feel that disgusting taste as well. It's just that it's still a little too much for her to do to be as disgusting as Stopper. And she's definitely embarrassed. Oh, you're panicking. Things are definitely not what you said. Our guesses shouldn't be wrong. Want to stop all of us with your own strength? Even if you're in the spirit monarch realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. If you were a spirit king realm expert, I would turn my head and leave without saying a word. Stopper really panicked this time, directly blocking in front of the crowd, two masses of spiritual energy coalescing in his hands, pulsing in his palms. He ran his gongfu and condensed his spiritual energy into an ice cone. His eyes were firm as he said, I told you, it's dangerous. You can't go in. I'm protecting you. I'm not a murderous person. Don't force my hand. The people looked at each other and saw the unspoken message in each other's eyes. However, at this moment, the spiritual energy in Ji Shui's palm suddenly became weak, close to collapsing and escaping, and even the ice cones that had condensed out were unstable, directly remelting into a spiritual chi mass in his palm. This scene caused Xiao Han's eyes to light up as he spotted the end, and he said aloud, I think I should know why you didn't enter this great hall. The slap that injured Master wasn't resisted by you, and although you looked fine just now and didn't detect any injuries from you, the current you, With your disorganized breath and weak aura, and the fact that you couldn't even use that ice cone attack shows that your internal injuries are in fact very serious. Earlier, after exploring so many halls and having no traces of fighting with those demonic beasts, I thought that you had used some extraordinary means, but at the same time, it was very consuming for you, making your injuries also become severe. The reason why you didn't explore this treasure hall is because you are now unable to fight anymore and want to lure us away. Then after recovering from your injuries, you can enter alone. Stop water. Am I right? Stopper sniffed, revealing an unbelievable look. His eyes filled with resignation, but he still denied it. Don't you talk nonsense. I admit that I have injuries, but they are harmless. Breaking into this great hall and you still need to recuperate and repair your injuries? Joke. I told you, it's dangerous inside. I'm doing it all for your own good. With this strength of yours, you won't even know how to die. Xiao Han coldly grunted. Yes or no? A test will know. Just as I have a debt with you, and settle it blah blah blah. Saying that, Xiao Han was ready to make a move, and when Stopper saw this, he directly flew back, not forgetting to rebuke loudly. Xiao Han, wait for me. If you don't believe my words, let's see how you die when the time comes. You'll regret it. Stopper fled in disarray, anger in his voice. Chapter 45, Opening the Temple Door. Seeing that Stopwater did not dare to make a move and directly retreated, the corner of Xiao Han's mouth hooked up into a cold smile, and a dangerous light flickered in his eyes that was intriguing. At this point, he also completely put down his heart. This palace is not Stopwater left behind to pit people with, but he is temporarily incapable of entering it. So cross-block, Xiao Han came to the front of the palace door and indeed felt an unusual aura. Only it was not the dangerous aura that Stopwater had said, but a somewhat flickering familiarity that flashed through Xiao Han's mind, wanting to capture that familiar feeling, but it was never felt again. Shaking his head to shake off the illusory feeling, he looked toward the great hall. There was an elixir in front of the gate of the main hall, growing underneath the steps, surrounded by a layer of moss, and judging from the look of it, the year should be very old. It was just that this was a large hall, not a field of spirit medicines, and how could such a spirit medicine suddenly appear out of nowhere and not make people suspicious? Xiao Han's face turned bad again as he murmured, "It's really bloody." Actually put a 5th order extreme spirit medicine. Although it's not as precious as that 7th grade heavenly cloud fire luo root, its value is still not to be underestimated. It's very valuable. Only with the previous warning, and this herb growing in such a weird place, any person could see that it had problems. Xiao Han laughed coldly and said, "Dumbass, is that all the tricky tricks you've got? Who do you think you're a cutie? You think I'll fall for it? Think I'll fall for it? A mere 5th rank. Even if it's a full version of a 7th grade elixir. I don't care about it." Lin Shi also hated it. Is this Stopper a 3-year-old? It's so childish. I'd be really stupid if I could fall for the same trick twice. Funny. Flower Mistake bristled in disdain. You're at your wit's end? How dare you try to seduce people with such a cheap trick? I was unguarded earlier, and I fell into your trap, making people sick to their stomachs. And you think we're all just little cuties? You think we're all cuties? Can you fall twice in the same place? Che, ignorant and ridiculous. Mo Chili said with a cold face, shying away from words. Disgusting man. So stupid. Are really not going to explore it? Look at all the moss. It doesn't look like it's buried in there now. It looks like it's been growing here since the beginning. Naive. How can such a high-quality spirit medicine grow on such hard ground? It does look like it grows natively. Only do you think it's possible? Even if it's possible, can this thing still be left here? With the character of that son of a Stopwater, how could he leave something good for you? Putting it in such an obvious place. Is it possible that he didn't see it? Couldn't he have taken it away? But it's not there now. So what does that mean? It means there must be something wrong. Maybe there's something nasty buried underneath again. Xiao Han let out a cold snort as he swung out a spiritual energy pillar and smashed it onto the ground where the elixir was located. The ground exploded with dust and crumbling rocks. Everyone could see that there was nothing strange splashing out from it, but instead there was warmth flowing and dissipating above the clean soil. And the imagined trap did not appear. The 5th grade elixir was also knocked out of the ground by Xiao Han, only that it had received an attack from Xiao Han and was now shattered into several pieces, and its medicinal power was rapidly being lost. The crowd looked at each other, chagrined. 5th order spirit medicine. That was a genuine 5th order spirit medicine, almost on the verge of evolving into a 6th order spirit medicine. Xiao Han didn't believe it. He didn't believe that this wasn't made by Stopwater to set him up, and swung his palm at the mound over there once more, and the result was still the same. His face was gloomy and chagrined, looking at the top grade 5 medicinal herb that was in pieces. His chi and blood climbed, his flesh ached and his heart was stuffed, and his face turned into the color of pig's liver. See, I told you to check it out first. This is great. 5th grade top grade spirit medicine. Just like that it's been broken up. Oh, Lin Shi and the others were also a bit dumbfounded. Why was it different from what she had imagined? I blame that asshole stopper for killing people. Xiao Han gritted his teeth. Although he was not willing to do so, it was of no use. The spirit medicine that had been dispersed, the medicinal power drained away was just like weeds. It had no more value. Cheer up and prepare to fight at any time. That bastard stopped water. Even though he's badly injured, at least he's still in the spirit monarch realm. He's not even sure he can enter directly. He has to wait until he recovers from his injuries before he dares to go in. We have to be more careful as well, and we don't dare to slack off in the slightest. Hearing Xiao Han say this, the crowd silently nodded their heads as they all worked up their 12 points of strength and vigilantly approached the palace gate step by step. The calmness within the palace was a bit too much, giving people a feeling of panic. But once they thought that even a 5th grade high-grade elixir appeared at the entrance, and that the treasures inside couldn't be any worse than this elixir, they regained their confidence and walked forward with a stiff upper lip. When he approached the palace gate, there was still no movement inside, but Xiao Han sensed an unusual aura from the glowing spiritual energy. This spiritual power carries some sealing power within it, and it needs to be cleared of these sealing spiritual powers before it can be done. No wonder Stopper didn't break in. It turned out that the power of the seal prevented him. With his current level of serious injuries, of course he couldn't open the door of the temple without special means. He took out a small bottle. Inside the bottle was a liquid. This liquid was called Wu Gong water. It could lift some prohibitions or sealing powers that were not of a very high level, which came in handy. Pouring a few drops slightly, he incorporated his aura into it before manipulating the Wu Gong water through the air and waving it on top of those auras. As soon as it started to come into contact, that spiritual power emerged with a nuisance sound, and then it was corroded and dissolved away, and the spiritual seals of the doors and windows were directly lifted off. The crowd was confused and thought, is it lifted so easily? This kid, Xiao Han, has so many treasures in his body. Seeing this, Hua Wuer, Lin Shi and the others were all brightened up, looking at Xiao Han with eyes full of admiration and doting. It was worthy of being their junior brother. How could it be compared to others? Right at this moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt that something was wrong, and an illusion grew in his heart. The moment the spiritual seal was lifted, he felt that there were many pairs of selective and dangerous eyes looking at them, eyeing them intently, ready to raid them. Although the door of the Great Hall was still closed now, and there was no movement or fluctuation of breath, he just had this feeling that seeped in for no reason. Just then, I don't know which idiot took the lead and spaced out the doors and windows. The doors and windows fell inside the Great Hall without making any sound, which was weird, and the scene that came into view caused everyone to directly freeze on the spot, their minds unsteady. Everyone's eyes became dull, and an infinite emotion of panic filled everyone's hearts. Pale and bloodless, instantly sweaty, creepy, and with a tingling fried scalp, eyes bulging out, completely gripped by fear, not daring to move a muscle. Chapter 46: Inhumane Attacks. Everyone was tense, completely dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Xiao Han's feeling was not wrong. There were indeed many pairs of eyes staring at them. The oncoming blood mixed with the stench made everyone hold their breath and their faces turned dark green. The densely packed fat and black figures that were the size of a wolf dog made everyone's head fill with cool air, almost lifting the ceiling of the sky, chilling their hairs, and goosebumps all over their body. Xiao Han also had a numb scalp and had lost the ability to think. Flower Mistake's legs were weak with nervousness and fear, and her lips were shivering without a trace of blood. Lin Shi's brain directly blanked out, and a dizzying sensation hit him, almost fainting directly. Even the ICMO Chioli, whose arm was holding the sword, was trembling and losing his fighting spirit. Gollum. In the crowd, the sound of swallowing resounded, like opening the latch of Pandora's box, or launching an attack and run signal. Boom! The first big fat rat leapt up high, jumping several meters high, followed by all the rats moving, scrambling out of the doors and windows and heading straight for the crowd. Xiao Han, who was the first to react, hurriedly shot out to resist, not forgetting to shout, "This is a third-order demonic beast. Hurry up and make your move or you'll all die." In his voice, there was fear. Despite their fear, all of them struck out without mercy. Damn! Why are there so many rats? Bigger than dogs. Grass. Help me. A girl, frozen in fear, was knocked straight to the ground by two rats. No matter how much she struggled against them, mice are tearing out hair, gnawing on arms, and making excited squeaking noises. A foul odor, mixed with disgusting sticky drool, stained the girl's face and body, and the rats were still trying to tear into her. Off and get out of here. It's just that everyone's on their own right now, so who could be in a position to help her out? Ergo, help me, Ergo. Well, But whenever someone falls to the ground, there is absolutely no possibility of getting up again. Each rat is very fat, heavy body pressed on the body, like a boulder. It is impossible to struggle to get up. Moreover, once someone falls to the ground, there are so many rats surrounding them to hunt, tear, and even nibble that there is no room for escape. Ah, faultless senior sister, be careful. Mochioli swung his sword and slashed at a rat, sending it flying a few meters away, and hurriedly dodged next to Hua Wuqiao to relieve her. Flower Mistake had already been injured earlier, and at this point, his remaining fighting strength was already not much, so how could he still be able to fight back when he was suddenly faced with the attack of so many rats? They also discovered that although these rats did not have spiritual attack skills, they were large in number and had extremely high defense. The fur on their bodies can even resist spiritual attacks. Even the sword chopping on the body cannot break the defense. Will also be the smooth and thick fur to offset a large part of the force. Fourth senior sister, be careful. Lin, she nearly fell, but fortunately someone behind her pushed her, which prevented her from falling. Otherwise she would have surely died miserably. Two of the rats tore at her pant leg with all their might, attempting to yank it down. She tried to cry out for help, but one of the rats darted over to her, scaring her and shutting her mouth in a hurry. The sticky, fishy stench stained his entire body, and his clothes were damaged. They were crowded around by this group of rats, and there were still rats constantly scurrying outwards, and now they simply couldn't move out of the way. And with all their spiritual power in play, they could only just manage to raise their protective spiritual armor on their bodies. Every moment that passes, someone falls to the ground, dragged into the rat pack and left defenseless. Xiao Han's side was also not well. His clothes were also torn into rags, and his body was filled with disgusting fishy stench, especially when he was touched by those filthy fat rats. He was so nauseated that he shuddered all over. A fat rat descended from the sky, and its large fat buttock sat on Xiao Han's face at once, causing him to nearly suffocate. Ah! Kill you. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Mongrel thing. Kill. Storm clouds turning over. Vomit. Drafting. Vomit. Ah! Die for me. The rats underground were still tearing and pulling, and some more flew straight out of the great hall. Fat rats with wings. They hovered overhead in a bloody, brutal and disgusting scene. Hua Wuer was drenched head over heels, but he didn't dare to open his mouth to curse. He could only do his best to wield the spirit whip in his hand, repelling in fighting. Mochioli swung his sword and slashed. His arms were now sore, almost to the point of running out of gas, and every time he swung, he had to use all his strength. Everyone was desperate. The rats were like endless, still crowding out. This space could no longer see the shadows of people. All of them were drowned by the black pressurized rats, covering the sky with black fear. There was not a single gap, and they could only survive in the midst of the fat rats' bites, crowding their fat asses against their faces, barely still remaining conscious and breathing, hidden not far away. Watching the scene, Sol Yu not only did not sympathize, but also inexplicably soothed, smiling so much that his mouth could not close. TSK, tragic and wonderful. Ah! Flower Mistake, how can you be so stupid? Hit its cooing mouth. Ah! Stab its butt. Ah! How can you hit the body with force? This Lin, she is also too useless. He's about to be knocked out by that fat-ass rat. Mochioli, where is your sword? Use the sword. Ah! Hiss! Why didn't I realize before? This is so ruthless. A sword through the chrysanthemum. TSK, this can be more careful when you meet in the future. Right. Bite him. It's really an unenlightened stupid thing. It's all bitten. Xiao Han, how can it let go? Sol Yu on this side of the watch lively, did not feel the slightest bit of cruelty. Compared to these, he was bullied for 100 years. Shame and anger for a lifetime. These are also just a child's play. The whole of them. Sol Yu does not have a little bit of guilt. All the people were drowned by the rats. Sol Yu was still hesitating to go and save them. Not that he was much of a kind-hearted person, but just to be bitten to death by the rats, they were really a bit cheap. He still had plenty of time. Wouldn't it be a lot less fun without them? But at that moment, a golden light flashed, and pieces of rats flew up into the sky and were swept by the golden light, turning into piles of rotten meat. The golden light raged, with that piece as the center, rising an extremely fast expanding ball of light, crushing all the way through. The rats were directly torn apart by most of them. Chapter 47, Encountering Yang Xiao Trio. Sol Yu did not expect that Xiao Han still had a backhand, and he could not help but break out into a cold sweat, sensing the aura of the Spirit King realm from above the bursting golden light. Luckily, he didn't take a direct shot at him. That kid is really shady. Looks like he's saving it to save his life. Seeing that the good show was nearing its end, with that golden light showing its great power, there would basically be no more intense fights behind it. and perhaps there would be carnage left. Soul Yu no longer delayed, swept into a forest from behind the mountain rocks and left. He still had business to do. The Lin Yuan secret realm was very large. With Soul Yu's foot strength, he had darted for several hours, during which time he had also encountered demonic beasts attacking him, seen other people rounding up outsiders, and even saw people being chased panicking and begging for help from him. Soul Yu ignored all of them. Right now, he only wanted to find that Pauline lamp as soon as possible, and didn't want to meddle in other people's business. These few hours down the road, he also encountered some other palaces. Although the treasures inside were not the kind of things that would make people crazy, but they were rare rarities, and even got a rare elixir on top of the stone platform of one of the large halls. From what he could see, that elixir was at least above the 5th grade as well. The Dan books and pills in this world were very expensive, and were simply not something that the Soul Yu of his previous life had access to. The Dan recipes and elixir grades that he knew were only up to the 5th grade at most, and that was only what he had seen in some of the remnants of the books. If he were to use his own strength and economic level, he wouldn't even be qualified to touch elixirs, and even if he did, it would be at the lowest level of existence. Soul Yu's journey was full of rewards and joy. He hadn't been able to find any clues that he had once entered that great hall, and could only roam around randomly in the Lin Yuan mysterious realm. There's a spiritual power fluctuation over there? Who's making a move? Soul Yu was tugged at his heart and mind, and his curiosity drove him in the direction of a canyon. After Yang Xiao and the others were teleported into the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, each of them had their own chances, and although they didn't have too much to gain, they also had a lot of harvests, which made the trip worthwhile. In the midst of wandering, he and Berserk battle Yunshan, two people, and met unexpectedly. Although the character of the temperament is not the same, in this secret realm, to be able to companion is also not a good strategic choice. During this period, the three of them, under Yunshan's careful planning, not only snatched food from the mouths of demonic beasts, but also robbed some of the people who had fallen alone and the small groups that were also traveling in pairs. Today, a few people unintentionally walked into this canyon, broke into a mist. At first a few people did not care, thought it was the climate in this canyon that produced the clouds. Unexpectedly, the more they walked, the more wrong it was, no matter from which direction. After walking out for a period of time, they would always return to the original point, which made a few people see the unusual. Then, after a few twists and turns, and making all the best of it, they finally got out of the fog, only for them to find out the end. As it turned out, this was a divine ability spell cast by an Earth Abyss Soul Spirit Beast, the Misty Forest, a Spirit King ranked 6th order low-level demonic beast. A battle ensued between them, with the three of them combining their efforts to surround this 6th ranked demonic beast. Even though this Earth Abyss Soul Spirit Beast was a 6th order demonic beast, it wasn't good at fighting itself, and its combat power couldn't compare to the abilities of a true 6th order demonic beast. However, the 6th rank was the 6th rank. Even if he wasn't good at fighting, his own strength was there, and it wasn't something that a few Spirit Heaven Realm and Spirit Xian Realm cultivators could deal with. They have been mediating here for half an hour now, but they have never been able to get any advantage. Instead, in several joint attacks, all three of them have been injured. One of the most serious injuries belongs to the Berserkers. Every time is a life-threatening fight. Even the 6th order demonic beasts dare to go up to fight for their lives, also worthy of his name of Berserkers. Seeing that they couldn't get rid of the entanglement of the Earth Abyssal Soul Spirit Beast, the few people simply stopped holding back and had to do their best to see if they were capable of slaughtering the king. The big battle over here happened to attract Soul Yu, who was wandering around, and when he arrived without stopping, the three of them, Yang Xiao, had already fallen to the ground with serious injuries, and all three of them were spitting out blood from their mouths, and they couldn't even stand up anymore. It was only at this time that they realized what it meant to be a king. They had thought that the three of them were strong enough to join forces to challenge a 6th ranked Earth Abyssal Soul Spirit Beast that didn't possess a strong battle power, and that even if they couldn't kill it, they would at least be able to retreat in one piece. But they had overestimated the trio's abilities and underestimated the king's strength. Even though they were non-combatant demonic beasts, they were not something that a few Spirit Heaven Realm minions could shake. However, it wouldn't be true to say that there was no gain. After all, they had severed one of the horns of that 6th ranked demonic beast. They were heavily injured and unable to stand, and that Earth Abyss Soul Spirit Beast wasn't in a very good condition either. With its thick skin and flesh, it had also suffered a considerable amount of injuries. At this moment, the Earth Abyss Soul Spirit Beast stretched out two big double-barreled long noses that were half a meter long, and the mountain stream mist was ejected from those two long noses, able to spew out a large amount of psychedelic smoke in a few seconds, forming a scene similar to a phantasmagoria or something like that. It wailed and lamented. exhaling ragged breaths from its double-barreled nose as it dragged its massive body towards the trio. Although they looked at each other, they all saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. Indeed, they are unable to fight again. So of course, they are not willing, but they can do nothing about it. The Earth Abyss Soul Spirit Beast had a huge body and its hooves weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. If it were to step on it, it would surely turn into a lump of mush. Ahem. Did not expect. Will fall in this? When it is a wimp. Yang Xiao coughed up blood and was weak. Berserker was the most injured, covered in torn wounds and gurgling blood out. He smiled, his teeth full of blood and looking hideous, but spilled. Cough. Cough. I would think that not wimpy anymore. That's a 6th order demonic beast. Cough. And in the end, you can still bow it a life. Ha. Ha. Cost effective. Yun Shan gasped for air and tried his best to adjust himself, but at that moment, the corner of his mouth curved up and said, "That's giving up? Since I was a child. Someone told my fortune, said that I have a big life, a long life of 1,000 years, will not die early. I also think that people like me, won't die early. Ha 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 ha." The two of them looked towards Yun Shan and fell silent. Who would want to die in this way if they could live? If they hadn't reached the final desperate situation, they would certainly have to win a ray of hope, but now that they had already run out of gas, to the point of closing their eyes and waiting for death, how could they still turn around? To die, and to die out of it. You're not pleasing to the eye with that disavowal of defeat. Yun Shan, however, laughed out loud, only to pull his wound, which caused him to grimace and suck in cool air. Ha ha, I told you. Hiss, we can't die. He he he. Yang Zhao's originally obscure eyes became bright all of a sudden as he asked, "Can't it be that, you son of a, you still have a backhanded way out? I told you that you are a Inbi. When it comes to life, you are still hiding. Against whom?" However, he saw Yun Shan rushing to a deserted place and shouting, "Don't you show up after watching the show for so long? Friend." Chapter 48, Taking Advantage of the Fire. My friend, haven't you shown yourself after watching the show for so long? After waiting for a while, Yun Shan's few people didn't see anyone appearing, but instead, that Earth Abyss Soul Spirit Beast was spewing out thick breaths and moving over this way. Looking at that stance, it was ready to finish them off just like that. Solyu was cautious and didn't show his head rashly, but hid behind a giant tree to observe the situation. He didn't care about the life and death of these people. He was just looking to see if there were any favors worthy of his hand. Seeing that there was no one, Yun Shan was a bit anxious and panicked. "Friend, as long as you make a move to save us, all the treasures we obtained in this Lin Yuan mysterious realm will be given to you. That 6th-rank demonic beast is already at the end of its strength. After saving us, we will also not take any of the treasures within his cave and give them all to you." At those words, Solyu came out from behind the tree and leisurely said, "Oh, this condition is not enough to impress me. When you all die, your things will naturally become mine, so why would I go through the trouble of saving you? By the time you guys recover from your injuries and backtrack and come back to me to claim it, then I won't be at a huge loss." When the Yun Shan guys saw the bronze mask, their hearts rejoiced. If it was Stopper, saving them should be a breeze. Hearing Solyu speak in such a manner, several people were also stunned, and for a moment, they actually didn't know how to reply. It was Yun Shan who reacted quickly and hastily took a stand. "Brother, stop water. As long as you can save us, what I just said will absolutely count. And I can make a vow that after I recover from my injuries, I will absolutely not come to you to claim it." Although Yang Xiao was in pain, but now his life was at stake. Even if he left the treasure behind, what was the use of losing his life? Berserker's was dry and directly shook out all of the things he had gotten in the Lin Yuan mysterious realm in his head. Yun Shan saw the situation. A burst of speechless, he had thought to casually throw out a few pieces. As long as you can let stop the water to save themselves and other people on the line. Who knows that here Brainless actually so honest. A little bit of retreat or not to a few people to stay. So that he hated his teeth itchy. Solyu walked closer and roughly scanned the treasures that a few people had thrown out. But there wasn't a single one that he could take a look at. Sighing and shaking his head. "You guys are really useless. After coming in for such a long time, did you just get this much trash? If that's all it is, it's not worth my effort to deal with a 6th-rank magical beast." Upon hearing this, the three of them were stunned for a moment. So many treasures, and they were actually treated as trash? How is that possible? Several 4th-grade spirit medicines, a few 3rd-grade pills, a few spirit-level techniques and battle skills. All of these things still couldn't satisfy his appetite? One must know that they were all leaders in their sects, and with their current status and strength, it would be difficult to get these things. Taking a 3rd-grade elixir as an example, how many sect missions would they have to complete to receive such a reward? The value of a 3rd-grade elixir could at least be compared to a 5th-ranked demonic beast demon core. A spirit-grade technique or battle skill would only be qualified to be borrowed for cultivation if it contributed quite a lot to the clan. Technique levels: Xian, Spirit, Emperor, Saint, and Imperial. Battle skill levels: Xian grade, Spirit grade, Emperor grade, Saint grade, and Imperial grade. Yun Shan's face became cloudy as he said, "Stop water. Your appetite is too big. A severely injured 6th-ranked demonic beast. As long as you can block it for a few minutes, it will surely fall to the ground at the end of its strength. With such a simple strike, you're still not satisfied with so much reward?" Yang Zhao's face turned icy cold as he hummed. Careful to hold up, not dead you. So many things still cannot change you once shot. Really take us as a wrongdoer not? Sol Yu snorted coldly and disdainfully. Do I know you all? Do I have any friendship with you? Am I obligated to save you? Who do you think you are to bargain with me? Not to mention you guys who are dying now. Even when you were at your full strength, I wouldn't care to befriend you. Now it's you who are begging me. It's up to me to save or not to save. And you dare to give me a hard time. What kind of things are you? As I said, when you guys die, I'll take everything on you. What can you do to me? Taking a step back. In your current state, what can I do if I directly strike out and behead you? Now, each of you give me a 5th-ranked elixir, or an imperial-grade battle skill or technique, and something of equal value to that is fine, or else I'll turn around and leave, and come to collect your corpses later. Yun Shan and Yang Xiao directly exploded in anger when they heard Sol Yu's request. Are you crazy? If I had all these things you said, would I still be hurt like this by that head? No way. No. Sol Yu sneered, the corner of his mouth curling up into a cruel arc. Love or no? I hope you guys can hold out a little longer until I come back from taking a dump and collect your bodies. After saying that, he turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Berserker didn't make a sound. Instead, he pulled out everything he had on him and said, "This is all I have. Nothing more to hide. And it's all yours if you can save me." Yang Xiao and Yun Shan frowned and cursed. You really are brainless trash. Why would we team up with a dumbass like you? Life-hungry trash. Sol Yu glanced at the Earth Abyss Soul Spirit Beast that was still a few meters away from arriving in front of a few people, sensing that it was holding on to a mouthful of breath, nearly at the point of running out of gas, and ignored it. He crouched down in front of Berserker and looked at the two men and said, "Che, who are you to scold people? I see that people are just smarter than you two idiots, and know more about etiquette than you two losers. How long do you think you two can last? With your injuries, when the demonic beasts walk here, that's when you'll die of gas. Cherish these 1 or 2 minutes." Berserker's eyes were red, their exposed skin was covered with hideous wounds, and their breath was as if they were swimming. When they saw Sol Yu squatting down, it was as if they had grabbed a lifesaver, and a pleading look appeared in their eyes. Sol Yu glanced at what he had taken out and frowned. There was nothing he liked very much in here either. "Give me a reason to save you," Berserker said with red eyes. "I can't die. There is still my sister at home. She can't cultivate. She is my only relative. I have to protect her. If I die, she will definitely be bullied. That won't let her go." Sol Yu shook his head. "This is your business. It has nothing to do with me. What I want is substantial benefits." Seeing that Berserker was confused and didn't know what other benefits he could bring to him, his eyes became a bit desperate. Sol Yu said, "Kill them both and I'll save you." Jun Shan and Yang Zhao's eyes glared as they angrily rebuked. "Stop the water child. You dare. If you have the ability to wait for me to recover from my injuries, we will fight one-on-one. What is the ability to kill a seriously injured person? Stop the water. Don't forget, you're just a loose cultivator without a sect. The sect behind me is the Flower Thousand Valley. If you dare to kill me, my sect will definitely not let you go." Berserkers don't believe him. Haven T, you seen it clearly? Stop the water is a profit-oriented villain. He is afraid of his own stained karma, incurring sect retaliation, which is why he does not dare to personally take action to behead the two of us. If you believe his bull *******, you and your sister will definitely be liquidated. Chapter 49, The Law of Survival. Sol Yu picked up a saber and handed it to Berserker, saying, "Slaughter them. I'll save you. You can have all these things back. I don't want any of them. It's a good deal, isn't it?" Instead, he saw Berserker's incline his head and look at the two men feebly. Yang Xiao said in a cold voice as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, "Berserker, are you sure you want to kill me? You have to be clear. You are only a core disciple of the Green Peak sect. If you kill me, the people of the Flower Thousand Valley will not let you go. Your Green Peak sect is not qualified to fight against the Flower Thousand Valley. At that time, not only you, even your sister, no one will survive." Yun Shan said with a gloomy face, "Berserker, you should know where I come from. Even though I'm just an ordinary disciple, I've always been a close friend of the Waterwave sect, and his older brother is called Shui Yuntian. so you should think about the consequences. Solyu teased. Tsk tisk. You guys come from a great deal. One is a disciple of the Flower Thousand Valley, and one is connected to that rumored number 1 on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, Shui Yuntian. On the surface it's said to berserkers, but in reality it's a warning to me, right? Indeed. The backstage you guys are talking about is indeed very hard. Letting the others go might have been intimidated, and they might even be grateful to save you, and maybe even take these 2 boats, but you guys just happened to run into me. I originally did not want to meddle in the matter, just need to sit and reap the benefits. It is you who took the initiative to shout me down. Now that this situation has arisen, you want to use the power behind you to pressure me again? Flower Thousand Valley, Water Cloud Sect. Ah, they're all worldly feuds. Do you think I'd care to be afraid? What's the point of adding the hatred of you 2 more? When Yang Xiao heard this, he was a bit desperate. He thought that the name of Flower Thousand Valley was invincible in this Gakshuan Empire, but he didn't realize that there were still people who didn't fear its prestige. At this moment, his face was like ashes. He did still have hidden treasures. That was his last card. If he really handed it over in exchange for his life, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. He was not willing to do so. Yunshan is gritting his teeth. Originally thought to meet the savior. Easy treasure for life. And so on their own a few people's injuries improve. And then look for him to retrieve can be. I did not expect, but met the oil and salt not into the water. Now even the treasures do not want to take the lives of their own 2 people, even if they move out behind the clan forces. He also said that he has a grudge and is not afraid at all. Seeing that the Earth Abyss Soul Spirit Beast was only a few steps away from them, they had to make a choice. On Berserker's side, looking at the sharp sword that was close at hand, he didn't reach out to pick it up, but instead looked at Solyu and shook his head, saying, as much as I want to live, I can't do that. They and I once made a pact that no matter what situation we encounter in this Lin Yuan secret realm, we can't harm each other, although it is now a time of great trouble. I, Berserk Battle, am by no means a backstabber. Solyu was stunned and murmured, will anyone as stupid as me ever exist in this world? In his last life, he was motivated to be a righteous, kind and chivalrous person, and would never do that kind of meticulous and treacherous thing, and in the end, he became the biggest victim, and nothing was left behind. After he was invalidated, when he was wandering outside, he also often warned himself with such a moral standard, and how many times, he would rather be injured, lose himself, and even when his life was in danger, he was always as stupid as berserkers. In the end, how many times had he been backstabbed in the back by other people, even cynically, and he didn't know how many times he had been stabbed in the back. Living a new life, his once-life philosophy was overturned by him, all the shackles placed across his head were cut off by him, and in this life, he would not be bound again, as if seeing his former self. Solyu snorted. Indeed, the world is not short of people as pedantic and stupid as you are, thinking that as long as you flaunt a moral code and do not do anything that is uncaring and unrighteous, that is the best constraint and practice for yourself. Naive. Solyu turned around violently and drank coldly. Yun Shan, slaughter berserkers, you live, they, all the amount of things belong to you. When Yun Shan heard this, he was slightly stunned, then he was ecstatic. He didn't hesitate to take the sword handed over by Solyu, and with all his strength, he stabbed Berserker in the chest. Afraid that his sword was not powerful enough, he even endeavored to press hard twice. He gave a cruel smile and licked his bleeding lips, sinister and venomous, perhaps thinking that Solyu would backtrack and wouldn't let himself go. In order to show his value, he was still excited, and thrust his sword at Yang Xiao, followed by using his last strength, he stabbed at Yang Xiao's dantian again. Yang Xiao was caught off guard and received 2 swords, unbelievably looking at Yun Shan. His eyes burst out and looked at Yun Shan dead, completely cutting off his life. Well, how's my sincerity? Solyu wrinkled his brows and looked at Yun Shan for a long time before he said, you're really vicious and venomous, and you don't leave any room for error when it comes to your own allies. Yun Shan snorted and hammed and hawed. People don't act for themselves. Heaven and earth will be destroyed. Born in such a world, mercy to anyone is cruelty to oneself. What Berserkers wants is great justice. He would rather die himself than betray his trust. He is not wrong. I don't want to die. I want to live. In order to survive, I can do whatever it takes, groveling or betrayal of trust. As long as I live in this human world, everything is possible. To die is the greatest betrayal of oneself. Therefore, I want to live. Live well. This world, small people like us, living is already the greatest gift. What kind of righteousness, integrity, heroism, has nothing to do with me. If I can live a long time, and one day stand at the peak of this world, people will only praise my accomplishments, and won't care if I was ever meticulous. Great righteousness? Worthless. Don't look at us now in this situation. If we can survive, I can be your dog alright. People die, right and wrong. After thousands of years, who will remember? Sol Yu's eyes were complicated. After listening to Yun Shan's words, he fell into deep thought. Even if he relived his life, he thought to himself that he couldn't do what Yun Shan did. Insidious, venomous, yet with its own laws of survival, defying all odds, defying the greater good, and just staying alive. Sol Yu sighed. Perhaps such a person is a villain, but can live a long time, such as himself in the last life. This life's berserkers, both did not see through the essence of survival in this world, so they could not live long, and ultimately dragged down only themselves. This was a dangerous person. If alive, it was bound to be more difficult to deal with than someone like berserkers. He was a little hesitant. Suddenly he didn't want to let him go. He didn't want to incur such a trouble for himself in the future. He raised his palm, the icy cold power surging in his hand, aiming at Yun Shan's head. 5 cold ice cones spinning eerily, releasing a strong killing intent. Then, after a hoarse, weak wail, all was quiet. Chapter 50, The Lotus Hall comes into being. After effortlessly decapitating the Earth Abyss Soul Spirit Beast, Sol Yu searched for some items in its lair, and one of them, a token, caught Sol Yu's attention. The token was the size of a palm, black as ink, with complex patterns carved all over it, and a hellish skull carved in a lifelike manner. Shura order. I don't know what material it is made of, but when you get it in your hand, it gives off a gust of ice and cold, and the smell of blood that comes out of your face is eerie. It was just that no matter what means Sol Yu used, he couldn't damage it in the slightest, and he didn't know what use it actually had. Such a strange shape and material, certainly will not be a mortal object, can only be put away first, later have time to study the study. It was also during this time period that Sol Yu finally had news of the Pauline lamp. In the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, which had been calm and quiet, there were suddenly fierce winds and lightning. In the void, a giant lotus palace rose up from the ground, reflecting the Lin Yuan realm, a giant lotus blossom blooming with colorful lotus silhouettes in full bloom, as if it held heaven and earth, and no matter where one was in the entire Lin Yuan secret realm, one would be able to catch a glimpse of this pompous scene. The lotus palace drew infinitely high, emitting a deafening rumbling sound, as if it was a breathtaking sight when heaven and earth first opened. A burst of colorful haze filled the sky, golden light flashed, holy beasts chirped in unison, a trickle of divine springs churned, and purple chi came from the east. In the sky, countless palm-sized lotus flowers shone with haze, spreading across the entire sky, sacred and relics, colorful phoenix flying, divine dragon roaming. The light of the sky shines on the earth, the world our turbid breath are as if purified. Let a person's heart is relaxed and happy, a long time to meet the manna, the sound of the great way, such as the yellow bell ringing in everyone's heart. The long time cannot release the demon of the heart. In this like 3,000 gods and Buddhas chanting Buddhist Sutra Tao law of the subtle purification, gradually be smoothed out, stuck in the breakthrough edge of the realm barrier, also at this moment become loose, as if at any time can break into that long-lost realm. Let a person overjoyed. Gradually, the shadows dissipated, and everything returned to the previous scene, as if it had never appeared, leaving no traces behind. Everyone knew that there was a supreme treasure coming out here, and one by one, their breathing became ragged, and they could no longer care about anything else, scrambling to rush towards the direction where the shadow was rising. From that sight just now, the treasure that came out of the world was at least a 6th-ranked spiritual weapon. If that was the case, scrambling to get it would be invincible in the Lin Yuan mysterious realm. Weapons, treasures, 1/7th order spiritual weapons, Imperial Order artifacts, Holy Order artifacts, Imperial Order artifacts, immortal grade. This change in the heaven and earth anomaly naturally caught Sol Yu's attention as well, and after resolving the matter at hand, he marched towards the place where the shadowy figure was flickering at the first opportunity. After all, this time, he entered the Lin Yuan mysterious realm for the sake of it. Sol Yu thought that he was the fastest, but he didn't expect that there was someone else who had arrived here first, and judging by that stance, he had already arrived here for quite some time. Sol Yu frowned. This person's aura was calm and deep, giving off an unmeasurable feeling. When he saw Sol Yu come here, he was slightly surprised and looked over with the golden silk great ring sword in his arms. Stop the water? How? Tan Shisha said that you can compare to Shui Yintian, the number 1 on the dragon and tiger ranking. It seems to me that you are inferior to him. Who knows? You guys think he's supreme? Maybe he's nothing more than that in my opinion. Maybe it's possible that I never saw him as a rival. Hee what a big mouth. I would go up to Water Cloud Mountain to challenge him every year, and every year it was still the same result. 1 move defeat. He didn't even move a step when he faced my strongest attack. And you, I can defeat you in 30 moves. Perhaps. I came here for the treasure, and do not wish to challenge anyone, no matter if it is you or Shui Yuntian, no matter how strong you are, as long as you do not provoke me, I will not be hostile to you. At the same time, as long as you guys provoke me, I won't be polite either. Even if you guys are even stronger, what do I have to fear? Good vigor, only. Sometimes if you don't have enough knowledge of your own strength, this kind of vigor becomes recklessness. Moreover, you have now provoked me. Words don't come together. You're still very self-righteous. Refute a few sentences to provoke you? Oh, then provoke to it. I don't have such a small temperament. The Flower Thousand Valley loves to protect shortcomings the most. Up to the Valley Lord Flower Rain Tower, Saint Sun Jun Macho, down to the elders and ordinary fellow disciples are also like this. I am the Flower Thousand Valley Saint Sun Jun Macho and even friendship friends, while Yang Xiao is the first person under him, did not die on the way to do his duty for him, but was decapitated by you. You think that this is considered to be a grudge. Shui Yuntian has an arrogant and domineering younger brother. He has a brother under his hand called Yun Shan, and now he is nowhere to be found. He and Yang Xiao have made an alliance in this Lin Yuan mysterious realm. If I were to tell Waterwave sect about this matter, what do you think the outcome would be? Coincidentally, these two families you mentioned are both world enemies with me, in their past lives and in this life, so to bluff me with them, you are considered to be playing the wrong game. And I happen not to eat that set of yours. If you want to settle me before the opening of this Lotus Hall, you can let your horse come over. Because, I am also doing just that. He had thought that only a few of them knew about the matter of Yang Zhao's few people, but he had never thought that there was still news leaking out. This made things troublesome. He was only one person now and was not yet capable of fighting against a behemoth like Hua Qiangu. Hua Qiangu was also indeed like what that person had said, very protective of his calf. Otherwise, his own self back then wouldn't have had his cultivation and meridians wasted by Hua Yulu. Another point was that the Flower Thousand Valley was not far from the Sand Emperor city, and it would only take a day or two to get there by flying magical beasts. The Water Cloud sect was some distance away from here by then, so there was no need to worry for the time being. It's just that the thing that made I not expect, that Yang Xiao was actually the first person under the Saint Sun of Flower Thousand Valley. In that case, his relationship with that Saint Sun must be extraordinary, the holy son of a clan. If he wanted to target someone, some of the forces within the clan could be mobilized at his disposal, so he thought that this matter couldn't be left in good hands. Losing is not losing. Stop the water how also will not show timidity in front of him again. 2 lives, he deeply realized the truth. Persimmon will always pick the soft pinch. For example, right now, the man who had just intimidated Solyu with a hangdog look heard Solyu being so recklessly crazy, and even said in front of him that the Water Cloud sect and the Flower Thousand Valleys were both world enemies of him, and obviously wouldn't be afraid of their retaliation, which made the man who was quite capable of pretending to be a good person wrinkle his brows. His intention was to use this information to intimidate Solyu, and wait until he showed his cowardice, and then speak out to relieve him of his worries. When the time comes, he will do his part for himself in this Lotus Hall, so that he can successfully obtain the treasures. After all, it is an indisputable fact that he has ascended to the Heavenly Cloud platform, so perhaps the only one who can pose an obstacle to him here is him. I didn't expect that this person would be so frowned upon and oiled up. Chapter 51, Xiaohan's arrival. This is Blade Monarch Zhou Xingchen? Why is he here? Hiss, it was him. I remember he was right in front of me when he climbed the heavenly ladder at that time, but he stopped when he climbed to the 290 steps. He didn't seem to be doing his best. 10th on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, Blade Monarch Zhou Xingchen. Rumor has it that he once shook the 4 directions in the Demon Beast mountain range by killing a Spirit Monarch Realm demonic beast with his Spirit Xian Realm cultivation. His battle of fame was there at the soul-breaking cliff, where he hard received a slap from Shui Yuntian without dying, thus leaping into the 10th position of the Dragon and Tiger ranking. Truly outstanding. What happened to those people from the Tianxian sect? Why are they in such a sorry state? All of them are carrying injuries on their bodies. Could it be that they are being chased? The gazes of the crowd coincidentally looked towards Solyu. The only one who could push these people to such an extent and still have a grudge against them was this heavenly staircase. No one stopper. Even though Xiaohan and the others had taken a bath and changed their clothes, the injuries on their bodies were still exposed. The pungent stench and fishy odor could be vaguely smelled from them, and where the group of them stood, everyone else covered their mouths and noses and avoided far away. It was just too unpleasant. When Xiaohan saw that Solyu was here, his hateful gaze stared at him dead on, as if he wanted to devour and drown him. He cried out with red eyes wide with hatred, "Stop the water!" The crowd was stunned. It was hard to believe that this was Stopper's revenge. He's actually so powerful? Injuring all the people who came in from Tianxian sect? Just where did this fishy smell come from? It can't be. Solyu had a depressed look on his face, while displaying an even more ferocious and baleful expression than he had, and coldly grunted, "Good you heavenly Xian sect." The heavenly cloud platform disregarded its face and struck out at me. And your patriarch Shoyasi even disregarded her shame and injured me. After entering the spirit abyss mysterious realm, I kindly reminded you of the dangers of that great hall, but you were so good that you drove me out of the palace complex on the basis of the large number of people, destroying my chances, and you actually showed your teeth to me. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Solyu backtracked, leaving Xiao Han and the others speechless, and that disgusting incident with the 7th order spirit medicine was just too shameful for words. In front of the door of that weird hall, it was also true that Solyu had blocked them, and they could see that Solyu was injured to drive him away. It also seemed like he had nothing to do with those people of his own being surrounded by that fat-assed rat and being masochistically torn apart. But after the passage of Xiao Han, but always feel we're not right, always feel that this is Stop the Water deliberately set a trap, because Stop the Water appeared too suddenly, as if in a special waiting for them alike, and he escaped too dry. After leaving Never See his figure, everything reveals a bizarre and loophole. However, he had no evidence, and what Solyu said also happened to be the truth, and there was no way to refute it. But this is the most suffocating. Ate such a big loss, suffered such a bad shame, suffered such a disgusting and sad trauma, but now there is no place to talk about it. Cannot say. He almost want to vomit blood in anger. What? There's actually something like that? This Tianxian sex people are also a bit too shameless, and receiving such a punishment is truly retribution. Ha! Disgusting. What is this awful smell? It really deserves it. Too shameless. How did the Gakshuan Empire produce such a scummy sect? Let's see if they still go there to recruit disciples in the future. This Stop Water is also too kind. Give me words. I will not care about their deaths. Deserve to be attacked by powerful demonic beasts, but also kindly block? Being destroyed by the chance not to mention. They are also being hated by others. Hua Wuwei looked towards Stop Water. His eyes were a bit complicated. It was indeed as he said. Xiao Han sneak attacked first, and Master injured someone else. Although the incident of the 7th order elixir was really too disgusting, if it wasn't for his own few people's greed for the elixir, he wouldn't have had that kind of disgusting experience. Stopping the water with good intentions to stop them. 3 times said that there is a great terror in there. Very dangerous. Reminding themselves and others not to go in. However, they also took his words as a deaf ear, thinking that he was blocking them from grabbing the treasures, and even drove the injured him away. Now it's good. Finally came retribution. Those fat-ass rats became her lifelong nightmare. As long as she thinks about it, she feels disgusting to the extreme. Chills all over her body. Her bones are tingling. There was also this fishy smell that wouldn't wash away, making her want to vomit and collapse, even soaking inside the water and never coming out again. It was so dirty and heinous. At this moment, Xiao Han was putting this guilt on Stop Water, making her all a little indignant. Lin Shi's eyes were lifeless, becoming somewhat dull, in a trance, and his face was pale with blue lips, as if he had suffered an unhealable mental trauma. It turned out to be that, when she was squeezed in the first place and really couldn't get up for air, she opened her mouth and breathed heavily, not realizing that a column of water went directly into her mouth and she almost swallowed it. And, when those damn rats tore at her skirts and pants, they actually, unintentionally, destroyed the entire hem of her skirt. When Xiao Han used his life-preserving stance to kill and vibrate those fat-ass rats, the few people from Flower Mistake endured the unbearable stench and hurriedly helped her put on her clothes. But being naked in front of so many people in such a dirty and awful environment was just too much for her to accept. There was also the foul stench left behind by those fat rats, which made her collapse in despair straight away. After standing up, she snatched Mo Chio Li's sword and swung at the rats' corpses one after another. Tears streamed down her face as she clenched her lips, even though they had already bitten through and bled. She didn't notice it in the slightest, and kept on swinging, wanting to vent out all her humiliation and aggression. She even carried her sword and was going to go into the middle of the Great Hall alone to settle the score with those fat-ass rats. Perhaps the only way to vent her anger and heal the wounds in that heart and body was to kill them all. Luckily, she was stopped by a few people from Flower Mistake and hard knocked her out and took her away. Or else if they enraged that group of damned fat pigs, those of them wouldn't have the ability to repel them once again. Mo Chiuli gave a complicated glance at Solyu and didn't say anything. Standing next to him with his sword in his arms, Xiao Han roared in impotent fury, wanting to insult Solyu, wanting to raise his sword to settle the score with Solyu, wanting to double all the insults he had suffered in the past 2 days onto Solyu. Only now, he had no reason to make a move. That stopper had already shaken these things out, and his own group of people knew it by heart. Even if he alone had doubts, what was the use? The others would not speak for him. Furthermore, having lost the life-preserving items left to him by his sleeping master. How could he still beat Stopper now? After this incident, he no longer had the same bravado that he had before. He could only temporarily press down the indignation and shame in his heart, and completely included Stopper in his number 1 hate list. Chapter 52, Stepping onto the Lotus Path. As the Lotus Treasure Hall's mutation was completed and its true form was revealed, everyone watched nervously, their breathing gradually becoming ragged. The Lotus Treasure Hall is in the center of a pool of water, and the hole is in the shape of a 7-colored lotus flower and lotus leaf, glittering. The location where the crowd stood was about a few hundred feet away from the Lotus Treasure Hall, and below it was the clear and transparent pool water, reflecting the 7-colored divine light, sparkling like the divine water bathed by the fairies above the 9 heavens, so that one could not help but want to take a bite and taste it. Only everyone was in trouble. With the cultivation of the people present, they were not capable of leaping over a pool that was hundreds of feet away like this, a distance of a few hundred feet. Since it's impossible to fly over it, wouldn't it be better to swim over it? After saying that, that person took the lead and jumped into the pool, headfirst into the bottom of the water, just to be followed by someone, but found that the person who jumped in directly disappeared. No good. There's something odd about this water. That person is gone. Senior brother, don't scare me. Hurry up and come out. I know you are good at water. Only, there was no response even after she shouted for half a day, and the water was unusually calm and ripple-free ever since the man fell into the water. Solyu was also making secret calculations, helplessly realizing that he was also incapable of relying on his spiritual power to support his leap to the opposite side. He also wondered a little why his previous life had not encountered these heaven and earth changes, and with his ruined body with no cultivation he had directly teleported into the Great Hall and had not seen any of this at all. It can't be that in my last life, I didn't have any cultivation myself, and this Lotus Hall directly teleported me in. In this life with the chaotic green lotus in my body and having reached the spirit monarch realm, this Lotus Great Hall revealed its true form? Just how is this going to get over there in time? The crowd was also confused, looking at the treasure hall close at hand, but unable to reach the opposite side, which made a group of cultivators anxious and panicked. But at that moment, a palm-sized lotus flower rose from the pool of water that could engulf a person, and 2 rows of lotus flowers were arranged in a line that led straight to the Lotus Treasure Hall in the center. The lotus flower was floating on the water surface. The center of the lotus leaf was still emitting a kind of light greenish soot, and only in a few breaths, a layer of light mist was floating above this pool, psychedelic and mysterious. Everyone frowned at this scene with suspicion in their eyes. How could such a palm-sized lotus flower, which was not yet supported by any roots, float down on the water like this? And how could it possibly support the weight of a person without falling into the water? Anyone who saw it would not think that the weak lotus flower, which looked powerless, would allow these people to trample on it and travel to the center of the pool. At first, Solyu also frowned, unable to figure out what exactly was going on. However, the scene where the green lotus stone platform had just fused and the 36 green lotus was holding up the flood of heaven and earth suddenly appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but be shocked by it as well. In just a moment he realized, so what if the lotus flower could hold up both heaven and earth? What was so difficult about bearing the body of a mere human? Thinking of this, Solyu exclaimed that he would no longer hesitate and directly swept down towards the water in a flying body. When the others saw this scene, they immediately exclaimed in shock. Stop the water? Is he crazy? Can't you see that pool of water can swallow a person? With the treasure in front of us, who could not be moved? It's just that as good as the treasure is, you have to have a life. It's a pity. TSK, still too young, easy to be impulsive, mesmerized by immediate benefits, too irrational. White Heron, who was not far away from Solyu, also frowned at this moment and murmured, careful. Xiaohan and Blade Monarch Shoshinchan, on the other hand, were frowning. Observing Solyu's every move, they didn't think that Stopper, who was number 1 on the heavenly ascension ladder, would be so reckless as to not be upfront about the dangers involved. Hua Wu Air flickered her big eyes twice. Seeing Stopper fly down, she actually felt a hint of nervousness inside. Solyu flew swept a distance after the toe point fell on the lotus above. Always thought it would be like a dragonfly pointing at the water generally sinking. Indeed feel this lotus as if the pillar, step on it with the land is not too different. Very solid. He tried standing on the lotus flower with both feet, and the entire weight of his body was no longer tucked away, stepping on it in its entirety. Sure enough, his feeling was not wrong. He let go of his heart, and with a light smile, he faithfully stepped on the lotus flower and walked towards the Lotus Treasure Hall. When the others saw that Solyu really stepped on the lotus, their hearts clenched, not expecting that he actually did not fall down, and was really undertaken by the lotus, and in the blink of an eye disappeared into the light green mist above the pool. And they were ecstatic. No longer caring about anything else, they scrambled to jump into the water above, and were overjoyed when they stepped on top of the lotus and didn't fall off. Solyu, who was walking at the very front, realized that the fog was getting thicker and thicker, and by this time, it had already filled up to his chest, so he could only walk forward with the feeling of his feet. I don't know how long he walked. The thick fog ahead suddenly slowly faded. A beautiful figure appeared at some point. He looked carefully and realized it was Mukingo, dressed in aquamarine blue dress, set with complex and gorgeous golden pattern, shallow embroidery peach blossom, elegant style, embroidery pattern exquisite, tall and slender figure, a head of green silk pulled into a high beauty bun, wearing exquisite jade hairpin and its accessories, collar slightly open, revealing the curves of the beautiful white slender neck, a blue dress more lined with the skin as snow, lips habitually with a hint of a smile, beautiful but not ostentatious. She smiled coquettishly and beckoned to Solyu. Her brows and eyes were so loving that they captured people's hearts. Solyu frowned, unmoved, clearly remembering that she was seriously injured and unable to enter the Lin Yuan secret realm. Why would she appear here, and with such a seductive appearance? She had never seen it before. Perhaps she would only display such seductive flavor and warmth when facing Xiaohan. Solyu was just about to execute his divine ability to break this psychedelic realm, but he didn't want a cold, light-shooting fist, interspersed with supreme might, as if it had traveled through endless time to blast towards him head-on. That powerful energy aura froze and solidified this heaven and earth, making it impossible for him to resist. His veins rippled all over his body, and the spiritual energy in his body surged madly, wanting to mobilize the chaotic green lotus in his body to help him. But he found that it was of no help at all, and he could only look at the impending fist with a look of despair in his eyes. He finally got a good look at the attacking others as the fist was about to come to him. Xiaohan, you bastard! How dare you! However, Xiaohan was seen to be wildly incomparable, laughing crazily, his scarlet eyes showing a hideous color, and the smug, mocking color in his eyes caused Solyu to crack in his eyes and roar crazily in anger, his eyes instantly becoming red. In his last life, Xiaohan, with the help of the green lotus stone platform, managed to restore his cultivation while advancing to a whole new domain, which was as brash and unbeatable as today's Zhang Mania, who beat him half to death, threw him off the mountain, and from then on scribbled and wandered for half a lifetime, and even more so at the time of the 10,000th year, died in an inexplicable manner. He hated the smile, hated the powerlessness of the scene. Chapter 53, Collecting Interest. The lotus path is not a fixed path. As soon as someone steps on it, no one else can go on it, and, unbeknownst to them at first, there are people who follow those in front of them on the same lotus path, only to fall into the water after spoiling on it, and drown there. Only later did I understand that each lotus path allows only one person to walk. As long as someone walks through, the lotus path will only recognize the first person. When other people go up, it is the real lotus flower. Once stepped on, it will be contracted into the pool, and after a while it will be resurfaced again. The lotus treasure hall was the shape of a huge lotus flower, and at the bottom, at the lotus platform, there was a portal large enough to accommodate more than a dozen people traveling side by side. By the time Solyu came ashore, a number of people had already gathered, some still in the illusionary realm without waking up, and even more who had stepped into someone else's path and fallen into the pool, permanently buried. Solyu noticed that there was a demonic beast lying on its back in front of the gate, locked by chains with runes, and it was sound asleep at the moment. It's actually a sublin beast, with a hint of the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Qilin, the aura of the Spirit King realm. Solyu frowned, his expression somewhat heavy. In his perception, although the sublin beast was a subspecies of the Qilin for an unknown number of generations, it was also strong and unparalleled, and its cultivation realm had even reached the point where it was at least 5 stars of the Spirit King realm. It was by no means something that the current him could contend with. Spirit King realm? With it guarding the portal of the Lotus Treasure Hall, how can this possibly enter? Someone trembled as they spoke, and everyone subconsciously looked at the two people with the highest cultivation levels present, Stopping Water and Blade Monarch Zhou. However, seeing that the two were also tightly frowning, the crowd was disappointed for a moment. Even they had no solution? Doesn't it mean that no one can break into this Lotus Treasure Hall? Xiaohan clenched his teeth and angrily looked at Stopwater. If he had not messed up, that talisman that could seriously injure a Spirit King realm powerhouse should have been able to injure this demonic beast, but it was used on that group of fat-ass rats. How could it not make him angry? Whoa! 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 The chains trembled, and the sublin beast opened its eyes, an air of contempt showing in its huge eyes. The sublin beast stood up and let out a low roar from its mouth. Its sound was like thunder, causing the ears of the crowd to buzz. It swept the crowd with those lantern-sized eyes and finally rested its gaze on Solyu. Solyu felt a powerful pressure coming on, almost causing him to lose his breath. Insignificant human, to presume to enter the Lotus Treasure Hall. The sublime beast opened its mouth and said, its voice carrying disdain and mockery. Everyone was shocked that this sublime beast was actually spitting out human words. Today, I will let you all know that this path is not possible. After the sublime beast finished speaking, it swung its tail violently, flinging it towards the crowd. Only a black whirlwind swept in, and wherever it passed, people were sent flying out. Seeing this, Solyu hurriedly performed his stance to avoid it. However, the whirlwind was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of his eyes. After Solyu stabilized his stance, he noticed that the people around him were all lightly injured. His eyes condensed and he decided to strike first. Then he fully utilized his gong methods and charged towards the sublime beast. When the sublime beast saw Solyu charging over, a cold smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. It gently leaped and dodged Solyu's attack, while at the same time using its tail to viciously whip at Solyu's back. Solyu was sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, feeling that his internal organs were heavily damaged, but he didn't give up and charged at the sublime beast once again. This time, Solyu used his own stunt as a sword with a flickering light appeared in his hand and stabbed towards the sublime beast. When the sublime beast saw Solyu's sword, a hint of surprise flashed in its eyes, but it still easily dodged Solyu's attack. Solyu was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect the sublime beast to be so powerful. Just as he was thinking of countermeasures, the sublime beast suddenly attacked. It opened its mouth and spewed out a black flame that attacked towards Solyu. Solyu dodged sideways, thrillingly avoiding the black fire, but before he could catch his breath, the sublime beast's tail swept across, and he hurriedly leapt up. However, the sublime beast seemed to have anticipated this, as it once again spewed out a ball of black fire that nearly enveloped Solyu. Taking advantage of this gap, Solyu dodged to the side, temporarily getting out of the range of the battle circle, and the sublime beast flew violently, but was firmly trapped by the chains. Unable to break free, Solyu was stunned and frowned at the sublime beast, not understanding why it had taken the lead in attacking him. Xiao Han bloated and sneered. Ha ha, after doing a lot of bad things, retribution has come. Even this head can't see past crusading against you. Shut the up. We have a grudge to settle. Don't make me slap you here. Xiao Han was instantly furious, pointing at Solyu and roaring. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You can try. Pa 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 pa. Before the crowd could react, they saw Solyu disappearing in place, and when he reappeared, the left and right slaps had struck Xiao Han's face, leaving 2 slap marks. Originally, he was in a heavy mood, and because of that illusion, he once again experienced that despairing pain and was in a very unpleasant mood. Inexplicably, he was attacked by the sublime beast again, causing him to be quite a bit lousy and even more frowned upon. Now, this dog actually added oil to the fire. Solyu does not want to endure. First collect some interest. Defeat the fire is also good. What dares you not? First is to sneak attack me, then your master shot to seriously injure me. After entering the secret realm, it is even more to me several times 3 times out of words to humiliate. This does not want to have more trouble in this. You this bias think that I am good to bully? I'll reward you with 2 slaps first to collect some interest, and if you dare to speak out against me again, try to see if I'll kill you here. Xiao Han was furious. Since childhood, no one had ever dared to treat him like this. When had he been humiliated in front of so many people? Bastard! I'll kill you. Pa 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 pa. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Keep cursing and slapping you once. You keep coming. Ah! Xiao Han roared, his eyes filled with blood, and regardless, he was about to strike at Solyu, but by the side of the flowers without error and other people stopped, advised him not to impulsive. They know that Xiao Han plus a few of them, but also not at all the opponent of the stop water, and experience the fat rat thing. They are injured, broken, heavy. After the shot, cannot curry a little advantage. Right now was even more of an opportunity to seize the treasure. If they lost their fighting strength because of this, then they would have lost too much. However, after bullying Xiao Han, they would not stop there. Stop the water. Don't think that just because you took the first place on the heaven ascending staircase and entered here with the highest cultivation that you can act recklessly. The matter of the spirit pill garden and beating up Xiao Han, either one of them can't possibly be let go just like that. We admit that we're not your opponents, but don't forget that you're just a casual cultivator with no clan or sect, and behind us is the entire Tianqian sect. Xiao Han is Master's most beloved disciple. If she knows about this, the consequences will be clear to you. Solyu sneered, disdainfully. So what? Today's events are over today. If he dares to curse me again, see if I dare to slaughter him here. As for what happens after we go out, who can say? It's not like she's the only spirit emperor realm in this Sand Emperor city. Zhou Yasi, you You shut up too. I'm in a bad mood. And if you dare to push, rip your mouth off, asshole. Chapter 54 Battle Against the Sublime Beast. Blade Monarch Zhou Xingqian frowned lightly. Although Solyu was being the first to attack, he was happy to see it, and could also use it to test out the Sublime Beast's battle prowess. But why him? This makes him have a kind of uncomfortable feeling, as if you consciously excellent, better than everyone else. The teacher called for someone to answer the question, but did not call your name first, but called someone else's. This kind of unconvincing feeling. Ha ha, stop, water is nothing more than that. When you meet such a strong person you will only run away with your head. Since you're so good, why don't you go up and try it yourself? Zhou Xingqian forced a smile and said, Humph. It didn't attack me, so why should I make a fool of myself? Humph. Only good with your mouth? Then I'll send you up. Solyu coldly grunted and directly faced Zhou Xingqian. The ice cone in his hand emerged and shot towards Zhou Xingqian without warning. Zhou Xingqian sidestepped and dodged. The long sword in his hand swung violently, and a powerful sword she chopped towards Solyu. Seeing this, Solyu hurriedly performed a stance to dodge. The two of them went back and forth, and it was hard to tell the winner from the loser for a while. The surrounding crowd watched in disbelief that these two were so powerful. Solyu did not attack strongly, but only forced Zhou Xingqian into the Sublime Beast's attack range in the middle of the sparring match. Just then, the Sublime Beast suddenly let out a roar and pounced towards Zhou Xingqian. Zhou Xingqian was startled in his heart and hurriedly turned around to deal with the Sublime Beast. When Solyu saw this scene, a smile of triumph appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a flash of his figure, he once again launched an attack towards Zhou Xingqian. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Solyu smiled wistfully and quickly withdrew from the battle circle. Zhou Xingqian quickly dodged the Sublime Beast's attack and cursed angrily. Stop the water, Kusuni Grandma. Solyu exited the battle circle, and did not idle. Will be surrounded by a group of people watching the show, all wrapped into the battle circle. Even Xiaohan and Flowers without error, a few people have not been spared. Was Solyu kicked up? Ah! Stop her! You! Stop her! I'm going to kill you, asshole! Just like that, almost half of the crowd joined the fight, and there were still people who hadn't gone up who, seeing Solyu looking at them, hurriedly ducked to the side, fearing that this man of no martial virtues would kick them up as well. Pust! Boom! In just an instant, several people were injured and smashed down on the floor, losing their battle power. In the face of so many people's siege, Yalan Beast was not the slightest bit panicked, and in the huge eyes, even vaguely revealed the color of humanized excitement. The crowd joined hands to surround the Sublime Beast, and various weapons and spells greeted it one after another. However, the fur of the Sublime Beast was as hard as iron, and ordinary attacks were difficult to cause damage to it. The Sublime Beast's mouth spewed out roaring flames, and the crowd had to scatter in all directions to avoid it. Seeing the opportunity, Zhou Xingqian leapt up and attempted to slash at the Sublime Beast's neck. However, the Sublime Beast nimbly avoided the attack, and with a smooth sweep of its tail, it sent Zhou Xingqian flying out. Zhou Xingqian spat out blood in a large mouth. Miserably wretched, no longer in the mocking stance he was in just now, he struggled to stand up, ready to wait for an opportunity to escape from the battle, but he didn't want to break a few ribs and was already in pain. He had the heart to kill Stopper, not realizing that his words had brought such a calamity for him. Roar! The huge beast roar resounded through the sky, generating a huge wave of sound waves that swept across the land, and Zhou Xingqian, who had just gotten up, was once again hit by the sound waves, and another large mouthful of blood was sprayed out, his face pale. Xiaohan and his group were all seriously injured by the sudden sound wave and flew out backwards, smashing into the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Seeing that the attack worked, the Sublime Beast took advantage of the situation and ejected a giant flame from its bloody mouth, which transformed into a net of fire that enveloped the crowd. All of them were caught off guard by this strike from the Sublime Beast, and were more or less injured. Seeing the net of fire falling, if he was covered, there was almost no possibility of getting out again. Right at this critical moment, Flower Mistake rose up in the air, made seals with both hands, and mouthed the words. In an instant, countless ice creams appeared out of thin air and quickly condensed into a solid wall of water, attempting to ward off the flames. However, her meager strength of the Spirit Heaven realm was simply not enough in front of the Spirit King realm Sublime Beast, and it was mostly dissolved in just a moment. I'm in for a treat. Mo Chioli hurriedly put his arm on Hua Wuqiao's shoulder and transmitted spiritual energy to her, trying to make the water wall expand in range. The crowd's eyes and hands were quick. Seeing that these two could not work, all of them put their arms on the two, and the wall of dissolved water quickly condensed, actually holding up the fire net's shroud. The crowd was so happy that they were just about to breathe a sigh of relief when the Sublime Beast let out a roar. The Sublime Beast violently rammed the ice wall in an attempt to break through the defense. However, The water wall was exceptionally sturdy under the enchantment of Flower Mistake and the others, and the Sublin Beast's repeated impacts failed to succeed. At this moment, Xiao Han endured the pain of his injuries and quietly circled around behind the Sublin Beast, using his full strength to throw the long sword in his hand. The sword was like a shooting star, stabbing the back leg of the Sublime Beast. The Sublime Beast suffered pain and angrily turned to pounce on Xiao Han. At the critical moment, Zhou Xingchen endured the pain and leapt up, slashing at the Sublin Beast's head. However, they still underestimated the power of the Spirit King realm, and despite their hind legs being injured, they still reacted swiftly. It sidestepped Zhou Xingchen's attack and directly stood up. Its more than 10 feet tall body stood up, creating a huge shadow. The crowd only felt their vision darken, and they all tilted their heads to look at it. Their mouths suddenly opened wide in disbelief. In front of the Sublime Beast, the crowd was too small, as if they were babies. The angry Yalan Beast waved its front hooves, which were like dragon claws, and grabbed towards Zhou Xingchen. If this was caught, Zhou Xingchen would surely perish. At this time, he was already at the end of his strength. How could he still dodge and resist? Full of despair. However, at this moment, a figure swept high into the sky, and a giant sword illuminated by ice crystals swung down towards the head of the Sublime Beast. Boom! A huge impact sound rang out. The ice crystal giant sword was like chopping on top of an iron weapon. The huge recoil force made Solyu's tiger's mouth trembled and paralyzed, nearly losing consciousness. The ice crystal giant sword also shattered into pieces. Seeing that it was not good, Solyu hurriedly flew back, and that palm of the Sublime Beast fell short, giving Zhou Xingchen the chance to get out of danger. Tumbling to the side and half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Tisk, what's wrong with Blade Kuan? Wasn't he taunting me just now? Why do you still need me to save you? Are you only going to kneel down and admit defeat? The Blade Monarch sniffed, his face grim as he cursed angrily. You scumbag, trying to get us all killed? Solyu laughed teasingly. I'm not trying to harm you guys. I'm just trying to get everyone to work together to deal with this Sublime Beast. Zhou Xingchen gritted his teeth in anger, but this was not the time for infighting. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Think about how to deal with this Sublime Beast first, Flower Faultless shouted. The crowd chimed in and began to discuss a plan. At this time, Mo Chioli, who had been silent all this time, left his mouth and said, This Sublime Beast has thick skin and flesh. It's difficult for unusual attacks to cause damage to it. We must find its weakness. Weakness? The crowd looked at Mo Chioli in confusion. Mo Chioli pointed at the belly of the Sublime Beast. I observed that its belly is relatively soft. Maybe that's its weak point. Zhou Xingchen's eyes lit up. Good. Then focus on attacking its abdomen. The crowd looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Chapter 55 Victory over the Sublime Beast. Solyu's eyes lit up as he glanced at Mo Chioli and said darkly, This chick isn't that stupid to see its weakness. Only, with the existing power, I guess it's hard to work. Solyu's words were indeed fulfilled as Xiao Han and the others executed their own mastery and attacked towards the belly of the Sublime Beast. For a moment, the Big Dipper's Fist Shadow, Water Dragon Technique, Cold Light Shadow Sword, and Desperate 18 Blades, a ray of spiritual energy flashed by, bringing up ripples in the air, all of which were focused towards the belly of the Sublime Beast. However, although the belly of the Sublime Beast was weak, it was relative, and it was hard in the face of their attacks, so that it could not be injured unless it was attacked at the same level. These attacks from Xiao Han and the others merely left some shallow traces on its surface and did not manage to cause substantial damage to it. When the crowd saw this, their hearts couldn't help but sink. They had originally thought that they would be able to easily defeat the Sublime Beast after finding its weakness, but they had never imagined that they would still be unable to break through its defense. This defense is surprisingly so strong, Xiao Han said through gritted teeth. What the hell kind of monster is this? With so many people attacking at the same time, even if it's in the Spirit King realm, it should still be hurt. What a desperate strength and defense. At this moment, Mo Chioli's eyes stared as she seemed to have thought of something, only to see her hands rapidly forming seals and her mouth chanting. An obscure and difficult to understand incantation came out of her mouth. As Mo Chioli cast the spell, a strange energy fluctuation surged around her. Immediately afterward, a brilliant light shot out from her hand and shot straight towards the belly of the Sublime Beast. But the three flying swords emitting cold light, about feet long, can feel the biting sword intent above from a long distance. 3 feet green blade, Mo Chioli's original weapon, was sacrificed by her for a very long time, and usually hardly ever comes out. In his last life, he heard that Mo Chioli had sacrificed the 3-foot green blade to the extent of 3,000 handles, and had once killed an Emperor Realm powerhouse with this move. It was very powerful. The speed of the 3 short swords was extremely fast. The Sublime Beast had just dodged a wave of attacks, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a chill in his body. that there was an attack that could threaten his existence approaching. Sure enough, the next moment, it saw that the three short swords emanating lingering sword intent had already reached its abdomen, and instinctively raised a large piece of phosphorus armor on its abdomen, trying to fend off. Dang! The three short swords pierced the phosphorus armor of the Arlan beast with a crisp sound. Solyu secretly shook his head. Sure enough, it was still too forced. However, in the next moment, his eyes snapped wide with disbelief, only to see that the moment those three short swords came into contact with the phosphorus armor, they even suddenly erupted with a powerful might, piercing through the phosphorus armor and inserting themselves into the abdomen of the sublime beast. Ho! The sublime beast let out a pained howl, and its huge body trembled violently. Seeing this, Xiaohan and the others were overjoyed and attacked again, not giving the sublime beast a chance to catch its breath. Chioli, great, kill, holy, what flying sword is this? So raw? Ha ha ha, she's really good. The sublime beast roared and trembled, forming a writhing wave of energy light above its abdominal phosphorus armor. The wave of light was like a rippling water wave that once again resisted the attacks of Xiaohan and the others. Only that in the process, its injured hind legs stumbled, which happened to be captured by Solyu. Darkly, just in time, the end of the line. The injured Yalan beast went berserk as it recklessly rushed towards Mochioli, wanting to kill this human who had caused it great pain. Mochioli's face was pale. Obviously the strike just now had consumed a large amount of her spiritual energy. Wanting to retreat backward, it was too late. The sublime beast did not give her that chance. Solyu knew that he couldn't just sit back and watch anymore at this time, and with a flash of his body, he blocked in front of Mochioli, and performed the move, Raging Sharks. In an instant, a powerful and overwhelming aura climbed up on Solyu's body, and the three deep-sea sharks instantly condensed, as if the wild shark was alive. As soon as it appeared, the overbearing ice breath contained on it made everyone present unable to stop themselves from shivering. After feeling the powerful energy spread above, everyone's jaws were stunned and their faces were full of incredulity. How is it possible? What kind of monster is this? How can it have such powerful energy? What is this? A demonic beast tamed by Stopper? Summoned from the beast spirit ring? Why does it emit an aura that makes people tremble? No, not a demonic beast. This is. When the Blade Monarch saw this scene, he was in a trance and sighed in a complicated manner. It's a battle skill. Energy fluctuations that can make even my heart tremble with fear. This is at least a spirit-grade high-level battle skill, and may even be the legendary Emperor-grade battle skill. What? An Imperial rank battle technique? How is that possible? How could such a ridiculously strong battle skill appear in the Sand Emperor city? As I recall, in the entire Gakshuan Empire, it seems that only the Imperial family and the Mercury sect have it. It's hard to believe that this Stopper is the incomparable Yalan beast. When it sensed the terrifying aura permeating the three-headed mad shark, that arrogant expression also converged, and in its huge eyes, it even revealed a deep scorn. It's too late. It's too soon. Solyu bellowed, his palms completely open, as if he was an absolute monarch controlling the cold ice, and swung violently at the sublime beast, driving the three-headed wild shark to pounce on the sublime beast. The two collided with a loud bang, erupting into a scene of blood and flesh. The sublime beast was sent flying out. Boom! The huge body slammed onto the floor, and the powerful force directly smashed the hard ground, smashing out a huge deep pit that was 100 feet in circumference. Ho! The intense pain caused it to let out a roaring growl of agony. Struggling to stand up, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and his body was greatly traumatized in many places, with large swaths of phosphorus armor damaged, revealing the color of his flesh and blood. Only, instead of blood flowing out of the injured area, it was frozen by a coldness that glowed with an icy blue color. Fear and unwillingness were revealed in the eyes of the sublime beast, and the eyes that looked at Solyu revealed a thick scorn. Hiss, actually, such a strong battle technique has actually seriously injured the sublime beast. It is no longer capable of fighting. Boom! Finally relieved. Some people sat on their asses on the ground, their eyes terrified and gasping for air. Blade Monarch Zhou, at this moment, was shocked beyond measure. His mouth was dry, and his eyes were filled with thick scorn as he looked at Solyu, and in his heart, he angrily cursed, "This bastard! With such a strong battle skill, why didn't he use it earlier? It's really despicable." Xiaohan's eyes were terrified. His face was incredibly pale, and he unconsciously swallowed his saliva. He was a little terrified and thankful. Fortunately Solyu did not use this move on him, or else, even that thing would not necessarily be able to block the power of this battle technique. Hua Wu Air and the others were dumbfounded, and one by one, they glanced at each other, all seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Little cold, at least within this Lin Yuan secret territory. Don't provoke that monster, stop water. We can't protect you. Although he didn't want to admit it, Xiao Han was still powerless to refute it and nodded his head with a mute and imperceptible nod. Chapter 56, The Arlan Beast Stops the Road. Sol Yu stood, his breath a little unsteady. His previous injuries had not completely healed. Using this move rashly made him a little overwhelmed. The load on his body was too great. Sol Yu's legs trembled slightly, as if he could no longer bear the weight of his body, and his breathing became rapid and unsteady. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, soaking his shirt. His face was as pale as paper, and his lips had lost their blood color, as if his life force had been drained away. His chest rose and fell violently, and every breath felt like he was fighting against a huge pressure. Without further delay, Sol Yu lifted his feet and prepared to enter the Lotus Treasure Hall, but unbeknownst to him, the sublime beast revealed a mocking expression. Ho ho, human! Think you can enter the Lotus Treasure Hall without any problems just because you defeated me? That's ridiculous. These words instantly poured a pot of cold water on Sol Yu and froze in place. Aren't you a guardian beast? Why can't I enter the Lotus Treasure Hall after defeating you? Is it hard to kill you to do so? The crowd was also puzzled. Such a strong guardian beast, can't we still enter by defeating it? What kind of joke is this? The sublime beast sneered. I've been guarding this hall for over 1,000 years, and very few people have broken into it because I haven't lost, and your win over me this time was just a fluke. I'm not convinced. I'm upset. So you can't get in. As long as I don't let you in, even if the Spirit Emperor Spirit Sect comes here, they will never enter. Sol Yu frowned and said in a cold voice, the Great Hall is now in the world, and it is supposed to be our chance. So what is this when you won't let us in based on your personal preference? Are you going to behead you again before you're satisfied? The sublime beast grunted coldly. If you guys didn't use despicable means and so many people came together, just by you, I would have suppressed you in minutes. This broken chain has controlled me and suppressed my strength to this realm. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of me and speak. What? Suppressed to this realm? Above 5 stars of the Spirit King realm, or the result of being suppressed? Then what realm did it used to be? Humph, just pretending and bluffing. The sublime beast glared at the man, and he instantly ducked back in vain, not daring to look directly at him. Griffins are just ants. How can they know about the true dragon realm? Let me tell you, before I was suppressed, I was above the Spirit Sect. What? How is that possible? Above the Spirit Sect? That's, the legendary Spirit Exalted Realm? How is it possible? There aren't a few such characters in the entire continent. Even the one from the Gakshuan Empire hasn't reached this realm. Spirit Exalted Realm? Just who has such great ability that the Spirit Exalted Realm is here to watch over the house? Then who would the person who created the Lin Yuan secret realm be? How strong is he? Could it be? Everyone's faces were pale, and the eyes that looked at the sublime beast were filled with awe, and glad that they hadn't encountered it at its peak. Sol Yu frowned. He hadn't seen the Spirit Exalted Realm, and didn't know to what extent the Spirit Exalted Realm had actually reached, and whether it was really as described in the book, moving mountains and seas and being omnipotent, so he couldn't guarantee that what this guy was saying wasn't true. Only, right now was not the time to dwell on such issues. He desperately wanted to find that item. Regardless, Sol Yu walked up to the Lotus Hall, and when he touched the gate, there was no response. There was no sign on the top of the gate and no lock hole. So for a moment I didn't know what to expect. At this time, Blade Monarch Zhou Xingqian came over, and he didn't believe in the evil and swung his sword. Boom! Pust! Not only did the bastard blade with its powerful spiritual force fail to leave any marks on the portal, it was also bounced back by the strong force and was injured. Sol Yu was also shocked, secretly saying that it was so close. He almost forced the door to break through as well, now that almost half of them were injured, and Zhou Xingqian was even more injured. This couldn't be a better situation for him. The sublime beast squinted at the Blade Monarch, its huge eyes filled with disdain. You're so much worse than even that little waif, and you actually dare to force your way into the Lotus Hall. You don't know what you're doing. Then, Beast King Sama, what will you do to open this Lotus Treasure Hall? Yes, the opening time of the Lin Yuan secret realm is almost up. If we can't open the Lotus Treasure Hall again, we can only give up. It was so hard to find it, and everyone was injured. So if we give up like this, it's really not a good idea. Sol Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous aura spreading as he snorted coldly. If I can't get in, I'll kill you first. Big deal, just don't go in. And you're trying to make fun of me? The sublime beast sniffed and just wanted to get angry, but the frozen wounds on his body, at this time, came from a strong coldness, as if it was going to freeze the blood vessels and meridians. It grunted coldly. Humph, don't underestimate me. You won't survive if you slaughter me. Within this Lin Yuan secret territory, these chains are eroding my spiritual energy every moment, and now that I've been severely injured, If I don't treat them, I definitely won't be able to live much longer. Therefore, if there is no holy medicine to help me heal my injuries, even if I die in body, I will not let you guys in. A sacred medicine for healing. That's at least a 7th grade. Come to think of it, earlier in that spirit medicine field, didn't Xiao Han snatch that 7th grade spirit medicine? Sky Cloud Fire Luo Root. SHHHH. Don't ing mention it. I'm sick of it. Saying so, the crowd unanimously looked at Solyu with strange, disgusted eyes. When Xiao Han heard these words, he instantly became enraged. His eyes filled with blood and his veins rippled as he looked at Solyu with a fury in his eyes. Flower Mistake's face turned pale as she awkwardly skimmed her head, not knowing where to look. The slightly better 4th senior sister, Lin Shi, instantly became bad, directly did not hold back and vomited, her body weak to the extreme. Mo Chioli looked at Solyu and coldly snorted, "Asshole, disgusting man." At those words, an impish smile appeared at the corner of Solyu's mouth. Pretending to be careless, he took out a 7th-ranked Heavenly Cloud Fire Luo root that was comparable to that one, placed it in front of his nose, and gave it a strong sniff. Tsk tisk. In the end, it's a 7th-order advanced spirit medicine. This medicinal power is really rich, and this mesmerizing aroma. Tsk. The crowd's eyes widened and became fiery. Even Xiao Han was violently stunned and his eyes moved differently. When the sublime beast saw this elixir, its eyes became greedy as it licked its mouth and moved its body to get closer to Solyu. Solyu, on the other hand, took the elixir, sniffed it, and then pretended to be sorry, saying, there were originally 2 of these elixirs in that elixir field, but unfortunately, that one was eaten by worms that ate the rhizome and lost its active value, but I dug it up and saw that it was still salvageable, and with a little fertilizer, it might grow back in 10 or 8 years, so I gave it a little help. After a few sessions, leave it for someone with a destiny to come and take it. At that time, with my fertilizer assist, the growth will definitely be more vigorous than this plant now. Chapter 57, Entering the Great Hall at last. When the crowd saw Solyu's look of doing a good deed and waiting for a compliment, they were directly speechless to the extreme, especially when they then looked at Xiao Han, Hua Wu'er and the others with pale faces as if they had eaten a dead fly in a general diaphragmatically difficult look. Their faces became very wonderful. Stop the water. You know downside no quality cub seed. One day, I'm going to kill you. Asshole, you're disgusting. Disgusting. Solyu pretended to be innocent, and said angrily, "You guys are sick, aren't you? It's none of your business. I'm applying my fertilizer to help other people. What are you guys getting all worked up about? You guys, wait, you guys are so excited. Could it be? No way. You guys also recognize this elixir? You won't come up to the front and smell it like this too. You guys won't dig with your hands." Flower Mistake was furious and jumped up violently, as if she had exploded her fur, screaming with open teeth and claws, "Stop the water. You asshole. Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Say it again and I'll rip your mouth off. Vomit. Stop water. Vomit." The sword technique in Mo Chioli's hand was already pinched, and the 3 flying swords were in the air, ready to desperately shoot at Solyu. "Disgusting man." Solyu pointed at them, painfully. You guys, you're so perverted. How can you even dig and sniff me? It's so perverted. I'm ashamed to be in your company. Everyone was about to be unable to hold back, and those who entered the spiritual medicine field had a great urge to swarm up to them. That spicy eyes and stinky scene really made them diaphragmatic. All of them are secretly bellyaching. What has this dog eaten? So rushing and disgusting, and now with such a disgusting face. Others, unaware of the situation, now hearing it, secretly laughed and silently moved away from these crowds. Some people imagined that scene and the whole thing went bad. "Kid, give me that one elixir and I can release you." The sublime beast's eyes coveted and greedily looked at the Heavenly Cloud Fire Luo root and said. Solyu glanced at it before taking out a spirit medicine from his hand, which was clearly a 7th-rank spirit medicine. The crowd was shocked. A 7th-rank spirit medicine. Did he actually have another one? Xiao Han's body was vaguely trembling, having endured to the limit, and his anger value skyrocketed. "Mine. All mine. This." The sublime beast was also surprised and looked at Solyu even more greedily, itching to pounce and snatch it now. That's not all. Solyu took out other elixirs. 1, 2, 3. A dozen or so plants were taken out in a row, the least of which was a 4th-order spirit medicine, and the best one had a grade that was even closer to the 8th order. Tisk. It's just a bit of a pity that I don't have a spirit weapon for the elixir, so I had to just throw it in my spatial ring. I don't know if it will bleed off the medicinal power. What a waste. This dog thing, such a high-grade elixir, actually directly in the space ring? You stupid thing. will not save me to help you ah. Stop her. I urge you to be kind. You eat meat and we eat grass. It's kind not to barf. I was so impulsive. I wanted to hit him. It was so foul. Go ahead. You can't beat it anyway. The sublime beast came to the front, smelling the scent of the elixir in Solyu's hand and enjoying it. No longer the bratty one from a moment ago. Solyu saw that Xiao Han was about to lose his mind, and the others were all furious and abnormal, and knew that he couldn't continue, and that if he really pissed these people off, they might come after him for their lives. He put away the elixir at once, leaving only a fourth-ranked Firelingji behind, and said, Fire Ganoderma, the medicinal effect is enough to cure your frostbite, and this seventh-ranked Heavenly Cloud Fire Luo root, it won't be too late to give it to you when I fetch what's inside. Saying that, Solyu casually threw out the fire spirit Ganoderma, and the sublime beast couldn't wait to catch it, although he was very greedy for that seventh-ranked elixir, but Solyu didn't give it to him, and he couldn't fight it even though he was injured at the moment, so he could only make do with what he had, in case they discovered the mechanism to open the Lotus Treasure Hall. Wouldn't it get nothing? And when it recovered from its injuries, it would think of another way. After 3 or 2 chews and swallows, the sublime beast did feel the frostbite on its body stop spreading, and while it didn't go away, it was no longer as painful and torturous. This time, the way it looked at Solyu became much more docile, thinking that he was not bad. It didn't rub it in. As a demonic beast, it didn't have so many flowery ideas, and when it got the benefits, it would fulfill its promises. Roar! Standing upright, he let out an ear-splitting roar, dragging the rune chains around his neck and yanking them to the side. Only then did the crowd realize that the talismanic chains were connected to a large stone platform, and as the sublime beast pulled, the portal slowly opened as the platform rotated. Seeing this, Solyu was the first to run in, and only then did the others react, cursing Solyu for being shameless, always being the first to run in whenever. Seeing the dog, for what was inside, the sublime beast was not interested. It was detained here to guard the Lotus Treasure Hall, and the treasures inside were not available to it. Every year, if someone could take the broken lotus flower stand, it would be able to free itself and no longer be detained here. It's just that, after so many years, no one has been able to take it, which depresses it, so it's not looking forward to it. The Lotus Treasure Hall appeared once a year, and different treasures were born in it, and only one thing was everlasting, the Lotus Table, which had not been taken away so far. Compared to the others, it was instead more interested in the spirit medicine on that human kid. So many spirit medicines. If it was refined into a potion, even if it was directly eaten, the help to it would be quite huge. Solyu, who had entered the main hall, was shocked by the scene in front of him. The hall was colorful and dappled with crystal lotuses everywhere, and there were countless lotus flowers floating in midair, like initial blooming buds, dazzling the eyes. Brilliant light in 7 colors. At this moment, the voice of the sublime beast resounded in this great hall. Its voice was lazy but carried a warning. In the lotus-sitting platforms floating above, there exist treasures that you want. Some contain pills, some contain supreme wonders, and even imperial-ranked techniques and imperial-ranked battle skills. Hearing this, everyone's faces became solemn and frenzied and uninhibited, no longer able to suppress the agitation in their hearts. Only, the next words of the sublime beast poured cold water on everyone. Of course, not every lotus platform contains treasures, some are empty, and some contain poisonous gases and other dangerous items. Each person only has a maximum of 2 chances to scramble for a treasure, and if the treasure is snatched the first time, a second snatch is not allowed. If the first snatch is empty, a second and final snatch can be made. As for what can be snatched, each according to their own chance. After the snatching is completed, in the middle of this great hall, you may not fight or kill each other. If you do not listen to advice, you will be responsible for the consequences. Chapter 58. Vying for their own chance. It's dazzling and colorful. With so many treasures, even though one was only able to seize one, it still made one's heart pound. Of course, there were those who scoffed, and in the face of such a chance, it was inevitable that one's heart would surge and lose one's mind. Right away, there were people who flew up and jumped straight at the lotus flower platform directly in front of them that was shimmering with great splendor. He was fortunate that there were no accidents, no empty boxes or danger, and he picked a lotus flower stand directly, landed on the ground, and couldn't wait to open it. Jin, a sword chant rang out, a cold light appeared, and a wave of sword intent that pounced on the face violently split horizontally and shot on the ground, although it did not leave any traces, but that rushing momentum made people's hearts tremble. 4th-ranked advanced spirit sword. It's more than that. I'm afraid it's close to the category of a 5th-order spirit sword. That sword intent is enough to threaten the 5th-order spirit monarch realm. It's really a good treasure. Good chance. The first one to get such a good spirit sword. How can one not be envious? What are you waiting for? Charge! In an instant, dozens of figures shot out, rushing towards the radiant lotus of light. Ha ha, I've got one too. It's so shiny. It should produce something good. Ha ha ha. I have one too. I have this one too. Ah ha ha, as long as it's not empty and a dangerous lotus flower. It's worth it to me. Yes, it's a spirit medicine. 5th order spirit medicine. Soul restoration gold branch leaf. Used to repair the trauma of the divine soul. Can also make the normal divine soul be nourished and strengthened. Ha ha, what a good thing. That year, my divine soul was damaged, and I have not been able to restore it. With this soul restoration gold branch leaf, my strength will definitely go up to another level. Ha 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 ha, spirit heaven realm, within reach. This is a 4th order spirit level battle skill. Storm Dala hand, cultivated to the perfect stage. It can be comparable to a 5th order spirit level battle skill, with infinite power. I'm rich, mom, I'm rich I have a spirit level battle skill, or a 4th rank. My mom the child has made a fortune. Solyu watched this scene, unmoved, as he looked through all the lotus stands above the sky, trying to find the one he wanted the most. According to reason, this lotus treasure hall should be erected for that precious lotus lamp. It should be the one that is the most brilliant and radiant one, but why is it not there? Also at this time, someone who didn't believe in evil and grabbed a low-grade item was so disgruntled that he casually threw it away before flying up once again. However, when he touched the 2nd lotus flower, he was hit by a strong force and blew up on the spot, leaving no bones left. This caused everyone present to be alarmed, and some hurriedly put away their petty thoughts. The sublime beast grunted coldly. Assholes, actually ignoring my warnings. The rules here, even I don't dare to overstep them. With you guys still wanting to break them, you really don't know how to die. The crowd looked at each other, becoming cautious for a moment, not daring to make a sudden move. Empty, why empty again? How can this be? Not a single one. How can it be so? I don't believe my luck is so bad. Give me out. Boom. This person grabbed 2 empty ones in a row, and for a while, he didn't die. And when he grabbed the 3rd one, he also blew up and died, leaving only a mist of blood. Oh, help me, help me. There were also 2 people. Unlucky. Not only did they not catch the treasure, but they were also surrounded by the pitch black smoke that suddenly spewed out from inside, and they were melted and disappeared in just a few breaths, which was really tragic. Hiss. This great hall is really weird. Why is it so powerful and dangerous? What's going on? Is someone manipulating it? Up to this point, all the remaining people did not dare to act rashly again. Those who grabbed the treasures were full of joy. Some people twice grabbed the empty lotus pedestal and could only secretly sigh bridge even though they were full of unwillingness. But they could not do anything about it and did not dare to be impulsive again. At this moment, Lin Shi's face was pale and bloodless, but he also slowed down, temporarily forgetting about all that pain and trying to find the chance that belonged to him. Without warning, she flew up and swept towards a lotus platform that was glowing with orange aura. Lin Shi, take it easy. Look carefully. Flower Mistake reached out, trying to yank her down, but was a step too late to catch her. 4th senior sister, beware. Mo Chioli frowned and shouted softly. Xiao Han was anxious and wanted to fly to block it, but due to the excessive loss from the battle just now, he was also a step too slow and could only watch as Lin Shi cupped a lotus flower. 4th senior sister, don't open it hastily, come back quickly, we'll hold up the boundary for you, and fight in the opposite direction when we're ready. Lin Shi was expressionless and not stubborn, gently nodding her head and landing in front of Xiao Han's several people. Xiao Han then used his power. A spiritual power shield was formed in Lin Shi's hand. A few people were still uneasy. Hua Wuqiu and Mo Chioli also thickened their spiritual power shield by tacit agreement to make sure that they would not be harmed when they opened it. Solyu also looked over sideways, wanting to see if this former 4th senior sister would be enveloped in that poisonous smoke and die. She was now in such a lost and embarrassed state. Solyu did not sympathize at all, but instead sneered in his heart with a kind of relief. At that time, she was the most joyful, not moving to scold themselves, not to mention mean words, but also very much enjoy the pleasure brought by torturing the Solyu. They treated Solyu so well and Xiao Han so well, she had a large share of the credit, stirring up trouble, causing trouble, and abetting Mu Kingo. Therefore, even if she was destroyed and died now, Solyu didn't feel any sympathy, only that there would be one less object for him to retaliate against in the future. Elder sister, be careful. If the situation is not right, you should quickly pull out and run out of the Great Hall, Xiao Han said seriously. Hua Wuer nodded and glanced at Lin Shi, admonishing him. Senior sister Lin Shi, be careful. Mo Chioli didn't say anything. The spiritual energy surging from his body continuously reinforced the spiritual power shield, vowing to ensure Lin Shi's safety. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they hid a little farther away, fearing that they would be affected by the poisonous mist in there and suffer innocently. Lin Shi's face was grave as he nodded and didn't say anything. Slowly prod the lotus bag and let it slowly bloom. Finally, with several people holding their breath and watching nervously, the entire lotus flower fully bloomed. The imagined poisonous mist did not appear, and what came into view was a burst of diffuse light, glittering with incomparable pearlescent splendor. The light lasted for a few breaths and slowly faded away, revealing its true colors. Lin Shi was ecstatic at once, and his face finally had blood color, no longer as hollow and obscure as before. She said in surprise, "Sixth order spiritual artifact, Bao Rui, defensive spiritual artifact. When activated, it can form an energy shield within 3 meters of its circumference, which can withstand a full force strike from a 5-star level of the Spirit King realm once. It can be used up to 2 times per day, and after it's used up, it will enter a window of self-absorption and storage of spiritual energy, and it can be reactivated for use only after 12 hours. Senior sister Lin Shi, you're really great. With this spirit weapon, who can hurt you?" Flower Faultless said excitedly, with happiness and a pang of envy on his tone and face. "Congratulations." Mo Chioli pursed his lips slightly, unable to laugh out loud, so he had to say with a cold face, "Too powerful, senior sister. Being able to withstand 2 full force strikes from the Spirit King realm, won't we be able to walk horizontally in this Lin Yuan mysterious realm, and no one will be able to hurt us?" As he said that, he gave Sol Yu an unkind glance, showing as much joy and smugness as he could. Chapter 59, Slapping Xiao Han Again. As Lin Shi opened the highest grade 6th order spirit weapon, the others who were still hesitant to wait and see were completely unable to sit still. Mother ****** her, come in once. It's impossible to return empty-handed. Put up a fight. 6th rank spirit weapons are out. Put up a fight. Maybe I'll be next. It's impossible to wimp out. Early death. Early life. Not dead 10,000 years. Afraid of a ball. Just dry. 6th order aura. Old me is just blown up. That's still worth it. A figure rushed up to the sky, competing for their chance. So far only Sol Yu hadn't moved at all. Even Blade Monarch Xiaoxingchen and Xiao Han were a bit hot-eyed and were about to be unable to sit still. "Oh, what the hell? Off, off, brother, save me. Ah, I don't want to die. Save me, I live very well. Whoever saves me, I can be their slave in any position. Help me. Ah, the back can be too. Ah, I'm not willing to do that. Li Mu, save me. Li Mu, don't you like me the most? I'll give it all to you. Anywhere. Save me. I'll trick my senior sister out too. You can do whatever you want with her. Save me. Ah, ugly, die clean." Mo Chioli coldly grunted. Flower Mistake taunted. "What scum? Just die. Actually want to drag others along with you. How vicious. How can you have the face to live?" Lin Shi didn't say anything. It was obvious that she still hadn't slowed down, just that her demeanor had gotten much better. "Humph. Deservedly. What a lowlife. Such a dumbass only deserves to die." Xiao Han coldly snorted, his face full of disgust. Sol Yu watched this scene without any sympathy. He had experienced too much of this kind of world in human heart, and had long since become numb. Just that. This scene has evoked some of his past, and now that he has personally heard such words from these people, he can't help but feel a bit upset in his heart. At that moment, he grunted coldly. "And how much better are you guys? Mutilating your fellow senior brother over and over again and letting him live on in the world. Yet here you are acting as the messengers of justice, standing on a moral level and judging others. How shameless." At those words, Xiao Han's few people were puzzled. Hua Wu Er said angrily, "What's wrong with you? What does it have to do with you if we talk about other people? Do you really think you can do whatever you want now? Furthermore, do you know our clan well? What mutilation of masters and brothers? What evidence do you have and what makes you say that? What a joke." Perhaps it was because of the defensive aura of Bao Rui, Xiao Han felt that he could branch out again. "What's wrong with your brain? What's it got to do with you? Why are you interrupting when we're talking about other people? It's not your parents. What's your hurry? Pa. Before Xiao Han could react, he received 2 more slaps on his face, and he only reacted after the beating. 5 bloody handprints were left on his face, which was red and swollen, and there was blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, so it was obvious that this time, Sol Yu had struck out with anger, and had not retained his strength. "Stop the water, you son of a, I have endured you for a long time. Do you really think you are invincible here? Old me is sparing the chance of not having the chance in here. I'm going to kill you mongrel today." Sol Yu's face was cold. His body's spiritual energy surged, and killing intent filled the air. "I don't mind decapitating you right now if your pussy mouth is still that dirty, and as I said, I'll slap you twice for every time you insult me. Don't think that with that Rui protecting your body, I won't be able to kill you. My imperial rank battle technique can even seriously injure that sublin beast. So what is this broken Rui of yours? If you don't believe me, try being again. You, little chill, don't be impulsive. I can feel that he's right. Perui really can't let him go for the time being. And he, really moved to kill. If we provoke him further, he will really do it. Lin Shi pulled Xiaohan back and shook his head, whispering persuasively, his face grave. Flower Mistake also wrapped her arms around him to prevent him from moving, and said, Little Cold, Senior Sister knows that you have suffered in the past 2 days. It is Senior Sister who is useless, but now is not the time to be impulsive. Although the Bao Rui is a 6th order aura, it's still a lot worse than the defense of that sublime beast. He can even seriously injure that sublime beast. I think this Bao Rui is not in the cards either. Be patient. After we get out of the Lin Yuan secret realm, let's go and find Senior Sister and Master Kingo. They will definitely do the right thing for us. They will definitely seek justice for you. You should know that not only us, but Senior Sister and Master also love you the most. Don't act impulsively. Mo Chioli's eyes were complicated as he glanced at Stopper and said, We can't beat him. Xiaohan clenched his fists and spoke angrily. Is it possible to just let it go like this? When have I been bullied like this since I grew up? Little Cold, your talent is very strong. Give you a few more years and surpassing that stopping water will definitely not be a problem. For now, you have to refrain and not give him the chance to hurt you again. My treasure Rui is a growth aura. In the future, as long as I cultivate it hard and refine it into a life weapon, rising up to the imperial rank is not impossible, and it won't be too late to take revenge then. Sol Yu coldly looked at the several people. The words all fell on his ears. He did not understand, obviously had severed the relationship, no longer have any relations with them. Why hearing these words of intimate care only for Xiaohan, still felt very uncomfortable and a bit depressing. Seeing that Xiaohan listened to the advice and had no intention of making a move, Sol Yu did not want to feel the disgusting words of care between them here and turned to leave. Sol Yu left and walked towards the depths of the great hall. Along the way, he saw some hidden light lotuses, and he didn't touch them impatiently, always frowning and sensing. Several people from Flower Mistake were also walking deeper. They also understood that the good things here would never be just in front. Perhaps there would be better opportunities in the lotus flower behind them. During this time, as two people dressed strangely, their entire bodies covered by cloaks and masks, walked to the center. They each flew towards a lotus flower of flickering light and fetched 2 items. One of them fetched a scroll, and with the scent on it, he could tell that it was a 6th order mystic scroll, which he didn't expose too much. The other person fetched a long spear, a 5th ranked advanced spirit weapon, divine boldness bright silver lance. The moment it appeared, a cold light was revealed. The sharpness cracked the sky, and when it was casually wielded, it emitted a powerful aura. That person must be very satisfied. Improvised a section of the gun dance, pale and powerful, cold light iron art, pleasing to the eye when, very chilling. After the two of them had taken the treasures, they didn't stay too long, but instead looked at each other and left in a hurry, also becoming the first ones to leave when they entered the great hall. Blade Monarch Zhou Xingchen dragged his injured body to stop and watch, frowning in uncertainty. He always felt that those two bizarre figures had some familiar auras that they were intentionally covering up, but he couldn't conclude that it just felt a little strange. Chapter 60 Strange Chi appears, but it's intimate to Xiaohan. Sister, what is it? Xiaohan couldn't wait to go forward and asked hurriedly. Lin Shi also stepped forward with a joyful look on his face. Mo Chiuli moved closer and asked, Elixir? Flower Mistake's face was overflowing with excitement as he nodded repeatedly. 5th ranked top-ranked elixir. Spirit Heaven crossing Hong Dan. Can help Spirit Heaven Realm 3-star or above cultivation break through the 6-star chasm, without side effects, and directly reach the Spirit Heaven Realm 7-star. Her voice was a little shaky. Incredulous. 5th rank top elixir, close to the 6th rank. She had never seen a spirit elixir of such a high rank in all the time she had been in Tianxian sect. She did not dare to think in her dreams that one day she could even have. Before she took a pill, it was still when her hand was injured. Sol Yu did not know how to get one, although it was only a 1st order. But it also allowed her to recover from her injuries very quickly, and even her cultivation had been refined. This kind of high-level elixir, it was estimated that in the entire Tianxian sect, no one had ever taken it. Spirit pills were not like other. The degree of preciousness was more powerful than even battle skills, and the reason why high-ranking alchemists were highly respected was because they were too strict in all aspects. A high-ranking alchemist, no one dared to mess with him, and the connections he possessed, as well as the people who were favored by him, were by no means few. I remember that there are records that a top power offended the strongest alchemist on the continent at that time. That alchemist with the price of the holy products, or even the Emperor's pills, widely invited the strong, and overnight removed the top power. Pieces of tiles do not remain. Flower Mistake danced with excitement, but said at the end, I am going to give it to senior sister Kingo. Normally how we argue and fight again is an internal matter. Now he was injured by stop water that. I don't know if his body has recovered. And the quota was transferred to you. She must be very sad and upset. We all came in here and gained something, although the process was convoluted, but we didn't return empty-handed after all. Senior sister Kingo is pitiful and has nothing. Furthermore, after seeing these strong men like Stopwater and Blade Monarch, I realized that there needs to be a strong man born amongst us, so that we can be protected on the outside, and not degrade the prestige of the clan. This time, Xiao Han and Master were spurned by the other sects because of their sneak attack on stopping the water, and they even offended Taoist Qing Hui and the Sand Emperor City Lord. They can be prestigious seniors in the Gakshuan Empire, and the impact of this matter is bound to be bad. Patriarch Yun has been out of the gate for a while now and wants to rectify the sect. We have to stand up for our master for once. If senior sister Qingoi, if she can reach the spirit heaven realm 7 stars, and then train to reach the spirit monarch realm, and then become the #1 person in the sect, it would not be good for Patriarch Yun to make any more trouble. Also look at me for what? Although I am usually big-headed, but don't underestimate me. I have a lot of things are clear as day-o. To you guys, to the clan, naturally will not be bad. So this time I let out this elixir, to fulfill senior sister Qing'o, and after the closed door cultivation, Lin Shi's eyes were complicated. He somewhat admired Hua Wu Er, this lord who usually counted on everything and never suffered at any time, would actually have this bosom. How could he not let people admire him? Xiao Han froze when he heard this and looked at the elixir in Hua Wu Er's hand with sizzling eyes. If he had this elixir, entering the spiritual heaven realm 4-star would only be a matter of minutes. He forced a smile and said, well, just give it to senior sister Kingo, no one else. After saying that, he turned around and walked forward, his face becoming a bit unnatural. Mo Chioli looked at her and said, I'm going, no need to follow me. Mo Chioli flew up and grabbed a lotus flower, not dragging his feet at all, and landed directly on the ground. She opened it without hesitation and a scroll appeared in her hand. Heavenly Moon Lingyun Sword Skill. 6th Order Intermediate Sword Skill. Sacrificing Spirit Sword is twice as effective with half the effort. Using this sword skill, you can shorten the time of sacrificing, and have a chance to sacrifice your own spirit sword to the realm of human sword unity. Heavenly Moon Lingyun Sword. Comes with a 6th rank spirit level sword skill. Heavenly Whistling in the Sky and Moon Lingyun Sky. 5th Senior Sister. This is simply tailor-made for you. 6th rank sword skill. Not only can you raise a sword, but also sword art battle skills. So strong, I'm envious to death. Mo Chioli sniffed, pulled the corner of his mouth, handed her the scroll and said, for you. Flower Mistake froze, laughed, and retreated, waving his hand sparingly, saying, Cootie, I don't want it. I'm not practicing my sword. Keep it for yourself. Blade Monarch Zhou Xingchen could not hold back any longer at this point, and flew into midair, plucking a lotus flower. 6th ranked battle skill, Mad Blade 3 Fury. He was overjoyed. Even the injuries on his body felt mostly better at this moment. All that anger and exhaustion disappeared at this moment. Everything was worth it. Mad Sword 3 Fury. Good one, Mad Sword 3 Fury. This dragon and tiger ranking top 5. There should be a place for me, Zhou Xingchen La. Stop the water. I will definitely look for you in another day. You can't die too early. Today's beam. Next time I will find you to ask for advice. Let's go. Sol Yu sniffed and said leisurely, a sword manual made you float? Go back and practice first. By the time you step into the 5-star spirit monarch realm, I may have already entered the ranks of kings. When the time comes, wash your neck and wait for me to chop it. Sharp-tongued thing. You cut and watch. Hanakadani and Swikiden will find you, so you might as well worry your head. After saying that, he dashed away without the slightest bit of lingering. Sol Yu shook his head and said darkly, there are more and more enemies. The Tianxian sect's crowd. Hua Qiangu's bone-crushing revenge for ruining my cultivation. Shui Yun Tian, son of a worldly hatred. And now a Blade Monarch. TSK. Am I that much of a pain in the ass? Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Sol Yu was somewhat mocking. Then he stopped thinking and continued to step forward. Suddenly, Sol Yu stopped dead in his tracks. He sensed a hint of an unusual aura, and although it flickered, like fear, appearing for only a split second before shrinking back, it was still perceived by him. He was clear that the thing was hidden in this space, this airy lotus. There must be something he wanted. At the same time, He also realized that Xiao Han was actually frothing as well, and he jerked his head up with a slightly confused expression. Sol Yu frowned. Obviously, Xiao Han also felt that wisp of qi. What could actively emit qi was bound to be not a mortal object, and it was something that had a chance, otherwise it would not have been so. Sol Yu was unable to lock onto that aura. Xiao Han also noticed it and looked at Sol Yu with his eyes narrowed slightly, then pretending as if nothing had happened. He turned his back to Sol Yu and began tracing to lock onto the source of that aura. Suddenly, the aura appeared again, this time clearly, but Sol Yu was startled as he sensed that the aura was actually not rushing at him, but rather joyfully rushing at Xiao Han, as if it was very happy and pampering. Chapter 61, Sol Yu confuses the people by playing explosives. This qi was actually not rushing at him, but joyfully rushing at Xiao Han, as if it was happy and pampering. Xiao Han's eyes lit up as he closed his eyes and felt the aura, trying to lock it down. There was no way Sol Yu would let him have his way, and while secretly searching for where the qi was, he sent out interference to Xiao Han's side. After a while, Sol Yu opened his eyes, his brows knit deeply. He did not understand. He was planted in the chaotic green lotus. Shouldn't that lotus lamp be closer to him? Why would it be attracted to this idiot Xiao Han? Could it be that the Pauline lamp has gone rogue? From the fact that it took the initiative to release its qi, it can be seen that that thing has already given birth to a spirit in its ignorance, and it must be an unimaginable treasure. But instead of being a true god, he was chasing after stupid things like Xiao Han, and this thing didn't seem very smart either. What made him strange was that the chaotic green lotus in his body hadn't reacted in any way even now. Why was that? Did he analyze it wrong? This lotus lantern has nothing to do with the chaotic green lotus? How is that possible? Chaotic situation is rooted in his body, like a second master, unless it takes the initiative. Sol Yu can't command him, he can't even make it wiggle a little, let alone anything else. Undeterred, he continued to try, but the thing just showed its head and was sensed by Sol Yu, and immediately burrowed back in. Not wanting to be found by Sol Yu, Xiao Han snapped his eyes open at this time and roared. Stop her! What the hell are you doing? It's too much of a bully. That treasure was clearly close to him, but it didn't dare to come out. There was someone stronger than him searching for it, making it sense a crisis. And when it came into contact just now, it accurately conveyed its fearful dread, hoping that Xiao Han would be able to help it. Sol Yu was stunned, his brows knitted deeply. Xiao Han had indeed captured it and had already communicated with it. The few people who heard Xiao Han's angry growl hurriedly ran over to ask what had happened. There's a secret treasure in here that has given birth to a spirit. This kind of exotic treasure. It's definitely beyond the spirit level. It's likely to have reached the point of an imperial weapon. It's very close to me. It's obviously my great chance. Only it doesn't dare to appear. The water stopper is blocking it, and it's also going to get that treasure. The faces of the several people in Flower Faultless became grave as she arched her hand and said, Fellow Daoist, stop water. Let's put aside the previous right and wrong for now. Now is the key to seize the treasure. This exotic treasure has a destiny with Xiao Han. I think it is not where your destiny lies. I hope you will hold your hand high and not stir up trouble this time. If Xiao Han can successfully obtain that exotic treasure, my Tianxian sect crowd is grateful, and I can also be the master. The grudge between us is written off, and out of the Lin Yuan secret realm, we will also talk to our master, not to look for your trouble, but also to repair with you. In the future there is a difficulty. How the people of Tianxian sect I can't manage, but I, Flower Wow Error, owes you a favor, and when the time comes to go to the soup and the fire, there is absolutely no second words. Lin Shi also stood out and a treasure rui appeared in her hand. It was obvious that she wanted to use the treasure rui to block Sol Yu and help Xiao Han to be able to obtain the foreign treasure. Mo Chioli also drew his sword and looked angrily at Sol Yu. Hearing the words of Hua Wu Er, Sol Yu is snickering. For Tianxian sect people, what temperament? He knows more than anyone. Say such a bunch of grand words. Want to seize the treasure in his hands? Joke. Snort. In this each according to chance. Who gets counted who? Have the ability to snatch their own? If I block the success, can only say that your own chance is not enough? With me have a hair relationship. As for what you're saying, are you threatening me? Have you people of the Tianxian sect done fewer nasty things? What credibility do you have in terms of? Is your favor from Hua Wu Er worth a lot of money? What a joke. You don't have the face. And speaking of grudges with you, how do you have the face to speak of them? And why do you think that it is I who have sought out your grudges? Still not pursuing me? What makes you think that? Do I care that your Tianxian sect doesn't come after me? Don't forget that Zhou Yasi's slap, the vicious maneuver that almost destroyed my Dantian, won't be erased. I'll be looking for your Tianxian sect to get a claim, and this won't take long. After saying that, he stopped paying attention and walked through this magnificent palace, silently capturing that qi. Hua Wu Er's cheeks reddened, wanting to say something but being unable to refute it. he could only comfort Xiao Han. It's fine. Little cold. You seize the time to communicate with that item. We'll help you keep watch. With senior sister Lin Shi's treasure Rui, it can fully withstand 2 attacks from the Spirit King realm. Enough to gain time for you. Lin Shi chimed in. No fault is right. You grab the treasure. With treasure Rui around, he won't pose a threat to us for the time being. 2 times is enough. Xiao Han grimaced and nodded. With a few women on guard, he could communicate without any distractions. Although Sol Yu was walking with his eyes closed, all of his attention was on Xiao Han's side, and since he was unable to communicate with it, he would wait for it to show up on its own accord. There's no rule here that says you can't make a move before you've succeeded in capturing the treasure. Several people only saw Sol Yu looking around, and did not notice that he was actually only hovering around the circle, not far away from them, just enough to control under their own extreme speed, and could reach the battlefield in an instant. In order to distract them and make them let their guard down, Sol Yu also stood in one spot from time to time staring intently at the lotus platform with hot eyes. A lotus platform glittering with golden light was fascinating, and Sol Yu stood here for a long time, silently sensing it, as if he had discovered something unimaginable. Revealing a look of ecstasy, he flew up, appearing to grab the lotus flower. Seeing this, Flower Faultless and the others hanging hearts finally relaxed, seeing that he was about to succeed in catching it, but at that moment, a strange change occurred, and that lotus flower actually dodged Sol Yu's pursuit, which left the crowd dumbfounded. They understood that Sol Yu had found an unimaginable treasure, because when they grabbed it, the lotus flower wouldn't move. How could Sol Yu be willing? Once again grabbing at the direction it had dodged, that lotus flower looked like it had grown scuds, once again escaping from Sol Yu's hands and appearing in another space. In this way, Sol Yu and that lotus flower launched a chase battle. Dozens of rounds down, that lotus flower always in the Sol Yu hand is about to touch when fleeing. Sol Yu forehead have a little fine beads of sweat. This also caused the crowd below to laugh, and some people directly sat on the ground and watched the fun. Someone was still yelling and directing which direction Sol Yu was pursuing. Che, what an idiot, letting it get away again. Flower Mistake skimmed his lips and coldly grunted. Lin Shi held Bao Rui with both hands, and his expression was also a bit tense, and he found it very funny to watch his comical appearance as he chased after Lotus. Mo Chili grunted with a cold face. Stupid man. Everyone did not realize that the location where the Lotus had escaped was already very close to Xiao Han beside them, almost only a stone's throw away. What they didn't know was that this was all deliberate on Sol Yu's part, and that Lotus Flower was able to escape because he was provoking it with his spiritual power. Chapter 62 Lotus in Hand. Speak Sol Yu's name. Found it. Xiao Han was ecstatic and connected with that chi. As the words fell, a lotus pedestal that wasn't eye-catching and was even a bit dull was seen flying out. After finding the right direction, he instantly accelerated and swept toward Xiao Han. Xiao Han was inexplicably surprised and greeted him. He could feel that this item was extraordinary. Ha ha ha, it's mine after all. Several people, Flower Mistake, were also very happy to see the scene, their eyes flowing, wanting to see what that was. Xiao Han reached out to pick it up. The inexplicable cordiality doubly soothed him, so close that his fingers were almost touching. He grinned wildly, excited inside. However, at that moment, a change occurred, and a spiritual energy pike shot out and struck towards the lotus flower. Like a frightened rabbit, Lotus stopped immediately. Xiao Han was also stunned and frozen by this sudden scene, and immediately afterward, he saw a scene that made him crazy. Sol Yu appeared at an unknown time, not giving him any chance to react, and grabbed the lotus flower. Xiao Han's heart was shocked and his anger was incomparable as he roared with his eyes wide open. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't you dare. Sol Yu, however, didn't care and directly sealed off all of Lotus' back roads, not giving it a chance to escape at all. A hand grasped it in his hand, and it was also this time that the lotus flower became quiet, as if it had lost its activity. Stop her, you bastard. I'll kill you. Xiao Han's eyes were red with rage, his body trembled, and he could no longer care about much as he raised his sword and chopped towards Sol Yu. Sol Yu held the lotus flower in his hand and just looked at him with cold eyes, not moving a muscle. As expected, the Xiao Han who rushed up was shaken out by the powerful energy without touching Sol Yu's body, and a mouthful of pus and blood sprayed out. Stop water. Xiao Han, swear that if I don't kill you, I'll swear not to be a human being. That sound like a cuckoo crying ape wailing, horse rage, sobbing blood vertebrae, miserable and tragic. Sol Yu, however, followed him like a shadow, holding a lotus flower in his hand, and came to his side as he landed. He leaned down and whispered in Xiao Han's ear, "Does this break the defense? Is this tearing your heart out? Oh, it's still early. Believe me, in the future, such things will be the norm, as if drinking and eating are readily visible. You'll have to learn to get used to it." More encounters like this will change your mind for the better. You'd better pray you don't die too soon, or it'll be boring. You? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Guess what? Maybe you'll be surprised to see me. I think I'll enjoy that kind of scene. You're too weak right now. So weak that I can't bring myself to torture you. Go for it. Stop the water. If you dare to touch a single hair on little Cold's head, I, Flower Wu Error, swear that I will definitely thwart you and exterminate your 9 clans. Stop her. Don't you dare. Let go of Chill. Kill you. Ha 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 ha. Who lives in a pile of women? I really can't be interested in you right now. The next time we meet, if you're still this useless and make me have no elegance to torment you, I'll definitely waste you. And you guys, warbling and flailing and, Hua Wu Er's face was pale, her eyes reddened. Once upon a time, how proud and complacent she was. Wherever she went, she was a star-studded existence. When had she been subjected to such verbal abuse? When had she suffered from such a miserable trip to the secret realm? Who doesn't pursue her? Who doesn't praise her? But now, since she met Stopwater, the stench of the spiritual field, the fat rats, the trip to the Lotus Treasure Hall, which time she suffered all the humiliation, which time she was scolded by him, damaged nothing. She is at least a girl, a pretty girl. How can she not be aggrieved? She cried out with red eyes and bit her lip. What gives you the right to? I haven't messed with you, so what gives you the right to insult me so much over and over again? To belittle me like that? Who do you think you are? What do you think you are? Every time you speak out of turn. When did I, Hua Wu Er, ever offend you? When did I ever feel sorry for you? Why are you talking about me like this? On what grounds? Just based on your high cultivation? You asshole. Lin Shi even turned pale and cried out at this moment. You're not a person. You're the devil. Oh, what did I do wrong? Spirit Field suffered many disgusting, nearly vomited blood. The Great Hall of Fat Rats. I lost all my dignity and suffered a humiliation that I have never had in several lifetimes. Do you know? Oh, I hate rats. The most disgusting rats. They are so. Oh, you still want to scold me like this? What kind of man are you? You are not a human being. Mo Chioli couldn't cry, chilled his face and cursed. Disgusting man, not a thing. Xiao Han did not obtain that item, and his entire spirit was depressed. His mind was wooden, and he was terrified inwardly. This time, he felt exactly the same as when Solyu had carried away the Green Lotus stone platform, making him feel like he had lost something very important. And in the underworld, he felt that his heavenly path was in a haze, and that his spiritual platform was covered in a layer of gray shadows. In the past, he always felt that his future was bright and his future was unlimited. After experiencing these 2 lost chances, he always felt that his future was slim and his path was treacherous, and his entire being was shrouded in a wave of unsettling doom. Especially just now, the words of that stopping water shocked him in his heart. Those words of threatening banter, why would they be so familiar? As if they had once said it themselves to someone at some point in time. It reminded him of something bad, and he always felt that between him and Stopper, there was an inexplicable feeling that those words would be verified. Because, ever since he met and sneaked up on Stopper, he hadn't met a single thing that went his way. All sorts of bad things happened from time to time. As the once unrivaled protagonist, he had never lost so many times. But now, at least in this Lin Yuan secret realm, he had never succeeded. At the thought of it, he was a little frightened, a little disoriented, and inwardly terrified. Hate for Stopper was at its peak, and some fear for Stopper. Don't disguise yourselves as so benevolent and condescending. You deserve it? In front of outsiders, you act like a little girl who doesn't know the world. But in reality, you are vicious and dirty inside. Your Tianxian sect, all up and down, are in collusion. All dirty and ugly people. What can't you say? What gives you the right to say that? The right to slander us like that? Ha ha ha. Slander? Joke. I have a friend. His name is Solyu. Can you guys recognize him? Hearing this name, Flower Faultless Lin Shi and the others were struck by lightning and froze on the spot. After saying this, Solyu stopped paying attention and left straight away. He was going to go and study what the hell it was. Solyu left and did not go far, finding a reliable and safe place in this neighborhood. Chapter 63, Controlling the Lin Yuan Secret Realm. Lin Shi, did he just say the name? Solyu, Hua Wuer asked in a cold voice, his face like frost. Lin Shi nodded in affirmation. That's right, I'm sure that's what he said Solyu's name was. Flower Faultless nodded and laughed angrily. Ho ho, very good. What did I say? Even if this Stopwater was indignant, he shouldn't have pointed all his spears at our Tianshan sect. Even senior sister Lin Shi and senior sister Chioli and I were not spared. Extremely insulting. So this is where the problem lies. Punk Solyu, you son of a. It's actually you. It's all because of you. A waste thing. that we have lost such a big face in this Lin Yuan secret realm, causing Xiao Han to lose his supreme treasure and causing us to suffer humiliation. Very good. Very good. I didn't expect this dog thing to rebel against the division, so quickly found a backer. This time is specifically targeting us to come. Ho ho. Waste is waste. Even if you give others as a dog, you should also seek a good master. But found a loose cultivator without a sect. Want to deal with us? Dog bastard Soul you. You wait for me. I'll look for you when I get back. See how I'll make your life worse than death. All the humiliation I've suffered during this time, I'll make you pay back 100 times over. Lin Shi was also furious and filled with hostility. I told you that I shouldn't have let that punk leave in the first place. Now it's good. Within a few days you've hardened your wings and found helpers to bully us? Injustice has its own owner. When I find him, I will make his life worse than death. I will catch 1,000 rats and stuff them into his mouth and crotch, so that he can also taste what is called disgusting humiliation. What is called despair. Let me suffer so much. I must pay back 100 times over. I will catch a rat that is even fatter and more disgusting than that fat-ass rat to torment him, and watch his lifeblood being eaten by the rat with my own eyes. Mo Chiuli frowned and looked towards the place where Solyu disappeared. This time, she didn't talk to the wind. Xiao Han murmured as a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Solyu, stop her. I want both of you to die. I must kill both of you. Kill you, thwart your bones and never return. Solyu left with the lotus, found a secluded place, and opened the lotus. A flash of light revealed the prototype. A palm-sized jade green lotus lamp appeared in the palm of his hand, about a foot tall, with an overall faint greenish color. It's more like a lamp head, and the underside is supposed to be partially missing and not complete. The lotus flower was in full bloom, and there was a lamp holder inside, but it was not the kind of lotus lamp that burned with fire. But on top of that lamp holder, there was a thumb-sized spatial geometric three-dimensional, emitting mauve fluorescent object floating on top of it, which thus looked like a lamp only. The appearance are not wrong. Just until now the chaotic green lotus in the body also did not have any reaction. It seems that it is not related to the green lotus in his body. This made him more or less disappointed. After all, his current reliance was entirely on the chaotic green lotus and the mixed immortal cloud brocade, which had nothing to do with them, and its value was much less. Although there was some disappointment, but after all, it was an exotic treasure with some spirit. It must be not bad. Solyu was still very happy. Sitting on the ground, Solyu began to refine it. Only just beginning. He sensed a wisp of chi or spiritual awareness within the lavender object resisting. He was still very mindful of the fact that he had just chosen that idiot Xiao Han instead of himself, so he didn't show any mercy and directly forced it to be refined, wiping out its spiritual awareness and fusing his own soul force into it. The fusion and refinement was very smooth, and there was hardly any major obstruction. Only, at this moment, Solyu's face became a bit odd. This thing really had nothing to do with the chaotic green lotus, and it wasn't called the so-called Pauline lamp, but the purple extreme green lotus pagoda. When he fused the spiritual sense, some information from that spiritual sense was also transmitted to Xiao Han's divine soul, and it was then that he realized that there was a powerful soul sleeping within Xiao Han, and this precious lotus was once in the hands of that soul for a period of time for him to drive, so it was naturally close to him. This undoubtedly made Solyu smile with joy. He did not expect to inadvertently discover Xiao Han's secret. No wonder he was so brave in his last life, advancing at a rapid pace, and several serious injuries could still be repaired in a matter of moments, so he thought it was related to that soul body. TSK, this is a real windfall. Hey, Xiao Han, when this precious lotus was once in its complete version, it was a holy artifact, a holy level treasure of offense and defense, which was once damaged in a great battle for the ages. The original owner was dead, and it was divided into 3 sections. This was only the topmost part, yet it was an imperial rank artifact. It was truly unimaginable how strong it would have been in its heyday. Now this imperial ranked magic weapon only had defensive ability and did not have attack bonus, although it was crippled. But in terms of defense, it was not comparable to Lin Shi's treasure Rui. The best thing about it wasn't this defense, but another powerful feature. This Lin Yuan mysterious realm was not a natural formation. It was a unique space opened up by a powerful person who had reached the peak of his cultivation. A small independent world. This purple extreme green lotus pagoda was the very core of this small world, and melting this lighthouse was the same as controlling this small world. Since this small world was too low grade, the growth environment and the concentration of aura was limited, so it couldn't grow like the higher worlds, giving birth to super powerhouses and spiritual treasures. According to the information obtained, this small space was hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, equivalent to the size of a small country's territory. And every blade of grass and tree inside would belong to Solyu. It was a world with incomplete rules, But if the soul you became stronger, it could recondense this heaven and earth. And in this heaven and earth, there were still stronger existences than the sublime beast, only that he was unable to drive them. The rules of this heaven and earth were under his control, and he even used the power of space to forcibly transfer his opponent into the Lin Yuan mysterious realm after reaching the spirit sect realm, utilizing the rules of the heaven and earth in this area to suppress his opponent in battle. Although he was unable to use more power and rules right now, what existed in here? Except for some things of high cultivation, soul you could summon at will. In the future, one could also capture demonic beasts outside to domesticate them and let them grow in this Lin Yuan secret realm. Therefore, compared to its defensive capabilities, having the control of this Lin Yuan mysterious realm was the greatest gain. Its value was immeasurable. And what imperial-ranked magic weapons and battle techniques were not worth mentioning at all? Am I having my own little world? And the demonic beasts that can be used as if they were in arms, ascended to heaven. Originally thought that it was just an unusual exploration of the secret realm, but actually, having such a harvest, this is too heaven-defying. Shao Han, he, I'm going to take this overwhelming chance, ha ha ha. Chapter 64 Egrets in Trouble. Sol Yu now held the control of the Lin Yuan mysterious realm in his hands and could end the exploration of the Lin Yuan mysterious realm at any time. After all, everything here would be his personal belongings from now on, and there was no reason to let these outsiders come in and scavenge. He had wanted to exile everyone early, but at that moment he heard the sounds of a fight and felt a hint of familiarity. It was Shiro. He didn't want to pay any attention to it, but his curiosity made him decide to go over and take a look. It turned out that at the end of the Lotus Treasure Hall quest, White Heron had also obtained a good item, a Spirit Realm 5th ranked battle skill. She was focusing on Sol Yu, but realized that he didn't even look at her, which made her realize that the stopper wasn't Sol Yu. Hua Wu Er and the others were infamous during this period of time. Some of the things they did made her very uncomfortable, especially that Shao Han. Sneak attacking stopping the water caused the Tianxian sect to become a street rat. Such a move was too stupid. She didn't want to have anything to do with them here. She decided that she would leave once this matter was over and return to the academy to cultivate hard, never wanting to cross paths with the Tianxian sect again. After all, the era in which she had left was too long ago, and it was feared that in the hearts of the people of the Tianxian sect, the name of her as a senior sister had long since disappeared. The relationship with everyone else was average. The only person who was kind to her was Sol Yu, and after he was invalidated, she never cared for him, never took care of him intimately. Now, even the only person who had something to hold on to had left the Tianxian sect, and it would be pointless for her to go back. The current master, Zhou Yasi, had done things that were mind-boggling to her, even betting the glory and reputation of the sect for the sake of a single disciple and becoming a target. The master's sisters were even more arrogant and snarky. What's the point of going back to such a clan, where there was already no emotional attachment? Everything became pale and uninteresting. She decided that after leaving the Lin Yuan secret realm, she would leave the Gakshuan Empire, and was afraid that she would never return in this life. Only, when she had just walked not much farther, she was surrounded by people she recognized. The same people who had been injured by her earlier in the middle of one of the official residences, when they were fighting over the spiritual treasures. Jie, Chick, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Weren't you very arrogant in the residence earlier? A young man in fancy clothes, shaking a folding fan walked out. His name was Li Wei. Teasingly, he said, being blocked from going. Shiro was helpless, not wanting to tangle with them, and said, in this Lin Yuan mysterious realm, we all rely on our own chance. That 4th-ranked spiritual treasure was discovered by me first, and it was also me who grabbed it into my hands first. Your own cultivation is not enough, yet you found someone to surround me afterward. Do you have any shame? Ha ha ha. Integrity. You're hilarious. Do you really think it's because I can't defeat you? If that demonic beast hadn't sneaked up on me and knocked me out of the way, that spiritual treasure would have been mine. How could it have been snatched away by you? By the time Sol Yu arrived here, White Heron had already been injured, and she was unable to fight against the siege of more than a dozen people. Not to mention the fact that within this group of people, there was another person who was a 6-star level of the spiritual heaven realm. Every time Shiro tangled with those people and revealed a break, he saw an opportunity to send out an attack to injure Shiro. Just like this, after a few rounds, the injuries on White Heron's body were already very serious. His face was pale, his spiritual energy was weak, even his figure had become a little staggered, and it was obvious that he had already reached the end of his strength. Sure enough, that spirit heaven realm person, seeing that White Heron was exhausted and struggling to support herself, struck from a tricky angle under her inability to defend herself, and with a full force palm strike, sent White Heron flying out, crashing into a thick tree trunk. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and the whole person shriveled up, so much so that he couldn't even struggle to get up, and his pupils were a bit lax. Jie, just now I asked you to hand it over and you didn't. Now I don't need you to hand it over. I'll take it myself. Hey. I'll take you as a person even if I have to do this after honoring you. Now it's not just about the spiritual treasures. Levi licked his lips, staring at Shiro with glowing eyes, crouching down, picking up her chin and letting out a lewd laugh. The back of his hand gently brushed her cheek and rubbed her ear as Shiro watched in great humiliation. Wow, ho. This skin, is wonderful. I'm not only itching my hands, but even my heart. Ha. Caressing her rosy lips caused Levi to shake his head exaggeratedly, soothed from the inside out, almost to the heavens. Chick, haven't broken the virginity right? Ha. Today can be cheap for me. When I help you to develop a little bit, my gang of brothers can also take you to open the meat law. Ha. The white heron, angry and humiliated, wanted to resist, but was no longer able to struggle, and could only take a bite out of Levi's fingertips. She had never used so much force, and this time, she almost bit off half of Levi's fingertips. Oh, you, pa, jab. I'll chop you to death. 5 fingerprints were left on Shiro's face and her dress was torn, exposing her skin, which ignited Levi's animalistic nature even more. At this moment, the white heron, the figure that appeared the most in his mind was actually that pale, insincere figure of Xiao Xia, Sayu. She murmured softly. Shiro was desperate and ready to blow up his dantian to preserve his innocence when a loud boom exploded in front of him. A huge landing riot shook back the people around them, bringing up a puff of smoke and dust that caused Levi and the others to go on guard. Not waiting for the smoke to dissipate, Sol Yu walked out, and when he saw the bronze mask, Li Wei and the others frowned. For the appearance of stopping water, they were like a great enemy, having taken a hard slap from the Spirit Emperor realm and still being safe. The terrifying ice shark skill that could seriously injure the sublime beast. So far, it had made people's hearts and souls quake. Stop the water. Are you going to mind your own business? It was this woman who grabbed my spirit treasure first. Stopper was non-committal, not bothering to break bread with them. It's fine to kill people and seize treasures. Doing these dirty and sordid things will stain my eyes. Roll yourselves, or I'll kick you out. At this moment, that spirit heaven realm powerhouse jumped out and coldly snorted. Humph. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're claiming the throne here. You're a casual cultivator. Not only did you end up in a deadly feud with the Tianxian sect, but you also messed with Blade Monarch Zhou Xingchen. Now, you actually want to meddle in our business and make a grudge against us. Do you know that we are from the Bone Xian sect? And Li Wei is even my Bone Xian sect's saint's son, Li Changsheng's own brother. Li Changsheng, you know? It's Li Changsheng who was the 5th in the Dragon Tiger ranking, and he's going to challenge the 3rd position in the Dragon Tiger ranking in next month's Dragon Tiger conference. Li Changsheng cares a lot about his own brother Li Wei. If you dare to touch Li Wei, not to mention that you're just a casual cultivator, even if you're from the Mercury sect, he'll step on Mercury Peak to seek justice. Therefore, Xiao Han's few idiots are afraid of you. We are not afraid of you. Chapter 65, Beheading. They're afraid of you, but we're not afraid of you. My Bone Xian sect isn't like that bunch of losers from the Tianxian sect. The holy son of my sect is a strong spirit king realm powerhouse. When Li Wei heard this, he immediately hardened and said with a strained neck, "That's right, my real big brother is Li Changsheng, the holy son of the Bone Xian sect. Who dares to touch me? That Blade Monarch Zhou Xingchen would have to take a detour when he sees my brother. My brother loves me. If you dare to touch me, my brother will definitely help me take revenge." Seeing that Sol Yu frowned and did not directly strike, they thought that Sol Yu was afraid and became even more reckless. "Stop the water. Just pretend you didn't see what happened today. We don't want to mess with you here either, but we're not afraid to mess with you either. How about the big road facing the sky? Each going their own way? No one can escape from the person that our Dewey brother sees. Even in front of you stop water is no exception. If you are sensible, you should hurry up and leave. Otherwise we will definitely go back to report to the Holy Sun." Ho ho! The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Although you are very powerful in this Lin Yuan mysterious realm and have made a name for yourself, and your fame is indeed great, but compared to my clan saint's son Li Changsheng, and that legendary Shi Yunshan, it's not worth mentioning at all, so I advise you to mind your own business, lest you get into trouble. Shiro had originally seen Stabilizer appear and his heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that if Stabilizer wanted to save her, no one here would be able to stop him. Moreover, he originally thought that Li Wei was just a dude with a good family, but he didn't expect to have such an identity. Bone Xian sect. He was aware of it. The strength was much stronger than even Tianxian sect, although it couldn't be compared to Hua Qiangu and Mercury sect. it was still considered as the leader in Gakchuan Empire. Few people dared to mess with it. Even that San Emperor City's city lord, Tan Shisha, had to be courteous to the Bone Xian sect, and that Li Changsheng she is even more aware of. The existence of the fifth of the Dragon and Tiger list, that is the real sword to fight on the list of the top 5, is by no means Yang Shao berserkers and others can be comparable. Faced with such a strong background, no one would be willing to easily mess with it. Not to mention that she and Stopper were only casual acquaintances and had nothing to do with each other. If she had known this, she wouldn't have crossed paths with him for that 4th-ranked spiritual treasure, or even clashed with him. And now that she saw stabilizing water hesitating, she was also clear that stabilizing water was indeed powerful here. But after leaving the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, he was in a terrible situation. The Tianxian sect's crowd would definitely not let him go, especially their own master Zhou Yasi, so doting on Xiao Han, even for him to risk the world's great not to be injured stop water. Not to mention Xiao Han they experienced the trip to the Lin Yuan already, will only be even more hateful, and will inevitably be on the stop water, and he was just a loose cultivator. No sect, no one to block for him. If he were to offend the Bone Xian sect because of him, then there would probably be no more room for him in this Gakchuan empire. Thinking of this, White Heron's heart was like ashes. It was all because of his own lack of strength, and now he was deeply trapped in the siege, entering a dead end. She was very grateful for Stopper's appearance, but she also knew that in the face of such a predicament, not a single person would offend a huge power like that because of someone they didn't know. She wouldn't blame Stopper. Instead, she was grateful to him for giving her the time she needed to have the chance to die with these people. That's right, she was ready to die, just have regrets in her heart. The family's great revenge has not yet been avenged, and that the most loving senior brother, he did not have time to say sorry. At that moment, that forlorn and helpless figure once again came to mind, filled with pain. If it were you, you'd definitely fight to protect me, even in this situation, right? Stao Yu. At that thought, she closed her eyes and shed 2 lines of tears, murmuring, I'm sorry, Sayu. Seeing that Sol Yu was still standing still with a tangled face, Li Wei became even more arrogant, and that spirit heaven realm sneered, the one who knows the time is the best man. The current you can't afford to mess with us, and even more so, you can't afford to mess with Sage Sun Li Changsheng and the Bone Xian sect, so leave now, and I'll take it as if nothing has happened. Levi even said, what? Don't you understand what I said? Hurry up and leave, less disturbing old man's pleasure, or you can watch here. When our brothers are done having fun, I can reward you and let you have fun too. How about that? Sol Yu's frown deepened and his body trembled a little. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but stare blankly, and then laughed out loud. Ha ha, this Stopper can't be a fake. Ha ha, it's actually shaking with fear. Ha ha ha, maybe it's just some dumbass trying to impersonate it? But even if it's the real stopping water, when he hears about the mighty name of Saint Sun Li Changsheng and the news of the Bone Xian sect, I'm afraid that he'll still be trembling. White Heron was also stunned. Although she had only met Ji Shuwei a few times, she knew that even the Spirit King realm sublime beasts he had casually struck out at will. So how could he possibly be scared out of his wits by these few people reporting a few names? Even if one would be scornful, it would never be so much as to be trembling with fear. Could it be that this person is really a fake? If it was really such a fake, she really admired this person. At the same time, she was also more grateful. Now she did not ask for anything, she only prayed that he could not strike a stone with an egg, and she could leave safely. Finally, Sol Yu exhaled deeply. His face had turned into a pig's liver color, but fortunately, it was slightly better now. Bunch of idiots. What are you talking about when you've been pushing around here for half a day? What Li Changshan? What Bone Xianmen? Very much? What does that have to do with me? A bunch of brainwashed people. That spirit heaven realm directly stood out and rebuked in a stern voice. What kind of thing are you? Also dare to denigrate and insult the Holy Sun and my Bone Xian sect in front of us? You bastard. I'll go out for sure. Boom. Pust. Spare. 10 ice cones shot into that spiritual heaven realm's body without any obstruction. Compared to Mu Kingo, he was a lot weaker. This 6-star cultivation, I'm afraid it's all piled up by pills. As if it were paper mache, he was already seriously injured when he was knocked out by Sol Yu with one palm, and now he was completely cut off by the ice cone. Sol Yu was cold and upset. His face was very ugly. What a brainiac. I've been having a stomachache and reconsidering whether to poop before killing you guys, or to poop after killing you guys. Now that I'm being held back by you guys, I'm upset. Interrupting my pooping pleasure, I'm going to have to beat the out of you today. With that said, Sol Yu dodged and spun his body in midair, sending all of these dozen or so people flying out with serious injuries in 3 or 2 strikes. With that, he walked to Li Wei's body, and without waiting for him to shout out words of pleading and threatening, Solyu condensed into a cold palm print in his hand and struck his crotch with a palm strike. Ah! Ah! A mournful scream resounded through the sky, tearing his heart and lungs, as he had his lifeblood wasted by Solyu. Suddenly his stomach rumbled, and Solyu's head jerked back as his body stiffened. No longer able to care much, he jumped and was about to leave, but was shouted at by Shiro. Wait! Chapter 66. Wait! Solyu frowned and looked at her without speaking. Shiro leaned against the tree, his body still weak but much better than a moment ago. It was only after Solyu suddenly struck out and killed that spiritual heaven realm person and then wasted Li Wei that she reacted from her daze. Seeing that Solyu was about to leave, she ghostly called out to him, but when she saw him looking at her, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Solyu's stomach was very unruly, which made him a bit resentful, and he looked to Shiro, wanting to hear what she had to say. These grandchildren are too unprofessional. It looks like the first time. This is not damaged. Nothing appears, nothing to see. If he unmasked, he would be able to see Solyu's hairy green eyes and very lewd appearance. Seeing that Solyu was still staring at himself, not opening his mouth to speak or immediately leaving, Shiro then asked, "Why did you save me?" Solyu was attracted by the glimpse of naked spring light. His expression was slightly dumbfounded, and he unconsciously said, "Of course it's because it's very white and straight." "No, of course it's because I'm cynical and simply can't stand to see their beastly behavior. Even if you want to that, you should pick a good place. So hungry, it will affect my desire to take a." Solyu, who had returned to his senses, said righteously. Shiro then reacted and looked down. Sure enough, her ferocious front was mostly exposed. She hurriedly pulled the hem of her skirt to cover it and glared fiercely at Solyu. Solyu had some pity and skimmed his head. Without the infinite spring light, he didn't want to linger here, but then he heard Shiro say, "Now that you've saved me and ruined Li Wei, Li Chansheng and the Bonshian sect will definitely not let you go, and I want to know, why are you doing this?" Solyu impatiently waved his hand and said, "Where's the why? Why are you so broken and annoying? I just simply can't stand to look at them. You're safe now. Hurry up." Unrelenting, Shiro continued to press the issue. "Why don't you have a clan? With your strength, if you wanted to join any clan you would be worshipped as a saintly sun-level figure, even comparable to the status of an elder. Why are you still a casual cultivator? Also, I've always thought you looked a lot like someone, a deceased friend of mine. Can you take off your mask so I can see it?" Another bout of poop hit him, and Solyu, unwilling to delay any longer, said, "Geez, you're annoying me. It's got nothing to do with you." After saying that, without waiting for Egret to react, he hurriedly jumped away and disappeared into the mountains and forests in a few dashes. Shiro froze, a little confused, glanced at those people, wanted to say something, but shut up, not wanting to cause trouble again, just had to hurry away. Only, she was still puzzled at the bottom of her heart. She still felt that stopper gave her a familiar feeling. Intuition, something like that, couldn't tell. Women's intuition, in particular, could sometimes be frighteningly accurate, as the previous Solyu had experienced firsthand. He hid in the distance and saw the egret walk away before jumping out, not wanting to be exposed too soon right now. Xiaohan knew the importance of the Green Lotus stone table, so when he went to rob it that day, if it wasn't for the arrival of Mu Kingo and the girls, he would definitely not have been able to take it with him. If he had exposed himself so early, Xiaohan would definitely know that he had become what he was today because of the Green Lotus stone tablet. At that time, he would definitely do whatever he could to and from the robbery, inviting Zhou Yasi and Mu Kingo them, and possibly even awakening the sleeping soul body within him. Moreover, the news he knew from the purple extreme Green Lotus Pagoda was that the soul body, once 1,000 years ago, had been a saint-level powerhouse, incredibly strong. That kind of existence, he couldn't mess with it now. Even though it was a soul body and his strength had been greatly reduced, he understood that it was still a taboo-like existence. He didn't have the ability to fight against them right now, and only after he fully controlled the Lin Yuan secret realm, awakened that powerful creature that existed within it, and put her under his control, would he have a foothold in this Gachuan empire? Furthermore, right now, he had no hope for anyone, and for everything, he could only rely on himself, and didn't want to have anything to do with Shiro. After abandoning him at that time, now that he was reborn and returned, he no longer had any relationship with her. This time, he had already done his best to save her, and it would be better to have fewer encounters in the future. Gollum! Gollum! Oops, here we go again. Can't hold it in now. Run! Finding a shady spot, Solyu was ready for a flying experience. However, the stomach suddenly stopped moving, and there was no response even after half a day of squatting. He couldn't help but wonder a little. This feeling came in destructive and went out silently. It was really torturous. It must be this bad feng shui. Try another place. A crackle. Solyu was soothed, and the freedom of the passage made him feel as if he were flying, and he was much more relaxed. After releasing it, Solyu pinched his nose and left, his heart darkening. Recently is really strange. Why do not move on the stomach pain? Hold it all cannot hold the kind of rebirth before. Although the loss of cultivation, 100 years he did not have this kind of strong desire. Did I eat a bad stomach? Or is there an after effect of being born again? My after effect is that I can't help but get a stomach ache? That's a disgusting fetish. Afterward, he swept toward the Lotus Treasure Hall. Halfway there, he was probably able to be clear about some of the things here since he had already taken control of some of the rules of this small world, especially in the Lotus Treasure Hall. He sensed that Xiao Han had recovered somewhat from the trauma of extinction and had basically accepted the loss of the heavy treasure, and was ready to fly to grab the lotus and find a replacement to comfort himself. Solyu, however, did not allow him to do as he wished. A thought, floating in the air, all the lotus, but all put away, when he reached out to grab, directly space in the virtualization, and then disappeared. Ah, damn bastard. Stopper, I'm going to break your body into pieces, eat your bones and dig your heart out, so that you can't live or die. Anger attacked his heart, and Xiao Han, who had fainted, was carried away from the Lotus Treasure Hall by several people from Huawu Air and rushed all the way to the exit. But while passing through a mountain forest, he stepped on an unknown object. When that somewhat familiar smell reached the nostrils of a few people finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Oh, heartbreaking roars rang out, one after another, and the sound of grief was heartbreaking. Stopper, you shall not die. I'm going to kill you. Vom, kill you, kill you, kill you. Stupid man, you're cheap. Solyu, who had walked to the Lotus Treasure Hall, inexplicably cursed. Sure is sick in the head. Walking so far and cursing me so loudly. Chit. Chapter 67 Secrets. Horrors. Arriving at the entrance of the Lotus Treasure Hall, Solyu didn't go in, but instead stared at the sublime beast. What can I do for you, kid? Solyu revealed a wry smile and said wistfully, tell me, if I were to enter the Lotus Treasure Hall's center world and activate this talismanic energy, how long could you last before you hang up? The sublime beast sniffed and acted surprised, asking in confusion, did you fetch that treasure? Did you gain control of the Lin Yuan secret realm? What do you know? Solyu said with a smirk, you a demonic beast. Why do you want to learn the cunning of humans, being captured here for hundreds of years? You know the rules here better than anyone else. I'm curious, why didn't you stop me when I made my move to snatch it? You should obviously know that Xiao Han is the one who was chosen. And, for me to be able to block and snatch it so easily, it should still be your secret favor. Otherwise, as the core controller here, how could you let me get Fong Tiandi so easily? The originally lying down sublime beast raised its huge head, looked at Solyu with interest, and asked, oh, I can't believe you knew that. That's right, Fusion has sacrificed the purple extreme green lotus pagoda. So naturally, you have peeked into some of the rules and hidden secrets here. If you haven't pondered through it, I'm going to be disappointed instead. How can such a stupid person fight with that Xiao Han? Solyu laughed. It's just a Xiao Han. I can naturally toy with him. There's no need for you to worry about that. More than that, I'm curious as to why you did it. Why me? Because I am stronger? The sublime beast was a bit disgruntled when it heard Solyu's words and sneered. Do you really think that Xiao Han is as simple as he appears? Since you know a few things, you should also know the origins of this Lin Yuan mysterious realm. And even more so, you should know that the soul body sleeping within Xiao Han's body. Do you think that someone who can be chosen by him is really such a stupid, irritable, and fragile piece of trash? Ha ha ha, you are too naive. Do you know what kind of cultivation that soul body was before it survived? Solyu frowned and said with some uncertainty, Spirit Exalted Realm or Spirit Saint Realm? It is said that the Spirit Exalted Realm can manipulate space and open up an alien space, and Spirit Saint Realm powerhouses can open up small worlds, just like this Lin Yuan mysterious realm? The sublime beast said cryptically without comment. Ho ho, basically it's true, but when I tell you that this Lin Yuan secret realm is just a corner of the small world he opened up, what shall you say? This time Solyu was not calm. Although this Lin Yuan secret realm was only a few 100,000 square kilometers, resisting a small country, but having some crippled and independent rules already indicated that it was extraordinary. And if this was just the tip of the iceberg of the small world it had opened up, then wouldn't that mean that the world he had created was almost a perfect world of rules? That kind of ability that belongs to the creation level can never be achieved by an ordinary spirit saint realm unless. Seeing that Solyu's face had finally become solemn, the sublime beast continued. That's right, the Emperor Realm. He once reached that height, a true Emperor Realm powerhouse. Other Emperor Realm powerhouses rarely create such a small world, because at that realm, Such a small world wouldn't be of much help to him, unless it reaches a world of complete rules and order. But that kind of world would be completely independent of today's heaven and earth, out of the control of the heavens, and the heavenly Tao wouldn't allow it. And he created it anyway, and do you know why that is? Solyu's cultivation realm was too low and wasn't clear on what the significance of that realm's behavior was, nor was he able to comprehend it to that height. He shook his head slowly, indicating that he didn't know. The sublime beast said, I've only just had a rough guess. No one knows exactly how it will go, not even the other being locked up here. Solyu looked at it without saying anything, waiting for it to follow. I only guess that he is trying to resurrect himself, and Xiao Han is his chosen successor, training him to pave the way for resurrecting himself in the future. The Lin Yuan secret realm is considered to be one of the more important links on this road to resurrection. And now that we are destroying this link, I don't know if we can stop him from resurrecting himself. Solyu asked, frowning in contemplation. Why do you want to stop him from being resurrected? If he is resurrected, won't you guys have an Emperor Realm powerhouse to rely on? As a meritorious servant, he shouldn't be stingy with the reward. The sublime beast shook its head heavily and said, I am not privy to these, and by imprisoning me here, I am only being asked to guard this place and hand over this Lin Yuan secret realm to his successor. But for so many years, as more and more of my spiritual energy flowed into the Lotus Treasure Hall, I sensed more and more the great terror, and that if I succeeded in resurrecting him, there would be an overwhelmingly ominous occurrence. That person must have sensed it as well, and that's why he secretly stepped in to help you earlier. Otherwise, with just my power, how could I help you get the purple extreme green Lotus Pagoda so easily? He is slumbering. He will definitely arrange many things in backhanders before he slumbers. As his direct inheritor and the carrier of his soul's slumber, that Xiao Han is not going to be simple. He definitely has not used the many backhanders that he has left behind. This trip to the Lin Yuan secret realm, you have completely aroused his heart of hatred. The next time I see you again, I think that you will definitely be surprised. Solyu frowned darkly. He didn't obtain the purple extreme green Lotus Pagoda after he was invalidated in his last life. So these things, he was not clear at all. Now, it was that he knew some of the hidden secrets, only that what the sublime beast had said was too little, too fragmented, and he was unable to piece it together to form a valid message. However, the next words of the sublime beast resounded in the bottom of his heart, shaking him for a long time. Chaotic Seed Green Lotus, this kind of physique that only exists in legends has appeared in you. It's a good thing and a bad thing. No matter what, you have to protect it. Solyu's killing chance appeared. His whole body was filled with endless coldness, and even the spiritual energy in his hands had already condensed into ice, ready to prepare for the inevitable strike. This was his biggest secret that no one had ever known. And now, a demonic beast had actually said it. How could he not be shocked? The sublime beast, on the other hand, smiled and said, Don't feel strange. I'm a Qilin subspecies, and I'm very close to being a side branch of the Ink Qilin's bloodline. Once upon a time, my ancestor, the Ink Qilin, guarded the chaotic green lotus, so the legacy left in my bloodline cannot be erased. It is precisely for this reason that I dared to resolve to help you when I sensed this aura that was familiar to my bloodline, before I dared to intentionally cut him off from this path. Don't worry, apart from me, there won't be anyone else who can know about your physique. The problem that you often want to have diarrhea is precisely because the chaotic green lotus is a chaotic heaven opening thing. Growing in your body will produce chaotic turbid chi, which naturally has to be discharged out of your body, and this thing can't be changed unless it runs out of your body. Ha. Chapter 68, Returning to Tan the Treasures. Today was the last day of the trip to the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, and people from all the major clans were waiting at the exit, expecting their own disciples to gain something. At the time of noon, it was the last moment for the Lin Yuan secret realm to close. If one didn't come out at this time, they would be sealed inside and could only wait for the next year to open again. The leading figures of the various sects were still talking and laughing on the sidelines, and only on the side of the Tianxian sect, each and every one of them were chilled and isolated. Zhou Yasi was irritated and crumbled. Humph, think this clan is willing to join you? Joke, who cares as if. Isolating me for the sake of a casual cultivator I don't even know. So what? The Tianxian sect, since I don't care to be with you guys, Zhou Yasi, am even more disdainful. And Solyu that dead waste, every day to eat and wait for death, rebel against the clan and still let me suffer this insult. Really damned. You'd better not come back. Come back to see if I don't break your legs. Bull ****** broken sect. Just those disciples of yours. What kind of virtues don't you know in your own heart? Can you still expect them to bring you anything good? It's really funny, wanting to eat farts. Later on, I'll let you all see what kind of surprises my few precious disciples bring to me. Especially my family's little cold. Let's see how he crushes you all. A bunch of jumping clowns. Mu Kingo stood right beside Joyasi, listening to her master's broken thoughts. She frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Only her face was pale, her lips bloodless, her body weak, and she had a delicate, sickly look that I felt sorry for. Soryu's ice cone power, which came with a characteristic of his own spiritual power, possessed a special sealing power, which led to her not seeing much improvement after she was injured, even though she had Joyasi ferrying spirits for her to heal her injuries every day. Now, at night, she felt chills all over her body, and those wounds were sharply painful, icy cold, and accompanied by a violent coughing fit that left her in excruciating pain. She hadn't slept much in the past 2 days, and was weak and wasting away. It was a beautiful day, with a somewhat cool breeze and the warm sun pouring down on her body making her feel very comfortable. She came here to the exit early and waited with eager anticipation, expecting to see no fault in the girls earlier, and hoping that they would be able to gain something. In the past 2 days, she had often dreamed of a weak, thin, downtrodden figure, and eyes that were always filled with disappointment, heartbreak, and resignation. She had also dreamed of that day, the clear eyes that were revealed under that bronze mask on the high platform, the look of disappointment, surprise, and heartbreak that flowed through her eyes for a moment when she blocked his attack for Xiaohan actually moved her. For a moment, she even overlapped those eyes with the once defiant eyes for her. Perhaps it was because she had been out for too long. A slightly cool breeze brushed across her body, making her feel a gust of coolness, and for the first time she experienced the sensation of cold, making her unable to resist wrapping her arms around her chest and hugging herself tightly so that she wouldn't feel the bone-chilling cold. As the spatial vortex in front of them squirmed, the first person came out. Someone from the MO clan. MO family master. Congratulations. Several juniors have returned intact. They will surely achieve great things in the future. Where? A few juniors were just lucky. How can they bear the compliments of Taoist Green Emblem? Taoist Master Ching Hui held his beard, his pale face showing all the charity. MO family master, why be modest? These children will be the pillars of the empire in the future. Is the hope of this continent, maybe in the future can be put to great use. MO family master should be well protected. The head of the MO family nodded his head practically. For this old Taoist of very high seniority, no one dared to be reckless and disrespectful. His words carried a lot of weight. Several of the MO family's juniors had good harvests, with 4th and 5th order auras or spirit medicine feats, making the MO family's head of the family smile with joy. It should be known that the palace complex that Solyu and the others explored was only a part of it, and many places were not involved, so everyone else had their own chances and dangers. And it was indeed not easy to come back alive. The disciples of Yunlan Mountain came out, but the loss is quite serious. 12 went in, only 3 came back. One of them also lost his legs, like he was torn off by a demonic beast. Yunlan Mountain Lord face gloomy. Go in, those people can be their own elite disciples? Cultivation is not easy. Did not expect to lose so many. Only after inquiring did they realize that their party was a bit backward, teleporting in and encountering a high-level demonic beast. And after escaping from that mountain forest, they were already in such a state that they didn't have the chance to look for treasures. And that fainting senior brother was a one-horned rhinoceros, hard ripped off the legs. Can live out has been considered a great life. There's even worse. TSK. None of the people from the Jegu Peak actually came out. All of them fell inside. Hiss. Ah. Why? My disciple. Why won't the Lin Yuan secret realm let me go in? I want to go in and kill him. Seeing this scene, Joyasi secretly snickered and mocked. Old thief. Deserved it. That time did not help me. One to accuse me insulted me. You also have today. Dead finished. Cluck. One after another. People came out. Basically none of them intact. Most of them with injuries. Someone who had exploded a 5th order high-grade spirit medicine was immediately promoted to core disciple by his own clan. Someone brought out a 4th order elixir and was also promoted from an outer disciple to an inner disciple by breaking the rules. Someone had actually brought out a 5th order battle technique with a 2nd order spirit dam realm cultivation, and was directly accepted by the elders as a registered disciple with the promise of allowing him to advance quickly, and rise to the inner sect when the time came. The most pleasant surprise was also counting a disciple named Crane Xianzong, with a cultivation at the spirit Xian realm, who had actually obtained a weapon, a 6th order intermediate spiritual weapon, the Biyue Hu light sword, and a 6th order battle skill to match, making him the brightest presence at the moment. And after these people appeared, Taoist leader Ching Hui went up one by one to congratulate them, and even personally made a move to heal the wounds of some of the people who were quite heavily injured, saying some words of encouragement, causing a crowd of youngsters of the first generation to be grateful. Seeing this scene, Joyasi soured again and muttered, Che, What's there to be proud of? It's just a 6th rank intermediate spirit weapon. Is it rare? When my family's Xiaohan comes out, I'll surely chew down your dog's eyes. Maybe he'll bring out imperial rank battle techniques and magic weapons, so you guys won't die of jealousy. Only, Taoist Master Qing Hui still looked towards the exit vortex from time to time, with some expectation in his eyes, as if he was waiting for someone to appear. Mu Kingo saw that so many people had come out, but Hua Wu Er and the girls hadn't appeared until now, and asked with worry, "Master, why haven't the faultless girls come out yet? They won't be in trouble." Zhou Yasi waved her hand without looking back and said, "Don't worry, there's no way anything will happen. In there, Little Chill and the others are definitely the strongest existences. No one can hurt them." Chapter 69 Sinister Zhou Xingchen. 6th Order Spirit Pill. Ha ha ha, 6th Order Spirit Pill. Good good good. You're all very good. After returning to the clan will definitely reward you well. Ha ha ha. As more and more people come out, there are happy and joyful. There are also bitter and chest thumping. And some sect disciples are even completely wiped out, causing sighs of relief in vain. After such a long time had passed, most of the clans had gotten results, and there were only a few clans that were still looking over their shoulders. Patriarch Shou. What? Your beloved disciple hasn't come out yet? Didn't he say he was going to return with the strongest and best in complete victory? It can't be that he has fallen inside as well. TSK Tisk. It's not certain. After all, Patriarch Shou and that disciple of hers injured the number 1 on the heavenly stairs. Stopper. I wonder if those individual beloved disciples of yours would be a match for the severely injured Stopper in the same Lin Yuan mysterious realm. It's been so long and he hasn't come out yet, and it looks like the time limit for the closure of the secret realm is about to arrive. TSK 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 TSK. It's hard to tell. Zhou Yasi cursed angrily. Shut your stinking mouths. Just based on the virtues of those disciples under your sect, how much better would it be if all the disciples of your sect die out? Our Xiaohan and Wu Er and the girls won't be in any trouble. You'd better care about yourselves. Zhou Yasi, accumulate some virtue on your mouth. Curse our clan to die out. Ho ho. Don't end up fulfilling it to you only. Crazy, bites everyone she catches. Ignore her. You guys. Mu Kingo was also a little flustered, and fearing that her master would say something evil, she hurriedly interrupted her to ask, "Master, little cold and no fault their strength isn't too outstanding in the Lin Yuan mysterious realm. Why are you so certain that they will be fine?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yasi laughed triumphantly, and her voice was still loud and unapologetic. Instead it seemed like she was intentionally saying it to the others. LOL, how could my master not know this? The reason why I'm so sure is because before I came here, I gave Little Chill a life-preserving equipment. Spirit King Realm's Royal Spirit Talisman. You say, who in there can hurt Little Chill and the others? Stop water? He's only at the Spirit King Realm, so if he dares to mess with Little Chill, he'll definitely be buried in the Lin Yuan secret realm. Hearing this, the crowd was truly shocked. Spirit King Realm Spirit Protection Talismans. Even a Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse couldn't possibly possess a few of them. The making of that thing was quite difficult. In addition to being a Spirit Soul Master themselves, the material carriers required for Spirit King Realm Spirit Soul Talismans were also very precious, as well as having the strength of at least the Spirit Emperor Realm, and the secret recipe for making Spirit Soul Talismans. In the entire Gakshuan Empire, there was only one 7th ranked Imperial Spirit Master, whose position in that Mercury sect was second only to the Patriarch. The value of a Spirit King Realm Spirit Protection Talisman was incalculable, and the power it erupted was equal to the full force of a Spirit King Realm powerhouse. Ho ho! Patriarch Shou is really willing to put in the blood. He's really overly kind to that disciple of yours. Spirit King Realm's Imperial Spirit Talisman. With it in his hand, there is indeed no one who can stop him in the Lin Yuan mysterious realm. A flash of light flashed, and another person teleported out, and Blade Monarch Zhou Xingchen was clearly on the list. The moment he appeared, he caused a stir, as he hadn't come into prominence when he ascended the heavenly stairs. Is that Blade Monarch Zhou Xingchen? Why didn't we see him when we climbed the heavenly stairs? People aren't stupid. What's the point of taking the first place like stop water, exposing himself to the public for nothing, and not seeing much benefit, only drawing attention and making enemies for himself? The existence of the 10th and the Dragon Tiger ranking doesn't care about these false names anymore. Zhou Xingchen looked around for a few moments and found an elder of the Flower Thousand Valley and walked straight over. Elder, are you waiting for Yang Xiao? That elder glanced at Zhou Xingchen, knowing that he was friendly with his own saint son, and now that he had taken the initiative to come over and strike up a conversation, he naturally didn't dare to treat him lightly. Little friend's elegance shines through, even more so than in the past. Congratulations, my Flower Thousand Valley's many disciples have come out. The results are not bad, although there is also damage but no harm done. It's just that when I came out, the Holy Sun instructed me to look after Yang Shao, saying that he has a bad temperament so as not to cause trouble outside. But it's a good thing that there are no extraneous problems. Just, so many people have come out. I Flower Thousand Valley only left the Saint's son cure Yang Shao not come out. The old immortal or wait a little more. After all, the Saint's son is very important to him. Zhou Xingchen sniffed. A little difficult to speak, but still said with a stiff upper lip. Elder, you don't have to wait. Yang Shao can't come out. This elder's face changed as he asked in a deep voice. Can't get out? What do you mean? With a guilty face, Zhou Xingchen said. It's my negligence. I met Yang Shao but didn't take care of him. Please tell Jun Macho. Yang Zhao's revenge. I will definitely find Stop Water to report it, and will definitely give Macho an explanation. The elder was alarmed and asked loudly. What did you say? Yang Shao was killed by Stopper? Zhou Xingchen only said. Take care, elder. I'll take my leave. And left. Elder Hua Qiangu froze for a moment and roared angrily. Stop Water. I, Flower Thousand Valley, am at loggerheads with you? Kill the person the Holy Sun has his eye on, and wait for my Flower Thousand Valley's retaliation. Go back to the valley and quickly report this matter to the Holy Sun for him to decide. Zhou Xingchen, who had walked away, laughed sorrowfully. Stop the water? He. I'm a person who has a grudge, and after shading me, let's see if I don't make you unable to take care of yourself. I can't believe I'm saying that I'm a world enemy with that person. Ho ho. We'll see. The crowd froze on the spot until the Flower Thousand Valley crowd huffed and puffed away. Only then did they come back to their senses. This Stop Water. It's remarkable. Actually decapitated Yang Shao? That's a famous existence on the Dragon Tiger ranking. This Stop Water is really. In the end, where did the freak come out? This is afraid that this is the highest battle force that was lost in this Lin Yuan secret realm. The Flower Thousand Valley Saint's son, Jun Macho, is probably sitting on his hands this time? That said, he hasn't shown his face for a long time, right? The last time I heard rumors about him was a year ago, when he alone exterminated a bandit troop with a Spirit King realm in attendance, right? Over 300 people, not a single survivor. Hey, this Stop Water is really stupid. A loose cultivator with no background actually dared to blatantly kill Yang Shao. Watch, there will be a good show soon. That Jun Macho is of the same temperament as Hua Yulu. Extremely protective. TSK tisk. That's just not knowing what's right. Thinking that just because you've ascended the heavenly ladder and gotten first place, you can do whatever you want and not put anyone in your eyes. Jun Macho. That's a character who has fought with Shui Yin Tian. Who dares to be disrespectful? Jun Macho. A name to be feared. With that Bonxian sect saint's son, Li Changshan, known as the Black and White Twin Fiends. Both of them are heavenly prides that haven't been born in this Dachuan Empire for 1,000 years. Perhaps only Shiyunshan can suppress them. Seeing this scene, Taoist leader Cheng Hui let out a bitter smile and murmured, this little guy, to really be able to cause trouble. It is easy to have such a good seedling, but the old road cannot stand by and watch him fall off. Just guard for a while longer. Right at this moment, another group of people were teleported out, and seeing the condition of this group of people, everyone froze again and looked at each other. Chapter 70, it's the water stopper that's causing trouble again. As the light flickered, several people helped each other out. They were quite injured, and they were carrying a young man in Chinese clothes. Hiss, the Bonxian sex people have come out. The loss is not small. That man being carried, bleeding from his lower body. That's so hard. Look, isn't that Li Wei? Bonxian sex saint son Li Changqing's own brother. Li Wei? Ha, it seems to be true. I go. Who is so cruel to waste Li Wei? Even if it's an immortal pill, it's hard to save his lower body. Who the hell is it? That's Li Changqing's younger brother. The Bonxian sect elder grimaced as he looked at Li Wei, who was as if he was rotten and had fainted, and a gust of hostile aura rose from his body, toppling the surrounding crowd. Say, who is it? The Bonxian sect disciple endured the injuries on his body and crouched on his knees, crying out in pain. It's Stopping Water. He's the one who wasted Duke Li Wei and killed senior brother Sun Jun. It's Stopper again. Is this Stopper really tired of living? Tianxian sect, Flower Thousand Valley, Bonxian sect, TSK, so many powerful forces that he has offended. The Tianxian sect doesn't count. Ji Shuwei was sneak attacked by someone from the Tianxian sect before he had no choice but to step in and injure Muqingyi, and was finally injured by Zhou Yasi. But no matter what, he's now offended these major powers. Who can protect him? I'm afraid he won't be able to walk out of Sand Emperor City alive. The Bonxian sect elder asked in a deep voice with his eyes wide open. Why did he injure you guys? And why did he kill Sun Jun to waste Li Wei? Those few people had already discussed it on the way here. They could not say that they had injured that woman first and that Stopper had come to her rescue. Otherwise, all the blame would fall on their heads. If the Holy Sun pursued this, they would be finished. One of them cried out in pain. Elder, it's really that stop water who is arrogant and bullying. Woo, get the hell up and talk properly. And if you keep crying, get the hell out of the clan. The man stood up hastily and said in a loud voice, after we broke into the Lotus Treasure Hall, we were going to wait at the exit. And Duke Li Wei was a bit grumpy because he was robbed of his chance by a female. So he cursed a couple of unpleasant words on the way. Who knows that stopper suddenly descended from the sky, blocked our way, and was going to make a move on us without saying a word. He said that he had a stomachache and wanted to poop, because Big Brother Li Wei spoke too loudly, causing his poop to be held back, and now he couldn't poop. He was so upset that he wanted to kill us. Senior brother Sun Jun went up to the theory and moved out the Bonxian sect and saintly Changcheng with Duke Li Wei, hoping that he would be magnanimous. I didn't expect him to be furious after hearing this, cursing us, the Bonxian sect, for what we are, and what a piece of garbage Li Changcheng is, and that he deserves to be moved out to oppress him. He also said that if we didn't say this it would have been fine, but after saying this he was going to waste Prince Li Wei and beat the out of us, and then he made his move. Poor senior brother Sun Jun's 6-star cultivation in the spiritual sky realm, but he was severely injured by his palm, then shot at his acupuncture points one by one with ice picks, dying tragically on the spot. What's more, he smashed Lord Li Wei's life root with one palm, saying that Lord Li Wei grew this thing redundantly and got rid of his troubles for him. The Bonxian sect elder could no longer hide the hostility in his heart and roared, Junior, stop water. You are too rampant. Do you really think that there is no one in my Bonxian sect to rule you? Old me will guard here today, and I will definitely capture that stop water child alive and suffer the pain of those 10,000 arrows piercing through his heart. The rest of the people were also puzzled. This was too overbearing, talking loudly and killing people for making him? Besides, they are all cultivators. Who can not know? In such a state of cultivation, who will still be contaminated with worldly things, and can already do to avoid the grain? And how will it be in the middle of that mountain stream too? What kind of reason is this? It is obvious that it is just not good with the Bonxian sect, originally thinking that he was sneak attacked for no reason, and he is a scattered cultivator, a vulnerable group. Now it seems that he really deserved it. This stopping water is too overbearing and arrogant, completely disregarding us clan forces. What's the difference between it and that infamous demon sect? If you act like this, won't you look at whoever you don't like and behead them? Humph. This son cannot be kept. Zhou Yasi smiled smugly. Cluck. Now you know why I went out to hurt him. I've long seen that his heart is not right and he's not a good thing, and now that he's suffered, he's finally realized my foresight. What a bunch of old codgers. LOL, aren't you guys always looking down on my Tianqian sect disciples? How are your disciples so great? Now, my disciple Xiaohan dared to fight with him face to face, and also retreated in one piece. But your disciples are dead or injured. The highs and lows are immediately judged. Right. The crowd cursed the shamelessness of using this oil excuse to clear their own shame, as well as degrading their disciple. How could the Bonxian sect elder swallow this breath? That stopping water is ferocious, saying that my sect's disciples are no good. How much better is your sect? In a moment, in case your sect's disciples are also dead or injured, I'll see where you get the face to taunt us. I guess it's up in the air. Didn't you hear what Patriarch Zhou said? People have given their disciples life-preserving items. That stopping water is no longer strong, but it's still at the spirit monarch realm. There's no way it can block the Spirit King realm's royal spirit talisman. I'm afraid that the Tianqian sect will be the biggest winner after letting them steal the chicken this time. Zhou Yasi giggled with joy. That's natural. My family Xiaohan is not something that you mortals can compare to, and the surprises that will be brought will surely blow all of you away. When the time comes, you guys don't want to be envious. Humph. Let's say they have the life to come out alive. Cluck 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 cluck. This is not for you to worry about, or manage your own family's disciple, but I reckon, he that cannot be used. Later you can consider sending into the royal family side, accidentally as a eunuch in chief, but also a good choice it. The Bonxian sect elder glared angrily and said in a deep voice, Sharp-tongued girl, didn't Yun Rinqing teach you to respect the old and love the young? Not even a little bit of tongue in cheek. Is it because you think that the old man can't help you? Zhou Yasi said in a cold voice, don't try to lean on your old age. Who are you scaring? However, at that moment, there was a fluctuation in the space at the exit of the secret realm, and another person was about to come out. Zhou Yasi crossed her fingers and looked over. Out walked about a dozen people, some gray but excited, some were downcast, and some even looked half dead. One of the women wearing a creamy white light plain dress appeared and caught Mu Kingo's attention. Looking familiar, White Heron also noticed Mu Kingo and Zhou Yasi. She had a complicated look on her face, and after looking at the spot for a while, she still walked over towards the Tianqian sect side. Standing in front of Mu Kingo and Joyasi, White Heron had a complex emotion that was hard to explain, and after staring at the two for a long time, she finally opened her mouth. Master Teacher. Ching ah. It's been a long time. Chapter 71, Hua Wuqiu and the others leave the gate smoothly. Senior Sister Kingo. Long time no see. Mu Kingo froze, then covered her mouth, full of disbelief. Shiro? It's you! Joyasi was the first to come back to her senses. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly covered up. Mu Kingo was still in a state of shock. She could never have imagined that the white heron that had disappeared for years would appear here. White Heron looked at them with a lot of emotions in her heart. She had left without saying goodbye back then, and now that she had seen her master and sister again, the guilt in her heart surged even more. Senior Sister White Heron, is it really you? Where have you been all these years? We were all worried about you, Mu Kingo said slowly. Joyasi skimmed her lips and said, I'm not worried about her. I've raised her for so many years, and she just left without even saying hello. Do you still have me as a master in your eyes? More than 10 years, not a single word has come through. Still know there is Tianxian as a sect? For so many years, I thought you died outside? Mu Kingo couldn't listen any longer and hurriedly said, Egret's senior sister, Master is just very worried about you. You quietly left without saying goodbye in the beginning. We all thought that you were in trouble. Master is even more anxious. Fire to the sect gave a death order, at all costs to find you. Live to see a person, die to see a corpse. Even personally approached a nearby rival clan to ask for a claim, almost ushering in a clan war. Master, this person you also know, Knife Mouth and Tofu Heart. How could he possibly expect you to die? Shiro scowled. She didn't know how to explain this to them. I'm fine now. You don't have to worry. And this isn't the place to catch up on old times, so we'll sit down and have a nice chat sometime when we have time. Mu Kingo was thrilled and nodded her head vigorously, hugging White Heron's arm and smiling lightly. As long as senior sister comes back, I have time. No fault, Linshi and the girls. If they see senior sister, they will also be very happy. Let's wait for them to come out and go to the sect's premises together. I want to have a good talk with senior sister. Joyasi, however, snorted coldly and said, You don't need to stick it in my face. I didn't even think of looking for her. She can do things like leaving home and betraying the clan. Why would I look for her, if it weren't for that waste of a thing? Solyu, kneeling in front of the door of my great hall for 10 days and 10 nights and begging so hard that she was almost on the verge of breaking. How could I possibly care if she died or lived? Humph. It's really the same as that punk Solyu, the white-eyed wolf that can't be fed. White Heron, on the other hand, was struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. His mind went blank, and he no longer heard what they said clearly. When the last group of people appeared, Joyasi was excited and hurriedly flew over. It was Flower Faultless and the girls who had come out. Seeing this, Mu Kingo was also very happy and was about to pull Shiro over. Only the empty-eyed Shiro waved her hand and refused to be moved. Mu Kingo had to explain that she had to wait for her and ran over alone. Joyasi was exceptionally excited. The few disciples of the Tianxian sect all came back alive, and she was as happy as a peacock, holding her head high as she went to greet them. It was only when they were approaching that they realized something was wrong. White Huawu Air and Lin Shi were gray and still looked like they had lost the battle and were listless. Their faces were obscure. And what happened to Xiao Han? Why was he helped out by them? Finally, out of the Lin Yuan secret realm, saw the long-lost warm sunshine, breathed in the refreshingly sweet air. The haze that shrouded in the hearts of several people finally became a little clearer. When Lin Shi saw her master Joyasi, she could no longer hold back the grief and aggression in her heart, and that full of heartache and pain made her unable to tense up any longer. Wow! Master! Ooh! Staggering! He pounced on Joyasi, burying his head in Joyasi's towering breasts, wetting her bodice in only a few breaths. That sad and aggrieved cry, that heartache that was almost ready to cry out, made people not dare to imagine what kind of suffering they had gone through, what kind of difficult hardship they had endured. To cry so heartbreakingly and inhumanly, her cries triggered the resonance of many of those who had been humiliated in the Lin Yuan mysteries, and several of them began to cry out as well. Father, ooh-hoo, big brother, oh, Trisha, oh, wow, elder, oh, 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 wanted, ooh-hoo, woof woof. Flower Mistake was also infected and wept, her eyes red and swollen. Mo Chioli was not in a high mood, but her personality led to the fact that she couldn't laugh if she wanted to, and couldn't cry if she wanted to, and being looked at strangely by the people around her was quite embarrassing, so she could only look absently to the side. In such a state, anyone would know that the people of the Tianxian sect had had an unimaginable encounter. Some of the people who had been angrily disliked by Joyasi earlier gloated as they watched the scene, their faces brilliant. TSK Tisk, I thought that the crowd of disciples from the Tianxian sect would be able to bring out a holy weapon from inside. What's going on here? Ha ha ha, who knows? Maybe it's because the holy weapon is right in front of us and people didn't treasure it? It seems that this Spirit King Realm Spirit Defense Talisman isn't going to be of any use. Damned if I'm going to die. The jeers coming from all around her were like a silver needle sticking in her heart, making her face redden. How arrogant she was earlier. How she taunted others. All of them were returned at this time. She didn't expect that the slap in the face came so fast. Annoyed, she pushed away Linshi, who was still crying in her arms, and scolded. What are you crying for? You can't tell me what's going on. After training you for so many years, is this what you're like? There's not a single bit of talent. She turned her head to look at Hua Wu'er and asked in a cold voice. What the hell is going on? Who did this to you guys? And what happened to Xiao Han? Flowers without error mumbled a few times. Want to answer the words of the master, but the words to the mouth, never able to say out. It is really the 2 days of the encounter is too shameful. The thought of those scenes has been disgusted and humiliated to death. How can you still say it in front of so many people? Well, in this way, Flower mistake also aggravated. With a bitter face, tangled in a lump, sad to death. At this point, the few people who had witnessed all the things that had happened to them, and who had been traveling with them as companions, were resentful, couldn't help but come out and say, It's Stopper who did this to us. Ooh, I don't even want my body anymore. It's so disgusting. Several people were vocal and indignant, starting with the elixir fields. Although Lin Shi Hua Wu'er was extremely opposed to starting from there, but there were so many people from the clan, many of whom were at the level of patriarchs and elders. How could it be possible that the truth would not be allowed to be made public just because 2 juniors prevented it? Moreover, Zhou Yasi and Mu Qingdao wanted to know what had happened to make these people aggrieved and heartbroken to such an extent that they were almost crazy. Chapter 72 Tianxian Sect humiliated again. Shut up you guys, what are you talking about? Master, Xiao Han has been unconscious for a long time. Why don't we go back and heal his wounds first, and wait for everything to be done when Xiao Han wakes up, okay? Hua Wu'er really didn't want to be recalled the shameful and disgusting scene over and over again, and only wanted to leave in a hurry. Find a place to take a good soak for 10 days and 10 nights, and also buy the best smelling and most fragrant powder to coat the whole body, so as to wash those disgusting smells clean. Yo-ho, is this something you don't have the face to listen to? Just now, your master, Patriarch Shou, mocked us all and praised you all as the best in this Lin Yuan mysterious realm. What? You're only allowed to mock us, not to allow us to hear your stories? What is this based on? Could it be that we, so many patriarch elders standing here, are not qualified to hear your wonderful stories? Patriarch Zhou is used to being overbearing and doesn't put us in his eyes. Does he not put Taoist Qing Hui in his eyes either? Just now, you were taunting my Bone Xian sect disciple to become the chief of the Grand Interior? What's the matter? Now you're wimpy? Don't mind them. Tell us everything you know in detail, but if you omit a single bit, I'll split you alive. All patriarchal elders, here's what happened. The man recounted the scene in the elixir field one by one, and when he learned that stopping water had actually swept away an entire elixir field of high-grade elixirs, including many 7th-order high-grade elixirs, each one of them pounded their chests, chagrined. If I had known that there was such a good thing, I would have said anything to send my strongest disciple in, but now it's not good. I didn't get anything, and it was all taken by that stopping water. However, in the next second, when he said that Xiao Han and the others dug up a 7th-order elixir with their bare hands, but dug out a pile of fresh poop, that person also described the scene of Lin Shi and Xiao Han violently sucking in the medicinal power in a colorful manner, and at that moment, all the people present all laughed out loud, especially those who had been insulted by Zhou Yasi. Each one of them laughed uncontrollably, exaggeratedly holding their stomachs and laughing, only feeling really relieved. And this also made Lin Shi and Hua Wu'er Mo Chioli's 3 girls directly shut themselves up, playing that image over and over again in their minds. A burst of nausea feeling churning again, nearly vomiting. Speaking of the fat-ass mouse palace, Stopper repeatedly stops them from entering, but Xiao Han tries his best to drive Stopper away and barge into the main hall. Not only did they get a lot of people killed, but all of them were bullied so badly by a bunch of fat-ass rats that piss stank all over their bodies, and Lin Shi drank a little bit of it, and their clothes and pants were stripped bare. In the end, it was Xiao Han who had been bullied so badly that he couldn't stand it anymore and used a prop to get them out of the trap. Only then did they realize why Xiao Han had the royal spirit talisman given by Zhou Yasi, yet he was still in such a miserable state today, and it turned out that he had used it to kill rats. TSK, a Spirit King Realm Spirit Defense Talisman is only worthy of killing rats. This stop water sounds pretty good, not counting the previous suspicion to block and prevent them from getting involved in danger, only to be driven away by Xiao Han in public. At the end of the day, the rat plague is bad, but all the anger is spread on the water. This practice of enmity and revenge. I think it must be the tradition of the Tianxian sect. Zhou Yasi was mortified and glared fiercely at those who made snide remarks, but did not hurl insults. After all, she was the one who taunted others first, and now, after such an embarrassing incident, they took the opportunity to retaliate. What else could she say? With so many people, she couldn't possibly keep people from talking. Just inside is incomparable anger. A few wastes, actually by stopping the water to fool around. Spirit King Realm Royal Spirit Talisman used to fight against the rat's nest, really let him annoy a few people. Too much to fight. I had high hopes, but now I'm causing myself to lose face. Slapping my face and itching my teeth. Zhou Yasi didn't want to hear anymore. After being made up by that group of people, she really wouldn't have the face to see others. Hua Wu'er and Lin Shi's bodies had been trampled by that group of rats' filth. If she said any more, she would really not even have her innocence anymore. She hastily digressed and prodded the question. What's going on with Xiao Han? Why did he faint? Did he fetch any good treasures? She now only hoped that Xiao Han would get something good. As long as she surpassed those old man's disciples, she would be fine again. Only that it was not what she had hoped for, and she was destined to be disappointed. Flower Mistake honestly told Zhou Yasi that originally, Xiao Han had the opportunity to obtain the best treasure, and that the lotus flower that had become psychic must contain a supreme treasure, and at the very least, it would be a 7th order or even an imperial order treasure. However, at the last moment, he was intercepted by stopping water, causing Xiao Han to miss out on the opportunity that belonged to him, and was also severely injured by the rules inside. After stop water left with the treasures that had seized Xiao Han sat paralyzed with rage and anger. His heart is dead as ashes. Fortunately, in the end, their persuasion worked, and after Xiao Han had slightly revitalized himself for a while, he found another unimaginable treasure that was definitely something good. However, when he was about to catch it, the Lotus Treasure Hall suddenly closed, and all those Lotus platforms that hid spiritual treasures and wonders flew away in an instant, disappearing into the Lotus Treasure Hall, and they were ostracized by the Lotus Treasure Hall, and could no longer enter. Hearing this, Zhou Yasi froze for a moment. Her eyes became a bit wooden. This was completely reduced to a laughingstock. Xiao Han unexpectedly did not get anything. Earlier she was sure that Xiao Han would be the one who got the most out of all of them. This became a joke. The faces of the others became ugly when they heard that a spiritual treasure had taken the initiative to follow Xiao Han, and if he really got it, Zhou Yasi would definitely deign to do so immediately. Luckily, Stopper stopped that, leaving him empty-handed and gross. What a great job. It's soothing. Ha ha ha. Someone once can't wait to thank Stopper when he comes out. Omi Kingo had assisted Xiao Han as early as the first moment, although the smell of them was very strong and made her very uncomfortable. She did not dislike it. Now that he had heard about what had happened to them, he inwardly felt great pity for a few people, and at the same time, he also hated stop water. The earlier flash of illusionary trance was instantly forgotten by her. She only felt that Stopper was so irritating, causing Lin Shi and the girls to suffer humiliation, and robbing Xiao Han of his heaven-defying chance. She really deserved to die. Master Ugh, let's go first. Let's go and heal Xiao Han's wounds first, and let No Fault and Lin Shi and Xiuli and the girls have a good reprieve. We'll plan things later. Okay. Now, Zhou Yasi's face has been disgraced, and no longer have the face to stay. Those people mocking an abusive face, so she has no place to hide. Stay here will only make a fool of themselves. When she heard Mu Kingo said that, she directly turned away and fled the scene at speed. Deep down inside, he had already cut stopping water to death 800 times, and his ancestors had greeted him for 18 generations. The Tianxian sect's crowd, as if they were street rats, left this place of wrongdoing in the midst of everyone's ridicule and abuse. The disoriented Shiro came back to her senses and quickly followed suit as well, desperately wanting to know what exactly Solyu had done. The Bone Xian sect's elders were guarding this place. He was bound to make stop water give an explanation. He had also sent someone back to the sect to ask the Holy Sun Li Changshang. I believe that he would be able to get the news soon. Chapter 73 Fat Mouse becomes new favorite. Bone Shenmen and Taoist Green Emblem and the others, who had been guarding the exit for 3 days without seeing the shadow of stop water, could not help but be a little annoyed. They guessed that Stopper must have known how much trouble he had gotten into and that there would be people out there looking for him to settle the score, and had left early by mixing in with the crowd. Stop the water in the Lin Yuan secret realm in a great show of power. Pressure of this generation of people cannot raise their heads. Almost every famous talent disciple who went in, were tortured and whacked by him again. Such a person, it is impossible to fall in the Lin Yuan secret realm. Humph. I don't believe that I won't be able to uncover him, unless he's already left the Gakshuan Empire. Otherwise, he'll never want to appear alive. the Flower Thousand Valley over there, has already sent out a crusade order by their holy son Jun Macho. Flower Thousand Valley will go all out to capture Stop Water. Jun Macho has already personally left the valley. Wait a little longer. The transfer order from the Saint Son of our clan should be coming soon, so we will guard this place and fully cooperate with the Saint Son to capture Stop Water. In 3 days' time, all the news about what was going on in the Lin Yuan secret realm went viral, and the great name of stopping the water was extolled throughout the entire Sand Emperor city, and even this northwestern land. A nameless person, as if from the sky, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and took the first place in the heaven ascending ladder. Also in the Lin Yuan secret realm, with his own strength, he overturned countless disciples of the dojo, killed and wasted, swept away most of the spiritual treasure resources in the Lin Yuan secret realm, and even seriously injured an ancient beast of the Spirit King realm. Against all odds, he had decapitated the vanguard of the Saint Son of the Flower Thousand Valley, Jun Macho, the 30th on the Dragon and Tiger ranking. Yang Shao. He killed the Bone Xian sect's spiritual heaven realm disciple and wasted the Bone Xian sect's holy son, Li Changxing's own brother. The Mercury sect's Shui Yuntian, who was number 1 on the Dragon and Tiger rankings, was said to have been indirectly implicated this time as well, utilizing the 7th order bad medicine in the spiritual medicine field. Xiaohan Hua Wuer and the others from the Tianxian sect had their hands covered in fresh poop. It was also doused in pants by a bunch of fat 3rd order rats. The unlucky Xiaohan was also robbed of a supreme opportunity, losing his way with a piece of at least imperial-ranked equipment, and in the end, he didn't get a single hair. For 3 days these things were talked about everywhere, and everywhere they were proclaimed to be fermented. Stop the Water's powerful, became the goal of the crowd. His arrogant and uninhibited, fearless style, also became the aspiration of all the younger generation. Heart admiration. On the contrary, Tianxian sect became the laughingstock of this great land, and after tea, it was all abusive and disgusting. Some disgusting people even specialized in going between the mountains and fields to catch many rats and threw them through the wall into the Tianxian sect's compound. What's more, instigated by those who were angrily scolded by Zhou Yasi, or were led by Xiaohan and the others to feel the people of the Mouse Temple sect, they specifically spent high prices to buy that kind of peculiar mice from the outside, and the more rounded the better, and the more plump the buttocks the higher the price would be. Sand Emperor City had also changed some of its fetishes as a result, and a type of spirit pet that had once been discarded as if it were a child, the dodo mouse, had now actually turned over. That doodle mouse is the size of dozens of pounds of piglets, all round, quite cute looking, not a little aggressive, and very small. In addition to being cute, there is no use. No one wanted it at all in the past. Now in the Sand Emperor City but changed the wind direction. Its fat round face also became more lovely and charming. Its fat buttocks round, walking up and down, actually also very sexy. Many people would rush to buy it and then drag it to the Tianxian sect's premises to skate around, euphemistically saying that they had eaten enough in the afternoon and came out to skate rats to kill their food. Moreover, this kind of diaphragm had become a fad, with many people scrambling to follow suit, causing the people of the Tianxian sect to suffer. Some people from Tianxian sect raised their swords and theorized, but the others said that they didn't break the law, and that sneaking their pets didn't bother Tianxian sect, and they didn't sneak into their yard, so they couldn't care less. After this matter was reported, Hua Wuer and Lin Shi's blood pressure directly shot up in anger, but the thought of having to deal with those high-fashion versions of fat-ass rats made them cave in and lose their nerve. They shuddered to think that if they went out there and blasted them away, and were grossed out by those fat-ass rats again, they'd really break down. They have no choice but to hide in their boudoirs, soaking themselves all day long in bathtubs sprinkled with flower petals and scented powders, recuperating, out of sight, out of mind. Zhou Yasi had locked herself in her room, and things big and small could only temporarily fall on Mu Kingo. Her own cold ice trauma is not good. The body is extremely weak. On the one hand, busy taking care of fainting Xiaohan, on the other hand, also have to deal with the sex side of the trivial things, but also to appease those who cannot endure this humiliation. Ready to rage away from the sect of the crowd of disciples. Busy. As soon as I get a cold wind, I start coughing again, sometimes until I can't catch my breath. But I can't do anything about it. She also went to see physicians several times, and these physicians were at their wits' end, and could only prescribe her some medicines to drive away the cold, let her pay attention to keeping warm, and also need to take some spiritual medicines with strong fire elements, so as to ensure that her condition would not deteriorate any further. It was only because stopping water's ice spiritual power was too overbearing, and it also came with some weak sealing power, so if they wanted to remove all of it, it would be very difficult for them to do so, unless there was a spirit sect realm powerhouse willing to make a move. But the current Tianxian sect, no one is willing to interact with it, and the strongest of the spirit sect realm, Only clans with a deep heritage like the Huaqiangu Bonxian sect, whose patriarchs or supreme elders have only just managed to reach that realm, naturally don't have much to look forward to. This matter could only be put on hold for the time being, waiting until after returning to the clan to see if Patriarch Yunrinching would make a move. Because there was news within the clan that old patriarch had been in seclusion for 10 years, and had already reached such a realm. Mu Kingo can only drag her sick body around every day, but also to find a physician to heal Xiao Han's injuries. In this Tsar city, no one is already willing to come here, for fear of being isolated and counted by the others. Zhou Yasi had wanted to take this opportunity to turn the tables and allow Xiao Han to display his powerful strength to make up for the fault of that one time when he had sneak attacked and seriously injured stopping water in public, and to salvage the reputation of the Tianxian sect. Unexpectedly, it has come to this point. Tianxian sect has become a target, as if it were a street rat. Now that the previous patriarch Yunrinching had come out of seclusion and was presiding over the big picture at the sect, if what happened here reached the sect, there was a possibility that she would be forced back by Yunrinching and the crowd of elders and peak masters in conjunction with her, allowing her to step down from the position of patriarchal sect leader. This time, she was really a bit flustered. She had offended a lot of people over the years when she was in the position of patriarch, whether it was inside or outside the clan. If she lost the position of the Tianxian sect's patriarch, she knew very well that there would no longer be a place for her in the Saskatchewan Empire, and she would even die soon. Therefore, Zhou Yasi fidgeted for the past 2 days, thinking hard about the countermeasures, tossing and turning, and could not come up with a solution, and could not help but be a little annoyed. At the same time, he was also a bit chagrined, wondering what was wrong with him. Why is it that during this period of time, one would always do something stupid like this, putting oneself in a predicament and unable to get out of the situation? Chapter 74, The Return of the Mixed Immortal Yunjin. Within the Lin Yuan secret territory, Sol Yu was meditating and cultivating, and the sublime beast was bored and lying beside him gnawing on a few low-grade spirit medicines, rather dissatisfied. It was only because, after it had already shown its origin and said many secrets that Sol Yu didn't know, he still hadn't chopped off the runic chains that trapped it, and was quite speechless. Sol Yu, who was gazing at his heart and breathing in and out deeply, suddenly sensed a strange message, and he opened his eyes, unable to help but rejoice. Finally back. Mixed Immortal Yunjin. The corner of Sol Yu's mouth hooked up a smile. His body and mind dived into the body, and at a glance, he saw the mixed immortal cloud brocade that was swimming and fluttering in the pond. At this time, its body was no longer the same color as it was at the beginning, and after this outing, its body was actually flooded with a bit of golden light. This time, the mixed immortal cloud brocade dived into the pool for what was considered an exceptionally long time. It had dived into the water twice since the fusion. The first time was the day of the fusion, which brought him 2 things. The Green Lotus Demon Pupil and an Imperial rank battle skill like the Raging Sea Berserker. The second time brought him an item, a rag the size of a palm, still tattered, that looked like it should be the size of a quarter. Said rags, in fact, is the soul of the you do not know what exactly this material, use all the means, he actually cannot damage its minute, also do not know what to use for, just casually thrown in the corner of the space ring. The first 2 times he went out were very short, around half an hour, he floated up. And this time it actually took so long. Sol Yu was looking forward to what kind of surprise it would bring to him. As Sol Yu's body and mind entered the Dantian and came to the chaotic green lotus pool's heel, the chaotic green lotus swayed its lotus leaves slightly and then stopped moving. And when the mixed immortal Yunjin saw Sol Yu come in, he happily leaped out of the water and flopped around a few times in the pond, very happy and excited. It was as if he was showing off to Sol Yu, waiting for his compliments. A 5th order elixir placed within Sol Yu's spatial ring flew out on its own, directly entering the body and coming above the water pond, causing Sol Yu to be stunned for a moment, not understanding how this elixir had suddenly appeared. However, at this moment, the mixed immortal cloud brocade opened its mouth and sucked towards the elixir, and this 5th order elixir was automated into an elixir breath that was sucked into its mouth and disappeared without a trace. Sol Yu froze in shock and thought, this little guy is actually able to absorb spirit medicine? How come it didn't before? Did it evolve after a trip out? If the mixed immortal Yunjin could talk, he would definitely count the words. Just after awakening, there was not even a single hair on Sol Yu's body, and his whole body was full of useless things, so he absorbed a hairy line. Sol Yu looked at the satisfied mixed immortal Yunjin, dumbfounded. It seems that this is a merit, here to ask for rewards from him, to ask for benefits to come. For such a thing, he was naturally happy to see it. What it brought was not something that could be comparable to a 5th rank spirit medicine. This kind of deal was just too cost-effective. The mixed immortal cloud brocade, after absorbing the spirit medicine's breath, opened its mouth and a shadow appeared, directly imprinting into Sol Yu's divine soul. Boom! Caught off guard, the shadow imprinted into Sol Yu's divine soul. The divine soul trembled violently, and the entire person felt like he was being clutched by a large invisible hand that was going to tear him apart. In just an instant, he felt the pain and shattering of his divine soul. In the remnants of consciousness, he shouted, "What exactly did you bring back? Is it a soul-capturing artifact? Mixed immortal Cloud Gene cannot care about these. Bring the good things to hand over on the line. The rest of the things can have nothing to do with it." Just as Sol Yu was about to collapse and his divine soul was annihilated, the chaotic green lotus swayed and a light green aura floated in, wrapping Sol Yu's divine soul. The tearing sensation instantly dissipated a lot, and the divine soul became relaxed. It took a long time to finally slow down, and only then did he have the energy to pay attention to what the shadowy figure actually was. Fighting. There was only one word, and it was the same word that nearly cost Sol Yu his life. It was so powerful that a single word could overwhelm the heavens, and a single word encompassed all the images of the Qianquan. The complete Do secret was far beyond what he could withstand right now. Fortunately, with the help of the chaotic green lotus, his divine soul had become much stronger than normal people in his new life. Otherwise, he would have gone up in smoke the moment that the vapors of the word Do came, and his heart palpitated. A message appeared in his mind and his scalp tingled with delight. Dating back to the ancient flood period, a super invincible and powerful existence was born, and it only took 100 years to reach that legendary realm, sweeping across the entire continent without a single person being its enemy. And after he reached that realm, he absorbed countless inherited techniques, collected the world's top secret techniques and battle skills, and spent more than 10,000 years to create the 9-character secret technique. Each secret technique had its own unique and powerful effects, allowing him to go to the next level of strength, which could be said to sweep the heavens. Only that this 9 mysteries true technique had not reached its most perfect state, and that he had created the 9 mysteries true technique for full cultivation, each of which was powerful but had not reached its extreme. Some of the strongest people after him had obtained part of the 9 mysteries true technique's inheritance, divided among 9 people. After years of utilizing them in battle, they were even more skilled and comfortable with the efficacy of the 9 mysteries true technique than that founding person. With the 9 mysteries of truth, they also reached the very high realms of their respective fields in their respective eras. After they stepped onto the pinnacle, each of them had perfected the 9 mysteries true technique in a renewed sense, truly reaching the ultimate state. Each secret art was a height that no one else could reach, and each secret art allowed one to shine in one of the fields. The Do True Duel. The Fighting Do, as the name suggests, is a true duel that was born for fighting. There was no doubt about the strength of the true knowledge that had been generated by fusing millions of battle technique secrets. Cultivating the true skill of Do could raise the combat power several times that of one's own body. And once that person who had fused the Do skill to the highest realm had raised the combat power to 100 times that of one's own, and no one was able to imagine what kind of a state that would be, and what kind of strong and extreme greatness that would be. This kind of enhancement included the superposition of the strength of spiritual energy and the power of offensive and destructive means, and even more so, it would enhance the quality of fighting and the ability to react, the determination and perception of the awareness of danger. Of course, there were requirements for practicing the fighting character technique, and the level of combat power it raised also depended on the strength of one's own body quality. When the load of elevated combat power exceeds the limit of what one's physical strength can withstand, the damage to the body will be incalculable. If the body strength, meridians, and other endurance are not enough, the battle level raised will be minimal, and forcing it will only damage itself, or will become a burden. After completely reading the main points of the fighting true technique, Sol Yu also couldn't help but sigh. What kind of realm ghost talent is this that is able to create such a strong secret technique? It's simply a bug-like existence. Can someone really fight against this kind of ridiculously strong secret technique? Chapter 75 Zhou Yasi's Conspiracy. Sol Yu was in the Lin Yuan secret territory, studying the true technique of the word fighting day and night, to the point where he had wasted his sleep and food. Each day, he felt himself changing, each day a new state and enhancement, and in the outside world. In my opinion, this stopper must have been scared out of his wits. I don't know in which corner he is hiding and shivering. He doesn't dare to come out. It's been half a month and no one has seen his whereabouts, so I guess he slipped away. Hey, that's Flower Thousand Valley's Jun Macho, an existence in the top few of the Dragon and Tiger rankings, rumored to have reached the Spirit King realm. That stop water is only in the Spirit Monarch realm, so it's only natural that he wouldn't dare to answer the battle. Jun Macho is guarding this Shahuang city. Huaqian Goose people have come quite a lot, and the city is searching for stop water. Looking at this situation, it will definitely not be good. But don't forget, there's also a sacred sun level figure. I heard that Li Changsheng has also come out, only without such fanfare as Jun Macho. I'm sure that he's now also in the Tsar's city. Investigating in secret. Jun Macho winds up out of the Flower Thousand Valley, and in 2 days' time, he arrives at the Sand Emperor City and begins to make a big search, and even Tan Shisha, the lord of the Sand Emperor City, doesn't dare to slow down, and sends out some of his soldiers to assist from the sidelines. Sand Emperor City was in the northwestern part of the Gakchuan Empire, far away from the Gakchuan Imperial City, but the roads were flat and accessible, and a lot of news from this side went unnoticed and spread amongst the major main cities. For a while, the Sand Emperor City was quite lively and attracted a lot of attention. It was said that someone from the Mercury sect and the royal family had also come over, and the portion was not small. Shu Wei Yun Tian's younger brother, Shu Wei Bo sect, and a princess from the Gakchuan royal family were also on their way, and would arrive at Sand City in the next few days. That night, an uninvited guest came to Zhou Yasi's room, a masked man in black. Who, trespassing into this clan's chambers so blatantly? Do you really think that I, Zhou Yasi, am easy to bully? The man in black, who had not revealed his true face, said in a hoarse voice. Patriarch Zhou is joking. With the existence of a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse, who would dare to say that they are bullying you? Zhou Yasi said in a cold voice. If you know that, and you still dare to sneak in dressed like this, do you want to die? The man in black bristled and laughed. Patriarch Zhou is afraid that he has misunderstood. I definitely don't want to die, but I know that Patriarch Zhou is about to be in great trouble and won't be able to live for much longer. When Zhou Yasi heard this, her aura of the Spirit Emperor realm rose violently, and she had clearly become enraged. Where did the madman come from? Flaunting his arms in front of me and asserting my life and death, really not knowing what to do. Saying that, he was ready to strike at the man in black, but unexpectedly, the man in black also violently erupted, his astonishing aura almost condensing into substance. The powerful pressure shook Zhou Yasi backward, crashing into the table and knocking over the teapot. She yelped out in shock and screamed in panic. How is that possible? Peak Spirit Emperor realm? Who exactly are you? When did a top-level powerhouse like you appear in Sand Emperor City? And what are you doing here? Having shocked Zhou Yasi, the man in black then withdrew his aura and said leisurely, Patriarch Zhou doesn't need to be alarmed. I came here with no ill intent. I won't target you or take action against you. Just now, if Patriarch Zhou hadn't forced me, I wouldn't have exposed my strength to calm you down. I came here to help you. Patriarch Zhou, can we sit down and talk? Zhou Yasi's brows knitted tightly, but she could only put away her riotous spirit power. The peak of the Spirit Emperor realm. If this person really wanted to take a shot at her, she would hardly have any room for resistance. The person who blew her away just by virtue of his own aura. Would it not be something that she could deal with? Right now, we can only calm down and listen to what he has to say. Zhou Yasi was always on guard. Even when she sat down, she never relaxed. This man was too dangerous, and she had to be on guard at all times when she wasn't sure if he was against her. For Zhou Yasi's behavior like this, the man in black didn't mind, indifferently spreading his hands and said, these past few days Patriarch Zhou didn't go out, and even handed over the trivial matters within the compound to your beloved disciple to take care of. I don't think it's because of the rumors from the outside world like that, saying that Patriarch Zhou has no face to meet people, and that he offended too many people at this Lin Yuan event, and his own disciples also offended other clans, and was afraid to go out and be a target of the public, so he stayed in a deep and simple place. Zhou Yasi sneered. Humph. This clan is not the kind of person who has no bearing. Offended is offended. If you have the ability to retaliate over, I Zhou Yasi and all the disciples to follow will not care about those gossip. How they taunt is their business. I don't care, but if they really dare to bully my Tianxian sect, I, Zhou Yasi, am by no means a fearful person. So, if you're only here to probe me because of such a trivial matter, you can leave. The man in black applauded, appreciatively. Overbearing, Patriarch Zhou still has vigor. Since that's the case, let's get back to the point. I came here today because I want to help Patriarch Zhou tide over his difficulties and save you from the fire. Zhou Yasi sniffed and snorted coldly. Although my Tianxian sect is not as powerful as the Flower Thousand Valley Mercury sect, it is still ranked, and whoever wants to move my Tianxian sect will have to weigh whether or not they have the strength to do so. As the current patriarch of the Tianxian sect, this clan holds the lifeblood of the entire clan's resources. Why do we need others to rescue us? Please return. The man in black said without comment. I naturally won't doubt the strength of the Tianxian sect, but it's just that Patriarch Zhou's actions in the Sand Emperor City during this period of time have indeed been a bit radical, and he's done a lot of reckless things that have caused many sects to speak out against the Tianxian sect quite a bit, causing the Tianxian sect's reputation to be tarnished. Patriarch Zhou should also know that these things have been making a lot of noise, and according to my getting reliable information, Patriarch Yunrin Xing is investigating something during this time, and it's said to be related to one of your clan's invalidated disciples. It seems to be someone called what's her name Solyu. Zhou Yasi frowned. A little angry. A dead waste. I don't know what to investigate. Holding on to such an invalid. What does Yun Rinqing want? Wanting to use this excuse to seize my position as sovereign and regain power? The man in black hemmed and hawed and continued. Moreover, some of the news over here spread back. Yun Rinqing is very angry at public scolding, said Patriarch Zhou crazy. Actually do this kind of brainless thing. Wait for you to return to the clan must give her a statement before. Zhou Yasi's face was completely icy cold as she gritted her teeth and said, what a bastard. I told you that a Lin Yuan event. Just send a peak master or elder. What is the meaning of having to stump me out? So it turns out that she is waiting for me here. I am the patriarch. What do I do need her to tell me what to do? Calling me brainless in front of the entire clan. She, Yun Rinqing, is really good. The man in black then took the opportunity to say, I'm certain that if Patriarch Zhou goes back this time without any defense, I'm only afraid that he'll have no return. And once he enters the gates of the Tianxian sect, he'll have no choice but to be slaughtered. The reason I'm here today, the reason I'm telling Patriarch Zhou all of this, is because I want to help Patriarch Zhou tide over his difficulties. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you and I joined forces and killed that Yun Rinqing on the spot, securing Patriarch Zhou's grand position? Chapter 76 Solyu and the Sublime Beast exit the secret realm. Inside a secret room, the black-clothed man from earlier stood respectfully in front of a flashy-suited youth, who had his back turned to him, and asked, well, did Zhou Yasi agree? The man in black shook his head and said, no, she refused. The youth marveled, and said, oh, she actually didn't say yes? What did she say? The man in black answered truthfully. She said that although she was dissatisfied with Yun Rinqing, she had no intention of killing her, and that back then Yun Rinqing had carried her back from the dead and raised her, and that this favor was something she kept in mind, and that she would never do such an unethical thing. The young man in Chinese clothes coldly snorted and said, ho, she also deserves to talk about lack of virtue. Has she done fewer lack of virtue? What a heavenly joke. The man in black didn't answer and said to himself, she just doesn't want to carry a charge of regicide, with what she's been doing all these years. If she really wants Yun Rinqing to take over the position of patriarch, she's afraid that she'll be left to die horizontally on the spot. She herself couldn't be clearer. It is said that Yun Rinqing has also reached the spirit sect realm. She is worried that even if she joins forces with me, in case she can't kill Yun Rinqing, she will no longer have a way to retreat at that time. The young man in fancy dress nodded and said, spirit sovereign realm, she is right in her thoughts. Zhou Yasi is so life-thirsty. She will definitely not do such an unsure thing. The peak of the spirit emperor realm is indeed still a bit weak. After saying that, the young man in fancy dress took out a treasure box and threw it to the man in black, saying, take this. This is a 7th rank top grade elixir, the desolate heavenly Zongdan. With your current strength, eat it to absorb all the medicinal power, and within 5 days, you will definitely be able to advance to the spirit zone realm. With the spirit emperor realm, there are many things you can't be handed over to do, and although the spirit zone realm is also weak, it will ultimately be much more convenient. The man in black took the treasure box and opened it only slightly to a crack. The powerful medicinal power emanated out. He took a deep breath and felt that the realm barrier that had stubbornly persisted for so many years had become a little thin. In his excitement, he hurriedly owed his body and said, thank you, Your Excellency. I will certainly live up to your trust. The young man in fancy dress waved his hand and said, take it as soon as possible. Advance to the spirit sect realm as early as possible, and then negotiate with Zhou Yasi. The seal within the Tianxian sect is still very strong. If Yun Rinqing insists on guarding the seal, the risk of trying to break it is too great, and it might damage the exit at the seal. After planning for so many years, there can't be a slip-up at such a point in time. Don't worry and go for it. Don't be afraid. On the side of the Joshuan royal family, at the critical moment, there will be someone who will stand up for you. Yes, don't worry, Your Excellency. I will not let Your Excellency down. After excusing himself, the man in black hurried out of the secret room and entered his compound without a sound. He removed his disguise and took off his face mask to reveal a familiar face. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize him. The Sand Emperor's city lord, Tan Shisha. On the banks of the Lin Yuan River, the lanterns hang high, the waves rolled wildly, and a huge flower boat floated on them. About to dock, Solyu picked up a glass of grape wine and drank it all in one go. The grape wine entered his throat and the alcohol mixed with the spicy and sour stimulation made him sweet. He liked this kind of wine in his previous life. It was not intoxicating, but it also put people in a slightly drunken state, and he didn't have a headache when he got up the next day, so it was a kind of remedy for his worries. Tisk, you're not cool. A man actually drinks what a girl drinks. Not manly at all. Come, drink this king's white wine. After so many years of imprisonment in that Lin Yuan secret realm, today I finally get what I want. Drinking and eating meat is what makes my life fast. Sol Yu sniffed and flirted. You a subspecies griffin who also loves to drink and eat meat? Lin Beast Phantom Man. Middle-aged appearance. Not the kind of tough image, but with some elegant wind. Ever since mixed immortal Yun Jin returned and brought with him the true technique of the word fighting, Sol Yu had been as mesmerized as ever, studying and cultivating it day and night. The fighting technique requires a high level of physical strength, and on the way to repairing it, Sol Yu always felt that something was missing, and his condition was not at its best. After the mention of the sublime beast Moses, he realized that it was caused by his body not being strong enough and too soft. Before these 2 months ago, he was just an invalid. His physical quality was only a little bit stronger than some mortals. Even the hunters who always went up to the mountains to hunt were inferior. How could such a physical quality carry the power boost brought about by the fighting true technique? And when he used it forcefully, he could clearly feel that his bones were pressing, and his meridians were in a kind of tearing pain. And he knew that once he was out of the Lin Yuan secret realm, he would be greeted by endless battles, and with only his own strength, dealing with these vicious battles would inevitably be clumsy. Moreover, Zhou Yasi and some other Spirit Emperor realm sovereign elders would definitely not let him have a good time and would have to surround him. Without a reliable power, going out would undoubtedly be a self-inflicted trap. For this reason, he made a deal with the sublime beast Moses, withdrawing the spirit sealing soul chain and unsealing Moses for release. After Moses got out of the trap, due to the constant sealing, his spiritual power was extracted by the spirit sealing and soul suppressing chain, resulting in a huge drop in strength. Sol Yu was also not stingy and threw him some of the high-level spirit medicines he had obtained, including that Skycloud Fire Luo root that it coveted. Just like that, in just 1 day's time, its cultivation had recovered to the Spirit Emperor realm's 8-star level, counting it as a powerful backing. For more than half a month, Moses began to devilishly train Sol Yu, condensing a spirit whip with spirit power and lashing at Sol Yu one after another. Each time the force was just enough to keep him from collapsing, yet reaching the limit of what he could withstand. After the flogging, he was instructed to apply ointment all over his body, made by grinding and mixing several elixirs from Sol Yu's body. When the medicine was all absorbed, he began to carry Shashan around the Lotus Treasure Hall to run laps, deep squatting and other kinds of high-intensity training. More than half a month's time. Every day is such a painful and torturous training over. Day and night, tired and sleepy meditation training. The rest of the time is in the high-intensity hammering his body. The effect is also visible to the naked eye. Good. Sol Yu initially carrying that small mountain can only move with difficulty, to now can carry the small mountain running. A breath can be around the Lotus Treasure Hall ran on 500 laps. Not only that, after this period of time of hammering and polishing, his cultivation level had risen again, coming to the Spirit Monarch realm's 9-star level, and he was not far from breaking through to the Spirit King realm. Upon learning that Sol Yu was just a cultivation loser a month ago, and had reached such a realm in just over a month, and was now promoted once again, Moses had to scold him for being a pervert. After adjusting themselves to their best state, Sol Yu and Moses exited the Lin Yuan secret realm. During the period of walking in this Sand Emperor city, he also learned about some of the big events that had happened during this period of time. 1. The Flower Thousand Valley Saint Sun Jun Macho, with anger out of the valley, to find stop the water a battle, for Yang Shao revenge. 2nd. The Bone Xian Sex Saint Sun, Li Changshan, came out of the mountain and entered the Sand Emperor city alone, and did not make a statement as to whether he would take revenge. But everyone thought that his own brother was invalidated. It was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing. Thirdly, the imperial city came. Shui Yun Tian's own brother and the imperial princess came together to make up for the bustle of the Sand Imperial City. The specific actions are unknown. 4th, Mu Kingo's body was traumatized by the power of the ice cone. So far it has not healed, and the condition has even shown signs of deepening. Thin and weak, nearly withered by the lamp. Chapter 77. Master Qing Hui intends to take on a disciple. Did Taoist Green Emblem encounter something? Or is it boring to stroll around this Sand Emperor city with Sha Mao? Why the sad face? Tan Shisha accompanied Taoist Master Qing Hui as he walked along the Lin Yuan River, looking at the lanterns and bustling streets, and asked in a snarky manner. When Taoist Master Qing Hui heard this, he hurriedly arched his hand in apology and said, "It's the old Taoist who got caught up in the moment and disturbed City Lord Tan's pleasure. I'm really sorry. City Lord Tan is not to blame." Tansisha laughed out loud and waved her hand. Taoist Master Celestial, which dared to be worthy of Taoist Master to apologize, but folded Tan Mao. Tan Mao stout man do not know what axiom. See the green emblem Taoist Master has sorrow. Make a joke to ease the Taoist Master's boredom. Ah ha ha ha. Taoist Master Cheng Hui, who had kind eyebrows, sniffed and sighed. This is what City Lord Tan calls great wisdom and living a sprightly life. To be as annoyed as the old Taoist is really worrying about nothing. However, for so long, that stopped the water little friend but has been missing. So easy to find a good seedling. The old road intends to befriend with it, but no trace cannot be found. Tan Shisha then understood, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he laughed. The Taoist priest which is worrying about the sky, is clearly moved to accept the idea of apprenticeship. Ha ha ha, I see that boy is really good. Behind the foundation, people free and unrestrained, but is indeed a can be made, but he is also too able to cause trouble. This just into the world, dare to offend so many big forces, is really a trouble. That Jun Macho came to my mansion 2 days ago and asked me to send more manpower with him to capture stop water. I can see that he's moved with true anger and has come to establish his authority. Taoist Master Ching Hui sniffed and said with his hands behind his back, this child, Jun Macho, is still very good. His talent, bloodline, and physique are all 1 in a million, only being overly prodded by the flower rain building. Now there are signs of entering extremes. Warlike, bloodthirsty, prone to rage, too smooth in front, not allowing himself to fail. Once such a person experiences a major setback, it is easy to create a heart demon, just too easy to break. For this old man's vision, Tan Shisha absolutely will not question. Through the vicissitudes of life, read countless people. Vision is very old-fashioned. He said so, it will never be wrong. Tansitha nodded and sighed. Tao Master has a unique vision and has always been very accurate in reading people. After experiencing the despair of a painful loss of a beloved disciple, Hua Yulo's character has become even more erratic and hostile, and he doesn't want the second disciple that he personally trained to repeat the same mistake, which is why he has imposed violence on his character. If nothing had happened to that first disciple, I'm afraid that his current achievements wouldn't be low. By the way, Jun Macho is making such a big deal of searching for Stopper. In case he really encounters him, does the Taoist master think that Stopper will be able to save his life under him? Taoist Green Emblem said without thinking, putting it on when he didn't enter the Lin Yuan secret realm. Stopping water couldn't walk under his hand for a few rounds. Spirit Monarch Realm and Spirit King Realm, it's an insurmountable chasm rift. Unless one has superb battle skills to save one's life, then it's a few times impossible. But now well, it's hard to say. According to the rumors released by those little dolls from the Tianxian sect, it was said that stopping water had snatched his own senior brother's chance in that Lotus treasure hall, and obtained an extraordinary treasure, which was said to be at least an imperial-ranked magic weapon. If that's really the case, even if his strength can't fully catalyze the magic weapon to show its power, he would be able to withstand it for a moment or two, and it's not unavoidable to leave a gap for escape. Tansisha frowned, puzzled. Does Taoist Master really believe the news released by the Tianxian sect? Imperial-ranked magic weapon. If that's really the case, then Jun Macho's coming down this time. I'm afraid it's not as simple as revenge. The drunkard's intention is not to drink wine. I think he must be aiming at the Imperial-ranked magic weapon in stopping water's hand. Taoist Green Emblem's face nodded and said, Tianxian sect Xiaohan, sorely missing the opportunity, naturally unwilling, letting out such a wind out, is to beat the bushes and frighten the snakes, so that Jun Macho can find out stopping the water to fight against, forcing him to hand over the exotic treasures. If my expectation is not wrong, with Zhou Yasi's current situation, she will definitely disregard her identity to do something untoward, coming up with a mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow at the back of the play. Tansitha rubbed her nose in it and said, Ho, why didn't I think of that? The heart murmured, Ho ho, surely I can't let you have your wish, otherwise, the mission explained by the Gongzi, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Digressing, Tansitha continued to ask, what does the Taoist think of Li Changshen? Taoist Green Emblem smiled in a rare moment. Bone Xian Sec's Bone Fei Yang still has a couple of tricks up his sleeve, feeding this kid Li Changsheng and giving him a lot of power. One old immodest, one little immodest. I heard that Bone Fei Yang is running his ass everywhere to wipe his ass, and is still happy to do so all day long. Li Changshen, it's hard to say, unrestrained, too diffident, but his cultivation and battle power is high. He is sophisticated, and he can make friends with anyone. Estimating, right now, only Shiyunshin can steadily suppress him. Yo, ha ha ha, you old immodest really don't know how to read. Just talking about you. You belong to the dog do you? Tan Shisha sniffed, looked around, and did not find any abnormalities, and could not help but be a bit puzzled and alarmed. Has the Bone Sect Master come? Why didn't I sense it? Look, isn't the bad old man sucking on noodles at the booth? Tan Shisha followed Taoist Green Emblem's gaze, and saw, on the noodle stall, an old man with thinning hair and tattered clothes, picking at his feet as he ate his noodles, with a beggar-like and unkempt appearance. He has not seen Bone Fei Yang for many years, and remembered that it is not at all this appearance. It will not be recognized wrongly. Just see that scruffy old man bared sucking the last noodle. Just finished picking the feet of the fingers and the nostrils again, a burst of pulling out. See Tan Shisha, a burst of diaphragm. You old newbie Taoist, why are you everywhere? Not dead at such an old age. What are you doing wandering around outside? Bone Fei Yang walked over and flicked a booger he had dug up out of his mouth and cursed. Taoist Green Emblem did not get angry and said with a smile, I also want to ascend to heaven earlier, but I just can't die. But it's you old thing, the more you live, the more you go back, and make yourself into this appearance, inhuman and ghostly. What kind of behavior is it? Bone Fei Yang skimmed his lips and said, then you do not care. I would like to what? You a newbie Taoist all day long are not idle. Running around worrying about is also too much. Those dog scum, if you want to come out. You and I cannot stop. A day to eat and wait for death, he is not good? Hearing this, Tan Shisha's heart tightened violently. How could they know that it was coming out over there? If these people interfered, this matter would really be bad. It seemed that he had to step up his actions. Taoist Green Emblem smiled and said without answering, since you've come down from the mountain, I'm afraid that your disciple is also in the neighborhood. What? Did you come to avenge your brother's death? I do know that the rumor that Li Changxing's words of loving that Li Wei is a lie. Li Changxing shouldn't care about his death. After all, that's the son of his enemy. Bone Fei Yang bristled in disdain. What enemy? Vicious shrew just. My disciple cares about his dead old man old love. Not willing to hurt him. He is good everywhere to proclaim love with Changsheng. Everywhere to cause trouble. How will give him revenge it? Waste him is considered good. Give me words, do not give him blasted into slag only strange. Chapter 78 Guling Air. Uncle. Long time no see. Right at this moment, a playful silhouette stood in front of Tan Shisha and shouted with a smile. Tan Shisha froze, and after seeing it clearly, he hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fists. Ninth Princess, it's actually you who's here. Your father only told me the other day that someone was coming. I didn't know who it was yet, and when I asked him he refused to say. Gu Linger smiled coquettishly and joked. What? Uncle doesn't welcome Linger? Tansitha fainted. You quirky little girl, you even joked to me? Don't you know me well? I've been rare to you since I was a child. Ha ha ha. Gu Linger pouted and covered her ears in disgust. Yeah, uncle, you're so annoying. You're still laughing so loud. It's noisy. Tan Shisha hurriedly shut up, but he couldn't hide the smile and favor in his eyes. It was obvious that he really loved Gu Linger, Dao Lord and Bone Sect Master. This is the ninth princess of the royal family. Gu Linger, a little naughty girl. Linger, why don't you pay your respects to Dao Master Qing Hui and Sect Master Bone? Gu Linger came alive and looked at Taoist Green Emblem. Curious, Grandpa, why is your beard so long? It could be cooked in a pot like noodles. You're the Bone Sect Master? Why do you have less hair than my family's stable boy? Dirty and smelly. Taoist leader Qing Hui burst out laughing, only to realize that this girl was truly adorable and delightful. I don't just have a long beard. I'm also very old. Really, you shouldn't call me Grandpa. You should call me Old Ancestor. I'm even older than your family's old ancestor. Gu Yuan, Gu Linger, who was wearing a pink Lucien dress, fiery red little savage boots, and some simple jewelry, had an air of nobility all over her body. Her mouth grew in surprise and disbelief. Ah, you are already so old. Ah, my old ancestor has already ascended to the heavens for 100 years. Why aren't you dead yet? No no no, why are you still alive? Yeah, and no, I mean, how do you how? Taoist Master Qing Hui was thoroughly amused and laughed. Lao Dao has a hard fate. This is just not going to die. Lao Dao can't do anything about it. Ha ha, you little girl is really cute and watery. The more I look at you, the more happy I am. Come on, I'll give you a small object as a meet and greet gift. Saying that, Taoist Green Emblem took out a purple jade talisman with streams of light whirling around inside. Looking exquisite and unusual, Tan Shisha and Bone Feiyan immediately widened their eyes with an overly shocked expression. It's, you old man, you've got a lot of goodies, and out of the blue, you've come up with an imperial grade royal spirit talisman? And it's also made of purple spirit jade and can be used 3 times? This is something that even old man me is craving for. Taoist Master Qing Hui just smiled and didn't say anything. Staring at Bone Fei Yang, Tansitha said hurriedly, why don't you thank Taoist Green Emblem? This is something that I couldn't even beg for. Gu Linger hurriedly picked it up upon hearing this and owed it to her. Thank you old grandpa. You gave me such an expensive gift. I have to return the favor. Let me give you my favorite unicorn doll. It's my treasure. No one will give it to me. With that, she took out a cream-colored stuffed unicorn, lifelike and pure white. Ha ha, that old man, I've earned it. I'll have to keep it properly. Taoist Green Emblem took it and even put a special light cover over it, obviously genuinely liking it. Seeing this, Gu Linger also laughed happily, then looked at the scruffy old man and asked crisply, "Old Grandpa Dirt, what kind of gift do you have for spirit?" Bon Fei-young froze. Some shame and embarrassment. This little girl can be really real people, do not know the fork in the road at all, but also so justified. Seeing the green emblem of the Taoist chief smiling and staring at him, he was angry, really unlucky, for no reason. He has to disperse his wealth. The old Nubizi, it looks like you. Belly slander to belly slander. Bon Fei-yang is not a stingy person. Took out a beautiful and exquisite spirit sword, fire red hilt, set with 4 different colors of magic core. Some neat pain to hand to Gu Linger, said, "Keep it well. Although it's only 6th rank now, it's not weaker than a 7th rank spirit sword. As long as it can gather 5 magic cores with different attributes, its power will double again. If it can be inlaid with 5 imperial ranked magic cores, it will definitely be imperial ranked. It is not comparable to that Nubizi old Taoist's imperial spirit talisman." When Gu Linger saw the sword, she was immediately captivated, her eyes casting a loving glee. She murmured as she gently stroked the spirit sword, "What a beautiful spirit sword. I've never seen such a good-looking sword. And the color of the hilt, it's even my favorite? Dirt, Bone Sect Master. Does it have a name?" Bon Fei-yang was very proud, like a proud peacock, squinting at Taoist Master Cheng Hui. That expression seemed to say, "See, you can't just say the name." He is not very clear. That year is also unintentionally got this sword, because it is a female sword. So many years there is no suitable person to give. It has been in the corner to catch the gray. Now that he was asked, he was dumbfounded for a moment. Taoist green emblem smiled sardonically and dismissed it. This is the colorful Phoenix Spirit Source sword. The magic core on it was inlaid on it later. It originally had exclusive 5 Spirit Source colorful beads, and because those beads were lost, the rank fell off. If there is a chance, the old Taoist will help you retrieve those 5 colorful Spirit Source beads, and it will be able to bring it back to its peak. An Imperial rank advanced treasure sword. What? Imperial rank advanced? You wilting old thing. I've had it for so long, how come you never mentioned it to me? Bon Fei-yang immediately jumped to his feet and pointed at Taoist Cheng Hui and cursed. Taoist green emblem laughed. "I'm going to tell you earlier. Do you want to take it out? Ha ha, your disciple is male. To this also cannot be used. Put you there is not spoiled. Why don't you give it to this little girl? In the future there will be something that can also block for you. How cost effective." Bon Fei-yang froze at his words. He heard what Taoist green emblem meant in his words, and although it hurt his flesh, he could only endure the pain. "You little girl, really picked up a great bargain. Imperial rank advanced The whole Northwest is estimated to have no If you take it against me in the future, I want to die hard all have law." Gu Linger couldn't help but laugh. LOL, how could that be? Linger promised Sect Master Bone that in the future, whenever the Bone Xian sect comes into conflict with the royal family, Linger will definitely guarantee her life to protect the Bone Xian sect. Hey. That's more like it, or else it's a big loss. Taoist Green Emblem shook his head and said, You're so old and unashamed, giving out gifts and talking about conditions, no talent. Hey. It's not like you don't know that, old man. I've always been so untalented. Tan Shisha was shocked on the spot. His eyes were complicated. Looking at the sword, his eyes were hot, but it was well hidden from him. He was very strange. Even if Gu Linger was inviting, these two wouldn't be able to give away such an overwhelming treasure. Huang rank advanced, that is. This to leak the wind can be a great deal. It is estimated that some of the old monsters are going to go out to snatch it. He didn't understand. What did these two mean? Is there a purpose? Chapter 79, Gu Linger's Pit of the Waterwave Sect. Gu Linger treasured the sword and put it away, intending to formulate a very beautiful scabbard for it sometime. At this point, Tan Sitha asked, By the way, Linger, who did you come with this time? Do you need uncle to send a few people to travel with you? Gu Linger laughed playfully. I came here with that rash guy from the Waterwave Gate. You don't even know. That idiot talks too much and makes a lot of noise. No, I secretly shook him off. That's why I ran out. It's so clean. Don't mind your own business. I'm doing fine on my own. A few more people will be troublesome. You don't have to think about safety. Father arranged for Wang Laoji to accompany you. What's not to worry about with him? Tansisha sucked in a breath of cool air and said, Hiss, the State Lord really does love you. He actually sent him out to protect you, so there's no problem. I'll leave you to your pleasure. Gu Linger asked excitedly. Right, didn't I hear that there's going to be a fight here? A person called Stopwater has offended all the major clans here, and Jun Macho and Li Changsheng, who are on the Dragon and Tiger list, are going to whack him. Where is the person? When is the fight going to start? Breathless, Tansisha held his forehead and said, Little auntie, What's there to see in a fight? You're a princess. How can you get into this mess? Gu Linger was dissatisfied. Slightly. You old codger. I came specifically to see them fight. Otherwise why would I have traveled so far? By the way, I heard in the palace that Jun Macho and Li Changxing are both very fierce. They've already reached the Spirit King realm. And that stopping water is only at the Spirit Monarch realm. How did he dare to offend these two? Can he win the fight? He won't be seconded. Cheng Hui Taoist master smiled and looked at Gu Linger. The more he looked at her, the more he was happy. People are old. After living for so many years, they are already lonely and isolated in their hearts. With such a quirky little girl in front of them, this world has only become a little more interesting. Ha ha, so do you want him to win? Or do you want him to lose? Gu Linger pondered for a moment and said, I haven't seen a few of them, so we'll see how it goes. And if Stopper is an ugly bastard, it's better not to win. Ha 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 ha, this little girl is still a face reader. Well, if he looks okay, it would be best to win. This bastard Shui Yuntian, when he was about to leave, he told father that there was no suspense in this battle. That stopping water wouldn't be able to go more than 20 strokes under either of the two, which caused father to almost not let me come out. It really pisses me off. Of course I know that the chances of winning a cross-stage battle are slim, but I just want to see. I want to show that unrivaled stinking fart Shiyunshin that not everything is something he can control and anticipate. In case that Ji Shui can last past 20 moves and only lose in the 21st move, wouldn't I have won against him? Looking at Gu Linger, who was waving her fists in righteous indignation, Taoist Master Cheng Hui was overjoyed. Then you may be disappointed. That stopped the water. Just like a head turtle. Until now do not dare to show. How can go through 20 moves? When Gu Linger heard this annoying voice, she immediately turned back and glared angrily. Suobayaman, you're so annoying, why do you keep following me? Also, not being able to find stop the water is that Jun Macho's stupidity. People are obviously only one person, and now there are so many people trying to beat him up. If he took the initiative to run out, wouldn't he be sick in the head? Just like you, Shui Bowman, a person born with a golden key. The Shui family's status wasn't really high, it was just a medium noble. Shui Yuntian appeared and was chosen by the Mercury sect and became the strongest holy son of the Mercury sect for a time, perennially dominating the first place of the Dragon and Tiger list. No one dared to challenge him for 10 years, becoming the only living legend. The Shui family had also jumped to become a top family in the empire with some say. When Shui Bowman was born, it coincided with Shui Yuntian's rapid growth in the Mercury sect, so he had a high status at birth. But also because of this, he lived under the shadow of Shui Yuntian at all times. Shui Yuntian was too bright and too good for him to have almost no existence. This was because even if he tried as hard as he could, he would not be able to surpass Shui Yuntian. Suikoden had been pampered by his family since he was a child, so he seemed a bit dull and a bit slow to react to everything else. The only thing that involved Gu Linger was that he became unusually sharp. Linger, how can you leave me alone and run out? How dangerous it is here. Moreover, I heard that Stopper is a 10 evil lecherous demon. He likes to catch pretty girls like you the most. You can't go and join in the fun. Gu Linger pouted her lips and said with dissatisfaction, Che, hearsay, why did I hear that he's a very pretty big handsome guy? Coward. Slightly unconvinced, Subaman asked, puffing out his chest and raising his head. How can that be? Is he as handsome as me? I don't believe it. Also, I'm not a coward. If you're in danger, I'll definitely be the first to rush up and block the sword for you. I'd rather die than let you get hurt. Gu Linger skimmed her mouth in disgust and said, who cares about you blocking the sword for me? If I want to block it, I have to find a handsome man to block it for me. You, a small child, or forget it. I'm afraid that you'll pee your pants at that time. The waterwave sect sniffed and became furious, pointing at Gu Linger and trembling. Gu Linger, you're not allowed to talk about me like that. I'm not going to pee my pants. If you talk about me like that again, you've got a temper. You dare to point your finger at me, right? I'll say it. What can you do? You want to fight with me? I'll just buy you good food. I'm not going to fight with spirit. He. Che, little wimpy kind of bar you on. Then you say, stop water and Jun Mocho fight. Who will win? Waterwavegate was just about to say that Jun Macho would definitely win. But when he was warned by Gu Linger's pouting mouth and unkind eyes, he immediately changed his words. Stopping water wins? Definitely stopping water wins. Jun Macho definitely doesn't. I swear I'm speaking from my heart. Gu Linger was unforgiving and continued to ask, what about against Li Changsheng? Who will win? Subaman looked left and right, but quickly forced himself to say, if Stopper wins, it's also Stopper who wins. That bastard Li Changsheng. What kind of thing is he? How can he be compared to Jishuwei? He's not even worthy of his shoes. His master is definitely not a good thing either. The disciple he teaches is naturally not seeking to be good. Saying this, are you satisfied? Gu Linger smiled teasingly and quietly moved away, waving her hand. I didn't say that, ha. It's all in your own words, right? Subaman nodded sharply and said, that's right, it's all my own words. You didn't say anything, had ha. Yeah, you've got a lot of guts. Yo, you're in deep now. I can't save you. Ba blessing. He. Mizukamon froze for a moment when she heard that, not understanding what she meant by that, until the next moment, he flew. Ah, what bastard kicked my ass? But, giggle. Chapter 80. Waterwave Gate was kicked away by Bone Fei Yang, and no one would worry about him, having sensed a high-level escort long ago. At that moment, the waves rolled over the Lin Yuan River, and a huge passenger ship was flowing with the waves on it. Suddenly, Gu Linger exclaimed in excitement, look, someone is fighting over there. Is it Jun Macho who has found stopping water and has started a war? Above the passenger ship, the ship undulated with the waves. Sol Yu and Moses sitting at the bow of the ship were not affected, and the wine cups they were holding dripped without spilling. Taking a drink from his glass, Moses laughed. Why would anyone recognize you? You say, when you've already taken off that bronze mask and replaced it with a human face mask? Sol Yu was dumbfounded and said, why do you think it must be for me? Maybe it's someone else? Moses bristled. Are you insulting my intelligence? Obviously rushing this way. If not at you, is it hard to find me? As Moses' words fell, a bit of cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. Cold Gun spat out a mouthful of spirit breath and condensed a fierce tiger in the air, which roared up to the sky and ran over in the air at an extremely fast speed. Spirit guns and tigers in the mountains. Sol Yu picked up his wineglass and slapped the table with one hand. His body panned to the side. His fist was wrapped in spiritual energy, and he blasted out without looking back. Boom! Pust! Boom! The fierce tiger that was condensed by the gun intent was instantly shattered, and the silver spear shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. The powerful recoil blasted the man out and smashed him on the deck, skidding a distance of tens of meters and slamming into the ship's pillars before he managed to stop and lose his breath. Seeing this, the others looked at each other and attacked together, their greatswords and lances stabbing fiercely. Sol Yu did not turn back to hide. His back was turned to them, his wineglass was raised, and the peanuts on the table were swept away as he took a mouthful of strong wine. As if small artillery shells were fired, countless air-breaking sounds rang out in the air. Bang bang! When Sol Yu put down the wine cup and exhaled a mouthful of rich wine breath, most of the people had already fallen to the ground, and the rest of them moved their feet, not daring to come forward again. Still, wine suits me. This wine, too strong, burns the lungs. Moses finished his own drink, and the jug flew up in the air, refilling the glass with precision for Sol Yu. Strong wine burns the heart, but it's also boozy, the situation of the moment. Drink a cup of spirits and get drunk on spring. Freshly dressed and stepping through the heavens, Sol Yu laughed dumbly and teased. Ho ho, you a demonic beast. Actually learn from the old man to recite poetry. This is not a hairy monkey wearing glasses. Froze pretending to be a cultural person? Ha ha ha, I was ignorant. Unintentionally offended a poor scholar. Originally thought it was just a down-and-out scholar, doing some biting words and chewing the hook. Unexpectedly, people reading a saint too. Hard to catch me to that schoolhouse poetry. Now it seems, but also not in vain to learn. Occasionally inspiration comes. Can also recite a poem to help. The wine glass was set down heavily with a crunch, scaring the few people behind who tried to get closer with a shiver and a cold sweat. The commotion on this side also disturbed the guests on the ship, who came out of their cabins to check, and some of them couldn't even lift their pants in time. What's wrong with Blade-kun? Still as timid as ever? If you found it, why don't you do it yourself and send some cannon fodder to try it out? Are you scared? Sol Yu was still sitting upright, not looking back. You sure have gotten stronger again. Zhou Xingqian appeared with a large sword in his arms and stood on top of the cabin with complicated eyes. Moses was about to finish another drink when Sol Yu slapped him and scolded him with a laugh. Drinking so much is not afraid of dying of drunkenness. At least leave some for me to use later to pretend to be a bully. After biting off more than half a day's worth of words with you, I thought I'd become a saint. It's too tiring to pretend to be civilized and elegant. Ha ha ha, not enough heart. Young people really should read more. Sol Yu said disdainfully. On the subject of reading, you cannot compare to me. I once 10 years of hard reading, the result of reading a big waste. Simply throw away, re-pick up the sword, and then enter the Jianghu. Without saying a word, Moses looked at Zhou Xingqian and said, Blade chi convergence, blade intention cohesion. You this little doll or some talent, barely enough to see. It seems that the Book of Knives has been learned by you. Just did not study it carefully before coming out to test the knife. Too impatient. Zhou Xingchen frowned and looked towards Moses with a grave expression. This person gave him an unfathomable feeling, completely unable to see through a bit. Wasn't it said that stopping water had no plan or sect? When did such a strong person appear beside him, and even saw his progress these days with a single glance? It seems that I won't be able to fight you, and with this senior accompanying me, it would be like I'm asking for death if I go up there. There is news that you have snatched Xiao Han's heaven-defying chance and have an imperial-ranked artifact to protect you, while I am not a holy son of the clan and do not have those resources, so I am afraid that a battle with you is unnecessary. This Zhou Xingchen was really sinister, out of the Lin Yuan's secret realm, pretending to apologize, but in reality, he sold Sol Yu. Now he was looking for himself, but he was worried about Moses next to him, and he was afraid that Sol Yu would use an imperial-ranked magic weapon. These words sounded like a sign of weakness at first glance, but they were actually showing that it wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but that Sol Yu was guarded by someone, and there was also an imperial-ranked magic weapon protecting him, so he couldn't do anything about it. The implication was that in order to fight against each other, these factors needed to be eliminated, or else it would be Sol Yu's war. Sol Yu, not knowing what he meant, snorted. Originally I thought that the Blade Monarch was arrogant and fearless, but now it seems that he is a cowardly, forward-looking waste of space, who fights against each other. Will put out their own cards. Do I have to stand here and be cut by you before I can be considered honorable? Joke. If you want to fight, stand up. If not, get out of here. I'm more interested in drinking today. Don't disturb my pleasure. The Blade Monarch's face turned a pig's liver color when he was so berated by Sol Yu, not expecting to be recognized by him. Stopping the water has already made the words clear. Cutting off is Zhou Xingchen's retreat. A battle even if he loses, it's still justifiable. After all, he has the imperial artifact in his body. If you turn away without a fight, you will surely be described as a coward, scared away by others in a few words, and there is no possibility of turning around in the future. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingchen shouted, "Humph, oily mouth, your speech is still so annoying. I admit that if you use the imperial artifact to resist, I'm naturally no match and turn around. But away from that imperial artifact, what are you? In the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, if you hadn't lured me into the Sublime Beast battle circle and seriously injured me, wouldn't I have been at the back with no battle power left?" Moses sniffed and rubbed his beardless chin, and when he saw the Blade Lord looking over, he waved his hand. "No harm done. I just met this kid in passing. He actually robbed me of my drink. I want to beat him up. There's no way I'm going to put up a fight. You'd better beat him up so I'll go with you. I like strong men." Sol Yu had a nasty chill and gave Moses a disgusted look, not really wanting to get involved. Stronger men on the outside, hastily clenched, and even then, they felt a cool swish in their asses. Chapter 81, The Great Sword of the Sky. Who is this person? Why do you dare to talk to the Blade Monarch like that? If I guessed correctly, this should be the stopper who has been making a lot of noise lately and making the Sand Emperor city lively. Hiss, this man is so bold. Jun Macho has united with the City Lord's office to turn the Sand Emperor city upside down. I didn't expect him to be leisurely drinking here. Jun Macho must be furious if he knows about it. I heard that Stop Water wore a bronze mask. No one has seen his real face. Now that he has taken off the mask, naturally no one recognizes him. I just don't know how the Blade Monarch found him. So the original him under the mask is so beautiful? It can't be described as handsome anymore. If he were to dress up in women's clothes, I'm afraid that he would be even more beautiful than that Mukingo. Che, women, how shallow. Sol Yu got up, looked at Zhou Xingchen, and asked, "You want to test your sword? Still dare to fight?" Zhou Xingchen said in a cold voice with a cold face. "Why don't you dare? The magic weapon is only an aid. The strength still lies in its own strength. If I am able to split your imperial weapon today, I, Zhou Xingchen, will be honored despite my defeat." Sol Yu laughed lightly and said, "Yes, I can. I'll give you the chance. If you can force me to use the imperial weapon to protect my body, it'll be counted as a win for you." Zhou Xingchen coldly grunted. "Arrogant. Then prepare to lose." Sol Yu said, "I don't like talking to people on my back, and if you don't get down, I'm going to waste your legs and chip away at the height difference between us." Zhou Xingchen shouted, "You don't have the skill. Suffer." Zhou Xingchen raised the golden silk great ring blade high, countless spiritual energy madly infused into it, and the blade skyrocketed in a split second, forming a giant blade that was 100 feet wide. That blade body pressed all over the ship, as if it was a divine punishment from the sky, wanting to split all of this Lin Yuan river into two. Hiss, so strong, such powerful blade intent, worthy of his name of Blade Monarch. He's also at the Spirit Monarch realm. When did the battle power of the spirit monarch realm become so strong? 1,000-meter greatsword. Who can catch it? Quickly look. This soul, you couldn't have been scared, silly. Why is he standing still? No. He is locked by that majestic saber intent and is unable to dodge the attack. It's over. This Shi Shui is going to take this blade hard. He's going to lose. The blade monarch is actually as terrifying as this. Ending the battle with a single slash? No wonder Stopper doesn't dare to show his face. Gu Linger, who was next to Taoist Green Emblem, opened her mouth wide and murmured, Spirit Monarch Realm? I can't believe that you have such strong fighting power. No way. Stopper, you're so handsome. I was hoping that you would win. You won't be killed in a second by a single slash, right? This crow's mouth of mine. It's really coming true. Shuibaman was happy and laughed out in excitement. And when she saw Gu Linger bulging her mouth and glaring over, she immediately covered her mouth. But this smile became more and more unaware of restraint. Zhou Xingchen was ecstatic. Seeing that Stopwater was trusting and not flashing, he was confident that this blade could seriously injure Stopwater. Tansitha said, What a Zhou Xingchen! What a blade monarch! After entering the Lin Yuan mysterious realm for a trip, he's actually gotten so much stronger. The power of this blade, I couldn't do it at the same time. Bonfei Yang was not that serious and said lightly, It's true that he's improved a lot. He's barely watchable, but compared to my disciple, he's still a long way off. Daring to store power for so long, my disciple would have already slapped him to death dozens of times. It's still his turn to pretend to be here. Flashy and messy. Taoist Green Emblem laughed softly and said, Pithy, flashy but not practical, coupled with a lack of aura. If not relying on a deep foundation, I'm afraid that the cohesive blade intent Dharma body will collapse. Although I have comprehended the blade spectrum recipe, I have not studied it thoroughly, and I have only learned the skin of it, but the power is still okay, and there are only a handful of people in the same rank who can block it. Here it comes. As he spoke, the blade finished storing up its strength, slicing through the sky and forcefully splitting the sky, as if the giant spirit god was wielding a long sword to cut down everything. Zhou Xingchen roared with excitement. What are you comparing to me? Let me build up my power and succeed. Even if it's an imperial-ranked magic weapon, I'm going to disintegrate it. The 1,000-foot-long sword slashed down with force, carrying a thunderous momentum as it hacked at Solyu. Solyu did not dodge. His arms folded and blocked horizontally above his head, his own chi rising and converging on his arms to form a half-arc spirit shield, ready to resist with his physical body. Gu Linger was surprised. Is he crazy enough to take it with his bare hands? Subaman scoffed. He, silly boy. There's no use in being handsome. Just cut it off with a knife and forget about it. Save Linger from thinking about looking at you. Stopper is too big for him. He's going to suffer. Boom, boom. The big knife cut on Solyu's arms, but it made a dingo friction sound, as if a blunt knife chopped on top of a stubborn stone. Only force without damage. The powerful and unparalleled force was blocked by Solyu and scattered in all directions, blowing up the Lin Yuan River behind him. The remaining energy poured into the Lin Yuan River, force splitting 1,000 feet deep, and the water of the Lin Yuan River was split by a slash, appearing as a deep ditch. The passenger ship exploded around it, flying up 100 feet of waves and water curtains, like a towering wall of water, drowning the passenger ship. A curtain of water fell, drenching the passenger boats, and many of those who couldn't avoid it were drenched through and through by the river. When the curtain of water that was waiting dissipated, everyone looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. How is that possible? He's actually unharmed? This actually blocked it completely, and managed to take a few steps back. This stopping water is actually so perverted? No wonder he dared to stand up to Jun Macho and Li Changsheng and the others. This attack, even if Jun Macho himself were to arrive, he wouldn't be able to do it to such an extent. Just what height has he reached? Gu Linger's beautiful eyes gardened open and her mouth pursed in a smile. Wow, that's awesome. Such a strong attack. He actually blocked it with his arm. That's too cool. Subaman sniffed, disgruntled. Linger, you're too easily fooled. Where is it handsome? It's clearly not. That long blade just looks strong, but it's actually weak as hell. I can block it and block it even more handsomely than him. Gu Linger glared at him angrily. So annoying. What are you blocking? Blocking your eyes? Can't you be cut if you can't see? You're a child. Subaman pouted and said, Linger, be nice to me, will you? Don't be like this all the time. Gu Linger skimmed her lips and said, then please grow up, okay? Don't be so childish. You're going to butt in on everything I say. Chi, Tansitha murmured, wide-eyed. This guy, how did he become so strong? What exactly is in there? Did it change qualitatively after one trip inside? Bonfei Yang's expression became slightly more serious, then relaxed again. It's still my disciple who is powerful enough not to be stupid enough to take such a hard hit and just slap him to death. Taoist Master Chung Hui nodded with a smile and said, "This little guy, in just a short period of time has actually changed so much. Not only has he advanced, even his roots are more solid, and his body strength has reached a new height. TSK, I really didn't look at it wrong." Sol Yu lowered his arm, and if you looked closely, his arm was trembling. He had indeed been careless. The power of that blade could never be underestimated. If he hadn't gone through the devil's special training and took this blade hard, he was afraid that his arm would be shattered. Chapter 82, Stop the Attack. Sol Wu needs to. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xingchen was incredulous, red-eyed, and roared furiously. "Catch? How is that possible? How? Impossible. You lost. You said that as long as I force out your imperial weapon, it will be considered that you lost. You used your imperial weapon to resist. You lost, ha ha ha." Sol Yu skewered and mocked. "Are you blind? When did I use an imperial weapon to resist? If I had used an imperial weapon, with the intensity of the attack just now, the recoil force would have cut yourself. I'm afraid, if you can't afford to lose, don't scream." Zhou Xingchen didn't believe it and roared. "Impossible. I used a move from the 6th grade high-grade blade recipe, so strong that it split the Lin Yuan River into a vacuum. If you didn't use an imperial weapon to resist it, how could you not be hurt at all? You're lying. You lost. You lost." Sol Yu was speechless to the core and grunted. "Do you know nothing about your own power? Or have you drifted after getting the blade score? You can't even figure this out. And you still have the nerve to fight me. Go stay wherever you want. I'm too lazy to beat with you." Taoist Master Chung Hui said aloud. "Young man, arrogance is a good thing, but to look down on your opponent is your own greatest ignorance. I can testify that Stopping Water did not use an imperial artifact for defense, and purely used his spiritual power and physical body strength to harden against your strike." Zhou Xingchen froze for a moment and murmured, "It can't be. How can it be? How can this be?" Sol Yu gratefully glanced at Taoist Green Emblem, who nodded his head. "Blade Monarch, is that all you've got? If that's all, you're really too wasted. I'm the one who overestimated you." Zhou Xingchen went mad and shouted angrily, "Stop the water. Don't get cocky. This is just a warm-up. Next I'll let you know by what I'm called the Blade Monarch." After saying that, Zhou Xingchen flew up, and with the golden silk great ring blade raised high, he forcefully slashed out 3 strong blade awnings at an extremely fast speed. Sol Yu still didn't dodge. This time he didn't receive it hard. Instead, he built up his strength and slammed his fist into the blade awnings. Instantly swung out 3 punches, solidly smashed on the blade awnings. Continuous click sound. The blade awnings should be cracked. Disappeared. This is not over. The subsequent attacks come one after another, continuously attacking. Sol Yu's only passive defense, from the beginning to the end, did not attack. Why isn't Stopper attacking and only defending? Yes, there have been several times when after defense, Zhou Xingchen has already revealed a crack. Why didn't he seize the moment to defeat the enemy with a single move, but instead gave him the opportunity to attack? Gu Linger was also puzzled. Even she could see that Stopper could use the opportunity to defeat the Blade Monarch, so why didn't he make a move? Could it be that he hadn't grasped the timing well? Taoist Green Emblem nodded with some appreciation. The Blade Monarch's blade technique is not yet pure and full of loopholes. Sol Yu can see that. Feeding him moves and letting him hone his stances, while also having the intention of refining his own body. I think the most important reason for this little guy is that he's afraid that he wants to defeat the Blade Monarch at his peak state and not give him a chance to turn over. As expected, it was Taoist Green Emblem, who saw through Sol Yu's intentions with a single glance. After the two of them had entangled for 100 or so moves, the Blade Monarch's blade technique was becoming more and more skillful, and the coherent coordination between the moves was becoming more and more silky, and the means of attack was no longer raw. Obviously, he also discovered this problem, and was even more shocked in his heart. Separated from the sparring once more, Sol Yu stood in place and said, "It's almost time. The current Yuan is at its best. Earlier I never attacked. This time, take my move and try it." The Blade Monarch sniffed and took up a stance with a serious expression, gripping the blade tightly with both hands as he stared intently at Sol Yu. After saying that, Sol Yu's arms were facing downwards, his 2 hands in a 5-clawed bending position, and spiritual energy surged within his palms. Ho! With a dragon's roar and tiger's roar, waves surged and danced in the Ling Yuan River. 2 scaly dragons condensed from the river water suddenly broke through the water. The body was thick and incomparable. The length of the leap out of the water was close to 100 feet, but the tail was still submerged in the water. The 2 auger dragons held their heads high, their transparent-like postures hovering behind Sol Yu, their large dragon heads radiating endless anger, and disdainful implications actually appearing in their eyes. It was as if the meaning was saying, "How dare you anger them? You'll liquidate them later." Seeing this scene and feeling that powerful pressure, Zhou Xingchen's hand gripping the hilt of the blade unconsciously tightened even more, devoting himself to it with his whole heart and soul, his forehead already sweating, and his footsteps even more determined. Dragon! Water dragon! Stopper actually summoned a water dragon? No! This is a battle technique. The river water condenses and illuminates. The power is strong and unparalleled. From a long distance away, I can already feel the bone-chilling coldness. What a huge auger! Standing in front of it, we are just too small. This stopping water, is it really only at the spirit monarch realm? Gu Linger cheered excitedly. Wow! What a beautiful water dragon! Beautiful! It can fly. Hey, can I ride on it? Subaman bristled. What kind of broken dragon? So ugly. I will also condense this kind of water dragon. It's even more handsome than his. Linger, do you want to see it? Gu Linger was speechless. Humph. You're such a nuisance. You have to come up with a line that you'll do the same with everything I say. If you're capable, you'll turn into a dragon and I'll see. Annoying as hell. Instead of getting angry, Subaman's eyes lit up and said, You really like dragons, ah? Will you be happy if I turn into a dragon? He. I'll go back and look for my big brother. He must have a way to turn into a dragon there. When I learn it, I'll change it for you to see, ha. Tan Shisha had an odd expression on his face, glancing at Gu Linger and then at the water wave sect, sighing and shaking his head, secretly casting aspersions. This is the most dedicated licking dog I've ever seen. And damn if you're going to turn into a dragon. If she likes, do you have to turn into a big pile of it? Bon Fei Yang's expression became serious and said, What a strong control. This is the strength of spiritual power, and breath control has reached a very high level to be able to condense such a strong water dragon to fight. This kid is very good indeed. But, it's still my disciple who's the strongest. This kind of water dragon, he can condense 10 of them without any repetition. He can't with this one. Taoist Master Qing Hui was speechless and said, You old thing. Over and over just one sentence. Your disciple is strong. The old rote I am tired of hearing. Change the word, okay. Solyu's palm rushed to the sky and his arm, which was bent into a claw shape, was about to slam down and point at the blade monarch. At this moment, the water dragons, their intensity and battle power was at its highest state. Zhou Xingchen could feel the pressure from above. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead like water. He was very nervous, and could feel it. He couldn't catch those 2 water dragon attacks, and he would be decapitated. Bitter in his heart, although he does not want to admit it, but there is nothing he can do. He lost, very thoroughly. He is still finished in the strongest state. There is no suspense. After swallowing a mouthful of water, he was just about to open his mouth to admit defeat, but unexpectedly, Solyu stopped his attack. Abruptly, the water dragon dissipated and turned into 2 balls of water that smashed into the Linyuan River. Everyone was dumbfounded and unsure. Solyu clenched his buttocks violently and dropped the sentence. Stop the attack. I need to poop. I can't hold it. Then it plunged headlong into the rolling river and disappeared. Only a boatload of people were left behind, messed up in the wind. What is this? ******** Tai? Chapter 83, For you to be your daughter-in-law. Sol US and disappears, leaving the crowd looking at each other in disbelief. The crowd couldn't get enough of it, and at the finest moment, looking to reach the climax, the male lead s the bed and finishes. Such a result is as hard to hold as a fish in the throat. Hiss, those 2 water dragons, can the Blade Monarch catch them? The odds are that it won't work. Didn't you guys just notice that Blade Kuen's body was trembling when he faced the water dragon? The Blade Monarch is so powerful that he can't even catch a single move from him? How strong is he? Gu Linger pouted and muttered. What's with this guy? Just run away? Shouldn't he be beaten to death? Rather, the position of entering the water is quite handsome. Next time I'll ask him to teach me. When Subaman heard this, he immediately stepped forward and patted his chest. That pose is not good. Look at me. I can dive too. Much more handsome than him. Stay where you are. Annoying. Bon Fei Yang's face changed, took out a greasy chicken leg, just tasted the mouth, and then stopped. Suddenly this chicken leg did not smell good. It's still my disciple who is the strongest, and his attack on the Blade Monarch can't catch it. The diving pose is the same. It's still my disciple who is the strongest. Tan Shisha's eyes flickered as he silently memorized the scene, and had to report it up truthfully. Taoist Green Emblem nodded with a smile. It's better to settle the wrongs than to end the wrongs, and to be forgiving. This kid, I'm liking more and more. Blade Monarch Zhou Xingchen stood with his blade retracted, his gaze complexly looking toward Sol Yu's position to memorize this scene. Regarding the fact that Sol Yu was merciful, he knew it by heart and murmured, Bastard! The acting is still as clumsy as ever. I accept the favor. I don't like to owe favors. The jungle is a long way away. I'll report it again when I have the chance. Let's go. Practicing knives to return the favor. With a few flashes, Zhou Xingchen left the passenger boat and disappeared into the Lin Yuan River. After Zhou Xingchen left, the water became calm, but at a certain moment, it suddenly exploded, and a figure catapulted out and landed on the deck. Sol Yu looked around and shouted, "Hey, what's this? You're running away without finishing the fight? Slipping away with the effort of taking a? Don't ask me to fight next time." At that moment, a figure walked in conjunction. Sol Yu hurriedly owed his body for this Taoist master. In his past life and present life he admired him. He didn't dare to make a mistake and respectfully said, "Greetings to Taoist Master Cheng Hui. I heard that Taoist Master cares for the latecomers and often misses them. The latecomers are grateful." Taoist Master Cheng Hui smilingly waved his hand and said, "Good, just come out safely. There is no need to be so polite. Yu Dal is not a person who is stuck in rituals. The old road also does not like these red tape. Feel free to be good." He looked to Moses, who was drinking wine, and stroked his beard with a big smile. "Taoists are blessed. Now that you've escaped from your predicament like a dragon entering the sea, you're bound to soar to the heavens in the future with an unlimited future." Moses skimmed his mouth and took a bite of the dish before looking at Taoist green emblem, and with just a glance, it shuddered, revealing a look of unbelievable shock, as if it had seen a ghost. You, how are you still alive? What a living hell." Taoist green emblem smiled and said with a nod, "Not bad, with you beside him to protect him, for the time being, you can handle it. Guard him for 10 years, and when the 10 years are up, come and find me, and I'll send you a piece of creation." When Moses heard this, he gave Sol Yu a complicated look and then looked at Taoist green emblem, before nodding his head after a long time. "Okay, listen to you. I'll take your word for it." Sol Yu wondered, the sublime beast was familiar with Taoist master Qing Hui? And what exactly is the origin of this Qing Hui Taoist master? Actually let Moses willingly agree with just one sentence, knowing that he had talked to Moses for a long time about his conditions, which only made him reluctantly agree to guard himself for 2 years. With a single word from Taoist green emblem, he came for 10 years. Sol Yu was unsure and became even more curious about Taoist green emblem's identity. Taoist master Qing Hui ignored Sol Yu's curiosity and pointed to the scruffy old man next to him and introduced him. "Bon Xian sect master, Bon Fei Yang." Sol Yu froze for a moment, his brain dangling, and he said offhandedly, "This is the Bon Xian sect master? It's a bit too shabby." Bon Fei Yang's face was unsightly, and his tone was unkind. "Kid, what did you say? You're the first person who dared to say I'm ugly. What? Winning a Blade Monarch makes you float? You're still a bit young. Old man, I can pinch you to death with a single finger." Gu Linger stretched out a finger and gestured twice in curiosity. "Grandpa Dirt, how do you pinch someone to death with one finger?" "I can't do it. Grandpa Dirt, teach me." Bon Fei Yang looked at her and froze. Furious, "You girl, can't you shut up? Can't you see I'm teaching this little who doesn't respect the old and love the young? What are you interrupting? A finger how to pinch people to death. I also do not how to teach you." Gu Linger deflated her mouth and mumbled as her eyes rolled back in her head. "Grandpa Dirt is mean to me. I'm scared." She looked so pitiful and pathetic that it caught people off guard and broke their hearts. Subaman jumped out, crossed her arms, and pointed at Bon Fei Yang, cursing, "Tai, you old undead, who are you threatening? If you make her cry, I'll exterminate your whole family. Old thing, kicking my ass again." Mizuboman took to the sky and flew to the shore. Taoist Master Qing Hui snorted coldly. "You old dog, eat dynamite you." Scared her. "Can't take a holy weapon to make amends. Throw you to feed the dog." Bon Fei Yang also realized that he had lost his temper, and then when he heard Taoist green emblem's words, his neck shrank. "Do you think that a holy weapon is a cabbage? You can't move without talking about holy weapons." Showing a smile that was worse than tears, he said, "Little girl, Grandpa Dirt is wrong. Not on purpose. You must not cry for the sake of the handle color Phoenix Spirit Source Sword. Cannot cry You see, Grandpa is so pitiful. To be thrown to feed the dog is not even more pitiful." Line. Gu Linger snorted out a mischievous laugh. "Cluck cluck cluck. Fell for it. I'm not that crybaby from Suikoden." Slightly, Bon Fei Yang's old face couldn't hang on, depressed to the extreme. Being tricked by this little girl was suffocating. Negative out. He sat down next to Moses, grabbed the wine jug, gulped a full jug of wine and burped. Moses doesn't mind. Doesn't mind. Can't beat the problem for now is. Sol Yu looked towards Gu Linger, somewhat curious as to who this pretty little girl was. Water wave gate like a heel. Tan Shisha dare not make a mistake. Bon Fei Yang was fooled by her and had to laugh and coax her. Sulking alone cannot take her. Taoist Master Qing Hui was even more pampered, threatening to throw the Bone Sect Master to the dogs if she cried. What kind of treatment was this? "Little fellow, isn't this little girl pretty? It's the ninth princess of the royal family, Gu Ling. It's really like her name, Gu Ling. The old Taoist is very joyful. As a result, in the next second, Taoist Green Emblem's words left him stunned on the spot. Stop her. How about pledging her to you as your daughter-in-law? As long as you two agree, the old Taoist me can immediately go to the royal family to propose marriage to you. The paperwork bride price all by the old Taoist monk out. To ensure that we'll not lose you this girl, the royal family will also be satisfied. How? Chapter 84, Deduction of 10 points for not showing me a good time. How about leaving it to you as a daughter-in-law? The old Taoist will propose marriage to you, and it's all on me. When these words came out, not only did Sol Yu freeze, Gu Linger froze, even Bon Feiyang and Tan Shisha froze. Moses didn't hold back the drink he had just taken and spat it out. Bon Feiyang was the first to return to his senses, jumping to his feet and cursing. I told you that this old thing is bad. No wonder you are so generous in the first meeting. You are waiting for me here, right? You old undead. You haven't even taken on an apprentice yet, and you've already identified a young daughter-in-law for this bastard boy. Using an imperial-grade spirit protection talisman, you hooked up half of Laozi's imperial weapon. You damn good calculator. When you accept this asshole kid of Stopwater as your disciple and marry this little girl, everything will become yours. Counting old man. With you no end. Little girl heard it. This old thing wilted bad. You cannot marry his disciple. Return that color phoenix spirit source sword to me. Obedient. We will not be fooled by him. Not cheap these two bastards. Taoist Master Cheng Hui looked towards Bon Fei Yang with a look of gratitude in his eyes. This old thing don't look unkempt, but is a person elite. In a few words will be a few people are rounded in. The green emblem of the Roadmaster wants to accept the disciple of the matter to the soul of the you listen to. It was good for Sol Yu to know how good Taoist Green Emblem had been to him, going so far as to give away heavy treasures in order to take him on as a disciple, and also punking his old friend by giving away an imperial artifact. The matter of accepting the apprentice has not even been a sketch, has already found a good daughter-in-law for him. Such a worrying and responsible master. Can't find the second one by the light of the lantern. This matter is not possible for Taoist Green Emblem to say explicitly, by him to say it out, but rather unattractive. There is a kind of willfully pleasing moral abduction component. Now that Bon Fei Yang had even expressed it with a curse, it could not help but make the heart grow fonder. Gu Linger pouted and quit, firmly holding onto her spatial ring. You're a bad old man who's so bad. How can you go back and ask for it when you've obviously given it to me? Don't give it. Don't give it. Don't give it. Don't give it. It's mine, so I won't give it to you. Bon Fei Yang said unforgivingly. That can't. Earlier I don't know this old undead to play this kind of calculation. You don't give her disciple as a daughter-in-law. This thing of course can ask for it back. Give it back to me? The old man to refind you a family of good things. Not worse than this sword. No, if I can't give it to you, I won't. It's mine. What yours? That was given to you by me. I'm not giving it away now. Unless you marry that asshole kid. Then I'll admit it. Or you'll have to give it back to me. Humph. Do not give. Marriage matters. How can it be child's play? I am 18 years old this year. Naturally know what it means to marry. Less think of coaxing me. I don't even know him yet. There are so many strong people chasing him. 3 engagements and 6 gifts are not there. Just 1 sentence to ask me to marry him. Think beautiful. Gu Linger hurriedly hid behind Taoist Green Emblem and poked her head out, spitting out her tongue. Slightly. Just don't give it. Piss you off, bad old man. Bon Fei Yang raised his eyebrows and secretly said, there's a chance. There was no outright refusal, and the rest was out of his hands. Che, if you don't give it, you'd better not marry him, or else the old man I'll really lose a lot of money, and the benefits will all be gained by that old bastard. Sol Yu is not stupid. After experiencing 100 years of scribbling and worldliness in his last life, how could he not know the meaning implied in these words? Taoist Master Cheng Hui, a kindly elder at all times, was also always remembering Sol Yu, for which he was grateful and warm. If one could really have the honor of becoming his disciple, that would not be a bad thing. From what we have learned so far, the strength is profound and unfathomable, and the connections are still wide, so wherever he goes, he will be treated with courtesy. It is a great blessing to have such a person as a master teacher. Taoist Master Cheng Hui smiled and looked at Sol Yu blandly without speaking, but the hope lurking in those eyes made it clear that he was looking forward to it. He also didn't expect that the old man, without any affection and after only meeting him twice, had already planned and done so many great things for him, and was very grateful. However, the humiliation of his previous life was still fresh in his mind, and Zhou Yassi's slap had left him with a deep grudge. Now, detached from the clan and his sisters and masters, he was instead reckless and uninhibited. Having him join another sect so soon, Sol Yu had difficulty accepting it and resisted the master's sect. He wasn't worried about Taoist Master Qing Hui being the same as Zhou Yasi. This old man definitely regarded himself as his own son. It was just that he needed some time to heal the pain of that former wound. The old man's eyes were filled with hope, and Bon Fei Yang also stood in place with complex eyes looking at Solyu, hoping that he would quickly agree. The old Taoist priest had lived for so many long years and had experienced more than a million things, and had never taken on a disciple. He easily fancied stop water, moved to accept the idea of apprenticeship. Perhaps not stop water, how excellent, but the old man does not want to leave regrets. There is a legacy, will have a thought. No longer rootless floating weeds. When Moses saw Solyu freeze, he couldn't wait to rush up and press him to the ground, immediately kowtowing 3 times, while others were unclear. He knew, and before he was imprisoned in the Lin Yuan secret realm, he remembered very clearly how many people wanted to fall under his door. There was no lack of supreme prides from the land of the central state. The old man politely refused. He was anxious to death. Doesn't this asshole have a time to days? Missing out on this worship. The loss was by no means less than taking control of the Lin Yuan secret realm. Taoist leader Qing Hui could see that Solyu was in a difficult situation and said with a smile, "There is no harm. It is the old man who is in a hurry. Don't take it to heart. Follow your heart and everything is the way. Don't force yourself because of anything." Solyu could see the flash of disappointing silence in the old Taoist priest's eyes and couldn't bear it. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he sensed a movement. In mid-air, a young man who flapped his wings to forestall the air, wrapped his arms around him, his hair blood red, and looked at Solyu indifferently. "Your stopper." Solyu was helpless, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back. Looking at the man without answering, he didn't like the stance of looking up, much less having someone looking down on him and conversing with him. He couldn't get airborne now, but he didn't want to be looked down upon. As soon as he reached out, the river churned and a 10,000-foot column of water rushed out to sea, and the mountains shouted. The column of water swirled as if it were a storm, extending to Solyu's feet and slowly lifting him up, standing against the wind, with his hands behind his back, like the Dragon King out of the water. The 4 seas welcomed the general magnificence. It was only after it rose into midair and was level with him that the column of water stopped curling. However, it manifested a clear water throne in the air, with a noble aura. As Solyu sat down, the Qing Shui throne began to freeze, and within a few breaths it formed the icy cold throne, glistening, like a king of ice, high in the air, looking down on his people. On the Lin Yuan River, a thick pillar of ice extended to the bottom of the river, supporting an ice king standing proudly in the sky. Solyu crossed his legs, leaning on the armrest, one arm resting on his cheeks, and asked in a lazy and cool manner, "I'm Stopper. Who are you?" Gu Linger murmured as her eyes sparkled. "That's more than loaded. I give it 90 points. What? Only 90 points for this kind of pushiness? Where did the other 10 points go? 10 points deducted for him not leaving me to pretend." Chapter 85, Lowly Race? I'm Jun Macho. Jun Macho stood proudly in the air, his brows knitted together. He was very proud and would not allow anyone to be his equal. Between the swings of his wings, his figure drew up a notch higher, to press Solyu. Solyu was not accustomed to him, and when he saw him flying some distance higher, he also commanded the ice crystal throne to pull up and confront him. "If you want to play such a boring trick, forgive me. By the way, your name is Jun Macho. I see that you are quite sad. Your hair has turned into a blood color. I have a hair care elixir here. Would you like to have 2? This person was not easy to get along with, and he had already inquired from the others that the Flower Rain building was also a mortal enemy, so there was no need to be polite with him. Gu Linger below couldn't help but be amused by Solyu, but laughed out loud. Giggle. This stop water is really a bad thing. People's hair is due to their gongfu. Where is the redness of worry? This can also be used to make fun of. The water wave gate had long since flown back, not daring to approach Bon Fei Yang's heels for fear of flying up again. Stinky fart. This throne is so ugly. It's not as good as my family's dog kennel. Linger, I can also create this kind of icicle throne. Do you want to sit on it and try? Gu Linger looked at him, her eyes flowing, clearly intent. Really? Get one that's going to be taller and bigger than his. Mizuhaman returned out of habit. Really? Do you really want me to get one? Yeah. Is there a problem? I think it's cool to sit on that. I'll go back to my big brother. I'm sure he knows how to. Let him teach me, and I'll get it for you when I've learned. Gu Linger said angrily. Subaman, don't you dare trick me. Grandpa Dirt. He bullied me. Oh, okay, go you. You old thing. Making me fly again. Poor Subaman. So easy to get back to the ship, and within 3 minutes, flying away again. Jun Macho, an intimidating name. Selected by the Flower Thousand Valley at the age of 10. He swept through his fellow disciples at the age of 13, was promoted to Flower Thousand Valley's Saint Son at the age of 15, and at 18, he broke the taboo of fighting at the overstep level, tearing apart a spirit monarch realm magical beast with his bare hands. At the age of 21, he was promoted to the spirit monarch realm, invincible at the same rank in this realm, and reached the spirit king realm at the age of 25, one of the fastest upgrading speeds. Don't forget that he once briefly fought with Shui and Tian and did not lose within 10 moves and retreated in one piece. This battle record is one of the few. He is conceited and proud. He has the strength and backbone. Stop the water realm is too low. Now he is facing each other, but he doesn't want to lose his momentum. But this will enrage Jun Macho. Still young, too impatient, newborn strong man and do not know how to retreat. Stop the water this time. I guess to be planted. Jun Macho's face was ugly and his voice was as cold as the depths of hell. Kill Yang Xiao. I thought you would run away, but you dare to fight with someone here. Are you begging for death? Sol Yu said disdainfully. Yang Xiao sought his own death and provoked a 6th-ranked demonic beast. I was just giving him a ride. How could someone like you care about the death or life of a Yang Xiao? I'm afraid that you have gotten the news that I have an imperial artifact and are pretending to use this reason to snatch it. Jun Macho did not answer positively and said in a chilling voice. Yang Xiao is my man. Everyone knows that. Beating a dog and bullying his master. If you killed him, you are not putting me in your eyes. I am very upset. Sol Yu said leisurely. So what? I'm happy that you're upset. And I think I'll do more if it makes you more upset. Jun Macho revealed a cruel smile. It seems that you know some information about me. And ever since I came down from the mountain, you have known that you are undefeatable, and have prepared yourself for death, which is why you are 100 times more uninhibited, and are not willing to show any weakness in the battle of words. The way you conversed with me and your attitude were disgusting. And that's when I wanted to behead you. You're still making fun of me with my taboos. You'll just have to go to hell. You're not wrong about one thing. I don't care about Yang Zhao's death or life. That imperial ranked artifact is my goal. You, a person of a lowly race, don't deserve to have that kind of divine object. Sol Yu snorted. Subdued. Are all the people of the Flower Thousand Valley this ignorant and arrogant, knowing that they are unbeatable and willing to die? My friend, you think too highly of you. You don't have the ability yet. The attitude and manner in which I speak is not just for you alone, but for everyone in the Flower Thousand Valley. Even if Hua Yulo arrives in person, I will not be polite to him. There is no solution to the world's hatred. From the very beginning I knew that only one of the two of us could survive. As for who it is, that can only be known after the battle. Ha ha ha. Speaking of races, if I'm a lowly race, then you're not even a human being. You don't even possess the qualifications to stand in front of me. Jun Macho laughed maniacally with tears in her eyes, as if she had heard the funniest words. The people below were puzzled, not understanding what Jun Macho was laughing at. Taoist Green Emblem said, the Jun surname? It doesn't belong to this continent in the northwest. In that place where strong people are like forests and zone levels are like dogs. It's a powerful race whose ancestor once appeared at the Emperor realm. It is a giant on one side, powerful beyond compare, strong as a forest, zone level as a dog? Are you kidding? The land of the Middle Kingdom is not something we can understand by being isolated in the northwest. Then why did Stopping Water say that when it comes to race, Jun Macho is not qualified to speak with him? Could it be that he also comes from that central state land? How can that be? Stop Water, Stop Water. Ever heard of the last name Stop? Who's okay with that last name? Gu Linger skimmed her lips and said, asterisk 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 his name is Stopper. He didn't say his last name is Stopper. He's even dumber than Subaman. Hearing this, Tansisha frowned and chortled. A girl's family? Where did she learn these filthy words? Be careful to tell your father. Gu Linger sniffed and spat out her tongue. No longer speaking. Sol Yu just looked at him and laughed, contempt in his eyes. If he could, he really wanted to use the soul jade and display his bloodline pressure. Just not now. Crisis situation. Surrounded by wolves. If the explosion of the soul surname, not only can not deter those offended thoroughly sects, maybe crazy liquidation. Of course, Qing Hui Taoist master certainly knows the strength of the surname soul, but he cannot guarantee. After discussing some secrets with Moses, the sleeping soul body in Xiaohan's body might be about to awaken, and if he knew about it, he would definitely snatch the chaotic green lotus regardless of the consequences. After all, this secret, Xiaohan knew ding dong, and before coming to the Sand Emperor city, he was still searching for Sol Yu's trace, wanting to snatch the green lotus stone table. You trash! You don't even know the power of the Jun name. And you dare to insult my family name. When I defeat you in battle, I will peel your skin off and hang you to roast and refine for 1,000 years on the hellfire. Sol Yu said disdainfully, you're just a cheap bastard. What can you do if I say so? don't think that the Jun name is great, but you're just a clown. Jun Macho was truly furious. Furious, her eyes blazing and her red hair standing on end. The king's name was his faith, and no one could dishonor it. No one. If there is, die. Chapter 86, Seeing Flower Rain House? Solyu almost exposed. Jun Macho couldn't hold back. This dog was too capable of pretending, saying one retort and daring to insult his family name. He was going to strike. Gu Linger was bursting with excitement when she saw Jun Macho make a move. Look, 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 is there going to be a fight? At some point, Suikoden returned, this time learning the hard way to stay away. Seeing Bone Fei Yang looking over with ill intent, he hurriedly covered his butt. Tai, old man, I haven't said anything yet. No kicking me. He was accompanied by strong people, but against an existence of Bone Fei Yang's level, he was still somewhat inadequate. Most of all, Bone Fei Yang didn't hurt Waterwave Sect a bit. Every time he was kicked off, he came back intact, and he didn't have to argue with anyone, so he turned a blind eye. Bone Fei Yang hemmed and hawed. Watch the show properly. No interrupting. You stole my lines. What am I saying? My disciple is the best. He can make icicles too. 10,000 times better than this. Stopper can't, and neither can you. Subaman covered his mouth with one hand and his ass with the other in a comical manner. Jun Macho is going to make a move. Are we going to start fighting now? Stopping the water has annoyed Jun Macho. This is a preparation to kill him on the spot, not giving him room to escape. Hiss, it's too unwise. Stop water, go back and prepare properly. Maybe he can pass 2 more moves in Jun Macho's hands and not lose so fast. Maybe, as long as he can survive 10 moves. I respect him as a man. 10 moves? It's too high to look at him. Those were all tricks earlier. They're not worth mentioning. 5 moves is already the limit, I'm afraid. Jun Macho summoned a long spear in his hand, flames rising from the spear. Just this weapon could be intimidating. Pointing diagonally at Solyu, he said in a cold voice, take out your strongest weapon, or you can use that imperial weapon. I'll give you a chance. Solyu rose slowly and without fear. The eyes were firm and battle-hardened. Before the profound mystery realm, he might not be an opponent and would be finished. After the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, not only did the realm sublimate, but there was also a qualitative leap in all aspects of the body's strength, which was not comparable to before. The true determination of the word fighting doubled his battle power. Even if he, Jun Macho, was in the Spirit King realm, he would not be afraid in the slightest, and he could fight if he wanted to. The battle was imminent, and everyone held their breath in anticipation of this moment of collision. However, at that moment, Taoist Green Emblem stepped into the air and came between the two. Among the young generation, there is no need to talk about Shuyunshin, and there are only a few that can enter my eyes, and you two are counted in. Young and hot-blooded, each leading the way. This is something that the old road is happy to see. Watching you guys fight, the old road also feels hot-blooded, and the heart that has been silent for a long time is also a little agitated. The two of you are also considered to be the best among this generation, and such an intense collision cannot be rushed, otherwise it will be too boring. Jun Macho frowned with some impatience. He did not feel like looking forward to a fight of this level with Stopper. Solyu didn't say anything. No matter what, he listened to Taoist Green Emblem's arrangements. However, at that moment, a little ripple rose in the space, and a figure slowly solidified from illusion. Taoist Green Emblem, what are you trying to say? Is it hard to protect the shortcomings? Taoist Master Chung Hui smiled and shook his head. A peak duel between two juniors shouldn't be so rushed and cold. 3 days from now, right here, the old Taoist will personally preside over it, and widely invite all the great clans of Gakchuan to come here and witness this battle for the ages together. Huayu Lu frowned and said, is that necessary? Taoist Master Chung Hui sniffed. Smiling, he said, I think it's necessary. Both juniors are very outstanding. No matter what the reason is to have fought a battle, it deserves to go down in history. Jun Macho is powerful. What's wrong with taking this opportunity to reveal your Hua Qian Gu's prestige to the world? Ji Shui's realm is low, but many times battle power cannot be measured by the height of the realm. You think this battle will end quickly with Ji Shui losing? I can clearly tell you that you are overthinking it. Hua Yulo was non-committal and wrinkled his eyebrows. Since you are so confident in him, then as you wish. I hope he can last a few more rounds under worryless. Only, I don't understand where you guys get such confidence, but there's a condition. He loses in hands over that imperial-ranked magic weapon. Without waiting for Dao Master Ching Hui to speak, Solyu clenched his fists and said in a cold voice, what about when he loses? Ha 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 ha, I'll lose? Are you kidding me? Defeating me in a dream? Hua Yulo also laughed out loud, not placing Solyu in his eyes in the slightest. At this time, Taoist Green Emblem noticed that Solyu's state was a little bit not quite right. His body trembled. His veins stood out, his eyes were bloodshot, and he even vaguely diffused killing intent. Taoist leader Chung Hui did not move, patted Sol Yu's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Stop water. Did you ever hear that the Flower Valley Lord is going to use your imperial weapon as a bet? So what do you want?" Sol Yu had an inner jolt and came back to his senses, a little shocked, cursing himself for being too impulsive, unconsciously actually moving to kill Hua Yulu. If it wasn't for Taoist Green Emblem's rescue, he was afraid that he would have been killed the moment he was sensed. Only, seeing this face that looked exactly like the one from 10 years ago, Sol Yu couldn't contain that scene from surfacing. He stood in midair and in front of everyone in the Tianshan sect. He slapped his dantian through the air, causing himself to be reduced to a waste from then on. And if he hadn't been reborn, he would have already died. The scene that had caused him despair and fear, even after such a long time, still left him helpless, indignant, and hateful. He lowered his head and quickly adjusted himself, not wanting him to notice, trying not to let myself think about it. But the more I did, the more that scene flashed through my mind like madness, uncontrollable. A weak aura entered Sol Yu's body, and the aura rushed straight to his mind, as if it were a piece of cool, icy water pouring over him, and gusts of Taoist sound rose up, celebrating in his divine soul, finally restoring his clarity and calming him down. A stream of warmth into the heart, refreshing, warm body. This is how long have not felt the care, worry? Sol Yu looked towards Taoist Green Emblem and nodded slightly in greeting. That's what answered. Kid's cognition is shallow. I don't know what Lord Flower Valley or Jun Macho has that is worth claiming for me. It's up to the Taoist master to make the decision. Taoist master Ching Hui was quite satisfied, nodding his head and saying, "Rootless water from the Valley of Flowers. 100 drops." The maniacally laughing Hua Yulo was stunned, violently closing his voice, staring dead at Taoist leader Chung Hui. The eyes were horrifying. Icy coldness was permeating. Taoist Green Emblem remained calm and smiled at him, not stepping back. 50 drops, at most. My Flower Thousand Valleys rootless spring only produces 200 drops a year. You want half of it gone at once. What about my clan's disciples? Taoist Green Emblem smiled, still saying, 100 drops, not a drop less. Hua Yulo frowned, his face sinking. Chapter 87, Taoist Master Chung Hui's Power. Sol Yu's tears. 60 drops. It can't be more. Your imperial artifact is worth 60 drops of rootless water to me at the top, Hua Yulo said in a deep voice, gritting his teeth. Taoist Green Emblem, still smiling, said, "Why should the Flower Valley Master be petty? A little bit of rootless water is just that. It can't hurt your Flower Thousand Valleys fundamentals." Just now, Lord Flower Valley and Jun are very confident that they can finish off Stop Water within a few moves. So since the chances of winning are so high, what difference does it make if the stakes are even higher? Winning to go is just that. Hua Yulu coldly grunted. Winning is inevitable. But how do I know what tricks you'll pull? The importance of rootless water to Hua Qiangu is unrivaled. And at any time, there's no way I'm going to gamble with it. And today is already an exception. Taoist Green Emblem smiled and held out a finger. 100 drops, not a drop less. Hua Yulo was furious. The aura on his body was climbing, no longer wanting to endure. 70 drops, not a drop more. Don't give an inch. I'm doing it for your sake. Otherwise, not even a single drop would be possible. Mo Cho is going to fetch it himself now. Can he block it? Taoist Master Ching Hui smiled without saying anything, pulled Sol Yu up, and turned around to leave. Hua Yulo couldn't bear it and roared, forcing my hand. You're looking for death. Boom! A shocking aura surged out from his body, his robes hunting, and his spiritual energy condensed to form a Qilin claw to grab at Sol Yu. What's going on? Lord Flower Valley actually made a move against Stopper. Hiss, Flower Rain Building is really something. What kind of status is Taoist Green Emblem? He actually bullied such an old man. It's really detestable. Gu Linger clenched her fists and swung them at Hua Yulu. Old unashamed. How dare you hit the white-bearded grandpa? If you have the ability to come down and hit the scruffy grandpa. You little girl. You received the gift on the front foot, and then you want to sell me on the back foot. What a little heartless. Too ungrateful. It's still my disciple who is good, sweet and awesome. Vomit. Seeing Bone Flying Sun's dangerous eyes coming over, Subaman immediately covered her butt. I didn't say anything. No kicking me. Sol Yu felt the attack behind him. The powerful force made him powerless to fight against it. In front of this level, he was still too weak. As the attack approached, Taoist Green Emblem did not panic at all and responded calmly. And only when it was about to hit him did he wave his hand in counterpalm against Hua Yulo. The Green Emblem Taoist head did not move, but Hua Yulo stomped backward, crossing 100 feet in the air, and was able to unload the force and stop. Flower Valley Master, you're still so irritable. The old Taoist said back then that if your character doesn't change, you'll be living in your heart's demon in this life and won't be able to take a step forward. Hua Yulo had an expression of having seen a ghost, shocked beyond words, and yelled, "You're obviously only at the Spirit Emperor realm. Why are you so strong? I just broke through the Spirit Sect realm 5 stars some time ago. Why can't I catch a single slap from you?" He was unwilling, not understanding why. The Spirit Sect realm couldn't defeat the dying Spirit Emperor realm. On what grounds? Taoist Green Emblem sighed. Like I said, sometimes realm doesn't necessarily mean battle power. The fuming Huayulo shouted frantically. I don't believe you can protect him all the time. The Imperial artifact in his hand is something more than just me wanting to get. You'd better pray that you can protect him for the rest of his life. Taoist Green Emblem said. The bet has already been stated. You want the Imperial artifact but you don't want to suffer a loss. 100 drops of rootless water. As I said. Huayulu said. Good. 100 drops is 100 drops. I'm afraid that he will have the life to take it but not the life to use it. No one can take away the things of my flower rain house. And when the time comes, I'll even take that Imperial weapon along with it. Taoist Green Emblem nodded and said. Very well, take out 100 drops of rootless water and press me here as a bet. And the same goes for the Imperial weapon of stopping the water. If you can win, you take it all away. If you lose and you still have to make a move to grab it, I won't stay my hand. Huayulu said fiercely. Won't hold back. What are you going to do? Green Emblem Taoist. In this moment the aura of the whole change. Usually that kind and benevolent. To all the gentle and modest old man. This moment as if the sword out of the sheath. The sharpness of the world. I'll kill whoever I fancy who dares to rob hard. Huayulo just wanted to taunt. But in the face of this old man who was no longer smiling, he actually had a lump in his throat and couldn't say anything harsh. Reluctantly, he grunted. Ho, I hope you can protect him. I'm not the only one who wants the Imperial artifact. And you know how many people are staring at you. Taoist Master Cheng Hui's voice was flat, but deafening. Even if all the people in this world come to rob, what's the harm in slaughtering them all together? Solyu stood in place, his eyes red, his heart excited, and his body trembling slightly. He thought that no one in the world would be so protective of him, and that he had never had the chance to feel this kind of warmth, either in his previous life or in this one. This unquestioning favoritism almost made him cry. He didn't think that someone who had been loathed and abandoned by countless people would ever treat him like this again. At this moment, his eyes were moist. You, rootless water, bring it. On the deck, watching his former old friend suddenly become so strong, Bone Fei Young had a complicated look. For so many years, he always traveled alone, marching through the major main cities and continents. Like he was looking for something? Whenever I saw him, he always looked like a kindly, warm, spring-like lonely old man who seldom quarreled or feuded with anyone. It was one of the few times in all the years he'd known the old man that he'd been strong, straight to the world. The person who always puts benevolence, righteousness, morality, family, country and world on his lips, can say that whoever dares to rob, will kill who? That all the people in the world come to rob. What's the harm in slaughtering them all? Hegemony, but also will be his own beliefs that have been believed in for so long collapsed. What kind of determination? What kind of vigor? Who else could it be? He couldn't imagine that it was really necessary to go this far for a stopper, even if he was superior. Was it really worth it? He asked himself that he couldn't do it, even if it was his proudest disciple, the strongest disciple that he hung onto. He also decided that if, after making it this far, Stopper was still obstinate and would not worship under him, he was risking his old friend's anger by bundling him over and kneeling on the ground to kowtow 3 times. Kid, you'd better be more sensible. Don't push me. A bad old man. Gu Linger said enviously. Grandpa Whitebeard is so dominant. How wonderful it would be if I could have a master like that. Bone Fei Young sniffed and teased. This is not simple? When that brat Jishui performs the big kneeling ceremony and worships the door, you will marry him. The daughter-in-law of his disciple, naturally, will be his disciple. Gu Linger cocked her head, thought for a moment, and said, it's an idea to consider. Mizukamon sniffed and became completely enraged, running over and jumping to his feet and shouting, what a master! No consideration allowed. I'll find you a good master. Surely better than that. He's getting old. Maybe he'll hang up one day. No. Most importantly, you are not allowed to marry him. Gu Linger pouted her lips and looked at Bone Fei Young, who immediately understood. Take off. You old bastard. I'll be back. Chapter 88 Drunkenness reveals identity. Tonight's moon was full, the breeze was cold, and the Sand Emperor city was destined to be sleepless. On the Lin Yuan River, the Blade Monarch fought against Stopping Water, and at his peak state, Stopping Water condensed water dragons, and the Blade Monarch fell and fled in haste. Jun Macho appeared with his furious flame divine might and confronted stopping water over the Lin Yuan River, nearly dueling. The flower rain building arrives and is forcefully forced back by Taoist green emblem, and with 100 drops of rootless water and stopping water's imperial artifact as the wager, Jun Macho and stopping water face off against each other at the pinnacle on the Lin Yuan River 3 days later. Taoist Master Qing Hui widely invited the world's heroes to come here to watch the battle. When this news came out, the entire Sand Emperor city was abuzz. The news spread to every corner, even the big yellow at the entrance of the village, wagging its tail to spread the information. The official passenger ships on the Lin Yuan River began to increase their prices almost as soon as the news came out, to an exaggerated point. Staterooms, private rooms, VIP floors, prices have risen more than tenfold, and the decks have all begun to be billed per head, with nothing included in the body rate, and the prices have even caught up with the previous private room rates, which were exaggerated. But even so, within an hour, all the spaces on the boats were swept away, and no reservations could be made. Not only did the major ship merchants advance the acceptance of the ships still being built, they also ran to borrow ships from other places, but they still weren't enough. Small boats, sheepskin valves, and canoes that no one asked for before were actually rented by people at high prices, and the entire city of Zar has reached the point where there are no boats available. In the demonic beast magic pet area, the flying magic beasts that can only fly in the air, just like that dodo mouse, the price instantly rises, and the demand exceeds the supply. By the Lin Yuan River, the originally cool neighborhood exploded overnight, as merchants began to fight over their front lots. Tables, benches, had already been set up, and the liquor stand and everything was complete. A table has gone from seating 4 to now seating 8. A place, a pot of wine, a plate of peanuts. Such a simple set meal. The price tag actually came to 10 spirit stones. In the past, 10 spirit stones can be eaten here beautifully for a day. But now, once it was launched, it was so hot that the people lining up for reservations were on the verge of squeezing into the Lin Yuan River. The city lord's mansion was busy, and Tan Shisha didn't expect that a duel between juniors could actually cause such a huge stir. In the Tsar's city, the constant influx of population not only appeared shortfalls in accommodation and food, even the security and transportation also doubled the pressure. The existing security system is completely inadequate. The only way to pull the army into the city to maintain law and order. Things are still festering and news is still flying. Solyu followed Taoist Green Emblem to the shore and stated that he wanted to be left alone to calm down for a while. And Taoist Green Emblem agreed with a smile and left alone. On top of a towering attic, Solyu was holding a wine pot, and in this state it seemed that he was drunk. Not far from him, Moses lay on his back on the tiles, dogwood in his mouth, already chewing the cud but not spitting it out, glancing at Solyu, who was visibly drunk and dazed, crying for a while and laughing for a while. Moses was unsure. Drawing a sword to cut off water flows even more. Raising a cup to dispel sorrow is even more worrying. Just I don't understand. What are you worrying about? Do you know that old Taoist is? Do you know you picked up a great bargain? Have him as your master. Dreaming can wake up with a smile thing. You are still here on the pretense. Solyu greeted the wind and poured another mouthful of wine, mocking, nice poem. You made it, huh? Moses laughed bitterly. If I could make these 2 verses, why would I still be here? I would have become a saint long ago. Solyu laughed. That's right, you're a demonic beast. It's good enough for you to show off a couple of lines once in a while. If you can really write those 2 lines, I'll immediately kneel down and worship you as my master. After laughing, he added bitterly, worship? I still remember what the scene was like back then when I officially worshipped Joyasi. She loved me so much that she even rode a big horse with me around her neck, giving me her favorite, the gold silk and soft silver sword that no one could touch to play with. She didn't even get mad when I used it to poke for fun. Once, I went up a tree to pull out a bird's egg and was burned in the eye by a sparrow and cried for a long time. She chopped all the flying birds inside and outside the sect clean and roasted them for me to eat. And at that time, I felt like the happiest disciple in the whole world. He took another sharp gulp of wine, his eyes mesmerized and his mind blurred. Moses, for his part, sat up violently, looked at him incredulously, and murmured, what? He used to be Joyasi's disciple? Then how? Solyu rambled to himself. That year the wind and snow. I suddenly continuous fever. A few days down the time is not better. Hot body can steam eggs. Sea life hanging by a thread. She carried me on her back despite the wind and snow to rush. A few days to reach a famous alchemist. Not only do not move an inch to guard me, but also as the following people generally feed me to drink the medicine. Wipe the body. I was thinking at that time, I must grow up to be outstanding, to give her the glory. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Gul'dan. Finishing the last jug, he casually tossed it on the roof. Ha ha ha, false, all false. she doesn't like me, and all she did was just to fight for the position of the patriarch. Senior ancestor Yin said that I have a strong talent and am the future of the Tianxin sect, and that if I can be cultivated, she will pass on the position of sect leader to her. Ha ha ha, that's right, it's because of me that she's sitting on the sect leader's seat. Moses didn't make a sound, frowning, listening quietly, wanting to know more. Some of the things and secrets that were going on with this little guy. Ha 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 ha. Do you know why I almost lost control today? It's him, Hua Yulu, who wasted my dantian from across the room back then, turning me into a complete and utter waste. Zhou Yasi just stood by the side, looking on with cold eyes, not saying a single word to plead for mercy. Ha ha ha, because she's already the patriarch and doesn't need to pretend anymore. He. Zhou Yasi, ha ha ha, Mu Qingqing, ha ha ha. Moses froze, his brow furrowing deeply. So there was such a hidden secret that he had never told. No wonder. He always recited that he and Hua Qiangu were feuding. A great feud that would not end until death, without any room for maneuver. He had actually had his dantian wasted by Hua Yulu? Hiss. He finally understood why he hesitated in the face of someone like Taoist Green Emblem, who was vying to take him as his disciple. It was because Zhou Yasi, who had been hurt too much in his childhood, faced with that desperate situation, he must have resisted and feared the word master. He looked at Solyu with complicated eyes, who had fallen into a deep sleep, as if he had experienced this kind of hunger and cold countless times, and had gotten used to shrinking himself into a ball and hiding in a corner to avoid the wind. Even when you roll over, you make sure you try not to expose yourself to the wind, and the proficiency makes it difficult. Just then, Taoist Green Emblem appeared. He didn't know when he came here. He just looked at the teenager who was curled up in a ball, his eyes filled with heartache. No one is to be told of these words today. You and I will just pretend we don't know. He has his own plans, there's no need to cross him. Chapter 89, If one does not kneel before worshipping the master, there will be regrets in the end. This night, Solyu slept soundly, not knowing what he had dreamed of, and kept a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yo-Yo woke up with a dry mouth and a throat that was smoking, dizzy and very uncomfortable. It's really not good enough to get drunk. Between the aura churning, a stream of alcohol evaporated from his body as if it were steam, discharging from his pores, instantly sobering up much more. Seeing the teacup on the table, he walked over to it and was just about to drink it when he realized that the tea was still hot, like it was freshly brewed. Turning around, he realized that Taoist Green Emblem was here at some point, sitting on a futon and meditating and practicing, seemingly having been here for a long time. Wake up, the tea has a little bit of Bodhi saliva added to it. It can wake up the mind and nourish the soul. Just drink a little bit of it. Taoist Green Emblem laughed, still with a kind smile. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could Solyu believe that such an old man would be overbearing and strong for him? Solwu smiled, warm and affectionate. Is this? At that moment, he felt that his body was obviously different, and under careful sensing he found that the strength of his body had risen by more than one level. Walking has become light, and the cellular activity of the whole body has been stimulated, as if there is infinite power latent in the body, ready to erupt powerfully. If the previous devilish training in the Ling Yuan secret realm, using the fighting technique could double his battle power, now at this level, it directly came to twice the battle power. As the realm increased, the magnitude of each enhancement of the fighting skill changed, and each enhancement would be a qualitative leap that could not be compared to the other. It was only then that I noticed that the clothes had been changed, and there was no smell of alcohol on them, but rather some strange flavors remained, as if they were manna. He was a bit puzzled and looked at Taoist Green Emblem. Taoist Green Emblem smiled and said, when you ascended the heavenly ladder, you found that although your foundation was deep and your spiritual power was strong, your physical strength was much weaker, more like you had been malnourished for many years or had suffered serious injuries that had left behind the roots of your illness. There is no obvious feeling in the midst of an ordinary fight, but when you are truly at the peak of the duel, it will be your greatest weakness. All your skills will not be able to be utilized to their strongest state, and if it is not resolved, over time, it will leave behind Tao injuries, which will become fatal when you are advancing to a higher realm. Returning from the abyssal mystery realm, your body strength has changed. I'm not sure of the cause, but I know the general idea from touching your body. It should be from the high-intensity special training, squeezing your physical strength. Although there is a temporary improvement, it is also the easiest to overlook the root cause. Yesterday you were drunk, just when your body was in a state of ecstasy. It won't hurt so much. The old Taoist took the liberty of using that rootless water to reshuffle your veins and regulate the root of your dantian. Then coat your whole body to stimulate your body's activity. And then in the future, you will find a way to get some spiritual springs and exotic treasures to tone up your body. And your body will be completely cured. and there will be no more scars. A warm current welled up in Solyu's heart. This old man was really too good to himself. That one brief contact had already discovered his own physical defects, and had always kept it in his heart. At the same time, he was also secretly shocked that he didn't even know about it. If he allowed this to go on, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was very fortunate that he had met Taoist Green Emblem. Solyu didn't know what rootless water was and what exactly it did. He only thought that it was a Flower Thousand Valley secret treasure that was very precious. He didn't think that it would have such a role. And even more so, he specifically asked for it just to use it for himself to repair his wounds. It's just that something doesn't seem right. Did you give the rootless water directly to me to use? Taoist leader Qing Hui smiled without saying anything, looking at Solyu's astonished look and kinda enjoying it. Then how will you explain to Flower Rainhouse? In case I lose, what will I take to pay them back? Taoist Green Emblem laughed. Account for what? What's there to account for? Using it is using it. It's good stuff. It's natural to maximize his effect. It's good for your wounds. If you lose in the end, the big deal is that I'll just bring him a new Imperial artifact, and he'll just be happy. Surprised, Solyu said. What? You're going to exchange the Imperial artifact with him? Isn't that a big loss? This Imperial artifact is so valuable. Just taking 100 drops of water in exchange. That's not good. Imperial weapons were not created by simple Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses, but were made from a series of complex things such as secret techniques, materials, runes, and so on, with varying functions, and all under the Saint level were Imperial weapons, so they were very rare. Taoist Green Emblem laughed. The item has been given to you to use, and if you don't want me to give away the Imperial artifact to cover the debt, you will win that Jun Macho. Solyu nodded and said, it's not easy, but I can't lose. Taoist Green Emblem laughed. Don't panic, the Imperial weapon isn't a cabbage. How can it be easily given away? And even more so for the Flower Rainhouse. Do your best. No need to show off. With me here, everything will be fine. Solyu was touched, and straight away, this old man really does not let people be grateful all the time. He picked up his teacup and didn't drink it, but walked straight towards Taoist Green Emblem. All the past hurts, not erased, but only buried deep in the heart. People still need to look forward. The road still needs to go forward. It is impossible to be controlled by those hurts and pains, suppressing not to run to those good. The acquaintance was brief, but in that short time, it had done for him what that master had once been unable to do in his lifetime. Solyu is not clear why he is so good to himself. Only know that, for his sake, even go so far as to change his usual warm and compassionate, threatening to slaughter all the people in the world. How could he bear that such an old man at such an age would be tainted with blood and karma again because of him? Those killings, it's better for him to do them. Maybe he will fall into the boundless hell and turn into a Shura. Solyu came with a cup of tea, ready to perform the ritual of kneeling and serving tea, and what he did the old man was already clear. Qing Hui Daolong always charitable smile. Do not say not ask, just look at the Solyu, full of gratification. But at this moment, a gurgling sound rang out. He felt his stomach turned upside down, as if 1,000 earthworms churning in the body, to the edge of breaking the defense. Putting down his teacup hurriedly, he said, Master, can't hold it in. When it's over the apprentice will come back and perform the ritual of kneeling. After saying that, he couldn't care less about Taoist Green Emblem's reaction and ran away in a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Taoist Green Emblem laughed, full of joy and extremely happy. He didn't care about these false rituals, which were unfortunate but harmless. After drifting for 1,000 years, at this age, the old Taoist actually met this child again, and accepting him as a disciple should be considered the greatest fortune in this life. Although the old Tao doesn't have much of a mantle to pass on, it's always a good idea to leave something good for this disciple. Even if he dies one day, he should have nothing to worry about. The tea trees in those places should be blooming, and the Dragon Palace in the East Sea has quite a few good treasures. Ha 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 ha, let's see what those old boys can compare with me in the future. Chapter 90. Bone Fei Yang is embarrassed and catches Subaman. Boom! Bone Fei Yang barged in early in the morning, winded as if he'd been whisked away by a ghost. As soon as I entered the house, I didn't see Solyu, only Taoist Green Emblem was sipping tea and sipping. Where's that asshole kid? Why isn't he here? Has he kowtowed to you and offered you tea yet? If not, I'm going to get him right now. Taoist Green Emblem laughed. Tea was not served, but I made him tea, and his head was not knocked, but I cleaned his body with rootless water. When Bone Fei Yang heard this, he was directly enraged, and his breath went straight to the sky, toppling the roof of the room. Pissed off old man, is this little belongs to the stone? Stinky and hard. You have been. He actually still indifferent. You accept him as a disciple. That is his 8 lifetimes to repair the blessing. Moreover, You are so old. Can be his ancestor, but also to wipe his body. Reverse the Big Dipper is not. Actually so do not know good and bad. See how I clean up this little. Not to beat him to his own mother do not recognize. I will not surname Bone. Taoist Green Emblem laughed and cursed. You old thing. Who are you scolding? He is a small. I am not an old anymore? My disciple can only be beaten by me. If you dare to beat him, I will beat you. Bone Fei Yan was furious. So he headed out. Not caring. Of course it stopped water that little. I don't open his ass flower. I can spare him. Actually do this to you. Angry me to death. Taoist Green Emblem didn't stop him and looked at the door with a smile. As expected, Bone Fei Yang, who had slammed the door in a windy manner, rushed back in with almost an arrow step. What did you just say? An apprentice? Is it done? Taoist Green Emblem nodded with a smile and said, when he offered me tea and kowtowed. He suddenly had a stomachache and ran off in a puff of smoke to go out of the house, calling out for my master before he left. Only then did Bone Fei Yang sit on his butt on the ground, picked up the teapot and took 2 large gulps, casually pulled up his sleeve and wiped his mouth. This is good, this is good. You this old thing so many years. Finally got the heart of the matter. There is a master apprentice. Is also considered to have a descendant to hang on to. Is no longer a rootless duckweed. That kid I also see out. Although the usual asshole some, but also have feelings and righteousness. The future to serve you before and after. And then with that little girl to give birth to a big fat kid. You this old man will have a home. One day if you die and hang up, there will be someone to collect your corpse and observe your mourning. No. Just that kid why always in the critical juncture scurry dilute. That small body, eat anything all dilute? It can't be on purpose. Taoist Green Emblem shook his head with a smile and cursed. You old immodest man. You've actually thought about your children and grandchildren already, and you're cursing me to die. So maybe one day you'll die before I do. I am not clear about his physical condition for the time being. In addition to, the body is okay, according to reason, embarking on the cultivation of a road. The 5 grains of the wheel of the substance has not appeared. The usual time of cultivation will be these impurities will be excluded from the body, or dissolved. Stop the water is different from normal people. Almost every time it will come suddenly. It must be solved. Later I will ask again to see exactly what the situation is, and think of a way to heal him. Go and take a look. If you've finished solving it, you feed him the moves. This little guy's talent and battle power are good. I see that some of the moves are still not very pure. I think it's the lack of battle experience. Especially the situation of fighting across the ranks is still scarce. Bone Fei Yang sniffed and almost jumped up in excitement. His eyes filled with ill will. Ha 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 ha. The old man is interesting enough ha. Knowing that I've wanted to beat up that kid for a long time, and now giving me such an opportunity. TSK TSK TSK. Don't worry. I'll beat him up so much that he can't take care of himself. The 2 of them went out, just in time to encounter Gu Linger in the water wave gate, followed by a few guards, blindly wandering around with nothing to do. Hey, little girl, I'm going to beat up Stopper. Are you going to watch the fight? Gu Linger was bored. She couldn't really do anything with this idiot Suabayaman. Just listening to him pussyfooting around in her ear was as annoying as a fly. There was nothing to do when I got out. However, as she watched the people of San Emperor City busily preparing for the great competition 2 days later, she was somewhat excited and looking forward to it. Some stores have put on new products, fearing that the goods are not enough to sell in these days. There are many new things, which have not been seen in the palace before. But Mizuno Kato this big fool, a little appreciation of the eyes or not. She likes what he thinks the general. They do not see that he likes. Only think of spending money to buy her buy. She is not short of money. Rare him to buy? So much for not spinning. Such an unemotional person is a real buzzkill. However, when he heard someone shouting, he subconsciously turned around and saw the white-bearded old Taoist and the scruffy old man, and was immediately overjoyed. Hello Grandpa Whitebeard. Hello Grandpa Dirt. Take me with you. Will you? Taoist Master Ching Hui smiled joyfully. Even his drooping wrinkles seemed to have smoothed out a lot. This little girl. She's so appealing. I'm happy to see her. Ha ha ha. The scruffy Taoist waved at Gu Linger and said, this white-bearded wilting old man, instructing me to bully Stopper. Do you want to go and watch the show? As soon as Gu Linger heard that there was going to be a fight, as if she was a wild horse that had taken off the reins, she trotted over. Ah, a fight? Really? Really? I'm going to watch. Ha, why are you going to bully Stopwater? Why don't you go bully that pretender Jun Macho? Bone Fei Yan laughed and joked. What's different? Jun Macho that little Yakuza didn't mess with me again, why would I beat him up? On the contrary, it's you. Why don't you let me beat up that guy Stopwater? You can't be heartbroken. Ha ha ha. Gu Linger skimmed her mouth and said with a face full of disgust. Grandpa Dirt, you're also too eager. and it's too obvious to set up a match. Do you know what it means to take things step by step? I haven't even said a word to him. And you're saying I'm heartbroken. You're too awkward. Bone Fei Yang, indeed embarrassed, fiercely glared at Ching Hui Taoist. He is really idle. For him to worry about this, by a little girl such a joke. The old face still where to put it. Shui Bowman did not dare to get close today, for fear of being kicked out again. He is even more angry than Bone Fei Yang. Gu Ling Er is his intended daughter-in-law. You guys are so blatantly digging in the wall. He is super upset, super angry. When he saw Bone Fei Yang waving at him, he was so scared that he hurriedly covered his butt and said that he wouldn't go over. Seeing Bone Fei Yang rushing at him, he hurriedly covered his buttocks to escape, but he was lifted up by a handful of hands, just like catching a chicken. Bastard! Let go of me! Let go of me! I didn't curse you today. I didn't even speak. No kicking my ass. I don't want to fly today. Bone Fei Yang popped him in the head, causing him to scream in pain, and unkindly, he came up to his ear and said something, which immediately made Suabayam honest. Nor did he cry out in pain, nor did he struggle, but instead, he smiled wickedly with his thieving eyes. Chapter 91 Bone Fei Yang breaks through the defense. Mizunami is miserable. Suabayam was honest, and after landing on the ground, he excitedly looked at Bone Fei Yang, uneasily skeptical. You bad old man, who can't move without kicking my ass, would be so kind as to let me fix Stopper? Aren't you on good terms with him? It can't be fooling me, Bone Fei Yang said as he slapped him without any good humor. You idiot. Where can you see that I have a good relationship with him? That smelly and hard bastard boy. I have long seen him not good, have always wanted to clean him up. Today this opportunity has come. You go to do what I explained to you. After I finish I then beat him up severely. How the two are not both comfortable. Seeing that he was still hesitating, looking like he didn't believe it, Bone Fei Yang exasperatedly said, you this melon child. How rotten mud cannot help the wall like. Such a good opportunity for revenge you do not want. Goat like a dog egg. On your cowardly goods. Gu Linger can look at you as strange. Their own women are about to be robbed by others. Put a cannon you do not dare to put. Really deserved. I'll go by myself. See you later. If I do it, Gu Linger will definitely look down on you. Subaman Fierce Road. You bad old man. What kind of bull **** do you put out early in the morning? I'm not a wimp. I already hated that Stopper. What wouldn't I dare to do? Give me the cannon. I'll go. Blow him up in. See if Gu Linger is evil or not. Guawazi is really a child. I'll take you there. Throw it and run. Remember? Look at me. Asshole. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that the scruffy old man took the front end of the water wave gate and walked away, Gu Linger was confused for a while. How did these two get together? Smiling so cheaply. It must not be good. Grandpa Whitebeard. What are they doing? Taoist Green Emblem shook his head with a bitter smile and said, that old thing is really so old and still playing childish tricks. I guess it will harm this little doll of Water Wavegate. Let's walk a little slower. Don't put on that hustle, or you'll get sick to your stomach. During this period of time, the Shaohuang city rumors are spreading. The Tianxian sect that a few female children suffered the old crime, was disgusted by the soul of the Yu now cannot eat in the meal. He does not want to let the ancient spirit of the impression of stopping the water to deteriorate. This is his internal disciple daughter-in-law. As soon as Gu Linger heard that there was something lively to see, she was about to quickly rush there. But she was dragged by Taoist Green Emblem to slowly hurry. Chenghui Taoist Master walked too slowly. Gu Linger pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and stepped forward to assist him, urging him, white-bearded grandpa, hurry up and go. I don't know what Grandpa Dirt and that fool from Waterwave Gate are up to. Let's hurry over and join in the fun. You walk so slowly. Had we rush over there, there's nothing to see. Taoist Green Emblem laughed bitterly, but there was nothing he could do. It's better for you to stay out of this mess. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat. Gu Linger said unconvincingly. Not at all. You don't know how good my appetite is. When I went out in the morning, I even ate 2 large pieces of sweet shortcake, and ate Treasure's chicken drumstick, and drank a bowl of honeydew rhododendron juice. Father thinks I'm too much of an eater. Taoist Green Emblem laughed. Ha ha ha. Good. It's good to be able to eat. I'll catch you some exotic beasts for you to eat later. Gu Linger said happily. Really? He. Grandpa Whitebeard is the best. Giggle. The two hadn't been walking for a while when there was a rumble up ahead. Someone was firing a cannon with a huge sound. Immediately afterward, without waiting for the two to get curious, there was an exasperated roar of rage that was Stopper's voice. Asterisk. Who threw the cannonball? Grr. Who the hell threw a cannonball into a hole? Your grandma. Hearing this roar, Gu Linger froze as if she were a wooden chicken, looking strangely at Taoist leader Qing Hui as her face became very odd. This old man. No wonder you want to pull yourself to slow down. Feelings are this kind of heartless thing. Thankfully, she hadn't witnessed it, pulling back on Taoist Green Emblem, who was still moving forward. Yeah, wait, I'm not going over there. I'm afraid I've really lost my appetite. Ha ha ha, the old way didn't lie to you. Not a moment later, there was another heart-rending scream and yell. Ah, Inema, Bone Fei Yang, you old undead. You've harmed little master. Ah, I. Ah shucks. Stop the water you step horse eat s? Stinks to death little master. Ah, asshole. Little master come back to find you guys to settle the score. Puffing, Gu Linger laughed out loud, hearing that the water wave sect had suffered. It was just that scene. She didn't dare to imagine it and couldn't look straight at it. It was easy to wait for half a day, and when there was no movement there at all, only then did Gu Linger carefully, tugging on Taoist leader Qing Hui's sleeve to move forward. It was indeed disgusting, but she couldn't stop her curiosity from poking her head in to see what was going on. When she came closer, she hastily covered her mouth and nose. It was really, no wonder the water wave door like that cursing, is too choking nose, across such a long distance, that flavor are straight to the sky. Bone Fei Yang was dumbfounded and stood next to a large tree, lifeless, and it was only after a long time that he jumped to his feet and cursed. Stop the water you. Have you eaten s? Can you poop so stinky? I'm ing smoked to death. Old me has been more than 200 years old. Never seen something so stinky. Ing than the most stinky thing I've ever seen in my life is 10,000 times more malodorous. You big man. Next time you pull s you get the hell out of my way. At least 10 miles away to go and pull. Bone Fei Yan was really pissed off. The smell went straight to the sky. Tears choked out. If he knew that, how could he do this kind of thing? It was just too ing disgusting. I can't blame the Tianxian sect's bunch of pussies for not coming out of the pool even now. Solyu was not in any serious trouble. He had already dressed himself up long ago. The nose was stuffed with 2 soft cotton balls. The mouth was covered with a piece of fabric made of an unknown material. And even the ears were wrapped, almost fully armed, without a single slip. Moreover, he had already lifted up his pants when the two threw the cannonballs. And when he noticed that something was wrong, he reflexively condensed a spiritual power shield around his body. He is also very aggrieved. These days, how can you go to the toilet and still be thrown a cannonball? Or Bone Fei Yang. This old boy did it. He was shocked. Who to find reason? This look of his was really comical and ridiculous. And when Bone Fei Yang saw it he was not calm again. You stupid. You actually wrapped yourself so tightly. You ing still know that you stink. Then you still don't roll away a little bit. I trampled 3 years ago's meal almost spit out. Just wait for me. I'll be sorry for myself if I don't kick your ass for 3 days when I feed you moose later. Solyu pretended to look at the sky, not to break up with this old man. He had the self-awareness that the turbid gas discharged by the chaotic green lotus was indeed smelly. Gu Linger stepped back again, always better, and asked, by the way, where's Suikoden? What was that idiot ghosting about just now? When Bone Fei Yang heard this, he instantly broke his defense, laughed out loud, and waved his hands back and forth. He can't hold it together thinking about that scene. Chapter 92 Shopping with Gu Linger. The Sand Emperor city was overcrowded in the past 2 days, and as the news spread over here, people from the nearby clans and other main cities also heard about it. Tansisha had to send a large number of troops to maintain law and order, during which time a number of troublemakers were captured, as well as a number of scouts from enemy countries. That day, he annoyed Bone Fei Yang and fed Solyu a trick at the behest of Taoist Green Emblem, beating him to death. Although he had suppressed his realm to the Spirit King realm, his Spirit Zone realm's reactions and his level of control over spiritual energy were by no means comparable to the Spirit King realm. After the fight wrapped up, Solwu was carried back on a frame, his body too sore to walk. At night, Taoist Master Qing Hui applied the last remaining rootless water to his body, and the divinity in the water was absorbed, which allowed him to get out of bed and walk the next day. Superman didn't follow Gu Linger today, so maybe he's still soaking in the pool. Unable to resist the urgings of Bone Fei Yang and Taoist Green Emblem, Solyu and Gu Linger came shopping. Usually quirky Gu Linger, today rare some constraints, walked all the way, did not talk to the soul of the Yu. From time to time grabbed floating in front of the chest pigtails, rubbing in the hands, eyes fluttering around. It was Solyu who was the first to break the silence and said, on the streets of Maplewood, there is a pavilion. This store only makes one dish, forged fire roasted marinated meat, especially authentic. Limited supply every day. Only 100 copies. This time of day should be in time. Do you want to go and try it? Gu Linger's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded her head in a hurry. Yeah, run fast if it's far, or what if it's sold out? After saying that, she took the lead and ran up. Solyu shook his head and lost his smile. This girl was obsessed with food and had no resistance. The two rushed to make it to the last remaining serving. Finding a seat, Solyu asked, "Auntie Wang, there have been so many people these past 2 days. Why don't you make more? Like today, it's still morning and it's already sold out." Aunt Wang didn't recognize Solyu, but he was a guest, so she naturally smiled and replied, "Originally I had planned to make more, but my shopkeeper got drunk yesterday and fell into the lake. Luckily he was seen salvaging it. No, he contracted wind chill and can't get out of bed. There's no way for me to make so many by myself. This was all rushed out last night after staying up all night, or else I wouldn't even have anything to sell today." Solyu nodded and asked, "How is Uncle Wang?" "It's nothing serious, is it?" Auntie Wang sighed as she worked. "The situation is not very good. Said that the lake water is too cold, coupled with the fact that his body is weak. He has been flooded before. There are some problems on his lungs, and now it has aggravated. The people from the medical center over there said that in his case, it would take a third-order cold-repelling elixir to possibly cure him. I won't hide it from you. We mortals, where do we know what third-order cold-repelling elixir?" I also asked around, not to mention the price of a third-order elixir. That is, we want to buy it but also have no place to buy it to go. There is no spot. We can only wait and see. Aunt Wang finished and went to busy business. In a short while on the up, full of a large pot of marinated meat. Far from the smell of the flavor let a person's appetite. Gu Linger, full of anticipation, Stopper habitually wiped a set of dishes and handed them to Gu Linger, saying, "There are 3 kinds of meat in here, the heavenly green crane, the white birch bear, and the night spirit loach, all of which are top quality meat ingredients." Gu Linger was stunned and did not move to accept the dishes. That idiot from Waterwave Gate, who always only cared about himself during meals, had not been this attentive. "What's the word?" The sky green cranes will always appear in pairs, and uniquely love the crane diamond flower, which can float for thousands of miles with an overflowing aroma. The meat of the sky green crane that grows from eating it all year round is delicious, and there will be that light floral scent reverberating in your mouth. Birch bears forage in birch forests all year round, especially with birch honey as their staple food, and the sugar enters the body and builds up deposits in the liver. Birch honey itself has a slight toxin, which is not suitable for consumption, and is dissolved by a special substance in the birch bear's body to dissolve the toxin, but instead makes its meat sweet and melt in your mouth. The night spirit loach only grows in a specific kind of soil, which is rich in a kind of liquid for the night spirit loach to draw from, so the flesh of the night spirit loach is firm and has high nutritional value, and also carries some cosmetic effects. The sky green crane is fragrant, the birch bear's meat is sweet, and the night spirit loach is slightly salty and fishy, and the mixture of the 3 is just enough to neutralize it, so it won't be too greasy to eat. Plus the owner and their secret ingredient, the flavor is really amazing. After saying that, Solyu used a spoon to serve a bit of soup, chucked in a piece of meat, and sprinkled a few more Getlin parsley leaves on top. Without a care in the world, he handed it to Gu Linger's mouth and said, "Taste it. This is the most delicious way to eat it." Gu Linger obviously froze for a moment, staring at the spoon that was fed to her mouth, and only then did Solyu realize that he had been abrupt, only wanting to demonstrate how to eat, and unconsciously feeding it to Gu Linger, completely forgetting that the two of them had only just met, and that Gu Linger was still an imperial princess. He was just about to retract it and apologize. Unexpectedly, Gu Linger then ate the meat in the soup spoon along with the soup. It was too hot, and she even fanned it with her hand a few times. After chewing twice, he showed a surprised expression and nodded vigorously. Vaguely, "It's really delicious, hey. This meat is really like what you said. Some sweetness and still has an aroma. The meat is firm and still not greasy." Solyu was surprised and retracted his arm in silence. Seeing that she took 2 more bites in a row, Solyu was dumbfounded. "Eat slowly, there's still a lot left." Seeing that the corners of her mouth were stained with soup, he handed her a paper towel and looked down to eat as well. Gu Linger took the tissue and saw that he was actually eating with the same spoon that he had just fed himself, and froze for a moment, her cheeks inexplicably rising a blush. But Solyu was completely unaware of it. Seeing that Gu Linger's cheeks were slightly blushing, Solyu asked, "What's wrong? Too hot?" In order not to let him see the difference, Gu Linger digressed and asked, "Do you know that Auntie Wang well?" Solyu smiled bitterly and said, "Not really very familiar. There was a time when I was down and out, living in exile here, no money to eat. I was really too hungry, so I thought of having a free meal here, thinking that I couldn't starve myself to death, and that it would be worth it even if I got a beating. I ordered a small portion of lo mein, didn't have enough to eat, and didn't have the money to settle the bill, so I was a bit nervous for fear of being beaten. Auntie Wang saw my dilemma, and without moving, she served me some more lo mein, and gifted me with 2 spirit stones on her way out. Gu Linger sniffed and glanced at the busy Aunt Wang over there and smiled. What a hothead. By the way, what are we going to do after eating later? Sol Yu thought for a moment and said, do you want to go play, or do you want to go shopping? If you want to play, I know a good place where the facilities for having fun are quite interesting. If you want to go shopping, there's a place that makes beautiful Lucien dresses, with excellent craftsmanship and new styles, so there's sure to be something you'll like. Gu Linger said without thinking. Kids make the choices. Me, naturally I'm going to go to all of them. Giggle 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 giggle. Sol Yu looked so pleased with her and urged, then why don't you go fight Old Man Bone? Don't you like the aesthetics of violence? Gu Linger pouted and said, don't, I just want to be a quiet beauty girl today. Chapter 93, Gu Linger's Immortal Attitude. After eating, Sol Wu went to settle the bill. Auntie Wang, I forgot to bring my spirit stone when I went out, so I'll settle it with a herb for you. Auntie Wang was a bit puzzled, but still nodded her head woodenly. I unintentionally obtained this third-rank spirit medicine, 5 flame cold moon grass, which can cure coldness, so let's settle with this one. Aunt Wang was pleasantly surprised, but didn't bother to pick it up, saying, I know you are kind and want to help me, but my pot of marinated meat isn't worth this third-order spirit medicine. I don't dare to accept it, so take it back. This meal, I'll treat you. Sol Yu shook his head and forced it into Aunt Wang's hands, saying, back then, if it wasn't for you treating me to a meal of halibut and secretly giving me 2 spirit stones, I might have starved to death. This herb, consider this as me repaying your favor from back then. Please do accept it. After saying that, Sol Yu stopped pestering her and left with Gu Linger, not giving her a chance to excuse herself. At this time, a pair of men and women sitting in the corner boredly ate their meals, and when they saw Sol Yu leave, the two of them glanced at each other, staring at the third-order elixir in Mrs. Wang's hands, and without moving, they touched the sword that was placed on the table. On the way out, Gu Linger joked, you're very rich, actually using third-order elixir to settle the bill. It's enough to eat for a month. Sol Yu didn't care and laughed. Back then, she gave me that bowl of marinated meat and 2 spirit stones. It was like sending charcoal in the snow. This favor is very precious. Although the third-order spirit medicine is precious, its value is not as much as 1,000,000. I have been thinking about how to repay. While there is such an opportunity to return this favor, the relief in my mood is not something that can be compared to that third-order spirit medicine. Don't you think so? Gu Linger smiled and nodded her head, saying, it seems to make sense. Is this what they always say in books? A drop of kindness is returned by a spring? LOL. Sol Yu teased. I didn't expect you to know that phrase. I thought that princesses high above the world were all unappetizing. After all, you can all live a life of brocade from birth with food on the table. Gu Linger was dissatisfied. Let's underestimate people. I'm a princess, yes, but I've been a rebel since I was young. I don't like constraints, and I don't like that kind of life that's tied up by my status even more. Always sneaking out of the palace to play. So these fireworks are not unfamiliar to me. Furthermore, such a shallow truth. I knew it when I was 3 years old. My royal brother and sister preferred martial arts, but I favored the husband to teach, and I am not a lowly learner. Sol Yu was surprised. Then you are truly a genius, having both learning and not falling behind in your cultivation. Already at the spirit heaven 6-star realm, Gu Linger riled and glared at her, saying, you're here to show me off, aren't you? You and I are not that far apart in age, but you're already on the verge of reaching the Spirit King realm, and the day after tomorrow you're going to have a duel with the infamous Jun Macho, but you're bragging that I'm a genius at the Spirit Heaven realm. Cut! Sol Yu froze slightly and cried out, that's really not true. I'm not like you. My situation is more unique and can't be compared. The two of them talked all the way, and soon came to a clothes store. Mythical Shadow E-shirt. The clothes in this store are very innovative. The audience group is a wonderful fairy like you. There will surely be a Lucien dress you like. Go in and take a look. Gu Linger was slightly arrogant for a bit and laughed. I'm a very picky dresser, so if there's nothing I like later, you'll have to pay me back for one. Sol Yu nodded with a smile and said, no problem. Pink daffodil dress, gold silk and smoke skirt, green and smoke blouse, water mist pleated skirt and dark brocade skirt. A series of dazzling stay-alive fairy dresses dazzled Gu Linger and made her overjoyed. Check it out. Which one is right for me? I feel like they all look good and want to buy them all. Sol Yu shook his head slightly and said, buying clothes isn't just about looking good. It's also about fitting your body, temperament, and hairstyle to match. Take that winding floor-dragging pink daffodil dress. This dress is gorgeous and beautiful, but it is suitable to be worn as a dress on some expensive occasions, and is not suitable to be worn outside normally. The gold silk thin smoky emerald veil dress doesn't match your temperament. It's more on the side of the quiet and elegant small family type of girl, and it's not suitable for you either. Solyu went on to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of a few pieces of clothing, but he did not notice the charming worshipful gaze that flickered in Gu Linger's eyes, as well as the corners of her lips that could not help but rise. On the contrary, I think that the rose-red, gold-rimmed sparkling reunion dress is more suitable for you. Flamboyant but not arrogant, dignified but not unattractive, as if it was tailor-made for you. Go and try it. You won't be disappointed. The corner of Gu Linger's lips curved up into an arc, her eyes filled with joy. Okay, I'll give it a try. A short while later, she came out. A little bit of vermilion lips on the pink face, between the look of desire to talk, behavior at the orchid posture, black as ink long hair sliding in the fingertips, jade hairpin loose hairpin, inserted a gold step yow, eyebrows without description in dye, skin without snow powder will be as white as grease, lips reddish pursed, colorful as dango, coral chain and green peak bracelet in the wrist collision, scarlet beads in the white wrist at the pendulum, white as snow, red as fire, elegant and beautiful, flaming like a torch, noble and compelling, as if the 9 heavenly maidens landed in the world, immortal posture suffused. Gu Linger saw that Solyu was frozen, and a mesmerized look appeared in her eyes, a little joyful and a little shy, but at this moment, Solyu walked over, a majestic manly aura coming over, causing Gu Linger's deer to clash and her heart to quake. Gu Linger tilted her head, looking at the handsome face close at hand. Her heart inexplicably became a little flustered, not daring to look directly at it. However, he heard Solyu say softly, "Don't move. It's still almost something. You can't reach it. I'll put it on for you." The touch of warm, delicate fingers on her earlobe caused her body to tighten violently, leaving her flaccid and confused. A man standing in the distance was immediately about to strike, but was stopped by a stern look from Gu Linger. Just now I felt that something was missing. This Guild Nan red jade tassel is what I got in the Ling Yuan secret realm. It's not a high-level spiritual weapon, but only you look the best when you wear it. The long tasseled beaded jewelry hanging down between the snow-white goose neck, more beautiful and moving, so that people just look at it, breathing heavily, blood boiling. Well, there's a mirror over there. Go enjoy it. Gu Linger's heart trembled. Her body was a bit flabby, and with trepidation, she walked to the mirror, and when she raised her eyes, she was also stunned by her own self in the mirror. She stared in disbelief. Is it really me? Is it really this beautiful? Even the men and women passing by were shocked and frozen place for a long time. After coming back to his senses, the store, which was originally a bit cold, instantly exploded with fire, flooding in countless people all at once. Solyu saw the situation was not good, and came to the front early to gather Gu Linger in his arms. Spiritual energy surged through his body, skillfully avoiding the crowded rush. Solyu's eyes were condensed, and his starry eyes were always on guard. This kind of focused look caused Gu Linger, who was surrounded in front of his chest, to be filled with starry eyes and the corners of her lips to rise. Chapter 94, Tianxian Sect Quiet and Strange. Solyu detected something. Originally, he was going to take Gu Linger to a fun place, but news came from the imperial capital that Gu Linger had something to do for the time being. She was extremely reluctant, but she was still forced to leave by the palace's accompanying guards, and when she left, she asked Solyu to promise her that he would take her to play after he was done with his work. After the two of them agreed, Gu Linger left first, and Solyu wandered the streets, remembering that he seemed to have forgotten something important, and for the time being, he actually couldn't recall it. In the midst of his bitter thoughts, he inadvertently glimpsed Shiro, walking aimlessly, in a bit of a trance. Only then did he suddenly remember that he hadn't had any movement from the Tianxian sect side for several days. After Moses had told those hidden secrets, he did not dare to take Xiaohan lightly anymore and always kept an eye on the situation of the Tianxian sect. 2 days ago, I heard that their side was provoked by people pulling fat rats, but also do not feel anything. Today only snapped awake. Those provocative people were Tianxian sect cold treatment. Has long been interested in leaving, but even so, Tianxian sect still did not have any movement. With Zhou Yasi and those few women's virtues, would never let it go like this. Should be after the news of his duel with Jun Macho spread out. Should be to come out to taunt and abuse is right. Why now so quiet? Not a bit of news. He wouldn't think that it was the women who had come to their senses or were afraid. Solyu knew their punching nature well. He vaguely had a bad premonition, not sure what it was, but he broke out in a cold sweat when he just remembered the Tianxian sect, as he was about to leave, planning whether or not to sneak into the Tianxian sect's compound. A person whose entire body was wrapped under a cloak appeared and gave a wink to Solyu, signaling that he had something to say. Solyu without trace nodded. A few jumps disappeared in the street. There are a few people in the distance in this side of the watch. See Solyu suddenly left. Hurry to catch up to check. but indeed there is no trace of Solyu. Lost them? What should we do? He has already discovered us and deliberately made us relax our guard, which is how he got rid of us. Since we've already been discovered, there's no longer any point in following him. So let's go back first to resume our orders, and leave it to His Excellency to decide. The two looked at each other and left in the other direction. Coming to a hidden corner, the man removed his cloak and revealed his true face, which was clearly a person who had already died. Yun Shan. It turned out that Solyu hadn't killed him in the first place, and after seeing his viciousness, Solyu didn't intend to keep him. The ice cone that condensed out of his palm was aimed at his heavenly aura, but it changed its mind at the last moment and shot at the Earth Abyssal Soul Spirit Beast, decapitating it. Solyu didn't kill Yun Shan, and there was also Berserkers, who had been stabbed by Yun Shan, and was saved by Solyu. He wanted to see a sinister and poisonous only for their own and live by any means necessary. Will eventually have a how the end. Also want to know. A stupid loyal and stupid as his people. The future will be able to follow the heart, adhere to the heart of justice. The two made a pact to be loyal to Solyu from then on. After bringing the two of them to a safe place and leaving them with healing pills and life-renewing elixirs, Solyu went to the Lotus Treasure Hall. When the Blade Monarch first sensed a familiar aura, it was the two of them, tightly wrapped and strangely dressed, in the middle of the Lotus Treasure Hall, obtaining the Sixth Order Mysterious Scroll and the Divine Guts Bright Silver Lance, and taking the lead to leave without making any stops. It was they who were the first to leave. Berserkers was arranged by him to gather some intelligence messages outside, while Yun Shan returned to lurk around Waterwave Sect. He must have important information to hand over to Solyu as he ventured here today to find him. Sure enough, he heard Yun Shan say, "The Waterwave Sect is following you, and what happened between you and Gulinger today has been reported to the Waterwave Sect, and he is very angry." Coupled with yesterday's matter, although it was under the Bone Sect Master's compulsion, he was unable to find trouble with the Bone Sect Master and counted it on you, and is plotting to take revenge on you. Solyu sniffed and nodded his head to show that he knew, saying, "Why does Shuibaman look dull and stupid? Compared to Shu Yunshan, he's more like an uninitiated dude." Yun Shan said, "Waterwave Gate is well protected by the Water family, and Shui Yuntian also loves him very much, so his heart is slightly childish, especially when facing Gulinger. He is almost unguarded. Shui Yuntian intends to let Gulinger marry Waterwave Gate, and after he came out of the gate in the past 2 days, he has already gone to find the State Lord to discuss this matter. I've come to tell you that Water Cloud Sky's strength has risen greatly recently, and has already paid attention to the matters on the side of Sand Emperor City, especially you, who has suddenly revealed your fame, has entered his line of sight. The Waterwave Sect has revealed that the Mercury Sect has sent strong men over to investigate you in all directions." Solyu was stunned and said, "No matter, for the time being I have no positive conflict with him. The only thing that is involved is nothing more than Gulinger and the Waterwave Sect. I'll get a good grip on the situation and not give him any opportunities to seize." Yun Shan frowned. Shuyunshan is not Waterwave Sect. He is terrifying. Not only his strength, any little subtle movement will be seen by him, infinitely enlarged and reasoned. His mind is unfathomable. Solyu nodded. Although he didn't have the chance to surround himself with it in his last life, he knew what kind of person that was. By the way, have you been paying attention to the Tianxian sect lately? There hasn't been any movement until now, and with my understanding of Zhou Yasi and the others, they won't just let it go. So I think something bad is brewing. Yun Shan shook his head and said, "I was about to remind you that the Tianxian sect has been a bit erratic in recent days. You need to pay more attention. That Zhou Yasi is not a good person. Although I'm under the Waterwave Sect, I'm not able to help you much, and without any special opportunities, it must be very difficult to get close to defecting to the Water Cloud Sky." Solyu heard what he meant. His strength was too low for Shui Yuntian to look at. This was to let himself help him improve his strength. Solyu said, "It's up to you. If you're not even capable of this, then you're of little value to me. Stop talking about your life's creed in a lofty manner, and you're not qualified to work for me anymore. If you still have this kind of worthless news in the future, you won't have to come to me again." Yun Shan smiled bitterly. He also wanted to deliver some effective information, but his own talent wasn't particularly outstanding, and he didn't have much value of existence just on the Waterwave Sect side. Solyu said leisurely, "Fighting isn't something you're good at, but your own viciousness and shrewd calculation is what keeps you grounded. Don't put the cart before the horse." It was also the sentence that caused Yun Shan to be enlightened. As if he had been enlightened, his eyes lit up and he understood what he should do. After Yun Shan left, Solyu found White Heron by a lake, and he was going to lend her a hand in probing the movements of the Tianxian sect side to see if he could gain anything. If he really couldn't, he was prepared to sneak into the Tianxian sect's compound tonight. The weirdness of the Tianxian sect gave him a bad feeling. Chapter 95, Xiaohan disappears. causing Sol Yu's alertness. Stopper came to Shiro, looking at her disoriented and unsure. Could it be that the time in the Lin Yuan secret realm, he was stimulated? I don't think so. Hey, what's wrong with you? Shiro was devastated and was feeling remorseful when she suddenly heard a familiar voice and looked up to see an unfamiliar face. But she couldn't have heard it wrong. It was Stopper's voice. Why are you here? Sol Yu looked at her like she was an idiot and said, the day after tomorrow I'm going to face off with Jun Macho. Where can I be if not here? Rather, it's you. What kind of excitement is this? Shiro sniffed, nodded miserably, and shook his head again without speaking. Sol Yu bristled. How did this woman become a mother-in-law now? Wasn't she very brash before? Let me ask you something as a favor for saving my life the other day, okay? Shiro looked up quizzically, frowned, and nodded, saying, ask around and if I know, I'll tell you. Sol Yu asked directly, what's going on with the Tianxian sect lately? Why is it that for so many days, not a single movement has been rumored? What are they doing? Shiro asked with a complicated expression as he sniffed. What do you want to know? Sol Yu was speechless and said, of course they all want to know. What do you know? Shiro looked around, but instead of answering positively, he said, I know something that should interest you if I tell it. Sol Yu wondered, oh, tell me about it? Shiro sold it, not saying it outright, but emphasizing it. These few things, which may not even be known to Flower Faultless Lin Shi and the others, are very important to you. This is something I found out by accident and overheard at the risk of my life, but I can't tell you so easily. Sol Yu frowned and said, what do you want? Spiritual medicine? Kung Fu? Or what? I can ignore the fact that you didn't return the favor of saving my life, or I can let you choose one as a condition. But if the news you tell is not worth the price, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Instead, Shiro shook his head and said, my information is definitely worth the price, but I don't want any of this stuff you're talking about. Sol Yu frowned and said, so what do you want? Shiro looked at Sol Yu for a long time, and finally summoned up the courage to say, I want to know if you're my little brother. Sol Yu headache? This guy why dead hold this matter not put. He did not wear a bronze mask. This human skin mask disguise almost cannot see any cracks. Why she still do not believe? This woman's intuition is so terrible? Sol Yu shook his head calmly and said, no, this is my real face. But you should have heard Flower Mistake and the girls recite that my friend or, rather, my good brother is Sol Yu, who is indeed your junior. Surprised, Shiro catapulted up and grabbed Sol Yu by the arm, saying, is it really him? Do you really know anything about him? Sol Yu said as he remained unperturbed. He saved me in the past. After severing his relationship with the Tianxian sect, he took the initiative to contact me. I went to meet him, and placed him in a very safe and secretive place. He's very well now. I'm looking for a physician to prepare to diagnose and treat his damaged dantian, and I've already got a bit of an inkling of what's going to happen. I won't tell you where he is. He has suffered and sinned too much and doesn't want to be hurt again. The people of the Tianxian sect should be searching for him as well. So rather than have your news, I won't tell you his whereabouts. If you don't want to tell me about the movements of the Tianxian sect, I can find out myself. Shiro shook his head and said, as long as we know that he is safe and sound, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me, as long as he is alive. It's good that he is alive. You must instruct him to never reveal his whereabouts. The Flower Mistake girls are now searching for him with all their might. Once he appears there is no possibility of survival. Sol Yu nodded and said, don't worry, no one can find him unless I want them to, and that place is perfectly safe. Now, will you tell me what you know? Shiro observed the surroundings and made sure no one was there before he said seriously, the first piece of news, Mu Qingqing was injured by you. Currently the physicians within the Tsar city are at their wits' end, already lying in bed unable to get up, coughing non-stop every day, emaciated, on the verge of reaching the brink of death. After saying this, she carefully watched Sol Yu's expression, but to her disappointment, Sol Yu didn't have the slightest ripple or change in expression, which couldn't help but make her sigh. It really wasn't. Sol Yu was also secretly shocked. How could this woman be so chicken now, almost revealing herself? What has it got to do with me? She deserved to die when she took the bullet for her good master herself. Shiro also stopped talking nonsense and said, second thing, Xiao Han is missing. Sol Yu was startled and asked, disappeared? When did that happen? Shiro wrinkled his eyebrows, also aware of the seriousness of the matter, and said, it's been 3 days. After leaving the Lin Yuan secret realm, he has been in a coma, and every day, Mu Qingdo several people took turns guarding him, not leaving an inch. It was under such circumstances that Xiao Han disappeared. Zhou Yasi several people were all anxious and crazy, secretly sending people in search. So far there is no whereabouts. Sol Yu's face was a little unsightly, What he was worried about had still happened. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. What Moses said was indeed not wrong. Either that soul body awakened or the backhand he left behind took Xiaohan away. No matter that situation, it was unfavorable to him. Without waiting for Sol Yu to think of a countermeasure, White Heron continued with a piece of news that moved him. The last one. I have a secret treasure on me that can hear and see some sights within 100 meters. A few days ago, a very powerful man in black found Joyasi. At first I didn't realize it. The aura that erupted at the same time from Joyasi and that man in black, although it was instantly suppressed, it was sensed by this secret treasure of mine and sent out a warning. I didn't dare to get involved, but I still couldn't help but be curious and use my secret treasure to peek a bit. They were so strong that I didn't dare to peek for too long, and the sound was blocked by them with a boundary. I only know that it's related to the Cloud Patriarch, but I don't know what it is exactly. After Sol Yu got out of the Lin Yuan secret realm, he also knew the news of Yun Rinxing's release, and wanted to go back immediately to recognize her, but the situation was unfavorable to him. He couldn't go there hastily, he couldn't lead the calamity to her side. But now, Joyasi was in contact with a man in black, and the two of them were plotting something that had something to do with Yun Rinxing, which forced him to take it seriously. Only, he knew that Yun Rinxing had already smoothly stepped into the spirit sect realm, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem, and with Joyasi's spirit emperor realm, it wouldn't pose much of a threat to her. It was just that he didn't know what the black-clothed man's origin was, and Sol Yu still had the thought in his mind that he needed to keep an eye out for some more movements over there. He decided that he would first send berserkers over to poke around in the Tianxian sect before doing so. Chapter 96. Mo Chioli looking for Sol Yu. Humiliated. On the way back, Sol Yu had been frowning. Xiao Han's disappearance had caused him some headaches. In the past, Xiao Han was in the light and he was in the dark, and Xiao Han did not know his bottom line. Now the situation has changed, and the hidden Xiao Han makes him feel tricky, and everything has become unknown. Joyasi was conspiring with the man in black, involving Yun Rinxing, and there was no telling what it would be about, and the only one who still had a heart for the Tianxian sect was her. Walking along the way, Sol Yu didn't come up with a clue. His thoughts were a bit confused. However, at that moment, a person who should not have appeared here was seen. Mo Chioli. When Sol Yu saw her, she just happened to walk out from the compound where Sol Yu was staying, still clutching that sword and looking cold. Seeing the returning Sol Yu, Mo Chioli stood still and looked straight at him without saying a word. Sol Yu was strange. This had taken the wrong medicine today and was looking at herself so strangely. Not wanting to pay any attention, Sol Yu staggered away from her and went to push his way in, only to be stopped by a sword with a pelt across his body. Sol Yu narrowed his eyes, pivoted his fingers away from his sword, and said leisurely, "You'd better get it away from me. Don't give me the wrong impression that you want to challenge me." Mo Chioli was stubborn and blocked again, saying, "Follow me." Sol Yu frowned and snorted coldly. "Psycho, get lost." Mo Chioli didn't care and opened his arms to block Sol Yu's way. "No leaving." Exasperated, Sol Yu cursed, "There's something wrong with you. If you're sick, go take your medicine and get out of my way." Seeing that Sol Yu was still going to leave, the anxious Mo Chioli directly shot out to grab Sol Yu. Sol Yu's eyes were cold, and he tangled with her twice with one hand. A move then hit her in the shoulder, twisting her arm with one hand and cupping her chin with the other, her eyes becoming dangerous. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill you." Mo Chioli struggled, but to no avail. His expression remained cold and stubborn. Said, "Follow me." Sol Yu gasped and laughed, saying, "Are you out of your mind today? Going with you." "Where?" Mo Chioli said. "Qing is dying. Save her and go with you." Sol Yu froze, his eyes complex, his face expressionless. "What does her death have to do with me? Joyasi is so capable. Let her go and save it. What's the point of looking for me?" Mo Chioli's eyes had a momentary loss as he continued. "No one can cure her. She can't die. I came to beg. I can." Sol Yu ignored it and snorted coldly. "She was the one who helped Xiao Han block the gun. And it was also Joyasi who injured me. And within the Lin Yuan secret area, you few even did everything to target me. You hated to see me die. So why should I be allowed to save her? What is she?" Mo Chioli knew that he was being unreasonable and refrained from answering, but just looked stubborn and said, "Please save her, any way you can." Sol Yu sneered. "Oh, so sisterly? How do I not know? You Mo Chioli so love and righteousness? You once to the Sol Yu, not move shouting to kill. He said you are a cold-blooded devil. A few days to see how with what he said is not the same. Didn't you say you'd do anything to save Mu Qingqing? Aren't you two sisters? Fine, right here. Come." Mo Chioli asked. "Take it off and follow me." Sol Yu condensed and said, "Yes, take it off. Go to your room and take care of me and I'll go with you." Mo Chioli put away his sword. his hand resting on the buttons of his shirt, hesitating slightly. Sol-yu snorted. Ha ha, what? Don't you dare? Aren't you a sister? Aren't you fearless? Ha ha ha, joke. Get lost if you don't dare to take it off. Don't waste my time. Seeing that Sol-yu was about to leave, Mo Chuli became anxious and shouted in a hurry. Don't go. I'll take it off. Mo Chuli no longer hesitated and cleanly unbuttoned her buttons. As the last button was undone, the long skirt slid down her delicate body, slender jade legs straight, like a work of art, although wrapped in a layer of light white veil, but more provocative. Not a trace of fat could be seen on the flat belly. There was no shyness, her face was pale and bloodless, and she was biting her red lips, closing her eyes. She reached up to unfasten the only piece of covering on her upper body, moving slowly but without hesitation, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Sol-yu went from sneering, relieved, and soothed at the beginning to being a bit moved now. He pulled Mo Chuli's arm and brought her into his bosom, forcing her to look at himself, his expression condensing and icy cold as he scolded sternly. Are you brain dead? What did Sol-yu do wrong? Did she treat you badly? Has he wronged you in any way? Why are you so cruel and disgusted with him? What kind of thing is Mu Kingo? What makes you worthy of this? Do you have no dignity or shame? You're such an ice-cold person. Why are you so in love with them? What has Xiao Han ever given you? What has he done for you? Why do you each and every one of you dote on him so much that you can't wait to feed him like an ancestor? Mo Chuli sniffed and didn't know how to answer. Why? Doesn't she know that Sol Wu doesn't treat her well? No, it was good. No one treated her better than Sol Wu, but why was she just so disgusted? She couldn't answer, so she forced her arms free and sharply went to undo that last piece of clothing. Crazy woman. You're a crazy psycho. Grass. He stopped Mo Chuli and stared at her dead in anger. Mo Chuli looked at him suspiciously and said, let go. Sol-yu has a headache. But it is this dead brain Mo Chuli. Persistent and unnecessary. She is too stubborn. So stubborn that Sol-yu does not know what to do. If it were anyone else, Flower Mistake or Lin Shi, he would be extremely insulting, would not be half merciful, would never show any mercy, and would make them beg in the most humiliating way possible. If Mu Kingo himself had come, he would have retaliated even more crazily, humiliated her even more recklessly, and made her regret it for eternity. But it was this one, the one-minded Mo Chuli. He couldn't possibly have anything against her, but if he compromised on this, he definitely couldn't do it either. Get dressed and come in. Mo Chuli sniffed and picked up the clothes without wearing them. She knew that wearing them would still have to take them off. She didn't need to go through so much trouble. Just give them to him, as long as she could save Kingo. Sitting on the chair, looking at Mo Chuli who stood in front of him without a single piece of clothing, Sol-yu was rather speechless. Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you to come in dressed? Why are you all naked? Mo Chuli said with her arms hanging down and her eyes lowered, unreservedly displayed in front of him, putting it on and taking it off. Trouble. Sol-yu had one head and two heads. This stupid woman. She was hopelessly stupid. Sol-yu looked straight at her. She may be shy and shameful, but she is still calm. Perhaps because of her character, unable to see that kind of little girl delicate appearance. Chapter 97, News from Imperial City. Heavyweights arrive. Sol-yu kept staring at her without blinking. After years of practicing kung fu, his skin color was not delicate and smooth, but it was tight and firm without a trace of flab. Sol-yu could not help but swallow a mouthful of water. She was so bland, but it made Sol-yu a little flustered. Unnaturally don't turn his face away, waving his hand. Put your clothes on, dry and waxy, nothing to look at. Mo Chuli secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, stupid man, it's not pretty, look so long. Just when Mo Chuli thought he was relieved, he only heard Sol-yu say, saving her is fine, but you have to promise me one condition. Mo Chuli slightly inclined his head, fastened the last button and asked, what? Sol-yu said, break away from the Tianxian sect and become my serving maid, and when I'm in a good mood or see that you're not in the right place, I might let you go earlier. If not, you'll have to provide me with anger every day and be at my mercy. Make an oath if you agree and follow you immediately. If you don't, you'll have to find another way. Mo Chuli looked straight at him with a complicated expression, struggling and panicking inside. This stupid man, surely he won't leave me alone. What a devil. Seeing Mo Chuli's hesitation, Sol-yu sneered disdainfully, got up and left. Don't go. Sol-yu stopped, and Mo Chuli stood in place, his head lowered, helpless. I promise. 3 years, time's up. Let me go. A faintly imperceptible and intriguing smile appeared at the corner of Sol-yu's mouth as he left the room. Mo Chuli followed behind with his head lowered, not knowing what he was thinking. When he went out, he happened to meet Taoist Green Emblem coming back. Glancing at Mo Chuli who was following Sol-yu, he was slightly surprised, but didn't ask anything. Master, are you going out? Sol Yu said helplessly. This stupid woman begged me to save Mu Qingcheng and had to agree. Taoist Green Emblem nodded and said, Mu Qing Akingo blocked the disaster for Xiao Han and suffered for so long. So it's a self-inflicted calamity. For you to look away and give a helping hand is also a great good deed, as the Tao is heavenly. The cycle of karma. The opportunity to seize the heavens. Free to give back in the future. No need to think too much. Sol Yu realized and nodded. This old man. Every word implied deep meaning. No matter what he did, he supported it so unquestioningly. Behind him, Mo Chioli froze and looked at Sol Yu incredulously. Didn't he say that he had no clan or sect? Why did he call Taoist Master Qing Hui his master? Is Taoist Green Emblem his master? I see Master left in a hurry. Is there something important? Taoist Green Emblem said with a smile. The old Taoist originally wanted to take this opportunity to help you write your name and earn a place in the Gachuan Empire. But I didn't expect the commotion to be too great. Recently, the desolate ancient academy was invited by the imperial family to be a guest of Gachuan. And the country's lord personally received the chaperone. And after hearing the news from this side, the elders of the desolate ancient academy had some excitement. News has come from the imperial capital that there will be the Mercury Sex Grand Elder and Mercury Sex Young Lord, Shui Yuntian, and Crown Prince Gu Qingyang along with Prince Taiha Gu Shiming, accompanying the elders of the desolate ancient academy to come to Sand Emperor City to watch the battle. Taoist Green Emblem smiled bitterly. This is almost the top level of the Gachuan Empire. A few people have come. The desolate ancient academy is standing for 10,000 years. The depth of the foundation is unfathomable. No one dares to mess with the existence. Blade Monarch Zhou Xingchen and so on. Those people outside the top 5 of the Dragon and Tiger ranking, but they don't even have the qualification to enter the outer courtyard. Even they have come. You say I can't be in a hurry? Sol Yu sniffed and chilled for a moment, saying, are even those people coming? Just the two of us fighting about something and even the imperial capital is alarmed? This, Taoist Green Emblem smiled bitterly. This duel, on a grand scale, especially with the people from the desolate ancient academy present, we can't go cold. Originally, the Gachuan Empire is in the remote northwestern part of the country, called the land of the Manhwa by those outside, and in the eyes of those in the central continent, the people in the northwestern part of the country are all born barren and inferior. The desolate ancient academy has a high status even in the land of the central state. If the Jiaxuan Empire is looked down upon, there might not be any more days to come out of this northwest land in the future. That's why we need to rediscuss our countermeasures and draw up a new dueling process. It's time to add more people to the field. And the two of you will put your duel at the finale. Sol Yu sniffed and nodded in silence. Jun Macho was in a profound realm and was already a 5-star powerhouse of the Spirit King realm, a large segment lower than him. Another deadly enemy. Both sides will certainly fight to the best of their ability. Good thing that the mixed immortal Yun Jin came back in time. Fighting word skill was mastered by him, although not pure, but after these two bone Fei Yang sharpening, but also greatly improved. Taoist Green Emblem said, don't have pressure. Do your best in everything. You dare to take Jun Macho's challenge. It means that you have a number in your own heart. These 2 days of sharpening, I also see your potential. Only with that bad old man against the battle, did not force to the extreme? There are still part of the strength has not been played out. We must know that the potential of human beings is infinite. Without being in the battle, how can you step on the top? This battle is to tell everyone plainly that my disciple is not weaker than anyone else. Sol Yu nodded, his eyes resolute. Lose? He hadn't thought about it. He wouldn't allow himself to lose. Even if it was Shui Yuntian, he had no way back. Taoist Green Emblem patted him on the shoulder. Feel free to go and treat Mu Qingqing. That old man Bone Fei Yang has nothing to do and will personally watch over the Tianxian sect. Go! Sol Yu nodded and left with Mo Chioli. Bone Fei Yang jumped out and pointed at Taoist Green Emblem and cursed. You old undead. Your disciple went to look for a beauty and assigned me a hard job. What an asshole to the core. Don't go. Don't go, don't go. My good disciple is coming. He. My best disciple is coming. I wonder if he wants to miss his cheap master. Taoist Green Emblem laughed. At this juncture, the amount of her Zhou Yasi won't risk the world to do something out of the ordinary to Sol Yu. So many heavyweights have come to watch the battle, especially with the people from the desolate ancient academy in. If something goes wrong, no need for anyone else. The state lord will step in and flatten her Tianxian clan. Forget about it if you don't go. Bone Fei Yang Jiejie laughed. My precious disciple is here. His brother was beaten into a eunuch by your good disciple. He. Let's see if my disciple doesn't beat him into a pig's head. Ha. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Or my disciple is the best of the best. Taoist Green Emblem smiled and ho. That's just right. Arrange Chongsheng up there. and then fight with Shuyunshin to help the fun. And also show the desolate ancient academies that my Gakchuan empire has many heavenly prides, and is not weaker than the other continents. Bon Fei Yang jumped and cursed when he heard that. Asterisk 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 you old bastard. Why don't you go to hell? Are you still a human being? Good intentions to help you accept disciples, but also teach your disciples. You actually want my good disciple to fight with Shui Yuntian. Why don't you let your disciple go to fight Shui Yuntian? Get lost. Let's go. Pick up my good apprentice. Chapter 98, Anger of Gu Linger. 3 days deadline. Yeah, stay away from me. The smell is too strong. Gu Linger pinched her nose in disgust and blasted away the water wave gate. Subaman was aggravated and said, "It's all because of those two assholes, Bon Fei Yang and Stop Water. It's killing my little master. I didn't blow up Stop Water, but he even chipped me in the... I also dislike myself, but now it doesn't stink. I washed it with dragon saliva for a long time. It really doesn't smell anymore. And it's only on the clothes. The clothes are thrown far away from me. Don't believe me. Smell it." Gurinal screamed and ran away. "Ah, get out of here. You idiot. Come any closer and I'll kick you out." Just as Gu Linger finished speaking, she saw the water wave gate literally take off. And in the next moment, Bon Fei Yang's figure was revealed. He was going to pick up his disciple and happened to meet Gu Linger and the girls, and when he heard Gu Linger screaming, it was incumbent upon him to kick off the water wave gate. The airborne Suikoden covered his butt and roared, "Bon Fei Yang, you old. The last time the account has not been settled and kick me again. I will come back." Gu Linger was very happy to see Bon Fei Yang. This scruffy grandfather really helped, otherwise diaphragm death. What's Grandpa Dirt so happy to be going for? Going to beat up Stopper again? I'll go too. Giggle. Bon Fei Yang hemmed and hawed. I'm not interested in beating him up today. Had ha. Gu Linger froze, puzzled. Ha? What are you so happy about not punching Stopper? Did you step on dog? Bon Fei Yang skimmed his lips and said indignantly, "You girl, you're getting worse. You're the one stepping on. You step on every day. Hey, tell you what, my good disciple is coming. Out of town to pick him up. Want to come with me? Introduce my disciple to you." Superb. Gu Linger's face was full of disgust as she said, "Yeah, no way. Your apprentice must be as sloppy as you. I'm afraid of getting infected. No go. Bon Fei Yang was dissatisfied. Che, little girl does not know the goods. That stop the water is what? It's not as good as a finger of my disciple. Humph, don't go. I'll go by myself. After saying that, she disappeared into thin air. Gu Linger pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. What a weird old man. Suikoden flew away just in time to go play with Stopper. He promised to take me somewhere fun yesterday. He happily rushed to Solyu's residence, but halfway there, he saw a large group of people surrounding him in front. Gu Linger was excited that there was a lively scene, and rushed over, seeing that it was where she and Stopper had eaten yesterday. She frowned, vaguely getting a bad feeling. Sure enough, within moments, 2 men were lifted out of it, covered by white cloth. Alas, it's really pitiful nah. How can 2 honest people be killed in a good cause? Couples never provoke anyone. How to attract such a disaster for no reason? Really, life is unpredictable. I heard that this old man Wang got drunk 2 days ago and fell into the lake and got infected with a wind chill. His mother-in-law and aunt went around seeking a doctor to treat him, but was told that he needed a third-order elixir in order to be cured. It so happened that yesterday a young man and a girl dinner, must be cultivation people, sympathized with the 2, gave them a third-order elixir. It is estimated to be seen to kill and seize the treasure. Yes, there is such a thing. The person was killed last night. Only today was found to report to the police. TSK, too tragic. It is said to have been stabbed a dozen times. Alas, how can there be such a heartless person? Seize the treasure, just seize the treasure. Why kill all the people, which left a paralyzed son alone in the world? How to live? It's a sin. You still do not know it. This gang did not leave a living mouth. The old king, that 8-year-old paralyzed son, was also killed. As if the death is too miserable. For fear of bad influence did not publish. The morning reported to the police that person were scared silly. Doll poor. Head was cut. Dang it. These monastic people have no bottom line. The ones who suffer are always us common people. Maybe one day they will be killed for no reason. Alas. This world. Alas. The old king's 2 mouths this side also has no relatives. No one to collect the body. This was carried to the government. Most of them will be directly burned. Even a provision is not. A family of 3 into a lonely ghost. Alas. Too poor. Gu Linger froze on the spot, looking at Auntie Wang, who was carried out. Blood-stained clothes, not a single intact place on her body. She covered her mouth in disbelief. She slowly pushed her way through the crowd and looked at the two voiceless men, her heart not in her mouth. Gu Linger's face was expressionless, and then it was unusually cold. She was angry. Not the first time she had seen dead people, but the death of these two made her heart tremble. Such a warm-hearted and good person, encountering Ji Shuwei, a downtrodden person, reaching out to help, saving him from the fire, letting Ji Shuwei remember for so many years. He was happy to finally repay the favor yesterday, but he didn't want to suffer like this today. The family, even the 8-year-old paralyzed son, was not spared and had his head cut off. She didn't understand why. A child that young, a paralyzed child, even if they took the treasure, what could he do to them? What could it do to them? Why be so cruel? Why? The official still carried out a small stretcher. If left untreated, the body would stink and easily bring on the plague. A stout bearded officer, frowning, picked up the white cloth with the tip of his knife. The tragic situation inside made him all suck in a breath of cold air, closed his eyes and turned his head, unable to bear to look at. His body was trembling, obviously very angry. Gu Linger even clenched her fists the moment she saw it, her knuckles whitening and her silver teeth almost crunching. No longer able to suppress the anger in her heart, she was angrily surprised. Flower Demon. A figure emerged from the air and knelt down in front of Gu Linger, saying, "Princess." Gu Linger ordered, "Build a hearth, buy a coffin to place it, hire a Buddhist to come and transcend, and then give a generous burial when the murderer is found." "Yes, Princess." Gu Linger took out a special waist plate and threw it at him, her tone morose. "If the manpower is not enough, take my belt tag to find Tan Shisha to transfer troops. If 10,000 is not enough, transfer 30,000. If 30,000 is not enough, transfer 100,000. Within 3 days, I want that murderer to kneel in the spirit hall. If you can't do it, all of you will be buried with them." The flower demon looked grave and said without hesitation, "Obey. If we don't see the murderer in 3 days, the flower demon will cut herself in front of the hearth. Also, don't make a big deal out of this. Don't let Stop Water know for now. He has to prepare for the battle against Jun Macho. If he knows about this, he will be easily distracted. How to do it? You should know." Subordinate understands. He hated this son of A to death, and had never seen Her Highness get angry. And if this affected Her Highness's heart and gave her sorrow, no matter who it was, he would personally exterminate his entire family. After Gu Linger finished her order, she took one more look at the 3 corpses, put her hands behind her back, and turned around to leave. Even when all the people officials kneeled, she ignored them and went straight back to the mansion. Chapter 99, Arriving at Tianxian Sec's residence. Mo Chioli's mighty power. Gu Linger wasn't in the mood to go back to Ji Shuwei. She didn't want him to know for the time being. She would tell Ji Shuwei when the murderer was found. By that time he should have finished the duel as well. Gu Linger was very angry, so she sought out the Waterwave sect with a very unpleasant face. Waterwave Gate had never seen such a Gu Linger before, and realizing that something was going on, he asked cautiously, "What's wrong? Who made you angry? Is it that bastard Stopper? I'll go and settle the score with him and splash him with poop to avenge you." In the past, Gu Linger would have disliked him back, but today she was not in the mood to do so, and indignantly told the cause of the matter. Waterwave Gate was filled with righteous indignation, jumping to his feet and cursing. "These are really damned. Actually is able to do such a heartless thing." Lousy cursed him to not be able to for the rest of his life. Gu Linger squinted her eyes at him, expressionless. A warm current flowed through her heart. This idiot, actually not stupid today. Knowing that she was unhappy, saying such childish words to coax herself, she decided to scold the idiot a few times less in the future. "I'm going to requisition your people. You have quite a few capable people around you. I want to borrow their power to search for the murderer. I'll send someone to mobilize 100,000 troops into the city to search for them, and those people will probably get scared and hide for a while, but I'm partial to beating the bushes in order to lure the snake out of the hole. My people are in the open. I want your people in the dark to go and find it for me. If you don't find it within 3 days, next time, don't brag to me about how good you are, and I'm not going to bother to hang out with you anymore. Stupidity is contagious." Waterwave Gate froze, a flash of hesitation and complexity flashed in his eyes. For the first time, he saw that such a quirky Gu Linger actually did things with thunder and lightning, and had such tactics. Sure enough, his big brother was right. No one who grew up in the palace was a weak fool. Gu Linger wondered, saying, "Not borrowing? If you don't want to borrow it, forget it. I'll find it myself. Grandpa Whitebird, Grandpa Dirt and Stopper will surely help. They're much more reliable than you. Why would I come to a stupid goon like you? Let's go." Saying that, Gu Linger got up and was about to leave without a trace of attachment. Shuibaman panicked at once and stopped Gu Linger, Seeing Gu Linger's cold and impatient face, he hurriedly said, Auntie, yeah, why don't you even let anyone talk? I was shocked by your aura, and thought of my brother saying that no one who grows up in the palace is weak, and froze for a while. Sorry. What kind of relationship do we have? Aren't all my people your people? They still need to borrow. Who want to use you all take? At your disposal. They absolutely no complaints. That is, you cannot go to find those 3 guys. They grams me. Encounter is not good. Especially that scruffy. Every time let me fly. My ass is not good. Gu Linger laughed. LOL. You deserve it. Who made you so stupid? You still have to move towards him every time. She was slightly better after all the mess Mizukamon had made, but it was still hard, and she needed to think about how to find out who that person was as fast as possible. The Water Wave sect recapitulated the matter and asked them to think of countermeasures before reporting to Gu Linger. Yun Shan, who didn't have much presence in the corner, had a sardonic smile on the corner of his mouth and thought, his chance has finally come. He volunteered and stepped forward. Solyu arrived at the Tianxian sect's compound, and with Mo Chuli leading the way. Although the Tianxian sect's disciples were puzzled, they didn't dare to say anything more. Coincidentally, Hua Wu Er and Lin Shi came out, with beads of water still in their hair, obviously having just come out of the shower. Seeing that Solyu was here, as if he was a nightcap that had exploded, he immediately screamed and jumped up. Why are you here, you asshole? What are you doing here? Stop the water, you! I'm going to kill you. Disgusting man, stinking man, where's my sword? I'm going to kill you. Solyu frowned and glanced at Emochioli. Spreading his hands, he said, see, it's not that I didn't help. They kicked me out. With that, he was about to turn around and leave. Emochioli was anxious and pulled Solyu, saying, no leaving. Looking toward flowerless Linshi, he chided, shut up, let him save Kiyoshi. The 2 men still wanted to jump and curse, but when they heard these words, they froze for a moment and immediately quieted down. Feeling incredulous, how could this guy be kind enough to come and save Ching Chang? Kingdo was injured by him, and he already had a deep grudge against him, and now Mu Kingdo was about to die because of him. Little Cold and 2 days ago disappeared for no reason, secretly looking for so many days no news at all. Even more let them resentment. If it is not unable to fight, they have long been carrying a sword door. The master was also secretive these 2 days, regularly absent from the premises. If they didn't know that their master wasn't interested in men right now, they all suspected that she had quietly found a master male for them to come. Seeing Mu Kingoa, physicians are helpless. Joyasi anxious but no better way. For a time, the whole clan is permeated with a depressed atmosphere, depressing to the extreme. All was caused by this guy. Before they are how comfortable and carefree, now like a street rat, and no longer have that time of the spirit of the wind. Now that he suddenly appeared and said he would treat Mu Kingo, how could they believe it? Lying to hell? You'd be so kind. A pig wouldn't believe you think I would? You disgusting man, why don't you go to hell? Cure Chang Chang? Who would believe that you were so kind? I'm afraid that you are here to see our joke, and to take the opportunity to poison Kingo. Hurry up and get out, or I'll be rude. Get out. We don't need your fake kindness. Who knows if you'll do something nasty again. Solyu coldly grunted. Poisoning? Sneak attack. If you really want to kill, you guys are worthy of me using trickery? Don't even look at how much you weigh. Bah. If it wasn't for this stupid woman with a sick brain who came to beg me, do you think I'd want to see you guys? Isn't it disgusting? I promised you that I'd come with you. They're the ones who wouldn't let me in, so I'm not going back on my word. What you promised me can't be changed. Back. Emochioli saw that Solyu did not look like he was faking, and really wanted to go, and vigorously hugged his arm, stubbornly not letting him go. And even though that pair of jade peaks were constantly rubbing against Solyu's arm, she did not notice it in the slightest. Flower Mistake and Lin Shi were still insulting Solyu non-stop, and she was in a state of anxiety, eyes red and swollen, on the verge of crying with impatience. You can't go. You can't go. Don't go. Don't you go. Originally delicate, she was unexpectedly raging with power at this time, making it impossible for Solyu to withdraw. Finally, Emochioli exploded and drew his long sword, swinging it down towards Hua Wu Er and Lin Shi's position. Not meaning to hurt them, it was really because these 2 people didn't know how to be nice. If Solyu really went away, Mu Qingli would definitely die. She had already gambled her dignity and shame and allowed Solyu to trample on her before she could exchange it for a ray of hope, and if she let him leave, there was really nothing she could do. It was only then that he had to step in and shock the 2. Shut up. Chapter 100, Rescuing Mu Kingo. Stop it. Qing is dying. He can save. Shocked by Emochioli's sudden roar, Hua Wuqiu and Lin Shi's heads were confused. They had never seen Emochioli get angry and roar. She who was as stingy as gold, usually used swords to solve the problem. seeing Emochioli's eyes red and swollen. Both of them looked at each other with some weakness and stopped speaking. Emochioli hugged Solyu and wouldn't let him go. Seeing that the two of them quieted down, he then looked at Solyu, a look of pleading in his eyes. Solyu sighed and said, "Okay, I promise you this time. You owe me another favor." Emochioli had no choice but to nod his head as he was too roguish. Seeing that Solyu agreed, Emochioli opened the door to the room, and a strong smell of Chinese medicine came out of the room, and together with it, there was also a heat wave. Solyu frowned and walked in. The two of them, flower mistake, glanced over their heads unwilling to take care of Solyu, but when they saw Emochioli looking over, they had no choice but to explain with a stiff upper lip, "Your ice pick attack contains sealing power on it. No one can break it. The power of ice cold is eroding her body's bloodline. It's now close to her internal organs. If it can't be removed, the physician said she will not live for more than 3 days. We took out some precious elixirs, but they still didn't help much, so we had to drink and use fiery herbs every day to maintain it, or she would faint and die. You can't open the windows to ventilate the room, and you have to maintain enough heat, so the house has been added with a charcoal fire. Aking now wakes up even less. Every time she wakes up just for a little while, especially at night. Such a hot house. We come in for a while we'll be sweating, but she is frozen and shivering. Even if she falls asleep wrapped in a few layers of quilts, she still freezes and wakes up, coughing constantly at night, all coughing up blood, sometimes more than a fever. Hot body, she's still cold." Lin Shi was full of sadness at this time and said, "Xing is too pitiful. She's been tortured beyond recognition. She'll really die if she's not saved." Solyu taunted, "Stop pretending. If you were really so worried and afraid of her death, you wouldn't have stopped me at the door just now, and cursed me viciously. You guys are afraid you can't wait for her to die. You asshole. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. We didn't. We want her to get better quickly. Who would want her to die? It's you. It's you who bullied too much. We didn't hold back." Solyu sneered, "I bully people? Funny, your own heart is clear. Is who first move? I accept seize the treasure time to you. The other time I have never moved you. Which time is not you insulted me first? Lazy with you. You also stirred up your nose on the face." After saying that, Solyu stopped paying attention and looked towards Mukindo, who was lying on the bed and was already dying. He couldn't help but sigh. If he came 2 days later, with this appearance of hers, he was afraid that she would not be able to return to heaven and would really perish. Taking 2 steps closer, I realized that she had lost so much weight that she was only skin and bones, cheeks sunken, face withered, eye sockets deeply sunk in. Slender jade hands have become dry and feeble, thin and weak into a skeleton, out of breath more and less. Chest rise and fall frequency will be the lowest. All of a sudden aged more than 10 years. Solyu had fantasized countless times about the scene of marriage with her, beautiful and graceful, and left behind. And at that time he felt that this was the best expectation. Now this inhuman and ghostly appearance made his heart feel some stinging pain, and when he really faced it, he still retained his obsession and pain. Solyu sat on the edge of the bed, frowning at her with a moment of disorientation. "Save her." Solyu placed his palm over her chest, which immediately made Hua Wu Er and Lin Shi unsettled. "What are you doing? Do you treat people like that?" Solyu frowned and glared angrily. "Do you or I know exactly where I shoot my ice picks? Without dissolving the cold ice in this place, how can she save her life?" Lin Shi was just about to shout when she met Solyu's regal eyes and muttered a few times. That can't be pressed there either." Solyu said impatiently. "Either you heal or you shut up. Also get the hell out of here." Lin Shi mumbled a few times and deflated her mouth in aggravation. No longer paying attention, Solyu's mind entered Mu Kingo's body. There were already ice filaments condensing at her heart, and on several major organs, there were patches of ice flakes. The situation was even worse than what Flower Mistake and the girls knew. If it was after midnight tonight, her life would be in danger, and it would only be a matter of time before she perished. Solyu opened his eyes and said, "It's much worse than expected. There are already ice spots on every organ, and if it can't be cured by midnight tonight, it could kill her at any time." Emochioli sniffed and stared dead at Solyu as he said, "Save her, promise, I'll do it." Hearing this, Hua Wuer and Lin Shi also panicked and nervously looked at Solyu. "Stop the water. Save eldest sister, please, she can't die. I'll never curse you again," Solyu said with a difficult expression on his face. "It's not impossible. It's just that it's so severe that it requires a special method for me to dissolve the cold ice power on her internal organs. But what? Do you need any herbs or do you need our help? The method is said to you, and you decide for yourselves. If not, I will immediately turn around and leave, and her death or life will no longer concern me. You name it, we'll agree to anything. It is necessary to remove her intimate clothing. Through the clothing, my spiritual power will be interfered and I cannot operate precisely, and the process cannot be interrupted. No one is allowed to disturb it, otherwise, she will die immediately. Now give me an answer. If you think I'll take advantage of someone while they're in danger, I'll leave immediately. While Flower Mistake and Lin Shi froze, Mo Chioli made an immediate decision. Take off. You save her. We'll all go out and keep watch. Hua Wu Er's eyes were skeptical. Never heard of such a method of salvation. Sol Yu saw it and directly got up, acting decisively. I knew this would be the case with you guys. I shouldn't have come. She had it coming when she died. What's it got to do with me? Mo Chioli saw the situation. Head too big. How can this man be so petty? Not moving to make sex. Really anxious individual. Without any nonsense, she directly dragged the two of them up and headed out. And after going out, she brought the door with her and stood in the doorway by herself holding her sword, angrily staring at Hua Wu Er and Lin Shi, confirming that they had all gone out and no divine sense had probed in. Sol Yu stopped rubbing his nose in it and picked up Mu Kingo and removed her clothes. The most longed for body posture in the last life. The most dreamed of touch, to the end of the body to die without touching bang. In this life, facing this within reach, ready to collide with a scene at any time, Sol Yu's breathing became ragged, as well. Chapter 101, Green Lotus Demon Pupil Ability, Mind's Eye. His mind was in a trance, boundless desire rose, and once this woman he had dreamed of all his life was sitting on a platter in front of him, and he didn't quite let go of it. Lust took hold of him, his eyes should have been probing downward, the knots in his throat rolled involuntarily, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Maybe it is repentance, or maybe it is not wanting to take advantage of people's danger with the villain's behavior. At a certain moment, Sol Yu suddenly woke up, shook his head vigorously, and bit out blood on the tip of his tongue, and finally suppressed that evil thought, and discharged the desire in his heart. After taking a few deep breaths and trying to calm down, Sol Yu closed his eyes. He's going to do the right thing. In fact, he lied. Saving Mu Qingqing could be much harder for others. The sealing power in that spiritual energy was indeed a nuisance, but for the caster himself, it was as easy as a slap in the face to remove them. The reason why he had stripped Mu Qing vanished. It was possible that buried deep within Sol Yu's heart, that once unwilling lust had an effect on him, and the most crucial reason was that Sol Yu wanted to take a risky move. Sol Yu pasted his palm onto it, ready to use some of his power first to eliminate a little bit of that cold ice power so that when he followed up, her body would be able to withstand it. If she forced the spell now, she could go up in smoke in the blink of an eye, just touching it with my eyes closed. It should be in the small abdomen where the dantian is. The frightened Sol Yu hurriedly opened his eyes and murmured, it should be at the belly dantian. How do I touch the top? Hastily adjusting his form, he pressed both palms to his abdomen. It's good to collect some interest. Not good to say. A layer of faint fluorescence surfaced on the palm of his hand, triggering the power of cold ice in Mu Qing's body, and the 7 traumas where the ice picks had been stuck into his body were flooded with thumb-sized fluorescence, echoing with the palm of Sol Yu's hand. There were countless fine silk threads extending out from the 7 traumas, closely connected as if they were spider webs, extending into its body, as the soul of the Yu with the power, its viscera and bowels at the condensation of the ice flakes and the naked eye visible melting, into a channel of thin cold gas, from the body of the Mu Qingma body discharge, after encountering the air immediately after the icing. This process lasted for a few minutes. It had already eliminated most of the coldness on her internal organs, and her face also became slightly rosy with the naked eye, no longer as dead and withered and rotten as before. At this point, Sol Yu stopped and felt her breathing, which became somewhat even and steady. Next, his eyes were firm and solemn, and he had to be careful not to make the slightest mistake. Retracting his palms, he closed his eyes slightly. The next moment, it snapped open. The eyes turned a light green color at this moment, and 2 demonic green lotuses slowly rotated in the eyes. Green Lotus Demon Pupil. Unleash. The Green Lotus Demon Pupil had a strong special ability to mark the target's body, and after the marking was completed, the pupil power of the Green Lotus Demon Pupil was used to control a small portion of the target's mind, leaving a Green Lotus seal at her heart, and a portion of the pupil power was injected into the Green Lotus seal to form a controllable mind's eye. Once the mind's eye is formed, with the enhancement of Sol Yu's cultivation, it can be slightly guided under the slightest influence on her mind and consciousness, etc. With the growth of time, this influence will slowly become bigger and bigger, and the ultimate result will be the control of her from the ideology and cognition of the mind. There was also a primary function. Sol Yu was able to utilize the Green Lotus seal to remotely trigger the mind's eye, which could be monitored within a certain range, as if a monitor had been installed on her body. Sol Yu did not want to peep at her, although it will have evil thoughts, but certainly will not have any improper thoughts about her. Of course by chance to see should not see. that is also really normal. Xiao Han's disappearance had given him a sense of crisis, and it was unknown to him how that sleeping Emperor Realm's soul body was about to resurrect itself, or what specific plot it had. If Mu Kingo is beside Xiao Han, he can play a monitoring role, and if possible, it would be best to know his plans and movements behind him. Of course, there was a huge danger in doing so. If it was perceived by Emperor Jing's soul body, he could track himself down by clearing his imprint. Therefore, he had to be cautious and prudent, and in order to be foolproof, he would also leave a little more power in the Green Lotus Seal to ensure that when he was discovered, he could instantly cut off the connection with the Green Lotus Seal and not allow himself to be exposed. This process was extremely complicated and laborious, especially since the Green Lotus demon pupil had to be kept running at full strength. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, but it also excessively depleted the spirit and pupil power. In 1.5 hours, Solyu finally completed all the processes. The process was quite smooth and the result was quite successful. At this time, he had consumed a great deal. His spirit was a bit depressed, his pupil power was even less left, and his eyes were so tired that he could hardly open them. Forced spirit, Solyu is doing the final finishing work. More than 10 minutes of time will be all the residual power of cold ice eliminated. Solyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This woman should soon wake up. This place should not be stayed for a long time. He wanted to clothe Mu Qingli, but when he touched her skin, Mu Qingli woke up violently. Frozen for a long time, looking at Solyu in confusion, Solyu said with some heartfelt sorrow, "Don't get me wrong. I was entrusted by someone in healing your wounds. Now that the power of the cold ice has been removed as much as it can be, and I've finished what I promised someone else, so I'm leaving." However, she didn't want Mu Kingo to suddenly scream and pounce on Solyu in a frenzy, tearing his clothes and screaming ear-piercingly, "Stop the water. You harmed Wufu and Linqi girls, also robbed Xiao Han's absolute chance. And now Xiao Han even disappeared because of this. And now you are light on me. I'll kill you, eh? Give me back Xiao Han's imperial weapon. Give me back Xiao Han too. I'll kill you." Solyu was unprepared, and coupled with his overexertion, he was grabbed by her, scratching several bloody marks on his arm, causing him to eat pain. Solyu shoved him hard and chortled angrily, "Let go of me, you stupid woman. You are sick in the head. The Lin Yuan secret realm is based on each person's ability. The loss of opportunity only shows that they are too weak. Blame it on me? And Zhou Yasi, a palm hit on my dantian, almost ruined me. Why don't you stupid woman say, spread out. Scratching hurts me." Mu Kingo was frantic, tearing at Solyu's clothes. His sleeves and lower pant legs were torn to shreds. Mo Chili and the others ran in at the news and saw the scene that made them giddy, as if she was about to do something untoward to Solyu and Solyu was fighting to resist. Solyu pushed and shoved a few times, but he was unable to push the crazy woman away, and the backs of his hands were scratched with bloody marks. In a fit of rage, Solyu threw a slap at Mu Kingo's face, sending her sprawling on the bed, unable to get up. Crazy women, a bunch of sick in the head, grass. But at that moment, a voice came from outside the house. "What are you all doing in Kingo's room? It's unseemly to make so much noise." Chapter 102, Zhou Yasi goes crazy. Hearing this voice, Solyu's heart instantly tightened. Originally thought that he couldn't meet with her, but didn't think that the wrongdoers would run into each other in a narrow way, and ran into each other at the end of the day. Having no choice but to face it head-on, he suddenly pinched in his hand and sent an early warning signal to Moses, who was hanging around outside. Although, he wasn't worried about what Zhou Yasi would do to him. The royal family's holy decree and the Mercury sect's legal post had also spread, and with the visit of the desolate ancient academy's elders, there was no room for error here. At this juncture, no one would believe that Zhou Yasi would dare to take a shot at him. Otherwise, after causing the people from the desolate ancient academy to spoil their fun and lose their confidence and interest in the Gaxuan Empire, the imperial family and the Mercury sect would definitely take a shot at her and sweep the Tianqian sect. Moses was nearby and would also come when he received the warning message, and an 8-star spirit emperor still had a good chance of winning against last week's Yash. Solyu didn't dare to linger here and got up to leave, and the several women of flower faultless Lin she rushed out and gladly told Zhou Yasi the good news. In the courtyard, Zhou Yasi sensed a different aura that was slightly familiar when she first arrived. It wasn't until Solyu walked out that her face immediately went cold. "You sinner! You still dare to come to my Tianqian sect's compound to show off. Do you really think my Tianqian sect is easy to bully?" Flower Mistake hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Master, Jishui didn't try to be evil this time. He was invited by Qiu Li and came to heal senior sister Kingo's injuries. Now that senior sister Qing has been cured, she is able to wear clothes and get out of bed." Lin she also nodded and said, "It's true, Master. He really cured senior sister Qing. If you don't believe me, go in and take a look." Senior sister Qing's complexion is obviously a lot better, and she has strength in her body as well. Unexpectedly, not only did Zhou Yasi not have the slightest hint of happiness, the chill on her face was even colder. Qiuli, have you grown up? You actually went behind my back to secretly invite your enemy? Have you forgotten how he put master against everyone? Have you forgotten that because of her master was isolated, mocked, and nearly humiliated by all the great sects? Who caused you all to catch poop and suffer the plague of rats? Who caused you all to lose your dignity and shame? Have you forgotten who caused everyone in the Sand Emperor city to target us? The fat-ass rats that run around the streets every day. Isn't that disgusting enough? The Tianxian sect has become the joke of the Gaxuan Empire. Who caused this? The more Zhou Yasi spoke, the more agitated she became, and her body couldn't help but tremble, pointing at Sol Yu's arm with such force that it trembled. Your most beloved junior brother. He was even robbed of his unparalleled opportunity, and his emperor-ranked magic artifacts were plundered, causing Xiao Han to be devastated. The final trip to the Lin Yuan secret realm was even more of a failure to reap any benefits. Who caused this? Now, your most beloved junior brother is even missing and disappeared. Who caused all this? This one thing after another is enough to ruin our reputation. A shame that cannot be washed away. You guys actually went behind my back and let him come to treat Qing Oa Dezizio. You guys are so bold. You don't put me in your eyes anymore, do you? Everyone chilled to silence, not daring to utter a single breath. Since Xiao Han's return to them, Zhou Yasi's character had become irritable and violent, beating and scolding them at every turn, and also beating one of the disciples into a serious injury, who died later on without treatment. The current Zhou Yasi was emotionally irritable, and her outbursts made them cringe. Sol Yu coldly grunted. Humph, why exactly did these things happen? You know it in your heart, striking out at me for no reason, almost destroying my dantian, not thinking of repentance, actually attributing all of these rights and wrongs to me. You, Patriarch Zhou, really know how to reverse right and wrong. All these things you said are all your own fault. What has it got to do with me? If they were not greedy, how did this happen? Did I force them to dig up pills? Fat Mouse Great Hall. I repeatedly dissuaded them. They don't know how to drive me away. Was it me who let them be forced to go in? Lotus Treasure Hall. Snatch the treasure, each according to chance. He Xiao Han cannot get, can only blame him for not having the ability. The world's treasures, have the fate can be obtained. Lin Yuan's secret realm is not his Xiao Han open. Why I cannot rob? You were tit for tat all because you were proud and arrogant, didn't distinguish between right and wrong, looked down on others, and finally got into trouble. You yourself didn't think of repentance, and had nothing to do with me for intruding on this heavenly calamity. Did I instigate them? Did I provoke you? The eyes of the masses are discerning. They treated Tianxian sect like that. Shouldn't you be self-reflecting and repentant? To still have the face to blame them on others is truly pathetic and ridiculous. Having said that, he stopped speaking and was leaving. Moses the son of A was probably drinking flowery wine again, and was afraid that he was already drunk, and hadn't given a signal until now, a sign of danger, and had to get out of the way as soon as possible. Zhou Yasi was said to be in pain, completely crazy. She didn't admit that it was her fault. She wasn't at fault. What was at fault was stopping the water. What was at fault was those clan elders. They were the ones isolating themselves and mocking themselves. They were just fighting back. She couldn't let people bully her. You shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. It's you guys, all of you. It's all your fault. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Sol Yu frowned. Seeing that Zhou Yasi was showing some signs of madness, he didn't dare to linger. He had to leave quickly and looked at Mo Qiuli, saying, leave with me, or stay here. I'll give you the chance to choose. Mo Qiuli heard the words and froze, his face complex, looking at Hua Wu Er and Zhou Yasi, his eyes full of worry and reluctance, as well as being too weak and embarrassed to look directly at them. Zhou Yasi coldly looked at Mo Qiuli and asked, leaving? Where are you going? Mo Qiuli struggled, not knowing how to answer. Sol Yu said, she knelt down and begged me to heal Mu Kingo's injuries, mortgaging herself to me and inviting me to take action in exchange for becoming my maid. Otherwise how could I have been so kind as to wade into this place so easily? But now, I don't seem to want her anymore. You people are crazy. None of you are normal. I'd better not make trouble for myself. You stay. You don't have to follow me. I'll give you back your freedom. After saying that, without waiting for Mo Qiuli to reply, he was ready to turn around and leave. However, he saw Mo Qiuli suddenly kneel down and said, Qiuli doesn't want to break his promise. Master, take care. After saying that, she kowtowed 3 times to Zhou Yasi, her forehead a bloody red as she stood up and walked towards Sol Yu. Zhou Yasi completely tensed up and fell into a frenzy, screaming and cursing. You little man, not only did you go to him behind my back, but you got down on your knees and begged him to follow him by becoming his maid? You? It's not me who taught you. Where did you get the qualification to speak here? The white-eyed wolf that can't be fed. Do you want to go like this? Dreaming. To give others as a maid. My face has been disgraced by you. You go to hell. Chapter 103, Epileptic Joe Yassi's Deadly Hand. Joe Yassi flew in, her palms bent in an eagle's claw position, angrily grabbing at Mo Chioli's heavenly aegis. Mo Chioli panicked, locked by Joe Yassi's aura, unable to escape. Her mind was in a daze. She was her disciple. Why would she want to cause her death like this? She had absolutely no courage to resist. At the moment of crisis, Solyu stepped in and threw Mo Chioli behind him. Joe Yassi's eyes were completely red. Seeing that the blow to clean up her house had fallen flat, she was infuriated and could no longer care much about it. Brazenly changing the direction of his attack, he grabbed towards Solyu. Mind your own business. Then let's settle old scores with new ones and return Xiao Han's imperial weapon. Solyu was shocked and said that it was not good. He did not expect this crazy woman to actually come at him. The two were too close to dodge. The fighting technique was instantly activated, with twice the battle power superimposed, and spiritual power was poured into both palms, quickly condensing into a thick ice shield in front of his body. It was also when the ice shield had just taken shape that Joe Yassi's attack struck, slapping her palm on top of the ice shield. Even though he had the fighting skill to boost his all-round battle power, his realm was ultimately too low, and he was not an opponent of the Spirit Emperor realm at all. The ice shield didn't last for a few seconds before it shattered into slag, and the immense force sent Solyu flying out and crashing into a courtyard wall. The courtyard wall collapsed with a loud bang, and Solyu smashed outside, skidding for several meters. Luckily, when he sensed that the ice shield was not enough to resist, he urged the purple extreme green lotus pagoda with all his might, and managed to form a shield on his body. The defensive ability of the purple extreme green lotus pagoda was not something to be reckoned with, and with the blessing of the fighting technique, even though the Emperor-ranked artifact only exerted 40% of its power, coupled with the ice shield guarding it, the Spirit Emperor realm's energies were surprisingly blocked in their entirety. Although the force was great, the spiritual attack did not work and did not cause substantial damage to Solyu. The courtyard wall collapsed and a puff of smoke filled the room, making it completely impossible to see. Solyu only felt some pain in his back, thinking that it was the result of this kind of vigorous impact, but fortunately it was harmless. Just then, a figure in the sky swept in and yelled, "Joe Yassi, how dare you!" Solyu was alarmed. It's Moses' voice. He swept through the air, but in mid-air, he was stopped by a man in black. The man in black was strong. Moses was not an opponent. He was suppressed everywhere, and he lost the wind in a few moments. Moses yelled angrily, "Ah, get out of here or I'll kill you." The man in black sneered, his voice hoarse, "Little Spirit Emperor realm, how dare you speak out of turn, really looking for death?" Moses was beaten back, angry and resentful. "If you were in my peak state, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to lift my shoes. Kill." The man in black was shocked, then sneered, "Ha ha, arrogance. Bragging is for everyone. Now that you are suppressed by me, winning you is only a matter of minutes and seconds. What are you going to fight me with? Ha ha ha. Joe Yassi, do it at speed. Don't even think about leaving when people come later." Moses roared, "Joe Yassi, how dare you? If I hurt him in the slightest today, I will behead you." The man in black sneered, "Fighting against me? You actually dare to be distracted? Take care of yourself first. Be careful that old me misses and accidentally kills you. Don't do it yet. Miss today you will hardly have another chance. What are you still hesitating for, you fool?" Moses yelled, "Stop her. Run away." Pust. Moses was caught by the man in black in a break. A palm will be knocked away, smashed into the distance. The nearby houses were damaged by the powerful force. Smoke and dust. Life and death unknown. The man in black snarled, "What are you waiting for? Kill him and snatch back the Imperial artifact. With that slap you just gave me, Taoist Green Emblem won't let you go. As long as I can kill him, I'll make sure you're free of worries." At those words, Joe Yassi no longer hesitated and once again flew towards Solyu. However, at this moment, Mo Chioli blocked the front, trying to stop Joe Yassi and buy Solyu time to escape. However, she had underestimated Joe Yassi's determination to decapitate Solyu at this point, and became even angrier at her act of guarding the stopping water, and slapped her palm across the air. "Damn you to hell." Mo Chioli was sent flying and smashed into a premises, which instantly collapsed into rubble, burying her. Solyu was highly concentrated, sensing Joe Yassi who was attacking from this side. His expression was grave, and his fighting skill was exerted to the extreme. A several feet thick ice wall instantly rose in front of his body, and he quickly flew back and retreated. He knew that in this situation, the frenzied Joe Yassi no longer cared. If he just ran away, it was absolutely suicidal. He could only do his best to defend and stall until Moses came to save the day. Boom! A spiritual power hamster bear manifested and crashed into the ice wall. The impenetrable ice wall was instantly torn apart, and the blasted ice slag shot at the surrounding wall as if it had penetrated the thin paper and became a sieve. Even though he already knew how powerful the Spirit Emperor realm was, it was only when he truly fought it to the death that Solyu realized that he was too ignorant and had severely underestimated the battle power of a Spirit Emperor. Flying backward, Solyu, foot does not occupy the ground, with all his strength to avoid the oncoming attacks, has already been in a sorry state. The body already has a number of injuries. The face is also cut by the spiritual force Pai Lian, seeping out blood. Once again, he tumbled in a sorry state, and just as he stopped, a spiritual lance zipped down beside him, passing close to his chest and almost piercing his heart. There were countless more spiritual power attacks that shot at him as if he were a heavenly maiden, and Solyu, who was unable to avoid them, once again forcefully activated the purple extreme green lotus pagoda, narrowly catching this powerful attack. He was just about to let out a sigh of relief when he suddenly sensed that something was wrong, and as soon as he raised his head, he met Zhou Yasi's eyes that were full of mockery and ruthless ice coldness as she laughed hideously and maniacally. Die! It turned out to be that attack was a feint, with the intention of forcing Solyu to use the defense of the purple extreme green lotus tower, and after blocking that attack, he had no way to perform another one, so after that attack, she followed it up with an unreserved palm strike on Solyu's chest. Boom! Solyu flew out backwards. His consciousness was a little lax, his ears went deaf, and he couldn't hear what Moses was hissing in the distance, and his eyes slowly became dark. As Solyu fell to the ground, the corner of Zhou Yasi's mouth hung up in a cruel arc, and the delight in her eyes could no longer be hidden. Ha 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 ha. I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to have your chances of survival cut off as well. The palm of his hand flexed, and as spiritual energy surged forth, he dug towards Solyu's dantian, but at that moment, Moses struck a blow through the air despite his injuries. You dare to touch him, I will cut you alive. Moses tried to rescue him, but the man in black didn't give a chance and blocked Moses once again, who hissed anxiously and almost exposed his original form. Ha ha ha, wait until you can survive him. Ha ha ha, the Imperial artifact is mine. No, it's Little Chill's. I'm not snatching it. I'm helping Little Chill get his stuff back. Chapter 104, The Anger of Taoist Master Qinghui. Zhou Yasi defied all odds to get back what belonged to Xiaohan, but was rebuked by the man in black. Hurry, there's a strong aura heading this way, Zhou Yasi said. No, this is Little Chill's Imperial artifact. I have to get it back. The man in black anxiously raged. Stupid. Hurry up. It's too late. You want to die here, don't get me involved. Zhou Yasi was unwilling, but she didn't dare to stay any longer. She also felt a few strong auras, and one was mixed with boundless anger. Can only be reluctant to fly back? Go, but also do not forget to rap on Mu Qing Hua where several people, as for Mo Chioli, at this time is still in the ruins. Life and death do not know. Want to go? You stay. You're looking for death. Get lost. Once again, Moses slammed into the ground as if he were a cannonball, groaning in pain. The man in black took Zhou Yasi and vanished towards the sky, not daring to stay any longer for a second. No one's noticed. In the corner of a ruin, a pair of crystalline eyes looked far away at Solyu, who was lying motionless on the ground, and a flash of aurora flickered in his eyes. A drop of crystal clear water bead cohesion emerged and floated in front of the eyes, then turned into a touch of crystal streaming light shot into the soul of the U-body. Once again observed for a while, to determine that the soul of the U is not in the way, finally put down his heart. Eyes show luster. However, upon noticing Solyu's wretched, scarred and messy body at this moment, the crystalline eyes became slightly cold again, as if they were angry. Looking towards Zhou Yasi, several people who fled to the sky, a flash of hostility flashed through the crystalline eyes, and then his figure dived without leaving any traces. Taoist leader Qinghui was discussing matters with several patriarchs when he suddenly felt uneasy, and he frowned slightly. Also at this time, the energy fluctuation of a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse was sensed in the distance, and not a moment later, two more unusual energy scents were sensed, one of which was so strong that it was actually a spirit zone realm. He hurried out of the house and looked into the distance, and with a fine sense, he bellowed, "Not good, it's the Tianxian sect." Taoist leader Qinghui could no longer care about anything else and soared into midair, rushing to the place of the incident at breakneck speed, his face a shade of iron. Seeing this, the rest of them also got up in a hurry and followed closely behind. Taoist Master Qinghui sensed Zhou Yasi's raging energy aura from afar and was certain that it was this woman who was going berserk. His heart became even more uneasy. He also detected Solyu's faint aura from the energy that was scattered from the fight, and immediately felt a great sense of dismay. From afar, He exploded his body's aura and charged straight into the battlefield over there. It was also because of this that the man in black was in a hurry to leave, forcibly injuring Moses, who had blocked the way and wanted to leave him behind. Before leaving with Zhou Yasi, when Taoist leader Qing Hui arrived at the Tianxian sect's compound, the nearby houses had collapsed countless times. Almost all of them had turned into ruins, and he landed straight beside Solyu. Looking at Solyu, who was already seriously injured and unconscious, and whose miserable condition was oozing with rage, he moved to kill for the first time in a rage. If he hadn't tried his best to suppress it, and there were thousands and thousands of innocent people around, his anger would have been enough to level the territory of 10,000 square feet. Temporarily suppressing his anger, he gently pressed his palm at Solyu's heart vein, closed his eyes, and gave his full attention to diagnosing Solyu. The more he diagnosed, the more alarmed he became. The injuries looked heavy. The internal organs and meridians were damaged to varying degrees, but for some unknown reason, they were actually repairing themselves, and the repair speed was not slow. He wanted to go deeper into the Dantian blood veins to investigate. As long as these two places were not damaged, all other problems could be healed. Only, with his realm and ability, he was actually unable to probe Solyu's bloodline in Dantian, and every time he tried to go deeper, he would always be repelled by an inexplicable force. When he tried to probe the bloodline again, he used some of his energy, and as if Solyu's bloodline had been provoked by the stimulus, it was unusually raging and let out a roar that nearly shocked his mind. Not to mention the Dantian, every time his mind went there, it was blank, as if he had probed into the infinite void. There was nothing there. It was very weird. Then later, an inexplicable energy will force him to push out, and then want to explore. But the mind is not even the soul of the body of the internal organs cannot enter, as if under his skin to form an impenetrable energy barrier. This also made the knowledgeable Taoist green emblem confused, thinking that it should be the imperial ranked artifact he had obtained protecting his body on its own. If the purple extreme green lotus tower can know this news, certainly shouted in vain. Your old man is too much to look down on me. I'm not even in the body of his body. Chinkuan qualification can only be in the corner of the edge of his body shivering. Fortunately, the injury was heavy but not fatal, and with the nameless energy within his body to repair it, he should be able to recover his internal organs and meridians as soon as possible. Only that the chest collapsed. The entire rib cage of the chest was all slapped by the strong energy, and there was also spinal damage in the back. Such trauma must also be taken seriously. If the slightest root of the disease was left behind, there would be no end to the aftermath. Most of all, the day after tomorrow there would be a big competition, and with this injury he had now, he would definitely not be able to fight against Jun Macho. Peak showdown. Any little mistake is fatal. Not to mention that Solyu is fighting across the ranks, that Jun Macho is always in the top 5 of the Dragon Tiger ranking, and the promotion of the Spirit King realm is also a very long time ago. His own battle power is strong and transversal, and cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. Fortunately, the trip to the Lin Yuan secret realm had Moses tempering and exercising, and later, Taoist green emblem used rootless water to enhance his body strength. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Taoist leader Qing Hui's eyes narrowed slightly. No expression could be seen on his face. He had already thought of a cure. First he would place Solyu in a good place, then he would go in person, not bothering to wipe the dust from his body. Moses rushed over the first time he came out of the deep pit, and saw that Taoist green emblem was diagnosing without interrupting. I asked hastily when he opened his eyes. How? I could tell he was very nervous. Taoist green emblem frowned tightly. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels have been damaged, but he has a special physique. Not a big problem. But all the energy is focusing on repairing the internal organs and meridians. These external injuries cannot be healed, especially the front chest and spine keelbone is damaged. Unusual spiritual power and elixir cannot be repaired intact. It must be a specific secret medicine to do this. This I already know how to do it. After a while to settle him, I personally go. This time, we have to protect him well. No more mistakes can be made, but if anyone dares to offend again, they can be directly beheaded. Moses said with a cold face and a bit of shame at the same time. It's me who was careless. I didn't expect Zhou Yasi. This has gone crazy. This kind of time still dares to do this kind of heavenly anger. That black-clothed man really can't be beaten. Put in the peak of the previous time, a palm to slap the character. Actually was completely abused by him. Really abominable. Taoist green emblem nodded and said, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Even I was careless, thinking that she wouldn't dare to make a move against stop water. I didn't realize that she had already reached the point of heartlessness, completely disregarding the Tianxian sect's death or life. This isn't the place to talk. Go back first and place the stopper. I'm going to fetch that item myself, and this time, even if I don't want this reputation, I'm going to fetch it. Chapter 105, Bon Fei Yang's Fatal Fate. Bon Fei Yang was at the city gates, waiting for half a day without seeing his disciple come, so he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The convoys and crowds that came and went, he watched over and over again, never seeing the figure he had longed for, and couldn't help but feel a bit sultry. This bastard boy, more and more lawless, clearly said that today into the city. Let the old man wait for this long time, still do not see to come. Really a rebel, waiting for the old man to find you. Surely let you with that water wave door, fly all over the sky. Unbeknownst to him, when a caravan ringing with camel bells entered the city, a man dressed as a woman in a pink tent pulled by 8 camels looked at him through the curtains of the car and sedan chair as a handsome and evil teenager, and saw him with his hands in his sleeves, squatting scruffily by the side of the road and looking around, and couldn't help but look at him with a face of dislike. Bad old man, still so slovenly. The old man has explained that you bathe and dress up. You are good as a fart to let go. Then you damn wait here. The old man is going to go to have a good time, ha 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 ha. 2 beautiful figures embraced him in their arms and made him lie down. One as if he were a beautiful snake demon, causing a wave of impatience in his body. Goo, my wayer, aren't you afraid that my lord will swallow you up if you tease him like this? Ha ha ha. What's there to be afraid of, slave? I'm just afraid that your son won't want to eat it. Giggle giggle. The other puts the peeled lychee into his own mouth while handing it over to the man to eat. One more. How about this eunuch feeds you this time? Bon Fei Yang didn't know that Li Changsheng had already entered the city long ago. Fearing that his disciple would be angry, he purposely flew more than 10 miles out of the city, but he still hadn't seen his disciple's shadow, which couldn't help but make him a little discourteous and nagging. However, at that moment, sensing 2 strong figures that swept towards the side, he frowned. However, those 2 didn't show any hostility. Instead, they were a bit panicked, as if they were running away. Bon Fei Yang immediately became interested. There was something lively to watch. Staying close, he chased after them, only to find a masked man in black, a spirit sect realm, which made him a little alarmed, and at the same time, he saw that the person being led to flee was actually Tianxian sect patriarch Zhouya Zhouyazi, with her 3 disciples. He couldn't help but murmur a bit in wonder. What's wrong with this woman? She ran away with a man with her disciple? I've never heard of that. Didn't she say she's not interested in men? That's not true. What's the point of eloping with a disciple? Running so fast for what? It is not possible to steal someone else's family's man. Was the owner came to the door? So pugnacious? Also not right. This escape posture. The wolf chased the same. Also does not look like. Asterisk. No way. Stop water. He had just realized that something was wrong. Today Daoist Qing Hui had asked him to keep an eye on Jishuai. He had to go to the Tianxian sect's compound to heal Mu Qingyi's injuries, and he was afraid that Zhou Yazi would make a move against Jishuai, so he didn't take it seriously at the time. Grass. Miserable. If something really happened to stop water, old Nubizi will castrate me. Don't run. Stop right there. With a shout, he was about to go after them. Whether they were or not, there was nothing wrong with catching them. If it was really Stopper who had been injured, catching these 2 would not be meritorious, but at least it would be a way to redeem themselves and have something to answer for. Only, just as he was about to give chase, he saw another cloud of dust floating through the air. Yes, a cloud of dust, so thick he couldn't see much, and he wondered again what the hell it was. Just as he was about to go forward to find out what was going on, a pair of eyes were revealed in the midst of that thick dust, clear and crystal clear. The eyes only looked at him for a second and then left. It was also this glance that made him fall into an ice cave. The blood veins and meridians of his entire body, and even his spiritual energy, were frozen and solidified, and an infinite coldness struck him, causing him to tremble in fear until his head went blank. He then fell straight down and into a mountain forest as if he were dead. I don't know how long it took, but he finally woke up. His body was cold, and his face rarely became seriously grave. He was an actual spirit sect realm, but he was actually almost killed by a pair of eyes glancing lightly at him. It was a good thing that the owner of the eyes had no killing intent towards him. Otherwise, he would definitely have died more than 8 times. Even now, just the thought of those eyes made his body go cold and he couldn't help but shiver as despair rose. Nima, what kind of mightiness is this? What kind of existence has the power to possess such a strong force that I can only fear? Unable to raise a single thought of wanting to fight against it. Living hell. How can there be such an existence here? No wonder that crazy woman would run away with her lover. Who the hell would not run away? Waiting to be divided into corpses? It's not even possible to split the body. It can only be turned into a pile of dung. Heart palpitating, he no longer had any other thoughts, and hurriedly ran to the city. It was too insecure here, and he was afraid of Ash. When they arrived at Solyu's and their mansion, They just happened to see Taoist Green Emblem and Moses walk out with heavy faces and close the door to their room. Seeing Taoist Master Qing Hui looking over, Bon Fei Yang immediately shrunk his head in vain and asked, "What happened?" Taoist Green Emblem did not complain. This matter could not be blamed on Bon Fei Yang. It was him who overlooked the heartlessness of a person who was overwhelmed by hatred. Not to mention that crazy woman Zhou Yasi. Telling the seriousness of the matter, Taoist Green Emblem's expression condensed and resolute. Not far from the Sand Emperor City, in Qingyuan City, there is a family named Xing, with a head of the family, Xing Fuyuan, whose life I once saved. His family has an item called the Overwhelming Blood Forging Trace Heavenly Injury Jade, an exotic treasure not weaker than the imperial rank. It is for their heirloom, and I have seen it once before. That jade is filled with chalcedony and has a soft texture that can even be bent when you get it in your hands. The energy is huge, and it can do instant repair for injuries like stopping the water, as well as forging the sinews and bones, raising the strength of the body by more than one level. The Xing clan relies on drawing on the energy overflowing from the Overwhelming Blood Forging Scar's Heavenly Injury Jade to unclog the meridians and forge the foundations for their own disciples. And the core disciples are even rewarded with a lot of energy breaths to use to strengthen their bodies. So the Xing clan's disciples generally have strong physical bodies that are comparable to gold and stone. I'm going this time. I'm prepared to exchange some artifacts of the imperial rank with it. If it really doesn't make sense, the old road might perform a banditry. For the sake of this disciple of mine, the old road has no choice right now. Bon Fei Yang and Moses moved. Such an old man, cared for a lifetime of reputation, never made enemies, never good words and good deeds, open and honest, but now want to just worship a few days of the disciple, to such an extent, and even go so far as to damage the reputation. Bon Fei Yang said, "You're not allowed to go. I'll go there. The old man, I'm already notorious. I don't care to add one more evil thing to my notoriety." You can't. Chapter 106, Zhou Yasi determined to assault Yunrenqing. They didn't stop Taoist Master Qing Hui because there was still some room for discussion if he went personally in this matter. But if Bon Fei Yang went, he would have to do something about it. After all, it was someone's heirloom treasure, grounded in the fundamentals. Even if it was a stronger imperial artifact, there was no way it could be compared to it. The Overwhelming Blood Forging Trace Heavenly Injury Jade had no offensive properties, but it was able to solidify the foundation and strengthen the body for the descendants' children, which was equivalent to enhancing the descendants' qualifications and talents, which was something that those imperial artifacts couldn't do. To ask for it now would be tantamount to breaking someone's foundation, and no one would be willing to give it away. After the Qing Hui Taoist master left, Moses' heart is very bad. Some hard to feel. He has known a long time. Know that he for his own reputation is how valued. Can let him make such a retrograde action? You can know that he to the soul of the you pain to the bone. Do not hesitate to take the blame. Bon Fei Yang hated his teeth, cursed Zhou Yasi 1,000 times, originally going to look for his disciple, and now he couldn't leave, saying that he had to protect Jishui's safety, and couldn't make any more mistakes. Durinal got the news and came to visit Stopper without Subaman. Looked at Sol Yu's injuries, very worried and difficult, but cannot do anything about it, can only hope that the white-bearded grandfather this trip went well. Without staying too long, she left after a while, wanting to leave Wang Laoji behind on her way out to help guard Sol Yu from any more accidents. But Wang Laoji is unwilling. His duty is to guard the princess. The death or life of other people has nothing to do with him. Gu Ling'er is helpless. This old man does not listen to her. There is no way to order him, so he can only lead away. Waterwave sect has a henchman named Yun Shan. Gave her an idea. The method is ruthless and sinister, but not a good way. The murderer of the Wang's couple. There have been some eyebrows. She has to continue to follow up, and hurriedly left. The unconscious Sol Yu had a dream about being held in Yunrenqing's arms and teased when he was a child. And at that time, he was so innocent and cute that Yunrenqing loved him. Inside the Tianxian sect, at this time, Yunrenqing was furious. After such a long time of investigation, she had already figured out everything that had happened after her seclusion. Since her seclusion, Zhou Yasi had knocked Sol Yu into the cold palace, ignoring him and scolding him from time to time, never teaching him a single day of cultivation. Xiao Han caused trouble, and Mu Qing Owowaoer and the others beheaded the Flower Rain Building's own disciples. And in the end, Sol Yu took the blame, resulting in the Dantian being wasted and the meridians being destroyed. From then on, everyone treated Sol Yu as a tired waste, wantonly abusing and trampling on his dignity. This one thing made her angry and she couldn't contain it any longer. All the news from the Sand Emperor's city's side came to her, causing her to become furious and no longer hold back, sending the Spirit Beer Peak Master forward to recall Zhou Yasi and his group, lest they discredit the Tianxian sect and ruin it again. She had already decided that when Zhou Yasi returned, she would announce the abolishment of her position as the sect leader, and thereafter, she would personally take charge of the sect. Mu Qing Hua Wuer Lin Shi and Emochioli, the most important Chao Han, to lock these people to the Sichuan cliff for 5 years to repent, and even moved to abolish the cultivation of the mind. The Tianqian sect's qi had been weakening ever since Sol Yu had left, and had dropped to its lowest level, causing her to feel panic. That out of the sealed earth realm, and also with the departure of Sol Yu, the sealing power was weakening, and she was worried. The most urgent thing is to find Sol Yu. Yun Rinqing issued an order. Tianqian sect up and down. All efforts to find Sol Yu, if found, do not force to bring back. By her personally go forward to receive him back. At the same time, she was also contacting high-level alchemists, wanting to repair Sol Yu's dantian and meridians, and once she found Sol Yu, she would personally bring him forward to be healed. The power of the seal weakened, and she couldn't just sit back and do nothing, but there was a chance that she wouldn't be able to resist with her abilities. For this reason, she personally repaired a letter, sent the Peak Master, and sent them to the Mercury sect and the Imperial Palace, hoping to draw their attention and send someone to strengthen the seal. One more than one tricky, one more than one important. Yun Rinqing heart haggard, always feel that this time the Tianqian sect to be met with a big change. The people sent out to look for many days. There is actually no news of Sol Yu at all. She was very anxious and worried, and could not wait to go out and look for herself. But there are too many things. There is no way. Can only wait for these things to be dealt with again. The man in black and Zhou Yasi fled all the way. The point at the city gate encountered Bone Fei Yang. The two were scared out of their wits when he chased them over, but for some reason, he didn't catch up. The two ran for half a day, and after sensing that no one was coming after them, they stopped at a mountain forest. After completely blocking off the Mu Qingans, the man in black said, "You have no way back now. There is only one way out, and that is to join forces with me and attack and kill Yun Rinqing." Zhou Yasi was stunned and said, "I promise, but you'd better move fast. She's already sent for me, summoning me back to the clan. I have nowhere to go now." The man in black said, "Don't worry." You quickly rush towards Tianqian sect. The day after tomorrow stop water and Jun Macho duel. Most of the sects and forces are present to watch the battle. The Mercury sect's Grand Elder and the Crown Prince and others have also rushed over as much as they can. And I've gotten the news that the Crown Prince will be hosting a big banquet at the end of the duel and will also be making a tour of the surrounding area. So a lot of people will be stopping by at that time. I'll find a good time and rush over to meet you. All the plans are in here, so act accordingly when the time comes. With that, he threw a scroll to Zhou Yasi and said, "That sealing portal is the most important thing. After attacking and killing Yun Rinqing, you have to find the key to open the sealing door. If it comes to fruition, I can guarantee that you will soon be able to enter the spirit sect realm as I did, and Tianqian sect will only become more powerful." Zhou Yasi sniffed, her face full of joy, and said, "Good, as long as all that you said can be done, the Tianqian sect will definitely work with you in the future." The man in black laughed. "It's best. You guys try to travel through the magical beast mountain range as much as you can to avoid making any trouble and being found. Just wait for my news." After saying that, the man in black no longer stayed and turned around to leave. Mu Qing. A few people were a little confused when the blockade was lifted and asked after they came back to their senses. "Master, what now?" Zhou Yasi coldly grunted. "What to do? Go back to the clan. Of course, but, you injured stop water. The day after tomorrow his duel with Jun Mocho will definitely not be able to be fought, and then the royal family will pursue the matter." "Humph, pursue what? I don't believe that the imperial family will wipe out my Tianqian sect because of a small stopper. I am an imperial rank powerhouse, the empire's high-end battle force. Can they still kill me?" Flower Mistake was worried and said, "Master, you're in big trouble. Don't you know that this duel is very important? The royal family and the Mercury sect have personally issued a holy decree and a decree, accompanied by the Grand Elder of the Mercury sect and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince himself to come and watch the battle. If Stop the Water can't make it to the field the day after tomorrow." Zhou Yasi was shocked and screamed at the words. "What do you mean? When was this, and why don't I know?" In the void, a cloud of dust floated, revealing a pair of crystalline eyes that looked at Zhou Yasi and the others with a ferocious light flickering. Chapter 107, Space Portal Blocking the Way. Zhou Yasi panics. Zhou Yasi screamed in shock. How is that possible? It was only a battle between two juniors. Why would it attract the attention of the Imperial family and the Mercury sect, and someone of that magnitude personally? Such an important matter. Why didn't anyone report it to me? This time, she completely panicked. Such an important matter. She actually did not know. Originally thought that just injuring a stop water at most caused some people's dissatisfaction. Xinghui Daoist that a few people may come to seek revenge. Did not want to cause such a big trouble. She, Tianxian sect, did not have the ability to fight against the Mercury sect and the royal family. If she really intended to pursue the matter, would she not be dead? Hua Wu'er smiled bitterly. Master has been away from the compound for the past few days, and when he occasionally comes back he shuts himself up in the house and doesn't see anyone. Senior sister Kingo only woke up today. Zhou Yasi froze before looking at the several disciples, shame and complexity flashing in her eyes. Go back to the sect. I have important things to do, and when this is done, all the predicaments and perils at hand will dissipate, and Master will lead you to greater splendor. Mu Kingo and the others, although they weren't sure what Master was going to do or where Master got this kind of backbone, but now they had no other choice but to choose to believe her. Mu Kingo said worriedly, Master, there's no news from Xiaohan until now. What will he do if we return to the sect? There is also Chioli. In order to not let me die, she could only go and beg stop water, even kneeling down. You also know that Chioli is usually cold, but she is the bravest among us, the most righteous and affectionate. If she didn't love stopping water to heal my wounds, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to talk to you guys like this right now. Now, Chioli has also been injured by you and does not know whether she is alive or dead. If she is captured by Stopper and the others and tortured and imprisoned in order to get back at Master, I just can't imagine. It's all my fault. I'm so sad. Master, Zhou Yasi said with a complicated face. It's all my fault. I've made you all suffer during this period of time. Master also doesn't know what's wrong with me. Ever since that punk soul you left, my mind hasn't been stable, and I'm always prone to irritability and grumpiness. After this matter is completed, I will personally go and seek Chioli back. If that stop water dares to torture him, I will definitely kill him to avenge Chioli. As for Little Cold, Master is also very anxious, but there is not a single bit of news. All things will wait until I finish this matter, and then we will personally go and search for him to return. It could only be so for now, as Zhou Yasi's few people gathered themselves and prepared to return to the sect first. Just then, in the floating dust, the pair of crystal eyes reappeared, and as they looked into the void, the space in front of Zhou Yasi's few people cracked open with a gap, like a gate connecting to a certain space. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yasi was immediately startled, being able to manipulate space so easily. In her impression, it seemed that only that legendary Zun realm above could do it. But how could such a powerful person appear in a place like the Gakshuan Empire? The entire Northwest was afraid of not having such a strong person. If they were really strong in this realm, there was no way they could have any hope of surviving. They could only wait for death. Only, let her cannot figure out, that stop water is not no sect? Why the first time there is a spirit emperor realm appeared to save the scene. The back is even the green emblem of the Taoist priest also rushed to save him. Separated by 10,000 meters can feel his body's icy cold breath. Now, there was even such a horrible person blocking the way. By now how could she still not understand what kind of existence she had provoked? If she had known that Stopper was not a loose cultivator and had so many people around her to protect him, she would not have said anything to provoke him and do something like that. She regretted. Only now, it seemed a bit late. If this strong man really came to avenge Stop Water, they would never be able to live. Zhou Yasi despaired. This kind of strong person was far beyond her comprehension, unable to raise a single thought of resistance, unable to even escape. With a hint of luck, she asked tentatively, Senior, I don't know what the late generation has offended you. Please be magnanimous and spare my several disciples. Everything was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with them. I beg Senior to spare them. Only, there wasn't any movement coming from it, nor was there any answer. Just that the gap was still slowly spreading, and it had already reached the point where it was enough to accommodate several people coming in and out side by side. Zhou Yasi looked around and didn't find anything or get any response. She smiled miserably and bitterly. Senior, with a strong person like you, isn't it easy to kill us? Why are you playing games? I, Zhou Yasi, am a one-man operation. I will do as I please if I want to kill you. I only beg you not to kill my disciples. They really didn't do anything. The mountains and forests became even more silent. Even the wind stopped blowing, and everything became eerily quiet, provoking panic. Zhou Yasi's face was cloudy, and she didn't search for anything when she probed her divine sense, but she knew that it didn't mean that nothing was happening, and the weirder and quieter it was, it meant that something bad was brewing. This quiet eeriness made a few people uneasy, and they had already prepared to fight at any time. Lin Shi even took out her treasure Rui, ready to activate it at any time, but Zhou Yasi shook her head miserably and said, It's useless. Someone who can manipulate space anytime, anywhere is far from an existence we can comprehend. If we really want to kill us, in a single breath, we will be turned into annihilation, without any hope of survival. Mu Kingo didn't know where this powerful senior was, so she could only kneel down and kowtow. Elder, you are generous. My master did something wrong and offended you. I am willing to give my life in exchange for my master and sisters to survive. Please spare us. Hua Wu'er Lin Shi was moved. In this kind of critical situation, she actually wanted to exchange her life for their hope of survival. They had always thought that Mu Kingo was very selfish and fought with them for everything. Now it seemed that they still didn't quite understand their senior sister's character and underestimated her too much. In the past, there was Mo Chiuli who knelt down and begged Stop Water to make a move in order to save Mu Qingli. And now there was Mu Qingli who knelt down and begged the expert seniors to sacrifice themselves in exchange for them to survive. After the trip to the Lin Yuan secret realm, they had lost a lot, experienced a lot, and good things or bad things had eventually passed. They had gotten a lot more now. One master and sister were willing to step forward and guard them in times of danger. And this true love of sharing in times of trouble made the two of them have complicated feelings, but they were also doubly blessed. Senior sister, there's no need to be so if you really want to kill us. Even if you choose to sacrifice yourself, you probably won't let us go. We are master and sister. We grew up together. Naturally we must also suffer together. How can we let you die in exchange for us to live on? Zhou Yasi was still searching but had no clues whatsoever. But the more this happened, the more she felt deeply uneasy. The divine sense probed into the portal, wanting to go deeper in to explore it, but it was bounced off by the force of the rules. The eerie silence made a few people panic even more, and they all got a bad feeling and became even more nervous inside. There hadn't been any movement, and Zhou Yasi tried to take a few people around the side, but she realized that she was overthinking it. No matter which way they went, the portal followed them like a shadow, eerily floating in front of them, unavoidable. Zhou Yasi completely panicked, proving that there was indeed a high-ranking person here, targeting them, and the only fluke broke. This eerie silence was completely maddening, and the helplessness and panic made Zhou Yasi unable to endure it any longer. Launching an attack on that space portal, the strength of the Spirit Emperor realm completely erupted. Regardless of the crazy bombardment, the tricks were endless. All the attacks bombarded the space door, but not even a single ripple appeared. Completely despairing, suddenly, a strange movement came from the portal. Chapter 108, The Big Fat-Ass Mouse comes onto the scene. Several people were highly nervous. The palms of their hands holding the sword were full of sweat. Even the beads of sweat that seeped out from their foreheads slid down to the corners of their mouths. The salty taste was bad, but no one noticed. Quack! A crow suddenly flew up and cawed, causing several people to immediately startle and search around. Startled. At the moment of tension, Hua Wu'er's hand holding the sword was a bit sore, and just as he was about to put it down, a strange sound came from that space door. A light shone out from the space door, slightly piercing the eyes. Zhou Yasi and Mu Kingo stared tightly in there, wondering where that space was connected to. Hua Wu'er and Lin Shi, however, frowned, simply because they were too familiar with the smell, and the two of them looked at each other, shrieked. The secret realm of Lin Yuan, how is that possible? Hasn't the Lin Yuan mysterious realm already been closed, and only next year will it be possible to open it again? What? The Lin Yuan secret realm? This person was actually able to open a spatial door to a closed secret realm? What kind of existence is this? Why did he open a gate that connects to the Lin Yuan secret realm? Is it for us to go in? The flower faultless few were not sure, but felt that this possibility was minimal. Feeling this familiar flavor again, the flower is not wrong. Lin Shi's eyes are even more panicked and uneasy. Why is there a familiar illusion arising? As if it is back to the feeling of the last fat-ass rat temple. At that moment, several people sensed that there were countless pairs of evil eyes staring at them in the middle of that portal, bloodthirsty and violent. Lin Shi's legs were so weak that she could barely stand. Her face was as pale as paper, bloodless, and boundless fear enveloped her and Hua Wu'er. Since coming out of the Lin Yuan secret realm, Lin Shi, in particular, had recurring nightmares about those disgusting rats, and was often awakened, and had to hold Bao Rui in her arms in order to fall asleep. Lin Shi was nervous and overwhelmed, unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of water. A similar scene occurs as the grunt sound once again signals the nightmare to attack. Boom! The big fat-ass rat fell from the sky, pouncing straight at several people. Lin Shi instantly sat paralyzed on the ground. The yin in his eyes was completely replaced by fear. His body couldn't help but tremble. His brain went blank. This time the rats were bigger than the ones they had seen earlier, with fatter asses, more translucent fur, and a more powerful scent. Excitement, violence and bloodlust flickered in the eyes of the big fat-ass rats, and a steady stream of them flew out of that portal. Hua Wu'er's voice trembled, his teeth chattering in disbelief. How could that happen? Last time it was clear that it decimated so many. They evolved. Before it was only the third order. Now, it's actually the fifth order. Zhou Yasi coldly snorted in disdain and said, Humph, even if it's the fifth rank, so what? The battle power of the Spirit Emperor realm is not something to be reckoned with. With these big-ass rats, it's not enough to look at. Zhou Yasi's battle power was indeed strong. With the outburst of her spiritual power, dozens of rats were blown away, and with almost every wave of her hand, she was able to blow up a lot of fat-ass rats. A few people were finally relieved. Although they were still afraid, it was good that there weren't any of those disgusting things happening, and Hua Wu'er and Lin Shi were finally feeling better. Zhou Yasi disdained this kind of all-or-nothing stinky rats. There is no use to have more of them. They will only be moths to the flame in general, and all of them will be wiped out before they even get close. However, there were really too many fat-ass rats, as if there was an unending stream. Even with her Spirit Emperor realm strength and non-stop full-force outbursts, she was still slightly overwhelmed, and several times, she was approached by a few fat rats. At this time, Mu Kingo noticed unintentionally that there were so many rats that were clearly blown away by Master, and that kind of force was enough to kill them. But strangely enough, after a while, the fat-ass rat jumped up again like nothing, and fearlessly rushed over again, and was even more ferocious. Mu Kingo exclaimed in shock, Master, they can't be beaten? Those fat-ass rats are standing up again. Hearing Mu Kingo said so, Zhou Yasi was then startled and felt that something bad was going to happen. So many rats, even the mutant rats of the Fifth Order, could be dealt with casually for her, but if these rats couldn't be fought, then it would be really troublesome. She noticed that there was no way to revive the rats that had been blown apart by the psychic energy, and figured that the only way to kill them completely was to blast them into oblivion. Seeing this situation, Zhou Yasi had to go all out and blast these fat rats that came swooping in. Zhou Yasi screamed, "What's with all the endless nausea, give me death." Each time, she had to blast out her spirit power as hard as she could, or else the rats, who were only injured but not dead, would soon get back up and attack even more valiantly and relentlessly. They didn't notice that the dead rats, blasted corpses and blood were strangely flowing on their own, converging and fusing in one place. As more and more were blasted, the converging corpses had piled up into small mountains. Even the Spirit Emperor realm's Zhou Yasi was a bit frazzled at this moment, and most critically, occasionally a leaky fish broke through her defense and sat on her big fat ass, which made it almost go crazy. You disgusting, go die. Die. Behind them, another fat-ass rat broke through the defense line and directly approached Mu Kingo. Several people. No mistake. Lin Shi, get up and help. However, Lin Shi had long since frozen. Fear had taken over her mind. Her consciousness was blank. Shivering, how could she still have courage and battle power? Hua Wu'er tried her best to overcome her fear and nausea, forcing herself to fight side by side with Mu Kingo. However, it was ultimately too weak to form effective damage to the two fat-ass rats, and Flower Mistake was even knocked down by one of the fat-ass rats, with its big fat body sitting directly on it. The all-too-familiar sight of big fat asses bouncing duan on top of her completely drove her insane. Ah, dead fat pig, Awa, get out of my way, get out of my way. Asterisk, get the hell out of here. Mu Kingo chopped across the sword, but it was like chopping on cotton. All the attacks were resisted by the thick fat. Not much use. All of Zhou Yasi's spiritual energy erupted around her body, blasting all of the dozens of rats that surrounded her into slag. That dense, big fat ass, crammed in front of her, and she could still see that sexy fat ass quivering between the flights, made her really sick to her stomach. Moreover, she already felt like she was exhausted. Her spiritual energy was almost used up. If she continued like this, she would really be swallowed up by these monsters. The sleeves rolled up a few people and they were ready to flee, but she was overthinking it. That person was just trying to amuse her. How could she let her do what she wanted and run away easily? So no matter where one escapes from, that gate will be like a shadow, blocking the way. Zhou Yasi was furious. Bullying people. Chapter 109, Solyu wakes up. Zhou Yasi was about to go crazy, completely losing the spiritedness she had just felt. It was at this time that she was finally able to understand why the several disciples were so fearful and afraid of this kind of fat-ass rats. It was just too disgusting and too hard to kill. With the overuse of her psychic powers, there was a hole in the attacking process and some fat-ass rat licked her in the face. Sticky, fishy drool, smeared all over his cheeks and left a fishy odor on his lips, as if it were snot. Disgusting. She was going crazy and started attacking indiscriminately. From time to time a fat-ass rat would get blown to pieces but couldn't stop the nasty things from licking it. Suddenly, these rats seemed to have received some kind of strange signal and stopped attacking, all hovering in the air, staring at several people. Zhou Yasi thought it was over and could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but she didn't want a terrifying aura to come from those broken bodies. Only the broken bodies mixed with fur blood slowly wriggled, and in a short while they coagulated together to form a large object. Although she wasn't sure what it was, She could feel the terrifying pressure coming from it, and a palpitating berserk energy, and she sensed danger. Continuously blasting out energy pi refinements and hitting that huge object, the attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, without making a single wave. The large object was still evolving, the outline had already come out, and sure enough, it was still this big fat-ass rat, as if it was a small mountain, and Joyasi, who was standing in front of it, felt her own insignificance. The next moment, the huge fat rat walked towards the side, and as it walked, its body was expanding and getting bigger, like a balloon that was being inflated. Seeing this scene, Joyasi's eyes went as wide as they could go and she cried out, "Careful!" Gathering all the energy in his entire body, he condensed an energy dome and completely wrapped the several people. In the next moment, the huge rat finally swelled to the extreme and exploded not far in front of them. Joyasi didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and tried her best to release the light shield, finally blocking this energy impact, but she had also exhausted herself. Ka-chow! Ka-chow! With a clicking sound, the energy shield was like a broken eggshell, with a crack appearing on it. It finally couldn't hold on and shattered. Several people were impacted by this berserk energy, and Joyasi even offered a wild spray of blood and flew out backwards, smashing on top of a short mountain. Her breath was disorganized and she couldn't stand up. The rest of the few people were the same, and Mu Kingo was even buried by the dirt raised by this energy, only revealing his head outside, falling into a coma. So far, the fat rats who had completed their tasks lined up happily to go home, and a few of them were very naughty, almost replicating what happened to Flower Mistake and Lin Shi at that time to Joyasi once again, before they left in satisfaction. After an unknown amount of time, Joyasi, who woke up, felt the dirty and disgusting smell on her body and went completely crazy. Aha! Dead rats! Cut you all up! Cut you all up! Ooh-hoo! Oh, dead rats! That's disgusting! Mu Kingo is not much better, although the body was buried in the mud, but the exposed head above the suffering was drenched in feces. Ah! Once again suffering from such a nightmare, Lin Shi and Hua Wuer, directly scared to pee, their bodies trembling and unable to speak, their pants wet. Joyasi was in tears, her eyes became a bit dull. At this moment, where was she still as a master? Tears in her eyes, like a bullied child. Mu Kingo was miserable though. The disgusting smell all over her body made her gag and almost suffocate. Her face was pale and she was scared inside. But still, he strongly endured the sadness and panic at the bottom of his heart, and put Joyasi, who cried into tears, in his arms, and several people ringed together, comforting each other. Joyasi cried, "Oh, what an asshole! Oh, I'm going to kill Stopper the..." Oh, Omi Kingo sniffed and hurriedly covered Joyasi's mouth with worry. "Shoo, master, I don't know if that strong person has gone far. In case he hasn't gone far and released that disgusting fat-ass rat again, we will suffer. That strong person obviously doesn't want to kill us? Maybe it's just a warning and a punishment. If you don't repent and still have murderous thoughts about stopping the water, next time, people probably won't keep their hands off." At those words, Joyasi hurriedly covered her mouth, looked around, and with teary eyes, said, "Oh, I don't dare. Oh, I don't dare anymore." The door of space closed and disappeared, and in the dust of the sky, the pair of spiritually crystalline eyes glanced at a few people, then drifted away. Inside the Tsar's city, Moses was guarding outside when he suddenly sensed Solwu waking up inside the house and rushed in to check. Seeing Moses come in, Solwu lay down on the bed and tried to get up, but the severe pain coming from all over his body made him give up his intention to get up for the time being. Bitter smile. "Careless, I was the one who underestimated Joyasi's madness. How can someone like her have a bottom line?" Moses said. "I also did not expect that she really dared to do it. Received the information, the first time to rush here, that black-clothed person's spirit zone realm. If not for my own demonic beast body, I would have long been decapitated by him." Unable to resist, Solyu shook his head slightly and said, "I don't blame you. You did the best you could and you're lucky you didn't get killed." Moses wondered, "Your kid life, perhaps it is the chaotic green lotus guarded you. Otherwise, that kind of power. You even if the fighting word skill is fully open, play to the peak, but also cannot have the slightest possibility of survival. Moreover, your 5 viscera and 6 bowels were injured." When Taoist Green Emblem probed, he said that there is a mysterious energy repairing. Otherwise, it would not be this injury. Solyu didn't realize that the restorative energy in his body wasn't the chaotic green lotus, but rather a droplet of water that had condensed out of his eyes. He had also checked. The internal injuries had basically healed. The back spine and chest collapsed ribs, temporarily unable to automatically heal, need some time to completely repair. He said helplessly, "It seems that the duel can only be postponed. With such injuries, One cannot fight against Jun Macho. Moses shook his head and said, the duel can't be changed. The Imperial family and the Mercury sex accompanying Draconic Academy elders are already halfway across the country and will be arriving in a matter of days. The Lord of Gakchuan was very concerned about this matter, and had already issued an imperial decree that everyone on this side must cooperate fully, and had even allocated millions of spirit stones for this side to build a viewing platform. What happened today must have already been reported. If there is a real delay, I'm afraid that the royal family will be angered, and the annihilation of Zhou Yasi and that black-clothed man will be inevitable. Sol Yu frowned and asked, what is the origin of that man in black? Why did he help Zhou Yasi intercept you? Who would make such a blatant move at such a critical moment? It's still a spirit sect realm powerhouse. Could it be the Flower Rain building? Moses stared, shaking his head. I don't know these people well enough to know where they came from. I was pressed the whole time. I couldn't figure out the man's path, and I couldn't conclude who it was. It's just that there are only a few people at the Spirit Sovereign Realm in this Sand Emperor city, so I'll definitely be able to recognize them when they fight each other once one by one. Sol Yu expressed his understanding, wrinkling his eyebrows and nodding his head. By the way, where is my master? How come he's nowhere to be seen? I vaguely remember that when I fainted, master, he had rushed over. That's what scared off Zhou Yasi. Otherwise the situation might have been worse. Moses had a complicated expression, but Taoist Green Emblem had said that he couldn't let Sol Yu know about that thing for the time being, and with what he understood from his contact over the past few days, Sol Yu would definitely not accept it if he knew that he had gone to the lengths of destroying his own reputation to forcefully take that thing. The Taoist priest has gone to fetch something for you. That treasure is very powerful. For this injury on your body, it can be solved in minutes. Sol Yu was shocked and surprised at his words. What is it? It must be an extraordinary treasure to have such a marvelous effect. Overlapping blood forging scars, heavenly injury jade. A divine artifact for healing broken bones, forging sinews and body strength. Very powerful. Its ability is not weaker than a true imperial artifact. Its value is immeasurable. You kid is blessed. To run into a master like old Taoist master is truly enviable. Even I'm jealous. Sol Yu nodded secretly. This old man was just too good to him. He was touched and kept it in his heart. He remembered that Emochioli had been sent flying by Zhou Yasi and wondered what the situation was. Where's Emochioli? Is she still alive? Moses said. Zhou Yasi is still somewhat humane. She didn't kill her after all, although she was injured quite heavily. Her life is unharmed. Bone Fei Yang is channeling spiritual energy to heal her. Sol Yu nodded and said, that's good. Moses frowned and said hesitantly, I'm a branch of the Ink Kirin, so I'm sensitive to all kinds of sense and bloodlines. And even though I was injured and crushed in the ruins, my own abilities weren't limited. I sensed an unusual aura there, though faint and supposedly unintentionally leaking. It gave me chills and prevented me from probing. Chapter 110, Confessing Identity. Sole character in the world. Early the next morning, Taoist Green Emblem came back, not looking too good, and his face was a bit pale. His breath was disordered, obviously after a big battle. When Bone Fei Yang saw him, his face was grave, and in a rare instance, he did not scold him for being an old thing, but only vaguely asked a couple of questions, and when he saw that he had returned peacefully, he himself went out to look for his disciple. Seeing Taoist Master Cheng Hui return, his face full of fatigue and his expression slightly depressed, a warm current flowed through Sol Yu's heart and he apologized. It's been hard on teacher. Disciple is reckless and too much of a toady. Even teacher is worried. Seeing Sol Yu enduring the severe pain and struggling to get up, Taoist Green Emblem sent out spiritual energy to protect his chest and spine where it was broken, and propped him up to sit up. Laughing, there is no need to think too much. You used to be authorized by me. We both overlooked Zhou Yasi's character and thought too much of her. There are quite a lot of secrets on you, little guy. They protected you, although there is damage to your internal organs, but there is energy in your body to repair it, so there is no major problem after all. Seeing that Sol Yu was about to speak, Taoist Green Emblem waved his hand and said, there's no need to tell me anything. It's best to know your own secrets only to yourself, and no one should be trusted completely. A physique that can rest peacefully under the full force of the Spirit Emperor realm is definitely a heaven-defying existence. Once it leaks out, it will be earth-shattering. So don't tell anyone, including me. Sol Yu nodded and said, if the teacher is curious and wants to know, I can tell you. I trust you. Taoist Green Emblem shook his head and said, no need to tell me. When I want to know, I will naturally ask you. However, there is one thing I'm still curious about. Your bloodline power is very strong. When old Taoist me I was probing your injuries. Your bloodline power was raging and majestic, and you regarded me as a foe, nearly injuring me. I think that your origin is not as simple as it seems, and you should come from one of the ancient races. This was nothing. There was always something to know. And, With Xiao Han's disappearance, he would be targeted no matter what, and it didn't seem to make much sense to hide his identity any longer. He was considering whether or not to disclose his name and true appearance at the time of this event. Now the teacher is going to ask. There is no harm in telling him. That's right, Stopper is just my alias. My real name, last name Solyu. Taoist Green Emblem frowned in thought as he sniffed and said, Solyu? Sol surname? This surname is very rare na. On the Heavenly Vault continent, I've heard of most of the surnames, and this Sol character is rare. The only famous one was that race, one of the top forces in the entire Heavenly Vault continent, inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, with countless strong people within the race. Almost no one dared to confront them. Solyu nodded and said, Teacher is really knowledgeable. You didn't guess wrong. It's that Sol clan. Saying that, he stimulated the power of his bloodline, and a large Sol character, awakened and stimulated from his bloodline, formed the large Sol character in the air. The appearance of the word soul caused the entire room to become manic, and the pale and reckless aura overshadowed the heavens, causing Taoist Green Emblem to tremble. Putting away the soul character, the power of the bloodline once again became serene and smooth, and all the auras all dissipated. Taoist Green Emblem smiled bitterly and shook his head. I really didn't expect that you actually came from that horrible clan. If I had known that, I wouldn't have dared to go to such great lengths to let you worship your teacher. How could the descendants of that place need a teacher like me? Solyu said, Teacher, don't be presumptuous. To be able to worship you as a teacher is the honor of 3 lifetimes. In my heart, you are my only teacher, and it has nothing to do with my origin. Solyu smiled bitterly. I am not afraid of your joke, although my surname is Sol, but was not born in the Sol clan. Until now, I do not know my birth mother is who. The Sol clan among the protector of the road to tell me. I should be the first line of lineage, and is the soul of the top several decision makers of the clan one of the sun. But up to now, there is no one to recognize that there is such a descendant of me, so you do not have to meddle in. Growing up, apart from Patriarch Yun Rinching who loved me like this when I was small, no one else has ever cared for me, much less cared so much as you do, and treated me well regardless of everything. So no matter what, you are the only master I have. Taoist Green Emblem nodded as he heard this, also looking on the bright side and accepting this fact. He also understood that the fact that he still worshipped him as a teacher even though he knew his identity race spoke volumes. So why should he be obsessed with it? There were still a lot of things to ask about, and he wanted to utilize his connections and abilities to do something for Solyu, but the most important thing at the moment was to heal his wounds, and other things could be put aside for the time being. Taoist Master Chung Hui took out a piece of jade, a rectangular piece of jade as big as the palm of his hand, about an inch thick, crystal clear. You can see the inside of the chalcedony in the flow, very thick and sticky, certainly molded more than 1,000 years. In the hand, like a soft sweet cake, will also bend and fall. Feel very good. Above from time to time there are some light chalcedony jade gas floating outward. Inhale a mouthful. Feel clear and refreshing. Even that the long accumulated melancholy and boredom have become much more dissipated. The whole person is much more dynamic. This is the overlapping blood forging trace heavenly injury jade, an extremely hard to find treasure. I'll fetch it to heal your injuries, and tomorrow you should be able to fully recover, so I won't need to worry much about battling against that Jun macho at that time. However, the efficacy of this thing is powerful. Rashly cutting it will surely induce the surrounding spiritual energy riots. At that time, I'm afraid that there will be other people's eyes red to snatch it. For safety's sake, it is necessary to look for an absolutely secretive place to be able to do so. Hearing this, Solyu said without thinking, then go to the middle of the Lin Yuan secret realm. It should be safer there. Taoist Master Ching Hui froze before he said, the Lin Yuan secret realm, open once a year, has a fixed time rule, unless it opens on its own, otherwise then no one can find the entrance, and I can't do it either. Solyu then remembered that this matter was unknown to anyone and hurriedly said, in fact, there is nothing wrong with the rumors from the outside world that I have seized an imperial artifact, a defensive imperial artifact, but they only know one thing but not the other. Taoist Green Emblem was puzzled. Oh, is there anything else you don't know? Without hiding anything, Solyu said, compared to the defensive efficacy of the imperial artifact itself, the most important thing about the purple extreme green lotus pagoda is its other ability, which is the core secret key to controlling the Lin Yuan mysterious realm. By controlling the purple extreme green lotus pagoda, I already control the right to enter and exit the Lin Yuan secret realm, as well as some of the rules within it. This is because this secret realm is not innately molded, but rather a special space created by man. Taoist Master Ching Hui was pleasantly surprised at his words. Really? No wonder you took the initiative to snatch it. In that case, wouldn't you have a small world? Ha ha ha. Well. Since this is the case, then this imperial artifact cannot be handed over no matter what. I was careless and didn't know about this ability. Otherwise, I would never have let you gamble with it. But there's no harm in it. Even if you lose the duel, it's impossible to hand it over. You don't need to worry much about this matter. Leave it to me. Chapter 111 Royal Convoy arrives at Tsar City. Sol Yu and Moses entered the Lin Yuan secret realm, with him guarding Sol Yu, and in this Lin Yuan secret realm, there was no one who could interfere with him except for the one Moses had said. Stopping Water enters the Tianshan sex compound to heal Mu Qingqing's wounds, but is seriously injured by Zhou Yasi, who rushes back and falls into a coma. A terrifying battle broke out in Qing Yuan City. A white-bearded old Taoist was so powerful that he did not lose against a Spirit Zone realm and two Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses, and he even injured the Xing family head. The Xing family released the news that the heirloom treasure, the overwhelming blood-forging trace heavenly injury jade, had been snatched, and that this white-bearded old Taoist was the Green Emblem Taoist master. Although Taoist Master Qing Hui had left behind an imperial rank secret weapon, the Xing family was not satisfied and had reportedly rushed to the imperial capital in person to seek out the state lord to sue the royal family for their favor. When the matter came out, it caused a wave, and almost everyone was cursing that Zhou Yasi had really gone crazy. The holy decree of the state lord and the legal decree of the Mercury sect had arrived long ago, stating that all people must cooperate in this duel, which concerned the desolate ancient academy, leaving the Sand Emperor city with a great deal of power to mobilize the surrounding forces and cities to help each other. The importance of this duel can be seen, that is, no matter what matters are put aside first, all grudges and hatred must make way for this duel. After the fight, I didn't expect that with only 1 day left, Stopping Water would be seriously injured by Zhou Yasi, and the crowd lamented that this Zhou Yasi was too brainless, doing things without considering the consequences at all. The news here traveled back to the imperial capital at an extremely fast speed, and the lord of the country was furious, issuing a bounty order for Zhou Yasi's arrest, as well as sending someone to the Tianxian sect in person to ask for an explanation. However, when the head of the Xing family winded up rushing to the imperial capital and met with the state lord, explaining his intentions, the state lord's face eased up again and became brilliant. Hearing that Taoist Master Qing Hui had snatched the overwhelming blood-forging scar's heavenly injury jade, and knowing that he had taken this in order to use it for stopping the water's injuries, the state lord finally let go of his heart. This treasure, he is aware of, also has been coveted for a long time. Did not expect to be Zhou Yasi so a mess, so that the green emblem of the head of the Taoist shortcut, but it is cheaper to stop the water, that boy. After symbolically comforting him with a few words, the state lord bestowed him with another treasure and sent him away, finally putting his heart down. The action to capture Zhou Yasi was also temporarily put on hold until the duel was over. Thousands of phoenixes chirped together, and 100 tigers opened the way, crisp and long bells fluttering, countless horns thundering, such as that of the 9 heavenly kings in the world. Parade travel, 10,000 people kneeling, thousands of troops and horses to guard the 4 directions. The great and magnificent caravan came from the distance. Ho! At the very front, 10 demonic beasts emitting a ferocious aura let out a roar that resounded throughout the northwestern corner. Black Lin Leopard, Treading Moon Lion, Tsunami God Tiger, Moon-worshipping Heavenly Wolf. The ferocious beasts are mighty and brawny, and the fierce light flashes, and the domineering aura is overwhelming. 10 burly foreigners, holding different weapons in their hands, meteor hammers, divine gall blasters, phoenix red gilt boars, and supine moon swords. Without looking at them, their powerful aura is daunting. Immediately after them, the 6 giant strength Meng elephants were tall and powerful, moving in unison, making the earth tremble with every step, as if they were giant spirit gods, stepping on people's hearts. Mu Vomit, throwing up his long snout high, he spewed out a few dazzling, colorful, thick breaths that were magnificently unpredictable. At the back, a team of gold-armored Jade Lin guards were decorated distinctly, with upright and sullen postures, permeated with the might of 100 battles, and a murderous aura filled the air, even from a long distance away, still giving people chills. 6 huge auger dragons, emanating the momentum of the majestic treasure elephant. Their high heads were endlessly arrogant, and their huge eyes were full of contemptuous looking down. The limbs are as thick as pillars in the sky, and the dragon's claws are chilling, as if they have the ability to crack the sky. Thick chains were placed around his neck, pulling a giant palace carriage, majestic and opulent, showing off his royal majesty. The entourage of escorts behind them, as many as 10,000 people, could not be seen at a glance. Outside the city gates, on the wide ancient road, heads of people were gathering, and when they saw the caravan coming, they all knelt down and called out to the mountains for their prowess. An old woman, holding a 4 or 5-year-old girl kneeling to welcome the car, perhaps too nervous and excited. Was the most front of the beast roar scared? Did not hold steady, the child rolled out, lying on the ground. Grandma, oh! The little girl cried at the sight and panicked, trying to crawl over to her grandmother. Panicked, the grandmother crawled on her knees and tried to retrieve her young granddaughter, only to be stopped by the guards on duty, yelling, "Get back! Disturb these demonic beasts and disturb His Highness the Crown Prince's palace. Execute your 9 clans." The grandmother was scared and was trying to climb over despite the obstruction, mumbling, "My granddaughter! Save my granddaughter! She just lost her parents. She can't die like this. I won't have any more relatives if she dies. Save her." But at this time, perhaps the sudden appearance of the little girl disturbed the giant strength of the Mang elephant. It fiercely up, half-standing huge body, thick hooves of the elephant is the size of a millstone, with the strength of 10,000 pounds of the little girl's young body stomped on. Seeing this scene, the grandmother cried out in despair. Ah, Ruan! Although the people next to them were heartbroken, there was nothing they could do about it. They were just ordinary subjects. They were not capable of resisting that giant, powerful and fierce elephant, and even less had the courage and guts to stop the royal carriages. As if the next scene could be seen, the scene of a fresh little life being trampled into flesh and mud, not daring to look directly at it, closing his eyes and skimming his head, full of intolerance. However, after waiting for a long time, the bloody and unbearable scene did not appear, and the crowd looked up in confusion. Right in front of the huge palace that shone with golden light, a young man dressed in a golden yellow dragon robe stood, his wind and spirit as jade, handsome and elegant. His head was crowned with golden hair, his lips were cool, and his stance was erect and dignified. Crown Prince of the Gakshuan Empire, Gu Qing. His palms were slightly lifted upwards, as if he was the prowling emperor, whose slender palms could hold up the green sky. That huge strength Ming Xiang raised high, about to trample down the grinding disc giant hoof, and that huge body like a mountain was held by him steadily, without falling down in the slightest. With a gentle wave of his palm, the little girl involuntarily flew up and landed in his arms, not minding the dust on the little girl's body and her dirty face in the slightest. He gently pinched the little girl's adorable cheeks with a little smile. Tinker said, "Stay well in Grandma's arms, and protect yourself when you encounter a beast like this, okay?" The little girl was scared out of her wits, but at this time, when she was held in Gu Qingyang's arms, she felt a wave of peace of mind for no reason, just like when she was a child in her mother's arms, warm and comfortable. She nodded cutely. Bretol, thank you brother Xianjun. Shaoruan knows it. Next time it won't be. Gu Cheng was slightly stunned and puzzled at his words. Oh, Xianjuan's brother. The little girl's eyes curved into a crescent moon, and she rightfully said, "It's brother immortal monarch ah." When my mother was alive, she said that a beautiful person like Big Brother who was rich and in the shape of a monarch is a divine ruler who descends from the immortal world. So I call you Xianjun brother. When Gu Qing heard this, his eyes were filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 112, The Murderer of the Wangs is Found. The little girl's words caused Gu Qing's heart to blossom. He liked this title, Immortal Monarch. Standing proudly in the 9 heavens, sitting between heaven and earth, casually taking off a jade pendant from his waist, Gu Qing hung it around the little girl's neck and said, "A reward for you. Collect it well and cultivate hard in the future to become a true fairy." The youngest daughter nodded firmly and crisply. "Thank you, Brother Prince Divine Sovereign, I will definitely work hard." Ancient Green was happy again, placing the little girl in the air and gently pushing her towards the old woman. "Good, go for it." All the kneeling people, seeing this scene, all of them exclaimed that His Highness the Crown Prince was benevolent and kind, and that they would probably have a good life when they became the lord of the country in the future. Inside the palace carriages, a man with a slight immortal aura surrounding his body saw the scene and lightly laughed and ridiculed. He, worthy of being the Crown Prince, no matter when or where. He never forgets to manifest his benevolence. This means of pulling people's hearts together is really outstanding. Gu Qing returned to the car, disgruntled. The second and third brothers, waiting to see me laugh every day. This Crown Prince position is not good despite the scenery. My several brothers are not alike. The second brother married a clan's first daughter. The background is powerful. I cannot be compared to it. Third brother's cultivation talent is strong and powerful, and it is just barely below you. Perennially entrenched in the second place of the Dragon Tiger ranking, and I can't compare to it. Sixth brother likes the text. Follow Tu Fu reading. Political a good hand. Has gained the support of some civil officials. The eighth brother is weak for the moment. Only I am mediocre. Not particularly good at one, or dipped in the light of the origin to get such a crown prince position. If you do not rely on these means of pulling people together, to maintain some of the public opinion and public sentiment, how can I still sit on this son of a stable? I'm afraid that I'll be jerked off early. Shui Yuntian did not comment, and the Mercury Sex Grand Elder, who had his eyes closed next to him, said, Why should your highness the crown prince be presumptuous? Excessive modesty is hypocrisy. Where are you mediocre? Clearly you are proficient in everything and watertight. After saying this, the Grand Elder shut his mouth. Gu Cheng pursued. How can I be praised by the Grand Elder? I still know in my heart how many kilograms I have. Speaking of which, I would like to ask. I wonder what the Grand Elder thinks of my younger brothers, but they all have their own specialties and are deeply favored by father. Shui Yuntian smiled and shook his head without speaking. Secretly, this crown prince is really in a hurry. Today's state lord has a hard body and a high level of cultivation, and is not a person with a short lifespan, even if he can obtain the support of an uncommon power. So what? The Grand Elder shook his head. Royal matters, the old man are rank outsiders. How dare to arbitrarily evaluate the specific how the crown prince your highness must already know in his heart, and why bother to ask more? Gu Qing rolled his eyes and cursed the old fox. Once he reached the key place of stating his position, he was dumbfounded and muddled through. However, he also knew that the attitude of the Mercury sect was the most important thing. Even father had to consider it carefully, but every time he raised it implicitly, this side was ambiguous and never took a stand, which made him feel very unsettled in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was said that it was a carriage, but it was actually equivalent to a palace, and inside, there were quite a lot of rooms, and the two elders of the desolate ancient academy lived in a room each, and no one disturbed them. After entering the city, Shui Yuntian was unwilling to take the carriage again and left on foot with the Grand Elder. Heading to the compound where the Waterwave sect was located, Gu Cheng brought two academy elders down to the main residence of the Sand Emperor city. These two also had to accompany him personally. Originally wanted to go to find his own 9 sisters, now also cannot get out of the way. With the royal caravan stationed in Sand Emperor city, the security management in the city became stricter and stricter, and notice was given down that fighting was prohibited in the city until the duel was over, and those who didn't listen would be directly captured, and the clans they were in would be reprimanded. After a series of operations by Yun Shan, the murderer of the Wang's couple had basically been locked down. It was 2 disciples of the Tiger Power sect, one of which was the granddaughter of the Tiger Power sect's second elder. Tiger Power sect was a small sect, with nearly hundreds of people in the sect, and the sect leader Tiger Power Friend could barely manage 3 stars in the Spirit Emperor realm, and was usually notorious for doing some burning and looting, which was very annoying to people. Gu Linger, who received the news, led people to the place of detention. Waterwave sect had wanted to wait for Big Brother Shuyunshan to come, but now that there was a lively scene, they immediately left Shuyunshan behind. Most of all, Shui Linger took the initiative to ask him to come along, making him overjoyed that there was no annoying Bone Fei Yang and no one to kick his ass today. A man and a woman were detained here in a dark and damp prison cell, and although they were panicked, the woman was unrelenting in her rage. What are you guys? You dare to privately capture me and my senior brother here. I'm the granddaughter of the Tiger Power sect's elder. If you offend me, my grandfather won't let you go. The male companion next to him was timid and shivered vaguely, knowing that he must have revealed himself. The man's name is Lubo and the woman's name is Su Li. Yun Shan pale face. In order to catch these 2 people, he did not even sleep a whole night in the past 2 days. Can be described as exhaustive. These 2 dogs got wind of it early and went into hiding in a private house for fear of being denounced, and then killed 2 old couples and threw their bodies into a well. If I didn't happen to find the traces, maybe I really let these 2 escape. Yun Shan was a ruthless man. Would he care about such threats? 2 slaps on Su Li's face, immediately swollen, screamed, "You son of a, you dare to hit me. When I get out, I will definitely ask my grandfather to chop off your dog's claws, and bury you in a cesspit for years to come." Yun Shan was only polite, and gave another fat beating, turning that somewhat handsome face into a pig's head. "Ah, you scumbag, don't let me go out, or else I'll have to dig up the grave coffins of those 2 bastards and refine them into puppets that won't be allowed to transcend their lives." Yun Shan anger. This woman is not a human being, is a complete perverted crazy, do things too ruthless and poisonous? If she is allowed to live, do not know how many other people to be scourged by her. Gu Linger and Subaman came here and asked, "Well, is it them?" Yun Shan bowed his head and replied, "It was undoubtedly they who, while searching, hid in a house and killed 2 aged people for no apparent reason, and threw their bodies into a well. But the 2 men have not admitted it according to them, and I am prepared to serve them with torture. What does the princess think?" Hearing this, Gu Linger's face turned cold, not realizing that she had killed 2 more people. She said in a cold voice, "There is no need to have concerns. All the consequences, this princess bears it all. I want to know why she didn't even spare a paralyzed 8-year-old child and brutally cut off his head." The Waterwave Gate hurriedly took a stand, saying, "Linger is not alone. I'm also here. You can use torture as you like." What's the point of drawing the tendons and skinning the skin? Going down to the frying pan. As you like. I'll bear the consequences. And there shouldn't be any consequences either. Please also ask your highness and your excellency to recuse themselves. The scene will be too bloody in a moment. I am worried about disturbing the two of you. When I finish the interrogation, I will report all the circumstances to you. Ah, yes, 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 the scene is bloody. We'd better stay away. Chapter 113, To Spit Out Bitter Guts. Taoist green emblem brought back the overwhelming blood-forging trace heavenly injury jade and gave it to Solyu to heal his wounds and left with Moses. The old Taoist priest was busy discussing about tomorrow's duel. He was left alone and was bored. The entire San Emperor's city was searched by him, and it was depressing that he hard not find his good disciple. He had nothing to do. He ran to find Gu Linger, wanting her to bring along to play with him, not realizing that Gu Linger also had something to do and was not at the mansion. He was also blasted away by the doorman as a beggar because of his scruffy attire, which pissed him off to no end. Taking that guard with him, he flew around the sky 8 times, and at extreme speed, he made that guard foam at the mouth before letting go. The other man, seeing this, was scared less and hurriedly led the way for Bone Fei Yang to find the prison here. Just as he was about to break in and take a look, he saw Gu Linger, the little girl, and another thieving boy come out, and was instantly playful. Hiding his figure as if he were a ghost, he suddenly appeared behind Suabayaman, wiped 5 black fingerprints on his face, and disappeared in an instant. Subaman exclaimed, yelling, OMG, what the hell? Without waiting for him to react, he wiped another hand on the other side of his face, and Subaman jumped up in shock. Who? What the hell? Give the little master out. Pretending to be a god in front of the little master. Want to die? He received another brain crash on his head, and the pain brought tears to his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did the demons and monsters come from? Dare to hit the little master's head. Tired of living? Let the little master catch you. The male castrated, the female sold in the brothel. Ha! Bone Fei Yang suddenly appeared, and their faces were almost pressed together as he roared, scaring Suabayaman so much that his soul flew a few meters away. Ah! Mommy yeah, ghost! He was so shocked that his face turned pale, but Bone Fei Yang was overjoyed and laughed. This little thing, it's so much fun, ha ha ha. Gu Linger, who was originally a bit melancholy, was amused by this scene and giggled, the gloom on her face dissipating quite a bit. Giggle, Grandpa Dirt, you're a real old coot. Flirting with this fool Mizukaman. Look at him. Giggle, his soul is scared off. Bone Fei Yang laughed. This little twerp is genuinely so much fun. I feel like life has lost a lot of fun if I don't tease him for a day. Ha ha ha. Subaman returned to his senses, his face reddening as he chided angrily. You old undead. You have a nervous disease. Ah, small master's life is precious. Scared out of a good or bad kill you cannot afford to pay. You old bastard. Ing almost soul flew away. Grass. Bone Fei Yang laughed even louder at his words. Ha ha ha. I only blame you little fool for being too timid. Look at Linger the girl. Nothing happened to her. Ha ha ha. You little thing. One day without experiencing the feeling of flying. You're going to the sky. Ah, a mouthful of a little master. You pulled down the old man's seniority. If my good disciple hears this, won't he make me call him master? Your grandmother. Fly me. Ah, old undead Bone Fei Yang. This is the 8th time you've kicked my ass. Big bastard. Remember me. I'll be back. From afar, one could still hear the water wave gate cursing angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is it spinning flight this time? Gu Linger died laughing and came up for air. You scruffy old man. Cluck 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 cluck. Getting worse and worse. Actually used spinning power. In a moment that fool of Mizunami Gate. Waste to spit out the bitter bile can't be spit out. Bone Fei Yang waved his hand indifferently and said, this kid's skin is itchy. Let him fly 2 laps to sober up. Ha ha. I heard you had some fun here, so I came to check it out. Where is it? Gu Linger sniffed and pointed inside, saying, look, go in here, down to the bottom, and there you go. Bone Fei Yang laughed. Or you little ninny. TSK, things aren't given away for nothing. He. After taking 2 steps, Bone Fei Yang wondered, aren't you going in to see? Isn't that your favorite kind of fresh excitement? Gu Linger crossed her arms and pouted her lips and hummed, you scruffy old man. Don't slander me or I'll sue you for slander. Ha. This princess is a lady. How could she like that kind of thing? Bone Fei Yang waved his hand and said, Che, what a bore. Nothing to do pretending to be a lady. Not at all. He. I'll go see for myself. When Bone Fei Yang left, Gu Linger smiled thievishly and spat out her tongue. Go. I hope your old man doesn't spit out bitter bile like Subaman. That unzan's tactics. Yelp. In the process of searching for the murderer, she has seen the ruthless perversion of that person. She was shocked. Only one look, and then no courage to look at a second look. This old man actually grabbed to see. Seek your own blessing. Sure enough, in less than an incense stick of time, both Waterwave Gate and Bone Fei Yang came with waxy faces and lifeless eyes. Seeing this, Gu Linger's eyes flashed with cunning as she asked the Waterwave sect, "Yeah, are you flying out of the country? What took you so long to come back this time?" Subaman said with a breathless wave of his hand, I can't do it. Bone Fei Yang, this old bastard. Too damn not something. ing spiral flight more than 10 miles. Intestines feel dumped out. Asterisk. Heck no. My stomach is empty. I can't even stand up, and now the sky is still spinning. Vomit. Gulinger laughed her head off and twitched her flower branches, pointing at Bone Fei Yang, who was sitting on his butt on the ground, and said, "Look who it is." Giggle. Shu Wei Bowman looked at it, and only then realized that it was Bone Fei Yang, and actually came to the courage to pounce over and grab Bone Fei Yang's beard. "You old bastard." Vomit. Bone Fei Yang originally had some reprieve, but when he shook him like this, he immediately couldn't do it again, and he also dry heaved. Vomit. Cough. Vomit. Swickedin froze, not knowing what was wrong with this old thing. How did it look? This vomiting was even worse than himself. What's wrong with this old thing? Why is he throwing up worse than me? Did you smell that bastard Stopper's poop? He knows how fierce that stuff is. Stinking corpses aren't even that raging. Spicy eyes can't even open. It's normal to have this condition. Gulinger let out a silver bell laugh and gloated. Giggle. He went to watch the execution of Yunzan. Giggle. At those words, Subaman's eyes lit up and she felt immediately better, her face contorting into a smile. Ha. You old undead. You also have today. Ha. Old man. I have to say, you're very brave. Ha. It's fine. I'm balanced. I won't bother with you this time. But, ha. How can you resist? Awesome. Give you a thumbs up. I'm ashamed of myself. Chapter 114, the Ling Yuan River competition is finally here. The results of the trial came back and the two men were indeed the murderers. After seeing Soul Yu give the third order elixir to the Wangs, they were moved to mischief, and the two of them squatted here. Seeing that the Wangs were closed for business, and under the pretext of being thirsty and wanting to drink water, they entered the backyard. When pressing for the third order elixir, the couple was stunned by the chilling sharp sword on their necks, and although they did not want to give up, they did not resist. Honestly handing over the elixir, his voice trembling, he told them that they didn't want this elixir anymore, so he gave it to them, and said that the two of them would definitely not talk about it. The two who were about to leave were suddenly stopped by a milky, spitting child calling out to them, "No robbing daddy of the elixir, it's for daddy's cure." Just such a sentence instantly provoked Su Li's killing heart. "Oh, not allowed to rob the elixir? To cure your father?" The paralyzed child couldn't stand up, so he lay on the bed like that, sat up on his arms, and nodded his head. Su Li's laughter was shrill, and she just looked at the paralyzed child, decapitating Wang's husband without looking back, splashing the paralyzed child's face with blood. Su Li laughed. Giggle. "Now that he can't use this elixir, can I take it away?" Cluck. The little boy, ignorant and dumbfounded, froze on the spot. Seeing that he didn't nod his head in agreement, Su Li, still in the same manner, swung her sword again and killed Wang, blood splattering on the little boy's face, turning him into a bloody man with fearful and frightened eyes. "Still won't let sister take it away?" Giggle. "You kid, you're very stubborn. Sis isn't very fond of you." For every sword she poked at the two, she asked the child once if he agreed, and when she didn't see him nod, she continued, and in this way, the couple was stabbed a dozen times each. The little boy, who was originally paralyzed and intellectually underdeveloped, had long since been stunned by the scene, and was unable to answer any of her questions, only staring at her with dull, empty eyes. Su Li revealed a cruel arc and laughed. "This way, sis will be very angry yo. The consequences of my sister's anger can be very serious. Do you want to see it?" Giggle. Then, with a sword to seal his throat in his hand, the little boy's dull, empty eyes drifted into mid-air. "Sister is a little scared." In the end, the little boy was split up, the kind you can't even put together, in a very cruel and sick way. Gu Linger's hands trembled a little as she grasped the confession from the interrogation. When those two Su Li were carried out, they had long since lost their humanity and were tortured into a monster. Gu Linger didn't look at her, waving her hand for people to carry her into the spirit hall of Wang's family, where she would show her repentance and wait until the time of burial before killing them. On that day, countless people went to the funeral hall. spitting and throwing feces at the two men who had already had their eyes and ears gouged out, humiliating them to the fullest extent. Bone Feiyang slowed down for a long half-day before he finally came to his senses. Gu Linger was going to treat him to a big meal. In the past when he heard this, Bone Feiyang, who ran faster than a rabbit, had a rare lack of appetite and walked away with an ugly face, caused Gu Linger to giggle laugh. Rare to let the Bone Feiyang ate defeat. Water Wave Gate is very happy, and Gu Linger to the best restaurant, but also greatly rewarded Yun Shan, turned him into his beloved. That scene, even he couldn't stand it. If it was just a simple gouging out of the eyes and cutting off the ears, he wouldn't be so bad. Having been in the jungle for so many years, what kind of torture he hadn't seen, but only this time, he was really disgusted, and deeply remembered the name Yun Shan, and his perverted means. How could a person laugh so happily and at the same time be able to do such disgusting and dirty things? A figure hid in the corner, looking at the miserable appearance of those two people in the middle of the spiritual hall, his face turning blue. After Gu Linger's few people left, he also left silently. Only the indignant rage in his eyes couldn't be concealed no matter what. On the banks of the Lin Yuan River, the construction of the heavily funded viewing platform had already been completed, and it had to be said that it was really a snap to build some infrastructure in a world like this. The Lin Yuan River was about 100 feet wide, and the waves inside were churning and surging. The east-west trend runs across the city of Zar, and on the right-hand side is the riverbank line, with a safety quarantine zone set up, nearly 10 meters or so from the water's edge. This time there was no major demolition of homes, but rather a viewing area was set up on the left-hand side. The viewing area was huge, as tall as a 4-story building, with viewing areas set up at different step heights. The whole was in the shape of a semicircular arc according to the flow trend of the Lin Yuan River in this area, and the overall structure protruded forward, even extending to the surface of the river. In the center of the highest place, there was also a special carving of the Gahuan Empire's royal totem, a burning flame. According to the division of power, some powerful clans had their own slice of position, and each clan had a limited number of positions, and except for a few important people, the rest of the disciples were not allowed to enter the stands. The flow of the duel changed. In order to reserve enough time for Solyu to heal, Taoist Master Qing Hui arranged for a few exhibition matches, drawing out the clan's strongest disciples from amongst the several major clans to fight on the field, without any rankings, only on the basis of victory or defeat. The royal family is not stingy, specially ordered to send rewards. There are high-grade pills, high-grade magic weapons, and gung fu battle techniques. All are good things from the royal family's hidden treasury, which have never been shown before. The Mercury sect was the #1 sect in the Gachuan Empire, and the items on the treasure floor were also worth a lot of money, almost on par with the imperial family's prizes, with the exception of Stopping Water and Jun Macho, who were a fixed dueling combination. Everyone else would draw lots tomorrow as a way of deciding who they would face off against. In order to emphasize the importance that the Gachuan Empire placed on the Desolate Ancient Academy, the imperial family also made a special statement and gave the Desolate Ancient Academy elders the right to make a selection. Whether it was the patriarch, or the elders, or the junior disciples, a list was drawn up by the people's deliberation, and 2 people could be randomly designated by the elders of the Desolate Ancient Academy to fight against each other, and could not be refused. It had to be said that the Gachuan royal family's human feelings were taken very well. Even the elders of the Desolate Ancient Academy still acted joyfully in the face of such attention. Whether it was the Battle of Stopping Water Jun Macho, or the proposed battle of these random people, in the eyes of the 2 of them, it was as if they were playing house. But this degree of respect, so that the 2 people are very much used, but also happy to undertake this love. Everything is ready. Many matters have been arranged. Tomorrow morning at dawn, the crowd gathered on the banks of the Lin Yuan River, to watch the grandest battle in recent years. The battle between Jun Macho and Jishuei, who were the protagonists, was bound to be extremely watchable, as while the others were just fighting against each other. These 2 were dueling and fighting to the death. Chapter 115, the competition begins. Solyu out of Lin Yuan. When the first rays of sunlight hit the great vault of the sky, it seemed to awaken the long-sleeping gods of the earth. More than 1,000 salute wagons have long been ready for the first rays of the sun to strike and the first bells to ring back to heaven. Boom! 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 Thousands of salutes were set off at the same time, and the roar of the colorful and fantastic fireworks resounded through the northwest, as if waking up the whole sandy sea. Firecrackers, gongs and drums, the sound of people. The Lin Yuan River has already gathered countless people. As the 2 figures leapt over that warship and crossed the surface of the Lin Yuan River like dragonflies, after a momentary collision, they touched each other, and this long-awaited Lin Yuan River sparring match kicked off. On the Lin Yuan River, sometimes the pale wolf whistles the moon, sometimes the fierce tiger cracks the sky, sometimes the golden rock spreads its wings, and sometimes the cloud lion steps on the immortal. From the water fight, then to the air battle, fists to flesh, tiger wind, you come and go, so raw. A move of the Milky Way falls to the 9 heavens, and it smooths out the injustices of the world. The heavenly abyss was roaring, and the dragon was roaring. The force splits the mountains and rivers, and the 9 heavens tremble. In front of them, there was the Manhwa returning sword technique, which pressed all over the heavens and was frightening. Afterward, there were millions of water and moon needles, piercing the sky and dominating the sky. Dragon tiger star picking hands, mighty in all directions, unstoppable. Xuanwu imperial immortal armor, invincible defense, unbreakable. One fierce collision after another, sparks flying, the Lin Yuan river roaring. A great battle, dazzling and hot. When the fight to be exciting, the crowd below let out a mountainous tsunami of crazy shouts. Another lament will be voiced over the fact that one person was inadvertently knocked out of the water, and some will rejoice and others will be saddened. The great clans in the stands would be complacent because their disciples had erupted in divine might, and there were also elders who were strangling their own disciples because they had lost. Shui Yuntian was a bit distracted as he looked at the loophole-ridden move attacks below. His Royal Highness, however, relished it and secretly memorized the names of those powerful people. The Mercury Sex Grand Elder slightly closed his eyes, thinking that he must have dozed off after a long day of traveling. The 2 elders of the desolate ancient academy, however, couldn't take their eyes off the ground, observing whether there were any moldable talents that could be incorporated into the academy in the future. And that, in turn, was why the royal family had placed so much importance on this battle, heavily publicizing it and temporarily deploying additional manpower. The enrollment of the desolate ancient academy had always been strict, with a limited number of enrollment quotas each year. But if a satisfactory student was recruited in a certain country or region, there would be a generous reward. If someone could be selected by the desolate ancient academy this time, the person who would benefit the most would be none other than the royal state lord, and would be given a recommendation quota. Knowing that the weakest person who could successfully graduate from the desolate ancient academy would be at the Spirit Zone realm. In a northwestern country like the Gakshuan Empire, the Spirit Zone realm was a high-end battle force, especially for the royal family, and could not be found. The battle on the Lin Yuan River had continued, and it was as if the people knew no fatigue. Their excitement was high, and they were vaguely on the verge of a high tide. The bustle of the Lin Yuan River could not hide the sadness and depression on this side. In the spirit hall of Wang's couple, although there was no one to offer condolences anymore, there was a command from Gu Linger, and there were still soldiers stationed to guard it. Su Li and Lu Bo had already reached the brink of dying, but every time they couldn't bear it and were about to die, there was always someone who extradited their spiritual energy for them, preventing them from dying so dryly. Solyu came and stood inside for a long time as he burned 3 sticks of incense. He blamed himself a little, having experienced so many trials and tribulations in his previous life. He thought that he had seen through human nature, and he was careful when doing many things, fearing that he would make mistakes and repeat the mistakes of his previous life. But in this matter, too much carelessness, perhaps too smooth in recent days. Get things are high order, even the herbs are at least the 4th order or more, in order to get into his eyes. So the unusual 2nd order and 3rd order elixir, as no one asked for the rags. It was only on that day that he gave it to Wang without any fear, but he neglected to mention that this 3rd order elixir was not eye-catching to himself. But putting it out there could still make some people red in the eyes, and they would not hesitate to kill to seize the treasure. It was when he was out of the Lin Yuan secret realm that Moses told him, and he waited until now to say it in order to let him heal at ease. Solyu didn't blame him. Instead, he cautioned himself to act with caution in the future. Having the intention of slaughtering these 2 inhumane scumbags now that they were being tortured to the point where life was worse than death didn't make much sense. Solely let them repent here. It had to be said that the overlapping blood-forging trace heavenly injury jade was efficacious, and with the help of Moses, the wounds on his body were quickly cured. Cut 2 sections of the overlaying blood-forging trace of heavenly wound jade, covered in the trauma place, between the broken bones seem as if added to the power of foreign energy repair. Visible to the naked eye speed will be broken bone compound. Some broken places, but also in a moment to grow a new bone. He recovered from his injuries, and also grew some new bones in the process, crowding out the fragile, aging, and severely damaged bones, and once again strengthening his torso. Not only that, after 10,000 years of baptism and precipitation, the spirit marrow liquid in the overwhelming blood-forging trace heavenly injury jade was already thick to a hair-raising level. Its own efficacy had long since repaired the trauma that Solyu had suffered, but the residual energy was still huge. Solyu didn't waste a single millimeter, and while absorbing the energy, he utilized its unique strengthening attributes to unclog and strengthen all of his body and meridians, and his body strength once again stepped up to a new level. After doing so, only 1/3 of the huge energy was used, and the remaining 2/3 were completely refined by him and transformed into energy in his body. He could feel that the energy had filled up to the point of expanding momentum, enough for him to break through the realm and easily step into the ranks of kings. But strangely enough, that swelling sensation was getting worse and worse, as if it was going to burst the body. But the bottleneck of the king rank did not show the slightest sign of loosening, which was very strange. Moses checked the condition of his body and told him that it was because he had advanced too fast and his state of mind in fighting hadn't kept up, and although he had reached the critical state of breakthrough, he was stuck at this juncture. The implication was that he needed a good fight, a life and death kind of fight, and if Jun Macho was strong enough, stepping into the king rank would be today. He also realized that this should be the problem. In less than 2 months, he had promoted too fast, but there were far fewer real life and death battles, and there was too little sharpening. Thinking about this, he was also vaguely looking forward to some excitement, wanting to be impatient to go out and answer the battle. Only, he still had some doubts in his heart. The Lin Yuan secret realm that was connected to him looked like it had undergone some kind of mutation, and for a moment, he sensed that the Lin Yuan secret realm seemed to have been opened by someone. The aura of the big hall of fat-ass rats appeared, and unlike in the past, those rats seemed to have gotten a lot stronger. That kind of aura he had experienced and could not feel wrong. Moreover, the aura of Zhou Yasi and Mu Qingdou, their aura was vaguely felt, coming from outside the Lin Yuan mysteries. Regarding the aura of these few people, it seemed that no one was more familiar with it than him, and would definitely not sense it wrongly. It was just that only he could freely open this Lin Yuan secret realm, and now that this situation had occurred, it made him vaguely uneasy. Associated with the sleeping soul body on Xiaohan, there was a layer of haze in his heart. If he returned, without the purple extreme green lotus pagoda, would he be able to control the Lin Yuan mysterious realm? After all, he had created this secret realm. Chapter 116, Stopping the Water Dare Not Go to Battle? Wow! It's finally time for the final battle. Even though those people in front of us are also very powerful, I'm still looking forward to the match between Stopping Water and Jun Macho. Che, what's there to look forward to? Before that Stop Water was injured, it was asserted that he couldn't go more than 20 moves under Jun Macho, and now he's even been seriously injured by that woman Zhou Yasi. How does he still have the power to fight? Zhou Yasi, that crazy woman. TSK, completely crazy. There is a rumor that Jishui has worshipped Taoist Qing Hui as his master. I think he personally went to the Xing family in Qing Yuan City to grab the exotic treasures just to cure Jishui's injury. I don't know if it's cured yet. Does that Stop Water still have the guts to duel? I think this is supposed to be a bitter trick played by Stopper. Oh, how? Look, Jun Macho is a 5-star Spirit King powerhouse, and Stopping Water is only at the Spirit Monarch realm, not even touching the threshold of the Spirit King realm. Across such a large realm, who can be sure of victory? Stopping the Water was injured by Zhou Yasi once, and after entering the Lin Yuan secret realm, he even suffered from the targeting of those people from the Tianxian sect at every turn, and in the end, he even made a move to snatch Xiaohan's supreme opportunity, which is already a deadly feud. Right, why didn't I think of that? Stopping Water should be dying for Mu Qingqing to die, so how could he still save her? It's too fishy to coincide with Zhou Yasi's return and injure Stop Water. How could Zhou Yasi not know that Stop Water's duel with Jun Macho was handpicked by the State Lord, and that no one was allowed to stir up the pot and interfere? In such a situation, she still dared to make a move. Was she capable of disobeying the orders of the State Lord? Obviously not. As Soul Yu's master, Taoist Master Qing Hui rushed to the scene and actually didn't go after Zhou Yasi. Shouldn't he be chasing her to avenge his disciple's death? Instead, he went to Qing Yuan City, with the beautiful name of Stopping by the Water, to look for the sacred medicine for healing. But what is the real situation? Listening to you guys, I feel like I've got a good understanding. This is clearly Stop Water's fear of not being able to defeat Jun Macho, staging this bitter trick, fearing the painful loss of the imperial weapon. TSK, I estimate that in a moment, Qing Hui Taoist master must fly up to the sky to say, oops, disciple was seriously injured, and now it is still not cured, so to the decision of ran unfair, how to. On the stands, the crown prince also frowned, slightly displeased. Stopping the Water had not come by now. Jun Macho had long been impatient. Shuyunshin had been lacking in interest since the beginning, and it wasn't until Jun Macho and Stopper came to fight against each other that he gained some interest. It wasn't that he had any expectations for this duel, but he simply wanted to see if Jun Macho had any overachievements over the years. After all, back then, he had walked under himself for 10 moves without losing, and had returned in one piece, giving him some interest. If Jun Macho had performed reasonably well today and managed to arouse his interest, there was no doubt that he, who had an itch for skill, would have come forward to teach him a couple of moves. It had been a long time since he had fought within this Gazan Empire from a high place, so if someone could make him use some of his skills, he would probably be very happy. As for stopping water, a small child who suddenly appeared out of nowhere didn't have anything to attract his attention. Counting his past battle records, he did not have a colorful record. All of them were just bantering with some unimpressive small cultivators, not worth paying attention to. He didn't understand why the State Lord would be interested in such an unsuspecting duel, and to even bring along the two elders of the desolate ancient academy to watch the battle was obviously superfluous. If he really had that idea, he might as well arrange a duel between him and the third prince, Li Chongsheng and Jun Macho. Wouldn't it be more exciting than this kind of childish trick? And go to the trouble of making him run for it. Idle. Unbeknownst to him, their lord of the land was not interested in Stopper. He didn't even know such a person. He was interested in Dao Lord Qinghui, and even the founding emperor of the Joshuan Empire had once received his favor and mention. Today, his wife's grandfather has been dead for more than a century, while this one is still alive and well, getting older but still in good health. Taoist Master Qinghui had also been a great benefactor to the current state lord. Back then, he had nearly failed in his final bid for the throne, and the country was facing a torn-apart situation, and it was already foreseeable that for many years to come, the Gakshuan Empire would be in constant war, and the people would not be able to live in peace and prosperity. In the end, it was Taoist Master Qinghui who appeared with two top-tier imperial artifacts and forcibly suppressed the kings, which led to the current Gakshuan Empire. Therefore, it was only when he learned that he was supporting stopping water and was not afraid to fight against Flower Rainhouse that he decided, on the spur of the moment, to set up such a stage. When the time came for stopping water to lose the battle, he would also intercede and force a stop to the war. In this way, he would be able to return the favor of Taoist Green Emblem. A 1-2 punch. What's not to like? So Obayaman suddenly ventured out and appeared in front of Suyunshin, and he did dote on this younger brother. Pulling him to his side, he asked, "You've got a hard-on now, haven't you? I came here yesterday, but you're fine. I haven't seen you for a day. Where have you been fooling around?" Shuibaman remembered Bone Feiyan's tragic situation yesterday and laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha, did a big thing? By the way, also the Bone Feiyan that old undead pit once, every day kicked me in the ass to let me fly. Yesterday also caused him to vomit wildly, bitter bile or spit out. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Bone Feiyan, that old unashamed, with his disciple of virtue, can let that old guy eat things? Cannot be seen very often. At the same time, let the water wave door to tell the story." Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, but it was able to make even Bone Feiyan unable to hold back his wild vomiting. He could almost think of how great that Cloud Mountain really was, and secretly made a note of the name. Gu Linger playfully jumped in front of Gu Qingyang and happily shouted, "Crown Prince brother, I heard that you pretended to be at the city gates again yesterday. Are you feeling alright?" Gu Qing was helpless. He genuinely did not have the slightest idea how to take this quirky sister. Calling out in public like this made him slightly embarrassed. If father heard you talk like this, and put you in the Black Cloud Tower to face the wall again. A girl's family? Like what words? Gu Linger mixed a face and laughed. Slightly. Don't listen to the bastard chanting. Gu Qing inquired. "What have you been doing? I arrived last night and didn't see you. Why are you running around? This place is not like the imperial capital. No one will care about your princess status if you meet an outlaw." Gu Linger was full of concern. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. There's Wang Laoji. What are you worried about? There's also Bone Feiyan and Taoist Green Emblem. Aren't they safer than the imperial capital?" Gu Qing said helplessly. "I heard that Bone Feiyang is going to set you up with that stop water guy? Stay away from him. How can I, a princess of the royal family, marry him? How can he be good enough for you with his humble background and strength? It's even more cowardly, not even daring to show up for such a sparring match. What qualifications do you have?" Gu Linger pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. "I don't need you to worry about my business. Mind your own. Ha! Do as you're told. I'm not 3 years old. I have a sense of propriety." When Gu Qing wanted to say more, Gu Linger smiled wryly and said, "Sister-in-law is here." Gu Qing turned her head to look for it. When she turned back, where was Gu Linger's figure? Helplessly shaking her head. Chapter 117, Pompous and Magnificent Appearance. "Why aren't you coming? You're not really afraid to come, are you? It seems to be really absent." The Spirit Emperor realm went all out. The injury should be very serious. Only, even the face does not dare to show. I think it is because they know that they are not able to defeat the enemy. That's why they do not dare to show up. Jun Macho had long since arrived, standing in the void with a flaming lance in his hand. having long been impatient. Hua Lu said in a deep voice. Taoist green emblem. Why haven't we seen stopping water yet? And what is the intention of hanging us out to dry here? Taoist green emblem laughed. Don't panic. Stop the water was injured by Zhou Yasi, healing in a hidden place. This hour should be almost up. On the way here, Flower Valley Master be at ease. Hua Lu coldly grunted. Don't use your injuries as an excuse again. If you're afraid, just hand over the Imperial weapon. I don't see the need to have him fight against M8 anymore. It's just a waste of time. Taoist Green Emblem smiled and was non-committal. It's still too early to say this. We've waited for so long. What can we do if we wait a little longer? If Lord Flower Valley feels that Jun Macho is undefeatable, he can leave on his own. And I'll take this rootless water for stopping water with a smile. Joke? With him? At most. I'm waiting for an incense stick of time. If he doesn't come yet, then M8 must be declared the winner. My patience is limited. Taoist Green Emblem nodded and said, Good. Just do as Lord Flower Valley said. One incense burner's time. He saw Moses appear, greeting him from a distance, and it seemed that everything was under control. In the stands, Shui Yun Tian Dao. Jun Macho's progress in the past 2 years has been quite rapid. It has already reached this point. Earlier I said that stopping water couldn't walk for more than 20 moves. Now it seems that I was wrong and underestimated Jun Macho. 10 moves it is. The Grand Elder sniffed and nodded. This doll is indeed good. The character is too violent. In a moment if the duel. I'm afraid that will not stay hands. That stop the water can be to suffer. The 2 elders of the desolate ancient academy, seeing the imposing and battle-hardened Jun Macho, also revealed some surprise and nodded their heads. Time passed quickly, and one incense stick of time was about to arrive. There was still no sign of stopper, and the crowd began to grow impatient. It's over. It's almost time. This stopper really isn't coming. Old me spent so much money to buy a good position. In vain. TSK Tisk. I told you so. He can't. He can only fight with knife Jun twice. When he meets Jun Macho, he'll pull his crotch. What is this? So many people paid to see him and he's too scared to show up? It's abominable. Wasting my old man's spirit stones. Hua Yulo saw that the time was almost up and laughed coldly in the air. Jun Macho then said leisurely, Afraid I'll kill you? It would be wise not to come. But, insulting my family name, you will still die if you don't come today. Gu Linger was a little worried. She could sense that Jun Macho had become stronger than when they met that day. And with stopping water injured again, she didn't know if she could fight. Her people had already come to report that Stopper had returned, offering incense and worship at the Spirit Hall, and should be arriving soon at this moment. It should be coming. As Gu Linger's words fell, the originally calm water suddenly became a little wild. The river kept lapping against the bank embankment, and the warships that stayed on the Ling Yuan River began to rock violently. Some of the passenger boats were even lifted so high that they almost capsized. Those who stood on the bank had a feeling of violent vertigo. Those with sharp eyes noticed that at some point the water level rose. Look! What's that? Just then, a monstrous wave came tumbling in, forming a tsunami wave about 10 feet high as it continued to move forward, crashing this way. What is that? A monstrous beast at the bottom of the Lin Yuan River? Something is swimming. A lot. The giant waves came roaring in, extremely fast, and reached the main battlefield over here in a few breaths. Countless turquoise wave sharks were weaving in and out of the water, vying to be the first. With fierce eyes, non-stop giant sharks leaped out of the water, revealing their cruel sharp fangs, and their huge roaring sound waves made people's hearts tremble. That is not a real giant shark, but the river water illusion. More and more, almost occupy the whole river, like a pioneer, pulling that water monarch in the forward. There was still no sign of Stopper on the river, but at the sight of this, they all knew that he had come and should be lurking under the water. As the distance got closer and closer, the giant sharks became more and more numerous. A powerful sense of oppression swept over. The fish and shrimp and spirit beasts in the Ling Yuan River were all frightened by this scene, and they all leaped out of the water to flee for their lives. The scene was spectacular. After them, there was a huge figure wagging its tail and swimming at the bottom of the river, its huge body chilling and suffocating one's scalp. Boom! A huge energy erupted, and a giant shark of about 1,000 feet suddenly broke out of the water, leaping high into the air, its body towering above the surface of the river. Relying only on this huge body, it was already pressing all over the Lin Yuan River. The upright body was even more expansive than the height of Jun Macho's flight. A green-shirted figure, standing atop the head of the giant shark, with his hands behind his back, looked down at Jun Macho. Gu Linger's heart blossomed, and the smile at the corners of her eyes and lips could no longer be stopped as she murmured, Do you have to be so pompous every time you make an appearance? Whose attention is it trying to attract? What a stinker! Pretentious. With that, he even waved his embroidered fist at Solyu. So Abayaman was also stunned by this magnificent scene, and he pulled Suyunshin's arm and said, "Big brother, do you know such a move? You must know it, you must teach me. I'll make an appearance like this next time. Gu Linger will love it." However, without wanting to, at this moment, Suyunshin frowned as he suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated this stopper. Although there was no exchange of hands, such a magnificent appearance was very huge in terms of spirit power control and consumption, and the unusual Spirit King realm was unable to do so. The Grand Elder also narrowed his eyes slightly, his sleepiness was gone, and there was a brilliant light flickering in his eyes. The prince pressed on and stood up, murmuring, "This stopper, it doesn't seem to be as simple as I thought it would be. Ho ho, what a great surprise." The two elders of the desolate ancient academy glanced at each other, their eyes flashed with surprise, no longer as ancient as before, and there were flashes of surprise in their eyes. Everyone asserted that he was too scared to show up, and since that was the case, he chose to show the world his pride and fearlessness by appearing in such a pompous, flamboyant manner. The energy of the overwhelming blood-forging trace heavenly wound jade was too huge to break through for the time being, just so he could consume a little bit of it, and he was confident that he could press Jun Macho into a fight without using the fighting technique. However, Jun Macho was not able to bring much pressure to bear on him right now, so he set his sights on Shui Yuntian, who was sitting high up on the viewing platform, with battle intent. Everyone was flummoxed. For one thing, they were shocked by the way and momentum of Stopping Water's appearance. On the other hand, Stopping Water actually didn't face Jun Macho directly, but instead looked towards Shiyunshin on the viewing platform. What was this about? Challenging Shui Yuntian? How is that possible? Chapter 118 Jun Macho falls into a losing streak. Shiyunshin was surprised and indeed felt Solyu's high battle intent as he stood up, the corners of his mouth curving up. "Do you want to fight me?" Solyu was expressionless as he looked at him and said, "Why not?" Shui Yuntian smiled and said, "Good. First let me see if you are qualified to stand before me. If you can defeat Jun Macho, I will give you a chance." Solyu sniffed. Is it enough to defeat him? After saying that, he looked at Jun Macho, who at this time was turning blue, having long reached the edge of an outbreak. This son of A actually dared to ignore him, not even looking at him squarely on the battlefield against himself. How could he not let him go berserk? No, what are his credentials? Just because of this kind of pretentious appearance, he dares to say that he will challenge Shui Yuntian? Ho ho, just playing dead, just making a show of it. Jun Macho can beat the out of him. Why is this person so capable of pretending? This can't even do Jun Macho. But he actually wants to fight Shiyunshin. He really doesn't know his own strength. Is Shui Yuntian's authority also something he can challenge? Hua Yulu laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, with you being worthy? To belittle Mo Cho like this is simply looking for death. Mo Cho, kill him. Bone Fei Yang was at the corner of the stands and said, "This little man is fed up. Nothing to do to provoke that pervert for what? My good disciple is so great. I don't even dare to let him challenge." Jun Macho took to the air and stood opposite him. "You scumbag. You are really looking for death. I thought that you escaped from the battlefield, but I didn't expect that you would still dare to come, humiliate me, and you will have no way to live." Solyu shook his head and said, "You're overthinking it. There's no intention to humiliate you. It's simply because you're too weak right now to force me to use my full strength." Jun Macho laughed out loud, full of mockery. "Ha ha ha, I'm too weak. Even Shui Yuntian isn't qualified to say that. So you deserve it too?" Solyu said expressionlessly. "You'll know if you're worthy or not if you fight." The corner of Jun Macho's mouth revealed a cruel arc as he said, "I will kill you, in the most brutal way possible. Ha ha ha, to make you realize that no one can insult me. Come on." Jun Macho roared. The flame gun was the first to attack. The flames of fury on the gun transformed into the roar of the Tsong wolf. The Tsong wolf darted, its bloody mouth tearing towards Solyu, to tear him in half. Solyu was fearless, and with a wave of his hand, the water spirit giant shark that had condensed below roamed up and collided with the angry flame pale wolf. The first hand-to-hand test, the two were on point, and after the collision sent out an explosion, the two were not injured in the slightest. Jun Macho once again became ruthless and roared. "The fiery dragon." Solyu beckoned, and a water dragon broke out of his body, which was equally huge and incomparable, and strangled with that fiery dragon. The two forces were comparable, not giving way to each other, strangling and circling for a few seconds. The energy collision issued an explosion, and the surface of the Lin Yuan River exploded into 1,000 feet of huge waves, smashing into the water. Just like this back and forth several moves against each other. Solyu cloudy and light to deal with, not the slightest bit of wind. Seeing that Jun Macho could not take advantage of the battle technique duel, after another collision, he raised his spear and stabbed Solyu directly in the face. His face was hideous and cruel, full of killing intent. without dodging or avoiding. Solyu bullied his way up, and a clear water lance emerged in his hand, instantly freezing into a cold ice-splitting lance. Bang! 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 The two of them sparred with their lances in the air. Solyu actually kept up with Junmacho's stance movements. No matter how he changed his battle technique stances, Solyu was able to quickly adjust and never landed a blow. The crowd below looked on in disbelief. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? That's Junmacho. And stopping water actually fought it head-on with a calm and collected demeanor, without showing any signs of decline. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I placed a bet over there. 1,000 spirit stones. Betting on stop water not being able to walk under Junmacho for more than 20 moves. This is not what Shuyunshin asserted. It's already 30 moves. Damn it. Watch. That's as far as he'll go. It's unlikely that he'll be able to battle any further. Neither side has used their best moves yet in the early stages. So what's the point of panicking? Huayulo was full of confidence and banter before the fight started. And now, that disdainful mocking intent has been converged, and has become expressionless, even frowning vaguely. Shui Yuntian was interested, watching the two of them battle each other in the air, and found that it was becoming more and more interesting. Junmacho had the qualifications to allow him to make a move. As for stopping the water, he still had to look at it again. Although far beyond their expectations, but from the eyes of their own, but also some not enough to challenge themselves, but even more cannot talk about. The Grand Elder's eyes flashed with brilliance, no longer sleepy, but instead radiant. The two elders of the desolate ancient academy also had some smiles at the corners of their mouths, finally having some anticipation. Once again, they threw a punch at each other and the two of them separated, while Solyu stood calmly. Junmacho did not stabilize his stance and took a small step backward. After this half a day of collision, dozens of moves back and forth fight, Solyu probably figured out his strength. Only now the energy in the body has become a little restless, but that Spirit King realm pass is slow to see loosening up, and then go on like this. It can be a little not too good. Junmacho's face became iron blue, incomparably ugly. He did not expect that after so long, actually did not take down this dog scum, but instead, he was in the middle of the sparring, feeling more and more overwhelmed, and just now, if he was not careful, he even lost the wind, which made him how could he tolerate it? It was this small step back that caused the crowd on the opposite side to explode directly. How is that possible? Junmacho has actually lost out in a sparring match? I saw that too. He just took a small step back. He really didn't fight? But he's only at the Spirit Monarch realm. Are you kidding? Could it be that Junmacho was careless and took the enemy lightly? Joke. Stop water Spirit Monarch realm. Junmacho has his own Spirit King realm pride. How could he possibly go all out? If he really came up and used his full strength, wouldn't stop water have been knocked into the Lin Yuan River long ago? Seeing this scene, Taoist Master Cheng Hui smiled and nodded. This time it was a blessing due to a disaster. Gu Linger's eyebrows were wide open, her eyes full of excitement and adoration. Good job. Stop the water. That stinky Shui Yuntian lost his mind this time. Giggle. Come on. Beat him to death. Huayulo's brows furrowed as he chided. Mo Cho, what are you doing? Use your full strength to behead him and end the battle quickly. Obviously, seeing Junmacho take that step back, he was a little nonplussed. Junmacho's face condensed as he said, Ho ho, you dog scum, you make me angry. Next, you will no longer have any chance. Solyu's face chilled as he said, didn't your mom teach you to speak properly? A mouthful of dog mongrels. Do you really think I'm good-tempered? Try cursing once more and see if I dare to slap you with my big mouth. Junmacho laughed cruelly. Ignorant. You're a son of a. What are you going to do about what I said? Slap me? You try that too. See if I have the power to chop your claws off. Chapter 119, The Green Lotus Illusion Realm's first appearance. Solyu was no longer polite. His palms pressed down, his robes were windless, and his face was icy cold. As he pressed his palm in the void, the surface of the Lin Yuan River instantly exploded. A curtain of water rolled up with him at the center, which turned into a dragon rushing towards Junmacho. Dozens of scaly dragons all circled and whistled towards Junmacho, and while he exerted his full strength in defense, he swung out the intent of his cold spear to charge and kill, annihilating the water dragons and breaking them apart. Not waiting for him to catch his breath, then came countless wild sharks. Water illusion wild sharks surrounded him. One by one fearlessly rushed to him, not waiting for him to fight to eliminate. One by one automatically exploded, causing him to be in a terrible situation. However, at that moment, Solyu suddenly appeared in front of him with a cold light on his face. I told you, I'll slap you in the mouth if you curse me one more time. With that, Under Jun Macho's angry and frenzied gaze, he slapped him solidly in the face, slapping him out of the shark encirclement. The water illusion shark dissipated, turning into river water that spilled into the Lin Yuan River, bringing up a little ripple. The entire Lin Yuan River became quiet, and the original crowd was silent. The audience below was as if they had been cast in a stasis, gazing incredulously at that scene in the sky. Did I see it right? Hardly. Could it be that I'm blind? It's not that you're blinking, it's that I'm blinking along with you. This. How is this possible? He really slapped Jun Macho? And so casually. What does that mean? It means he really doesn't fear Jun Macho? But he's only in the spirit monarch realm. Hiss. That's incredible. Gu Linger's mouth was wide open in the shape of O. Even she was shocked and murmured with an infatuated face. He really hit. Ha! That's a cool slap. That's pretty cool. The Waterwave sect came here at an unknown time and stood next to Gu Linger. Seeing this slap was also unbelievable. But still the mouth was stubborn. Bah! Handsome my ass. If I were to fight, I'm sure it would be more handsome than this. That broken auger dragon and broken shark are ugly as hell. Aya! Bone Feiyan, you old undead. How come there are you everywhere? Give little master wait. I will come back. Bone Fei Yang was also incredulous and murmured. Little idiot. You're stealing my lines again. What do you want me to say? But this guy ate aphrodisiac la. This how to suffer a wound than before more fierce. But still my good disciple is the best. Is that? The dragon and shark ugly death. The light in Shu Yuntian's eyes flashed. Now, he was also more interested in stopping water. This person repeatedly broke his perception. The two elders of the desolate ancient academy, smilingly said, TSK. This stopper. It's kind of interesting. Hua Yulo roared with rage and incredulity. Xing Hui. What the hell did you do to this kid? You cheated. Mo Cho. Don't hold back. Kill him. Kill him. Jun Macho froze for a moment, and after he came back to his senses, he unconsciously touched his cheek, and after realizing that he had been slapped, he became enraged. You son of a, kill you. Kill you. He gasped and wiped the water droplets from his forehead, almost losing his mind. However, at that moment, a pair of spinning green lotus flowers, as if they were the size of a millstone, suddenly appeared in mid-air, reflecting the entire world into a green color. The mountains were roaring below, and the Lin Yuan River was rushing along. Only, why did he feel that he had lost consciousness, and his body had become empty and powerless? Stopper walked slowly toward him, a sardonic smile on his face. So smug and cold he was. In his hand, he dragged a long knife, which reflected a green-colored light. Standing in front of him, he raised his sword and slashed at him, and when he tried to dodge and resist, countless green tentacles appeared in this green world to bind him. The green light flashed and he was slashed off his arm by Stopper's blade. He was afraid and wanted to yell, but there was no sound. Still grinning cruelly, Stopper cut off the other arm once more as he looked on in fear. Boundless fear and pain made him panic. The spiritual power in his body completely disappeared. He didn't understand how it was possible for Stopper to have this kind of ability. What kind of world was this? And why did it leave him without any power to fight back? As he watched in fear and despair, Stopper's palm slowly passed through his forehead, crushing his heart. In his body, his eyes bulged, his body spasmed, and he fell to the ground unwillingly. Green Lotus Demon Pupil. Unleashed. Green Lotus Illusion. An illusionary space that can be controlled by Solyu. Brings the target's consciousness into the illusion, and through stimulation and injury, infinitely amplifies his fear and pain, causing mental damage and destruction of will. Time was controlled by Solyu and was currently able to do so. 3 minutes in the Green Lotus world and only moments had passed in the outside world. In the real world, Jun Macho was furious and her body was rippling with spiritual energy, which was a precursor to using a great move. However, he didn't want to, but he suddenly froze in place, holding his flame gun motionless. The crowd was wondering when they saw Solyu strike, and that was also when Jun Macho had just come to her senses, and the fear and confusion in her eyes had yet to dissipate. A punch struck Jun Macho's chest and he flew backwards, spraying blood along the way. His chest dented and his entire body smashed into the Lin Yuan River. What just happened? Why isn't Jun Macho moving? This, hiss, actually stood still and was punched by Solyu. Shui Yuntian murmured as his brows clustered. What's going on? Something's wrong with the eyes. An illusion? The Grand Elder nodded and said, there shouldn't be any mistake. That momentary stiffness didn't look like that sealing technique. I saw a blue light flashing through his eyes. It was weird. The two people from the desolate ancient academy were astonished and said in unison, illusion? Hitomi, to actually see a long-lost illusion technique in this tiny Gahuan empire, and it's emitted from the eyes. This little guy is getting more and more surprising. Ho ho! It's not in vain for the two of us to cross billions of miles to come to the small remote country. Ho ho! Not bad. Huayu Lu lost his voice and roared. Demon magic. Ching Hui. This stopper is a demon. You shall die. Taoist Master Ching Hui snorted. Even he was a little surprised that this little guy had actually hidden such a hand. Without waiting for Taoist Green Emblem to speak, an elder from the desolate ancient academy explained. This is not a demonic art, but an illusion. There are so many people born with a special physique. The physique comes with special abilities. For example, the heavy pupil, born to manipulate time and space, used to the extreme, and can even do to reverse the world. The ability to turn back time, the Tsan Yuan divine body, which can be invulnerable to all laws and invincible in the flesh. The Taiyuan sword body, at the time of birth, is accompanied by the Taiyuan immortal sword. These are also very rare in the central continent realm. I didn't expect that there is actually such a junior here who can use his pupil power to create illusions, which is unexpected. Sol Yu didn't care about this, since they were mortal enemies, they should be eliminated. After knocking Jun Macho into the Lin Yuan River, he followed suit and zipped in. Chapter 120 Ice Dragon vs Vermilion Bird Shadow. Sol Yu chased after him, not giving Jun Macho any chance, wanting to exterminate him. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. A strong killing intent actually coalesced in the water, and the killing intent molded as if it was substantial. The next moment, boom! Stopping the water and a figure covered in crimson flew out of the water. It was Jun Macho. Only, his state at this time had changed dramatically. The eyes were scarlet, the lips were blue, and the blood-red hair grew so long that it was no longer past his waist and hung down over his hindquarters. The scarlet eyes did not contain a trace of emotion. Cold, bloodthirsty, and tyrannical, and a strong aura filled his body, actually having broken through to the Spirit King Realm's 7 stars. He gazed icily at Sol Yu, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. With every breath, a mist was spewed out, and with every opening of the mouth, a low roar like that of a wild beast was emitted. Without words, he attacked directly. Sol Yu said darkly, "It's so fast, it's more than double the speed." Seeing this scene, Hua Yulo sneered, "By pushing him this far, you are doomed to die." Shuayan Tian said, "Secret techniques? Forcibly inducing a bloodline berserk, raising one's strength for a short period of time, and exhausting a forbidden art type of battle technique secret method. 7 stars of the Spirit King realm, actually hiding such a hand." The Jun Macho who used the secret method to enhance was indeed strong, no longer stretched like the previous one when sparring, but instead had brutal strength and extremely fast speed. Sol Yu also had to take it seriously, so as to put a little pressure on him. Jun Macho threw a punch, and Sol Yu reacted quickly, swinging out a punch at the same time. Hard, the violent energy overturned the water, and the battle armor of the official ships on the Lin Yuan River fluttered, threatening to be overturned at any time. After another sparring session, Jun Macho leapt into midair, and Sol Yu saw this and bullied his way up, automatically forming a water column under his feet to hold him up, brutally crashing together. The two men threw their punches so fast that they formed stumps in the air, producing sonic booms with each violent collision. This stopping water is really powerful. Jun Macho used his secret method to raise to 7 stars of the Spirit King realm, and he actually didn't lose any ground. Oh no! The situation is not good. The secret method to enhance the strength of the time is limited. According to this, if the stop water can be delayed until the time limit of his secret method arrives, after entering the period of weakness period, is not at a sure win. That's right, Jun Macho has to fight quickly to get the job done. If we are really dragged down by stop water, we will only have to admit defeat. Jun Macho used the secret method, and although his sanity had been lost, the remnants of his consciousness in his mind remained a little clear. Knowing that he could not go on like this, Leader darted back after the spar, and began to build up his power as he did so, apparently preparing for a big move. The flame gun stalled in the air, manifesting countless gun shadows, shooting out countless spirit flames as if they were raining down, like heavenly flames descending and divine dragons spitting out their breath. Sol Yu is not willing to show weakness. Under the feet of the water column separation, the formation of countless fingers condensed ice killed the heavenly spirit cone, and shot out, like a cannonball. The example of no false shots. The blazing flames and the ice cones collided, annihilating the blazing flames while the ice cones melted at the same time, creating a large amount of mist that filled the sky above the Lin Yuan River. The spiritual energy within Sol Yu's body was like endless, and a giant ice dragon rose from the surface of the river. Roar! The dragon's roar roared into the sky, shattering many of the clouds in the sky. The large dragon body was about 1,000 feet long. The dragon scales on it were icy and cold. The 4-clawed ice dragon circled in the air, and Sol Yu stood on top of the dragon head. It was also at that moment when the ice dragon was forming that Jun Macho's side's grand move had also been condensed. New B. A sharp and loud voice rang out, followed by a huge vermilion bird silhouette rising from its back. The vermilion bird void's body was searing with flames, producing waves of heat that poured out, and it felt like the temperature of the place had risen so much that it was scorching hot to breathe. Is that the divine beast vermilion bird? Why is the power on that palpitating? Ice dragon versus vermilion bird. Is this really the strong battle power that the Spirit King realm should possess? It's so desperate. Why are they so strong? Even in front of such power, this stopper is no less powerful. How did he do it? It seems we all underestimated him. He does have such arrogant capital. Maybe he really has a chance to challenge Shui Yuntian. Shui Yuntian was rarely serious, feeling the energy of the two divine beasts that were illuminated and outstanding. Unconsciously his eyes narrowed slightly. This power was indeed quite strong. The two powerhouses of the desolate ancient academy were all full of hope. The two did surprise him, not to mention that there was another one who was at the spirit monarch realm, and even possessed that rare pupil illusion technique, with unlimited potential. Feeling the power from above, the crowd on the viewing platform all unanimously cast protective spirit shields to prevent injuring their disciples. For his part, Taoist Green Emblem raised a protective shield on the bank of the Linyuan River, and the spectators on this side were basically people with low cultivation, so as not to bring about any accidental injuries. Ho! New B. The two divine beasts rushed straight towards each other with a thunderous momentum, and Solyu, who stood on top of the dragon's head, rode the ice dragon to recklessly break into the vermilion bird's territory. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion flooded the entire sky above the Linyuan River, and the huge flow of energy completely overturned the warship. The energy storm swept across the entire grandstand, hitting those energy shields and forming a ripple. The ice dragon wrapped around the vermilion bird, making its already illusory figure even more transparent. The spirit flame on the vermilion bird's body was extremely hot, searing the ice dragon and melting its body with a nuisance sound. New B. Ho! The vermilion bird's silhouette was in agony, struggling and wailing, and the ice dragon roared, tightening its body even more. A dragon's breath jetting out, annihilating the flames on the vermilion bird's body. Red Jun Machian's face was pale, and he roared with the same fury to incinerate the ice dragon. His face hideous and pale. Sweat likewise seeped out of Solyu's forehead, but there was any residual strength left, and in the midst of Jun Macho's unwillingness, madness, and fear, the vermilion bird's shadow exploded into a cluster of flames that were about to go out. The ice dragon also, at this moment, couldn't withstand it and let out a final furious rage as the knuckles shattered. The final annihilation produced an extinction explosion, and the aftermath airwaves were stronger than one, hitting the nerves of the crowd, as well as the majesty of the Linyuan River. Foggy and smoky. At a certain moment, a red figure sprayed blood and flew out as if it was a kite with broken strings, smashing into the Linyuan River. The pale green-colored figure of Solyu was not relenting and flew down, a fluorescent ice-cold spear appearing in his hand at some point and stabbing directly towards Jun Macho. Seeing this, Hua Yulo's liver and gall bled with rage. With blood-red eyes, he roared, "Sinner, how dare you!" Patting himself up, he flew and pounced at Solyu, and the spiritual power tyrannical dragon in his palm came straight at Solyu. Taoist leader Qing Hui did not expect that Hua Yulu would suddenly strike, and shouted as he flew forward, "Pitiful Hua Yulo, how dare you! If I hurt him, I will definitely step through your Flower Thousand Valley Gate." Moses also rushed up at the first opportunity. This time, he was close enough that he should be able to save Solyu, not allowing himself to miss again. Chapter 121, The Big Dipper. Raging Shark. Hua Yulo struck out, shooting out a spiritual power pelt that smashed into Solyu, the cultivation strength of the spirit sect realm pouring out without reservation. Moses leapt forward, similarly coalescing in the air. A massive ink Kirin silhouette stretched out in front of him, to block that surefire blow for Solyu. Nay, the Spirit Emperor realm strength, when facing the full force of a Spirit Zone realm powerhouse, was ultimately a bit too much. The ink Qilin shadow was dispersed, and Moses' body fell into the Linyuan River. Gu Linger's mouth was slightly open, anger and anxiety pervading her eyes, so worried that she couldn't help herself. Solyu crazily urged the purple extreme green lotus pagoda, and the huge and furious energy in his body poured out without reservation. Boom! The energy auger crashed into the purple extreme green lotus pagoda's defense shield, emitting a shocking and deafening sound. The massive energy caused Solyu's entire body to tremble, and the chaotic green lotus sutra madly turned far and wide, pouring into the purple extreme green lotus pagoda over and over again, thickening the defense layer by layer. Finally, as the power of the auger broke through the seventh layer of defense, that strong force was completely worn out. The powerful force smashed Solyu to the surface of the water, His body couldn't stop sliding backward. A giant ice shark appeared behind him, holding his body firmly in place. And behind the giant shark were more ice sharks condensing. Only after sliding 100 feet and shattering countless ice sharks did Solyu's figure manage to stop. He jerked his head up, his eyes filled with fury and ice cold. This time, he didn't run away. Instead, he powered up and stepped on the huge ice shark, charging up with an arrow step. Anger yelled, "Hua Lu old dog, tolerated you for a long time. What? He's crazy. What is he going to do? Going to take on the spirit sect realm's flower rain house? Stop her. Don't seek death." At this moment, even Shui Yuntian and the Grand Elder and the others couldn't sit still and fiercely got up, looking at stopping water. An ice-condensed lotus flower rose in the air, forming a huge ice lotus step, on which Solyu ran, rapidly forming seals in his hands. Ice finger kill. In the sky above, countless ice spirit crystal cones formed. The size of each of them changed from the size of a thumb to the size of an arm, glowing with a cold chill and the sharp edges of the ice cones of the absolute dance of love killing. And they shot towards the flower rain tower at extreme speed. Seeing that Solyu did not flee and carried through his round of attacks, and seeing that there was no hope of avenging Jun Macho's death, he roared in anger. But he didn't want him to actually run back on his own and dare to launch an attack on himself. Hua Yulo was overjoyed and his eyes were filled with endless mockery. Unconscionable. Daring to take a shot at me. I have to say it's courageous. But you're looking for death. What can some mere ice cones do to me? Today I'll let you see what it means to be a persistent insect and a white moon. Kill. The ice picks that were shot at him simply crumbled and disintegrated as they neared his body, and could not cause any damage for him. However, the number of ice cones was huge, and coupled with the berserk spiritual energy that the Green Lotus Chaos technique had come back to frantically refine, the ice cones were strengthened to a terrifying situation, and the number was even bigger. His palms moved forward, and he was able to wear down countless ice cones between his chi surges, but he was also annoyed. He felt the terrifying energy on top of the ice cones, as well as the weak sealing power. If he was shot, he was afraid that it would be a little difficult for him. Solyu pressed his palms on the water and bellowed. 1,000 miles of ice, taking shape in the center of his palm. The churning water made waves, only to freeze in an instant. The ice seal was spreading rapidly, completely freezing the 1,000 feet of water in the blink of an eye. The ice crystal cones in the sky that had been ablated by the flower rain building did not disappear, turning into clumps of mist and water formations, which also froze at extreme speed at this time. The weather, which was originally sunny and dry, suddenly became cold, and a feeling that winter was approaching arose. What kind of greatness is this? Freezing the Lin Yuan River? Isn't he only in the spirit monarch realm? How could he possibly make such a strong battle technique? What kind of pervert is this? We've all underestimated him. It's not wrong for Jun Macho to lose in his hands. Jun Macho is strong, so strong that it's outrageous. But stop the water. He's no longer among the strong. He's that divine sovereign above the 9 heavens. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? So strong that one's heart despairs and doesn't have the courage to face it head-on. Shuayuntian was completely moved, his brows deeply furrowed. At this moment, he admitted that stopping water was very strong, ridiculously strong, and was indeed qualified to say that kind of arrogant words. I admit that I underestimated you. You're strong, worthy of my hand, and have the qualifications to make me look you squarely in the eye. But that's not enough. The Grand Elder looked toward Shui Yuntian and laughed. Yuntian, how about it? Is there a qualification to be your opponent? Shui Yuntian smiled. Barely enough to be worth facing up to. That's all. The two elders of the desolate ancient academy, their eyes glowing, looked at each other and said, "Ha ha ha, it's not a vain trip. I see. Shui Yuntian is not interested in the desolate ancient academy, and doesn't want to venture into the central state for the time being, so this spot will have to be non-stop water. Tisk. Spirit Monarch Realm. I've never seen such an existence. This realm actively attacking the spirit sect realm. I admit, I'm liking him more and more. Inevitably, it's not him. In the end, he was at the spirit sect realm. The ice sealing force did not cause much damage to Huayulo, but because all the mist around him was frozen, the ice sealing force caused him to move a little slowly, limiting his body's kinetic energy. The water droplets that fell around him froze on his clothes or skin, and even his blood and spiritual energy showed signs of freezing. Imperial rank battle techniques. They were indeed horrendous. Huayulo frowned, running his spiritual power to remove the icy cold power, but found that the speed was slow. The icy coldness with the power of sealing made even the spiritual power operation become a bit stagnant and slow. That's not all. Solyu's resentment towards the flower rain building was extremely strong, no less than Zhou Yasimu Qing Oxio Han streams. So in this situation, but if it could hurt him a little bit, he didn't have the slightest possibility to stay his hand. relying on the blood-covered forge trace heavenly injury jade that still had most of its unrefined energy to boost it. Solyu once again unleashed a great move. He was seen floating in the air, his hands in a ring-mounted position, his body filled with green light, and the power of ice and snow madly surged out. Yell! Big Dipper! Raging sharks! Boom! The frozen Lin Yuan River was suddenly broken through the ice. 8,000-foot giant sharks swung their tail fins and surrounded Hua Yulo in a flash. Standing in front of him, Hua Yulo was like a mayfly standing in front of a god, small and unbearable. With the appearance of the furious sharks, the originally clear blue sky, suddenly there were a large number of dark clouds rose into a black pressurized piece. The signs of the storm is coming. Very depressing. Palpitating energy seeped out of the giant sharks, causing Hua Yulo to feel panic, wanting to dodge and escape, but realizing that those sharks were like shadows, unable to shake them off at all. He panicked and yelled, "Stop her, child! How dare you!" Solyu revealed a cruel sardonic smile and roared, "Hua Yulo, you old dog! You harmed me back then. Today I'll let you also taste what is called despair." The Big Dipper. The Raging Shark. Bach. Boom. Chapter 122, Seriously Injuring Flower Rain Tower. Desolate Ancient Academy steps in. Boom. Big Dipper. Raging Shark. The light filled the sky. The huge explosion produced a superb roar, and all that was left before everyone's eyes was a shining white light. The world lost its voice, and no more sound could be heard. The eyes were blinded and the blinding light felt like it took away the color from everyone's eyes and everything went black and white. The entire Sand Emperor city trembled violently, as if the sky was crumbling. Yellow sand flew in the sky, forming countless sandstorms that swept across the heavens and earth. Huge mushroom clouds of mist rose 10,000 meters into the air, as if 10,000 nuclear bombs had exploded. And the mountains shouted and the sea roared. A magnificent scene. The rushing Lin Yuan River was vaporized by the powerful energy, forming 1,000 feet of vacuum. And if it wasn't for the major patriarchs stepping in, it was feared that this viewing platform would have been directly turned into obliterated powder. Everyone who came back to their senses were dumbfounded, looking at the teenage figure that still stood in the air, full of unbelief. What kind of existence is this? What kind of battle power is this? Against the heavens? Are you sure he's in the Spirit Monarch realm? When did the Spirit Monarch realm become so strong? Unbelievable. If he were to use this move against Jun Macho would be afraid that he would fly away in ashes. Where would he get the qualifications to fight against him? Not humanly possible. Completely not the kind of battle power this class should have. It's too exaggerated. The water of the Lin Yuan River has dropped. Shui Yuntian's eyes were wide open. His expression was grave. He was pondering whether he was capable of taking this destructive strike in the face of it. The answer was no. He couldn't do it. At least he would be seriously injured. The Grand Elder opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. Old me can take it, but only if I do it with all my strength, and I will be injured. That shark attack, like a shadow, can't be avoided. Think it has the ability to track. Don't know yet. In what form and medium? Horrible. The two elders of the desolate ancient academy, to this point, were beaming with joy. This was really a great harvest. It was as if they had already seen the scene where a rising and radiant demon would topple the desolate ancient academy's gang of unbeatable geniuses. Gu Linger opened her mouth wide enough to stuff an egg into it. She looked a little mesmerized, her eyes sparkling and fluttering her long eyelashes as she looked at the phantom-colored figure in the sky and murmured, "Stop the water? It's really a surprise. Since ancient times, beauty loves heroes, has always scoffed at, always think I'm different, so it seems that I'm actually a commoner." Roughly the same thing. Bon Fei Yang smashed his mouth. His expression was a bit complicated. At this time, he was a bit disinterested. Even the water wave sect came back. He didn't have the heart to tease, and he didn't even say that. His disciple is the most awesome famous sentence. The sky did not know when it rained. Perhaps this powerful attack that shook the mountains and rivers had disturbed the heavens, and it was not willing to be left alone. Solyu had a feeling and looked up at the sky and murmured, "The barrier of the Spirit King realm has finally loosened. The chaotic green lotus decree has refined the remaining energy of the overwhelming blood-breaking trace heavenly injury jade. It's huge. It's pure. It's about to break through." Ahem. Hua Yulo didn't die. Survived. Ragged and wretched. His face like gold paper. His breath shriveled. But he was firmly alive. Solyu was not surprised. The energy was huge. The Big Dipper raging sea berserk shark was overplayed. And the Emperor rank battle skill was infinitely powerful. But his own strength was too low. To kill the Spirit Zone realm on the spot was tantamount to a fool's errand. And he hadn't originally reported too much hope. The result of seriously injuring him and leaving him in such a sorry state was already considered a windfall. Hua Yulo was indignant, glaring angrily at Solyu, holding Jun Macho, who had been knocked into the water and fallen into unconsciousness. in her arms. Solyu didn't want them to leave and wanted to stay together. But the flower rain building was so powerful that no one could really keep him if he left by force. Jun Macho in the arms of Hua Yulo was in a bad state. Previously hit hard by Solyu, the shadow and fear caused by the green lotus illusion caused his heart to die. Using the secret method to forcibly raise his cultivation to transform, still in the state of the strongest attack, was hit hard by the ice dragon to hit the bottom of the river. Just now, the raging sharks evaporated the river into a vacuum. Once again, he was hurt, although he was rescued, but whether he could survive or not was not yet known. Hua Yulo said in a sardonic voice, "Stop the water, little child. If Mo Chao's life is in danger, I will definitely not let you go and make you die without a burial place." Taoist Master Ching Hui coldly grunted. Stop the water. Two people before the duel has already said that it is for the death of the battle. Now Jun Macho defeat. Just because the strength is not good, blame it on who? With me here. You can move him to try. Solyu was touched that this old man, no matter when or where, would unconditionally guard himself, even in front of so many of the empire's top powerhouses. He did not mince words about his overbearing care. Solyu said two people duel, he wants my life everywhere. I want to sit and wait for him to kill? You as a Flower Thousand Valley head door. Even more disregard for shame. In his defeat on me, you that hit also did not stay hands. If not lucky, will you injured? Maybe killed by you. You also turn around to threaten me. Flower Thousand Valley is so shameless? He was injured and unconscious, and it's already considered merciful that I didn't go after him with all my might. Even if he dies now, what does it have to do with me? Hua Yulu shouted angrily. If anything happens to him, none of you will be able to live. Old Taoist Ching Hui, I admit that you are very strong and I, Flower Rain Tower, am not your opponent, but don't forget that you are only in the Spirit Emperor realm, although you can powerfully defeat the Spirit Zone realm. But what can you do above Spirit Zone? Mo Chao's surname is Jun. This surname cannot be trampled upon. Taoist Master Ching Hui coldly grunted. So what? Old Tao's cultivation is shallow. In this Gakshuan Empire, I'm confident that I can still protect him. If you, Flower Thousand Valley, want to start a war, Old Tao is always ready to accompany you. So what if your name is June? It's noble? In front of this child, it's nothing more than a glowing fire. So don't hold him down. At this time, one of the elders of the desolate ancient academy flew out and came in front of Hua Yulu, reaching out to probe Jun Macho's aura, which Hua Yulu was unable to stop. After probing a bit, this elder said, this little friend was seriously injured, especially in the heart vein, and the aftereffects from the overuse of the secret technique, although serious, will never kill him. Jun's young friend's battle power is profound, and the battle with stop water is wonderful. Here is a 6th order high-grade elixir, protecting the heart Yuan Ling Dan gifted to him. After taking it can be nothing, half a month later when it can be as good as new. Junior fight, intended to cut, elders or do not participate in the good. I know of the Tian Yuan Jun family. Their family's ancestor had invited our academy's vice president lord to go to the Jun family to observe the ceremony, and the vice president lord had instructed their lineage's patriarch. It would be better for the Flower Valley lord to go and heal Jun's injuries as soon as possible. Don't delay. Hua Yulo looked at this elder, revealing a look of trepidation. In the front, he was comforting, but in the back, there was a hint of a threatening reminder. The Draconic Academy wants to get involved? Why do you want to protect Stop Water? Is it hard to intend to let Stop Water enter the desolate ancient academy? Their vice dean had been invited by the Jun family ancestor to instruct the Jun family head? This was a naked threat. Hua Yulo received the 6th rank pills, thanked them, and glared fiercely at Stopping Water and Taoist green emblem as he left unwillingly. This elder looked towards Solyu with a smile in his eyes. Chapter 123, Challenging Shui Yun Tian. The duel ended, but the crowd didn't leave. Looking at the upright figure standing in the sky, all of them showed complex colors. A battle that everyone thought was impossible to win. A battle with a huge difference in strength. A veteran Spirit King realm powerhouse on the Dragon Tiger ranking, and another rising star out of the Spirit Monarch realm. Everyone predicted that he wouldn't be able to go more than 20 rounds in Jun Macho's hands, yet he had Jun Macho pinned down time and time again. And everyone didn't think that he would win the duel, yet he had Jun Macho, who had used his secret arts to boost to his peak state, rubbing himself on the ground, and later on, almost without any power to fight back. The strength of the battle technique he used for a Spirit Sovereign realm could actually seriously injure a Spirit Sovereign realm powerhouse, and anyone who dared to say that they had seen such a scene before this would undoubtedly be considered a psychopath. He, Stopper, did countless impossibilities, and created such a brilliant, mesmerizing record. They were unwilling to leave and watched for a long time, not knowing what kind of surprises and visual feasts this teenager would bring to them. and not knowing what kind of realm and achievements he would be able to reach in the future. That's when they realized that he made such a flashy and pompous entrance just to make people understand that he, Stopper, was no weaker than anyone else. It was also known why he would be so arrogant, almost ignoring Jun Macho, stating that he would challenge Shui Yuntian, that heavenly rift that had been insurmountable at the head of the younger generation of Gachuan for ages. At first, people just scoffed at the youthful ignorance and unassuming bravado, but now it seems that maybe he really does have the credentials. The sky was filled with cold rain. The dark clouds did not know when they had covered the Sand Emperor city. Looking at the dark and thick clouds, this rain should not be small. Just when the crowd thought that the battle would finally end with Stopper's proud record of a complete victory, her next moment's action caused the arena to become silent once again, only to see the water column lifting Solyu upwards, coming to a stop at a height equal to that of Shui Yuntian. Solyu looked toward Shui Yuntian. Taoist leader Cheng Hui did not stop him. Solyu was not a reckless person. He had his own plans and he would not force his way into these matters. What is he doing? Is he really going to challenge Shui Yuntian? Too late. Shuyunshin is not the stream of Jun Macho, perennial domination of the dragon and tiger ranking no. 1 in the battlefield. No one knows what realm he has reached now. No one knows exactly how geometric his battlefield is. No one of the same generation. No one can walk under his hand for more than 20 strokes away. The gains don't outweigh the losses. It's too far-fetched to easily establish a monument to fight against Shuyunshin so early. He's powerful, but he's still not enough compared to Shui Yuntian. This will only set off Shui Yuntian's unattainable image. It's still insurmountable. The energy in Solyu's body was still raging. If all of it was converted into spiritual energy to be used to upgrade his realm, he was afraid that it would burst his body and his foundation would be unstable, so he had to still digest a portion of it before he could do so. Furthermore, he had too little actual combat experience. And taking this opportunity to fight against a strong person like Shui Yuntian once, regardless of whether he won or lost, sharpening his body would be of great benefit to him. Even if he was not defeated now, he could accumulate experience for defeating him in the future. So here he is. Solyu looked at Shui Yuntian and said, "Am I qualified to challenge you now?" Shui Yuntian stood up, looked at Solyu, and said, "Barely enough. Your time in the world is still short, and this trip to the Sand Emperor city, you have made a name for yourself and gained a lot of benefits, so you can be considered the biggest beneficiary this time. After today, the name of Stopwater will definitely resonate throughout the entire Gachuan Empire. Fame and fortune have both been gained. I am curious, why don't you wait a little longer? When your realm is high enough, and your battle power is strong enough, then come back to challenge me? If you want to dominate in the Gachuan Empire, I am indeed an obstacle. Not that I'm conceited, but Kurikyu is just barely qualified enough for me to make a move. And not enough to fight against me as an equal. So why are you still bent on having your own way?" Solyu's voice was flat as he said, putting aside the grudges. "Speaking of battle power alone, you are indeed strong. So perhaps I really don't have the power to fight. But so what? The name resounds through the Gachuan Empire. The battle power dominates the Dragon Tiger ranking? For these false names, the current me doesn't care much. You and I have different goals. To dominate Gachuan is meaningless to me. My goal lies in the entire Heavenly Vault continent. And even if it's the land of the Heavenly Abyss, which is high above and looking down on the living world, I'll still go and break into it. Sharpening myself and reaching the pinnacle is my pursuit. So I desire this battle." Shuyunshin was moved, gazing at Solyu for a long time, his heart shaken. Strong as he is, he has been in a high position for many years, and since he was a child, he has been known as a wizard of the Gachuan Empire who has not been born for 1,000 years. And the patriarch personally stated that he would be the strongest person in the Gachuan Empire in the future, and that there would not be any surprises. Wherever he went, all the focus and attention was on him alone. He was the well-deserved pride of the Gachuan Empire, the absolute protagonist here. He basically didn't cultivate and retreat much, and he was able to reach heights that were hard for others to reach. He was breezy and thought that no one could surpass him. What he thought about the most was how he could completely control the Gachuan Empire, fight against the state lord and several imperial princes in the imperial capital, and become the uncrowned emperor of Gachuan. But he had never thought that one day he would have to make his way to that demonic and pervert-filled Middle Kingdom. He didn't know if he was settling for the status quo and being happy, but at the very least, Stopper's words today had given him something deeper to think about. The two elders of the desolate ancient academy sniffed and glanced at each other. This cadet, steady. Shui Yuntian looked deeply at Solyu, nodded, and said, "I shall fight and give you your chance." With his hands behind his back, Shui Yuntian leapt into the air and stood upright in front of Solyu. "I'll give you the chance to make the first move." Facing a powerhouse of this level, Solyu's heart also pressed a layer of gravity. and he was not pretentious. Taking the lead in the attack, he flew up and tried to fight against it with the strength of his body. Shuyanshin's ancient well was calm and collected in the face of the incoming fists and palms. It wasn't until the attack got close that he swung out his right palm, blocking Solyu's fist print attack, and then slapped his palm on Solyu's chest. Solyu tried to defend, but found that he was completely unable to keep up with his speed, and took a solid slap to the chest as another punch was thrown. He flew out backwards, spraying blood in the air, his eyes filled with horror. Completely not at the same level. Despite being injured, he was vaguely excited. The battles he had encountered since fusing the chaotic green lotus rarely had this kind of feverish feeling, which was exactly what he needed. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Solyu stabilized his stance and grinned, his mouth stained with blood, looking somewhat hideous and gruesome. My bloodline is excited. My spiritual energy is rushing, eager for a fight like this. I don't think I'll let you down. Shui Yuntian frowned and said, I hope so. If you fall so easily, then forget about your so-called trip to the vault of heaven. Chapter 124, Promotion to Spirit King. Inviting thunder tribulation. The rain was heavier, the sky darker, the curtain of rain that descended, obscuring one's vision, smashed up puddles the size of copper beans on the Linyuan River, as if even the surface of the water was slowly rising. The battle in the air continued. Solyu still chose to fight hard, time and time again. He was flying backwards in blood, yet he was brazen enough to charge up. This time, he almost hit Shui Yuntian, but he was still able to dodge him. Shui Yuntian's palm poked Solyu like a sharp blade, bringing about bone-chilling pain, and immediately changed into a fist position, smashing into his chest, immediately changing his fist into a palm and slapping at his heart. Whoopt! A large mouth of heart blood sprayed out, and Solyu slammed straight into the water, not falling into the water, skidding 100 feet on the surface of the water and coming to a halt. That's Suakun Sky. Shui Yuntian, too ruthless. That stopping water can't touch the body, and the attack is easily dodged to check. No room to fight back. Being pressed. No suspense. It makes sense because he's Suikoden. Stopper is already defeated and doesn't stand a chance. Shui Yuntian stood proudly in the air, looking at him with an expressionless face, as if to say, continue. Solyu wiped a handful of blood, his eyes sharp. The body shot out as if it were a cannonball, stirring up 1,000 waves. Green Lotus Demon Pupil. The large eyes appeared again. Only this time it didn't work. Shui Yuntian's mental strength was strong, and he quickly broke free of the illusion and didn't pose an obstacle to him. However, Solyu saw that his body stiffened for a moment, and his eyes appeared confused for a split second. Although there was only a moment of confusion, and the next moment he regained his composure, he still allowed Solyu to seize the opportunity to swing violently at his abdomen. Shui Yuntian strongly returned the favor, beating Solyu once again to chatter blood. Originally thought that punch did not work, but Solyu surprised to find that he frowned tightly for a moment, and then smoothed it out without a trace. Gu Linger jumped up in joy when she saw this scene. Yay! Got him! Stinky ass Shui Yuntian. Got your ass kicked. Giggle giggle. Stop water is awesome. Earlier, as she watched stop water being sent flying out by Shui Yuntian again and again, Gu Linger's heart was clenched together, her resentment towards Shui Yuntian deepening. She wished so much that Stopper would stop fighting. It was inexplicably hard for her to feel a pang of heartache when she kept getting hurt like this. Finally seeing Shui Yuntian take a punch. Of course Gu Linger was excited. Ever since she had known, among her peers, even stopping water had to be even younger than Shui Yuntian. No one could touch his body, and just being able to take a few moves from him was enough to be proud of herself. Now, the fact that Shui Yuntian took a hard punch from stop water already showed that stop water had the qualifications to fight him. She had long looked at Shui Yuntian unfavorably. Today, stop water was considered to have avenged her, although stop water also flew farther away, but she didn't care. It couldn't stop her from being happy for stop water. What? He hit the stopper. Grr. Stopper. Suakun Sky took a punch from him in the abdomen. I'm not mistaken. So, Suikoden also gets hit? Shui Yuntian looked at stop water who was still spitting out blood and frowned. Hitomi, it's possible. It's not bad for a supernatural ability. Obviously, he didn't recognize Solyu's battle prowess, and just felt that he had only relied on his pupil technique to hit him. Solyu didn't care about that. He had touched Shui Yuntian for the first time, letting him know that he wasn't invincible. With that, Solyu rose to the challenge and continuously blasted against Shui Yuntian. This kind of life-threatening fighting style allowed him to go from not being able to touch him even once initially, to being able to have one time where he could also take a slap and a punch after a dozen or so injuries and knocking him away later on. Towards the end of the battle, he was getting more and more courageous, and was already able to stabilize that he could be attacked once every 10 times. Flying backwards again, Solyu sprayed blood from his mouth, his body somewhat crippled as he gasped for air. It was also at this point that he knew that he couldn't suppress it anymore. The excess energy was squeezed clean, and the chaotic green lotus technique had reached its limit. Boom! A sound like breaking glass crunched through him, as if a new door had opened. The Spirit King realm barrier was broken. He was going to advance. Sure enough, in the next moment, the spiritual energy within his body became furious, and his aura began to climb in an instant. The outside spiritual chi was also pulled, forming a huge spiritual vortex that condensed into a spiritual storm and crazily poured into his body. Spirit King Realm, 1 star. Spirit King Realm 1 star peak. Bang! The Spirit King Realm 2 star. Charged up without any hindrance. The aura is still climbing and has no intention of stopping. Spirit King Realm, middle stage. Late stage of the Spirit King Realm. Spirit King Realm 2 star peak. Not far away from the Qing Hui Taoist master slightly frowned, vaguely worried. If you rely on such external forces, a sudden surge of spiritual energy to charge, do not tamp the foundation. Compression of the realm, the impact of the realm of the pass. It will lead to the root of the foundation, turbid and mottled spiritual energy, and in the future you want to step on the peak, can be very little hope. The two elders of the desolate ancient academy obviously also understood the seriousness of the problem and unconsciously frowned. If he couldn't withstand the temptation brought about by such a high realm, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to achieve much thereafter. The 3 stars of the Spirit King realm quickly arrived, and his aura was still climbing, quickly coming to the peak of the 3 stars of the Spirit King realm. Taoist Green Emblem frowned deeply, his sense of unease deepened, and he said darkly, "Oh child, do not covet this fleeting power." Those 2 elders were a bit unable to sit still and directly stood up, wanting to stop it. However, at this moment, Solyu suppressed the realm barrier that was about to break through the 4-star level of the Spirit King realm. Not only that, but also violently compressed it, eventually compressing this realm at the point of a 3-star primary of the Spirit King realm, with a solid foundation. Taoist leader Qing Hui smiled in relief, and the 2 elders were also secretly pleased and satisfied. However, at this moment, the black clouds in the sky received a general tug and converged above Solyu's head. Thunder flashed and arcs of electricity cut across the sky, and in no time at all, a lightning storm coalesced and was still brewing. What is this? A heavenly calamity? How is that possible? A Spirit King realm attracts a heavenly calamity? It's really heaven-defying. Legend has it that a heavenly tribulation only occurs when one breaks through that legendary Zune realm. Why did Stopwater attract a heavenly tribulation when he broke through the Spirit King realm? The desolate ancient academy elder was surprised once again and said, "Against the heavens, this son absolutely must enter my desolate ancient academy." Shui Yuntian frowned, his eyes complex, his heart appalled. He had never seen what a heavenly calamity was. Why was he able to attract a heavenly calamity? Why? He couldn't figure it out. Boom! Countless arcs of silver light were brewing in the black clouds for a long time, and finally landed, as if the god of thunder was enraged, cutting across the sky, with millions of bolts of electricity smashing down head-on. Solyu hard to fight. Just now the battle was not lightly injured. At this time to cope with the Spirit King realm heavenly calamity is really a little difficult. Suddenly, he felt that the lightning entering his body, although it would cause damage and pain to him, his body cells were becoming active, and his body strength was increasing little by little invisibly, which made him overjoyed. Since this was the case, why not let this lightning apocalypse come more fiercely? If he could strengthen his body to a higher level, combined with the battle power boosted by the fighting skill, the next time he fought against Shui Yuntian again, he would never be in such a sorry state, without any power to fight back. With this in mind, he bathed in lightning and electricity and looked wistfully at Shui Yuntian. Chapter 125, Shui Yuntian's injury breaks defense. The intensity of the heavenly tribulation could not be changed, but if someone else intervened in the tribulation would regard that person as a provocation and strengthen the power of the tribulation along with that person, which was far from being a 1+1 change but an enhancement that transcended understanding. Solyu's body was in a state of euphoria after having 2 sound battles. If he introduced this power of Thunderbolt into his body to forge his body, it should have a greater effect than that devil's training and rootless water. Solyu said wistfully, "Shui Yuntian, want to taste the taste of being struck by lightning? Ha ha ha, enjoy it together." Saying that, Solyu executed extreme speed to chase towards Shui Yuntian, and while Shui Yuntian was still in a daze, he saw the robber cloud above Solyu's head chasing after him, with millions of thunderbolts wreaking havoc in the gusty winds. Shui Yuntian's heart was shocked, although he didn't know what exactly was going on with this heavenly tribulation. He understood that by rashly intruding into someone else's thunder tribulation, he himself would be considered as the target of the strike, and moreover, the tribulation he endured would only be stronger and not weaker than his own. Shui Yuntian was furious and cursed. You crazy. Not wanting to get caught up in it, Shui Yuntian executed extreme speed and ran. Solyu laughed out loud as he chased after them furiously against the power of lightning. Don't run. Enjoy being struck by lightning together. A comical scene appeared. Solyu was running against the heavenly thunder. The robbing clouds were chasing him and he was chasing Shui Yuntian. So much drama. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of plot is this? Stop the water this. This is too ruthless. To wrap Shui Yuntian in the thunderbolt? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can it still be played like this? Isn't he afraid of the thunderbolt? He's actually going to bring someone in. In that case, the thunderbolt will be multiplied. Everyone was dumbfounded in disbelief. Gu Linger jumped to her feet and cheered. She had never seen anyone being chased by Shui Yuntian. When had she ever seen him running away? Her hands were in the shape of a trumpet and she shouted, "Go stop water! Catch up with that pervert Shiyunshin! Go 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 go! Giggle! It's so much fun!" Solyu's body was scorched on the outside by the lightning and his clothes were shattered, as he separated a part of his mind to resist the heavenly tribulation, while at the same time he would move his hands and manipulate the water of the Ling Yuan River from afar, raising two giant dragons to block Shui Yuntian's path. Shiyunshin ran while exerting his strong power and bursting the water dragon. Shui Yuntian was furious and cursed. "Stop her! Are you out of your mind? Get out of here!" Solyu coldly grunted. "After taking so many beatings, I'll let you have a taste of that too. I'm not one to suffer. Ha ha ha. You stay." Jaws of fury. Boom. Shui Yuntian said angrily. "That shark skill again? Damn. Since I can't avoid it, what do I have to fear?" After saying that, he no longer escaped, but instead, he dove headfirst into Solyu's thunderbolt and struck directly at him. Boom. The heavenly tribulation was furious. The clouds were churning, and the intensity of the thunderbolts increased by more than a few times, as countless thunderbolts tilted down, coalescing into a thunder dragon in the air. The thunder dragon roars to the sky. He rushes towards them. The green lotus within Solyu swayed, producing gusts of green ing-hui, rising on the surface of Solyu's body, and all of the energy poured out by the lightning was absorbed by the body, which was like a fish in water under the lightning drape. Shui Yuntian was unable to absorb the heavenly tribulation's attack like Solyu normally did. He was forced to participate, and was seen as a provocation by the heavenly tribulation, and his attacks became even more ferocious. At this moment, he was unrelenting and dwarfed by Solyu's charge against him while fending off the heavenly tribulation attack. "Stop her! You seek death! Ha 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 ha! In the midst of my thunderbolt, it's not certain who is looking for death." Thunderbolts are flying in the sky and thunder dragons are roaring. Powerful and unrivaled berserk energy surged over the thunder dragon's body, a true thunderous momentum that made people's hearts tremble. The thunder dragon whistled past, headlong towards Solyu and Shui Yuntian, intent on decapitating these two humans who provoked him. The two of them dodged at great speed, and once they missed, the thunder dragon became even more furious and roared up to the sky. Rushing in front of Shui Yuntian, he opened his mouth and spewed out several arm-thick lightning bolts. His powerful destructive aura was palpitating, as if he could pierce through a person at any time. The body shape flickered, managed to dodge it. Shui Yuntian was also angry. The spiritual energy around his body rioted. A huge dragon that was even thicker and mightier than the thunder dragon appeared, and shot out to meet the thunder dragon, to fight violence with violence. The two dragon-shaped forces collided together, generating a powerful sonic boom that was deafening, and even the sky's churning robberies clouds seemed to have been shaken by this energy, becoming much thinner. So strong, daring to use such powerful energy to confront each other in the midst of a thunderbolt, worthy of the water cloud sky. He's Shiyunshin. It seems reasonable for him to appear how strong and unbelievable his actions are. Where's Stopper? Why is he unaffected? Is there some secret treasure? It's too terrifying. It can actually attack with the power of the thunderbolt. The two elders of the desolate ancient academy stood up in their postures and looked at this sight solemnly, with huge shocks in their eyes. Solyu was not willing to show weakness. Holding a few channels of lightning power, he suddenly appeared behind Shui Yuntian. Twisting the power of lightning, he pressed on Shui Yuntian's back. Boom! Shui Yuntian stumbled and lunged forward, blood stains spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Stopper! You asshole!" Sneak attack from behind. Looking for death. Solyu laughed. Finally bleeding. Ho ho! The best is yet to come. Keep enjoying it. The two kept colliding in the air, and now the situation was reversed, turning into Solyu chasing after Shui Yuntian. Shiyunshin was strong, very strong. Even now that Solyu had advanced to the Spirit King realm, he knew that he was more than likely not its opponent. However, with the help of the chaotic green lotus, this thunderbolt was his home turf, and there was no room for Shui Yuntian's arrogance. Take advantage of his illness. Solyu has no mercy. Several times, he seized the opportunity to take advantage of his resistance to the power of the heavenly tribulation and struck out at him with all his might, blasting him away and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The thunder dragon did not dissipate and recoalesced, and as it charged down, Solyu hugged its tail with all his might, hardening his grip on its form. And then, in the midst of all the unbelievable gazes, he swung the thunderbolt dragon around and used it as a weapon to slam into Shui Yuntian. The massive force and energy caused Shui Yuntian's eyes to tear up and he cursed loudly and angrily. Stop the water. You! The lightning dragon smashed down. Shui Yuntian's arms resisted it. The huge force and energy wave caused his top to turn into pieces, revealing a somewhat blackened trauma that had already been burned by the lightning. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. He was also finally blown out of the thunderbolt by this force, and was in a sorry state. Stop her, this is going against the grain. Shui Yuntian is injured. I'll go. The unrivaled myth has been shattered. Is Shui Yuntian going to fall off the pedestal? Gu Linger jumped up happily, waving and shouting. Stop, the water is mighty. Giggle. You're too good. Stinky Shui Yuntian. Now you know what it's like to be hurt. Everyone was shocked and frozen in place. Incredulous. Shuyunshin actually one day will be furious, cursing some unpleasant words, such a high as if the gods of the characters. After today, I am afraid that the noble image more or less some damage it. Solyu stood in the midst of the heavenly tribulation, bathing in the divine light of thunder and lightning, as if he was that thunderbolt Dharma king, proud of the water cloud sky. Teaser. It's going to be even better back there. Are you sure you don't want to come in and enjoy it again? This thunder and lightning. It's wonderful. Shui Yuntian's anger was overflowing as he stared at Solyu dead in the face, his eyes full of unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ji Shui was not afraid of the thunderbolt, and even enjoyed it, but he was different. It was already not easy to forcefully receive the power of the thunderbolt every time, and he also had to guard against a sneak attack, which was very suffocating. Poof! Shui Yuntian snorted coldly and turned around to fly away, no longer paying attention. Solyu was a bit disappointed. If he really came in, Solyu felt that he had the ability to kill him in the midst of this thunderbolt, but it was a pity that he was gone. There was nothing to do but to cross the threshold peacefully on his own. However, while Gu Linger was cheering, a henchman came to report that something had happened to that Wang's couple's spiritual hall. Chapter 126, The Hall of Souls Robbed. Talking about the soul race, Gu Linger frowned slightly and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on it? How can something still happen?" The visitor fell to his knees and said, "The brethren were indeed guarding with all their hearts and did not slack off. I don't know where the Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses came from. The brethren died or were injured for the most part, and they failed to guard the area." Gu Linger's brows furrowed as she questioned, "Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses? Why would a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse appear? What did they do? Save that Su Li and Lubo?" The guard said, "Su Li and Lubo were killed and their bodies taken away. I think that person knew that these two couldn't survive and there was no point in saving them." Gu Linger frowned and then said, "They have been tortured by Yun Shan. So let's save them. It doesn't matter. Step up the care behind them. When the time comes, arrange for the burial." The guard glanced at Gu Linger and warily said, "If it was only those two who were rescued, my subordinate would never dare to come here to spoil the princess's pleasure. There is also." Gu Linger was puzzled. "What else?" The guard replied with a heartbeat. "The spirit coffins of Mr. and Mrs. Wang and that child were opened, and the bodies of the three of them are missing." Gu Linger's eyes widened as she said in a chilling voice, "What? The bodies are gone? What does he want with the bodies?" The guard said in a deep voice, "That man called himself the Tiger Power sect leader and named you to find him on Tiger Cloud Mountain, or else he will never return the corpses of several people." "Princess, you can't go. That man has gone mad and will surely do you harm." Gu Linger's cold face was frosty, her silver teeth clenched. She didn't expect that the Tiger Power sect leader would actually take the initiative to seek out and report his family. Wasn't he afraid of being annihilated by the sect? She really couldn't figure it out. Did she think she didn't have the ability to do so? Or did she think she wouldn't move him Tiger Lily clan because of two civilians? Regardless of the reason, she had to go. Although she was usually uninitiated and seldom participated in such events, but if she really felt that she, Gu Linger, was good at bullying, she would never sit back and do nothing. And the face of the royal family was not to be desecrated. First go to organize manpower, probe Tiger Cloud Mountain, find Can. Other things left to me to deal with. Don't make trouble. Probe the news quickly to report Can, so as not to damage more innocent. My lord understands. This will be arranged, and my lord will personally lead the team. Go on." Gu Linger's face was very unpleasant as she looked towards Suabayaman, who had already returned on her own long ago, and said, Lend me the cloud mountain. The wicked still need to grind the wicked. If just to force me to show up, then kill him is. If he disregard the heavenly way, lose humanity to that corpse did what? Of course Subaman was happy to oblige, and was excited. Let Unzen cut off his head and kick it as a ball. The thunder tribulation in the sky was nearing its end, and Solyu bathed in it, drawing the power of the tribulation into his body to condense his potential. After this promotion, Solyu also managed to stabilize his realm at 3 stars in the Spirit King realm, a blessing in disguise. The thunderbolt dissipated, and the black clouds in the sky thinned out until they completely faded. Solyu got up and took the lead in walking towards Taoist Green Emblem, who stood in the air and looked at him with a smile on his face. Bowed. Sensei. Taoist Green Emblem smiled at him, his eyes filled with relief. There is no need for words. I know in my heart. These false gifts for the master do not care. Very good. Daring to fight. Solid foundation. I didn't expect that you little fellow would actually involve Shui Yun Tian in the heavenly calamity, causing him to suffer this undeserved disaster as well. Solyu laughed bitterly. Frontal is really can't be beaten. It's still too weak right now, and I'm happy to have the chance to make him suffer once. Taoist Green Emblem said softly. Water Cloud Sky qualification root bone is excellent, and the age is quite long. Cultivation time is longer than you, and there are many resources of the Mercury sect, is indeed very strong. To a certain extent, you compared to him, there is no need to be presumptuous. Overtaking him is only a matter of time, and with the power of your bloodline, it won't take long. That ethnic group is an existence that stands at the peak of the continent, with hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance. The underlying strength is incomparably strong, and it's not at all comparable to these bloodlines from the northwest lands like Xianshan. Wait until the day you are picked up back to the Soul Clan. With the power of that clan, you will quickly be amongst the ranks of the top batch, and at that time, it will be difficult for Shui Yuntian and the others to look at you. Solyu nodded. I have already broken the contract with the previous Dao Protector. Whether the Soul Clan will still send a Dao Protector to fetch me back to the Soul Clan, I don't know, but all of this is unimportant. With my teacher guarding by my side, there are many things that I can also obtain by virtue of myself, and I don't necessarily have to rely on the power of this bloodline. Taoist Green Emblem shook his head slightly. That ethnic group is extremely protective. It's unlikely that they would allow the bloodline to be lost outside, and since they have already found it, they will definitely retrieve you. With the prestige and dominance of that ethnic group, you will be able to walk almost horizontally when you come to the Central State or the Land of Heavenly Abyss. It's just that the competition in that community is even more brutal and intense than in the Gakshuan Empire, and you'll be killed at every turn. Moreover, other places are also keeping an eye on the Soul Clan, and a talent like yours appearing in the Soul Clan is bound to attract the attention of those clans, or even an interception. When I have time in the future, I'll slowly tell you about the Land of the Heavenly Abyss and the Central Continent. The 2 elders of the desolate ancient academy came together, and when they approached and saw Taoist leader Cheng Hui, one of them was a bit surprised. Your Cheng Hui Taoist master looked at the line of 2 people. Although he had already guessed the intention of coming, he still asked, I don't know what the 2 of you, fellow Taoist, are here for? One of them frowned. Oddly, you are. I once saw him on top of the desolate tower of the desolate ancient academy, and there was a portrait inside. Taoist Green Emblem froze and laughed suspiciously. This Taoist friend must have recognized the wrong person. The old Taoist has traveled in places like the Central State and the Heavenly Abyss, but has not traveled to the desolate domain, much less entered the desolate ancient academy. But the old Taoist has often heard of the prestige of the desolate ancient academy. The man thought for a moment, then took a closer look and shook his head. Bitterly, perhaps I really recognized the wrong person. Lord Vice President had said that the portrait was left 10,000 years ago, so I thought it should not be you. The 2 of them were ready to open their mouths to speak about enrollment matters, but they did not want Gu Linger's face to be gloomy, and she was wrapped up by an old man with thinning hair, even more so than Bone Fei Yang, and flew into the air, arriving beside stopping water. She said gruffly, Stop the water. I just got word that the Spirit Emperor Realm Powerhouse who calls himself the Tiger Power Sex Master has forced his way into the Spirit Hall. He beheaded many guards, and at the same time killed Su Li and Lu Bo, taking away their corpses. The bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Wang and his son were also taken away in his broken coffin. He told someone to tell me to wait for me at Tiger Cloud Mountain, or else he won't be able to retrieve their corpses. I've already ordered someone to go up to Tiger Cloud Mountain to find out what's going on, and as soon as any news comes in, I'll go up to Tiger Cloud Mountain myself. When Solyu heard this, hostility flashed in his eyes and he said, I'll accompany you. My momentary carelessness indirectly harmed the couple and his son was also brutally murdered. Since the Tiger Power sect dared to be so provocative, it's just as well that I'll do my part to avenge them. Chapter 127, In Front of the Tiger Power Sect. After this great battle, Stopping Water's name resounded throughout the entire Gakchuan Empire, and the news of him unilaterally crushing Jun Macho and seriously injuring the Spirit Sect Realm's Flower Thousand Valleys master, Flower Yulu, also spread. Not only that, he also brought the power of the Thunderbolt to injure Shui Yuntian, and this one proud record made him the hottest person in the Gakchuan Empire. Those who were fortunate enough to have witnessed this great battle held Stopping Water in higher esteem than even the previous Shui Yuntian, and his ranking in the Dragon Tiger ranking had even directly surpassed Li Changsheng in that Imperial Third Prince, ranking him second. Only, it was taken by someone else and there was no official statement. The people who searched for Tiger Cloud Mountain sent back the news that the door of Tiger Power Sect was closed, and the smoke inside was so dense that it was very weird to probe the reality. Someone forced their way in and was never seen again. Sol Yu and Gu Linger received the news and rushed here at the first time, with Moses guarding with him and Gu Linger's guardian, Wang Laoji, also hidden in the void, so there was no need to worry. Water Wave Gate was impatient, and when he saw Sol Yu's face gloomy and frowning, he couldn't help but secretly snicker, his heart very happy. He had a sense of crisis. This big competition, this stop water made a big splash. Even the big brother whom he regarded as a heavenly godlike was beaten in a lousy way. His heart chagrined that his cultivation was shallow, unable to perform well in front of Gu Linger like he did. Very lost. Now that I saw him in a bad mood, I was naturally in a good mood. Huyun Mountain is filled with clouds all year round, and is so named because the main peak resembles a descending tiger, beginning on the mountain. Sol Yu frowned, always feeling that this place was eerie and weird, with a kind of oozing palpitating feeling. At some point, Bone Fei Yang followed him over and came up to Sol Yu, saying, "Kidder, this isn't a good place. I don't feel like it's a clan. It's more like a spirit-raising place." Gu Linger asked with uncertainty. "Grandpa Dirt, what do you mean by spirit-raising ground?" Bone Flyer frowned and said, "Gathering the chi of heaven and earth, raising spirit masters, Zhonglingxiu Valley, nabbing the spirit veins of the mountain peaks, and condensing the spirit of no phase. This valley's great momentum, with this sect's black chi, is more like beckoning a soul. It belongs to a place of great evil. Why did this person start a sect here? I'm afraid that there is something bizarre." Subaman sniffed. "You old man, really wilting, nothing net say some scary words, how I do not see that there is spooky. Smoky, I'm afraid it's not burning a fire to cook for us." Bone Fei Yang looked wistfully at Water Wave Sect and sneered. "The old man may be old and look away. Maybe it's really people cooking and welcoming you. You are at least the second son of the Shui family. It's impossible to say you're not welcome, isn't it? Go inside and dine first. Yell for us when it's good. Go you." The Water Wave Gate flew straight towards the gate of the Tiger Power Sect. "Ah, you old undead. Make me fly again. I hate you. Linger, I'll be back." Pust. Gu Linger burst out laughing. "Grandpa Dirt, you're addicted to kicking lately." Giggle. Bone Flyer bristled. "You can say I'm not good at battle, but you can't say I'm not good at technology." Daring to doubt the old man's eyesight and professionalism is really uninformed. Humph. Gu Linger couldn't help but laugh. "Grandpa Dirt's been pretty idle lately. Where's your awesome apprentice? Why don't you look for it?" At the mention of this, Bone Fei Yang became angry and scratched his ears. "My cunning disciple. The ability to hide his breath is getting stronger and stronger. He is deliberately avoiding me. I can't find it. I am also very heartbroken. Sol Yu said. "I sense a weird aura, but I can't tell exactly what it is. What does Uncle Bone think this Tiger Power Sect is up to?" Bone Flyer laughed. Ha. "I'm not sure, but someone scouted us out, didn't they? And there should be a response soon." Sure enough, the next moment, a pig-killing squeal rang out. "Ah, ghosts! So many ghosts! Help! Oh, I don't want to die." Sol Yu sniffed and was about to break in, but he didn't want to be stopped by Bone Fei Yang, who shouted with a smile, "Great nephew, what's good to eat in there? Did the Tiger Patriarch make a full banquet for you? What with the steamed lingxi fish, braised green dragon claws, cold phoenix wings, stir-fried white tiger guts, and oil-choked Xuanwu heart? There should be all of them. No need to be polite. Big chunks of meat and big bowls of wine, to show the hero's character. You eat well and drink well. Remember to leave a little bit for the old man me in a while." Water Wave Sect broke into a loud voice. "Eat your big man, old bastard. Don't hurry to save me. So many ghosts, they're going to surround me. Quickly save me, you bastard. The little master does not want to die yet, Bone Flyer pretended to be deaf and dumb and said, Big nephew, this is not thoughtful. Old man, I pity you. Have good things or first hide you. You see, cannot be next to stop the water, this little bastard and the spirit of this bad-hearted niece. How do you still do not know good it?" scolded the old man me. I am very sad nah. Alas, people are old and don't want to move. Since the old man is not welcome, the old man had better go down the mountain to find an apprentice. Superman was on the verge of tears, shouting with a sobbing voice. Ah, dead old man, don't go. Save me ah, save me ah. I don't want to die here ah, don't you go. Go, I'm not finished with you. Ah 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 ah. They're coming. They're coming. Boneflyer blushed wonderfully, still pretending to be surprised. This is difficult. You call me a dead old man for a while, and then you call me an old bastard, and now you dare to threaten me. TSK, the old man, I'm not afraid of threats, is about to go. You have the ability to come out and hit me ah. Mizukamon was able to give in and shouted with a sob inside the door. Old man Bone, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Bone, save me, there are ghosts here. I don't want to die. Upon hearing this, Bone Fei Yang laughed out loud with a triumphant, thieving smile. Ha ha ha, well, don't panic, Grandpa Bone is coming to save you. Big grandson, hey, you get out of the way ah. Bone Grandpa to show you a brute bull charge. A moment, if the force is too big, knock you flying will be trouble. Suikoden yelled from inside. You old, can you not so much nonsense? Hurry ah, save me ah, if you do not save will really die ah. Inside the door, Subaman panicked and yelled, his voice tinged with sobs. However, if someone were to see it, they would realize that his face was condensed. His face was fearless, and his palms behind his back were condensed with strong spiritual energy. When he sensed that Bone Fei Yan was storing up his strength to blast the gate open, he immediately became panicked and scared, and his body couldn't help but retreat backward. A flash of pitch-black weirdness in his eyes. Then, as if scared out of his wits, his voice went shrill. Save me, asshole Bone Fei Yang, you old undead. Knock knock knock. Can't stop banging on the door. Chapter 128, Huli, you killed all the disciples. Boneflyer stepped backward and gave a huff of air to each of his right and left hands, throwing the greasy robes behind him and shouting, Daisen in hey, Grandpa Bone has come to save you. After shouting, he rushed out, but he didn't want Moses to damage that gate with a brute force, causing Bone Fei Yang to stagger and almost fall. He jumped to his feet and yelled, you unintelligent demonic beast, mind your own business. Ha! Gu Linger looked around and asked in confusion, ha? Where's that idiot Mizuno Kato? Why is he gone? A weak wail came from Suikoden under the blasted half of the gate. I'm here. Cough cough, cough, which smashed the door. But, poo, won't watch a little bit? It hurts a little, master. Moving away from the door, struggling to get up, Subaman is gray, which is still a little bit of the image of the world's sun. When he saw Boneflyer, he immediately jumped to his feet. Tai, you this old, really hateful, kicked the little master in, even if, actually do not even save me. If by these broken things hurt me, you cannot afford to pay. Boneflyer looked over at him, half narrowed his eyes, and squinted at him. What? Haven't you had enough of the big meal and want to feel another spiral sore? Suikoden immediately shut up, put her hand over her ass, and shook her head vigorously. Moses didn't pay any attention as a few people looked out into the yard and immediately frowned at the sight of the yard. In front of them, totaling hundreds of teenagers, wearing the Tiger Power Sex Clan uniforms, originally supposed to be in their prime, but at this moment, their faces were pale and obscure, and they were deathly pale, and the body is stiff and walks as if it were mechanical and very uncoordinated. Their eyes were glowing with scarlet and hostile light, their lips were green, and a deadly aura was spreading out from their bodies, not bringing a trace of life to their senses. They were like walking corpses without any consciousness. Gu Linger covered her mouth and nose and grunted. What's wrong with these people? Why do they look like they're dead? And, it stinks in here. Bone Fei Yan also smelled it. It stank, and jumped to his feet and cursed. Did you little your pants? Why does it smell so bad? Being stank by Solyu that day was still fresh in my mind, and when I think of that smell, it's as if it would still be spicy to the eyes. Solyu looked at Bone Fei Yang and looked at him like he was an idiot and said, Smell good, Uncle Bone. You want me to my pants badly? Boneflyer mumbled a few times, skimmed his lips, and didn't say anything. Moses said in a hushed voice, Yes, the stench of corpses, and in huge numbers, more than 1,000. Solyu frowned and surveyed the scene around him. A very large clan square. In the center, at the very front, stood a tall and majestic black-spotted and yellow-striped tiger sculpture, and each of the four corners of the square held a differently shaped, lifelike tiger sculpture. Some roared up to the sky, some roared angrily looking forward, and some lay on their backs as if yawning. Without exception, these sculptures had their mouths wide open. Solyu observed that many of the odors were emanating from the huge open mouths of these 5 fierce tiger sculptures. Every moment that passed, some more black gas was discharged from it. Eerie! Those Tiger Power sect disciples who were stiffening their bodies suddenly let out roars as if they were wild beasts, drooling and charging towards the crowd. Seeing this situation, Solyu, a water dragon roar issued. An instant hit more than 24 figures. Bizarrely, these figures, as if puppets, directly scattered in pieces. A head rolled in front of Water Wave Gate, causing him to scream wow 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 and almost let Bone Fei Yang kick him out again. These unconscious corpses, recklessly charging up, were themselves not the least bit aggressive, like mad dogs that would only bite. The crowd had no trouble removing the zombie-like things. So bizarre, but it cast a shadow over the crowd. Gu Linger said with an ugly face, "These Tiger Power sect disciples were all killed. Not a single one alive. Who could this be the work of? Why is it so cruel?" Solyu said in a deep voice. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be the patriarch of the Tiger Power sect, Tiger Power Friend." The crowd was curious. Gu Linger asked suspiciously, "The head of the Tiger Power sect did this? Isn't this his sect? Why did he still kill these disciples? What was his purpose in doing so?" As Solyu pondered, he remembered a strange thing he had heard in his last life. In his last life, there was a time when the Tiger Power sect vigorously recruited disciples, regardless of their roots and talents, as long as they were human. During that time, some villages near the Sand Emperor City would lose children and babies every day, and the Sand Emperor City went on emergency alert, and the imperial capital was enraged and sent strong men to assist in the investigation. Later, news came out that it was the Tiger Power sect that did it, and when Tan Shisha and the others went there, all of the Tiger Power sect's disciples were dead, and it was Tiger Leo who personally beheaded all of the Tiger Power sect's elders and disciples. Tan Shisha led 1,000 people to besiege the Tiger Power sect, including the Spirit Zone realm powerhouse sent by the royal family, and a great battle erupted in the back, and those who went were buried except for Tan Shisha, who was dying from serious injuries, who came back, and all the others were buried, including that Spirit Zone realm royal powerhouse. It was rumored that Tiger Leo only had a mere 3-star strength of the Spirit Emperor realm, yet he was able to kill a Spirit Zone realm powerhouse and seriously injured the Spirit Emperor realm's Tan Shisha, which was inscrutable. The aftermath didn't get out, and Tiger Cloud Mountain became a forbidden area in general, guarded by soldiers and not allowed to go up the mountain. Solyu murmured in his mind, "Butterfly effect now? I've been reborn, and so many things have jumped off the original trajectory. The Tiger Power sect's matter, with this time node, would have happened at least 3 years later, but I didn't expect it to be so many years in advance, because you wanted to repay the Wang clan for your own kindness. You didn't expect to invite murder for them, and a series of chain reactions led to the early demise of the Tiger Power sect?" Thinking of this, Solyu said, "Intuition told me. As for why, I'm not sure. Wait for Hu Leo to show up. Naturally it will be clear. Perception also tells me that this place is very uncomplicated. It's spooky in every way. Everything should be done with care. I sense danger." Subaman skimmed. "And intuition? You think you're a prophet? Fart intuition." Solyu glared at Suikoden, and the guy actually glared back, not showing any weakness at all. Bone Fei Yang glared at him. He was afraid of being kicked off, and Solyu glared at him. Still a love rival, so he wasn't afraid. Bone Fei Yang also revealed some gravity and said, "Little fool, you'd better listen to this little bastard. I also feel the air that doesn't need to be unusual. It's a bit weird and dangerous. You melon child. If you want to not be captured by a fierce beast and used as a morsel, in a while you will end up following my ass." Gu Linger sniffed and pouted. Grandpa Dirt really doesn't like Spirit anymore, and in such a dangerous place, he actually took care of this big idiot. Suikoden, first, not caring about me. Humph, I'm not happy. Chapter 129, Spirit Sealing Nail. Bone Fei Yang immediately changed his face and slapped Water Wave Gate to the side, standing beside Gu Linger. "Play aside," Subaman said unconvincingly. "You bad old man. Forget about your honor when you see it. Linger is mine. I'll protect her." Bone Fei Yang kicked him into the air and said, "Protect your sister, our protection. Down the mountain to catch a few earthworms to play go." Suikoden flew high this time and shouted, "Bone Flyer, you old bastard. I'll be back." Only then did Gu Linger let out a silver bell laugh and said, "Alas, Suabayaman is so pathetic. Just found a backer." A kick and was kicked away again. This time climbing up is estimated to take a long time. Giggle giggle. Moses murmured, "Don't be careless. It's weird. It feels like something weird is brewing." Solyu wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "The aura is odd. Like a dead aura, yet it's like soul power. What the hell is it?" Just then, a strange movement came from under his feet, and bone-flying Moses flew upwards, while taking away Gu Linger. After a few people soared into the sky, the Tiger Power Sex Plaza suddenly crumbled. Countless sand and gravel smoke filled the air, and the greenstone slabs shattered into slag. The few people who soared high in the air looked down, and for a moment the flax froze. Below, there was a deep, bottomless pit, with countless human heads and white bones exposed, with black gas billowing from above, and a deathly aura filling the air. Solyu exclaimed. It's... Moses stared. Hundreds of thousands of people, decapitated and refined into corpse puppets, extracting all the spiritual and soul energy. The dead aura is more like nutrients, feeding something. Below, countless skulls were huddled together, with infants in particular, teenagers second, and then over to middle-aged people. Not only that, countless demonic beast corpses were also displayed among them. Their blood, chi, spiritual energy and flesh had long since been drained, and all of them were left with tired white bones. Looking at it like this, the corpses of humans and demonic beasts were at least not less than hundreds of thousands. Some of the clothes scattered on the ground that hadn't weathered were Tiger Power Sect's inherited garments. Judging from the fabrics and colors, a number of dry bones have dried up and weathered, turning into annihilation powder. Really counting, I do not know how many people have been poisoned. It was thought that from the beginning of the establishment of the Tiger Power Sect, it had already been towards this way by extracting the power of living souls. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a quantity accumulated. Above it, there were unjust souls drifting away, forming a thick black mist, and the grievous spirits coalesced. The hostile gas was like substance, each strand of which could make a normal person go crazy, and a powerful grievous spirit could even make a cultivator turn into a bloodthirsty beast. Upon further inspection, these white bones were all linked behind a finger-thick membrane tube, one coiled and intertwined as if it were a spider's web. Not waiting for Solyu to see the direction of those membrane tubes, there are two big and one small figure jumped out from it, and it is clearly the three Wangs who are already dead. One of the last small figures, an 8-year-old paralyzed child, had been split up by Suli, cut into pieces, and was now put back together in its entirety. The whole body was basically chopped up, and there were still some organs or limbs missing, which were now roughly, with finger-thick straw stitches connecting them, and many of the missing limbs were even more so, very roughly compiled from weeds. In front of the foreheads of the three men, there was a yellow amulet, nailed with pitch-black iron nails, and black blood flowed all over their cheeks, looking eerie and horrifying. The small black figure, always following behind the two figures in front of them, hopped up and down to just below where several people were ascending into the air. Seeing this scene, Gu Linger wrinkled her eyebrows and said angrily, "Aren't they dead? How can they still jump around like that? Actually made them into puppets? The people of the Tiger Power Sect really deserve to die. Suli innocently killed them brutally, and now they've become like this. How will they enter the ground in the future?" Solyu looked at them, the anger is also rubbing up. He had thought that death is their final end, did not expect to also be broken coffins snatched away, made into this appearance of zombie puppets. It is really deceiving people too much. Moses said, "These people have been made into corpse puppets that can be manipulated by people, and they can walk and move around normally without any major problems. However, you should notice the difference between their movements and those of the people outside just now." Solyu said, "Those people on the ground earlier, they were puppets, walking before the movement, raw and stiff, more like being manipulated by someone with strings. These people seem to be different," Gu Linger said in a shocked voice. "That's right, those people are very stiff, bloodthirsty, tyrannical, more like puppet machines with no feelings or thinking. These three seem to be not quite the same. The three Wangs couple, walking and moving much more freely, traveling smoothly, not like those puppets. There is a big difference," Bone Flyer said. "They're all dead anyway. What difference does it make if they're puppets or not? The old man came to see the fun. If there's no fun to be had, I'll go find my stick disciple. I still don't believe he can hide from me for the rest of his life." Moses grunted coldly. "Humph. If you want to leave now, I'm afraid it's too late. You won't even be able to get out." Sealing Spirit Jinshin Nail. It is unimaginable that such a cruel and evil means would actually appear amongst such a small sect. It can be foreseen that the person who knows this kind of needle method will inevitably seal the spirit locking formation. This kind of formation, once it is opened, it must be a person who is two great perfection realms above the person who started the formation to be able to break through it. Either kill the person who started the formation, or be trapped inside and be used as nourishment for spiritual vitality. Bone Fei Yang sniffed. "Formation? When was it opened? How come I don't know?" "Old man," Moses said, "ever since we walked in here and smashed those puppet figures, the formation has been formed. We just didn't feel it." Sure enough, as Moses' words fell, from underneath the skulls of those corpses, 9 powerful pillars of light rose to cover the sky, and as the pillars of light rose, a large formation blocked off this part of heaven and earth. Above his head, the formation that was like a seal was rotating, enveloping the entire Tiger Power Sect. Seeing this scene, all hearts sank. Bone Fei Yang didn't believe in evil. and blasted a blow towards the big formation. His attack didn't enter into the ceiling formation, and brought up some ripples and fluctuations, and then there was no movement. Bone Flyer murmured, "What kind of broken formation is this? It can actually absorb my attack energy and convert it into the formation, reinforcing its strength." Rarely, he revealed a slight look of gravity. At this time, hidden in the air, Gu Linger's guard, Wang Laoji, also appeared and protected Gu Linger behind him. "Your Highness, there is going to be a fight in a while. You will be right behind the lackey. Do not be careless. These corpse chi, spirit chi, and soul chi have condensed such heavy grievances. Once they are tainted, it will definitely be a lot of trouble," Gu Linger said in a deep voice. "Okay, Wang Laoji, later on, if a fight breaks out, you should also keep an eye on Stopper there, so as not to put him in a dangerous situation." Wang Laji shook his head and said, "No, the old slave's duty is to guard the safety of Her Highness. The life and death of other people has nothing to do with the old slave." Gu Linger pouted her lips, dissatisfied. "Humph, you don't care about me. If he's in danger at that time, I'll go up and save him." Wang Laoji wrinkled his brow and smiled bitterly. "Your Highness, you can't be like this. Guarding you is the old slave's mission. If any damage occurs to you, the old slave can't explain to the state lord. You are forcing the old slave like this, but it is difficult for the old slave." Gu Linger hummed, "Cut the crap, to save or not to save?" Wang Laoji smiled bitterly, his sparse 4 or 5 strands of hair messing up in the wind. "As your Highness says, I'll try to take care of him later." Chapter 130, The Appearance of Tiger Liqiao. Sol Yu's face was very unpleasant. The 3 Wangs underneath, jumping over to this side, looking at them being brutally killed, and now being made into puppet-like, very sad and self-blaming, especially when he heard Moses say that what was on their heads was the insidious God-sealing and spirit-suppressing nail. Sol Yu was even more enraged. His entire body's aura violently erupted as he grimaced and roared, "Tiger Leo, you dog scum, get the hell out of here." Bone Fei Yang looked at Sol Yu in surprise and wondered, "This kid has been possessed, looks elegant and gentle. I thought he wouldn't curse. What's wrong?" Gu Linger was also stunned as she looked at Sol Yu and asked, "What's going on? Is it something you know?" Moses looked at Sol Yu in surprise and said in a deep voice, "It seems that you know what this sealed God spirit suppressing nail is?" Sol Yu was indignant. His face was unusually ugly, and bloodthirsty solemnity was permeating. Seal spirit suppressing nail, a vicious secret method inherited from ancient times. After staining the power of the underworld, it uses special techniques and secret arts to condense the dead and resentful spirits, and forcibly recalls and condenses the soul power into the body. As far as I know, only when one's cultivation is strong and reaches a realm above the Zun realm, the soul power undergoes a metamorphosis to form a soul body, and after the death of the main body, the soul body can remain for a short period of time. If one is stronger, and one's soul power is strong, one can both remain in the state of a soul body for a long period of time, and can even take over and be reborn. Like the 3 of them, they only have weak souls, and now that they have been suppressed by the secret method of sealing God's spirit suppressing nail, they will be turned into such a zombie form for all eternity, and will not be able to carry out reincarnation, which is truly begging for life and begging for death. Gu Linger's heart and soul trembled. She could not imagine that there was such a sinister and ruthless secret technique. Since it's that seal spirit suppressing nail that's doing the work, what would happen if you pull it out? Sol Yu forced himself to hold back his grief and anger, and his hostility grew, saying, "It's useless. Once the spirit sealing nail is pulled out, they will mutate. The residual consciousness that has not dissipated but has already died will awaken, only to mutate into a man-eating monster. They will consciously eat people, sucking the marrow and blood of babies, and even take their children as prey. If they are not removed, they will survive in such a state for as long as 100 years, and will not be eligible for reincarnation until all their soul power and the power of the underworld have worn off. Moreover, the sealing God spirit suppressing nail pierces and tortures them every day, and every full moon night, absorbing the power of the moon's splendor. They will have a brief moment of conscious wakefulness. In human torment and this kind of suffering, he didn't go on. The heartlessness of it made him shiver and chill inside. He couldn't stand it. Gu Linger was incredulous and covered her mouth with a sad expression. How can this be? Are they still human beings? How can they do such a terrible thing? Who did they provoke? Why should they be treated like this? They're already dead. Why can't they be allowed to go to heaven in peace? Why can't you let them go to paradise in peace? Don't you fear the wrath of God if you torture them like this? Bone Flyer said, "The wrath of God? Criminal so ruthless. If by the wrath of God, he would have fallen into the boundless hell, well, that 18 layers of hell punishment to bear 10 million times. Such a thing cannot be counted as a human being, but only as a human being. Doggone it. Such inhumanity should be damned 800 times over." Gu Linger said with slightly red eyes. It should be death by 1,000 cuts for all eternity. Moses said. I remember that Taoist Master Ching Hui can handle this. He will have some secret techniques. Undead zombies like this should be able to be extradited. Let him take a look at it when the time comes. Gu Linger sniffed. Her eyes faintly had some expectations. She really couldn't bear such a poor family. In suffering such suffering. If Grandpa Whitebeard had such an ability, she would have begged him to extradite them. Warmth welled up in Sol Yu's heart at the mention of this old man, who had been busy running around for him from the time of contact until now. He also already knew that in order to heal his wounds, he had gone to Qingyuan City and fought the 3 strongest members of the Xing family, which had snatched back the overlapping blood-breaking scars Heavenly Injury Jade for him, and how he had been frank and respected before that. His feat of hardening himself against the Flower Rain building for the sake of Sol Yu went deep into the hearts of the people, and in order to make a name for him, the formation of the dueling event personally sent out a letter widely inviting all the major clans to observe the battle. When he himself was reckless and was injured by Zhou Yasi, he was the first to step forward, not hesitating to damage his reputation and fame, and taking the blame to snatch the healing sacred jade for himself. This was also the reason for the glorious battle on the Lin Yuan River, the strong suppression of Jun Mocho, the heavy injury to Hua Yulu, and the battle against Shui Yun Tian with the thunderous force of the heavenly tribulation. After the sparring match ended, he hurriedly climbed into a conversation with the 2 elders of the Desolate Ancient Academy, discussing the matter of Sol Yu entering the Desolate Ancient Academy to dive into training in the future. It can be said that for his sake, this old man never stopped running. For his sake, this old man can disregard anything, be unconditionally good to him, support him unconditionally at all times, and have no demands. Sol Yu said, when I go back, I'll look for Master. If his old man can have a solution, that would be the best. At that moment, a grim voice came. Jia Jia, go back? Entering my god sealing and spirit locking formation, you still want to go back? GGG. The crowd followed the sound and saw 2 stone platforms rising among these corpses, and on top of one platform, a middle-aged man with a black and blue face and wearing the Tiger Power Sect uniform stood with his hands folded, his face full of viciousness and venom, a string of skulls around his neck, as well as on his wrists, and a ring of pendants made of human bones in his ears, with a bizarre and evil appearance. On the other stone platform, there was a woman sitting on a plate. The woman wasn't considered pretty, her head was lowered, and countless tiny pipes were connected to her body, as if they were tree roots, coiled and intertwined. Apparently, all the energy of these tired white bones were all absorbed by this woman. The woman's hair was neatly combed, her face was painted with makeup, her vermilion was luscious, her skin glowing, and her clothes bright and shiny. It was just that Sol Yu and the others were strange. They couldn't feel a single trace of anger from that woman. It was more like a dead person, and like someone who had been dead for a long time. Bon Fei Yang broke into a fit of rage when he saw the sudden appearance of Tiger Liu. You an inhuman person, killing so many innocent mortals. The baby alone is not less than 10,000. This hundreds of thousands of wronged souls are floating and crying. Such a heartless beast behavior. How can it be that all human beings are enough to do it? You scum, actually dare to appear. Really think that the Bone Grandfather is good-tempered, not to kill you? Sol Yu cursed angrily. The heavens are really blind, letting a person like you be a human being, a scumbag like you. Dying 10,000 times is not enough to be spared. Tiger Lilia laughed, maniacally. Ha 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 ha, that's right, I am. I don't deserve to be a human being. Ha ha ha, I don't care about the heavenly wrath you guys are talking about. Ha 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 ha, I'll just be a human being for this time, and if I die, it will be over once and for all, but only if you can kill me before you do. Bone Flyer jumped to his feet. Where did you get the confidence that you can't kill you? Nima A. Just based on your Spirit Emperor 3-star cultivation? I can crush you 8 times with one finger. Grass. Chapter 131, Skeleton Giant's Power. Gu Linger questioned. Why did you steal Aunt Wang and the 3 of them's corpses? And why did you take Su Li away from them since you had already killed Su Li and Lubo? What did you want to do when you trapped the 3 of them? The Lianqing zombies, with the sealing god spirit suppressing nail? When Tiger Leo saw Gu Linger, bloodthirsty hostility flashed in his eyes, but he didn't snap on the spot. Well, you have so many questions. I can only answer them one by one. Which one do you want to hear first? Sol Yu temporarily suppressed his killing intent and angrily questioned. Wang's 3 are innocent. Your clan disciple Su Li snatched the healing elixir I gifted to Wang and brutally murdered them. What's wrong with us killing her bar revenge? Don't you think they should pay for this? Tiger Liu smiled instead, sat down in a platter, and said, everyone else can be killed. Even if you kill all the disciples of my Tiger Power Sect, I won't frown, because they are originally humanoid fodder that I keep. I'm still happy by and large if you kill them. Rather, It's because I'm not ready. Still want to try again. Don't want to be exposed so early. But you guys have tortured her to death. And you still won't let her die properly. And this situation came up in a way that I didn't expect. And I can't catch up with it. Therefore, I can only take this next step and put up a fight. The crowd is confused. What is this talking about? God is chattering. Bone Fei Yang said impatiently. There are words to say, there are farts to put. This inside is too bitter and dirty. Stay for a while more. Lao Zi are in a bad mood. If you have no last words to say, Lao Zi, this will slaughter you. This will you also make you into that kind of puppet appearance? And eternally suffer endless torture. But also these wrong souls tear you every day. And eternally cannot be turned over. Hu Liu shook his head and laughed. Since I dared to lure you here, I am naturally not afraid of your strikes. I said I wanted to try it once more. Only I saw it in advance. If I succeed, all of you will stay to bury her. If you don't succeed, you will all stay to bury me as well. Bone Fei Yang coldly snorted. You such as you, still need to accompany the burial? I poo. Dogs don't even give you a burial. With your Spirit Emperor 3-star bit of strength? You also dare to assert that we accompany your burial? Are you not suffering from hysteria? Tiger Lilia shook his head and said, I wouldn't have advanced it like that without full certainty that it would work. We'll see if it works or not when we try it later. Listen to my story. Otherwise you're afraid you won't have much of a chance. Sol Yu said, shaking his head. I'm not interested in hearing your story. Just want to grill you as soon as possible. You're out of the realm of human beings with such wickedness. Don't want to talk to livestock. Hu Liu didn't pay any attention and said to himself, both of my parents died when I was young, leaving me alone, nearly eaten by jackals. A pair of delicate, warm, slender hands reached out to me and rescued me from the brink of hell. She told me her name was Yulan. Spectre. The name seems like it was born for her, and I love it. She's not particularly beautiful, but she's a light in my life, and perhaps the only one in my life. When I was 18 years old, she married, forced by her father, to a man with a violent personality and some cultivation talent. Since then, my life became gray again, without any color. I left, and after being gloomy, I ventured out on my own. An accidental landslide brought me to a cave, where I was given a portion of the cultivation techniques and secret manuals, and I practiced diligently, day and night. And finally, in 10 years' time, I went from an underling who could only feed the horses and sweep the floor to a Spirit King realm expert. Bone Flyer Cranky, such a thorough man, is not qualified to babble about old stories in front of them. You think, you'd better hurry up and die. Your broken story. Save it for yourself inside hell. Casually, he swung a strike, trying to cut Tiger Liu down in the air. Tiger Liu is not panicked. A wave of the hand, the skulls buried deep in the ground, quickly combined and condensed into a huge arm. 100 feet. There was black gas churning on it, and grievances and death aura flew about, generating powerful energy. The giant skeleton's arm swung out, fending off Bone Fei Yang's attack, before raising it high and pressing down with a palm towards the several people. The aura of death above filled the air, and the terrifying energy was powerful and incomparable. Wang Laoji's face was grave, protecting Gu Linger behind him. Bone Fei Yang flew up and strongly fought with that skeleton giant hand. After the strong clash, the two forces were actually equal. The huge energy pulse destroyed a piece of skeleton skull into annihilation powder. The skeleton giant hand was not damaged. The black gas on it was still dazzling. Some grievous black chi flew out and wandered in the air, ready to attack. Moses shouted, you can't let these grievous black auras get close to your body. Once you are contaminated, the death aura and the power of the underworld will corrode the spiritual energy, and when inhaled into the body, it will lead to confusion and loss of sanity. Bone Fei Yang roared as he resisted the giant hand of the skeleton and fought it, but could not gain the upper hand. What kind of monster is this? Why does it have strength that rivals the spirit sect realm? Moses said in a hushed voice, gathering the dark power of death chi, corpse chi, and some of the power of the underworld. The energy in over 100,000 corpses has all been stripped and absorbed. And with the strength of this formation, it's not surprising that there is this kind of battle power. Bone Flyer yelled, that hairless old man, you the hell are still watching the show. Quickly make a move to solve it together. Wang Leji roared, your asshole Bone Fei Yang. You only have no hair. The old undead can beat you to death deserved. Wang Laoji did not have a few hairs, almost less than the Bone Fei Yang. This is his last stubbornness. Each one will take good care of it, and he hates it when people say that he has no hair. This old is really hateful. However, at that moment, the huge arm knocked Bone Fei Yang back and then supported the ground with one hand, crushing countless skeletons, as if a giant monster was trying to break free. Supported by its arms, a tall giant composed of congealed skulls burrowed out of the ground, about 100 feet tall. As soon as he appeared, he brought with him a strong pressure. His body was covered in thick black gas, and he roared up to the sky. In an instant, dozens of Mori spirits condensed with black energy attacked, each one strong and unrivaled. After fusing and refining all of the overwhelming blood-breaking trace heavenly wound jade energy, Solyu was now a 3-star spirit king, and without the support of that exceedingly large capacity of the heavenly wound jade, he would no longer be able to be as strong as he was that day when he fought against Flowering Rain Tower, and seriously injured the spirit zone realm with a single move. Everyone erupted into a great battle, and Wang Laoji resisted the black chi spirits while having to watch over Gulinger, except that he had a high level of realm and was able to do so with ease. Solyu activated the purple extreme green lotus pagoda, sparring and defending while searching for a way to break the formation. Every formation had its energy core and eyes, and the energy core of this god-sealing and spirit-locking grand formation was made up of these countless skeleton corpses, and it was unrealistic to want to completely remove these skeletons. One was guarded by this skeletal giant, and the second was that the number was too large, and with the addition of the formation's condensed energy, the removal speed was extremely slow. The deeper they went underneath, the harder the skeletons became, and even when the skeleton giants stomped on them, they were actually able to support them. The only way to do that was to damage the eye of the formation. Chapter 132, The Secret of the Roots. Several people concentrated on dealing with the skeleton giants. From time to time, they dispersed a black chi spirit. Solyu looked around for the formation eye, but he found nothing. He did not die. He did not believe that this seal god-locking spirit formation did not have any formation eye or weakness. Seeing that several people were fully resisting the skeleton giant, Tiger Leo recounted to himself the past of his experience. At that time, I achieved the Spirit King realm and decided to go down to the mountains to look for Yulan. I knew that he liked me and that she didn't want to marry that man, with his meager qualifications. In 10 years' time, I'm afraid he hasn't even reached the Spirit Shin realm. I can easily decapitate him and kill his entire family, vowing to take back the Yulan. Hu Leo said this and laughed. When I went down to look for her, she actually gave birth to a daughter, 5 years old, for that dog scum who beat her every day, the 5th year after I left. And that man, because he offended his fellow master, he was abolished his cultivation. Yulan has been taking care of him, but he still beats and scolds her as if he were a man. Even her daughter, Suli, was not spared. Perhaps caught up in memories, thinking of the sad past, Tiger Leo's eyes were filled with grief and anger, as well as heartbreak. When I found her, that actually wanted to mortgage Yulan's house because she had lost money in gambling, and during the argument between the two, she accidentally stabbed Yulan with a sword. Yulan died in my arms. 10 years have not seen. She still recognized me, reached out to caress my face. Wanna say what has been unable to say. She looked at her own daughter, the meaning in her eyes as much as I know. However, I cannot just let her die. I am not willing to just let her die. We obviously love each other. I have not had time to stay with her for life. How can she die? Solyu was fighting and retreating, swinging out attacks from time to time to bounce those black chi spirits away as he roared. Do you want to use the god-sealing and spirit-locking formation to forcefully resurrect the dead Yulan? Tiger Lilia marveled and applauded. That's right. Actually guessed it. The half of the secret scroll of the Gongfu that I obtained is not enough to allow me to ascend to a higher realm, and since I have mediocre qualifications, I can't resurrect Yulan by relying on my own strength. So first I killed everyone in the Su family line. Not a single one. They were the ones who let Yulan die. A total of 261 mouths, including all the relatives and friends who had come and gone with them, were counted. And I remembered that at that time, among these people, there were 4 newborn babies, 6 under the age of 3, 19 under the age of 10, and 43 under the age of 15. Right at the bottom, I tasted their brain marrow, and it was indeed fresh and wonderful, and in conjunction with the kung fu, I was soon greatly improved. Sip sip sip. You see, that below, there are babies more than 9,000. So many years, the Tsar city does not dare to capture, can only be caught from the periphery of those villages and towns. Babies are not good to find the main thing. Nearly 30,000 children under the age of 15. My side does not pick. Even if it is an idiot or sick, do not care. A swarm of all to get. Those who are obedient, I will teach them to cultivate, and those who don't will be thrown directly into the Great Formation. Everything I did was for the purpose of resurrecting Yulan. I only drew a small portion of this energy. Otherwise my realm would have been at the spirit sect realm long ago. Su Li was her only daughter. You guys actually turned her into that ghostly state. If she wakes up, she'll blame me. Originally, I wanted to wait a little longer, but you guys forced me to have to kill Su Li, so I can't wait any longer. Because for this big formation to reach the energy to resurrect Yulan, at least a few tens of thousands of babies are still needed. tens of thousands of people with cultivation, and just relying on Su Li and the rest of them to help me look for and capture them. It will take at least nearly 10 years. Refining all of you will be enough energy to resurrect Yulan. And then I'll regenerate a daughter with her that's even more beautiful than Su Li. She'll love it. Gu Linger covered her mouth in shock when she heard that so many people had suffered from poisoning. Unable to believe just how heartless a person could be to do such a thing, she was now somewhat glad that she had tried and concluded Su Li and the others. Otherwise, how many more people would have to die? If they hadn't gone up to the mountain themselves, hundreds of thousands of people would have to suffer in the aftermath. And he didn't dare to imagine how horrible that scene would be, and how many families would have to be torn apart, or even vanish into thin air. For such an inhuman person, Gu Linger only wants him to die as soon as possible, and there are no more words to scold him. Roar! The skeleton giant roared, one man alone against several others without losing. Solyu couldn't find a breakthrough point and focused his attention on Tiger Leo, wanting to kill him, as the presiding officer of the Grand Formation. If he were to die, this Grand Formation should dissipate. Dodging the attack once more, Solyu shouted, Moses! Moses powered up and resumed his sublin beast state, and Moses, who had recovered some strength to the Spirit Emperor realm, and whose figure had skyrocketed to 100 feet, furiously dashed over and crashed into the skeleton giant, knocking it 100 meters away. Several people temporarily broke away from the fray. Solyu gruffly said, Everyone, it's time to use all our strength. I can feel it. This big formation is weakening us, and with the space blocked off, it's impossible to draw spiritual power and replenish our energy. If it continues like this, we'll really have to account for it here. Wang Leji said gruffly, That's right. As the time battle gets longer, the spiritual energy is no longer even that smooth. Grandma, it's really evil. Boneflyer struck out angrily, attacking the skeleton giant. You hairless awful old man, oh, steal my lines. You monster, come die. Wang Laoji was furious and roared, Bone Fei Yang, you old. You're the one with no hair. You have no hair. Your whole clan has no hair. Moses, who was incarnated as a sublime beast, transmitted his voice. Kid, be careful of that woman. I can feel it. There is a breath appearing in her body, but it is absolutely impossible for her to come back to life. I'm afraid that she is drawn on the power of so many living beings, and the spirits of resentment have coalesced into a monster. That aura is somewhat terrifying, so be sure to deal with it carefully. You need to quickly decapitate Tiger Leo. If that female corpse wakes up, it will be really bad. After exhorting Solyu, Moses' beast roared, spitting out black flames. The flames impacted on the skeleton giant and burned part of the thick foggy black gas. The skeleton giant suffered pain and let out a miserable roar. Seeing this, Bone Fei Yan yelled, You idiot! With this black flame, why didn't you use it earlier? Burn it to death. The black flames were mighty, but with almost no aura here and a weakened battle power, Moses could only spit out the black flames twice before running out of ideas. Can only hard rely on their own strong beast body? Once again rushed over. A few people silently cooperate. The skeleton giant flew backwards, was overturned on the ground. Roar! Countless black chi surged out, and more skeletons were attached to it, causing the skeletal giant's body to become powerful once again. Boneflyer cracked. Grass! Shameless mongrel monster! Split you alive! But no one noticed that the brow of the seated woman moved and her fingers moved. Chapter 133, The Power of the Fighting Character Technique. Tiger Lik Yao's defeat. With brute strength, Moses pushed against the skeletal giant's body and stood up, his huge lin claw smashing into the giant's body, slapping and shattering countless black chi and skeletons. Bone Fei Yang and Wang Laoji went all out. Their strong battle skills poured out, hitting the skeleton giant several times without the ability to fight back. Seeing this, Tiger Leo was furious. How could he not expect that there was such a powerful one accompanied by a demonic beast in these people? The phosphorus armor on that demonic beast was so hard that the skeleton giant's attack smashed on it, making a metal collision sound, and could not injure him. As Tiger Leo changed his ceiling gestures, those countless skeletons and broken bones were once again absorbed on, and that skeleton giant grew 2 horns and a huge tail, taking its already strong attack to another level. Roar! The skeleton giant roared up to the sky, and a huge ball of black energy quickly condensed out of its mouth. Boom! Moses narrowly dodged. The energy ball hit the far side. A violent explosion blew out that skeleton deep pit dozens of meters of huge crater, countless skeletons into obliterated powder, broken bones all over the sky. Huge shock waves and smoke and dust will be the entire space within the formation to cover. Cannot see anything clearly? However, at this moment, the female corpse that was sitting down suddenly opened her eyes, and one of the energy root tubes on her body disconnected from her body and disappeared into the skeleton ground. Her speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived behind Gu Linger. Gu Linger's body stiffened violently, and a strange black aura flashed in her eyes, and that energy root tube, seeing that its purpose had been accomplished, then hid itself, as if it had never appeared. Bone Fei Yang waved his sleeves, easily dispersing the diffuse smoke and dust, and suddenly quickly dodged. And sure enough, the next moment that giant arm slapped over, Bone Flyer cursed, "Nima, this dog scum can't be beaten, and it's getting stronger." Wang Laoji grunted coldly, "It's you hairless awful old man who's too weak. Why don't you slap you to death?" Bone Flyer hammed and hawed. Moses repeated the same trick and tried to put the skeleton down, but with the increased strength and mutated size, Moses could no longer shake it. Instead, he was hit by its tail flinging on his body, and Moses ate the pain and let out a roar of pain. Taking advantage of this gap, Solyu quickly broke away from the battle circle, dodging the attacks while pouncing straight at Tiger Leo. "You scumbag! You really shall not die. Slaughter you!" Tiger Leo was shocked and hastily responded. Although he did not watch the battle that day, he knew the geometry of Stop Water's battle strength, the strength that could seriously injure Hua Yulu. He was definitely not defeated. Panicked under the hard tough Solyu a blow. The strange thing is, he actually did not matter. He actually took the blow. He said with a little ecstasy of thought, "Your true battle power isn't as terrifying as the rumors. I think you used a secret method to seriously injure Flower Rain Tower." "Ha ha, Spirit King Realm. I'm the real deal Spirit Emperor Realm. What makes you fight me?" Solyu wasn't afraid and brazenly struck out, roaring, "A person like you? Even if you are in the Spirit Emperor Realm, so what? Chop you up and become the first Spirit Emperor to die tragically under me. There can be no delay. It must be done quickly." The fighting technique was fully activated, and his battle power increased to 5 times. Boom! Strong chi erupted. A fist blasted out, still mocking disdain. Tiger Leo still hard touch, but in a flash of face changed dramatically. The body flew out backwards. He yelled in fear, "What's going on? You clearly only have the strength of a Spirit King with 3 stars. Why are you suddenly so strong?" Solyu was furious and roared, "A like you doesn't deserve to know. Give me death. Ice finger kill." Dozens of ice crystal cones flew away. Tiger Leo hastily resisted. There are still 2 shot through the protective shield. 2 small ice cones. He did not care. Not much damage. Immediately followed by a raging storm of attacks. Solyu, who had boosted his battle power by 5 times, was in peak condition. Speed, reaction, and battle technique damage. All of them have reached the peak, making Tiger Leo tired to deal with them and suffer. A fist blasted out. Tiger Leo crossed his arms to resist and stepped back, not realizing that Solyu had already arrived above his head. His right leg forcefully slashed down, smashing into Tiger Leo's shoulder, the powerful force causing him to half kneel on the ground. Leo shouted and resisted with all his might. "Ah! I'm in the Spirit Emperor realm. How can I let you, a Spirit King Jr., bully me? Give me up." It was easy to stand up, and Solyu closed his legs and slammed his fist into his chest with a strong and powerful aura. Stomp, 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 stomp. Tens of steps backward, and he managed to stop. Pust. Tiger Leo spewed out a mouthful of black blood, which landed on the ground and quickly corroded a crater in the ground. Solyu frowned. Secretly, what the hell is going on with this monster? Why is even the blood black and with a corrosive aura? Tiger Leo smiled, his teeth stained with blood in a weird and demonic way. The reason why this great formation is so strong is because it fuses some of the power of the underworld, and I manipulated the power of the underworld without authorization and got into trouble with the weirdness. My realm was never able to improve, and my lifespan was reduced by a large portion. And in the only 10 years that I have left, as long as there is a Yulan who can be by my side, I will have no regrets. Roar! The beast roars in pain. Moses once again flew out backwards. His huge body smashed on top of the formation's light wall, and the formation shook for a while, finally undertaking this impact force. Sucking in that endless black chi, the skeleton became exceptionally ferocious after its size changed, and Moses couldn't fight it off. This time the injury was so severe that the energy was not enough for him to continue to maintain the state of a sublime beast and transform back into his human form. Only Wang Laoji and Bone Fei Yang were left to resist bitterly, and although they were in quite a bit of a mess, they were not defeated after all. Outside the formation, a dense cloud of dust floated in the air, remotely through the formation's light wall. To see the light inside, crystal eyes flickered, but some hesitation, and then converged, quietly looking inside the formation. Solyu was once again powerful, fighting, and could not support it for too long, so he had to fight quickly. Jaws of fury, icy cold and tense surfaced, mist filled the air, and ice sharks appeared. After advancing to the Spirit King realm, there was once again a new understanding and enhancement of these battle techniques, and the 3 ice-cold fury sharks, which were previously only a few meters in size, had once again gained a new understanding and enhancement of these battle techniques, now that it was used. Although it was not as strong as the 8,000 Zhang giant sharks from the last time when he had seriously injured Huayulo, it was still much stronger than before. Under the enhancement of the fighting technique, this furious sea berserker shark was also tens of Zhang in size, and 5 of them appeared. The ice shark stealthily appeared on the side of Tiger Leo, and Sol Yu wrinkled his brow and coldly grunted. Stop the formation from running, or else, kill you. Tiger Leo was surrounded, feeling the icy cold power above him, the powerful energy that made his heart palpitate to the point of panic. He knew that he had lost. This teenager was too powerful. The Spirit King realm attacked the Spirit Emperor realm, but beat him without any room to fight back. He didn't dare to imagine that if the two of them were in the same Spirit Emperor realm, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a one-trick pony and would be killed in an instant. At this moment, Tiger Leo, who had always been slightly conceited, revealed a bitter smile. Only, he didn't panic and admit defeat. It's useless. When you broke through the defense line and attacked, I had already fused the formation manipulation technique and the formation eye object into the grand formation. Killing me won't stop it from functioning. And don't think you're a sure winner. Sometimes things are unpredictable. Chapter 134 Failure, Change of Female Corpse. Sol Yu roared. Then go to hell. Explosive. As Sol Yu shouted, the raging sea berserkers exploded in place. Smoke and mist filled the air, and countless ice shards shot out as if they were divine needles. The loud noise over here caught Moses and their attention, and Bon Fei Yang murmured, "Grass, there is no heavenly reason. This little how to become so strong? The medicinal power of the blood-covered forging scar heavenly wound jade has already been consumed, hasn't it? Can still send out such a strong attack. This little take medicine? It's okay, no stronger than my apprentice. He's the best. Tai, hairless old man, give it your best shot, or it's over." Wang Laoji gasped. "You're the hairless old asshole, you deserve to die." To be until the fog dispersed, the soul of the you this only to see. This stone platform has no trace of Tiger Leo, much less like who was blown into oblivion by the raging sea sharks, rather like out of thin air disappeared in general, without any shadow. He frowned and turned his head, only to realize that Tiger Power Clan had somehow appeared on the stone platform where the woman was. At this time, the woman has woken up, eyes flashing black ghost light, face with black gas, blood vessels and veins emerge, also is the color of pitch black, bizarre and demonic. She wore her hair loose, meticulously slicked down with an old, outdated barrette pinned to it, her expression dull, her limbs a little disjointed, her black one-piece dress sinister and demonic. Tiger Leo laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, how about it? I told you, even if you push me to the brink, I still can't die. Surprised? Ha ha ha." Sol Yu frowned. He felt the fluctuating energy on that female corpse. It seemed to be even more powerful than the skeleton giant. If she really came to her senses at this time, it would really be over. But at this time, Sol Yu sensed that the Lin Yuan secret realm had a strange movement, and couldn't help but frown a little. In this small world, how come such a strange situation would always appear recently? Vigilantly observing the black-clothed woman, Sol Yu separated a bit of his mind and entered the Lin Yuan secret realm, sensing that it was the first great hall next to that elixir field, the palace of the green demon python. At that time, he had utilized the green lotus demon pupil to immobilize the green demon python and dived inside that palace, which contained something guarded by the green demon python. Originally thought that there were treasures being guarded by the green demon python, only to go in and realize that it was it that had given birth to a young snake. At that time, Sol Yu did not stay and came out. Sol Yu's mind probed into the Lin Yuan mysterious realm and came to the green demon python palace. Perhaps sensing Sol Yu's presence, the green demon python lowered its head, revealing a look of respect. Sol Yu was surprised to find that the green demon python, which was originally only of the 3rd rank, was already of the 5th rank of the spirit monarch realm at this time, which was somewhat strange. The purity of spiritual energy and the power of rules within the Lin Yuan mysteries couldn't possibly have such a powerful ability to allow the green demon python to undergo such a metamorphosis. The cause of this must be that someone had interfered with the power of the laws here, and this caused a layer of haze to be planted in Sol Yu's heart. Xiao Han is like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. Whether the soul body in his body has awakened, disappeared for so long, I do not know what is being plotted. Everything is unknown, but instead, it makes Sol Yu more passive. Nowadays, the Lin Yuan secret realm besides him, there is only that soul body related to it. He did not interfere, but it has changed nowadays, plus the fat-ass mouse that was sensed that day has also mutated. Sol Yu's heart has produced a greater sense of crisis. 2 small snakes slithered out of the hall, and unlike the green demon python, The two small snakes had also produced a mutation that was somehow not of the green demon python species, sky-devouring black devil python. The two little ones acted excited and anxious, like something was attracting them. A faint spiritual sense was transmitted into Solyu's mind, and Solyu was stunned. It turned out that he had just used the purple extreme green lotus pagoda to defend against the skeleton giant's attack, and as the core hub of the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, some of the external sense and energies were also sensed by the beings in here. The green demon python expressed his two children's fondness for the dark dead chi outside, and that they could devour the dark dead chi and transform it into their own energy to use, hoping that Solyu could let the two little ones absorb some of it. For such a request, Solyu did not refuse, if it could really help. Going out and devouring some of it could also slightly weaken the power of the God-sealing spirit-locking grand formation. Only, with such a small two, Solyu had no expectations. Divine thoughts controlled the Lin Yuan secret realm to open the exit, and the two little guys immediately looked radiant and scurried out. When Tiger Leo saw two tiny black snakes that were only a foot long suddenly burrowing out of Solyu's body, he immediately snorted. Ha ha ha, got these two little snakes from there. What's this about? Ha ha ha. Solyu didn't care, thinking that the dark corpse chi was thick here, and that after taking in two mouthfuls, they should go back, and didn't take it seriously. The two small snakes appeared at the beginning, excited, issued hiss chirping, drilled into the underground skeleton group. Solyu was no longer concerned. Such two small snakes were of little significance to him. Solyu frowned at the woman, only to find that the woman turned around somewhat mechanically and glanced at Solyu. This glance made Solyu feel like an enemy, his body's sweaty hairs standing on end, which was a sign of encountering extreme danger. The woman glanced at Solyu, then looked at Tiger Leo, her voice somewhat hollow, and said, "Rick, did you really bring me back to life?" Hearing this, Solyu's group of people sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. How was it possible to actually bring such a dead person back to life? If there really was such an ability and secret technique, it would be simply too heaven-defying. The heavenly vault continent would go crazy. Unexpectedly, not only was Tiger Leo not happy, but he frowned deeply, his face slowly becoming gloomy. "You're not a sylph. You're not. How did this happen? Did I fail? By the way, why are you waking up so early? All these people haven't been refined and there isn't enough energy to wake you up. Who are you? Who are you?" The female corpse was slightly anxious, and her voice carried some compulsion. "Rick, what's wrong with you? Don't recognize me anymore? It's me, Yulan." Tiger Leo shook his head and said with a sad face, You're not Yulan. Yulan never calls me Rick. She always calls me Rick. You're not. The female corpse's face instantly changed, and she laughed strangely, and her speaking voice changed, becoming cold and horrible. Actually, at this point made a mistake, but it does not matter. This want to use you this big array to continue refining to enhance the strength. I did not expect you to be so weak, almost killed, which had to step in to save you. Both make you useless. Then I can go to death. Tiger Leo's eyes were red and unwilling to accept it. No, get out of this body and give me back Yulan. Give me back Yulan. Hissing, Tiger Leo tried to go and choke off the pipes coiled behind the female corpse, but she was knocked out. Humph, delusional. The black gas in Gu Linger's eyes flickered, slowly approaching over. No one noticed. Chapter 135 Death of Tiger Leo. Tiger Leo was unwilling. He did not hesitate to do this unconscionable thing. He only wished to bring his beloved back to life, and killed so many living beings that his life frame had been tainted with the power of the underworld, and he only had a dozen years of life left. Now, all that was left of Yulan was her body, which was occupied by an unknown creature. He couldn't accept it and vowed to take back her body. Big deal. He would do it again. He manipulated the formation, wanting to cut off those black chi energy deliveries, thus weakening her ability to attack. Only, this female corpse within the birth of the evil demon has long been here like a finger in the eye. How can it be as she wishes? And once again blasted flying Tiger Liu said, You indirectly created me. I was so closely connected to you that I could not bear to kill you. If you deliberately break my foundation, I will not be holding back. Tiger Leo's face was ashen and he murmured, Give me back the sylph. Give me back the sylph. You're not her. You give her back. The female corpse flew up and landed on the stone platform where Tiger Leo was manipulating the formation, and choked his neck with a chilling tone. I told you, don't presume to touch me, or I'll turn you into the sustenance here as well. Throwing him off, the female corpse spun her stiff body with some impatience. Grimly, this dead body is still inconvenient after all. When Solyu saw her staring at Gu Linger, he hurriedly flew back and came to Gu Linger's body, and said gruffly, Linger, be careful. This female corpse is too weird and strong. Don't let her get close. Seeing this situation, The female corpse smiled wryly and stared at the skeleton giant, and between waving her arms, countless evil spirits and black chi were summoned and attacked towards Bone Fei Yang's few people. Several people saw this, hurriedly resisted with all their might, but this energy is strong and unparalleled, plus the battle to the present. Several people's spiritual power has also been a little scarce, smashed in the light wall of the spell formation. Bone Flyer cursed. Your grandma, how many monsters are these? One is already exhausted. How come there's another stronger one? Wang Leji didn't take it well either. Cussing. It's all your fault. You hairless old thing. You haven't been contributing, and now you're in trouble. Bone Flyer cursed. Let go of your ing dog stinking fart. Just the old man half a day to put in the most effort. It's you hairless dog thing grinding work. If it wasn't for this critical situation, Wang Laoji would have to meet Bone Fei Yang. But at this time, a sky-devouring black devil python scurried out from underneath, and its body, which was only a foot long, now actually skyrocketed to a few meters. And Solyu observed that the black gas underneath appeared to have thinned out a lot, which caused Solyu to be stunned for a while. However, when the grown sky-devouring black demon python saw the skeleton giant, it drilled through the skeleton skull at once. Only for a moment, on the body of the skeletal giant, those scattered dark auras faded. The skeleton giant slammed into Moses once more, and Moses used his full strength for defense, originally thinking that this time he was afraid of being seriously injured. But after the skeleton giant's attack smashed into Moses' defense shield, it merely knocked him out 100 feet away, spraying blood, and didn't smash into the wall of light like Bone Fei Yang did, and he was a bit puzzled. With that, he also noticed that another sky-devouring black demon python had also burrowed through the skeleton bones on the bottom of the skeleton giant's feet, and Moses roared in surprise. Sky-devouring black demon python? They've evolved and can absorb and devour this dark death chi. This skeleton giant's strength is weakening. Bone Fei Yang sniffed and looked over, and sure enough, he found that the dark black death aura that had become somewhat thin, and the body of the skeleton giant could be seen clearly. Surprised beyond words, he yelled, "You dog scum! You've been pressing me to fight for so long. Let's give you a taste of what I'm capable of." Boom! After sparring once, the skeleton giant stomped backward. Bone Flyer was overjoyed at the sight. "Ha ha, dog scum, it's really much weaker. Hairless ones, come together and this monster to death." Wang Leji was furious. "Bone Fei Yang, you old mongrel. Your whole family is hairless." Just like that, the skeleton giant was losing ground. That suffocating feeling of being pressed by him finally returned. And Moses was not to be outdone, incarnating as a sublime beast and pouncing on him in a violent manner, flipping the skeleton giant to the ground. After wrestling for a while, Moses finally ran out of steam and transformed back into his human body as the skeletal giant struggled to his feet. However, at that moment, only a skeleton remained of one of its legs. The dark death chi was absorbed by the sky-devouring black demon python, and without that energy to support it, the skeleton fell, and the single leg began to fall apart. At the same time, the other leg did the same, losing its support, and the skeleton giant smashed down, scattering away into a peak of stacked skeletons. The two heaven-devouring black devil pythons had already skyrocketed to a few zhang in size by now, and wanted to continue devouring, their tails sweeping away a large number of skeletons, revealing the deepest buried pool of dark dead energy underneath. However, at this time, the female corpse finally did not dare to let it go and swung out the energy, sending the two black demon pythons flying out and standing above the energy pool. She screamed and hissed, "What the hell is this? How can it devour dead energy?" Solyu grunted coldly. "You're also worthy of calling them ghostly things, gathering countless grievances and corpse chi, tainted with a little bit of the power of the underworld to be born as monsters only." The dead body went berserk, screaming and growling, "You're the monster! You're the monster! Go to hell! Go to hell!" The female corpse was powerful, and in only a few round trips, she had seriously injured Bone Fei Yang, Solyu and the others, not giving a few people a chance to live. The female corpse's attack followed. The crowd kept spitting out blood and flew out backwards. They were no match at all. But at that moment, Tiger Leo shouted, "You're not urine, you give urine back to me, give it back to me." Tiger Rikya rushed up and forcefully held the female body, grabbing at the root canal on her corpse. "Give it back, give me back the sylph." The female corpse was defenseless, and was forced to pull out a root canal by Tiger Leo, which instantly caused her to roar at the top of her lungs. Sharp growls mingled with endless anger. "Ah! Die for me! Die for me!" The female corpse's palm pressed on Tiger Leo's chest, and the strong energy pierced him through. Tiger Lilia gurgled as blood bubbled from his mouth. "My sylph, give it back to me! Give him back to me!" In his dying moments, a faint divine sense was transmitted into Solyu's mind. The method of solving the female corpse as last told by Tiger Leo. seal the dark ethereal source underneath. Upon hearing this, Solyu's fighting skill was turned on, and he rushed with all his might at breakneck speed towards the palpitating pitch-black pool below, which was the energy core of the entire grand formation, and which was full of energy. It was mainly because the heaven-devouring black demon python was too low in rank, or else they would have entered here like a fish in water. Without hesitation, Solyu exerted his battle skills extremely hard. Icebound miles. The pool of energy was freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy was too large to freeze instantly even with extreme effort. Gu Linger shouted, "Stop her, let me help you." At this time, Gu Linger came to Solyu's side. Solyu looked at Gu Linger, but saw darkness tumbling out of her eyes, and felt that something was not good. However, he was still a step too late, and was stabbed by Gu Linger, in the abdomen, with blood spraying like a column. Only then did the crowd realize that Gu Linger was not right, and Bon Fei Yang yelled, "Kid, run, he's been infiltrated by evil." Chapter 136, Gu Linger corrupted by grieving spirits. Solyu endured the severe pain of ice sealing, but due to being stabbed in the abdomen by the encroaching Gu Linger's knife, thus weakening the power of the battle technique he was executing, the speed of ice sealing became even slower. Solyu slapped Gu Linger out with a palm and poured out all his strength. The dark underworld source gradually froze, and the female corpse was suddenly hostile. After sending the Bon Fei Yangs flying, they went straight for Solyu. Seeing this, Moses blocked it with all his might, but it only stopped her in her tracks slightly, and she was then sent flying. A sky-devouring black devil python, which was already more than 10 feet long, scurried out and wrapped the body of the female corpse, then opened its mouth to bite on top of the pale neck of the female corpse. It did not inject venom, but rather, it sucked up the ethereal energy in the female corpse's body. The female corpse was furious, wanting to break free, but the black demon python had infinite strength, and the death entanglement almost strangled her bones. But she, who was already a dead body, did not feel any pain. Endless black chi erupted. The black demon python was vibrated and flew, letting out a mournful hiss. At this point, the dark underworld source spring had been frozen for 2/3 of the time, and the energy drawn by that female corpse was decreasing extremely rapidly, with ice ballast frozen on the root tubes. The female corpse panicked and maneuvered Gu Linger forward to stop Solyu. Gu Linger once again flew up, stabbing at Solyu, which was parried by Solyu, interfering with him and preventing him from concentrating on sealing. However, at that moment, Gu Linger came to her senses and struggled, resisting the female corpse's manipulation. The female corpse screamed and hissed. At this time, another black demon python also blocked the front. Hissing, the snake tail swept across. Countless broken bones and skeletons smashed into the female corpse with a brain. After the sublimation mutation of the black devil python has already had some spiritual wisdom, glanced at the Solyu who has not yet completed the ice seal, anxious, bravely scurrying out, but this time the female corpse was prepared, not giving it the opportunity to entangle. A palm slap on the body of the sky-devouring black demon python. The dark energy on its body surface were dispersed, unable to fight again, and these few blocks gave Bon Fei Yang and Wang Laoji the opportunity to cross in front of Solyu in a few flashes. Bone Flyer teased, "What are you doing jumping around here as a dead man? With me and the hairless one here, you won't be able to break through." Wang Laoji hated the sound. "Shut up, you mongrel, I've put up with you for a long time. If something happens to the princess, I'll have to pull out those handfuls of hairs of yours." The female corpse screamed, asterisk 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 off and die, bursting with endless black chi at full strength. Bon Fei Yang and Wang Laoji transported their energy to resist, but they were still slapped out. The female corpse tried her best to pounce over and fiercely blasted out a strike. Solyu was now injured and was doing his best to ice seal the dark underworld source. Only the last bit was left to be completely sealed. At that time, losing this source of power, the female corpse's attack would surely be minimized. Solyu didn't want to lose all his efforts. If he lost this chance, there would be no hope to speak of behind him. Seeing the attack coming, if he were to dodge, he would definitely interrupt the ice sealing power. And if he didn't dodge, Solyu would definitely be seriously injured or even perish. Bone Flyer yelled, "Kid, dodge." Moses roars, the black devil python roars. The corners of the female corpse's mouth revealed a raw, cruel arc. No matter what, she had a chance. Even if it was only for an instant, she could still manage to have complete control. Solyu was helpless and in a dilemma. In the nick of time, the purple extreme green lotus pagoda somehow flew out of the body on its own, erupting with the strongest light ever. The purple and green light dazzled the world, dispersing much of the black fog, sinking in front of Solyu and blocking all of that attack. Seeing this, Solyu rejoiced and went all out to ice. Oh! With a heartbreaking scream, all the root canals in the female corpse were frozen and cracked, falling from her torso. Solyu, who had completed the ice seal, could no longer contain his anger and flew up. A palm slapped on his chest. The ice sealing power quickly spread all over his body, and the female corpse was completely frozen. Solyu slapped both palms at the female corpse's head with all his might, and in an instant, the female corpse's body fell apart and shattered into countless pieces. I thought everything was over, but I didn't expect that the body of the resentful monster, when the body disintegrated, turned into a dense fog to escape. The black mist in Gu Linger's eyes filled her eyes as she reached out and inhaled the pitch-black grievous mist into her palm, then swallowed it in one gulp. Her tone was sharp and eerie. Jie Jie, break my root body. Let this little girl be my vessel. Cluck 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 cluck. As the dark underworld source spring was frozen, the god sealing and spirit locking grand formation also stopped functioning and completely dissipated. Creepy ancient spirit laughed coldly and was just about to escape when a heavenly net descended and bound her. Ah! What the hell? Get the hell out of my way. But it is the green emblem of the Taoist and the two elders of the desolate ancient academy. They have been here for a long time, but there is nothing that can be done about this god sealing and spirit locking formation. They can only wait anxiously outside. Everything within the formation had been insightful for a long time, and seeing that the bazaar was about to escape, Taoist Green Emblem stepped in to stop it. After trapping the bizarre Gu Linger, Taoist Green Emblem first went to check on Solyu, and seeing that he was only off his feet, and that the abdomen he was stabbed in by Gu Linger was only a traumatic injury, he let go of his heart. As the large formation broke, the special energy within Solyu's body began to repair his injuries on its own. The scene in front of them also caused everyone to be shaken. The countless white bones were just too gruesome. Taoist Green Emblem said, God sealing and spirit locking formation. I didn't expect this evil formation to actually remain in the world. Hundreds of thousands of wronged souls and white bones. It's really a living hell. The big fight ended with 3 weak zombies cowering on the sidelines. Solyu asked as he saw this, Teacher, can there be a method of extradition? They died because of me. Now they are made into puppet zombies by the sealing and subduing nails. The disciple can't bear to do it. Taoist Green Emblem sighed. The method of extradition. Lao Dao does not have it here, but in the land of the western frontier, there is a friend who knows this method. Lao Dao writes a letter of introduction to show them the way, and they can go there on their own. Solyu nodded. Tiger Liu's crime is so great that all the karma should be borne by him. Make him into this kind of puppet zombie as well, and have him escort a few people to the front. We can't let him die easily like this. Taoist Green Emblem said. This kind of monster that has lost its humanity, we will make sure that he will never be reincarnated, and will endure the suffering of 10,000 robberies between the two realms of Yin and Yang. I will make it clear to that old friend that he is very good at treating such inhumane monsters and has many means. Leave it to him. Taoist Master Qing Hui personally took action, using the method of drawing the spirit across the soul to withdraw Tiger Liu's still undissipated divine soul. A cluster of ghostly blue smoldering flames was lit by him into Tiger Liu's soul consciousness, instantly emitting a nuisance sound. The weak remnant of the spirit wailed in pain, tearing his heart and lungs, roaring and struggling, obviously unable to withstand the pain of the soul-devouring and forging spirit. Taoist friendly means. This Li Dingyu Blue Fire specializes in dealing with soul power, not only burning, forging, baking, but also has the power of cracking the soul, day and night, every minute and every second, to withstand the pain of this 1,000 times the soul of death. Sunshine, blazing sun and moonlight night will make this kind of pain double the torture, as if in purgatory. Even I cannot withstand such a punishment, such a heavenly anger and human abandonment, ghostly loathing and impermanence. Bearing such a punishment for 100 years, and being conscious but unable to be autonomous, has already been considered cheap. Tiger Liu was embedded in the brain by the sealing god Jinling nail. Qing Hui Taoist priest wrote the introduction letter with the blood citation, which was stained with the 4 zombies' qi, and then burned out in the air. Several Yin symbols were formed, which turned into special runic powers and disappeared into the 4 bodies. The 4 zombies then hit the road, bouncing to the western frontier. The black chi-infested Gu Linger was caught in a net and was still struggling and abusing recklessly when Taoist Green Emblem stepped in and silenced her. After checking it out, Taoist Green Emblem's brows were furrowed in concentration. The fate is tainted with the power of the underworld. How can this be? An elder of the desolate ancient academy checked inside. The resentful spirit is too powerful and has already invaded the divine consciousness. If she devours this little girl's divine consciousness and fuses her destiny, she will no longer be her. Moreover, the Taoist priest is right. The fate has already been tainted with the power of the underworld, and if she is unable to fuse the underworld burial flower, she will only have a maximum of 3 months to live. At that time, the monster produced by the fusion of the grievous spirits will completely occupy this body, and from then on, there will be no more Gu Linger in the world. There will only be a magical girl clad in her shell, and after she has detached herself from the dark underworld source and fully adapted to the ancient spirit's shell, her strength will inevitably increase greatly as well. Taoist Green Emblem's face was grave as he smiled bitterly. Underworld burial flower? A flower that grows only in the legendary land of reincarnation of the underworld. In today's heavenly vault continent, the underworld and the land of reincarnation don't appear, and no one can find their entrances. So how can we talk about fetching the underworld burial flower? Your spiritual energy contains the power of sealing. Keep her with you and I will teach you a sealing spell formation that requires the use of your spiritual energy to create seals and slow down the speed at which the resentful spirits devour them. I'm going to go out and visit some old friends and see if they have any ideas? Wang Laoji sniffed and said, "No, the princess needs to come back to the imperial capital with me. The lord of the kingdom will have a solution." Chapter 137 White Heron Search. Soul Yu's Showdown. Wang Laoji wants to take Gu Ling'er back, but is stopped by Taoist Master Cheng Wei. Fellow Daoist, the little girl's situation is very bleak. If it's not curbed, that underworld grievance spirit will quickly erode her divine soul, and when that happens, it'll be hard for the gods to save her. I like this little girl very much. I surely don't want anything to happen to her. This disciple of mine's spirit power contains the power of sealing. It can help her. If you bring her back to the imperial capital, in the event of an emergency, no one will be able to contain it, and you'll be harming her instead. Wang Laji shook his head. Before leaving the palace, the princess was never carefree. Since coming here, she has often been exposed to some shady things, and today she has suffered such a change of heart. The State Lord must be angry. I must take her back. I think that the State Lord and Sovereign Mercury will have a solution. Taoist Master Qing Hui still wanted to say something, but Wang Laoji was unwilling to do so, and directly took Gu Ling'er with him to leave without stopping towards the imperial capital. Sol Yu had put the dark underworld source spring away in the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, and when the time came, he could use it to raise the strength of the heaven-devouring black demon python. Taoist Master Qing Hui used spirit flame to burn these white bones of the tiger power sect, and the tiger cloud mountain was covered in thick smoke like a crematorium. Then they will be extradited with countless spiritual talismans and chant the Sutra of Transmigration, not wanting them to be lonely souls and wild ghosts here. Gu Ling'er's situation could not be delayed, and after doing this, Taoist Green Emblem was ready to leave, to visit a few old friends to find a way to crack the problem. The two elders of the desolate ancient academy accompanied them. They were going back to the academy and happened to be on their way with Taoist Green Emblem, and on their way out, they gave Sol Yu a box containing an identity token to enter the desolate ancient academy. With many things out of the way, Sol Yu also packed up and prepared to leave. Shiro came and appeared in Sol Yu's small courtyard. She had come to say goodbye. "Stop her. Congratulations. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, so chillingly powerful. Now you're a celebrity. The entire Gachuan Empire is singing about your glorious battle record, to the point where even the Flower Rain Tower in Shuayuntian suffered a loss at your hands. TSK 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 TSK. Sol Yu forced a smile. It's just luck. If I hadn't borrowed the massive energy support from the overwhelming blood-forging trace heavenly injury jade, I would probably have been in a bitter battle against Jun Macho. After all, I'm only at the spirit monarch realm. If I didn't use the great power of the heavenly tribulation, even if I were to advance to the spirit king realm, it would be impossible for me to injure Shui Yuntian. He's very strong. There's no way for me to win against him at the present time, but give me a little bit of time, and I'll be able to surpass him. Shiro sniffed and smiled. I believe in you. It'll be fine. What about Haneyaru? You haven't evaluated him yet. Sol Yu didn't hold back and laughed. He's a genuine spirit zone realm. There aren't many people in this Gachuan Empire who can dare to say that they've finished him off. The current me is not qualified to face him. Shiro trailed off. I watched the sparring match the other day. You exerted that kind of strong strength to take a shot at Huayulo. It's obvious that it wasn't as simple as responding to him taking a shot at you. That kind of energy, if it was used on Shui Yuntian, it's estimated that he would be crippled if not dead. Staring blankly at the white heron, Sol Yu sighed and said, I know what you mean. A lot of things have already passed and cannot be undone. The most regrettable thing in the world is probably to miss the precious. Why do you have to be so obsessed? Hearing this, White Heron's gaze had a moment of stagnation. In a trance, and then with tears in her eyes, she reluctantly laughed. What are you talking about? I didn't understand. You and I don't have any emotional ties. It's just that I think you're more familiar and have saved my life. So I feel a little affectionate. Suddenly saying such inexplicable words. You won't be narcissistic enough to think that I'm in love with you, right? How can that be? You're overthinking it. Cluck, cluck. Sol Yu looked at her with a light smile and said, I know what you care. But why bother? Time will eventually erase all the traces of what was once beautiful. Time will also let everyone grow up. It's cruel. Some things, missed is missed. There will be no chance to start over. Life will have regrets. No need to cling to the past. Everything will eventually dissipate. Shiro's eyes reddened and tears flowed down his face as he stubbornly looked at him without speaking. It was a long time before he said with a sob, "I just want to know." Solyu interrupted her and said, "I am a worldly enemy of Flower Rain Tower. He destroyed my dantian, injured my meridians, and caused me to be reduced to a waste. Half of the many humiliations I have suffered originate from him. I am immortal with him." Hearing this, White Heron fiercely covered his mouth. Tears could no longer stop the horizontal flow, although there have been many guesses. But hearing him personally say this, White Heron has understood that in front of the eyes of such a strong and excellent Jishui, must be their own hard to find the senior brother. Solyu, clank, outside the door. Emochioli was carrying tea, and the cup and plate fell to the ground. She was rescued and Bone Fei Yang gave her spiritual power to heal her injuries. Although Zhou Yasi was angry, he did not lose his humanity. When he struck out at her, he looked fierce, but in fact, he had already stayed his hand to a large extent and did not injure his life. She had been able to get out of bed and walk during the Solyu competition, and had watched his strong and domineering manner that was like a godly ruler descending to the world. Being shocked speechless, she had never thought that Stopper was actually that strong. If they really intended to make things difficult for them in the secret realm, to kill them, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to come out alive. Although she was a woman, she had her own pride and had made a vow to serve Stopper for 3 years, which she would absolutely do. So she, healed from her wounds, did not leave, but volunteered to stay, to fulfill her promise. Today Stopper came back, and she was ready to play the role of what a serving maid role should look and act like, making tea for the first time for someone to serve over. I didn't want to, but eldest sister Shiro came, and the first time she did this kind of thing, she was a little hesitant, not knowing if she should go in or not. Slowly pouring another cup of tea, he hesitantly walked slowly to the door, but overheard the conversation inside. She was completely shocked, even if the iceberg such as her, was completely shocked to the point of no return. The tray fell, the teacups shattered, the hot tea stained the palm of the hand, the white tender palm lying hot red and swollen. She also did not realize. Solyu had already sensed her outside the door and didn't hide anything. Xiao Han had disappeared and could not be found. And if that Emperor Realm soul body really woke up, it would be futile for him to change his identity, and it was no longer necessary. It just so happened that Shiro came after him again today. This woman's intuition was frighteningly accurate, and he didn't intend to hide anything anymore, only to hear Solyu chortle, "Hairy hands, you can't even serve a tea well. Get in." Chioli hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Her face was pale and bloodless, just based on the fact that he said that he had been destroyed by the Flower Rain building to destroy his dantian and damage his meridians. She had almost guessed a possibility, recalling the fact that in the Lin Yuan secret realm, they had made things difficult for their group and had mentioned Solyu's name in the end. She roughly already knew who this was. Just how is that possible? Chapter 138, White Heron leaves sadly. Solyu is cruel to Chioli. Chioli came in. The color of shock on his face had not disappeared, and he looked at Stopwater, unable to say what it meant. It was as if White Heron didn't see Chioli. Her face was streaked with tears, her eyes were slightly red, and her lips were trembling a little. Telling about the abolition of his dantian by the Flower Rain building clearly told Shiro that stopping the water was Solyu. Only, she still wanted to see his Jinyan face. Solyu sighed helplessly and ripped the human skin mask off his face, revealing his true appearance. Wind god like jade, lips slightly thin, a 3-leaf green lotus in the forehead embellishment, temperament more show ethereal, then the mask above the stop water face but also handsome 3 points. At this moment, Shiro's tears were like a dike, where they couldn't be stopped. She covered her mouth and her shoulders shook, murmured, I knew it, it's you, Sayu." Although her temperament had changed drastically, her face still had the shadow of that time, and she recognized it at once. Once spirited and youthful, then the dantian was abolished, the meridian's eye severed, and the cultivation was destroyed. He is disheveled and downcast, low self-esteem and helpless, and very often he doesn't even have the courage to speak up, and when faced with injustice and the dislike of the public, he will always remain silent and leave in despair. Who could have imagined that the discarded teenager back then would now stand proudly and courageously, becoming the object of countless people's pursuit? In the Heavenly Staircase competition, he was the only one to take the lead. One person topped the pressure of 5 Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouses, and forcefully ascended to the top, with no one being able to touch his sharpness. Within the Lin Yuan secret territory, the group of cultivators in the spirit medicine field were fooled by him. He snatched Xiao Han's imperial weapon exotic treasure and tortured Flower Mistake, strongly crushing Jun Macho with the spirit monarch realm. seriously injuring the spirit sect realm's Hua Yulo, and injuring Shui Yuntian with a thunderous blow. Such a proud battle record was actually done by the Solyu senior brother whose cultivation had been abolished for 10 years. Who could believe it? Who could not be emboldened by it? Thinking of the piles and pieces that he had once treated Solyu with, Shiro's heart was filled with remorse. Want to reach out to touch the familiar absolute immortal face, hands stretched in midair, but how can not move forward? She knew that the two are now no longer in the same world. She was so regretful. Know the wrong. At that time, she was the closest to Solyu, but did not cherish it, and although she did not fall on her sword and play with it, she left him scarred and disappointed. Sayu, although Solyu smiled gently, a sense of distance was born, and it was as if there was a long river between the two that could never be crossed. Let bygones be bygones. One must always look ahead, and the experience I had, though bumpy and painful, made me see many things and grow up a lot. Everyone has their own choices, and everyone will eventually drift away. So instead of regretting what was, we should look to the future and embrace the good. Don't you think so? Egret's sister. Tears break the bank. No longer difficult to suppress. After all, there is a barrier, born of a gap. Cannot go back to once. Let him make up for the faults and regrets. Stopping the water is Solyu. He is now famous. He should be happy. Isn't this exactly the result he wants to see? But why is it so sad? Why is it so remorseful? And why is it so heartbreaking? Not wanting him to see his ugly state, Shiro hurriedly got up and ran towards the door, stopping again when he was in the doorway, turning his back to Solyu, and said, Sayu, later. Solyu laughed. Egret's senior sister returned to the academy at ease. Who can say what will happen in the future? I wish you a smooth wind. Take care of yourself along the way. See you again if you have the chance. Shiro, miserably, said, see you around. Running out, the sound of wailing and sobbing came from the door. Solyu looked at Emocholi and flirted. Fourth senior sister. Surprised or not, Emocholi was stunned and silent. As if stunned, trying to look at Solyu, and making sure it was not him. After a long time, Emocholi finally woke up and determined that this was Solyu. Breathing heavily and with complicated eyes, said, why, it's you. Impossible. How can you be Solyu? Before you left the clan you were a waste of space. It's impossible. I don't believe it. Solyu sneered. Why can't it be me? Did you think that I would always be the loser in your eyes? A loser who can be bullied and humiliated by others? Did you think that you would always be superior to me? That you'll always be superior to me? That you'll always boss me around? Do you know why you came to plead for me to leave you behind and step in to save Mukingo? Why don't I just cut you all down? In the Lin Yuan secret realm, except for Xiao Han, a few of you, if I wanted to kill, it would be as easy as a slap in the face. I wouldn't need to make any effort at all. But I didn't. I was just teasing you, humiliating you, driving you crazy, and making you despair. For the torment, the humiliation, the pain that you have inflicted on me is so engraved in my bones that I cannot forget it in this life. I cannot erase it in this life. I cannot forgive it in this life. Solyu condensed his face and said cruelly, therefore, I will not let you die easily. For death is an easy thing, while living, long and painfully humiliating, is the most torturous. I want you all to live like this, to live under my pain and suffering, to live under my shadow. Let you all be humiliated. Let you all be resentful. Let you all be incredibly regretful. And let you all witness with your own eyes how I, the invalid that you all once discarded as if it were your own, and repeatedly tortured and insulted, step by step, step up to the top, to let you see clearly one by one, that Xiao Han, who was held up to the heavens by you all, what kind of a loser he really is. I can guarantee that without my permission, several of you will not be able to die even if you want to, and I will make you suffer torture, humiliation, and indignation every day, but there's nothing you can do about it, so that you will all live in remorse forever. You are just the first. Solyu's words were like the devil in the sky whispering in her ears, causing her heart to panic and her insides to become restless as she sat paralyzed on the ground. She couldn't accept that it wasn't real, that she must have been badly injured and hallucinating. How could stopper be Solyu? How could such a powerful person, such a great man who made her fold and willingly submit, how could he be that wastrel Solyu who made her spit on him? No way. It's not true. It's impossible. You lied to me. And she wouldn't think that Solyu didn't have the strength, nor would she think that he wouldn't dare to do so. All the things that had happened in the Lin Yuan secret realm, and then these words now, made her feel like she was falling into an ice cave. In hell, like Solyu said, dying only requires courage, and death sometimes isn't so scary. But if one lives in pain every day, knowing one's fate in despair, but not being able to free oneself by dying, this is the most painful of all, and living in the abyss every day, sitting on pins and needles in remorse, is the most despairing of all. Solyu smiled cruelly and said in a cold voice, "You are now my serving maid. I gave you the chance to leave and you didn't, so stay and do what you have to do. You will do what I tell you to do, including being naked, and at my discretion." Emochioli sat paralyzed in place, his mind blank, not knowing what to do for a while. Just then, mixed immortal Yunjin returned once again. After that big battle, he broke through the Spirit King realm and came to the 3 stars of the Spirit King. Mixed immortal Yunjin also reached the conditions of going out. I don't know this time. It will bring what surprises for Solyu. Chapter 139, The Royal Spiritual Talisman and Galazetian. Mixed immortal Yunjin returned. This time it was ascending a great realm, and the things he brought back were definitely not mortal. According to the old rules, a 5th order and a 6th order elixir flew into the top of the water pond and was absorbed by the mixed immortal cloud brocade. 2 items were spat out and absorbed into Solyu's hand. One of them was a golden jade talisman called the Imperial Spirit Divine Talisman. The Imperial Spirit Talisman, Solyu was aware of it. When Xiaohan entered the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, Zhou Yasi had once given him one, which was very precious and could explode Spirit Emperor realm energy. At that time, if it wasn't for the fat-assed rat that made him humiliated and resentful, with that Imperial Spirit Talisman, perhaps Solyu wouldn't necessarily have been able to snatch the purple extremely green Lotus Pagoda and thus take control of the Lin Yuan mysterious realm. It wasn't even possible for Xiaohan to have his qi and blood attack his heart and faint to death, and there wouldn't have been a disappearance into thin air right now. Now, mixed immortal Yunjin also articulated a jade talisman with a similar function, but with a different name, called the Imperial Spirit Divine Talisman. After checking out the functions, Solyu was a bit surprised that it was worthy of the Imperial Spirit Talisman. Even Solyu marveled. No wonder no one dares to mess with a powerful Imperial Spirit Master. It's really tough. This Imperial Spirit Divine Talisman was made from a special divine jade like the Imperial Spirit Divine Jade, and it was outlined with unique runes, inscribing in the strongest form of a super powerhouse as he evolved his battle skills, which was equivalent to sealing in a peak spirit sect realm powerhouse who was executing the strongest battle skills. Releasing it when the Imperial Spirit Talisman was full of energy was equivalent to summoning out the shadow of a peak spirit sect realm expert. And such a battle power, when looking at the entire Gachuan Empire, was a phoenix-like existence of a handful of people. Although the Imperial Spirit Divine Jade was powerful, it also had a tolerance limit, and could be used up to 5 times before the powerful runic power on it was consumed, turning it into an ordinary piece of jade. Each summoning time, which could last for 3 minutes, would be the most powerful state, and the 3-minute time limit was just the time for that complete set of battle skills to be cast. After each summoning, without a special energy infusion, the summoned Spirit Sovereign Realm Void Shadow could not be maintained for a longer period of time, and after the virtual shadow finished fighting and returned to the Imperial Spirit Divine Jade, the time interval for it to be filled with the required energy was half a month, and within that half month, it was just an ordinary piece of jade without any fighting power. Solyu was ecstatic. He couldn't wait to hug the mixed immortal cloud brocade and kiss it twice. It was too powerful and what he needed the most. Now that Moses was seriously injured, Solyu gave him all the spirit medicines on his body in one brain, allowing him to heal his wounds within the Lin Yuan secret territory, and in the meantime, see if these spirit medicines would be able to help him recover to his peak. He had once stated that at his peak, he was a spirit-exalted realm powerhouse, and if he could regain the strength he once had, Solyu would also have a greater bottom line, and at least he could walk horizontally in this Gachuan Empire and even the northwestern lands. As Gu Linger was corrupted by the spirit of grievances and her destiny was tainted with the power of the underworld, Taoist Master Qing Hui traveled to a faraway place to visit his old friend in the hope of finding a way to save Gu Linger. He loved Gu Linger so much that he always wanted to set up a union between the two, and even gave away a Spirit Emperor Realm Sentinel talisman, and pitted Bone Fei Yang by giving away a potential 7th-ranked spirit weapon. Now that Gu Linger's life was in danger, the old man was anxious and traveled thousands of miles to other realms to find a way to crack the problem. The current Solyu, without a strong guardian by his side, had to be cautious in all things. Zhou Yasi wasn't afraid now, and when he met her again, even if he couldn't defeat her, he still had the power to defend himself. That black man with her was a nuisance and had to be treated with caution. Jun Macho was now seriously injured, but with that elder's 6th order pills, he should be unharmed, and the Flower Rain building should have no time to find him in trouble in a short period of time now. Now that he had this Imperial Spirit Talisman, he wouldn't worry too much anymore. Filled with joy, Solyu looked at the second item, a sword. No, a sword hilt to be exact. The hilt of the sword was 5 feet long and about 2 feet wide, bronze in color, somewhat like it was made of heavy bronze metal. There were runes flowing on it, and a fist-sized purplish-red crystal was set in the center, with a hidden flow of light inside. Very bizarre, and Solyu only stared for a short while before he felt his mind being sucked in, and hastily moved his gaze away. 2 dragon heads protruded from either side of the sword's hilt, each containing a dragon bead, except that the dragon beads were more like ordinary material carvings, gray and dull, and could not be seen to have any peculiarities. Solyu murmured with some strangeness, "Sword hilt? What's this about?" The hilt is rather ornate and somewhat ostentatious, more like an artifact from a royal family, a symbol of power. The hilt of the sword was very light in his hand, as if it were a bubble, and he could not feel anything special about it. At that moment, a piece of information came into his mind. Garazetian sword. In the ancient times, there was a very powerful race, the Chiba clan. This race was also known as the immortal race, with a bloodline close to immortal, and in every era, a few strong emperors or even immortal realms would appear. For millions of years in the ancient times, the Thousand Leaf clan had ruled almost half of the ancient times and was the uncrowned royal clan. All of this changed with the birth of one man, the one known as the strongest carbon-based creature of the Swift Age, Chiba Calvary. He was too strong, and after only 1,000 years, he stood at the apex of the entire continent, his strength shaking the ancient world. He was proud, egotistical, and wanted to create an immortal realm ruled only by the Chiba family with his own power. He was too strong and was almost about to succeed, but at the last moment, he was sneak attacked by the Heaven's Tao rules in conjunction with half of the top powerhouses of the Imperial clan, and not only was he seriously injured, but he was also backfired by the power of the rules, and even the Thousand Leaves clan wasn't spared from being tainted with the bizarre curse. When he was seriously injured and dying, Chiba Giallo crippled the rules of the Heavenly Tao with his own strength, and slaughtered half of the top powerhouses of the Imperial race, and escorted the Chiba clan away, which also led to the decline of the Imperial race during the Taiku period. The Imperial realm huddled together, and the sacred stage became the top combatant, and the Taiku period was also known as the weakest era, and was powerless at the time of the later invasion of foreign races. Thousand Leaf Cavalry hid the Thousand Leaf family and thought that there would be nothing wrong with each other, but he never thought that the bizarre curse spread and was planted into the bloodline, which was so strong that even if Thousand Leaf Cavalry made a move, it could not be eradicated. If it is not resolved, the Chiba family will be wiped out in 10,000 years, with no survivors. Thousand Leaf Cavalry searched for other methods and finally found a solution on his deathbed, searching for dozens of emperor-level materials and pouring all his heart and life force into it. Fusing the 7-colored heaven refining stone on top of the sword's body, the Zeitgeist Dragon Emperor bead was set on top of the sword's hilt, built a quasi-immortal artifact, Galazetian. After Galazetian was finished building it, he forcefully sealed part of his clan's bloodline power and bizarre curse into this quasi-immortal sword, which saved the Thousand Leaves clan from the danger of extinction. The bloodline of the Thousand Leaves clan was strong and domineering, and the bizarre curse power tainted with it was even more lawful, and after sealing them into the Galazetian, the quasi-immortal sword was also attacked by inexplicable power and split into pieces, disappearing into the heavens and the earth, and with the power of the Thousand Leaves Gala, it could not be searched for. At the same time, sealing the bloodline and bizarre curses in the quasi-immortal sword also had a drawback. That is, whoever controlled the Galazetian would control the lifeblood of the Thousand Leaves clan, which was equivalent to controlling the entire Thousand Leaves clan. Solyu stood frozen on the spot, unable to wake up from his shock for a long time, simply because this was too heaven-defying. Quasi-immortal weapons. Chapter 140 Minion Seal. Mo Chioli collapses. Solyu rubbed the ornate hilt of the sword, his head buzzing in a trance. He did not notice that when his palm rubbed the hilt of the sword, the gemstone on it, the Zetian Dragon Emperor Pearl flashed through a touch of ethereal light. The aura on his body transformed into a ball of warmth and rhyme to be absorbed. The chaotic green lotus swayed, and a wave of green gas was like smoke and dust, which shot straight to the Dragon Emperor Pearl, and was absorbed without appearing. The grade of this quasi-immortal weapon was even more unspeakable, causing Solyu's heart to tremble. Suddenly, the mixed immortal Yunjin leaped out of the water, waking up Solyu, who collapsed to the ground, weak and powerless, with a lack of spiritual energy, which horrified him. Just 2 rubs and the spiritual energy in your body is drained? Hiss. Solyu laughed bitterly. This thing, it's really horrible, worthy of being a quasi-immortal artifact, when really if you fight with it, I'm afraid that you'll be instantly drained. And this sword hilt couldn't be put away. It could only stay inside Solyu and float on the edge of the pond. With his mind forcibly withdrawn, Solyu collapsed onto the bed at once, not even bothering to move his fingers. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of greatness it would take to activate the galactic Aegis sky if it was in its complete state. Consciousness drifted off into a deep sleep. Mo Chioli got up trembling, his face pale with fear. Solyu suddenly went limp. as if he were a rotten drunk, and lay down on the bed. And she was visibly stunned and unsure. Don't know what reason. She can't feel a trace of spiritual power fluctuation on Solyu's body. Just now are still good. Indeed, it is an instantaneous flow of all the power. Let her be shocked. She carefully approached and probed Solyu's nostrils, and hurriedly pulled her hand away. At this time, Solyu should be asleep, and sleeping heavily, without any reaction. She had a complex expression of fear, hatred, intolerance, and determination. An instinctive flying sword appeared, held in her hand, raised high, and approached step by step. Too nervous, her leg knocked on the corner of the bed. Raw pain also made her startled. Hastily put her hand holding the flying sword behind her back. After looking more closely and realizing that he was still sleeping without the slightest sign of awakening, he was relieved, and there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. It was also precisely after sensing the weakness of the spiritual power fluctuations in Solyu's body that she had such subconscious thoughts. Solyu's words just now echoed in his ears, striking fear into her heart, and she had something to fear. His current strength and talent were horrifyingly frightening, and true to his words, in the future, several of them would live under his shadow, suffering pain and suffering and repentance. For what they had done to Solyu, they all knew in their hearts that if he really pursued it, they would have no peace in the end. It was also the fact that Solyu had transformed back to his original face that gave her the courage to raise her sword, because his timid and cowardly behavioral aura had penetrated so deeply into her mind that looking at the cheeks that had only been separated for a few months, she subconsciously thought that he was the same as he had been before. If it was against the cheeks of stop water, she would never have such thoughts. Mo Chioli was nervous and slowly moved her feet, finally coming to the upper body position of Solyu. Looking at that familiar cheek, her mind couldn't help but recall a scene from her past. Her face was tangled and complicated, and her expression was tense. The flying sword was raised above his head and aimed at Solyu's heart. With the flying sword's ability to pierce through the phosphorus armor of the sublime beast, it would be as easy as a slap in the face if it were to pierce through Solyu's chest. She didn't want Mukingo Joyasi and the girls to suffer from Solyu. She didn't want them to live in fear for the rest of their lives. If she could kill Solyu today and eliminate the demon for them, she thought that she would feel more at ease with them. The big deal was that after beheading Solyu, it would be better for her to die once and for all. At the thought, there was no more hesitation, and his eyes became determined, stabbing fiercely at Solyu's heart. This strike could definitely take Solyu's life. However, at that moment, Solyu violently opened his eyes and sent her flying with a palm, hitting the wall and spewing out a mouthful of blood. Solyu sat up and said sorrowfully, "It really is a hill of peasants. In vain I even saved you back and let Uncle Bone heal your injuries. Really, daring to assassinate me like that, you really don't know how to die." A heaven-devouring black demon python appeared out of thin air, holding up the entire room and hovering on the ground, occupying most of the floor. After experiencing the Tiger Power Sex Row, the sky-devouring black demon python had already advanced to the peak of the spirit monarch realm, and at this moment, it was more like a king of the snake race that stalked in the darkness, with a crown of flesh protruding vaguely from its head. The darkness of the gas surrounded the eyes of the fierce light hostile. Its appearance, so that the whole room has become a lot of ghostly cold and unpredictable. Narrow dark brown eyes were full of cold, unfeeling, bloodthirsty eyes. A drop of blood flew out and floated in front of the sky-devouring black demon python, which spat out a mouthful of thick black gas to merge into Solyu's drop of blood. The black blood turned into a complex pattern and shot straight into between Emochioli's eyebrows. Emochioli's face instantly filled with a layer of black mist, revealing a very painful and hideous look. His body spasmed and seeped horribly. The black chi was too strong, like it was corrupting the divine soul, making it impossible for her to withstand it. In about a minute's time, the black gas dissipated, and the complex black lines were hidden, as if they had never appeared. The heaven-devouring black devil python devoured a large amount of dark dead chi and awakened an innate divine ability, the dark-devouring heavenly devil seal, similar to a soul contract type of slave seal divine ability. After being hit by this kind of seal, unable to resist the operator's orders, always loyal to Solyu, even death will become a luxury. If Solyu let her die, she will not hesitate to commit suicide. The black demon python returned to the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, and that dark underworld source spring was taken inside by Solyu. If these two black demon pythons were able to completely absorb the energy inside, there was no telling how far they would evolve. Emochioli, who came to his senses, had a stabbing pain in his head, and his divine soul felt as if it had been cut apart. His face distorted. "You did what?" Solyu laughed sardonically. "I kindly went with you to heal you, was taunted by Hua Wu Er and Lin Shi, scratched by Mu Qing'o, and was even seriously injured by Zhou Yasi. I saved you regardless of former suspicions. But you want to kill me. What a criminal. Toasting wine but not refusing to eat the punishment. Still think I'm the same Solyu who let you abuse and bully me? Since you are such a criminal, and you don't want a free body, then you can be a slave. Plant a slave mark, and from now on you will be a by my side. Always inferior. Are you still satisfied with this result? Emochioli's face was like ashes. He didn't expect that he was thinking about Mu Qingli and the girls, wanting to clear up the aftermath for them. But once again, he got himself into it, and was also hit with a slave seal. She could feel that the bizarre energy contained in it could control her mind and soul, so that she did not even have the courage to resist, and with the slightest bit of dissent, her divine soul was tearing apart like it was being cut by 1,000 knives, and it hurt like hell. Her face was complex and sad. She never thought that she would one day be reduced to this point, becoming someone else's slave, and this person was still Solyu, who she once extremely detested. She couldn't accept it, but she couldn't do anything about it, and her face was ashen. Solyu laughed sardonically. You better pray that I'm in a good mood, or else, humph, driving Emochioli out. Solyu couldn't hold on any longer and lay straight down. He was too weak and needed a good night's sleep to recuperate. If he hadn't been guarding against Emochioli's hand, after he came out, he braced himself and didn't allow himself to fall asleep. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that Emochioli would succeed in his assassination, and that would be a tragedy. This time, Solyu couldn't hold out any longer, and in the blink of an eye, he entered dreamland. In his dream, he seemed to see the weeping Yunrinching. Chapter 141, Plotting the Tianxian sect and Stopping the Water. Half a month after the great competition, all the people returned to their residences, and many sects announced that they had entered a special training period, and the disciples within their sects were not allowed to go out without any matter. That thrilling great competition had put pressure on a bunch of clans. Before they simply didn't believe that a duel between junior disciples could be so wonderful and exciting that it could even seriously injure a patriarchal level figure, which made them reflect on whether or not the clans had been too lazy on weekdays. The Lord of the Kingdom personally issued an imperial decree to honor stopping water in June Macho, not mentioning a word about the matter of Shui Yun Tian. The battle of stopping the water was so far-reaching that the entire empire sang his true name and followed his example. During this period, there were a few remarkable battles, with a low realm on a high realm, winning across a large realm, creating a wave in the empire, and everyone wanted to follow the example of stopping the water. Water Wavegate hadn't appeared again after being kicked off that day, and since Gu Linger wasn't here, it was assumed that he had gone back to the imperial capital as well. Bonfei Yang had also been missing for many days and was still searching around for his good disciple, only there had been no message, leaving him scratching his ears and furious. Water Cloud Sky that day back to the Mercury sect. It is said that once again closed. The outside world rumors. This time the water stopping the top of the Thunderbolt ran after him, and even in the Thunderbolt will be injured. Cannot swallow this breath. Closed cultivation. Ready to later find the water stopping to settle the score. After all, since childhood, he has always been that unattainable one of a kind. When has he ever suffered this kind of wrongdoing? On the contrary, the Tianxian sect in Joyasi, who had been pushed into the limelight before the grand competition, had been unusually quiet recently, and all of the Tianxian sect's elder disciples had been recalled, not knowing what they were plotting. Some speculated that it might be the previous patriarch, Yun Renqing, who was preparing to abolish the sect leader and take on the role of Tianxian patriarch himself. However, there had been no news coming out, which was curious. The crown prince had wanted to feast for 3 days in the Sand Emperor city, but he didn't realize that something had happened to Gu Linger and the Tiger Power sect had been revealed, causing everyone to be dissatisfied. The crown prince left in a hurry and toured the western frontier, wanting to go to the frontier to see for himself. The 2 elders of the Draconian Academy, after handing over a bunch of tokens to Solyu, also left in a hurry, saying that the academy had something to do. Recalling all the elders, let the prince how to stay, ultimately did not leave him face. Solyu slept for a day and a night, finally recovered as before, and couldn't help but feel a bit of a shadow over Dallas Yenzwatian. After that, he left the Sand Emperor city and took Emochioli, who was under a slave seal, and plunged headlong into the demonic beast mountain range. Only fighting was the best shortcut to improve his battle cultivation. This time he went deeper. He had already come to an area that he once dared not venture into, leaving Emochioli outside to practice, and challenging those strong demonic beasts on his own. At this time, the city of the Sand Emperor once again resumed its usual tranquility, and the city of the desert seemed to be silent once again. City Lord's Mansion. Secret room. The dim light was not bright, but rather somewhat dull and yellow, barely illuminating a passageway and leaving dull shadows on the walls. Tan Shisha stood with his head hanging down, revealing a look of respect. Ahead, with his back turned, the flashy-suited youth was a bit angry. What an idiot. Joe Yasi is stupid and so are you. In that place you actually dared to take a shot at that stopper. If it wasn't for Bone Fei Yang running outside the city, do you guys think you'd still be alive that day? Tansitha said with a lowered brow. I was doing some errands in the neighborhood and happened to come across Joe Yasi going crazy. If I didn't make a move to stop him, the boys' guards would definitely capture Joe Yasi, and our plan wouldn't work very well without her. My subordinate is also doing this so that the plan can be accomplished successfully. Please spare my lord's life. The flamboyantly dressed male waved his hand and said, unlocking the seal and destroying the sealed gate is the most important thing. If there is an accident, 10 of your heads won't be enough to fall off. If there is a next time, you'll just wait for your clan to be exterminated. Tansitha hastened to take a stand. My subordinate wouldn't dare. There will never be a next time. But what's the situation with that big black-faced man? Wasn't it said that stopping water is just a loose cultivator with no plan or sect? Why would he be guarded by a spirit emperor realm with such a high cultivation? Even Taoist Green Emblem has become his master. And Bone Fei Yang also intends to protect him. The flamboyantly dressed male pondered for a moment and said, that's right, there's a big problem with this stop water. He came out of nowhere and never showed up half the time before. I sent someone to check. The first time he appeared in San Emperor City was at the Hailan Chamber of Commerce, selling many magic cores, purchasing a spatial ring and a bronze mask, and then he appeared on the Heavenly Cloud platform. What I'm curious about right now is what kind of grudge he has against the Tianxian sect, and he's the only one who can't get along with a few of the Tianxian sect's major disciples. Tansitha froze and tried. They also seemed to be meeting for the first time. At that time I was present. It was that Xiao Han recognized the wrong person, and struck out at Ji Shuwei to be taught a lesson by Ji Shuwei in turn, and Zhou Yasi was eager to protect her disciple, and injured Ji Shuwei, which is why there was a subsequent tit-for-tat confrontation. The flamboyantly dressed male was non-committal and said, rumor has it that it's because stopping water decapitated Yang Xiao in the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, and Jun Macho came down the mountain to take revenge, snatching the imperial artifact from him in the process. But is that really true? I went to see the fight that day. The two were completely immortal, which is nothing. The beginning of the snatch was destined to be a grueling battle between the two. It's just that a lot of people just focus on the excitement of the battle, but they overlook a phrase that Stopper said, and it just so happens that I'm a person with good hearing and a good memory, and that phrase was memorized by me. Tansisha sniffed, puzzled. What words? The subordinate didn't care. The flamboyantly dressed male said, he said, old dog Huayulo, who harmed me back then. Today I'll also let you taste what is called despair, which means that Stop Water is not an outsider who appeared in the Gakshuan Empire out of thin air, but is a person who originally grew up here, and was previously notorious, but has a grudge against Hua Qiangu, and can be linked to the Tianxian sect. This matter, I will order someone to personally investigate. You don't need to care. The most urgent thing is to plan to break the seal. No matter what, we can't wait any longer. If we miss this time, in the future, if they have precautions, it will be even more troublesome. I've decided. I'll do it 3 days later. You're now secretly rushing to Tianxian sect, as soon as possible to meet up with Zhou Yasi. The plan must be as good as it can be. There's no room for half-assed mistakes. Tansitha nodded, puzzled. For something this big, won't the prince go there himself? The flamboyantly dressed male said, this matter cannot be sloppy. I will naturally go there myself, but I have to solve some unnecessary troubles. That Stop Water. Whether or not he is connected to the Heavenly Shin sect, I must find something for him to do. Trapping him on this side of the Sand Emperor City, with all the attention focused here, so that we can act, and even if it doesn't work out, we won't be exposed. Tansisha nodded and said, that's right, Ji Shuwei is now the man of the hour. After this battle, he is completely prominent in Gakshuan. Hold up while the momentum hasn't passed, make some more big noise for him. By then the entire empire's attention will all be attracted to him. Only Yun Rinching and a few peak masters of Tianxian sector left. Victory is within reach. The flamboyantly dressed male, waving his hand, said, you go to the Tianxian sect first. I'll finish this matter and arrive afterward. And at the critical moment, I'll personally make a move. Chapter 142 Jun Macho dies. Flower Rain Mansion goes crazy. Boom! A huge energy collision smashed the cave and filled it with smoke. Solyu gasped and watched vigilantly, ready to strike at any moment. At the end of the smoke, a pair of large crimson eyes were revealed, and in them was resentment and anger. The flame-swallowing cloud leopard, covered in light flames, had a huge body as majestic as an ox. The body was wounded in many places, and the thick and powerful limbs, at this time, were vaguely a little unsteady, and one front hoof was seriously injured, and was no longer able to support the force. The panther's mouth bared its teeth and there was blood flowing, stained at the corners of his mouth, mixed with drool dangling down. Roar! Roar. Flame-swallowing cloud leopard body flames. About to reach 10 feet. This is a Spirit Emperor Realm 2-star demonic beast. The strength is comparable to the human Spirit Emperor Realm 3-star high level. The soul of the you make every effort to fight with it to such a result. Their own also suffered a light injury. The cloud-swallowing leopard was not only strong, but also extremely fast. The slightest carelessness would result in it getting close. Solyu's body was scratched with a dozen or so bloody marks by its sharp claws. The blood and flesh rolled over, and the white bones were all exposed. If it wasn't for the fact that his body had been strengthening during this period of time, he was afraid that that claw would have torn him in half. Solyu's clothes were half destroyed, and blood stained his clothes, crusting and hardening. Even able to stand up, his face was pale, his feet were weak, and it was obvious that he had also reached the end of his strength. He held onto a nearby stone platform and stood hunched over, taking advantage of this node as much as possible to adjust himself and recover his spiritual energy. The smoke finally cleared, and the eyes that leapt up into flame were intimidating as it finally moved to make its final stand. Running, but instead of rushing towards Solyu, he ran wildly around his circumference, gusts of smoke and dust filling up from under his feet, his speed getting faster and faster, the flames around him burning more and more vigorously, and the temperature getting higher and higher. Solyu stared and composed his senses. The speed was too fast. He didn't know from which direction he would attack. He had to concentrate 12 times before he could do it, otherwise the one who died might be him. After a dozen breaths, only the remnants of its running could be seen, and after a few more breaths the remnants also disappeared, and only an arc of fire could be seen flowing around him. Solyu was surrounded, and his divine sense probed out, trying to capture the figure of the cloud-swallowing leopard, but he found nothing, not knowing where to attack from. Just then, a terrifying flame shot out, very dense, more like an air cannon formed by running so fast that its own flame rubbed the air and set it on fire. The flame air cannon has an all-round coverage attack that is impossible to avoid. An ice shark appeared, wrapping the Solyu devouring within, resisting with all its might. The ice shark melted very quickly, and in a few breaths it had already melted most of the way. At the same time, the flying air cannon flames grew in number, forming 3 flaming panther shadows that roared and darted. Seeing that the ice shark was about to dissolve completely, Solyu exerted his utmost effort and performed the raging sea berserk shark, a 3-on-3 collision that produced a huge energy collision, ice and fire. After the collision, Solyu flew out backwards and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The flame-swallowing cloud leopard struggled to get up, but when it was not prepared, another explosion was created, completely cutting off its hopes. Ahem! Solyu sat paralyzed on the ground, coughing up blood and gasping for air. Not far away, the flame-swallowing cloud panther whimpered, wailing weakly. Solyu struggled to get up and came closer, looking down from above, with indifference in his eyes and no sympathy, murmured, "How much better it would have been if you had submitted, but you chose to fight hard. The price of losing is death. You don't have a chance." After saying that, he expressionlessly snapped the neck of the cloud-swallowing leopard, put away the demon pills and the corpse, and glanced at the far side, where the sounds of beast roars kept coming from, and there were some powerful existences that made even Solyu too chill to easily wade in. After this period of time adapting and grinding, as well as constantly killing and fighting every day, the battle force was even stronger. Within the Spirit King realm, he could almost walk horizontally, even if it was the peak of the ordinary Spirit King realm, or even the ordinary Spirit Emperor realm, he wasn't afraid. And during Solyu's journey through the demonic beast mountain range, a major event occurred. The saint son of the Flower Thousand Valleys, the personal disciple of the Flower Rain Tower, Jun Macho, was dead. Flower Thousand Valley sent out the news that Jun Macho died at the hands of stopping water. Although it was very subtle, but it was still discovered by Flower Rain Tower. In Jun Macho's blood veins and meridians, there was a residual force of cold ice, and on the force of cold ice, there was a micro-imperceptible force of sealing. And these traces of phenomena, all of them are signs of stopping the water. There can be no mistake. Hua Yulo goes mad, and in the name of the master of the Flower Thousand Valleys, he sends out a hunting order to stop the water, recklessly trying to avenge Jun Macho's death. Once the news broke, it quickly caused an uproar and shockwaves. The Sand Emperor city, which had just gone down cold, became lively again all of a sudden. Hua Yulu personally led a raid on the place where Stop Water used to live and found that the place had been emptied of people. Not a single silhouette. Taoist green emblem, Bone Fei Yang, Stopper and the Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse beside him were all gone, which seemed to further solidify that Stopper was the murderer. The Flower Rain building went completely insane and issued a bounty, digging up the ground to find Stop the Water at all costs. The entire Flower Thousand Valleys have acted. Outside, the elders' disciples all recalled, each with their own team, full of the world to search for the Stop Water figure. The Sand Emperor city is on edge. You say, Is this thing true? That stopper really killed Jun Macho? This thing, it is not easy to say. The day of the big competition stopped the water pressure Jun Macho to fight. Several times almost put him to death. Apparently the hatred is quite deep. Jun Macho is threatened to stop the water to thwart the bones and ashes. So deep hatred, to make the root and branch of the thing, it is not surprising. Doesn't make sense. I do think things are fishy. That stopped the water to really want to kill Jun Macho. At that time that kind of crushing state, stop the water if he did not pay attention to kill him. The Flower Rain building also take him no way. No reason to wait until after the fact to go to the Flower Thousand Valley to kill people. That place isn't like Sand Emperor City, where you can get out whenever you want. According to my view that, this matter has long been in the reason. Two people about to fight, life and death duel. But at the time of Jun Macho's defeat, Hua Yulo stepped in and intervened horizontally. If it wasn't for stopping water being powerful, I'm afraid that he would have been killed by Hua Yulo. Stop the water with anger. 8,000 feet giant sharks seriously injured the Flower Rain building. Although there is no life and death, the seed of hatred has long been buried. Jun Macho if not dead, the two sooner or later there is still a battle of life and death. Shoo, the Flower Thousand Valley people are here. At this stage, they are all in a fit of pique and cannot be messed with. Flower Thousand Valley is completely crazy. The Sand Emperor City and the surrounding towns have Flower Thousand Valley disciples waiting along the way, searching and interrogating. Stop the Water's portrait is posted everywhere. Passers-by, as long as they are young talents, will be questioned. Not one will be spared. The entire southwest corner of the Wind in Grass. If you hear someone talking about stopping the water, no matter how, will be taken away by force and tortured. Such behavior has caused the crowd to complain, and the people just keep their heads down and rush by, and acquaintances meet with their heads down and rush by. Strangely enough, while Hua Qiangu sealed the roads and searched the city, the Sand Emperor's City Lord's office didn't interfere at all. After all, the clan didn't have such power. Chapter 143 Mind's Eye. Prying. It was a fire demon pill, and Sol Yu had left it behind. And up until now, he had hunted several Spirit Emperor realm demon beasts, but all of them were at the low stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. There were three attributes, fire, earth, and water, and because of the powerful cold ice power, it became the nemesis of that water demonic beast, and it was easy to defeat it in battle. He remembered that Gu Linger had a 7th order spirit sword that Bone Fei Yang had sent out, and Bone Fei Yang had said that if he was able to gather 5 Spirit Emperor Demon Dawn of different attributes and set them on the colorful Phoenix Spirit Source sword, he would certainly be able to reach the point of an imperial artifact, and that would be a considerable help to Gu Linger. Sol Yu sat down on the ground and recovered from his injuries, and he was also surprised to find that the speed of his body's repair seemed to have accelerated a lot. He tried to recall that he hadn't noticed this peculiar phenomenon since the chaotic green lotus was rooted inside his body. What was going on these times? His mind dived into his body to search for it, observing the chaotic green lotus above the pond for a while, and didn't find anything strange about it. Mixed Fairy Yunjin returned to the pond, swimming freely in the pond, is from time to time, but also rolled a white eye, the fish belly white toward the upward fluttering. There was no change in Garazetian, standing quietly and eerily at the edge of the pond. Sol Yu searched every corner of his body and finally found something different. His heart, flashing a crystal bright light, close to see. This is a drop of tears the size of water beads, crystal clear, no energy emitted. Yet with each beat of the heart there was a regular rhythm, and with each rhythm the crystalline water droplets flashed fluorescence once. It didn't see anything special, but Sol Yu was certain that the reason why his body was so miraculous and had such restorative abilities must have something to do with it. Sol Yu tried to integrate his mind into it, but found that he was unable to do so, only yet it was not without gain. In the moment of integration, he saw a pair of crystal eyes, not stained with a trace of dust, so pure, clear, bright, pure and flawless. Sol Yu thought, this world is afraid that there will no longer be such a pure, does not contain a trace of impurities of the crystalite. Why hadn't he noticed it before? He was pretty sure that he hadn't seen it before fusing the chaotic green lotus, and also afterward, so it must have appeared only in recent times. Trying to recall, I don't find anything strange or such a peculiar encounter. If he couldn't think of it, he simply didn't want to think about it first. The existence of this drop of water beads was not harmful to him. Instead, it could allow him to repair his body trauma and energy more quickly. It was a beautiful thing, so why should he go after anything now cannot explore? Perhaps at some point in the future, or their own strength is enough, will certainly be able to peep a little. What Sol Yu didn't know was that in the far corner, in a cloud of thick foggy dust, those crystal clear shining eyes were quietly watching him. As Sol Yu's mind touched the drop of water, his heart felt something and stopped the contact from peaking. Sol Yu had intended to withdraw his mind, but there was a momentary trance, and his mind inexplicably had some strange sensations, as if something dangerous was about to befall him, causing him to be unsettled. On a whim, he focused on the green lotus demon pupil, and since planting the mind's eye, he barely had the time and energy to probe the dynamics of things on the mind's eye side. It just so happens that today is free. Just now there is a little bad feeling again. He does not know what will happen. Could it be that Xiao Han, who has disappeared for a long time, has shown up and caused alarm, which is why there is such a trance and uneasiness? Green Lotus Demon Pupil. Activate. As the Green Lotus Demon Pupil opened on Solyu's side, the mind's eye imprint planted at Mu Kingo's heart was also slowly undergoing a ripple change, and within the distant Tianxian sect, no one had noticed the flickering light greenish shimmering light within Mu Kingo's pupils. Even she hadn't noticed anything. It was also at this time that Solyu's sight and what he heard followed Mu Kingo's consciousness, and the scene was clear to see. The familiar room that was in Mu Kingo's boudoir. The furnishings inside hadn't changed a bit. As Mu Kingo's eyes turned and glanced over for a split second, Solyu saw that on that dresser, the wood spirit comb that was originally placed in the corner, the one he had given to Mu Kingo, the one that had once been discarded as if it were his own, thrown in a corner for a few years, and left a dusty imprint of its existence, was actually being treasured and placed in the most conspicuous place today, with a piece of green silk left on it. So obviously she had combed her hair with that comb. At this scene, Solyu scoffed, full of mockery at his own foolish behavior back then. Solyu could see that in the room stood Hua Wu Er and Lin Shi, and Zhou Yasi was sitting cross-legged on Mu Kingo's bed with her shoes still on. Solyu is another mockery. Not have a cleanliness fetish? He once even touched the qualifications or not, and now actually let people wear shoes sitting on the top. Is not quite comfortable? Ho ho. Mu Qingyi frowned and asked, Master Ancestor, she has put us in solitary confinement for more than half a month now, and so seriously chastised us all for what we did to Solyu. Why is she so attached to Solyu, making a big fuss over an invalidated disciple, looking for trouble from us, and saying that Solyu severed the clan's relationship, causing the clan's Qi Golden Dragon to be severely damaged and already showing signs of collapse. It also said that there was no Solyu to add any sealing spells, that the power of the sealing portal's formation was weakening, and that it was necessary to go all out to recover Solyu. So why exactly are these? How come we don't know or understand any of it? Returning to the clan, Hua Wuqiu hardened up again and spoke in an arrogant and domineering manner. What bull ***** about the golden dragon of Qi? What array power is weakening? What kind of crappy excuses are being found? I heard when I was in Sand Emperor City that Jin Rinqing intended to regain control of the Tianxian sect and strip Master Zun of his position as sovereign. That's why I had to come up with these bull ***** reasons. Solyu, that waste of dog. Actually all will be broken off the clan's Qi Gold Dragon to say things, but also increased what the magic cave's sealing power. Bull ****. All are just excuses. Lin Shi sneered disdainfully. Yun Rinqing is getting ready to stage a power grab but can't find a suitable excuse, which is why she's fabricating these trumped-up charges to force them on Master Teacher's head. What Qi Luck Golden Dragon and sealing spells are all just pretexts. Furthermore, during the trip to the Lin Yuan Mysteries, we suffered so much and were so traumatized. What was it for? It's still not for the sake of the clan. We endured trials and tribulations, humiliation, and Master Teacher fought for us. What's wrong with that? Offending numerous sects. Isn't it because we were envied and deliberately targeted? There's no excuse for wanting to commit a crime. Yun Rinqing, she's gone too far. Mu Kingo sighed and shook her head. Master Yun is not that kind of person. If she was really greedy for power, she wouldn't have passed on the position of patriarch to Master Zun so early. I think there would be some things we don't know about this. Does Master Zun know about this? Zhou Yasi snorted coldly and said, What do I know? I don't know anything. Yun Rinqing is doing this, obviously relying on her high cultivation to oppress me. Wu Fei and Lin Shi are right. Doing this is nothing more than wanting to regain power, looking for a bunch of crappy excuses. Humph, do you really think that I, Zhou Yasi, am not made of clay? Want me to tie my hands? Dream on. Chapter 144, Bath? Can I watch this? Mu Kingo said with a sniff. Master, when the confinement is unblocked, we'll go together to find Master Yun. I'll clarify the reason to her. Master Yun is not an unsympathetic person. She must just want a statement. A cold light flashed in Zhou Yasi's eyes as she said, No need. There's nothing to say. From the day we first came back, she questioned me in front of so many people, berating me, treating me like a little girl who made a mistake and was being lectured. Whatever gave me face, whatever put me, the patriarch, in her eyes? If it wasn't for my dedication over the years, would the Tianxian sect be where it is now? She is seizing the leisure in the back of the mountain and wants to sit back and enjoy her success when she gets out of the gate. Think beautifully. It won't be as she wishes. Mu Kingo frowned, wanting to say something but unable to do so. She understood her master's nature and would definitely not compromise. The two of them, Hua Wu Lin Shi, frowned. If Yunrin Xing really suppressed their master and locked him up in the back of the mountain, they would not have a good life. They would definitely be liquidated. Asked, Master, Yunrin Xing has now advanced to the spirit sect realm. How should we cope with just a few of us? Zhou Yasi sneered. Spirit sect realm only. In a few days Master will also reach it. Moreover, if Master didn't have a full grasp of the situation, how would he go back to the sect so easily and go into the tiger's mouth? Do you all remember the man in black that day when Master injured Stopwater and saved Master from going away with him? He is also at the spirit sect realm, stronger than Yun Rinxing. He will be coming to Tianxian sect in the next 2 days, and there will be more than one spirit zone realm. In that case, would you still think that Master has no way out? Flower Mistake and Lin Shi were surprised and looked at each other with joy. In that case, there was really no need to worry. Mu Kingo frowned, vaguely feeling as if Master was plotting something without telling them. But in this situation, it was not good for her to pursue the matter. Saying stop the water, Mu Kingo said with worry, the outside world has gone crazy. Saying that stopping water defeated Jun Macho with a crushing victory, seriously injured the spirit sect realm's flower rain tower, and even triggered a heavenly tribulation that injured Shuyunshin. He's actually so powerful. Master, we mustn't mess with Jishui again, or else, we will definitely incur the trouble of killing ourselves. Speaking of this, Zhou Yasi mumbled in a rare dumbfounded manner. If I had known that he had such strong backing, to the point where even spirit exalted realm existences were guarding him, how would I have dared to take a shot at him? The day he was injured, the big fat ass rats in the Ling Yuan secret realm let us endure such humiliation. Although I am indignant, but I can't rise a little bit of wanting to retaliate. I am really afraid. If I dare to bully him again, the next time I guess it won't be those fat ass rats of the fifth order. I am afraid that my head will have to be moved. You can rest assured. And then encounter stop the water. The master avoided to go away. Is not it okay? At the mention of this, everyone's hearts palpitated. Even Mu Kingo's face turned pale with fear. Said, I'm going to take a shower. Flower Mistake and Lin Shi were even more unbearable. Shivering in place, they also left individually. Zhou Yasi was stunned. Suddenly her face became embarrassed and she also hurriedly hugged her clothes and left. Sol Yu wanted to retreat, but when he heard about bathing, he became interested, and his eyes glowed with a thieving light. Mu Kingo picked a cream-colored shirt with large peony flowers embroidered on it. Mu Kingo has a habit. Bathing only like to use the mana produced by a hollow waterwood willow tree outside the door in the early morning. This kind of hollow waterwood willow is just a lot of water. You can catch several pokes in the morning, enough for her to bathe. The palm of his hand rested on the edge of the tub, and with a slight use of his spiritual energy, the bath water gave birth to a faint warm rhythmic mist, and the water temperature was just right. Sprinkle rosy petals, and then drop a few drops of jade bottle containing the favorite perfume, which is still the soul of the you that time to save up money to buy. Qinghuan Yulong Xiang. Omi Kingo came to look in front of her eyes and realized that there wasn't much left. She was slightly stunned inside. In the past, when Sol Yu was here, these things can never be missing. Every time will be prepared several bottles for her to use. Now Sol Yu left. Many things in life have become troublesome trivial. No one for her to worry about. Stunned for a moment, she wondered what she was thinking. Mu Kingo began to undress. Your mind, dark road. He. I didn't have such a chance to see it in my previous life, but I can feast my eyes on it in this life. If I'm in front of it, I'm not going to give it a bad review. So skinny, but the upper body is touching. It's so incongruous. Mu Qingqing her silk skirt and pants slipped off. Her skin was tight. At the small of the abdomen, a belly button in the shape of a butterfly is intriguing and durable. Sol Yu's breathing was unconsciously slightly ragged. The fire leapt up, and his mouth went dry as he licked his lips. Plop. Steady fall into the bucket. The petals in the water to hide the shy and delicate body. Mischievous hidden. Reverie again and again. Scooping up a ladle of water and dumping it over his shoulder. The water flowed down as if it were a waterfall, leaving a crystal dewdrop on his shoulder. On the gloriously clean back, 3,000 strands of green silk hung down softly and floated on the water's surface. She washed meticulously, carefully, every inch of her skin, scrubbing it one by one. After looking at it for a while, Sol Yu felt that it was meaningless and withdrew from the mind's eye, and the clear spring flowed in his body, trickling aura flowing through, calming the agitation in his heart. Slowly opening his eyes, Sol Yu murmured, is Master Yun pursuing his responsibility, banning Zhou Yasi's several people? and going to regain control of the sect leader's position? It's time for Tianxian's sect to be fixed. If we let Zhou Yasi run amok, I won't be the only one with a cold heart. Is Zhou Yasi in league with that man in black, and will be rushing to the Tianxian sect in the near future to back up Zhou Yasi? If that's really the case, things are a bit bad. Master Yun has not long been promoted to the spirit sect realm. I don't know if he can hold back that man in black. I have no attachment to the Tianxian sect, and the only thing that comforts my heart is Master Yun. She must not be alright. It seems that a trip to the Tianxian sect will be necessary in the near future. Zhou Yasi and the others injured me and were stopped by a spirit-exalted realm powerhouse. And that spirit-exalted powerhouse opened the Lin Yuan secret realm and released the fat-ass rats to punish them? Why didn't I know about this? Who could the spirit-exalted realm be? Could it be that what I sensed that day wasn't wrong? And that the fat-ass rats did go out of the Lin Yuan secret realm? And also vaguely sensed that time when Zhou Yasi and the girl's aura, including the changes in some of the rule forces in the Lin Yuan secret realm, were the spirit dignity realm powerhouses that they were talking about? Who could it be? It's hard to believe that the new protector of the Soul clan has arrived. Has it been hiding beside me all this time? Thinking of this, Soul Yu looked around and silently sensed, but did not find anything for a long time, and his heart became even more puzzled. I don't know what's going on. He always felt panicky and didn't understand what was wrong or if he was being paranoid. But now a lot of seedlings are pointing to Yunrinching, which makes him very worried. Chapter 145, Soul Yu's Indifference. Mo Chioli's Remorse. When Soul Yu returned from the depths of the demonic beast mountain range and rendezvoused with Mo Chioli, the woman was seriously injured, being wounded by a spiritual heaven realm high-level demonic beast and nearly dying. Soul Yu looked at her coldly, just looking at her with mockery on his face. Aren't you always calling me a loser? What? Are you dilapidated now? You can't even deal with such a pale wolf. You actually have the guts to try to kill me. Hopelessly stupid. Fight. If you die today, I can collect your body for you. I'll lose interest in even torturing you if you're such a weakling. Mo Chioli was beaten all over his body, without the ability to fight back, and nearly lost his life. Soul Yu nibbled up the 8 precious chicken wings with interest, and also drank a few mouthfuls of wine. As she was knocked out time and time again, Soul Yu didn't even have the interest to look at her more than once, and instead, he appreciated the infinite spring light that was revealed. Mo Chioli clenched her silver teeth. Her heart was stubborn and unwilling to give in, and in the end, she made use of her own flying sword, and after exhausting all of her energy, she finally decapitated the demonic beast. She, in turn, managed to advance to the spirit heaven advanced realm before fainting. Mo Chioli awoke more than an hour later, and without waiting for her to rejoice, she heard Soul Yu say, "Hungry, make a fire and cook." Mo Chioli huffed. No way. It's true that she doesn't know how. When has she ever cooked in all these years? She couldn't even cut up the simplest of vegetables. Soul Yu said in a gloomy voice, "You'd better understand what kind of situation you're in now, and also figure out what kind of position you're in. I didn't drive the slave seal that was planted. And if you want to turn into a downright sentient marionette puppet, you'd better try talking to me in such a tone of voice again." Mo Chioli was stunned, unwilling but unable to do anything about it. The pain of that burning tearing her heart and mind, she really couldn't endure it, dragging her heavily injured and exhausted body. Mo Chioli went to collect firewood, not even having time to change her clothes, and every time she moved, she would tug at her injuries making her in pain, and with her shredded clothes, she would also reveal her spring light from time to time, but there was nothing she could do about it. Even if she wanted to change her clothes and do something again, she would invite Soul Yu's merciless rebuke. Covered in dirt, her face stained with mud, and limping to set a bundle of firewood in place, she stood still, overwhelmed as she didn't know what to do next. Soul Yu said with a cold face, "I really don't know what trash like you can do. You're only good for nothing, except holding a broken sword, and you should be thankful for this world that you've lived this long. Why don't you go get the ingredients? You're going to be roasted like a candy cane?" Mo Chioli indignation. How could she not know that people who cultivate have long since stopped needing to eat to maintain their activity? It was just that they wanted to torture themselves. She preferred not to give in, and walked towards the mountains and forests alone. Looking at her clumsiness, even a pheasant to catch the trouble, Soul Yu cannot help but another burst of mocking tirade. "Really stupid woman." Mo Chioli cursed. "Stupid man. What a..." After consuming a long time, Mo Chioli finally handed Soul Yu a somewhat blackened roasted wild precious chicken with a humble gesture. Soul Yu frowned at the burnt chicken and looked coldly at Mo Chioli, who unconsciously lowered his head and picked up a fish, setting it up to roast. Soul Yu took only one bite and threw the roasted chicken on the ground, kicking over the fire, sparks splattering down on her arm and burning a few red blood marks. "What is this stuff you're baking? Is it for people to eat? Do you want to poison me? What a waste." You can't even roast a chicken. Why don't you go to hell? After scolding, Solyu walked away in a negative manner and personally went to the mountains to catch some exotic wild foods. Chioli was aggrieved, but her face remained condensed. She suddenly felt that this was familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere, silently gathering the woodpile while thinking. Suddenly, she froze and remembered something from the past. That time, the division mission. No cultivation Solyu stalker followed. Do not worry about them and Xiaohan together. It was dark, hungry, and at that time, the cultivation was not high, but also needed food to replenish energy stamina. When Mu Qing'an's a word, Solyu, as he did today, ran alone into the mountains and forests to catch chickens and fish. His movements were skillful, and in a few moments, he captured a number of ingredients. All 5 of them sat aside to warm up and chat. None of them came forward to help. The entire process of handling ingredients, Solyu was handy and very skillful. Xiaohan teased that Solyu was suitable to be a cook in the mortal world. Straight hands skillful. When he made several colorful and flavorful dishes and served them up, everyone's appetite was wide open. Xiaohan was the first to move his chopsticks, but was stopped by Solyu to let Mu Qinggo eat first. The unhappy Xiaohan threw away his chopsticks and left in a negative mood. Mu Qinggo and Hua Wu several people while Solyu did a long time. Good food overturned on the ground. Then Hate Voice cursed those words just now. And Chioli also followed the concurrence, but also kicked a pot of vegetables to him. Will burn him. Thinking of this scene, Chioli's original resentful and aggrieved mood suddenly came to a halt, and she turned her head to look at Solyu, who had already returned with several kinds of ingredients and game. Her face pale and her eyes apologetic. At this moment, she suddenly realized that how she used to be tortured to treat Solyu, and now she has such encounters. Really should be. What qualifications aggrieved resentment? This is not all she had done to Solyu before? Ignoring the burns on her arms, she nimbly cleaned up the fire, rearranged the barbecue grill and the fire before Solyu came, silently sat down next to her in a crouching position with the half-cooked barbecued fish, and nibbled on it with her hands cradling the charred, dropped barbecued fish on the ground. Solyu frowned at her and didn't say anything, roasting the 2 squabs on his own, sprinkling some seasonings unique to this world on them from time to time. Chioli occasionally sneaked a glance and felt some remorse in his heart. Meanwhile, Hua Qiangu searched in the San Emperor City and nearby cities and villages. There has been no clues to stop the water. During the period of Disc killed a lot of youths. People are afraid. Complaining. Hua Yulo became even angrier, determined with one mind that stopping the water was the murderer of Jun Macho. Otherwise how could he have hidden so deeply and disappeared so crisply? Hua Yulu determined that from killing Jun Macho and then fleeing the San Emperor City, the time left for stopping water was not much, and he reacted with great speed, sending out a pursuit order the first time he sensed Jun Macho's death, with no more than a few hours between them. Moreover, all the other cities had Flower Thousand Valley garrisons, and they acted quickly when they received the order, and it was impossible for Stopper and the others to be so swift. Therefore, he concluded that Stopper and his group must have entered the demonic beast mountain range and traveled through it. He ordered, expanding the scope of the search, concentrating manpower and the power of the clan's foreign beasts, heading towards the demonic beast mountain range, bound to find stop water. Even if it alarmed the powerful existences inside, it was not enough to be spared. It was also at the same time that Solyu and the others were eating that Hua Qiangu drove into the magical beast mountain range in large quantities and conducted a large-scale carpet search, not sparing any of the suspicious locations. Chapter 146, Planted Evidence. In the middle of the afternoon, the sun was hot and dry. Many demonic beasts came out of their caves and looked around for water, and the shade-loving spirit snakes could only huddle between the leaves of the trees to avoid the sunlight. Solyu traveled through the mountains and forests at a fast speed. Chioli chased after him at full speed, but he was never able to get a clear view of the figure in front of him. Solyu finally decided to go back to Tianxian's sect to take a look. As long as he was sure that Yun Rinqing was unharmed, he would have no more attachment to Tianxian's sect, and combined with what White Heron said that day, and the words he heard when he spied on Mu Qinggo, he always felt that Zhou Yasi had joined forces with the men in black to make a move on Yun Rinqing, and wanted her to take precautions earlier. Only, along the way, he always felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird, and finally, he stopped at a large tree, below which looked like a few sect disciples were taking a break. Upon closer inspection, it's someone from the Valley of Flowers. Senior brother, you say, the Valley Master let us enter the mountain to search. That stop water is surrounded by strong men, not to mention those of Taoist Green Emblem and Bone Sect Master, but stop water itself, someone who can seriously injure the Valley Master. Can it be dealt with by us? The minions? Who says it isn't? But it can't be helped. The outside world can't search for it. The Valley Master swore to avenge the Saint Sun, and this demonic beast mountain range still has to come. the Valley Master said. The Mocho Saint's son died in the hands of Stop Water. He will definitely drive it to extinction. If anyone can find the whereabouts of Stop Water, don't scare the snakes. Just crush the clan's distress talisman. There will be an elder or the patriarch to come. There is nothing to worry about. Moreover, don't forget that the Valley Master personally promised that if someone helps the clan capture Stop Water, they can directly qualify for promotion to Core Disciple. TSK Tisk, Core Disciple can't even dream of it. I'm afraid this is the easiest time for us to be promoted to Core Disciple. So don't slack off. Take a short break. We still have to continue our search. Solyu, who was hidden behind a tree, frowned in confusion. Jun Macho is dead? What happened? Am I the murderer? What the hell? In that case, we must first find out the situation before we can do so. Otherwise, like a headless fly just focusing on moving forward, if we run into the encirclement of the Hua Qiangu, it will be troublesome. Although he is not afraid, if this delays his journey, the Tianxian sects sighed. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Dozens of ice cones emerged in his palm and shot out violently, like 10-fingered cannonballs, resounding with the sound of breaking wind. Below, the 7 disciples were just about to disperse and search, when one of the leading senior brothers suddenly heard the sound of breaking wind and sensed the danger. He bellowed, "Careful!" But it was too late. 6 people had their throats sealed. The ice picks were accurately shot into their throats, and before the 6 people could react, they collapsed to the ground and lost their breath. Several other ice picks shot at the man's body, avoiding the vitals and blocking all of his movement and spiritual energy. Unable to crush the clan's distress talisman, fear showing in his eyes, his throat involuntarily swallowing saliva. Ice picks, the power of cold, stopping water. It was the sign of Stopper's attack, and the whole clan knew it had caught up with him. In the next moment, Solyu floated down from the heights and stood in front of him with his hands behind his back. Solyu kept his eyes open, and when he came down, he put on a human skin mask to show himself as Stopper, and even his clothes were changed to the black and gray color they once were. Coming to him, Solyu cocked his head at him and asked, "Are you guys looking for me?" This senior brother swallowed his saliva. Sweat dripped from his forehead. The corners of his mouth trembled, and his body trembled. Solyu raised his arm, and an ice cone emerged in his palm, aiming it at him, and said in a cold voice, "If you don't talk, then just die." The man's teeth chattered as he felt the power of the ice pick near him that made him despair, and he shuddered with fear. Finally spoke up. "Yes, it was the Valley Master who gave the order to search for you on all fronts, bound to capture you back." Solyu frowned and asked, "You guys just said that Jun Macho is dead? When did this happen? And who decided that I was the murderer?" The man replied, "The day before yesterday. Jun Macho died the day before yesterday, when the Valley Master arranged for someone to deliver the medicine. He found that the Valley Master personally examined the injuries, and the power of cold ice was detected in the blood veins and meridians, with strands of sealing power remaining on them. You used the great shark of cold ice power to seriously injure the Valley Master. The Valley Master was able to sense the spiritual power of the same origin as you and concluded that you are the murderer, and is searching all roads and villages, towns, and cities, and has already captured no less than 100 people who are similar to you in figure. Now the Valley Master has ordered to search the Devil Beast mountain range with all his might, concluding that you haven't fled far. I've said everything I need to say. Please let me go and spare my life. I'll turn my head and leave, break away from the Flower Thousand Valley, and definitely won't denounce you." Solyu looked at him and without the slightest hesitation, an ice pick in his palm shot out and didn't enter his throat. Solyu frowned in thought and murmured, "Who is it? Why did you kill Jun Macho to frame me? Could it be Xiao Han? Besides him, who else would have such a motive? What is the purpose of doing this? Is there anything unusual about picking such a point in time? Could it be that the Flower Rain building is directing itself, with Jun Macho faking her death, using such a name to plant evidence, and lifting the entire clan against me to avenge the revenge of that day and snatch the Imperial artifact in the process?" Solyu was clueless. The information was too little to integrate and judge. Maybe these disciples didn't know either. It seemed that he had to find some people who were big enough to ask. Solyu searched the man's spatial ring for the unique clan rescue spirit talisman of the Flower Thousand Valley and put it away. After waiting for about half a quarter of an hour, Mo Chioli finally arrived, and Solyu impatiently said, "Grinding away is not as fast as a donkey." Mo Chioli crossed his eyes, did not say anything, and helped herself to rest on the stone platform next to her. Her legs were weak and she sat down, gasping for breath. Her face reddened. Obviously she had used her full strength to catch up. Suddenly, she noticed a few corpses next to her and recognized them as people from the Flower Thousand Valley. Frozen looked at Solyu, unsure. Solyu said, "Jun Macho died. Huayulu measured that it was my cold ice power that did it. and decided that I was the murderer being captured along the way. You go back to Tianxian sect first. I need to figure out what's going on. Could it be your favorite junior brother Xiaohan coming back to mess things up? I'll catch up with you after I'm done solving it. Mo Chioli's eyes were wide and unbelievable. She did know that Sol Yu could never be the murderer. At the mention of Xiaohan, her eyes and expression visibly fluctuated, but Sol Yu ignored it. A chilling voice said, "You should know clearly what the consequences of talking nonsense about me will be. I still want to give Zhou Yasimu Kingo them a big surprise, tearing down my good stage. You will live that life worse than death every day." Mo Chioli was afraid and shook his head slightly, indicating that he would not talk nonsense. Sol Yu continued, "You don't need to disguise yourself, just go straight to the mainland. No one should give you a hard time. Don't ask or think too much, just hurry your way." Mo Chioli nodded and said, "Got it." After taking 2 steps, he turned his head again, mumbled a few times, and said, "Careful. Asterisk 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 off." Chapter 147, Fragrant Mandala. Many people are trapped. After Mo Chioli walked away, Sol Yu sensed and darted in another direction. After flying for about an incense stick of time, at the edge of a small lake, there were a dozen people sitting around. Sol Yu suddenly appeared, as if a wolf had entered a flock of sheep, slaughtering to his heart's content, and within a few breaths, he had killed everyone for sure, leaving only one seriously injured. Sol Yu pressed his palm on his wound, and the power of cold ice froze the wound, giving him a chance to survive. Asked, "Who sits in this neighborhood? And how many people in total are here to capture me?" "You only get one chance to answer." "Stop, stop, you're stop." The man shivered. "Yes, it's elder son Bo leading the team. She's a spirit emperor with 5-star strength. There's a total of more than 100 people searching in this vicinity. You let me go. I'll pretend that I haven't met you." Sol Yu laughed sardonically. "Blame it on the fact that you've joined the wrong clan. No one from the Flower Thousand Valley will be spared. In your next life, wipe your eyes and pick a good portal." Spiritual energy gushed out, and the power of cold ice spread rapidly from the wound, freezing him into an ice sculpture in a few breaths. Dead. 5 stars of the Spirit Emperor realm? This isn't good anymore. If we can't resolve the fight as fast as possible and get dragged down by her, it'll be hard to get out when we're caught in a passive situation behind us. But only an elder-level figure could possibly know the details, and everyone else is afraid that they will just follow orders. Sol Yu mused, saying, "A 5-star rank of Spirit Emperor isn't worth wasting an Imperial Spirit Divine symbol on." Looking at the frozen Flower Thousand Valley disciples, Sol Yu fell into deep thought, and with a flash of light, thought of a way. In the spirit medicine field, he had dug up a spirit medicine at that time, and the medicinal effect was very powerful. There were a few pink fragrant mandarins in this, a very powerful aphrodisiac herb, the size of a palm. Sol Yu was aware of the power of this thing. With only a tenth of this, it could make a giant elephant of oversized size lose its mind. Even if it was functionally impaired, it could still bring him back to life. Even a strong person of the 7th or 8th rank couldn't suppress the aftereffects of this herb. Once taken, within half an hour of not having intercourse, Boa will be aura disorder, desire fire burning body and die. Even if it is a strong spirit dharma realm, not timely treatment or will force the medicinal power out of the body, but also have the fear of life, and may even be cultivation is destroyed. Sol Yu took out a piece of fragrant mandala, cut a small thumb plus cover size a piece of this piece of power, that Spirit Emperor realm elders absolutely cannot withstand. Divided into many parts, Sol Yu will melt the medicinal power into the ice water, all fused on all the corpses, reserved for hair-thin spikes. As long as the power of this ice cone is touched, it will surely cut through the palm of the hand, and the medicinal power will spread into the blood veins extremely quickly. And Sol Yu found that even if the corpse fused so much, at this time has also been the body flooded with gusts of pink, cannot help but stagger. This medicine is really fierce and overbearing. Even corpses can start the effect of medicine. Then there was this lake, which could also be used as an article, and it was necessary to ensure that after that elder's medication kicked in, he himself would be able to settle the battle in a short time, and never delay. He leapt into the water and made some arrangements in the water, and after a few minutes, he stood on the surface and crushed the Huaqiangu SOS spiritual symbol. The moment the spirit talisman was crushed, a breath flew high into the air, blooming a 4-leafed flower-shaped signal in the air, crushed 4 in a row for a quick fix. After a while, there was a roar of beasts from outside, and large swaths of birds of prey swooped up from the northwest, squawking in panic. Sol Yu said darkly, "Coming." The body slowly sank and disappeared into the lake, and the water once again fell into a calm, unruffled state. A few minutes later, the birds in this grove were once again startled into flight, wailing and squawking as if something horrible was approaching and fleeing in panic. Sure enough, the next moment, a short figure approached at a rapid pace, and in a few breaths, it arrived at the edge of the lake. Looking at the dozen or so disciples who had long since been cut off from life, Sun Bo was furious. This Sun Bo is short, only 1 meter 3 or 4, with a clear face and 2 cheeks that are a little red. One by one, she checked the injuries of these people, and bizarrely, there was a finger-sized, pink ice flake in each of their wounds, and all of their bodies were slightly pink in color. She closed her eyes and touched the top of one of the clumps, and suddenly she was stabbed with a needle, which made her wary. After carefully sensing the situation and realizing that everything was as it should be, he examined it again. Under the detailed sensing, in addition to the strong cold ice power, above really remains a weak sealing power. Must be that stop water undoubtedly. A group of figures swept in at great speed. There were 5 spirit monarch realms. One could barely enter the spirit king realm, totaling no less than 100 or so people. Elder, this is the power of cold ice. Is it stopping water? Sun Bo's face was full of murderous anger, and his voice was as if he was a little girl, saying, if it's not this maniacal little child, who else can it be? The rat who hides his head and shows his tail, killing so many disciples. If I don't cut him alive, I won't be surnamed Sun. Ha! What's this? Why is it pink? With that said, several men and women came up to gawk and reach out to touch them, all feeling somewhat inexplicably sapped by something. Sun Bo said, Chase, I don't believe how far he can run. Just as he was about to power up and fly, Sun Bo suddenly stalled and stood still. His body was hot and dry, unusually uncomfortable. She exclaimed, oh no, poisoned, it's the pink ice needle from earlier. She exclaimed hastily, don't touch those pink ice flakes, get away. Her heart was unbearably hot, boundless desire rising, and at dozens of years of age, how could she not know what was going on? She cursed angrily, shameless child, actually put an aphrodisiac. What is this? Why is the medicine so ferocious? She hurriedly sat on her knees and applied her energy to force the poison, wanting to force the medicine out of her body, only that it was so ferocious that she actually had an exceptionally hard time suppressing it. Almost with all his strength, he was able to stop it from flaring up, and with a little relaxation, the nameless evil fire was like a well blowing up, bursting out at any time. On the contrary, the other disciples who had touched the ice floss, at this time, they could not suppress it. Their bodies flushed pink, their faces flushed and even grew bumps, which was a sign that the medicine had already kicked in. Just as she tried to utter a reminder of the scolding, her open mouth turned into a soft hum and she hastily shut up. A few disciples with low cultivation were hot and dry, their eyes were bloodshot, and they were roaring lowly as if they were wild beasts. The others, seeing this, were alarmed, moving their feet slowly and retreating backwards. They had a bad feeling. However, they had clearly underestimated the power of the drug, and it didn't give them a chance to retreat at all. 2 female disciples, restless, eyes intoxicated trance, unconsciously licked lips, only to feel the body strange itching unbearable, causing the rear male disciples swallowed saliva. The fire of desire in the eyes enthusiastic, cannot resist that restlessness. Chapter 148. Scented mandalas represent whispering and intoxication. When all these are combined, no one can resist such temptation and excitement. This beach has never been calmer. With a moving melody, like a whisperer murmuring, the beach is filled with love songs, non-stop in the endeavor. Embark on the journey, as if the symphony orchestra in the ensemble of the most beautiful chapter, the beginning and end of the turn. One you mellifluous, there's being drawn on all the potential, and there's being painfully dreamy, yet evocative. There was blood spilled and the disorientation of overwhelming exhaustion. The effects of the drug were contagious, and the Shakti bond flowed through the bloodstream, affecting a large portion of the population. In such a windy and cross-snake atmosphere, Sun Bo's suppression power was weakening at an extremely fast pace, and had already reached the edge of losing control. The pink color of her body was spreading, the fire in her heart couldn't be doused, her breathing was rapid, her body trembling. No matter what, she couldn't diminish that limitless fantasy. Just when the emotions were the most tense and angsty, the originally calm water surface suddenly fluctuated. Countless ice needles pierced through the space, breaking through the water in an instant, as if it were a hive of bees in a dense manner. A large number of Flower Thousand Valley disciples were pierced by the ice needles and lost their lives, and some were about to reach the tipping point but collapsed at the point where they were on the threshold before reaching glory. Some were already weak, and were directly zapped into a sieve, fixed in a moment of weakness and powerlessness. Sun Bo wanted to block it, and with a little effort, the medicine in his body began to flare up, as if it were a dike, out of control, and could no longer be suppressed. A large piece of lake water surged out, drowning those people, and at the same time, unleashing the Ice Seal Miles battle technique, freezing all those people. Sun Bo's eyes were crimson, her body was unbearable and unbearable, She could feel that if she still couldn't release that boundless desire, she would be engulfed in her mind by that powerful medicinal power, and her blood veins and meridians would burst and die, and no one would be able to save her. The water surface exploded and Solyu came behind Sunbo. The power of cold ice temporarily sealed her movement. Countless sharp cones against the back of Sunbo's head. The slightest movement would shoot her into a hedgehog. Solyu asked in a cold voice, "Is Jun Macho really dead? Or is this a bitter trick staged by you? Using Jun Macho to fake her death? Set me up, and lay siege to me in order to renew the matters that you didn't understand last time and seize the Imperial artifact and the rootless water?" Sunbo suffocated. Actually will be such a shameless child. Under the aphrodisiac despicable means to put themselves in danger. At this time and heard him this shameless slanderous words. Rage. You despicable little child. Actually using such underhanded tactics against me. You really deserve to die. A shameless little child like you is worthy of me. Hua Qiangu. Using schemes? Joke. Killing our saint son, but pretending to be innocent in front of me. Biting back at us for trying to rob you of your imperial artifact. How could there be such a lowly and disgusting person? If I get out of this trap, I will be the first to kill you. Solyu sniffed and frowned. The tone of this person's insults was genuine. Unlike faking, that is, Jun Macho is really dead? Still wanting to make sure, Solyu lifted the miles of ice seal skill and used only the water waves to form a water prison tens of feet high, surrounding everyone inside. At this time, in addition to the body in the incense mandala of those people, still devouring red eyes looking for a breakthrough target, dead wounded, have the power to fight has also been scared of the soul. How can they not expect? Killed so many Flower Thousand Valley disciples. Stop the water actually did not leave. Once again attacked and killed Elder's son led them, but also with the means of poisoning, so that they have no power to fight back. Solyu asked in a chilling, scolding voice. Last chance. Who killed Jun Macho and why did they frame me? Sunbo was furious. You dare to do not dare to be a coward. Actually have the face to ask. Obviously you. Defeat Mo Cho. Afraid of his injury after revenge you. You are afraid. So while we are not prepared to assassinate Emocho, and now have the face to ask out this, really villain, ha ha ha, just wait, soon you will die without a burial place. The Valley Master has already ordered someone to send a letter to the Central State. The Jun family of the Central State will soon come to deal with this matter. You and Taoist Green Emblem and the others, will surely be doomed. In that case, Jun Macho is really dead, not killed by Solyu. Someone is framing him behind the scenes. Who is it? Who? Xiao Han? Solyu grunted coldly. In that case, you can all go to hell. Whether I die without a burial or not, you people won't see it anyway. After saying that, Solyu no longer stayed his hand, and the wall of water rolled up 1,000 waves and poured down, about to bury everyone. Unwilling to do so, that Sunbo actually ignored the onset of the medicine and forcefully operated his spiritual energy to attack Solyu. She was furious, completely desperate to fight, disregarding the strong medicinal power on her body. At the same time, a very huge four-leafed flower blossomed in the sky, and someone fired the most powerful distress signal, a signal that could still be seen and perceived even from 10,000 miles away. Sunbo had already fallen into madness, like a wild beast with no consciousness of ecstasy, and began to attack recklessly and indiscriminately, not giving Solyu the slightest chance at all. A distant roar came from the southwest direction. The energy contained in that roar must be at the high level of the Spirit Emperor realm. He didn't dare to delay. Using the fighting technique, he forcibly broke away from the battle circle and fled at great speed. Sunbo, who had lost his target, froze for a moment, and when he heard an unpleasant sound coming from below, he instantly inspired all the medicinal power and madness, and with a loud roar, she rushed down. She needed to be uncontrollable. She had to calm herself down or something would really go wrong. She ran away and left at breakneck speed. Flower Thousand Valley fanfare search stop water. Clearly tell the world. They want to stop water arrest. For Jun Macho Snow hate, guilty of Flower Thousand Valley of sinners, must be liquidated. Flower Thousand Valley Majesty, no need for anyone to provoke, not to mention beheading a saintly son like Jun Macho, or in the Flower Thousand Valleys compound. It was simply a strange shame, and only blood could wash away this boundless shame and sin. It was also on this day that a scandal that shocked the world was once again rumored in the Flower Thousand Valley. Somehow, the injured elders and disciples wind up on the beach under the scorching heat of the sun, discussing the fight with great vigor. The elders' thoughts were through and through, and the surviving disciples were swarming with demons, exhausted, and left with nothing but infinite recollections. A gust of breeze drifted across the sky, dispersing the one pink scent as it wandered through the air. Some people saw it with their own eyes, and described it in colorful ways, and for a while, it was all spread. It was said that the elders who received the distress signal and rushed there later blocked the spiritual force veins and suppressed the spread of the medicine seizure before ending the scandal. Hua Yulo was enraged and personally led his men to chase after him, bound to tear stopping water in half, recklessly breaking into the demonic beast mountain range. All the disciples and elders of the Flower Thousand Valleys all surrounded them, purging that area of the demonic beast strip. Not even a single frog was spared. At the same time, those who spread rumors were arrested and killed on the spot, and people were terrified. Chapter 149, The Dark Lord. Dark night. Deep in the dense forest. Heavy rain. The heavens were not kind. The rain poured down. The leaves were knocked off countless trees. The new loose soil smashed out a pothole. And the rain was so loud that it was almost impossible to hear any other sound. A curtain of rain fell, smashing people's heads as if it were hail. The rain came too suddenly, and the disciples of the Flower Thousand Valley who were searching all over the mountain did not get the order to retreat, so they could only move forward in the rain curtain. Suddenly, dozens of disciples howled miserably and fell to the ground in agony. The blood was washed away instantly. The crowd was shocked and rushed forward to check. Suddenly, a dozen more people fell to the ground dead, without a sound. Fearful, the disciples gathered back to back and looked around vigilantly. Only, in the darkness of the night, the rain was too heavy to see anything clearly. They gathered together and slowly retreated backward. And the Spirit Emperor Realm Elder was alert, letting go of his divine sense and spreading it around. But sensing nothing, he held up the Spirit Emperor Realm Light Shield and went up to check on those who were dead. After checking it out, he hurriedly shouted out, "It's ice! Everyone hold up their shields with their psychic powers. There are ice needles mixed in with the rain. The bastard stopper is nearby. Everyone strengthen their guards." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly opened their shields and searched around through the rain. The rain got heavier and heavier, but there were no more casualties here. As if the sneak attackers deep in the dark night rain were no more. Suddenly, a shriek came from a luxuriant giant tree in front of them, and a large number of branches trembled, as if there was something unusual hiding there, waiting for a chance to find a breakthrough and give them a fatal blow at any time. The Spirit Emperor Elder's face grimaced as he roared, "Stop water bastard! Where to run? Dare to barge in here and kill? Today is the day you are buried." That elder darted over at extreme speed and broke into the patch of trees in a few moments. The place was once again in darkness, with only the sound of rain hitting everything, and nothing else to be heard. Boom! Zip! The crowd, gathered back to back, was startled, like frightened rabbits, and almost jumped. A silver arc of lightning crossed the sky as if it had smashed down above the ground, illuminating the dark night sky. The eyes were in a trance. There was no movement, and the rain was still as heavy as ever. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes staring blankly at the direction of the tree where their own elder had flown off to. A moment of puzzlement as to why there hadn't been any movement coming out after being there for so long. There was another flash of lightning and thunder. This time it was even more powerful, lighting up almost the entire sky. That senior brother who stood at the very front looked up and suddenly saw that a cold and frosty face with cold and cruel eyes appeared in front of his eyes, close at hand, with a touch of cruel teasing at the corner of his mouth. Immediately after that, he realized that he was spinning in the sky and his body was as light as a swallow, and it turned out that his head was cut off and flew into the air. On Sol Yu's face, a bloodthirsty smile appeared. Subsequently, Sol Yu turned rain into ice. Countless ice picks and ice needles shot out, while his body flickered as if he were a wolf entering a flock of sheep, beginning a dark night slaughter. In a dozen breaths of time, there was no one left standing, and the team of nearly 100 people all lost their lives. Through the curtain of rain, his body faded and was hidden in the darkness of the night rain. Not long after, that elder came back, incredulously looking at the scene in front of him and letting out a furious roar. "Ah, stopper, you bastard, get the hell out of here. What are you if you have the ability to fight me head-on and pull a sneak attack like that?" He had just finished his angry roar when he vaguely saw a figure coming through the curtain of rain, reflected by electric flashes as if he were a thunderbolt Dharma King. He frowned and looked closer. In the next moment, the rain suddenly roared, and a huge dragon head condensed, whistling and rushing towards him. He hastily retreated, and at the same time, his spiritual energy erupted, forming a huge fierce tiger in response. Boom! Boom! The energy collision produced a sonic boom, as if the rain curtain had stagnated for a moment. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as countless silver arcs streamed across the sky, reflecting Stopper's cold and unfeeling face and chilling him to the bone. "Eh, aha! You bastard! Die for me!" Countless spiritual power attacks shot towards Sol Yu, recklessly exploding with all their might to crush him, but it had little effect, as if even this curtain of rain was splitting for Sol Yu. Suddenly, the rain seemed to come to a standstill, and the world seemed to fall into an eerie silence as everything was brought to a halt. The silver arc continued to cross the sky, but in the elder's eyes, The rain was slowed down more than 100-fold. The sky scratched bright. All those countless water droplets showed the figure of stopping the water. Millions of lights and shadows stayed, reflected in the electric flash arc. Oracle. Raging sharks. In the terrified eyes of the elders. In this heaven and earth, there were only berserk sharks left. Countless water-stopping figures, all with an ice shark rising in front of them. They were bloodthirsty and berserk. All the figures were in the same movement, looking cruelly at the elder and moving their hands together in the same motion. Stopper revealed a teasing, sardonic smile. Kill. Boom. The whole sky and earth no longer have other sounds. Mountains and rivers lose color. The rain screen are formed 10,000 feet of vacuum. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, trees, grass, flying insects, all were swept away, annihilated in the rain. As if creating a no-man's land, the underground earthworms have not been spared. Huawei dust. The elder did not even cry out, and watched himself turn into smoke a little bit and dissipate into the rain. It was a night that was destined to be sleepless. In the darkness of the rainy night, the lone wolf dances alone, enjoying the sing-song of death, cold and unforgiving. Cold winds, rain and frost. A figure, like a dark god of death, with a cold hunting blade in his hand, dragged his way through the rain, pulling out a bloody path. Even so the rain falls, but also cannot rinse that body residual blood gas, that bloodthirsty sharpness, solidified killing intent, vaguely rise a few feet high, forming a piece of crimson light, will be isolated from the rainfall. As the arcs of electricity flashed by, it seemed that the green lotus between that brow was tinted with a layer of scarlet color, demonic and bloodthirsty. Since you dared to search for me the entire time, you must be prepared to be hunted. Now, you are the prey. The bloodthirsty hunt continued to play out, with lightning and thunder illuminating half of the blood red, and the rain filled with the smell of blood. This night, Solyu mercilessly harvested more than 500 disciples of the Flower Thousand Valley, almost accounting for 1/5 of the people in the Flower Thousand Valley. This night, in addition to the Flower Thousand Valley, except for the Flower Rain House, everyone talked about the name Stop Water, and none of them were afraid of fear. It's finally dawn. The disciples of the Flower Thousand Valley who hadn't been killed by Solyu all breathed a huge sigh of relief. They hadn't slept through the night. They were scared to death. Every moment is like wandering back from the doorway of the Great Hall of Reincarnation. Any change can make them like birds of a feather. Their hearts are in their throats, as if the next moment will be that merciless ice harvest life, not see the rising sun. The crowd was different while their hearts were alarmed and prayed, hoping that their group was not so unlucky. Although they had no faith, they still expected the gods to bless them. And now, at last, it's light. That dark ghost finally could no longer be like the spectral death of the night, without a trace. They survived after all and did not dream of reincarnation when they closed their eyes. Boundless panic completely spread through the hearts of the people of the Flower Thousand Valley, demoralized and dejected. Grass. I quit. Why should we be sacrificed for a Jun macho? That Stop Water is an existence that injured Shui Yun Tian and seriously injured the Valley Master. How can we be an opponent? I don't want to die. I want to live. Pust. Heads fall to the ground. Hua Yu Lu appears. Chapter 150, Solyu's Speculation. Above the cloud peak. Early in the morning, the rain falls. It was slightly light, and before last night's raindrops had dissipated, today's morning light shone brilliantly. The water droplets on the leaves slid downward and gathered at the tips of the leaves about to drip, bringing the leaves fluttering and trembling. As a crystal falls, the gloom dissipates, and through the gaps in the leaves, the colorful sunlight shines. Like a dream, like a dream, like a dream. A collapsed and broken down cliff with a gap that could only accommodate one person sitting on a plate. Along the edge of the stone at the break in the cliff, water is still dripping. I don't know if it's last night's rain gathering, or this morning's manna flowing. Solyu tuned in and sat down. The smell of blood on his body was so strong that it couldn't be washed away for a long time. Snapping his eyes open with a momentary daze, he reached out to catch a few drops of water, his expression slightly stunned. Just now, after a night of carnage and less than half an hour of sleep, he had a very long dream, which was filled with Yun Rinqing's figure. Solyu frowned with a melancholic expression, not understanding if this was a sign of what was to come. The mood is quite unpleasant and irritable. Closing his eyes again, his mind sank into the green lotus demon pupil, wanting to see if, on the side of Mu Kingo and Joyasi, there was any movement. Now it was basically ruled out that Jun Macho's fake death was not a deliberate fabrication by the Flower Rain building. Then there was only one possibility. Someone had deliberately planted evidence to frame her. Why would they choose this node? After snooping on that day, combined with White Heron informing and also analyzing in the past few days, it should be that something big is going to happen in Tianxian sect. He highly suspected that it was the work of Xiao Han, who had returned in secret, and there was a high probability that he could be sure Master Yun was going to perform the act of abolishing the patriarch on Zhou Yasi, and if it went well, Zhou Yasi and his party would have no way out. Xiao Han, as their favorite junior brother, had many hopes pinned on him, and he shouldn't sit back and do nothing. There was also the man in black that Zhou Yasi had come into contact with, who had not only joined forces with Zhou Yasi to injure himself, but even had to go out of his way to back Zhou Yasi up. He had only appeared after Xiao Han had disappeared, and all the circumstances could indicate that it was possible that the man in black was one of the backstabbers of the soul body in Xiao Han's body. Only, he couldn't figure out that if Xiao Han had done it, why didn't he directly take action against himself, but instead killed Jun Macho and planted the evidence so that Hua Qiangu could take action? He didn't think that the matter of Soul Yu being stopper was exposed, and since it wasn't, there was some contradiction in all of this. With Xiao Han's resentment towards Soul Yu, wouldn't it be better to have this kind of powerful assistant on hand to defend the path and strike directly at himself? Why would he take the risky move of pulling Hua Qiangu down? Soul Yu murmured somberly. Doesn't make sense. Simply want to kill me. Why go to such great lengths? Master is not here. Moses is closed. I am alone. To kill me should be the best time to be right. If to one person out of the spirit zone realm, without special means I certainly cannot block. But what is the reasoning behind killing Jun Macho and having Flower Rain Tower surround me? Wanting him to test my strength and bottom line? Or is it to stall me? Does he know where I'm going? Or is Soul Yu's identity exposed? Cannot think. He has to observe the situation. If it is really Xiao Han returned, pull the Flower Rain building to block again. And Xiao Han has already known the soul of the Yu to go. Set up an ambush in the Tianxian sect. His own rashly go back. Ahead into the pocket that he prepared for himself. Catching turtles in a jar. Will not it be dangerous? Learning from his mistakes. Last time he was defenseless and was seriously injured by Zhou Yasi. This time, if he was so adventurous again, he would simply headbutt his way to death in this cliff. Also, if Master Yun abolished the patriarch, would Zhou Yasi strike out against Master Yun when she looked for a backer to help her? The previous Soul Yu might have thought that he wouldn't, because Zhou Yasi was brought up by Master Yun, and it was impossible for him to do something as beastly as that. But after experiencing this period of time, Soul Yu will not have this kind of retarded idea again. Zhou Yasi went crazy, disowned all 6 relatives, and has already taken Master Yun as the biggest enemy. If in the end there is really no trick, it is not ruled out that she will fall back on the Big Dipper, and perform the act of matricide. If Xiao Han showed up, the first thing he would definitely look for would be Mu Kingo, so he still had to start with her. Mind's Eye, activate. In the line of sight, Mu Kingo was walking on the road, followed by 2 Xinghal disciples in strict formation. They are grounded, not incarcerated, but can walk around the clan, but they have to be closely monitored. Walking broadly, he arrived at the sect's main hall in a short while, only to be told by the guarding disciple that Patriarch Yun was not present. Omiya Ching frowned, thinking that it was because Patriarch Yun didn't want to see her, and after asking again, she was told that today Patriarch Yun was in the sleeping room, and hadn't been in the main hall. Mu Qingli said thank you and walked towards Yun Rinching Nezame room. A voice came from behind her, making her a little bitter. That's strange, guarding the hall for so long. First time I've seen senior sister Mu Qing or Ticlio say thank you. Tisk. That's right. At that time when Zhou Yasi was in charge of the sect, how did their senior siblings ever look at us in the eyes? It's also that trash Soul Yu's humble speech and elegant demeanor, which is like them, nostrils facing the sky, who all look down on. Tisk. What is the saying? The fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Now that the Cloud Patriarch is in power, the first to take the knife Zhou Yasi. This knife is really wonderful. Now they are in a different situation. TSK, pin down their tails to do people is also considered to be aware of the time. Loud and unapologetic. Yun Rinching Nezame Room was a small independent courtyard on top of the highest peak of the entire Tianxian sect, which was filled with clouds all year round, as if one was in the middle of a sea of clouds, like an immortal traveling in the sky and overlooking Shaohua. The courtyard is very simple. The fence wall is circled. On the left and right sides there are small spiritual fields, which are planted with a few sparse spiritual medicines. There is a warm rhythmic aura flowing. It looks like the grade is not low. On the periphery of the spiritual field are a few cold starfruit and spirit cloud peach fruit trees that have grown for so many years and are only about the thickness of an arm, not to speak of flourishing branches and leaves, but also sparsely hung with a few fruits. Cold starfruit is the size of an apple. There are dots of 5-pointed star marks on it flashing with ghostly light. It looks fresh and appetizing. When the spirit cloud peach is ripe, there is a light aroma emanating from the skin, forming a circle of light cloudy aroma around the peach. Sweet and delicious, crisp and watery. In the center was the wooden door, crossed by a bluestone path that led to the somewhat dated room with the wooden door. The room is made of green bricks, which have grown moss in the cracks over the years. especially when the rain falls. The moss is even more tender and green, and it is very vivid. It was like an ordinary mortal small farmhouse, spread out in a concave shape with 5 rooms. It had rained and the compound was wet, but you could clearly see that the fallen leaves and some loose dirt had been swept up and left behind. Mu Kingo didn't understand why Master Yun, a person of such cultivation, would need to clean the compound himself. Waving his hand casually, the place would remain spotless for 100 years. And seeing this compound, Solyu's breath stuttered with mixed emotions. He still remembered that the cold moon fruit and the spirit cloud peach were 2 of his favorite fruits at that time. These 2 trees are very picky about the soil they grow in and are precious, rarely seen on this side of the northwest. It is a child. Yun Rinqing traveled, picked from other continents. He did not spare food, across 1,000,000 miles to bring back a brain to the soul of the Yu to eat. Solyu was so happy. His little stomach was round with food that day, and he hearty ate 7 or 8 exotic fruits. Solyu wasn't satisfied and said as he held the kernel in his hand, "Aunt Yun, I'm going to plant them, and when they bear fruit in the future, I'll give them all to Aunt Yun to eat." For this reason, Yun Rinqing went out for a month or 2, crossing countless mountains and rivers, finding soil that was extremely similar to that composition, and opened up 2 spiritual fields, allowing Solyu to personally plant the kernels, and together they looked forward to them sprouting and bearing fruit. Chapter 151 Yun Rinqing's Overbearing Spirit. Secret Scandals. Master Yun, Chingo came to see you. Can I come in? Mu Kingo didn't dare to make a move and called out crisply. There was no response from inside the house, and Mu Kingo's eyebrows furrowed slightly, so she was ready to push the door in. The next moment, a light cha rang out, leaving her at a loss for words. "Stop, aren't you grounded? Who allowed you to leave without authorization and run around recklessly? All these years, didn't Joe Yasi teach you guys what rules are? Or, now, do you, Mu Kingo, no longer have me in your sights? Is my palm order so unbearable?" At some point, Mu Qingqing appeared at the entrance of Neza's room. Today, she was dressed in rough cloth and plain clothes, a cloudy white blouse and pants, with a few feet wide diagonal format red lines embroidered on her shirt, and a pair of light red flat embroidered shoes. Her hair was tied up in 2 waist-length braids at the back of her head, revealing a small crimson mole at the corner of her brow. Arm-carrying wicker basket, a peasant village girl dress, and that high, strong and heroic, aggressive patriarch model is very different, where there is a little bit of majesty. Omiya Kingo froze. Is this still the same being that made a person as strong, domineering and overbearing as Master, dumbfounded and not daring to retort? With the makeup of a neighborly girl, who could be reunited with that character? Moreover, Grandmaster Yun was so beautiful, even with such plain and unadorned attire, she couldn't hide her dazzling immortal beauty. After freezing for a while, the awakened Mu Kingo hurriedly saluted and fell to her knees in obeisance. "Master Yun." Mu Kingo left the grounded place without authorization. There is no intention of disrespecting the master's decree. It's just that Kingo can't understand a lot of things, so I've come here to bother the master and ask for a solution to the doubts in my heart. If this causes Master Ancestor to be sorrowful, Kingo will make amends to you first, and hope that Master Ancestor will bear with the sins of the apprentice grandson's recklessness. Yun Rinqing didn't eat her and said in a cold voice, "If you can't figure it out, go back and think about it slowly. In the past, you might have been able to be so reckless and I never would have counted on it. Now, you have refused to marry Solyu, which means that you have lost the qualification to stand in front of me and be reckless. In other words, from the time you refused to marry Solyu, you have lost any status in my heart, and at best, you are an ordinary, strange disciple. Furthermore, you committing those various crimes against Solyu, making things difficult and insulting and torturing him has long since exceeded the bottom line of what I can bear. Not decimating you master and disciples is already my last grace. Don't try to challenge my patience and bottom line again. The reason why I'm keeping you guys is not because I'm merciful. It's to wait for me to retrieve Solyu, so that you guys can kneel in front of him and personally ask for forgiveness. One day you don't get his forgiveness. You'll kneel for 1 day. 100 years you don't get forgiveness. You'll kneel for 100 generations. As long as I, Yun Rinqing, am around for 1 day, it'll never be your turn to turn over. These domineering words not only caused Mu Kingo to tremble, but also caused Solyu, who was thousands of miles away, to instantly freeze. Solyu murmured, How could this happen? At that time, Master Yun suddenly announced his seclusion, and handed me over to Joe Yasi. Wasn't it because, why, now you're saying such overbearing words? Isn't it because Master Yun wants to regain power, and that's why he's preparing to clean up Joe Yasi? In front of the courtyard gate, Mu Kingo was frozen with her mouth wide open in disbelief. Asked, Why? I don't understand. Solyu, he's an invalid. Even if he was once talented enough and you loved him, You wouldn't be so protective of him. I admit that I did a lot of things wrong in the past. When he was around, a lot of things would be arranged for me. I didn't have to worry about anything in life. Now that he's gone, I have some remorse. But so what? He can't cultivate after all. He's ultimately a waste of time. Why is it that in your eyes, a cultivation talent like ours is still inferior to a waste like him? Yun Rinching looked at her like she was an idiot and shook her head. Her eyes filled with disgust. I should have been ghostly at that time. I would actually betroth you to Xiaoyu. You who can say such stupid things, how can you be worthy of him? If I hadn't been blind, I wouldn't have incurred such a calamity for him. You master and disciple ah. Ho ho. Mu Kingo was about to say something, but Yun Rinching waved her hand and said, Go, stay there properly and don't make me change my mind and waste you now. Omiya Kingo is stubborn and won't leave. Just want to ask a cause and effect. Go back so that they can persuade their own master. Hoping to be able to go back to the old days like before. Without wanting to, a woman in a purple dress with a complicated demeanor came and stood outside the small door, glancing faintly at Mu Kingo and then ignoring it. Solyu recognizes this, the beer peak master Yun Hanqing. Yun Rinching master ancestor's sister. Back then with Zhou Yasi competition for the position of the patriarch. Yun Rinching will be the patriarch's position to Zhou Yasi when the peak master no longer appeared in the Tianqian sect any occasions, alone secluded in the beer peak. Yun Rinching spread her face and smiled when she saw Yun Hanqing arrive and said, More than 10 years have not stepped into my small courtyard. How? Do not know how to enter? Yun Hanqing's face was complex, and the corner of his mouth hooked up an imperceptible arc as he pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. Omiya Qingqing saw the opportunity and squeezed in after her. Seeing Yun Rinching's regal gaze, she tilted her head back to look at the sky and pretended not to see it. Yun Rinching was about to get angry, but it was Yun Hanqing who spoke up. Humph, how many years old is an old woman? Still dressed up like this? Shame on you. Really think you're still 18? Yun Rinching was not angry either and laughed. Then you don't care. I like to dress like this. I can't be like you. I can't be like you. I always wear this kind of makeup all the time. Aren't I tired? Saying that, Yun Rinching came to the front of the cold moon fruit tree. A pair of scissors emitting an ethereal light appeared in her hand, and carefully looked at the sparse few fruits on it. This tree has been planted for more than 10 years. Then Xiaoyu every day looking forward to it grow up and bear fruit. And now it has borne fruit, but he did not have the first time to eat it. But it's okay, I'll cut these out and bring them to him then. He'll love them. Yun Rinching cut off the first fruit, put it up to her nose and smelled it, frowned slightly and said, This soil really isn't very good after all. The flavor is different, and I don't know if Xiaoyu will like it. If he doesn't like it, if I find him I'll take him to the central state and eat it in front of those mother trees. Yun Hanqing frowned at him and asked, Since you've already left the gate, isn't it good to stay properly in the sect and fix the sect's atmosphere? Although I stay at Spirit Beer Peak all year round, I also know almost everything about the things down there. Does Tianqian sect still have the same look as it used to have in the past few years? Why are you still holding on to Solyu? He ruined you, ruined me, so long ago. I thought you had come to your senses. Why are you still so obsessed? Hasn't he severed the clan's ties? Then let him go, can't you? What are you still looking for? A bolt from the blue struck Solyu's mind. What did it mean? He destroyed Master Mercy Star and Master Cold Star? When did this happen? Chapter 152 Yun Rinching's past. Meticulously placing the fruit from each tree, cutting it off, and habitually placing them all at the tip of his nose to sniff lightly. Looking at Yun Rinching who had this serious look, Yun Hanqing said angrily, How much longer do you want to remain obsessed? For his sake, you have given up so much, not hesitating to be forced to abdicate, forcing you into seclusion for more than 10 years, wasting all your good years in that cold house. What more do you want to do? How much more do you want to do? Yun Rinching didn't answer and went back to the house with her fruit basket. Mu Kingo was stunned. What had she heard? Master Yun hadn't been forced to abdicate that year because he wanted to cultivate in seclusion, but rather he had been forced into a place of seclusion by someone who had forced him to abdicate. Who is this man? Who was able to force Patriarch Yun to compromise? And for what reason? Something to do with Solyu? Seeing Yun Rinching enter the house, she hurriedly followed her in, involving a big hidden secret that she must understand. The house was simply furnished, with a wooden bed, 2 wooden cabinets that were somewhat old and aged, and a cleaned-up dresser. Open the cupboard and there is a thick pile of clothes in toddler sizes. Yun Rinching said to herself, These clothes, I sewed before the retreat, when he was only 3 years old, in accordance with his figure, anticipating the future growth trajectory, 2 sets a year, until this year, 18 years old, said Yun Rinching with some sorrow. Too bad, Zhou Yasi didn't dress him. Before my retreat, his was only this tall. Well, and his little feet were only a little this long. Yes, about this long. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she recalled the comparison. Each set contains dresses, little bibs, little pants and shoes, and socks sewn by themselves, each in a different style and with variations in color, in 2 piles as tall as a person. At the bottom, there are 2 sets of long shirts, which should be rushed according to the 18-year-old body shape. The handwork is very delicate, and the materials are all of the best quality. Yun Rinching said with some sorrow, "It's a pity, Zhou Yasi, this woman has not worn a single piece for him, and only these 2 sets can make do, and I don't know what color he likes now? This kind of somewhat old style. I'm afraid he won't be able to look at it and will dislike it." She folded each one carefully and put them away, not trying to destroy them. Yun Hanqing couldn't stand to watch and was furious. "Are you sick in the head? Come to your senses. He's not your son. What have you given up for him? He's the reason you're like this. How long do you want to care about him? I heard that you didn't hesitate to use some precious things, and that you've been traveling around this time, begging for several spiritual medicines and exotic fruits, wanting to take him to repair his dantian and meridians? Those things of yours? They are all." "Cold Star, shut up." Yun Rinching interrupted her and looked at her. Her body that was originally like a little sister next door suddenly erupted with the majesty of a patriarch, warning Yun Hanqing to stop talking. Yun Hanqing, however, was unimpressed and said angrily, "At the age of 22, a woman's best years, you, who is known as one of the 3 great beauties of the Gakshuan Empire, befriended the imperial prince of the Gakshuan Empire, Gu Yunxiao, and fell in love with him. Gu Yunxiao, the most astonishingly talented person in the royal Gu family for thousands of years, and also the most qualified person to inherit the throne at that time. And you, too, are the only future mother of the country, the empress, as he has notified the world." The old lord of the country at the time had also granted permission for the marriage to take place, and the whole world felt that you were the happiest of all. The 2 of you were both talented and gifted, and their talents were both of the highest caliber. But on the contrary, a few days before the wedding, you actually carried a baby back unnoticed. When Gu Yunxiao came to question you, you only said that it wasn't your own child, but that you had to raise him. When a situation like this occurs, the royal family's face is disgraced, and Gu Yunxiao is even fighting head-on with the old country lord to save you. As long as you can send this child away, you can still be his queen, Gakshuan's state mother. But you did not, no matter who persuade, Gu Yunxiao personally said. You also refused to give him to others. Gu Yunxiao disappointed, in a fit of rage, and you cut off communication, lost his soul under the Li Jiashuan Empire, gave up the throne inheritance. The lord of the kingdom was enraged and sent his men to besiege the Tianxian sect, forcing you to abdicate and hand over Solyu. For 3 years, you used up the last of the royal family's forbearance towards you, choosing to retreat to a cold house in seclusion for 15 years, claiming to the outside world that Solyu had been picked up by Zhou Yasi, and helping her to the throne. Aren't these ruining you? I don't like him. He has caused you to suffer, and has also caused a deep divide between us. I worked hard for the position of patriarch, but was denied by you, fearing that my rise to the throne would be detrimental to Solyu, and drove him out of Tianxian sect, and was bent on letting Zhou Yasi rise to the throne, causing me to also become disillusioned, and have been secluded in the Spirit Beer Peak ever since. So when Solyu had his dantian and meridians abolished by Huayulu, I did not care about him. I felt that he deserved it. It's easy to look forward to you coming out of the gate, yet you're leaving everything behind to prepare to go find him and heal his wounds. What makes him worthy? What makes him worthy of you? On Solyu's side, his breathing became rapid, and his heart vibrated uncontrollably as if he was bearing the blows of a heavy hammer one after another. Now, all things were connected. No wonder he was picked up by Zhou Yasi. The one who loved him the most was actually Yun Rinching, treating him as if he were his own at all times, and as long as there was a request, he would never push back. It also finally understood that the Spirit Beer Peak Master was clearly more powerful, and his relationship with Yun Rinching was even more extraordinary. Yet he lost to Zhou Yasi during the sovereign's election campaign, and also why Zhou Yasi only had to raise herself well, and she would be able to win the sovereign's position. That was also why, every time Yun Hanqing saw him, he was incomparably disgusted, itching to pinch him to death on the spot. Even more so, when he himself was abolished by the Flower Rain Building's Dantian. He always stood by with cold eyes and did not say a word. At that time, before Yun Rinching's seclusion, she had barely moved an inch to watch over Solyu, and it was rare that she would leave him alone. Yun Rinching, who had been raising him all this time, suddenly handed him over to Zhou Yasi, whom he didn't like, and he assumed that Aunt Yun, who loved him the most, didn't want him anymore, and was disgusted with him before handing him over to someone else unattached. Therefore, even if it was as difficult as it was in his previous life, with countless grievances and heartaches, he had never gone to find Yun Rinching. thinking that Aunt Yun had abandoned him. Sol Yu's eyes were crimson. His lips trembled slightly. Tears blurred his eyes. Everything Aunt Yun did was for him, even going so far as to make that choice. Fruity, he had harmed Yun Rinching. But at this time, Yun Rinching sighed and said in a complicated manner, I know you're doing this for my own good, and I don't know what's at stake. With Yun Xiao, I can only say that it is ultimately a pity that we are destined to have no results. He couldn't tolerate Sol Yu's existence. I was destined to have no results with him, and now that I think about it, it wasn't a good thing to separate at that time. Closed for 15 years. I also think about a lot of things. Maybe I have love and affection with Gu Yunxiao, but ultimately if it is a marriage and union. But there are many disagreements and troubles. Not necessarily the best result, leaving regrets and thoughts. At least let me remember for the rest of my life that I was also once loved by someone so genuinely. And that's enough. As for now, I only want to retrieve Sol Yu as soon as possible and heal his Dantian root at all costs. All other things can be put aside. Yun Hanqing said in a cold voice. Why? I don't understand. Why on earth would you do this to him? Even if it was your own son, you've done enough of this and you have to go out of your way for him? Chapter 153, Black Demon Thunder. Unable to celebrate true name. Being repeatedly pressed by Yun Hanqing, Yun Rinching knew that if she couldn't say anything more, Yun Hanqing would definitely stop herself this time. 15 years ago, she didn't stop herself, causing this subsequent series of things to happen, and there was a gap between the two of them, secluding themselves in Spirit Beer Peak for 15 years. And now, she was willing to step out of the mountain range, showing that there was still her as her sister in her heart, and if she didn't give her a good reason this time, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to be a sister anymore. After thinking for a long time, Yun Rinching also struggled for a while before sighing. Road, have you ever seen a fairy? I've seen it. Just this one sentence instantly made several people flaxen and frozen. Unable to speak. Even Sol Yu was like that. Unable to believe it. After a long time, Yun Hanqing, who was the first to come back to his senses, shook his head and firmly said, Impossible. There are no immortals in this world. Immortals are nothing more than those who have cultivated to the extreme realm, imagining them out of thin air. She couldn't accept it, couldn't understand it, and even more so, she didn't dare to imagine what kind of existence the realm of immortal really was. That kind of statement was too nebulous, and there wasn't even room for fantasizing about it. For several ages and epochs, there was no record of this kind of illusion, and for many tens of thousands of years, Xian was confirmed to not exist at all, and the Emperor realm was already the highest combat power. Yun Rinching laughed bitterly, knowing that you wouldn't believe it. If she hadn't come along, I would never have believed that such a being existed in this world. Yun Hanqing frowned and asked, who is she, and what's the connection to all this? Yun Rinching tried hard to recall. Originally in the mind engraved marks clear that absolute immortal face, at this time actually became blurred, as if by the invisible greatness of isolation fade. That name was imprinted in his heart, wanting to say it, but the words could not come out, as if hamstrung by a supreme being, unable to describe it, unable to speak it. She trembled in her heart, having a feeling that if she were to forcefully say that name, a great terror would occur, and an aura of uncertainty was spreading. Sure enough, she just had this impulse and desire to say something appeared. The sky in the outside world was suddenly bizarre. Above this piece of head, a dense to the extreme pitch-black ink cloud suddenly appeared, such as ink convergence. A powerful sense of oppression enveloped the main vein of this mountain peak, and the mountain was about to be unable to withstand this pressure and form a landslide. Rumble, arm-thick black devil lightning, unprepared to explode in the compound, lifting the ground up a several feet huge pit, the edge of the huge pit and black lightning arcs flowing, emitting bursts of nuisance sound. Yun Hanqing's heart was shocked, her chest rose and fell nervously, her face was white, and her hair strands were generating static electricity, their roots fluttering. The strong and overwhelming power from above there made her feel that even the peak of the spirit sect realm would go up in smoke in an instant. Mu Kingo was even almost paralyzed, not understanding what had happened. Why was there suddenly such huge lightning shooting at her? Or black lightning? The palpitating power coming from above made her fearful and chilled. On the contrary, Yun Rinching was calm, even with cold eyes and a hidden anger on her face, coldly rebuked. Humph, you really are still too afraid of her to let me chant her true name. Yun Rinching knew that that name was taboo, unspeakable and unchantable, or else it would incur disaster. She had a premonition that if she had actually said it just now, that thunderbolt would have made herself dissipate instantly, leaving not a single trace behind. After a long period of contemplation, Yun Rinching compromised, dispelling that urge to speak up and said, you see, that name is taboo. I can't say it in words, I can't say it out loud. That was a warning just now. Why do you think? If it wasn't an immortal, it would incur the scorn of the heavens, And just the chanting of the true name would have to send down heavenly thunder? Yun Hanqing froze, unable to speak for a long time. Without this thunderbolt, she wouldn't have believed, no matter what, in the existence of the immortal that Yun Rinqing had spoken of. But now, just by saying a name, it could lead to the descent of such a destructive divine punishment, and she couldn't imagine what kind of existence could still possess such greatness. Seeing her reveal her fear, Yun Rinqing then asked, "What's the longest pregnancy you've ever known?" Yun Hanqing turned his head, palpitating as he looked out at the deep pit, his expression as if saying, "Can this be said?" Yun Rinqing felt amused at once and said, "As long as that real name isn't involved, no harm." Yun Hanqing said with a frown, "Usually it's an October pregnancy. Occasionally there are some gifted people who carry a baby for 15 months. The most horrible one is nothing but a kind of super strong physique recorded in the book. Carrying a baby for 3 years before the birth of a baby, what's wrong with that?" Yun Rinqing asked with a grave expression on her face. "Then do you know how long Sol Yu was conceived back then?" Yun Hanqing frowned and shook his head. "How long? Don't you tell me. He was conceived for 3 years too?" Yun Rinqing's face was heavy as she said, "The Soul universe is a full 1,000 years since its conception until it descends into birth." Oh! Yun Hanqing just wanted to taunt. 1,000 years. The gestation stone is only 500 years, right? But she couldn't laugh at Yun Rinqing's heavy and serious expression that didn't look like a lie. A dry mouth said, "You told a lie, didn't you?" Yun Rinqing shook her head gravely and said, "When have I ever joked or lied about something that concerns Sol Yu?" Yun Hanqing's entire body was bad, and he somewhat panicked. "You're immortal and pregnant for 1,000 years. It's quite oozing. I need a drink of water to calm down." "Forget it, I'll just eat a peach to calm down." Without wanting to, Yun Rinqing hurriedly snatched it and pouted. "On the table there is my newly brewed tea. Your favorite big purple dragon robe. Go drink it. You can't move this fruit. It's been more than 10 years. It's only borne so many. I left it for Xiaoyu. I can't give it to you." Yun Hanqing anger across the board. Just not, to reach out and grab. Yun Rinqing out to isolate her fruit basket into the storage space. Yun Hanqing wrinkled his eyebrows and glared angrily, refusing to budge. Seeing this, Mu Kingo hurriedly ran to pour a cup of tea and handed it to Yun Hanqing. "Uncle Cold Star, have some tea." Yun Hanqing was dissatisfied and glared at Mu Kingo, reluctantly taking the teacup and gamely finishing it in one gulp, twisting her head away. Seeing this, Yun Rinqing smiled and did not pay attention. The uninterested Yun Hanqing said, "More than 10 years? Open mouth is Xiaoyu. A broken peach also want a hide. Who rare as if." Yun Rinqing laughed. "Xiaoyu loves to eat these two fruits the most. 15 years time. He has suffered too many sins and tortures. This is kind of the only thing I can come up with at the moment to coax him to be happy. It's the imperial artifacts that I won't change. If you really like it, I'll have Xiaoyu save 2 for you in the next 15-year result. Big deal. When we go to those 2 mother trees, we'll take you with us." "Humph, who cares?" Yun Hanqing disdainfully skimmed his lips, and seeing that Yun Rinqing did not have the slightest idea of wanting to take it out, he had no choice but to give up. Asked, "So you're saying that Sol Yu was born to that, immortal? But, what does that have to do with you?" Chapter 150 For the Soul Lady. Yun Rinqing rationalized her thoughts and said, "I am a mortal, and have no cultivation qualifications or roots. I met Sol Yunyang by chance, and cannot chant my true name, so call her Sol Nyang." Sol Yu's heart throbbed when he heard this title. He originally thought that he was just a rootless duckweed that had been abandoned, only to be found by the Soul clan later. He didn't expect to hear from his mother now, and what a title he longed for. Sol Nyang is Xian. I can be sure of that, because she has a sense of immortality when she raises her hands and feet, like she's detached from the mundane world and the mortal world. Anything, she can do it with candor and spontaneity. Whether it's the face, the temperament, or the speech, it all naturally carries an immortal charm, as vast as the smoke, and as outstanding as the immortal posture. To go into words in this way pales in comparison, for there is nothing about her that can be described in words or writing that would be blasphemous. Once, 2 powerful Guile sect elders entered that small courtyard, thinking that there was a secret treasure hidden there, and wanted to go in and grab it. In the courtyard, the Soul Nyang was reading a book alone and knew everything about them, but did not say anything to stop them. The 2 went in and found nothing, but they didn't believe in evil, because there was a Xian Miao Dao rhythm here that they detected, and thought it was impossible that there were no treasures. The 2 of them turned all the rooms upside down, but found nothing, and could not help but be annoyed when they suddenly noticed the soul nymph in the compound, who had been turning her back to them and reading to herself. The 2 men, horny and lustful, laughed lustfully and walked wistfully, only to see a scene of a lifetime a few steps later, only aback. The 2 instantly froze. Their minds were completely attracted. stagnant unconsciously walked over. As they approached, they suddenly gave birth to trepidation, uneasiness, and a feeling of humility within them, as if they had done something that the heavens were furious with, and couldn't be forgiven, and were very apprehensive. Sol Niang turned her head, lightly opened her red lips. Her voice was like that heavenly music from the 9 heavens. Fairy Brahma, I don't have anything good here. You guys can go to the heavenly abyss to take a look. There's a chance for you guys there. I'll pack the things myself. You guys go out. Those two unconsciously fell to their knees, kneeling and praying in reverence, their hearts ashamed beyond words, almost killing themselves in shame. They were prevented by the Soul Mother from letting them go, and the 2 men crawled out the door on their knees in reverence, without the Soul Mother ever raising her eyes. After hearing such a narration, no one could believe that it was true, but Jin Rinching had a face of pious worship, and her divine light rested in harmony. This is the Soul Maiden, so that others cannot have any evil thoughts. A refreshing light murmur, so that people worship and feel remorse. After the speech, it was as if she was there, in that compound again, that afternoon. After returning to her senses for a long time, Yun Renqing continued, before I met the Soul Maiden, I was just a yellow-haired girl who supported herself by working as a small laborer in the towns below the mountain, and was often bullied. Later on, because of my good craftsmanship, I was admitted to the small courtyard by the Soul Mother. Or maybe she couldn't bear the thought of me being alone. She is always smiling peacefully with a light smile and holding a book in her hand. I am not good with my hands and feet. I often make a mistake and do something wrong. She never blames. She only mentions me in exits to teach me a few phrases of cultivation techniques. Later, she asked me to worship in a sect where I could cultivate. Some of her cultivation ideas didn't suit me, and I wasn't talented enough. Later on, I worshipped under the Heavenly Xian sect, and I could only come down to see her after some time. And it was then that I realized that she had been pregnant for a long time. Until I came of age and became the next sect master candidate of the Tianxian sect. She had not given birth. I was very curious and pressed her many times. She laughed and said that it was not time, and that she would naturally tell me when the time came. Yun Renqing looked at Yun Hanqing and said, you should know about what happened in the later years. I fell in love with Gu Yunxiao, and for him to be able to look at me, it's mostly because I've been beside Sol Niang for years, and I've been tainted with a little bit of her immortal charm. The time she spoke of also finally came, and it was then that she told me that she had been pregnant for 1,000 years. It was not that she was unable to bear children for those 1,000 years, but because she was harboring a fetus. She said that she did not belong to this world, to this continent, that her race was special, and that she was now in a special situation which she could not describe. There were 1,000 shackles and 10,000 seals in her body, planted deep in her bloodline. Every moment of these 1,000 years, there was an endless struggle within her body. She had to glass away these shackles and seals. She could not let them enter her fetus's bloodline and let it affect her baby's growth. She had high hopes for Solyu, saying that he would be the hope of the clan in the future. Her hope, she would rather endure more suffering on her own, but also stripped him of his shackles and seals, to bear them with herself as a carrier, and for this reason, she did not move her feet for 1,000 years, and was always sitting there, reading a book on a cloud. On the occasion of Solyu's birth, she was instead worried and became sullen overall, because Solyu was contained within her body, although it did not move like a normal child's fetus, and there had been no movement at all. She still loved, felt, and was happy, but she also said that once Solyu was born, it was coming, and she had to leave, and she had to leave right away, or it wouldn't be good for Solyu. So that day, I returned to the Tianxian sect with the child in my arms, and a green lotus stone platform that she had prepared for Solyu. Yun Rinqing said this and paused for a moment before continuing. The Soul Mother once told me that even though she left a few things behind for Solyu, but those things couldn't be given to him directly, and he needed to pursue them on his own. She, in fact, very much didn't want the boy to go as far as she thought he would, because that process was too hard. She would rather he grow up like a normal child, with less suffering and setbacks. It's just that she can't help it. The heavens won't let them live, and if they don't resist, they'll fall into the abyss of purgatory and never see the light of day. When she left, she entrusted Xiaoyu to me, and what a heavy trust and responsibility that was. But it was not to be. I was too weak, forced by the royal family, helpless, unable to resist. I was afraid of hurting Xiaoyu, due to my negligence, letting him live a miserable life like that all these years. I blamed myself so much that I didn't have the face to tell Sol Niang about it. Therefore, after I finished dealing with the Tianxian sex matters and escorting Zhou Yasi and these people, my future life is just to take care of Xiaoyu. So, can you understand? Yun Hanqing was stunned, her face complex. She never knew about these things. She never mentioned them either. Even Gu Yunxiao didn't know about them. so she couldn't understand her stubbornness. She was speechless for a long time. Guilty. Yun Rinching continued to pack her clothes, as if she remembered something, and said with a smile at the corner of her mouth, "You don't even know. Solyu, this little guy, how naughty he was when he was little. I'm a yellow girl. The first time I brought a child, he was tossed around, swaddling clothes. He was very restless, lying there like a porcelain doll, especially when sleeping, and so cute and so inviting. Every time I put him to bed, I feel so happy and think it's a gift from God to give me a chance to be a mom for once. I still remember the first time he opened his mouth to speak, he called me his mother. Giggle. You don't know how happy I was at that moment. Only, the title of his mother's mother. I don't have that kind of qualification to bear it. Speaking of which, those 3 years were the best and happiest time of my life. Letting go of all responsibilities and wholeheartedly accompanying him as he grew up, which is perhaps the meaning of my life. Tianqian sect is a place of sadness, breaking our hearts, breaking Solyu's heart. If he doesn't care about Zhou Yasi's few people's hurtful former suspicions, by the time I find him, we most likely won't be coming back. Yun Hanqing was stunned, his face complex, and forced a smile. Whatever, forget about not coming back. There's no one to hold on to anyway. Yun Rinching laughed. Not necessarily. If Xiaoyu wants to come back, then I'll bring him back. If we do leave, we'll send you a message, and when you have nowhere else to go, you can always come find me. Giggle. The hell with finding you. Cut. Mu Kingo was just about to say something when she saw Yun Rinching wave her hand and a breath filled the air, causing her to lose consciousness and erasing this memory. As for Solyu, he also forcibly erased all traces of Mu Kingo since the entrance until now through the green lotus seal of the mind's eye, leaving not a single trace behind, regardless of anything else. If that one word immortal were to flow out, I'm afraid that the entire Heavenly Vault continent would go crazy, raging to this place, and it would be an irresistible disaster. After doing all this, Solyu also could not hold down the excitement in his heart and prepared to rush back to Tianqian sect with all his might, so that Aunt Yun, who had given half of her life for herself, could take a good look at herself and that she had never blamed her. Chapter 155, Tianqian sect captured. When Yun Rinching was about to say something else, she suddenly wrinkled her eyebrows. Her body's aura violently erupted, and her body also instantly changed clothes. The sovereign's robe was windless and automatic, and the 2 long plates automatically changed shape. The golden tripod crown was bound, and the light spirit hairpin was tightly hooped. Yun Rinching's face was grave as she said in a chilling voice, "Someone is intruding the clan. The lineup is really luxurious. 2 Spirit Sect Realm 7 stars, 3 Spirit Sect Realm 4 stars, 4 Spirit Sect Realm 2 stars, and 27 Spirit Emperor Realm. They really look down on my heavenly Xian sect." Yun Hanqing sniffed in disbelief and was shocked. What? So many top-tier powerhouses. Where did they appear from? When did so many Spirit Sect realms appear in the Gachuan Empire? What is this for? Are you trying to annihilate my Tianqian sect? When did my Tianqian sect offend so many powerful people? Can it be that it's Zhou Yasi? Yun Rinching frowned and shook her head, indicating that she did not know. It's not clear for now, but I really can't figure out what kind of person would have such energy. And what would be the purpose of gathering so many experts and forcing their way into the heavenly Xian sect? With such a big commotion, there actually wasn't a single bit of news spread out beforehand. Yun Hanqing's cold face was chilling. You go first. So many people. Can't hold them back. Don't you still have to go find Solyu? Go now. You've already made Solyu suffer inhumanly and failed her. You can't die here. You still have Solyu waiting for you to be rescued. Don't be unable to differentiate between your responsibilities and priorities. Yun Rinching shook her head and said, I also grew up in the Tianqian sect. The master old man put the Tianqian sect in my hands, and being unable to carry it forward is already a sinful dereliction of duty. If it perishes in my hands, I will have trouble sleeping and eating, and I will not be able to forgive it. Although the number of people is large, I am not afraid. If I can keep them all, my Tianqian sect will be able to salvage its decline. And in the future, if you take the throne, there is nothing for me to worry about anymore. Yun Hanqing shrieked in shock. You're crazy. That's the Spirit Sovereign Realm 7 stars. There are 2 of them. The other Spirit Sovereign Realms are 7. Not to mention the other Spirit Emperor Realms. What are you going to resist? And you're still presumptuous enough to say that you'll leave these people behind? What are you babbling about? Yun Rinching laughed confidently. Although the Soul Mother has not taught me the method of cultivation, she has mentioned it to me, and with a few words of her tutelage, I will benefit for the rest of my life, and it is impossible for me to degrade her name. Do you know why it was the old lord himself who came out of the palace that time, uniting several princes to personally force me to abdicate my throne and go into seclusion? Because no one else is qualified. Yun Hanqing was stunned. She rarely saw This senior sister of hers would have such a confident moment. The corners of her mouth were smiling and glowing. The world says that Gu Yunxiao was astonishingly talented back then, and in his 20s he was already at the high level of the Spirit Emperor realm, the most among that handful of people. He was arrogant and uninhibited and always felt that there was no equal in the world. Who knows? I, Yun Renqing, am not weaker than him, and the world thinks that I have climbed high above him, but in fact, I really don't care about that so-called posterity. No one in the world knows me, but no one knows me. Yun Renqing. Immortals help me with my cloudy aspirations, and I will break the sky to the top of the clouds. Essence flickered in Yun Renqing's eyes as his boundless aura rose up. The powerful force broke through the clouds and shook the heavenly peak. The figure vanished, and along with her was Mu Kingo. It was impossible to leave her here. Yun Hanqing was once again shocked, his lips trembling. Spirit sect realm 9 stars. She's actually already at such a realm. No wonder when the deeds of Gu Yunxiao were being sung back then, she would always act very plainly, smiling without saying a word. To think, it was already in the spirit sect realm back then. More than 10 years, how on earth did she do it? Yun Hanqing walked outward in a daze, but she was suddenly blocked by a curtain of light. She was unsure, but at that moment, Yun Renqing coalesced thin threads of silk to penetrate through. Don't go out, just stay here. You are the future support of the Tianxian sect. Nothing can happen to you. Yun Hanqing froze and then became furious. How could she not understand that even if Yun Renqing, who was now at the 9th star of the spirit sect realm, had no absolute certainty of victory against such a powerful lineup? But there's no way out. She's barricaded in here. No matter how much she bombarded the boundary, it was to no avail, completely unable to shatter it. Yun Renqing, let me out. Don't think that I'll be grateful. You'll only make me hate you more. Come back. No one answered. Yun Renqing had already left long ago. On the other side, Solyu violently withdrew from the mind's eye, his heart becoming flustered. The Tianxian sect was under siege, and with so many strong people going, he also finally reacted to the fact that it was the black-clothed people who had started to act, not to boost Zhou Yasi, but to join forces with Zhou Yasi to take action against Yun Renqing. He wanted to tell Yun Renqing that he must be careful of Zhou Yasi, but no one could hear him. After plotting for so long and deploying so many spirit emperor realm powerhouses, Yun Renqing was in danger. He could no longer care much about it and flew up, targeting the Tianxian sect to rush there at breakneck speed. Yun Renqing had a high level of cultivation, but she was facing it alone. The major peak masters had not reached that realm, and it was difficult for her to stand alone. His face was condensed and anxious. Now he could only put his best foot forward. As long as he arrived and manifested his silhouette at the peak of the Spirit Soul Rune Spirit Sect realm by virtue of the Royal Spirit Divine symbol, those people were not enough to be feared. He didn't know if Yun Renqing would set up a defense against Zhou Yasi. If Zhou Yasi's few people put cold arrows behind her back and backstabbed Yun Renqing, the consequences would be unimaginable. Solyu was anxious, having previously misunderstood Yun Renqing, thinking that she had abandoned him and handed him over to Zhou Yasi. It turned out that at that time, she had endured too much pressure and unwillingness, and the old royal lord had personally intervened, forcing her to abdicate and making her go into seclusion for 15 years. She endured all this alone, completely ignoring the rumors from the outside world, even going so far as to cut herself off from her beloved in order to keep him by her side. How difficult and painful it should have been for her at that time. These things cannot be told. The matter of the soul mother is even more unable to circulate. Otherwise, the soul of the you would not be able to live until now, for fear that it would have long been snatched away, drawing blood and skin and extracting the bones. One word of the immortal. The attraction of the world is unparalleled. No one will let go of even 1/1,000,000th of the possibilities. She also understood that although Gu Yunxiao was in love with her, if she told the truth or sent Solyu away, she would not be able to escape the fate of being assassinated by him or the royal family. Never underestimate the meanness of human nature, and never underestimate the greed of the human heart. Under the lure of that ethereal immortality, what were the feelings of two people? How many sacrifices have appeared since ancient times for the sake of that legend? She didn't trust anyone, including Gu Yunxiao and Yun Hanqing. Yun Hanqing knew that all this had long been controlled by the large array she had left behind, silently grinding out that important information and only leaving hints that could be unlocked by Solyu. The reason why she told it today was because she had a premonition that if these things were not told today, they would never be told again in the future. At this realm, many times without reason some aura perception will rarely go wrong. Solyu tried his best to fly. At this time, he only hated his low strength. Why did he fly so slowly? If something really happened to Yun Renqing, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. But it didn't work out that way, and he, who was only concerned about rushing in a panic, completely ignored his current situation. Chapter 156, Attack of the Flower Rain Mansion. Anxious, Solyu flew low, almost grazing the tops of the towering trees, just to save time. Passing through this cliff valley, there were only 100 miles left to travel from Tianxian sect, and at this speed, it would still take an hour to fly. It was too slow, and he was so anxious that he couldn't wait to flash and appear in the Tianxian sect. Suddenly, the hairs of sweat stood up all over his body, and a coldness spread all over his body. Subconsciously, the power of cold and ice completely erupted. The 5 ice sharks instantly condensed around his body, and the defense of the purple extreme green lotus pagoda was also opened in an instant. While doing this, a huge sky-splitting palm slapped downwards, covering the sky and the sun like that Buddha's palm, enveloping Solyu. Boom! Boom! Even with the raging sea berserker shark as an ice shield and the defense of the purple extreme green lotus pagoda, Solyu was still slapped into the mountain, and the short peak collapsed, causing countless rocks to roll down and bury him. In the void, the figure of Hua Yulo slowly emerged. He condensed his eyes. His face was filled with murderous aura, and a fury surged around him. Solyu was smashed into the mountain to bury it. He still didn't stop, waving his palm again. The entirety of that mountain exploded. Endless debris shot out and pierced through the mountain forest, almost leveling the area. A rock pile buried by tumbling rocks and dust emitted a strange movement and exploded violently, and as the smoke and dust dispersed, Solyu staggered to his feet, with blood stains at the corners of his mouth, his breath unsteady and very wretched. Solyu looked towards the air with a murderous look on his face. Hua Yulo, his face was ugly. Hearing that Jun Rinqing was in danger, he panicked, and under the anxiety of his heart, he actually forgot about his own situation. Seeing the appearance of Hua Yulu, Solyu had some realization that this was a conspiracy against Yun Rinqing, framing himself to focus the empire's attention on him and Hua Qiangu. So many people appeared in Tianxian sect silently. Now, he suddenly realized that that person had set himself up while triggering the conflict between him and Hua Qiangu, indirectly tying up Solyu and preventing him from arriving at Tianxian sect smoothly. He didn't think that anyone would be able to guess his relationship with the Tianxian sect, and it was definitely impossible for him to know that he had the royal spirit divine symbol that turned the situation around on him, and that everything was just a coincidence. Now there was trouble, alerting the Flower Rain House and putting himself in a dilemma. If he were to kill Hua Yulo and activate the imperial spirit divine symbol, the strong strength of that peak spirit sect realm could instantly second him without a doubt. But then, the imperial spirit divine symbol, which needed half a month to recharge its energy, would be useless in Tianxian sect, unable to guard Yun Rinqing. It was just that he and Flower Rain House were mortal enemies and had already reached this point. So if this dog scum dared to push himself, he didn't mind beheading him first. Hua Yulo teasingly sneered and looked at Solyu. You little mongrel, think I won't be able to recognize you just because you've changed your form? Killing my disciple Jun Macho, and even more so, disgracing my Flower Thousand Valley on the beach, slaughtering more than 500 disciples of my Flower Thousand Valley yesterday night. Do you think you can run away? Do you think I really don't dare to kill you? Solyu chilled his face and cursed angrily. Hua Yulo, you old dog, don't say that Jun Macho wasn't killed by me. Even if I did, what can I do? You and I have a long-standing enmity. There's no possibility of a universal turn, so why bother with the nonsense? Hua Yulo sneered and said, now that Dao Lord Qinghui is gone and you don't have that massive energy on the Ling Yuan River to support you, I don't know what kind of backbone you still have to dare to talk to me like this. You're seriously not afraid of death. Solyu laughed coldly and had no fear. Afraid of death? I made such a big deal of killing your Flower Thousand Valley disciples. Do you think I would be afraid of you blocking me? If you want to kill me, come here. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. 10 years ago, in the Tianxian sect, you wasted my dantian and meridians across the sky. Today, I'm standing in front of you. Try to waste another one. When Hua Yulo heard this, she was instantly alarmed and looked at Solyu's face, only to realize that it was indeed somewhat familiar. The Tianxian sect's people killed his first disciple, and he personally went up to the Tianxian sect to demand an explanation. And Zhou Yasi pushed out a little boy, and he wasted his dantian and meridians in a rage. When he was ready to make a move to behead him, he was locked by a powerful aura, and as long as he dared to make a move, he would be the one to die in the next moment. He was scared away, fleeing in panic, almost creating a mind demon. That kind of power, he couldn't fight against. Countless times more powerful than the strongest person he had ever seen. He gritted his teeth and said, it's you, I remember. But you had your dantian wasted by me. How could you become the current stopper again? It can't be. How can it be? It's him. It's that being who helped you repair your dantian and meridians. Yes, what's so difficult about repairing a broken dantian for a being whose eyes made me almost die? Solyu wrinkled his eyebrows, not understanding what he was talking about. That day, when Flower Rain House tried to kill himself, Someone took a shot at him? A look that killed him? Who is it? The protector of the Tao at that time, Elder Qin, hadn't come yet, so who else could it be? If he was protecting himself, why didn't he step in to stop him when he was having his dantian wasted? Why didn't he step forward to guard himself when he was suffering so much humiliation? More and more mysteries lingered in his mind, and many things he had once ignored had more things hidden behind them, leaving his mind in turmoil. Only, now was not the time to dwell on these things. He only wanted to arrive at Tianxian sect earlier now, and if Hua Yulo insisted on making a move, the big deal was to sacrifice the Imperial Spirit Divine symbol to kill him. Hua Yulo looked at him with an even sadder face and said, I thought that I had avenged my disciple by scrapping you, but I didn't expect that not only did you repair your dantian meridians, but you have now become so powerful. I told you, why would a stop water somehow appear and treat me, Hua Qiangu, like a deadly enemy? However, the last thing you should do is to waste him Ocho. He can't die. The Jun clan won't let me go. So even with that strong guardian, I have to avenge him. Sol Yu was helpless. The Imperial Spirit Divine symbol was a last resort, and he still didn't want to use it as a last resort. Steeply erupting his aura, the fighting technique worked extremely well, and the stone piles of trees around him exploded, forcibly condensing a huge stone man by him. The stone man was dozens of feet tall and stomped his feet violently, shocking countless flying rocks and grasses into midair, waving his hand and hitting them all at the Flower Rain building. At the same time, a thick tree about 100 feet tall and about 10 meters in diameter was uprooted by it, embraced horizontally in its arms, and smashed towards the Flower Rain building in the air, with a great and infinite sound. Such an attack shook the heavens and moved the earth, but after all, the Solyu realm was too low, and it was indeed too much of a stretch to force a fight against a spirit sect realm powerhouse like Hua Yulu. With a wave of his hand, he made these attacks turn into annihilation powder and did not harm him. Countless stones were absorbed over by the stone giant, forming two boulder spirit whips, and the stone giant rushed towards Hua Yulo, flinging the boulder spirit whips to whip over, only to be easily caught by Hua Yulo. The stone giant roared up to the sky and flew up, his millstone-sized fist smashing over. However, it was shattered by Hua Yulo's finger, and the stone giant let out an unwilling roar as it slammed into the ground in pieces. Hua Yulo laughed cruelly and coldly, looking downward, but there was no trace of Solyu. Humph, want to run? Can you run? Chapter 157 Yun Rinqing's appearance. 9 Spectres Clan. On the Tianxian sect, the martial arts plaza, countless disciples stared blankly at the silhouettes that suddenly emerged, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. These people were too powerful, so powerful that they trembled, and the Xinghal elder was slapped into bloody froth with a palm just by stepping forward to ask questions. There were a few disciples discussing in whispers, and they were blasted apart by the boundless aura, not giving them any chance to speak at all. They didn't know what was going on at all, somehow coming up and starting to kill people. All the disciples were chilled to the bone, feeling that a great disaster was coming. Zhou Yasi appeared at an unknown time, followed by Hua Wu Er and Lin Shi, walking in a graceful manner, and when the disciples saw this, their hearts finally calmed down a little. However, they knew that Patriarch Zhou was only at the Spirit Emperor realm, so how could she cope in the face of so many powerful people? Zhou Yasi tried to make herself emit a powerful might and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you people? Why did you barge into my Tianxian sect? Are you bullying my Tianxian sect for having no one?" The leaders are 2 old men, dressed in rough gray clothes, very disdainful, but the male explained that this woman has a great use for the time being, and must not make trouble at this critical moment. Cold grunts. "You're the heavenly Xian sect leader, Zhou Yasi?" The corner of Zhou Yasi's mouth hooked up in an imperceptible arc. "It's me. What are you going to do?" The gray-robed old man said. "With your strength, it's a bit weak. It's better to ask Yun Rinqing to come out." Zhou Yasi was dissatisfied. "Is the name of the previous patriarch not for you to call out at will? Although my strength is low, I am also the current patriarch of the Tianxian sect. When I can make the call, your strength is high, but don't feel that you can arbitrarily bully my Tianxian sect. Even if your strength is low, I can also die for Tianxian. How can I allow you to be belittled?" It had to be said that Zhou Yasi's acting skills had been perfected, and at least these few perennial words were inspiring, making the Tianxian sect disciples feel heartened at once. "Worthy of being a patriarch? Even in the face of so many powerhouses you are not afraid at all. Patriarch Zhou was already good. This behavior of living and dying with us is truly admirable, regardless of anything else. At least now standing in our way, facing so many powerful people, and not falling behind the prestige of my Tianxian sect, is indeed honorable." Hearing these whispers, Zhou Yasi was flattered to finally feel this way again, and she loved it. The old man at the head said in a cold voice, "Old me and the others have limited patience. We only want what we want and are unwilling to go on a killing spree. You'd better be sensible and let Yun Rinqing come out. Zhou Yasi said forcefully. Patriarch Yun is the backbone of my Tianxian sect. It's not something that any cat or dog can just see. Just tell me, how can I easily startle Patriarch Yun's presence? I have not pursued you for the offense of trespassing into the Tianxian sect, so you can just leave on your own. The gray-robed old man moved to anger and cursed. This stupid woman really has no brain. At such a critical time, she is actually posing for old man here. She really doesn't know how to die. If you delay the task that the prince has given you, it would be cheap to slaughter you. Thinking of this, the gray-robed old man let out a cold snort and said, "Don't know how to die? Then die." After saying that, he casually waved his sleeves. His strong strength was displayed. Zhou Yasi was shocked and uncertain. Didn't he say that he wanted to build up his prestige? How come he just directly made a move? She hastily shot out to fend it off, a look of shock and panic in her eyes. A spirit sect realm powerhouse was not something she could block, and she couldn't help but feel some regret. The invisible energy was massive, and the crowd only felt that it weighed heavily on their hearts for a moment, and breathing became difficult. Zhou Yasi, who bore the brunt of the shock, almost screamed out. Luckily, the aura came and went quickly, and was counteracted by a soft energy block. The gray-robed old man was alarmed and shouted, "Who? Get the hell out of here." He clearly felt that the energy was much stronger. Although his own casual strike was of the strength of a spirit sect 7-star, and to be able to dissolve it so easily, the cultivation of the visitor must not be bad, and it might even be higher than him, which caused him to frown, and his heart sank. Elder Fengyan used to be a senior high-ranking person who was also renowned in the Gachuan Empire. Now that he has become someone else's lackey, does he think that he can act recklessly in my Tianxian sect? In the air, from all directions came gusts of sound waves. Sound waves rolled. The two old men at the head were propped up by the sonic energy, and were subjected to powerful impacts. Their beards and clothes flew, and their cheeks trembled as if they were being choked by a strong wind. A figure emerged, like a dusty Taoist immortal, and landed on the roof, floating and unrestrained. The two wind and cloud elders lifted their eyes to look, and their eyes flinched as they sensed Yun Rinqing's powerful aura. Rumor has it that Heavenly Shen sect Yun Rinqing broke into the spirit sect realm mark in seclusion for 15 years. And the world thought that you were just a first-time spirit sect member. So it's true that rumors can't be trusted. 9 stars of the spirit sect realm. In this Gachuan empire, people who can have a cultivation level like yours can be described as phoenixes. So what's with the talk of Tianxian being in decline? Yun Rinqing said with a smile, the heavenly vault continent is huge, and 9 stars of the spirit sect realm is only a minuscule amount, barely able to keep the heavenly Xian sect from being destroyed in this northwestern land. Now that second elder Fengyan has led the team to step into the Tianxian gate, I wonder what advice they have to offer. What? Patriarch Yun unexpectedly. 9-star spirit sect realm. I'm afraid it's not much better than the Mercury sect. To actually reach such a realm, worthy of Patriarch Yun, worthy of my Tianxian pillar, with such a powerful patriarch in attendance, what else do we have to worry about? Che, hypocrisy. Just now you said that Patriarch Zhou was powerful and a pillar of my Tianxian sect. Nonetheless, Patriarch Zhou is a giant in words and a dwarf in strength. She can't protect us all, but this fighting words is really better. Zhou Yasi was shocked, incredulous, and murmured, how is that possible? Isn't she at the beginning of the spirit sect realm? Why is she a 9-star spirit sect? This is impossible. How could she be so strong? Impossible. Unable to do so, the second elder of Wind and Cloud said stiffly, rumor has it that the Tianxian sect has a sealed portal, with countless heavenly treasures in the portal, as well as strong battle skill techniques. Now we just want to look around and hope that Patriarch Yun will bear with us. Yun Rinqing frowned, her face changing slightly as she said in a chilling voice, you have come for the sealed gate? Who sent you? Do you know what is sealed inside? Elder Wind said with a smile, naturally, we are aware of it. Otherwise why would we raise an army and come to the Tianxian sect to look for bad luck? Yun Rinqing grunted angrily, knowing what kind of seal this place is, you still dare to force your way in. If the seal is broken, there will surely be a plague of living beings. Do you want to be the sinners of the heavenly vault continent? Why does Patriarch Yun need to be persistent? This sealing portal is not just this one. Sooner or later it will be broken. The 9 Sepulchre clan has been sealed for 100,000 years. It has long been cleansed of its sins, and it is time for it to come out. This is a great trend, and Patriarch Yun alone can't stop it. Yun Rinqing's face was unsightly. Since these people were able to speak of the Zhou Yue clan, it meant that they had premeditated. There were still lingering remnants of this clan that hadn't been liquidated on the great continent, and they had been plotting all along. Chapter 158 Tianxian sect goes to war. Yun Rinqing said in a cold voice, the 9 Sephiroths, who defied the heavens and were full of evil, sacrificed an entire continent for the sake of that illusory immortal realm. nearly causing the destruction of all races. It was the consensus of all races that they were sealed. And now that you want to forcefully break the seal for your heavenly Tao, are you not afraid that the heavenly abyss will condemn you and liquidate you? A young man hiding in the crowd was obviously in disguise. His appearance was ordinary to the extreme, and no one who looked at him had any impression of him. At this point, he was astonished. Secretly, what is this Yun Rinqing's origin? To actually know even these secret stories? Tian Yuan, that place. Moreover, miscalculated. This Yun Rinqing is actually already a 9-star spirit sect. These manpower are not enough. Right now, we can only hope for Zhou Yasi. Fortunately, we gave that item to her in advance. Success or failure depends on her. He transmitted his voice to the second elder of Wind and Cloud. Cut the crap. Surround Yun Rinqing with all your might. It's too late for that. Receiving the message, the two Wind Cloud elders, their faces changed slightly, but the arrow had to be sent. At that moment, he grunted coldly. Humph. Whether it is a sinner or not we are not sure. We are here only for the sealing place. If you are sensible, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing without mercy. Yun Rinqing disliked angrily. Guarding the seal, my Tianxian sect is duty-bound to do so. And if you want to destroy it, it depends on whether or not you have the ability to do so. All the elders listened to the order. Make every effort to stop them from approaching the seal, and all disciples retreat to the back of the mountain. Yes, sir. Although the disciples were reluctant, they also knew that they were of low strength and would only become a burden if they stayed here. There were a few Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses who tried to stop them, but they were slapped hundreds of meters away by Yun Rinqing through the air and died tragically on the spot. Zhou Yasi froze in place. Hua Wu'er and Lin Shi stood beside her not knowing what to do. Mu Kingo woke up at some point and jogged over to join Zhou Yasi. She muttered in her heart. Didn't she go to look for Master Yun? And when she arrived at the door, she was rebuked by Master Yun. And after that, Yun Hanqing, the peak master of Spirit Beer Peak, also came to look for Master Yun. And what happened after that? Why did she have no impression at all, and arrived at the square in a haphazard manner? Not being able to think too much, she hurriedly ran over and wanted to pull Hua Wucai and Lin Shi away, not realizing that Hua Wucai was stubborn and refused to leave. Road. Master Yun has shown great power. I would like to see if she can protect the Tianxian sect and ground us. It would be best if she doesn't let us help later. Mu Kingo was exasperated and said, "Are you out of your mind? This is all a battle between Spirit Emperor Spirit Sect. What makes you think that Master Yun needs to let you help? People can kill us just by blowing their breath. And you still dare to say such brainless words. Hurry up and go." Flower Mistake reddened her cheeks and said in a very irritated manner, "So what if it's the Spirit Emperor Spirit Sect realm? Can you be sure that Yun Rinqing will be able to withstand the attacks of so many people? If she loses in a while, won't she need someone to take care of her? Really?" Mu Kingo was furious and threw a slap on Hua Wu'er's face, saying angrily, "When did you become so stupid? If Master Ancestor Yun loses, how can the Tianxian sect still exist and how can we gain a foothold? It's a big battle for the survival of the sect. You don't think about Master Yun winning. You still expect her to lose. Have you lost your mind?" Hua Wu'er received a slap and didn't let it subside, covering his face in disbelief. "You hit me. You actually hit me? Who do you think you are? You're not a master. What gives you the right to hit me? Yun Rinqing has imprisoned us and is going to take over Master's position as the sect leader. What's wrong with me expecting her to lose? Do I expect her to win and then make a move on us? Do you want to see Master and us both homeless?" Lin Shi also helped out. "That's, if Master doesn't take the position of sovereign, do you think we'll still have a good life in the future? People have also said that they are only there to open the sealed door. It's not like they will really destroy the Tianxian sect, and once Yun Rinqing dies at that time, Master will still be the Tianxian sect leader. Shouldn't that be what we are pursuing?" Mu Kingo laughed bitterly. Why hadn't she realized before how these two were like retards? She looked at Zhou Yasi and said, "Master, what do you say? Master, Master?" The stagnant Zhou Yasi finally came back to her senses, her expression unnatural, and a short sword sharp edge held in her hand was hidden behind her without a trace. Looking nervous, she saw Mu Kingo looking at her and unnaturally glanced away, saying in a trance, "Yes, that's it, yes." Mu Kingo was strange, frowning, and repeated what she had just said, letting Zhou Yasi decide. Zhou Yasi forced a smile and said, "Stay away, don't get caught in the wave. Everything, it will be decided today." Then, she solemnly looked at the three of them, Mu Kingo, and said as if she had made some sort of determination, "The three of you remember to protect yourselves in a while. Master has done a lot of things during this time and let you down, but you have to remember that no matter what, Master loves the few of you in Shaohan the most. Later on, no matter what happens, you all must remember, especially Chang Chang, must know that I am all for us master and disciple to live together very well. You must believe me. I will not be sorry for Tian Xin clan. Mu Qingdou wrinkled her eyebrows, feeling that things were not quite right. At this juncture, why would the master say these words? Just about to open her mouth to pursue the question, but she didn't want the aftermath of the fight over there to come over, and a few people were instantly toppled over. Zhou Yasi said hurriedly, "Take care of yourself." After saying that, she also flew up and joined the battle, at which time, Tan Shisha, dressed in black clothes and blackface and fighting, leaned over to her side. Yun Rinqing was in the air, alone, facing the 9 spirit sect realm powerhouses surrounding her, not losing the slightest bit of ground, with all sorts of battle skill moves coming out of the air. After a few rounds, not only did he easily block the 9 people's attack, he also injured a spirit sect realm. Narrow and long, the sword's energy was so long that the man was sprayed out by a forceful chop and smashed into the distance, losing his life. The 2 Fengyan elders sucked in a mouthful of cool air when they saw this. Although the 2 of them had been promoted to the 7-star spirit sect with the help of that Gongzi, they used to be genuine peak spirit emperor powerhouses, and to be easily killed by one person under the siege of so many people made their hearts tighten as well. Although the Tianxian sect's crowd of elders were miserable, 27 spirit emperor realm powerhouses made it impossible for them to fight. But seeing Yun Rinqing beheading one person so quickly in a 1-on-9 situation, it instantly gave them endless confidence and strength. As long as they dragged these people down, and Patriarch Yun defeating those 9, the Tianxian sect would not have to worry about anything either. Zhou Yasi joined the battle circle and attracted 3 strong men alone, including Tan Shisha, who didn't hold back at all in order to act realistically and injured Zhou Yasi in a few blows. But at this time, Zhou Yasi seemed to be awakened. Even if she was injured, she never retreated half a step, and bravely rushed up to fight. A style of fighting for the sake of the Tianxian sect, not wanting to lose their lives, made many people chilled, and the elders were pleased. Even Yun Rinqing was surprised. Secretly, no matter what, she is after all the sect leader of the Tianxian sect, and after so many years in the Tianxian sect, she always has a sense of belonging. Chapter 159 Yun Rinqing's greatest hits. On the martial arts field, Yun Rinqing calmly dealt with the remaining 8 people. In addition to the 2 Fengyun, the others have carried injuries. If not for the support of the 2 Fengyun, would have been defeated. The powerful battle technique energy overturned the martial arts arena. The 4-corner Dragon Tang stone pillars snapped and smashed into the crowd. A Tianxian sect elder and 2 spirit emperor realms were unable to dodge and were smashed, shattering all their bones. Zhou Yasi fought for her life and was hit repeatedly. Her robes were already stained with blood, but she didn't care. She tried her best to receive a hard palm from Tan Shisha, decapitating a spirit emperor realm 5-star. And she herself was sent flying by Tan Shisha, skidding hundreds of meters on the ground before she managed to stop. Pust. Several mouthfuls of blood were spewed out, which were mixed with fragments of internal organs, and it was obvious that he was quite heavily injured, and his breath was wilting. Zhou Yasi, who was lying on the ground, her eyes were clear and cold, her heart was unwilling, and she struggled to get up, as if she was making a last stand in a desperate situation. Staggering to her feet, blood spurting from her mouth and nose, blood pouring out, she wiped a handful of the blood all over her face, looking a bit hideous. Seeing this, Tan Shisha once again flew up, looking like he wanted to finish her off completely. Fearless, Zhou Yasi forced down a mouthful of blood that was about to be spewed out, building up her strength, condensing, and forcibly releasing her big move. Yun Rinqing in the air wrinkled her eyebrows, and with a roll of her sleeve robe, she wrapped those people, along with Tan Shisha, into the airborne battlefield, unwilling to see Zhou Yasi's end. Tan Shisha and the young man in the fancy dress, the corners of their mouths hooked up in a bizarre arc. They knew that Yun Rinqing had fallen for it, and by choosing to accept Zhou Yasi in such a situation, their plan was one step closer to success. After wrapping the few people fighting against Zhou Yasi's side into the battlefield, the Tianxian sect's elder's side was under too much pressure due to the large number of people at the Spirit Emperor realm, and they were losing ground, with most of them already losing their fighting strength, leaving only a few elders with higher generation statuses to struggle to hold on. Yun Rinqing continued to be powerful, pulling another dozen or so Spirit Emperor realms into the battle circle, fighting off dozens of people with her own strength. After Tan Shisha entered the battle circle, he didn't attack with all his might, every now and then taking advantage of Yun Rinqing's gap and attack to sneak in a handful of attacks, and although he never hit, he didn't get tired of it. He wandered outside the battle circle, searching for the right moment, wanting to give Yun Rinqing a fatal attack. With another collision, 3 more Spirit Emperor realms were shattered, and all of them were sent flying by powerful energies as they surrounded Yun Rinqing. Yun Rinqing pressed both her palms on the ground, and the broken stones and dirt of the martial arts arena trembled and floated in midair. The rocks and dirt began to swirl, completely covering 100 miles in every direction, and the trees and rubble were all attracted to more and more of them. The two wind cloud elders were shocked by such energy, and their cold sweat broke out as they cried out, "All of you use your full power and use your strongest battle techniques." In the sky, the originally windy and sunny clear sky was converging with a sea of clouds, following the gravitational spinning on the ground, and in a few breaths, the eye of the storm was formed, as if the heavens were trembling with rage, emanating a palpitatingly terrifying aura. By now, the already numb Zhou Yasi was instead fearless, taking advantage of this gap to rush up and fight with the Spirit Emperor realm on the ground, falling into madness. The storm is still brewing and the sea of clouds is still raging. Thousands of meters of mountain peaks were shattered by the powerful energy, and 100 meters of huge trees that were hugged by 10 people were uprooted, and they were torn into pieces of foam by that energy as soon as they started to appear. Even the two Cloud Sea elders, at this time, they were also frightened, unconsciously sweating and soaking their clothes. With such a cultivation level, they had never felt as cold and chill through their bodies as they did now. Is this an energy that can be possessed by the spirit sect realm? Is this going to destroy heaven and earth? My sword is in fear. No one noticed that two figures quietly left the battlefield and swept towards a special mountain peak at extreme speeds, silently. Finally, the sea of clouds in the sky rotated to an extreme, and a huge storm condensed from the eye of the sky, 10 million feet tall and hundreds of feet thick, interspersed with the power of thunder and lightning, with countless silver arcs flickering. At a certain point, space and time seemed to freeze for an instant. The world lost its voice, and everything was not presentable. Boom! Starburst. Yun wrenching angrily surprised, clothes flying, hair tilted up to the sky, as if manipulating the gods of the sky. This moment supreme majesty. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Connecting with the heavens, a furious funeral storm violently rolled up and swept across the entire martial arts arena. The sky darkened and the wind and sand covered the sky as if the world was coming to an end. The winds of darkness roar, and the heavens rained down divine punishment. Wherever it passed, everything was leveled to the ground, and the originally lofty Tianxian sect's main peak was cut down by a large portion, as much as 1,000 feet high, almost becoming a plain. Looking at it from afar, the divine wind there was roaring, wrapping and swallowing the entire mountain range, as if it were a giant beast swallowing the heavens and was wreaking havoc on the earth. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could clearly see the gray hurricane that connected heaven and earth, and even from a distance of 1,000 miles, one could still feel the terrifying aura of destruction. Under the Tianxian sect, the towns and villages separated by 100 miles stared stonily at the heart-eating hurricane on the mountain, and had long since shivered, thinking that it was the Tianxian sect that had angered the gods, and had sent down divine punishments on this piece of heaven and earth. Many people began to run away, and the town was a mess, with houses blown down, sand and gravel mesmerizing the eyes, and all the lapis lazuli on the gates of the town blown off, injuring people. With less than 3 meters of visibility, the cries and shouts, the scurrying people, the ubiquitous slapping of sand and gravel, the misery. The two wind and cloud elders and a group of powerful people who were in the storm formation were fighting against the strong force in the storm. The rotating force of the formation was getting stronger and stronger, and their bodies were suffering from the pain of being torn apart. The cohesive defense shield was sinking and floating amidst the raging winds, as if it was a flatboat on the rough sea, which could be swallowed up by the huge waves and tigers at any time. Such a powerful storm force swept through. The dozen or so people in the Spirit Emperor realm had long been unable to withstand it. Their defense shields shattered, and they were swallowed up by the hurricane winds and wild sands, instantly being turned into annihilation powder. Not even screaming miserably, it was only then that they realized what kind of existence they had provoked. With a 9-star cultivation at the Spirit Sect realm, it was completely out of their reach. At that moment, a figure slowly appeared outside the hurricane. Feeling the terrifying aura above him, he murmured, "What a yun-wrenching, humph, truly terrifying. The world says that I am absolutely unrivaled. Don't you realize that you are the one who is the most deeply hidden? 15 years ago, you made me love you to the bone, but then you caused me to lose my throne and live a life of inhumanity. Hearing that you are out of the gate, I personally came. Once lost everything, I will personally take back. I will double the pain I once suffered to you one by one. I wonder, will you be surprised to see me?" Also at this time, Yun Renqing, who was in the eye of the storm, suddenly felt something, a familiar aura, which made her froze slightly. Sensing his presence, Yun Renqing was pleasantly surprised. Ancient clouds. He appeared, only in an occasion and situation like today's. She didn't know if he was friend or foe. Holding down his inner joy, his brow furrowed slightly. "Dark Road, I felt your presence. Have you also become a hawk of the 9 specters? Or did you come specially to meet me?" Chapter 160, Intercepted by Flower Rain House. Yun Renqing supported herself alone. She had mixed feelings about Gu Yunxiao's appearance, not knowing how he would meet her. Solyu rushes to the Tianxian sect, but is stopped and injured by Hua Yulu. In the dense forest, Solyu ran at breakneck speeds, weaving in and out of the mountains and forests. He knew that the stone man couldn't do much damage to the Flower Rain House at all, so before maneuvering it to make a final attack, Solyu disappeared first. Energy fluctuations came from the sky behind him, and Solyu was shocked that he was actually chasing after him so quickly. Diving headfirst into the dark and damp grass, a thin mist of ice surfaced on his body, completely fusing himself with this gloomy cold and isolating all breath. In the next moment, Hua Yulo appeared above the mountain forest and frowned strangely. What happened? Why is it gone? It's obviously here. Why did it suddenly disappear? Probe out the divine sense. Covered a circle of 10,000 square feet. Fine sensing. Any place of the wind and grass cannot escape. Only, searching for a long time, nothing was found. What's going on? Why isn't it there? Could it be running forward already? Hua Yulo's figure flickered as he chased after him toward the front. Solyu was lying on the ground, his body shrouded in frost, bringing with it a chill that attracted several cold snakes to climb up his body, writhing and twisting around it. However, he didn't move at all. Even if the Flower Rain House above him had already left, he didn't move, as if he was an ice sculpture. A few minutes later, Hua Yulu's figure reappeared and frowned as he searched again. Just to no avail. Humph. Let's see where you can escape to. Without the shelter of those people. In front of me, you are nothing. After coldly grunting, his figure disappeared once again, and there was no trace of him in this heaven and earth anymore. The more the spirit snakes gathered, the more they even twined around Solyu's body, hissing, spitting out snake letters. 10 minutes later, Hua Yulo reappeared, his face so gloomy and ghastly that he could wring out water. He didn't think that the son of a had actually escaped and wasn't here. Spreading out all his divine sense, he searched the mountains around here once again, and finding nothing, he left angrily, chasing after them with all his might. After waiting for a long time and finally sensing that Hua Yulu had left, Solyu carefully got up. We can't go any further in the direction of the Tianxian sect. The Flowering Rain building will surely make a big search in that area. We can only take a detour. The southwest direction is the closest. Only there is a spirit sect level demonic beast there. We must be careful. If we startle it, the Flower Rain House will surely rush in. Solyu got up and darted in the opposite direction of where Flower Rain House had left. He could only take a gamble. Like a mountain stream spirit monkey, it is extremely fast. When a mountain pass appeared in front of him, he used the power of cold ice to condense a slipway and glided at extreme speed, like a dragonfly pointing at the water, drifting over the powerful grass. Solyu suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right here. The silence was a bit eerie. Only then did he realize that, in his haste to avoid Flower Rain House's attack, he had actually gone deeper into this place, and Solyu's face turned ugly. He had a bad feeling that this place appeared to have reached the territory of the behemoth that lurked here. His heart was burning with anxiety. Yun Renqing's side had already started the fight, with so many strong people going, and with Zhou Yasi and the black-clothed man on the side. If Zhou Yasi really betrayed the Tianxian sect, Aunt Yun would be in danger. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong and drilled down head first, trying desperately to avoid it. Boom! A strong energy grazed his body, although dodged most of the attack. Perhaps the amount was too large. He was sent flying, suffered heavy injuries, and sprayed blood from his mouth and nose. Within a few miles of the side, a 100-foot pit appeared, too deep to see the bottom. Hua Yulo's figure emerged and teased. Little bastard. I was almost fooled by you. I have to say that your camouflage is indeed brilliant. If I wasn't convinced that you hadn't escaped from this area, I would have definitely fallen for your trick. Jie, this time, let's see how hard it is for you to fly. Solyu spat out a large mouthful of bloody phlegm and cursed in a cold voice. Dog bastard. Really push me hard. I'll kill you, mongrel old dog. Hua Yulo's face was grim as he said viciously. Dog thing? Did that old thing Qing Hui not teach you how to honor the old and love the young? You little killed 2 of my personal disciples in a row. Today, I'll let you taste what it's like to be wasted again. I didn't beat you to death 10 years ago, so today I'll waste your dantian first, before chopping off your whole body's meridians, picking them off one by one. Not only that, I'm going to cut open all the veins in your body so that you can watch your blood stay dry with your own eyes. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll make your life worse than death. Completely desperate, Solyu grinned with a mouth full of blood. He, old bastard. This point I coincide with your opinion. Don't let old me escape. Otherwise, I will personally waste your cultivation dantian and freeze your blood veins and meridians, so that you old dog can also taste what it is like to be a waste. If labor survives today, he will surely step through the Flower Thousand Valley in the future, and let your Flower Thousand Valley bleed to death, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Hua Yulo sniffed. His face was filled with viciousness as he laughed. Good guts. Only afraid that you do not have this opportunity. Today no one to protect you. I will let you scream every day. Scream the ground. He really didn't want to waste away the Imperial Spirit Divine symbol here. Yun Rinching was obviously in big trouble over there. With so many high-level spirit sovereign realms appearing, Yun Rinching definitely couldn't sustain it. If he used the Royal Spirit Talisman to slaughter Hua Yulo, at that time in the Tianxian sect, there would be no more cards to fight against those people, and at that time, not only would he not be able to save Yun Rinching, but he might also have to put himself in danger, adding insult to injury, and it would only bring an even greater burden to Yun Rinching. From those conversations, he clearly knew how much Yun Rinching cared about him and how much she loved him. She can even not want that rich and powerful queen's position, and can even give up her love because of him, cut herself off from her beloved, and have no dealings with her good sisters, even more in order to protect him, alone and silently bear everything. By the beloved and the royal family are disgraced, hated to the bone, by the royal master of the country personally forced to abdicate the throne, closed for 15 years. Everything that he did after leaving the gate was for Solyu, whether it was punishing Zhou Yasi's few people, personally going out to seek out the medical immortal to be able to repair his Dantian, or being prepared to give up the Tianxian sect and everything else just to find Solyu and protect him by his side. All of this made his heart feel like a knife, only wanting to see Yun Rinching as soon as possible and tell her that he was fine. As soon as possible, he rushed back to tell her to be careful of Zhou Yasi. But now, being blocked by Hua Yulu, he was as anxious as fire. If he couldn't get rid of Hua Yulu again this time, he would sacrifice the Imperial Spirit Divine symbol. The big deal was that he would slaughter the bastard first before thinking of a way out. At this time, Solyu stood on a short mountain. Only there was something strange about this short mountain. How he sensed that it had the aura of life. Moreover, why was the material of this short mountain different? It didn't feel like a mountain stone, and one could even vaguely feel the beating sound of the heart. He was shocked in his heart and also realized at this time, how come this short mountain would burn his feet? If not for the spiritual power to protect his body, he was afraid that the soles of his feet would have already smoked. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment, he felt that the short mountain suddenly moved slightly, very slightly, but Solyu truly felt it with great certainty. He was a little uneasy, but didn't dare to move around freely. Chapter 161, Forcibly Awakening the Behemoth. Solyu called out, "Old dog Hua Yulu, he. When Jun Macho was decapitated by me, he was begging me on his knees. He begged me not to kill him. TSK. I asked him to lick my toes, and when he refused to do so, I slaughtered him. I blocked his blood veins with the power of cold ice. Then bit by bit, I eroded his dantian and internal organs, and I also used the power of sealing. TSK. He tried to beg for help, but I froze his throat and watched me get him killed. Do you want to know what he begged me for in the end? He begged me to kill him. TSK. You old dog. I'll kill you even more brutally than I killed him, and destroy you. Hua Qiangu." Solyu was basically certain that the short mountain was the behemoth, and he had once seen its blurry shadow from thousands of miles away. This big guy was now sleeping. If he could provoke Flower Rain Tower to attack it, when the two entangled together, he would have a chance to escape. As expected, upon hearing these words, Hua Yulo's chi and blood surged, no longer able to suppress the anger in his heart. Dog scum, even if the State Lord personally steps in today, I will definitely extract your bones and cut you into 1,000 pieces. Death. Huge energy erupted, and Hua Yulu was moved to true anger. The stone broke through the sky, infinite energy impacted towards Solyu. Solyu deftly dodged. The fighting skill and the purple extreme green lotus pagoda were used in synergy. Even so, he was also vibrated to fly hundreds of meters. Once again traumatized, most of the energy was poured onto the dwarf mountain, which did not react in the slightest. Solyu was shocked. What a strong defense. The dwarf mountain was not even affected in any way. Oh no, this big guy is sleeping and his defense is too strong. Such a huge energy attack actually didn't wake it up. Unwilling to do so, Solyu sent out a roaring sound wave to try and wake it up, but found that it was to no avail. The Flower Rain Tower attacked once again, and Solyu hurriedly bounced and ran to fly and swept away. And that was when he realized just how big this giant thing was. Running on it, with Solyu's footwork, it was actually only after 10 steps that he was able to step over a not-so-obvious piece of phosphorus armor on his body. Little, you don't deserve to have such an imperial weapon. Beheading you. The old man personally stripped it from your dantian. Solyu cursed. Old dog, you count as an egg. Old me just has this imperial weapon to protect me. Are you envious and jealous? Pup seed, just you and that punk Jun macho. Still want to snatch the Imperial artifact? Eat, go ahead you. Oh, kill. The incomparably vast attack enveloped the entire mountain forest, and the massive pressure shattered the surrounding mountain and rocky woods, rolling down countless boulders. His palms downwards, infinite energy formed 100 feet of energy-like column, unreservedly impacted to come. Solyu continued to run forward, but with his speed it was impossible to completely dodge. And, this time, it was a wide-range attack. He was injured. This time it was a really serious injury. All of his organs spat out pieces of blood foam. His body was like a broken kite smashed heavily on the short hill. Almost all of the bones in his body were broken, but he couldn't care about the pain in his body. Staggered and continued to scurry forward. When Hua Yulo saw this, he laughed coldly. Little, piss me off, this is the price. With that, his figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived behind Solyu and slapped his palm. Even though Solyu resisted with all his might, he still collapsed half of his body and fell heavily on the short hill, his breath wilting and his consciousness lax. He took out the Imperial Spirit Talisman and cupped it in his hand. Seeing this, Hua Yulo sneered. Royal Spirit Talisman? Ha 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 ha, it seems like you're really at the end of your rope. A small Imperial Spirit Talisman only. Ah ha 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 ha. Solyu was completely helpless, and had wanted to rely on the power of Enraging Flower Rainhouse to awaken the sleeping behemoth. However, the giant beast that had withstood such a huge energy attack still did not show any sign of awakening, and now that he was seriously injured and dying, there was no way to delay any longer, so he could only use the Imperial Spirit Divine symbol. Solyu was weak, and his face was ferociously cruel as he said, Son of a ********. You forced me to this point today. If I don't kill you and destroy Hua Qiangu, I, Solyu, will kill myself here. With that, he wanted to activate the Imperial Spirit Divine symbol. Hua Yulo, however, walked up the short hill, teasingly cruel. Little, you don't have a chance. Leaving the guardianship of others, without Bone Fei Yang and Old Tao of Green Emblem. What kind of thing are you? Imperial Spirit Talisman. Ahahaha, this will thwart your bones and skin. I'm going to break your legs and limbs, and you'll kneel in front of Mo Chao's spirit for all eternity, never to be born again. He flew forward to grab Solyu in the palm of his hand. However, at that moment, Solyu unintentionally glimpsed that behind him, there was a bull-sized hollow. There were actually flames coming out of it, and the surrounding dwarf mountains burned red with the palpitating intensity of the flames inside. It didn't look like it had the ability to do so itself, but more like it had been seriously injured, and this wound should have used a special technique of rune marking, which caused it to not be able to heal, and to the point where it was getting worse, and couldn't be suppressed. Seeing that Hua Yulo was only a few meters away from him and could grab his throat in the next moment, Solyu decided to put up a fight. Exploding the power of ice and cold with all his might, he slid backwards. While pressing his palm at that flaming hole, the huge power of cold and ice erupted and infused into that flaming wound. At the same time, 3 angry sea berserk sharks coalesced beside him, only that he was already at the end of his strength at this point, and his power to explode was very limited. When Hua Yulo saw this, he instinctively stayed. The scene where the 8,000-foot raging sharks on the Lin Yuan River seriously injured him and almost killed him was still fresh in his memory and unforgettable for the rest of his life. With a palpitating heart, he let out a laugh when he felt the meager cold energy above him. Ha ha ha, little bastard. No power? How dare you be so small and try to stop me? Ha ha ha, take your life. Boom! Powerful power erupted. The raging shark detonated. Solyu flew back early, kneeling on one knee. The cold sweat on his forehead condensed into ice flakes. His temples were white, and he no longer had any strength. His body was trembling, and he couldn't support himself. Hua Yulo's sleeves waved and dispersed the erupting energy, no longer able to suppress his inner exhilaration. Laughing, he was about to charge. However, at that moment, the short mountain shook violently, and the ground around it rumbled as if it was an earthquake. A huge aura filled the air, as if a sleeping giant divine beast had awakened, radiating endless might. Onomatopoeia, onomatopoeia. The sound of stout breathing came from the entire mountain range, which was in rhythm and trembling, unable to withstand such a powerful pressure. Moo, sound made by cow, an ethereal with echoing mooing, as if blowing a horn, echoed through these mountains. The violent shaking almost threw Solyu out, but fortunately, the bottom of his feet gave birth to cold energy, firmly absorbed, so that he did not fall. Amazed, Hua Yulo hurriedly soared into midair. Stunned, what's this? What has this little awakened? Why such a powerful energy fluctuation? The sense of thickness almost forming a substance, generating aggravating power, and the body becoming much heavier? Solyu wrinkled his eyebrows. Although he managed to awaken this behemoth at the last moment, but whether it was a friend or foe, he didn't have a bottom. He could only see if the bogeyman could work in a while. Chapter 162, Fat-ass rats as rides. Moo, sound made by cow. With a thick roar, the dwarf mountain moved, and with only one rise, Solyu felt himself rising into mid-air, and his body surpassed many 100-meter giant trees, catching a glimpse of the entire mountain range landscape. A guttural mecha-like sound rang out, but it was the massive creature that turned around. Moo, sound made by cow. Enraged, it stood upright and slapped at the flower rain tower. This human was powerful, yet he had the audacity to awaken himself from his slumber and fly above his head, something he could not tolerate. Hua Yulo dodged in the air, letting the blow fall through, and the huge palm slapped on the ground, cracking the mountain. Failing to land a single blow, the giant creature was enraged and attacked again, spewing out energy from its mouth, which was once again dodged by Hua Yulo. Solyu didn't know what kind of species it was, but he could feel how powerful it was, only that its body was too bulky and huge, and several attacks were unable to cause substantial damage to the flower rain tower. Hua Yulo sneered, "You are indeed huge, only too stupid and empty of brute force." Solyu frowned. This was not the way to go on. It had to be it to stall the flowering rain building. Although the giant thing was unable to hit Hua Yulo was also unable to injure the giant beast. All the strong attacks that hit it were like smashing on top of a giant peak, and couldn't even make it take half a step back. Solyu realized that its 100-foot-tall body, with a steady and bulky lower body and an upright upper body, was flexible, and although the attack could not work, it made it less easy for Hua Yulo to cope with it. However, as Solyu was preparing to sneak away, he realized that the giant beast had actually declined, and several of its attacks had caused it pain. He also realized that it was the flames spewing out of this flaming hole that made it uncomfortable, and as it kept attacking, the flames burned even more vigorously, and its breath was a bit shriveled. Apparently, the wound was tormenting it all the time, and it accelerated the burning of this flame when using its abilities and stamina heavily, draining its energy and stamina. No wonder this thing was always sleeping, so it was to resist the erosion of the power of the flames and delay itself from being engulfed by the flames. It seemed that the flames had been tormenting it for quite some time, and if it couldn't be extinguished, it was feared that it wouldn't take long for the giant beast to turn into flying ash. Hua Yulo obviously also discovered this situation and attacked even more ferociously. Moreover, he realized that this giant beast had a thick body and ordinary attacks could not hurt it at all. Thus, he turned to attack the huge pupils of the beast, millstone-sized eyes that were sure to be its weakness. As expected, after several fierce attacks by Hua Yulo, the giant beast was finally hit and roared in pain and rage. Hua Yulo was overjoyed. Sure enough, this stupid monster, it was easy to deal with. That mongrel kid was considered to have made a mistake. Solyu frowned. Enduring the pain in his body, he climbed up to that flaming hole, and a wave of cold power spewed out into the hole. The cold energy with the power of sealing quickly condensed within that flame. Feeling the change in its body, the behemoth looked back at the tiny dot hanging on its back, surprised beyond words. Having exhausted almost all of his spiritual energy, Solyu dropped powerlessly and smashed onto the ground. He was a little woozy, blacking out, and doing the best he could. The behemoth's physical pain was relieved tremendously, and it let out a roar up to the sky as it began to counterattack. Hua Yulo cursed and could only respond with his full strength. Solyu wanted to leave, but found that he had run out of strength, and when he didn't know what to do, he suddenly remembered that big fat-ass rats could fly. Immediately releasing a few of them from the Lin Yuan secret realm, the big fat-ass rats became even more robust and their strength grew to the spirit monarch realm. A very large, truck-sized, big fat-ass rat with wings about 10 feet long threw Solyu onto his back and flew high into the sky, swooping in the direction of the Tianxian sect at a decent speed. Hua Yulo roared, to rush over to intercept, but the giant beast was also powerful, attacking even more fiercely, its huge body blocking the way, fighting with all its might. Moo, sound made by cow. The giant beast was just being pressed by Hua Yulo. It had long been angry. Now that the trauma of its body was suppressed, it didn't need to divide most of its strength to resist the flame's erosion. It could finally teach this human a good lesson. Just now, it actually attacked its eyes. It was very angry. When the huge body moved, it would attract a nearby landslide. The strong power was unparalleled, and the body was even more flexible, making Hua Yulo tired. "Stop her, you brat bastard," Solwu shouted as he lay on top of the big fat-ass rat. "Old dog Hua Yulo, wash your neck and wait for me. After this matter is over, I will surely step through your Hua Qin Valley, and cut off your dog's head on your neck." During the flight, Solyu was finally able to take a breather and inhale the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, while surging that crystal water pearl to repair his wounds. Finally close. he could already see the outline of the Tianxian sect's main peak from afar. It was just that the strong energy fluctuations coming from there were too great, and it could make him feel a palpitation even from such a distance. The thick black clouds seemed to have pressed down on the peak of the Tianxian sect, and on the huge storm, there were also flashes of thunder and lightning, as if it was going to destroy the Tianxian sect. Solyu's heart sank as he slapped his big fat ass, urging it to hurry up. The big fat ass mouse worked hard to stir up its giant wings, its fat ass quivering as if it was making an effort as well. A couple other rats rushed up and took over, allowing Solyu to switch. Solyu was secretly anxious in his heart. Don't be anything, Aunt Yoon. Hold on. You must wait for me. Perhaps sensing the anxiety of Solyu on his back, the mouse that took over was working extra hard. Solyu was surprised that this group of rats had a high IQ, and those few actually flew in front, forming a triangular formation, like being that windbreaker. Solyu stared straight at the Tianxian sect's main peak, praying in his heart that nothing would happen. The imperial spirit divine symbol was held firmly in his palm, seeping out sweat stains, over and over again. She comforted herself that it would be fine. Zhou Yasi was also taken in by Yun Rinqing to grow up, and even in the inheritance of the sect leader's position, she crossed over her senior sister, Yun Hanqing, and handed it over to her, and no matter what else, she couldn't do the rebellious act of killing her teacher. If she really dared to do that, not to mention the Tianxian sect, there would be no place for her in the entire Joshwan Empire, even if she was stupid. However, the fact that he had been reminded so many times that Zhou Yasi was a stupid woman with no bottom line who could do anything. Solyu's face condensed as he murmured, Zhou Yasi, you'd better not do something stupid like that, or else, even if the sky is the limit, I will definitely kill you. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the Tianxian sect, Solyu could even already feel the tearing force of that storm. The mind was tense, taking deep breaths to adjust itself. Boom! Squeak! Suddenly, a strong energy shot in, knocking a few big fat-ass rats in front of them into a bloody mist with a single blow. Solyu jolted up, vigilantly observing his surroundings. It couldn't be. Huayu Lu wouldn't catch up so quickly. That giant thing wouldn't let him break through the defense so easily. At that moment, a figure slowly rose into the air and blocked the front. Going somewhere? Chapter 163, Shui Yuntian blocking the way. Solyu's face was icy cold as he said, asterisk 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 off. Shui Yuntian teasingly laughed. Should I call you Stopper? Or Solyu? This should be your original appearance. Last time, you chased after me and injured me due to the heavenly tribulation. So today, I've specially come to meet you. Solyu's heart sank. Now he didn't want to dwell on why Shui Yuntian had appeared here. He only wanted to quickly arrive at the Tianxian sect. He chilled his voice. To get back. Miss, today I'll be there anytime. Now get out of the way. Shui Yuntian was good-natured and laughed. You're still too weak now. I'm not interested in fighting against you. What I'm more curious about is that 2 months ago, you were still an invalid who had destroyed his Dantian and Meridians. Why is it that only 2 months have passed and you have such a strong battle power? Can you answer me? Solyu's heart palpitated, not understanding where the mistake had been made, that Shui Yuntian had actually known about his changes. It was just that, in this situation, he really didn't want to bother with all of this and only wanted to rush back to the Tianxian sect. Yun Rinqing was in danger now. If anything really happened to her, he would regret it for the rest of his life. At that moment, he said angrily, get lost. If you block my way back to Tianxian sect today, in the coming day, I will exterminate your entire Mercury clan and kill your entire water family. Shui Yuntian didn't care and said, it doesn't matter. If you have that strength, do whatever you want. But if you don't let me figure out the root of your body, you're not going anywhere today. Solyu's heart tightened and sank to the bottom of the valley. Apparently he was as Yun Shan had said in the beginning. This person was meticulous and bizarrely terrifying, and based on some clues or investigations, he knew that his physique was unusual. After leaving the Tianxian sect, in just 2 months, the existence of the incarnation of stopping the water and even being able to seriously injure the Flower Rain building was bound to have obtained a heaven-defying chance. This was what he was worried about, when he had only been concerned about guarding against the scourge of Xiao Han, thinking that he had disappeared and that it no longer mattered whether he was disguised or not. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han's side was not encountered for the time being, but it invited Shui Yuntian. He didn't want to know how he found out now. He only wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Solyu said angrily, get lost, don't want to tangle with you, forcing me to reveal my bottom card. I want you to die. The Flowering Rain building he tried to avoid by not using the Imperial Spirit Divine symbol, and now that he was facing Shui Yuntian, he really couldn't use it. But right now, he was seriously injured and was no longer capable of fighting. Moreover, even in his heyday, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat him. and now that he was intercepted, Sol Yu felt resentful, and from time to time, he looked in the direction of the Tianxian sect, where the aura had already reached its peak. Sol Yu's heart was shocked and worried beyond measure, and he was terrified inside. Open the door of the Lin Yuan secret realm. 2 black devil python as black as ink appeared. After this period of time refining the power of the underworld energy pool, 2 black devil pythons successfully promoted to the Spirit King realm demonic beasts. The body is also many times thicker and stronger. The top of the head is vaguely rumbled with a fist-sized pimple. If this tentacle grows, it is the time for them to turn into a jiao. At the same time, countless fat-ass rats also appeared. Hundreds of them, and Sol Yu laughed bitterly, actually needing them to save the day. Seeing this scene, Shui Yuntian clapped his hands instead of being shocked. I see. That Imperial Artifact's own defensive ability isn't its strongest point. It's the fact that it can control the Lin Yuan mysterious realm. TSK. Continue. The Lin Yuan secret realm is good, but these aren't enough. Let me see how many good things you really have. It's really enviable. Black Devil Python began to appear, showed a strong power. The body of a bucket thick, containing 1,000 pounds of force, tail flung straight into the air water cloud sky. The strong force seemed to stir the space, creating ripples. Sol Yu was elated, not expecting that in such a short period of time. The black demon python had evolved to such a degree, so powerful that it could crack mountains and break rocks. Only, in the next moment, Sol Yu was alarmed. His brows knitted deeply, and his face became ugly. He knew that Shuyunshan was very strong, so strong that the current him was completely unbeatable, but he didn't expect that, or one had underestimated him. As powerful as the black demon python was, even today's him couldn't take it that easily, but he didn't want to be resisted by Shui Yuntian with one hand. The other black demon python saw this and first spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Feeling the shadowy aura coming from above, Shui Yuntian frowned slightly, said, to be able to devour dark energy tainted with the power of the underworld. I have to say that there really is something good in the Lin Yuan secret realm. I'm even more curious. It then sent a black demon python flying out and smashed it straight into the ground. Hiss! The black demon python smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble and flatten countless trees and grasses. Chanting in pain, as Sol Yu returned to his senses, another black demon python was also smashed into the canyon, causing a huge echo. The fat-assed rats darted up in a swarm and made a desperate onslaught. Sol Yu also noticed at this time that those fat-ass rats were able to swoop over here even if they were knocked down and injured even more. Apparently they had been strengthened again. Naturally, Shui Yuntian also discovered it and laughed lightly. This rat is also good. It can actually withstand such powerful energy and still be able to recover so quickly. Let me see what you can do by crumbling you into a bloody mist. Boom! The powerful energy shook the fat-ass mouse away. And then, the Imperial-grade spirit sword was sheathed, cutting out countless sword chi. Each sword chi that streaked across the room would decapitate a fat-assed rat. The sword chi twisting inside and exploding into a bloody mist. One after another. So tragic. Sol Yu roared. Shui Yuntian, if I don't behead you dog scum, I swear I won't be a human being. Shui Yuntian teasingly laughed. Looking forward to your performance. Bring out your strongest card and let me see the thing that made you change your life against the odds in a little over 2 months. Oh, the fighting technique was forcefully activated, draining all the spiritual energy in his body and frantically outputting it. And he looked frantic. The 2 black demon pythons flew in once again, wanting to share the burden for Sol Yu. At the same time, he spewed out a thick black gas, which landed on Shui Yuntian's protective body defense shield and made a nuisance sound, actually corroding his spiritual power shield. Shui Yuntian frowned, ecstatic, and laughed. Ha ha ha, what nice little snakes. I'm liking them more and more. What a surprise. You don't think that with 2 little snakes and a bunch of these disgusting fat-ass rats you can stop me? I'll give you the chance to use that life-changing artifact. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Sol Yu roared. What kind of a thing are you? And you still want to covet what I have? Not to mention that item, you'll never get one of these rats. Dog scum, if you want their feces, I can reward you with some. After all, they come in larger quantities. Sol Yu was still forcibly raising his spiritual energy to condense the final blow. The dark energy of the black demon python was still corroding and wearing down the energy shield, while at the same time, their snake tails were like spirit whips, viciously lashing towards Shui Yuntian. Shui Yuntian's face was icy cold as he sneered. You're really tough talking. You used to be nothing more than a piece of trash who luckily obtained a heaven-defying divine artifact. You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of me. You're really looking for death. Chapter 164, Fat-ass rats show their power. Humph. Do you really think I'm afraid of these corrosive energies? I merely wanted to try out their strength. The ability is good, but unfortunately the strength is too weak and there is a lot of room for improvement. After saying that, he grabbed the two black demon pythons with both hands and wrestled them together. And the strong energy turned into a spiritual power net, trapping the black demon pythons. Ho ho! These two little snakes. I'll take them. Do you have a problem with that? Solyu coldly grunted. Humph. They're just dying. They won't follow you. Just die. Shueiyun Tian ho ho laughed. There's no harm in it. I have the means to make them submissive. I'm the one who's more suitable to be their master than a lucky loser like you. You don't deserve to have these wonders. Solyu sneered. A dog scum. I don't deserve it. What do you think you're entitled to? Squeak. The fat-ass rats fluttered again. A wave of rats charging forward defiantly. Like unhinged beasts. Shueiyun Tian coldly snorted and said, what a stupid thing. Only this useless strong attack. Far worse than those two little snakes. Perhaps it was because they heard Shueiyun Tian say so. The rats fumed. And even their fat asses got 2 circles bigger. A fat-ass rat. Letting out a squeal. Its anger audible in the yelp. The fat ass swelled. The doodle face became even more swollen and rounded. And the nose and mouth were sunken in. As if inflated. As its body changed, its speed and aura also became majestic, and with an extremely fast sprint it reached Shueiyun Tian's heels. Boom! Very decisive. Without the slightest hesitation. Forcefully blowing up. Seeing this, the 10 or so rats rose to the occasion. All mutating, one after another exploding in front of Shueiyun Tian. Blood and water and debris. This sudden explosion caused even Shueiyun Tian to be in a slight mess. Solyu was furious and unwilling. These fat-ass rats were really guarding him to the death. Once again using all his strength to condense his aura. His body's aura all became berserk. Only, this was not enough. Far from enough. If this blow could not make Shueiyun Tian retreat, he would really have to use the Imperial Spirit Divine symbol. But he was unwilling to do so. Yun Renqing's side was still waiting for him. Boom boom boom. The explosions one after another made Shueiyun Tian impatient. A huge circular shield forcefully rose up with amazing defense. Several fat-ass rats exploding together couldn't hard tough it for even a fraction of a second. Shueiyun Tian braced his shield and laughed cruelly. Well, desperate? Oh, you know nothing about my power. Solyu sneered. Ho ho. You know nothing about the power of these fat-ass rats either. Shueiyun Tian laughed sarcastically and mocked. A bunch of just with strange bodies but only brute force charging. Even with such a humongous determination, what can they do? This kind of defense shield, even with your full strength, you can't break through a single bit. Do you think they will cause harm to me? Or have you run out of skills? Tisk. Solyu snorted. What makes them powerful is not their own attacks, but the kind you haven't seen before. Before Solyu finished speaking, the fat-ass rats in the sky came together to piss and spit on that defense shield. Some of them even turned their fat asses upside down and poured in circles, and the rat poop bounced one by one towards the shield. Seeing this scene, Solyu laughed cheerfully. Ha 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 ha, even though it can't hurt you. It's not a soothing excitement to see them ting and pissing on your head. The stream of water on the shroud. The black rat droppings that rolled off one fist-sized piece. And the sticky, greenish, drawn-out spit that didn't pour over himself but made him incredibly nauseous and uncomfortable. Worse than eating a dead fly. There were 2 bold rats that fell on the defense shield. Duong jumping, seeing Shueiyun Tian's eyes chilling fury looking over. Spitting at him through the shield. Provocative. Shueiyun Tian was completely enraged, being disgusted to the point of doubting his life, and letting a few rats provoke and despise him. How could this be tolerated? Ah! Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! Boom! The shields crumbled violently, forcing their way through and shattering the rats, and though he had been cautious, he was still showered with some of the spilled feces and drool on his shirt, and one rat turd happened to land on his ceremonial crown. Endless killing intent swept out. He took the initiative to attack. Toward the fat-ass rats team chopped over. Completely killed crazy. A few breaths. Killed most of them. Fat-ass rats madly fled. Scattered in all directions. They fled in all directions and kept provoking. Some puckered their fat asses to swing at him. Some couldn't escape and looked at the pursuing Shueiyun Tian and tried their best to spit at him. Then turned into blood mist. Although he would soon be caught up and beheaded by Shueiyun Tian, it allowed him to frantically chase after him, buying time for Solyu. Seeing this scene, Solyu was pleased. Looking at these fat-ass rats, getting more and more obedient and liking them more and more. Solyu had finally finished building up, and his body was becoming less full, his cheeks sunken in. He hastily made a seal and roared. True, shark of the raging sea. 5 huge ice sharks were formed, 10 feet in size, with gusts of coldness emanating from them, and the fighting technique condensed crazily, completely solidifying the ice sharks. Shueiyun finished beheading the fat-ass rat and looked at Solyu with a sardonic smile. Your turn. I've long since learned about these broken sharks, and without the kind of intensity that seriously injured Flower Rain House. You think it can hurt me? I'll ask you one last time. Hand over that heaven-reversing artifact, or else, I'll come and get it myself. Solyu was just about to strike up a conversation when he noticed a bizarre scene. He didn't know that the last time Joe Yasi was stopped by a suspected Zune realm powerhouse and released the fat-ass rat. That time, the fat-ass rats also made a humongous impact like this, and many of them were broken by Joe Yasi. But that time, the shattered rat corpse didn't weather, and all that blood and bone entrapment, flowing on its own, fused together to form a huge, super fat-assed rat that, as if inflated, ran towards Joe Yasi, expanding to its maximum when it was closest to her, and exploded violently. And now, this bizarre scene appeared again. Those blasted bloodstreams didn't fall down, as if they had lost gravity, or someone had manipulated them. They floated in the air, and even Solyu didn't notice. Now, this blood water quickly wriggled and formed a stream of blood, which didn't condense into inflatable rats like last time, but instead formed a column of blood to pour into the 5 ice sharks of the raging sea. There's a lot of blood flow. It'll take some time. More and more blood pillars fused into the ice shark, causing Solyu to feel that the ice shark's aura was continuously strengthening. The magnitude of the enhancement made it a little difficult for him to control. Seeing this scene, Shui Yuntian frowned. Although he was not afraid of this kind of attack, it was still just in case. He wanted to break up the pillars of blood, and after he swung his sword down, the pillars of blood would coalesce once again, just like the stream of water that couldn't be cut through the ground. That being the case, he aimed at Solyu with a sardonic smile. Chapter 165, Solyu trapped. Yun wrenching deeply surrounded. The black demon python was trapped and kept twisting its snake body, but it was unable to break free from its bonds. Black mist was spat out from their mouths and attached to the webbing, which began to corrode as nuisance green smoke rose. Solyu, who was in full control of the fusion of the raging sea berserker shark, was unable to move at this time. His heart was anxious, and as he watched Shui Yuntian take a step forward, he endeavored to run the chaotic green lotus technique, controlling it to fuse faster. Shui Yuntian teased, "Are you at your wit's end? Do you want to succeed in fusion? I won't let you have your wish. Hand over the heaven-reversing artifact and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you won't be able to return to Tianxian sect. Zhou Yasimu Kingo all have a grudge against you. I don't understand why you still want to go back. Go back and continue to be Mu Kingo's dog licker?" As a great battle broke out in the Tianxian sect today, and even Gu Yunxiao went there. I'm curious as to who exactly is making a move against the Tianxian sect. I was originally going to rush to the Tianxian sect to check it out as well, trying to figure out who has so much energy to gather so many spirit sect realms, and if it could be the royal family that's up to no good. I didn't expect to meet you, and I've suddenly lost interest in what's going on over there, and now I just want to get the artifact inside you. Rumble. Right at this moment, the storm on the Tianxian sect side underwent a strange change, vaguely becoming unstable and out of control. Solyu was in a big hurry and roared, "Gimme the coagulation." Shuyunshin coldly snorted and raised his sword. "Delusion. It's all mine if I behead you." Just as Shui Yuntian chopped at Solyu, a strange change occurred in the Tianxian sect square. Gu Yunxiao stood outside the storm formation, holding a large golden copper bell, and slammed into the hurricane formation held up by Yunrinching. Pust. Yunrinching sprayed out a large mouthful of blood staining her immortal dress as her face turned pale. The hurricane formation also became unstable, and the black and white two old men who were originally going to lose their lives took advantage of this violent impact to forcefully break free from that hurricane's tearing and break free from the storm. The two men had palpitations, nearly died, and couldn't stop the fear inside them. Boom! The great bell struck again, and Yunrinching finally couldn't support it, and the great formation was broken open. A figure fell out, all in fear, no longer daring to go forward. The afterglow of the large formation dispersed, revealing Yunrinching's somewhat wretched figure. 2 streams of blood flowed from the chin to the snow-white gooseneck. The fairy dress dotted with blood beads seeped into plum blossoms. Miserable pity. Gu Yunxiao walked over step by step, his voice cold and merciless as he questioned. Yunrinching, 15 years ago, everything is vivid in my mind. Because of you, I went from being the high and mighty crown prince to being the object of ridicule. For your sake, I lost my place on the throne and traveled far away. Have you ever thought that you would have such a day? Kneeling before me in such a wretched and humble manner? Have you ever thought that one day you would regret it? Yunrinching slowly stood up and faced him in an angsty manner, as if she were a sobbing pistol, and said, "Once I thought I was lucky to have met the soul mistress, the cold star, and you in all your splendor. Once I thought I was happy to have you so persistently in love, so obsessively waiting, so defiantly chasing. I thought I was lucky to have met the love of my life, a harbor to lean on, and found a home and a place for my soul." As if recalling the beauty of the past, Yunrinching had a light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. "Everything was sweet once, made me obsessed. made me wildly drunk, always thinking that was the love I needed and fantasized about. But then it occurred to me that it was nothing more than false ingratiation, and nothing more than feigned sincerity, and nothing more than deliberate love. Gu Yunxiao was furious, striking over with a palm, but Yun Rinqing blocked it and stepped backward. You fart. Who are you to say that? When was I false? When was I a hypocrite? Have I not been sincere enough with you? Have I not been honest enough with you? Am I not good enough for you? I promise, you'll be the queen. That position. Many people can't even dream of it. What more do you want? What about you? Brought back a bastard from nowhere. No matter how many kind words and concessions I said, you refused to give him up, preferring to cut yourself off from me. On what basis do you? Yun Renqing snorted. That's your self-righteousness. A postulate is just a postulate. Do you think I, Yun Renqing, am rare? Do you think that with such a promise, I should be at your mercy and follow you in all things? You underestimate me. Yun Renqing, not to mention it's just the post position. Even if it's the position of the country's lord, I don't care about it. You think I can be with you, that I'm above you, that I should be grateful for a promise of a back seat? You are too ignorant. I have contact with the level. You simply cannot imagine. Always think that a small country in the barren land of the northwest of the country is already unlimited glory and honor. But you don't know that you are sitting in a well and watching the sky. No insight. If Xiaoyu's identity is revealed, you won't even have the qualifications to kneel and lick him. Perhaps once, or before today, I would have remembered how good you were to me, and there would have been that glimmer of fantasy, or lingering, or regret. But after today, and up to now, I can only feel truly grateful that I didn't get together with you and fulfill that inner vanity and possessiveness of yours. Today, your two bells broke my battle formation and injured me, and everything that has ever passed goes up in smoke with these two bells. From now on, all of them are passers-by and have no more to do with each other. If you come for them today and become an accomplice, I will not stay my hand. Gu Yunxiao's face was full of grimace as he roared. You this? How can you be so heartless? I pay my heart, care love as much as I can, but you say it is worthless. For the sake of a wild seed, you ruined half of my life, and now you're actually desperate enough to do this. You really deserve to die. Yun Rinqing was miserable and said, asterisk. Oh, what a heartbreaking title. With that, she said seriously, it's fine to scold me. The cause of everything is my fault. Xiaoyu didn't do anything wrong. He has a father and a mother. You're not allowed to talk about him like that. Gu Yunxiao saw this situation. She actually still so defending. Heart even more angry. Mention bell will hit over. Then you go to hell. Buzz. Buzz. Yun Rinqing slapped her two palms on the golden bell, emitting a loud battle sound, while secretly being shocked that Gu Yunxiao had actually reached the 8-star spirit sect. However, she wasn't afraid, even though there was only a 1-star difference and she was already injured. It wasn't something he could shake. After dozens of rounds of sparring, Yun Rinqing nearly sent that large bell flying as he stomped back, injured by the powerful shock and blood spilling from his mouth. Just then, a loud noise came from the sealed vein of the sealed land, and Yun Rinqing secretly said, not good. Someone is attacking the seal. She flew up and was ready to stop it, but was stopped by Gu Yunxiao with a cold smile. The 9 Spectres seal. You care so much about it? You're so heartless. How can I let you get what you want and try to rescue it? Don't dream. Come together and kill her. As Gu Yunxiao yelled, the 2 wind and cloud elders and a group of spirit sect realm powerhouses flew up and surrounded her, striking out at her together. Yun Rinqing cursed in anger. You really are the same as these people. You have become the lapdog of the 9 Spectres clan. With this, take back the word to me. Boom! A fierce battle breaks out again. Chapter 166, Yun Rinqing's might, seriously injuring Gu Yunxiao. In the sealed place, a pitch-black circular vortex only the size of an average portal rotated, covered with complex runes, countless runes shimmering and flowing on it. It could be clearly felt that the sealed door was being bombarded non-stop, and gusts of sound came from inside, as if it was the land of the 9 hells and the yellow underworld. The Chinese-robed youth and a black-robed old man stood in front of the sealed door, and also couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. If it wasn't for their scheming, this seal was estimated to be able to hold on for at least 100 years. The young man in Chinese clothes said leisurely, the seal on this side of the Tianxian sect is vital and must be broken. But what alarms me is why the power of the seal on this side is so strong, many times stronger than the rest. Why is that? The black-robed old man shook his head. I'm not sure. I felt the fluctuation of spiritual power from above, which contains the power of sealing, and it's hard to describe the level of this sealing power. The young man in fancy dress sniffed and blurted out, stop the water? The black-robed old man frowned and asked, what stopper? Is that the stopper who's been all the rage lately? The flashy-suited youth nodded his head gruffly and said, "The only one I've seen that contains the power of sealing within its spiritual energy is stopping water. Originally it was only a guess, but now I should be confidently convinced that stopping water is that discarded disciple of the Tianqian sect. I really didn't expect that I planned the Jun macho matter just to draw attention over to it, but inadvertently trapped stopping water in front of Flower Rain House. In any case, he's an uncertainty. I heard Zhou Yasi say that there's a possibility of hiding Zun realm powerhouses by his side, and the last time she injured stopping water, she was intercepted by a Zun realm powerhouse, who opened the Lin Yuan secret realm to teach him a lesson. If he rushes here, things will not be easy to clean up." The black-robed old man was alarmed and said hurriedly, "If it's really as you say, then the Flowering Rain building will definitely not be able to stop that stopping water. There must be no delay. Seize the time." The Chinese-robed youth nodded his head and stared. "If it's really as I suspected, it's not going to be easy, unless we get someone from the 9 specters to come out and deal with that person. I now summon Zhou Yasi. Make sure that the 9 specters' cold cloud dagger stained with the 9 specters' king's blood is sucked full of Yunrenqing's blood, which is the key to unlocking the seal." The black-robed old man nodded and said, "This time, the plan cannot be faulted. Even exposing the pawn Gu Yunxiao who has been hidden for years, specifically targeting Yunrenqing. I used to know that she was strong, but I didn't expect her to be so ridiculously strong now." Gu Yunxiao used to think that Yunrenqing had climbed high above him, but unbeknownst to him, he was the tree frog sitting in a well and watching the sky. The 9 specters' cold cloud dagger, tainted with the king's blood, that Yunrenqing is doomed to fail to live. The young man in Chinese clothes said in a cold voice, "First try to attack the seal with the power of the cold underworld to weaken the power. Send a signal over there. If Gu Yunxiao can injure Yunrenqing, draw her over. The most important thing is up to Zhou Yasi. If she can get it, this time it will be foolproof." After saying that, a cold light emerged from both of their bodies, and the spectral power blasted at the seal at the same time. In the sealing vortex, the flowing light talisman flickered and emitted dazzling light. The light rushed out of the sky, and the intense light caused the mountain range where this sealing place was located to emit violent shaking, as if it was about to collapse. The two were vibrated out, and although they broke a few runes, they also activated all the spirit symbols, arranging a powerful disc formation, with the flowing characters still transforming, and also patching up the damaged areas that were just attacked. The Chinese-suited youth exclaimed in shock, "What is the origin of this sealing formation? It's actually so strong that it can still repair itself? It has to be Yunrenqing coming here now. Without the key, I'm afraid I can't open it." "Lost my mind," the black-robed old man said gruffly. "Not necessarily, all of them might need a key to open, but if it's just a gaping hole, it's still doable. As long as there is a 9 specter's breath leaking out, tainted with the royal bloodline and her Yunrenqing's blood, even if one has 3 heads and 6 arms, one will never be able to make it recover." The black-robed old man slit open his arm and blood sprayed towards the sealing formation, and after coming into contact with that blood, the light of the flowing runes became dim and even scarlet. The dark spectral light, condensed with the blood fury aura to form a pillar of blood-red light, pierced through this mountain peak, and a huge hole appeared. Yunrenqing, who was fighting outside, was shocked when he saw this scene. "Blood of the 9 specters. There are actually clansmen of the 9 specters here. Crap." Ignoring her injuries, Yunrenqing forcibly shook a group of strong people away and flew to the sealed place. A large bell smashed head-on. Angrily, "Stay for me." Yunrenqing was furious, and 2 complex characters appeared between his palms, pressing on the large bell with all his might. "Gu Yunxiao, if I break the seal today, I will behead you." Buzz. Pust. Gu Yunxiao's blood sprayed out as he flew out backwards, smashing into the ground and skidding hundreds of meters before he managed to stop. "Yunrenqing, you are so ruthless." Completely disregarding the slightest bit of affection, "I, Gu Yunxiao, am truly blind." Yunrenqing faced the attack of the others alone and said in a cold voice without turning her head back, "After so many years, you still haven't changed in any way. It's ridiculous that you can still say such childish things when you're in a life-and-death situation. Once again, you've made me feel like I made an incredibly good decision, and I'm so glad it didn't work out the way you wanted it to, knocking everyone back and one person out of the battle." Yunrenqing hurriedly turned around and flew to the sealed place. However, at this moment, a Tianqian sect elder was severely injured and his body flew backwards. Yunrenqing subconsciously caught him. Without wanting to, that elder's body suddenly exploded. A handful of black powder filled the air. Yunrenqing secretly said it was not good. Her sleeves waved to disperse it, but some was still sucked in. "Oh no! It's the Phantom Lotus Reverse Spirit Flower." In the next moment, she noticed that the spiritual power in her body began to have a sense of rawness and stagnation, and even a hidden tendency to reverse the flow, and she hurriedly used her spiritual power to suppress the medicinal power of this spiritual flower. A chilling voice said, Tan Shisha, you despicable villain. I once thought that you weren't easy to deal with and let you go, but you became a traitor to the 9 specters. If I had known back then, I should have slashed you alive with a palm. The others were greatly shocked. This man was actually the Sand Emperor City Lord, Tan Shisha? That big rough man with a loyal face? Tan Shisha's face was ugly. He didn't expect that after so many years had passed, Yun Rinching still remembered his scent and recognized him at a glance. Only, he didn't regret it. People go to high places. Without the help of that prince, how could he be promoted so fast? Relying only on that little bit of battle merit. But he was not qualified to be the king of a different surname. Being hit by the Phantom Lotus Reverse Spirit Flower, Yun Rinching's breath was not smooth and her strength was weakened. She had the intention to go up and kill Tan Shisha, but the seal over there had already appeared to have a loophole, so for the time being, she could only let him go first. Only, such villains are not to be easily forgiven. Yun Rinching slapped his palm across the air with great speed, sending him flying, spewing blood from his mouth, not knowing if he was dead or alive. Borrowing this force, Yun Rinching flew back, and Gu Yunxiao hurriedly shouted, Stop her! The big bell flew again. The other spirit sect realms pounced over with all their might. Yun Rinching was poisoned by the Phantom Lotus Reverse Spirit Flower, forcibly suppressed it, and had to face all these people besieging her, and she was ultimately shocked and injured by Gu Yunxiao's big bell. Yun Rinching struck out with anger. Energy filled her palms, and her palms fiercely pressed strongly, several times in a row, buzzing. Finally, this intermediate imperial artifact, which had not been fully activated, was destroyed by her and split into pieces. Gu Yunxiao was intrinsically connected to it, and when the bell shattered, he also flew out backwards, seriously injured and unconscious. Chapter 167, Soul Yu finally breaks free. Yun Rinching was seriously injured by the great bell, and with the 2 wind and cloud elders closing in behind her, she received 2 palms on her back and staggered to the ground, bleeding from her mouth and nose. She stood up trembling, her body's spiritual energy flowing backwards, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. Seeing those people attacking again, Yun Rinching's sword pointed at the Big Dipper and violently slashed out several hundred feet of sword intent. All of them frantically resisted, and a few of them were forcefully cut down. Right now, there were only 4 people left, the 2 Wind Cloud Elders and the 2 4-star Spirit Sectors, who were too terrified to rush forward. Seeing this, Yun Rinching didn't dare to delay and swept towards the sealed place. Zhou Yasi had been hiding since Yun Rinching had been powerful and was secretly healing her wounds, and now that the great battle over here had come to an end, Yun Rinching rushed to the sealed land. She took out a pitch-black dagger, which carried several grooves and special patterns engraved on it, which would be noticed if one looked closely. Above those grooves and lines, there were not so obvious scarlet bloodstains, old and ancient, emitting a chill that nevertheless gave even Zhou Yasi the creeps. She struggled to her feet and headed for the sealed place. Omi Akingo's few people showed their heads from behind some ruins and looked at Yun Rinching worriedly, saying, Master, where are you going? Zhou Yasi's face was pale, and a flash of pain flashed in her eyes, which was then replaced by fortitude. She said, Remember what Master told you. Everything I do is for your own good. I hope you understand. After saying that, she left without looking back and walked into the sealed place. Behind them, the 2 Wind and Cloud Elders reacted and hurriedly followed. There was where the final decision would be made. Looking at Soul Yu's side again, he sensed the disappearance of the Tianxian sect's massive aura and the ringing of several large bells, causing him to be extremely panicked. Has the curtain fallen? What's going on? Why isn't it moving? Yet again, he saw that the rushing momentum plunged straight into the sky, stirring up heaven and earth. That location, which he was very familiar with, was the sealed place, so why would energy emanate from the sealed place? It can't be. The 9 specters' seal. They went to the sealing place to break the seal and unseal the 9 specters? Zhou Yasi, did she get involved with the 9 specters? He knew the horrors there well, and often went to reinforce the seals in those days, and was often confused by the sounds coming from inside. When Aunt Yun was on the throne, she had taken him there from time to time and witnessed Yun Rinching reinforcing the seals and filling them with energy. A break-in at the sealed land means, Auntie Yun, it won't be. Ah, Shui Yuntian also noticed the movement over there. That later on rushing heavenly aura made him have some heart palpitations as well as uneasiness. Shui Yuntian came and cursed. The Tianxian sect is really declining, and Yun Rinching is also wasteful enough to be overrun so quickly. Soul Yu roared and cursed in anger. Shui Yuntian, you bastard. Your mom is the trash. Your family is all trash. Shui Yuntian froze, his face grim and murderous. Death to you. Kill you. Yun Rinching is trash. What do you think? Shui Yuntian had always acted cloudy and calm, as if in this heaven and earth, there was nothing that could move him. Today, however, he saw a scene of incomparable greed on his part, wanting to take everything on Sol Yu's body for himself, including the Lin Yuan mysterious realm and the chaotic green lotus. Now, he too had finally changed. Only, it wasn't enough to make him completely lose his mind and flourish. However, Sol Yu knew a hidden secret that was exposed in his last life. He adored his master, the Mercury sect patriarch, Yu Ling-su. To what extent is it adored? No worse than when Sol Yu was on Mukingo, even more so. Only, Yu Ling-su only looked at him as a disciple and never had any unusual feelings. This also drove him crazy, and Yu Ling-su's name became his forbidden scale that no one could touch at will. In his previous life, Xu Yunshan had repeatedly pressured the sect, uniting with the Grand Elders group of people to force Yu Ling-su, wanting to make him give in, but Yu Ling-su was unwilling to do so, and even broke with the Mercury sect and fought against Shui Yuntian, resolutely leaving the Mercury sect. Since then, Shui Yuntian went crazy, searching all over the world for someone who looked similar to Yu Ling-su to take on his pleasures, making exactly the same clothes and jewelry, and learning to speak and do things in front of him in Yu Ling-su's likeness. But whenever anyone spoke ill of Yu Ling-su, they would be mercilessly cut down by him, even if they were members of the royal family or the first line of the Shui family. In a moment, he was able to make Shui Yuntian completely crazy, shaped like a wild beast. The corners of Sol Yu's mouth grinned in a cruel arc as he said softly, "You can't get Yu Ling-su. Don't even think about it in this lifetime." Buzz. Shui Yuntian's head exploded. His eyes became crimson. His cheeks were distorted, and he completely lost his mind. "Scumbag, kill you." Ah. Boom. Boundless aura erupted as Shui Yuntian no longer had anything to worry about. Holding up his sword manner towards Sol Yu in a forceful slash, sword chi streaked across his body. Countless wounds appeared on Sol Yu's body. Blood and flesh rolled over, and his shoulders were almost cut off. But instead of being afraid, he had a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. At this time, Xu Yunshan was completely unconcerned, and his boundless sword aura stabbed straight into Sol Yu's heart. "Kill you, kill you." The raging sea berserkers and those blood pillars finally condensed. The energy hit was amazingly large, and Sol Yu almost couldn't control it. The 5 giant sharks condensed and morphed, forming 5 ice crystal giants, and the giants occupied 5 directions, surrounding Shui Yuntian in the center. The giant's appearance could not be seen. Barefoot, as if the Buddha in the world, closed his eyes Vajra, his body releasing gusts of cold ice. The powerful coldness not only caused Shui Yuntian to wake up, even Sol Yu felt his heart palpitate. Shui Yuntian was terrified and exploded all of his energy, trying to get rid of the ice crystal giant as he yelled, "Drive me!" However, how would Sol Yu give him the chance to do so? Bellowing out, "Bak!" As Sol Yu's words fell, the 5 giants opened their eyes at the same time, their palms stacked on top of each other, and a blood-colored crystal flickered within it. Boom! The Sol universe lost its hearing, the sky and earth lost their colors, everything became extinct, and the clouds in the sky were shaken apart, creating a huge vacuum. Before he finally lost consciousness, he only saw countless cracks appear in space, revealing the cold solitude inside. A dark void black hole even appeared in the center of the shark explosion, and the canyon below was shaken by the powerful energy and collapsed, spreading outward by 100 feet. He didn't know how Shui Yuntian was doing. With such a close distance, the energy was many times stronger than the previous 5 ice sharks. No one knew if it could kill Shui Yuntian, but Sol Yu felt that it should be able to at least seriously injure him. Sol Yu was shaken by such power and fainted, and as he finally fell into the void, the Prosperity Mystery Realm opened on its own and a few fat-ass rats flew out to catch it, and the 2 black demon pythons scurried into the Prosperity Mystery Realm, diving headfirst into the pool of underworld energy. The pair of eyes in the dust looked in the direction of the Tianxin sect, and for the first time, a flash of complex intolerance appeared in their eyes. The smoke then billowed and disappeared into the void. The crystal and water beads in the body flashed with colorful light at this moment, and the powerful repairing ability began to restore Sol Yu's body and consciousness as much as it could. Finally, as he neared the peak vein of the Tianxin sect, Sol Yu woke up leisurely, barely able to clear his own consciousness. Looking at the Tianxin sect that was close at hand, he was inwardly terrified. Chapter 168, The Immortal Way, The Wrath of the Heavens. The black-robed old man poured his own bloodline into the sealing gate, and the bloodstained runes were tinted with scarlet as the characters became dim. As the blood injection increased, the black-robed old man was also deeply exhausted. The seal was too strong. It wasn't enough. The old man's eyes were sunken, his skin was dried out, and his figure was shrinking, almost on the verge of becoming a skeleton. The young man in Chinese clothes spoke out to stop it. "Enough, this will not help. If you continue, it will hurt your foundation, and if Yun Rinching is not seriously injured, this side will not be able to cope." The old man shook his head helplessly and said, Hoping on that stupid woman Joyasi. Old me still feels unreliable. But now there's nothing to do but look at her. The young man in fancy dress said. Don't worry. She will. She knows what she has to do if she doesn't want to die a horrible death. She may be stupid in other things, but when it comes to life and death, she's shrewder than anyone else. Only then did the black-robed old man withdraw his hand and looked at the change in the runes above the seal intently. Sure enough, the blood pouring still had an effect. This sealing power had indeed weakened, and the old man stretched out his hand, which was bubbling with a ghostly black aura, and pressed it against the sealing door. The black gas was also sucked in, and several runes clanked and shattered, revealing a vacuum corner of the sealed door, only the size of a hand. The black-robed old man said gruffly, the power of the 9 Sephiroths was sucked dry before such a small gap was opened. It's fortunate that your excellency set it up ahead of time. Otherwise, this side of the sealed door would be hopeless. It was also at this time that Yun Rinqing's white fairy dress was stained with blood, a bloodstain as if it were a plum blossom, telling of mourning and sadness. She stumbled and appeared, shocked to see the scene before her. The 9 Sephiroth clan has indeed left remnants on the continent. Do you want to open the sealed door and allow the 9 Sephiroth clan to reappear in the world? Dreaming. The black-robed old man laughed. Why should Patriarch Yun make a mistake for himself? The 9 specters breaking the seal is only a matter of time. And there is more than just your Tianxian sect sealing portals. The 9 Sephiroths were sealed. It's just that all the communities are afraid of the power of the 9 Sephiroths. If the 9 Sephiroths become immortal, they can step out for all the living beings on the road to immortality. When that pioneer, what's wrong with that? Yun Rinqing coldly snorted. 9 specters became an immortal, and everyone was in awe. But the path he took to become an immortal was something that people couldn't agree with. The 9 specters clan sacrificed all the spirits of the heavens, and the population of the entire continent plummeted to less than 1 in 10. So don't let such an immortal go. The immortal I seek can bear the responsibility of heaven, compassionate to all living beings, and pity the suffering of the earth. Instead of smearing the living beings and going against the heavenly laws, the black-robed old man sniffed and shook his head. Those are Buddhist aphorisms you speak of, suitable for the way of the compassionate saint, and the way of the saint cannot become immortal. That's why I want my 9 specters lineage to be the forerunner. There was once a special group that raised their clan to become immortal, and then there was the supreme emperor of the Thousand Leaves clan, Thousand Leaves Calvary, who vowed to open up the immortal realm for his clan, and all the world would be immortal. I, the 9 Sephiroths, offer sacrifices, take the origin of all living beings in the world, and take the heavenly fortune of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, vowing to evolve the heavenly vault continent into an immortal realm. And from then on, everyone can live forever. So what's wrong with that? Yun Rinqing said reverently. Someone once told me that immortality is about upholding the righteousness of heaven and earth, transforming the suffering of all living beings, establishing the order of equality for all, and setting up the rules of heaven and earth, not for the sake of immortality. She had said, the so-called immortals, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to open up peace for the world. That's what a fairy is. Heaven and earth are unkind to all things, and the sages are unkind to the people. Immortals should replenish the entire Tao, condense the chi of all races, and turn to the sun, instead of being a traitor to the heavenly Tao, defying the will of all beings and skillfully taking away the compassion of the living. This is not a fairy. This is a demon. A few words, like a yellow bell, made everyone who arrived stunned, as if falling into that golden world, being in that heavenly and earthly avenue. Many people are confused in their eyes, and their hearts are filled with reverent compliance, as if the words of the saints, so that people are lost and their hearts are as vast. Hearing this, some people's original hard-as-rock gates of the realm past showed signs of loosening, but the heavens are furious, and thunder rises from the ground. Countless thunderbolts were as dense as spider webs, exploding in this mountain peak. Like the end of days, the Tianxian sect angered the heavens and sent down divine punishment. Countless mountain peaks crumbled. The main peak of the sealed land was blown up, and the heavens crumbled. Countless silver thunders whistled, and 100 feet in a radius was enveloped in lightning. Ah! Yun Rinqing screamed miserably. 2 heavenly thunderbolts struck Yun Rinqing, and she fell limp to the ground, staring angrily at the heavens, full of unwillingness. A low murmur. Are you afraid of her after all? Not allowing any words to come out? But where her karma is concerned, you don't dare to take it on after all. Sealing her is only the most powerless means you have. And these words against the heavens will eventually shock you. Yun Rinqing struggled to get up, unwilling to degrade the soul maiden's reputation. Even in the face of a shaking heaven, she was unwilling to give in. Her shoulder was struck by lightning, exploding 2 craters. Her skin cracked, countless cracks difficult to dissipate. She stood on her sword, calmly facing it, putting life and death at risk. When the black-robed old man saw this, he frantically yelled, "You demonic woman! Speaking words of demonic spirit compulsion, have provoked the wrath of the heavens and sent down divine punishment. Still dare to demonize and confuse the public, messing with my Taoist mind. You really deserve to die. Kill!" Ignoring her injuries, Yun Rinching flew up and chopped out a sword on in the air, giving the running old man a wave of his sleeve to dissolve it. But she was also unable to do so because of the loss of blood earlier. He took 2 steps backward as he protected the Chinese-robed male, and Yun Rinching had already attacked close to him. Being in the air against the black-robed old man for more than a dozen rounds, the 2 wind and cloud elders who had awakened behind him had complex eyes and were shocked inwardly, but already at this point, there was no room for retreat, and they could only fly up with their heads in the sand, and once again surrounded Yun Rinching. Gu Yunxiao didn't know when he woke up. The color of madness appeared in his eyes, ignoring his own trauma, vowing to kill Yun Rinching. Poor Yun Yunxing, facing dozens of people besieging him alone, decimated most of them. Now that he was hit by the Phantom Lotus Reverse Spirit Flower, seriously injured by Gu Yunxiao's sneak attack, and surrounded by everyone, he had long since reached the end of his strength. Thunder rolled in the sky and 10,000 bolts of lightning struck, taking her life again, her skin cracking, yet she had to be surrounded by so many people with no mercy. In the huge Tianxian sect, there was no one to share her burden and face it alone. Some elders couldn't bear to see their patriarch, who was so godly, suffer this heavenly injustice and roared in anger as they flew up, only to be slapped into flying dust by the second elder of Wind and Cloud and the others. Zhou Yasi has long been frozen, no longer firm in the eyes, like a fool in place, a time at a loss. But it was the young man in fancy dress who transmitted his voice. "Stupid! How dare you wander off? Have you forgotten what I promised you?" Yun Rinching was so strong that if she was allowed to survive today, who could escape death? "I'll tell you again. That stop water is Sol Yu. You've heard him countless times. Do you think Yun Rinching will let you go? When will you wait if you don't do it now?" At those words, Zhou Yasi was wildly shocked, her body trembling as she looked at the young man in fancy dress and murmured, "Stopping the water is Sol Yu? How is that possible? It's impossible. How can that punk Sol Yu be stop water? Don't even think about lying to me. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How could Stopper be that punk? Never." Chapter 169, Yun Rinching's Morning. The young man in Chinese clothes cursed angrily. "How would I lie to you? The spiritual power contained on this sealing door has the power of sealing. Think carefully, who only has such special spiritual power?" Zhou Yasi was stunned, her body trembled, and she murmured, "Sol Yu. Sol Yu's blood and spiritual energy have the power of sealing. He has been here since he was a child reinforcing the sealing gates, and even when he became a waste he would still come here. Stopping water. Stopping water's spiritual power has the power to seal. When he injured Qing Chang, his spiritual power eroded and he almost died. Because of the sealing power contained in the spiritual energy, numerous physicians were unable to undo it, and it was only when Jishui personally made a move that Qing O survivido. But, how is this possible? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. More than 2 months ago, he was still a waste, with his Dantian meridians damaged. How could he become a water stopper in such a short period of time? And how could he turn into that powerful existence? There is a Zun realm powerhouse guarding around Jishui. If he is Sol Yu, why didn't Flower Rain Building make a move to rescue him when they wasted his Dantian? After so many years of treating him so well, why didn't that Zun realm powerhouse make a move? Impossible. There is no way that Stopper can be Sol Yu. The spirit power contains the sealing power. It's just a coincidence. Stopper said that he knows Sol Yu. Maybe the sealing power is only there because he snatched Sol Yu's bloodline. No way. No way it's Sol Yu. That punk. How can it be comparable to Stopper? It's not him. Definitely not. The young man in fancy dress shook wildly and murmured. What? 2 months ago Sol Yu was still a waste? The Sol Yu who, in 2 months' time, advanced to the Spirit King realm, seriously injured Hua Yulo, and also attracted a thunderbolt to injure Shui Yuntian, was still a waste 2 months ago with his Dantian wasted and his meridians destroyed? How is this possible? What kind of greatness can do this? That Zun realm powerhouse. He can't do it either. He definitely can't do it. This matter, he must be verified. If it is true, then the stop water or Sol Yu will have to be repositioned, and if he has any chance, I must personally arrange it. Even if I use those existences, I must snatch it. Just for the moment, he had to press down the indelible urge in his heart to urge again. Do you not believe me? You have to know that my energy is far from this, and I would say this without certainty in this area. You have to know that if Yun Rinching survives today, you will not have any life to speak of, and your several disciples will not have a good life either. She will never let you go. Zhou Yasi shook her head. Stop the water is not Sol Yu. Impossible. How can that trashy bastard be stop the water? Never. He doesn't even have the qualifications to lick the dog Kingo. How can he be that high and mighty? Stop the water. She jerked her head up and looked at the flashy youth, transmitting her voice. You haven't honored what you promised me. Give it to me now. If I do something for you at this time, and you back out afterwards, won't I get nothing? That is, losing the position of the head of Tianxian sect, and was crowned with the charge of regicide, completely becoming a street rat. I didn't realize that what you guys were doing would be so big and important. Only thinking that you guys merely wanted Yun Rinqing's life and to break the ceiling gate. Nowadays, in this situation, once I assassinate Yun Rinqing, the whole world will know about it, and there is no longer a place for me to stand. If I back out now, Yun Rinqing will punish me at most, on account of the fact that I fought for my life just now. She will definitely be lenient. The matter of stopping the water is solely if she knows about it. I believe that she will never blame me again. And the position of this heavenly Xian clan sect leader is something that I can still do. So why would I still have to be at the mercy of you guys? The Chinese-suited youth's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that at this juncture, Zhou Yasi would backtrack. Only, how could he let her have her wish? Ho ho! You woman is really underhanded and has no bottom line. At this time you actually want to backtrack again? Do you think that without full certainty, I would hand over such an important matter to you? You probably don't know that there's something called a recording stone, right? All of your dealings with Tan Sisha are imprinted by this recording stone. Once I make it public, what do you think will happen to you? That 9 ghosts cold cloud dagger on the power of the 9 ghosts. We take nothing. You immortal for a long time holding in the hands, has long been infested. Without my help, 3 days later will invade your lungs. No one can save. As for the backhandedness, I still have many more. Those disciples outside of you have also been secretly controlled by me, and life and death are only at my whim. Will you bear to let them die tragically? Zhou Yasi was shocked by what she heard and looked at her palm. And sure enough, she found that there was a weird power converging in the center of her palm. And when she tried to remove it, she found that it would still be tainted by her spiritual energy and began to flow. She cursed. You're despicable. The young man in the fancy dress snorted. Despicable? You Zhou Yasi cannot qualify to say this. Rely on the disciple to ascend to the position of the sect leader. Abolished him not to mention, but also to kill him. And now it is even with outsiders to reach an agreement. Line of regicide moves, and now want to turn back to the water. Whirl up despicable. Who can out of your left and right? Zhou Yasi murmured with fear in her eyes as she sniffed. No, it's not like that. I'm not like that. If you want to blame it on Solyu, that dead waste. Blame it on Yun Rinqing. This, forcing me to be like this. I'm not. The young man in fancy dress said. Go, use the 9 Spectre Cold Cloud Dagger to kill Yun Rinqing. I swear by the heavenly Tao that I will never renege on all the conditions I promised you, and I can even help you to reach Spirit Sect 5 stars as soon as possible. And for those disciples of yours, I will also make them reach the Spirit King realm as soon as possible. Even the Spirit Emperor realm is not a concern. And if you hesitate for a moment more, I will personally take action, and not one of you will be able to live. And if you die, you will all be flogged. Boom! Once again, the hard tough 6. The 2 wind cloud elders spurted blood. And Gu Yunxiao once again flew backwards, his hair scattered and his clothes ragged, very wretched. Yun Rinqing retreated backwards and crashed into the sealed door. His chest was stabbed by several sharp swords with bleeding holes and blood flowed horizontally. Ultimately unable to hold on, she half-kneeled on the ground, her breath weak and disorganized, and leaned against the sealed door, forcing herself to get up. His legs were trembling and weak, his 7 orifices were bleeding, and the blood from his mouth and nose could not be suppressed and gurgled out. Yun Rinqing's vision was all a little blurry as she held on to her last breath and looked outside the sealed land. I can't die. I can't. Xiaoyu is still unaccounted for. I don't know if the clothes I made for him will fit. He hasn't worn them to me yet. If they don't look good, I'll have to make them for him again. Those people out there don't make good clothes. I don't like them. There are also cold moonfruit and spirit cloud peach. He loves to eat. This time there are a total of 7. It put a long time. The taste is not good. No one will give. This is reserved for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, wait for me. When things are done over here, Aunt Yun will go and find you, take you with her and leave this heartbreaking place, never to return. From now on, you can just be happy and joyful, and Aunt Yun will help you with the rest. I can't die, but I've reached my limit. Chapter 170, Kill Them. Solyu finally arrived at the Tianxian sect. In the past, he entered and exited from the main gate, but today, he floated in from a high altitude. Falling to the ground, Solyu could no longer care about much, and swept straight towards the ceiling place at great speed. His eyes panicked, all the way surveying the broken and miserable state on Tianxian clan. He was incomparably terrified. Aunt Yun, Xiao Yu is here. Wait for me. Be sure to wait for me. The three of them, Mu Kingo, who were hiding on the side, were anxious at this time and wanted to go to that sealed place to have a look, but due to their lack of strength, they didn't want to drag Master Yun's leg, so they could only stand helplessly at the same place. Yet at that moment, several people felt a familiar aura that was incomparably familiar. That's the scent. Mu Kingo turned around violently, and sure enough, she saw that familiar figure. Sol Yu. Sol Yu went up to the main peak of Tianxian sect and rushed straight to the sealed place. He naturally sensed the presence of the three Mu Kingos, but right now, he didn't want to get entangled with them, and rushed at breakneck speed. However, he didn't want Hua Wu'er to take the lead and move to stop in front of him, and when he saw clearly that the person coming was indeed Sol Yu, he directly flashed at Sol Yu. You punk thing, how dare you have the face to come back? It's all because of your punk dog. Back then, he broke into my cultivation place and cut off my chance of celestial unity, and was cut off from the way forward, now rebelling against the clan, and inviting stopping water to humiliate and suppress me 3 times. You dog, I can't wait to kill you alive. You actually dare to appear. While cursing, he was about to slap at Sol Yu's face. Sol Yu was in a hurry and did not want to tangle with her, containing an angry slap. Hua Wu'er slapped Hua Wu'er out of the room and crashed into Mu Kingo's arms. Angrily, off. Without stopping, Sol Yu flew at breakneck speed. Seeing this, Lin Shi went crazy and lunged towards Sol Yu with open teeth and claws, screaming and cursing. You punk bastard. You've grown so much that you dare to fight without fault? If it wasn't for you, I would have become a royal spirit master at that time, and you stupid bastard barged in and interrupted my cultivation of sensing the power of the royal spirit, causing me to fall off the royal spirit altar, and I would never be able to become a royal spirit master again in this life, and found a stopper to humiliate us. You punk dog, break your legs. With that, he showed no mercy and swung his sword towards Sol Yu. Sol Yu showed no mercy and rolled over and struck his chest with a palm. The force was ferocious. Lin Shi spurted blood and was seriously injured. His chest was dented, his bones shattered and he smashed on the ground. Mu Kingo was shocked and couldn't believe no matter what that this was actually the work of that punk Sol Yu. Isn't he a loser? How could he be so powerful? Lin Shi and Hua Wu'er were also completely confused. With a wave of Sol Yu's hand, the Lin Yuan secret realm unfolded and countless fat-ass rats fought to appear. Sol Yu commanded without looking back. Kill them. He didn't want to tangle with these people anymore, so he simply killed them cleanly. The moment the fat-ass rat appeared, several people were completely dumbfounded. Hua Wu'er and Lin Shi's lips shivered and their bodies trembled. Only fear remained. Their brains went blank. Mu Kingo was frozen. Her face was pale and her breathing stopped. The fat-ass rats of the proximity mystery, the nightmare of their lives. In the sealed land, Yun Renqing braced herself to keep her consciousness from dissipating, and struggled to open her eyes. Her arms were trembling as she gripped her sword. Yet she stood, alone, in front of the sealed door. The crowd was chilled to the bone, not daring to step forward again. The black-robed old man teased. Tisk, Patriarch Yun, why bother holding out any longer? What does this sealed land have to do with you? Even if the Nine Sepulchre clan unseals it, it can't hurt you. Yun Renqing, so why give up your life for nothing? The young man in fancy dress said. Patriarch Yun, I respect your strong determination, but now that the 9 specters have come out and it's a foregone conclusion, why do you need to do this fearless struggle? I promise that as long as you cooperate in opening this sealed door and the 9 specters come out, I will never harm your Tianxian sect in the slightest. Everyone else had a complicated look on their faces. Even the 2 Wind Cloud elders were moved to compassion and didn't want to make another move. Gu Yunxiao coughed up blood in a large mouth. Very unwilling, his eyes filled with the color of madness. Yun Renqing mouth and nose out of blood, but did not answer. The reason why she is so desperate. In addition to not wanting the 9 specters out of the world scourge of the world, the biggest reason, but because of the soul of the Yu. There was still a year short of the time that the Soul Mother had explained at the time of separation, and within this year, no matter what, the 9 specters could not come out of the world. The seal wasn't originally this strong. It was because the Soul Mother taught her a mantra that she incorporated into the sealing formation, making it so solid. The Soul Mother had said that there was an item in the land of the 9 ghosts that belonged to Sol Yu, and counting the time, there would be another year's period before it could grow to the point where it would be under Sol Yu's control. If the 9 specters were to come out within this year, the item would no longer be pure due to being tainted with worldly spiritual energy, and it would have a great impact on Sol Yu. Yun Renqing said, there's no need to say anymore. If you want to open the sealed door, just let your horse come over. I, Yun Renqing, have no complaints or regrets about what happened today. If you guys defy all odds and forcefully attack, I also definitely have the ability to. before I die, cut all of you down here. As if she had made up her mind, Zhou Yasi, with the 9 specters cold cloud dagger hidden in her sleeve, stumbled and appeared, jumping out in front of Yunrinching. Looking angrily at everyone, he said in a hateful voice, Master Teacher is fighting to the death to guard the seal today, and although the entire Heavenly Xian sect is powerless to help, if you wish to kill the Mercy Star sect leader over this, then you will step over my Zhou Yasi's body. She looked at the crowd intently, moving backwards to Yunrinching's body, taking an attack stance, ready to respond to a crisis. The black-robed old man mocked, with you? A mere spirit emperor realm and you dare to say you'll block us? Joke. Griffin-like existence. Unwilling to take a shot at you, only to let you live until now. If you want to take your own life, old me will give you a ride here. Boom! A palm struck Zhou Yasi through the air. Zhou Yasi strongly defended herself, but she still spat out blood and flew backwards. With the power of the Spirit Emperor realm, there was no way for her to resist. Yunrinching's sleeve waved to roll her to her side and stand. Yunrinching was somewhat relieved. This person, no matter how much more, always had feelings for the Tianxian sect, and also had a master's affection for her. Brushing away the wounds on her body, Yunrinching softly said, You can't get involved in what's going on here. Take Chang'e and Wu Er and the girls and leave. After today, the Tianxian sect has also existed in name only, so go and find a good place of peace and cultivate the few of them properly. You are prone to impulsive behavior, and you consider everything too superficially, and there are always places where you don't think things through. Although this child Kingdo is stubborn, she is quite calm, so communicate with them more in all matters. Their talents are all good, and if they are given enough room to grow and experience, they will have great achievements in the future. You're too protective of them. They'll lean on you for everything, so they can't have a longer run without experiencing the trials of life and death. Zhou Yasi's face condensed, her original injured, churlish demeanor put away as she lowered her head and asked in a cold voice, Is Master saying that I do things without a brain? Strengthening her spirit, Yunrinching looked at all of them dead on, to memorize all of their looks, and one day, she would kill all of them to avenge today's revenge. At this time, Zhou Yasi's body was stained with spots of blood, and all 7 orifices were also. Chapter 171 Zhou Yasi's Teachericide. Soul Yu's rage. Everyone froze, not understanding what was wrong with this Zhou Yasi. It was clearly Yunrinching's intention to save her, urging care and letting her act cautiously in the future, and her dying wish, but she interpreted it as Yunrinching saying that she had no brain. Yunrinching also froze, not understanding where she had said something wrong. However, he saw Zhou Yasi sneer. All this time you didn't like me and always thought everything I did was wrong. Even though I've worked very hard to cultivate, you still often individually scolded me for being stupid and very harshly trained me and tortured me, even when I was 15 years old, throwing me into a demonic beast's den while you yourself watched from the sidelines, watching those demonic beasts injure me while you scolded me from the sidelines. You were never sure to treat me as your disciple. Ever since that punk soul you came, you've gotten even worse, trying to get me to treat him well. I have to pretend to be very fond of playing with him every day. I also have to cultivate non-stop. And at night I also have to finish the clan affairs that you left behind. You don't treat me as a human being at all, just an animal that you arbitrarily order around. 15 years out of the customs, but also want to be the first to seize the position of the patriarch, under the false pretext of that waste of soul you want to carry out the abolition of the matter. I hate you so much. Go to hell. You go to hell. However, at this time, Soul Yu appeared at the entrance of the sealed land, and seeing Zhou Yasi beside Yunrinching, and then seeing Yunrinching's miserable appearance, Soul Yu furiously roared, Aunt Yun, be careful, Zhou Yasi, pust. The 9 specters' cold cloud dagger appeared, and Zhou Yasi mercilessly stabbed into Yunrinching's stomach. The 9 specters' cold cloud dagger was incomparably sharp, as if it had pierced through paper, penetrating through Yunrinching's body without any obstruction. Oh! Blood gushed out once more, as if water was gushing from his throat. Yunrinching looked at Zhou Yasi incredulously. Her originally familiar face was unfamiliar at this time. Crazy, hideous, relentless. How much does she hate herself? Why do you smile and laugh so hard when you stab yourself? Yunrinching slowly lowered her head and looked towards the spectral dagger. Zhou Yasi was still turning the dagger with force. Was she afraid that she wouldn't be able to kill me? Doesn't she realize that I trained her so forcefully just to make her grow faster? Letting her help bring Little Yu to play is to enhance the bond between them, so that in the future, after my seclusion, I can take better care of Little Yu, and I will have a reason to let her succeed the great treasure of the patriarch. Allowing her to cultivate during the day and try to deal with the clan's affairs at night was to give her an early exposure to understanding the significance of the sovereign's existence, and not be overwhelmed when handing over the reins to her. Why does she think I'm torturing her? After she went to the mountain, I gave her all the favor except for Xiaoyu. Ah, she does not stand out. Ah, only because of the similarity of my life, as if I saw the shadow of my own once. That take care of her. Why? Am I wrong? What's wrong with that? It was as if she heard Xiaoyu's voices ringing in her head. Am I dying and hallucinating? Solyu appeared and saw the scene where Zhou Yasi stabbed through Yunrinching. Brain down. Blank. Eyes wide. Frozen in place. He only felt his chi and blood surging, and his endless anger and indignation completely set him ablaze. Ah! You bastards! Die for me! With a loud roar, the imperial spirit divine symbol he held in his hand rose into the air and shone with endless light, as bright as smoke. Clang! The imperial spirit divine symbol fiercely let out a soft chant and erupted with an endless aura. And in the next moment, a black-clothed figure manifested and condensed into substance. As soon as it appeared, the powerful might instantly swept through, and countless scattered broken corpses couldn't withstand the powerful pressure and turned into annihilation powder. Everyone's mouths were dry and they swallowed. Too powerful. Just the aura made their group of spirit sect realm chills, surpassing Yunrinching's 9-star spirit sect, at least touching the threshold of that realm. The figure that appeared spat out human words and evolved battle techniques in the air. Sanglong sword technique starting stance. Phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. Crying. A loud and clear phoenix sound resounded through the sky. And the sword skill evolved a true beast spirit phoenix. Brilliantly colorful and ferocious. Slicing through the high sky and killing the enemy. Not good. Peak spirit sect realm. Retreat. Boom. The powerful aura broke through the clouds and shook heaven and earth. Solyu didn't care and rushed to Yunrinching's near front. Roared. Zhou Yasi, kill you this? Aha! Solyu's entire body erupted with energy, hitting Zhou Yasi without any reservation. The powerful energy instantly shattered her body, protecting divine energy. Pust. Ka chow. Bones shattered. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he flew out backwards. Solyu's anger flared and he closed in with all his might. Boom! The energy in her palm fell on Zhou Yasi as if it were raining down on her, and she was no longer able to fight with the severe injury she had already sustained. Every blow was struck with full force, and every palm contained infinite grief and anger. Go die 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 die. Kill you kill you. Boom! Zhou Yasi was already in tatters, with all of her arms broken, her teeth falling out, her chest collapsed, her gaze lax, and not a single part of her body intact. That wasn't all. Countless ice needles coalesced in her palm and shot out without hesitation, each one of them sticking into her body, blocking off acupoints and meridians, knocking Zhou Yasi to the ground. Solyu contained anger and slashed down with the force of his hand blade. This is the arm that stabbed Aunt Yun. Leave it for me. Pust. Zhou Yasi's right arm, chopped off by Solyu's roots. Let you like this survive. I worship you as a teacher. Simply blind. Aunt Yun teach you to cultivate this body of spiritual power. You also return to Aunt Yun. Zhou Yasi pleaded in pain. Don't. No. Don't. Solyu. Don't. Let me go. Let me go. Boom. Solyu did not listen in the slightest. The power of cold ice exploded as much as it could, and pressed with all its might towards Zhou Yasi's dantian. Boom! The sound of spatial porcelain shattering rang out. Zhou Yasi's dantian was like a deflated ball of skin. The berserk spirit power leaked out, no longer able to store the spirit power. Just as he did back then, Zhou Yasi grunted out in pain, tearing her heart out in misery. Ah! Solyu roared furiously. Won't let you die so easily. If something happens to Aunt Yun, I will kill all of you. Others don't know. I know very well that Zhou Yasi still has a family existence. 1,893 mouths to feed. I will slaughter them all, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Yunrinching screamed miserably, startling Solyu. However, at this moment, the Chinese-suited youth dodged the attack and pulled out the 9-specter cold cloud dagger that was still inside Yunrinching's body. With a sardonic grin, he plunged it into the center of the ceiling gate's phalanx. The runes on the formation dimmed. A horrifying voice from the land of the 9 sepulchres came out, and gusts of thick smoke gathered at the place of the seal, just waiting for the seal to be broken. Dog scum, kill you. Solyu swooped over and slammed his fist into the Chinese-suited youth. The young man in Chinese clothes easily received it and let out a cold smile. You'd better look at Yunrinching first. She's dying. Sansui is Solwu. A waste of a term. Yet in 2 months' time to reach this level. I'm curious about you yet. We'll come to you. Wait for me. After saying that, the young man in fancy dress flashed away towards the cave entrance. Solwu wants to clinch. Instead, they heard the weak Yunrinching murmur. Xiaoyu? It's my Xiaoyu. Back yet? Solyu was violently stunned, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 172 Yunrinchingen. Solyu trembled his body. His tears were like a drowning flood, and he trembled and hugged it, burying it in his chest. His lips trembled as he suppressed the grief in his heart, trying to keep himself from crying out. However, Aunt Yoon, who had raised herself, was so miserable at this time, with not a single part of her body intact. The bleeding from the 7 orifices could not be stopped. His eyes were lax and lightless, and his spiritual energy flowed backwards, damaging his meridians. The bloody hole in his abdomen bubbled blood outward, and he put his palm over it, trying to stop the bleeding, but the blood flow continued to seep out, trying to cover her mouth and nose. The blood flowed out of her ears. He was panicked, overwhelmed, and remorseful. Aunt Yoon, he tried his best to hold back, but he was never able to suppress the grief in his heart and sobbed silently. Aunt Yoon, yes, it's Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is back. Bean-sized teardrops dripped down Yunrenching's face. Feeling the familiar taste and scent of his powerful breathing and heartbeat, Yunrenching's disorganized consciousness reconsolidated. Trembling, he reached out his hand in an effort to brush Solyu's face. Solyu clenched his trembling lips and panicked, taking her palms in his and pulling her to brush them against his face. Yunrenching's eyes finally had a faint hint of clarity. She wanted to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the blood flow gurgled outward. How could she not swallow it? She rubbed her palms over Solyu's cheeks, trying to wipe the tears off his face, but there were so many tears, I couldn't wipe them away. Xiaoyu, don't cry, don't be afraid. Aunt Yoon is here. Solyu cried silently, his shoulders shrugging even more, nervous and scared, his body trembling. Xiaoyu isn't afraid, and Auntie Yoon shouldn't be afraid either. I'll take you away now. It'll be fine. Auntie Yoon will be fine. I'll take you back to the Soul Clan. They'll be able to save you. It's okay. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. This is going. But Yunrenching grabbed his hand and shook her head slightly, saying, not going anywhere. Xiaoyu is back. This is home. Solyu's heart was broken, and he couldn't contain it any longer. He broke down and cried, like a child, helpless and lost. Yunrenching murmured, Xiaoyu, don't cry. Auntie Yoon just wants to see you happy, don't be so sad. Solyu's eyes blurred with tears and he clenched his lips, oozing blood, and nodded vigorously. Yunrenching trembled and took out a small cloth of unknown material and 2 boxes, handing them over to Solyu. This is something your mother left you. Make sure you keep it safe. No one can say. No one. Solyu took it and put it away, nodding his head. I know. Auntie Yoon, don't you sleep. Xiaoyu still wants to eat your cooking, and wants you to take me to see the peach blossom and bamboo forest. Don't you sleep. Please don't sleep. Yunrenching's eyes began to be lax again, as if the candlelight that could be extinguished at any time had reached the point of being oiled up and windy. The Imperial Spirit Talisman was back in Solyu's hands. The 2 Wind and Cloud Elders and the black-robed old man were both killed, and only Gu Yunxiao escaped by some unknown method, while the others were all dead. Solyu didn't bother, and was intent on watching Yunrenching. 2 pieces of clothing appeared in her hands and she laughed miserably. I haven't seen you in 15 years. I don't even know how tall my Xiaoyu has grown, whether he's fat or thin. Aunt Yoon made 2 dresses. I don't know if they fit. Will Xiaoyu like them? Solyu cried. It fits. Auntie Yoon made the clothes. They fit the best. I like it. I especially like it. Don't go to sleep. I'll show you. Aunt Yoon must see her handiwork. I'm a clothes rack. I look good in anything. A small basket appeared, containing 7 fruits. Yunrenching took a cold moon fruit and fed it to Solyu's mouth, saying, Xiaoyu's favorite cold moon fruit, and spirit cloud peach. Too bad. It's a shame that after 15 years, it only bears so many. Auntie Yoon, I want to take you to the mother tree to have a good meal. Now it seems, there's no chance then. Aunt Yoon, going back on her word. Solyu cried out, shaking his head. It won't. There's a chance. I'll eat only if Auntie Wan takes me. That's why you can't leave me behind. You have to go with Sayu. Yunrenching, also in tears and with trembling lips, held up the fruit and handed it to Solyu, saying, Eat, take a bite and see if it's sweet. Solyu trembled his lips and tried to smile on his own, but he couldn't. I'll eat it. It must be sweet. It's grown by Aunt Yoon herself, so it sure smells sweet. Solyu just bit down. A sudden surge of powerful energy struck the fruit basket, and even the cold moon fruit in Yunrenching's hand turned into crumbs, splattering Solyu and Yunrenching's faces. Solyu sobbed sadly and whistled to the heavens, raising his head in a daze and looking towards the Huayulu who had scurried in a sorry state. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. No other color was left. Tyrannical, bloodthirsty, merciless, and cold. Huayulo laughed maniacally and was just about to pounce on Solyu, but suddenly sensed that so many people had actually died here, as well as the 8-star spirit sect and the 2 7-star spirit sects, and involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of water, his laughter coming to an abrupt end. Solyu wrapped his arms around Yunrinching and never let go, completely losing his mind and sanity. Only the scarlet bloodshot eyes remained. The green lotus in his eyes flickered, tinted with blood light, and turned into a blood lotus. Ah! A condensed blood-red tasseled spear appeared and, bastard! Go to hell! The blood lotus eyes blossomed angrily, fixing Huayulo and preventing him from moving. He watched as the blood-tasseled lance pierced through his chest, the powerful force carrying his body 1,000 meters away and nailing it to a broken cliff. He was going to get up and vow to kill Flower Rain House, but it was Yunrinching who grabbed her hand, so hard that she felt it. Her life was passing away, nearing its end. Didn't want Solyu to leave and stay with her this last time. Don't go. Stay with me for a while. Don't go. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay with Auntie Yun. Please don't leave me. Please. Woo woo, Auntie Yun is gone. Take care of yourself. Women are a scourge. Be careful with them. Too bad I can't see it. I wish I could see what you look like when you get married. Ka chow. In the ceiling spell formation behind them, countless 9 ghostly voices sounded. They were excited and joyful, looking forward to 100,000 years. They were finally going to regain their lives. More than half of the rune arrays were shattered, with few possibilities of repair. Yunrinching guarded to the death, and Solyu couldn't let the formation break and let these monsters out. The power of cold ice surged forth, but it turned into water vapor upon contact, doing nothing. Undeterred, he sprayed blood from his palm, and his powerful bloodline power was stimulated, finally blocking the momentum of the seal breaking. Inside the sealed door, angry roars resounded, frantically hitting the seal. The spell formation, which had just stopped breaking, resumed its clicking sound. Yunrinching said, Sayu, make sure you live a good life. Your mother needs you. If I'm not there. Solyu shook his head. No, how could you not be there? You promised me. You promised to take me to the peach bamboo forest. You promised to take me to the mother tree for peaches. How can you not keep your word? How can you be so hasty when you have not seen me for 15 years? Yunrinching laughed miserably. Aunt Yun broke her promise. In the future, wherever you are, Aunt Yun will pray for you. Aunt Yun will accompany you. I don't want to. This sealed door has been opened, but it has to be blocked. Promise me that you will guard it and not break it open for at least a year. Promise me. Solyu nodded vigorously. I promise, Aunt Yun. Don't say anything. I'll find someone to save you. I'll save you. Moses should be able to know. Master, his old man will be able to save you. I'll take you there. Yunrinching was miserable, inwardly unwilling and regretful. As if returning to the light, her eyes suddenly erupted with radiance and she finally got a good look at Solyu. So ethereal and handsome. Only, he cried like a child and made her mourn. A golden rune flickered in her eyes, only to dim again in an instant. With a slap, she sent Solyu flying out, and she herself floated into the sealed door. Solyu was filled with fear and panic and yelled with red eyes. No, Aunt Yun don't. She smiled miserably and murmured. Sayu, don't forget me. Aunt Yun will be scared. Murmuring words fell. A line of clear tears flowed down. Yunrinching struggled to raise her head. How can not see enough Solyu? To carve him in the heart and soul of God. She reached out her palms slightly, trying to grasp something, a light smile curling slightly at the corners of her miserable mouth. After all, he could not hold on any longer, and his arm hung down helplessly, his light smile fixed, and he completely lost his breath. Full of regret. Boom! As Yunrinching's body flew into the sealed door, the rune array that was already on the verge of breaking erupted in violent light once again. When the light dissipated, the sealed door disappeared, leaving only a stone wall without any lines. Solyu panicked and flew forward. Auntie Yun, don't leave me. You promised me. Drive me. Go. Aunt Yun, don't. He broke down and cried out, desperately bombarding the stone wall furiously, but to no avail. The stone wall did not move. Come out, Aunt Yun. Give me back Aunt Yun. Boom, and it never echoed. Oh, Solyu looked up to the sky and roared. Without giving up, he slammed his fist into the stone wall and his palms were shattered and had long since been bloodied, but he didn't care. Boom. Endless grief and fear swept through his body as he sobbed blood and sprayed out large mouthfuls of blood mist. His heart chilled and his body trembled. Arms shattered, banging his head against the stone wall one at a time. His consciousness blurred. Non-stop crying. Give me back my Aunt Yun. Come on out. Auntie Wan. how could you leave me again? Woo! Eh ha! The surrounding peaks and veins of the stone caves were completely blown into obliterating powder by his furiously exploding aura, cloaked in a sobbing for blood and cones. Chapter 173, Solyu showed no mercy. Xiao Han appeared. Yun Rinqing flew into the land of the 9 sepulchral seals, and the ceiling door completely disappeared, so he was unable to enter. Slamming hard against the original location of the portal did not result in the slightest reaction. He hates it. 15 years apart from Aunt June, everything she did was for her own sake. A hasty meeting, and now a parting of life and death. The blood stained on Solyu's robes spoke of grief, and the kernels that fell to the ground murmured of Yun Rinqing's favor to him. When he opened his eyes and surveyed the world with new curiosity, what was imprinted into his eyes was Yun Rinqing, and he could still remember the indissoluble doting in those eyes that made him rejoice. In spite of the world's objections and denigration, he persevered in loving him and pampering him, washing him clean and doting on him in a new way every day. The head of a clan, yet he had to learn how to lead a baby, learn to cook, and learn to weave and sew under the mountain's mortal nanny. Before the age of 3, every meal and every piece of clothing he had was made by Yun Rinqing herself, never letting anyone interfere and never buying outside. So powerful and proud people, but can for him to bow to the people, was forced to seclusion for 15 years, not step out of the cold house step. Solyu was heartbroken, unwilling to lose Aunt Yun like this. He still had so much to say to Aunt Yun, and so many things to do with her. He was angry, he was resentful, he was remorseful. Madness flashed in his eyes, monstrous hatred filled his eyes, and powerful hostile chi built up. Flashing Scarlet, Flower Thousand Valley, Mercury Sect, Gakshuan Imperial Family, I will definitely exterminate you all. Oh, I swear by the heavenly Tao, if I don't destroy you all, I, Solyu, will swear not to be a human. At that moment, a clicking sound came from within him, as if something was breaking apart and breaking free. Inside the body, dots of warm rhythmic golden light sprinkled down. Even on the chaotic green lotus and the mixed immortal cloud brocade were stained. And this time it responded and didn't reject it. As the golden light sprinkled down, the water pond within Solyu's body expanded by more than double. The chaotic green lotus grew. The leaves became larger, almost covering half of the pond, and the rhizomes became even thicker and stronger, with a cluster of buds appearing. The mixed immortal cloud brocade shimmers in gold, with 2 dragon whiskers that are longer than the jaws and separate tail fins that unite to look somewhat like a dragon tail shape. As it swam, it disappeared into the pond. As a matter of fact, it was not supposed to be a day for it to travel, and after today's sudden change, it actually had left. Very busy. The green lotus seal between Solyu's eyebrows actually turned golden at this time, and the chaotic green lotus swayed, and a ball of green gas didn't enter into the green lotus seal, forming a green border pattern that looked even more demonic. These changes, he didn't consciously pay attention to, only felt the rage surging within him, and the bloodthirsty and tyrannical aura buried his sanity. The rising Solyu, his eyes scarlet, stomped on the corpses of the 2 wind and cloud elders, turning them into annihilation powder. With every step, a person shattered into dust, and that 8-star intermediate spirit sovereign realm black-robed old man was absorbed by him and thrown into the Lin Yuan secret realm. When he came to the place where Zhou Yasi was abolished at that time, the weird Zhou Yasi actually disappeared. Who had saved her? He had been chopped off by Solyu's arm and wasted his Dantian cultivation. There was no way he could have run away on his own, but at this time, there was no sign of Zhou Yasi. Roar! Solyu let out a beastly growl and roar, flattening the area, trying to find her out, but finding nothing. He shouted angrily, Zhou Yasi! No one responded, and he took a big step toward the outside of the sealed land. As far as the eye could see, the Tianxian sect was destroyed, with most of the major peaks being chipped away by powerful energies, and half of the elders dead or injured, bodies all over the place. The portal of the Lin Yuan secret realm opened, and all the corpses were thrown into the Lin Yuan secret realm, the big hall where the fat-ass rat was. In the distance, the 3 of them, Mu Kingo, were covered in wounds and their faces were pale as they sat paralyzed on the ground. The few fat-ass rats that followed Solyu's orders were actually decimated and split into countless bodies. Who is it? These rats were already in the spirit monarch realm, and Mu Qingqing's few people didn't have the ability to kill them, and right now, they were only injured, and hadn't suffered any gruesome attacks from the fat-ass rats. If it was in the past, these 3 people should have no bones left at this time. At the very least, they would be humiliated and polluted through and through. When Solyu looked at them, he instantly remembered the scene where Yun Rinqing was assassinated by Zhou Yasi, and the grief and anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. I've got a killing intent. Rushing towards Mu Kingo at great speed. Mu Kingo's few people saw this and only fear remained in their hearts. Solyu, however, didn't give her a chance and swept in, pinching Mu Kingo's neck and bringing her up. The sadness and the whimpering. Ah, kill you. Grace Chow killed my auntie one. She ran away. You guys come to pay for her life. Die for me. Mu Kingo's eyes bulged out and her hands clasped Solyu's hands in death, trying to break his grip. Solyu struck out with endless anger, the force almost crushing her neck, already suffocating. Boom. Pust. He pressed Mu Kingo on the ground forcefully. The powerful force shattered countless green stones. Her body was deeply embedded and countless green stones were shaken up. Mu Qingoi spewed a mouthful of blood furiously. Broken pieces of internal organs were spat out, and the bones of his entire body were shattered. She was no longer able to speak. Her breathing had become difficult, and every breath tugged at the injuries all over her body, the pain going deep into her bones. Blood and water gushed out from the 7 orifices. Very tragic. Also like Yun Rinqing's appearance just now. Mu Kingo looked at the familiar and unfamiliar face in front of her, her eyes filled with confusion. Solyu once again flew towards Hua Wu-er and Lin Shi, who screamed in terror at the sight. Flower mistakes boundless fear. How could she still not know that Solyu was stopped the water? Remembering all the evil deeds he had once done to them, she had no conviction to fight back. After witnessing Master stabbing and killing Yun Rinqing, stopping water striking out to kill those spirit sect realm powerhouses that they couldn't possibly touch, and then him scrapping Master and feeling Solyu's monstrous hatred and despair, she was freezing cold, and there was no longer a hint of a chance that she could escape. Now, just as soon as she appeared, Mu Kingo was so miserable, she was like falling into an abyss. Her mind was blank, and she had no consciousness of anything, staring wide-eyed in horror, only to feel a coldness in her dantian. She subconsciously looked down. An icy cold lance penetrated through the dantian without the slightest obstruction, meeting those bloodshot pupils that made her tremble with fear. She completely despaired. It was too late to let out a shriek before she felt her brain lose consciousness and fall into darkness as she passed out completely. The lance was rooted far into the ground, the handle of the lance missing, hanging flower mistake on the pole. Lin Shi pissed himself in fear. Having already suffered the torture of the flying rats, his fear had already been boundless, and then seeing what happened to Mu Kingo and Hua Wu-er, he directly broke his defense and no longer had a cover. Without mercy, Solyu threw her up high, her body appearing in the air as 2 short spears appeared in her hands, violently stabbing into her body and pinning her to the ground. After doing so, Solyu looked towards Mu Kingo, but realized that at some point, a figure appeared in the air, absorbing Mu Kingo and Hua Wu-er in the past already and holding them in his arms. Solyu shouted angrily, "Ah, Xiao Han, drop these!" With a loud roar, he rushed forward to kill him, not allowing him to just walk away from these people. His revenge was far from over. These people had to stay. Xiao Han's face was pale and his breath was weird as he teasingly laughed. "My senses were right. Stopper is what your punk-ass bastard is made of. Robbing the Lin Yuan secret realm and breaking my chance inheritance. Teacher is about to wake up. At that time I will personally come and pluck out the green lotus stone platform. Be sure to protect it for me." Solyu pounced. Xiao Han's figure faded in the air, and Solyu struck the remnants. When he turned back again, he grabbed the dying Lin Shi and his body faded once more. Solyu sensed that he should have used a spatial-type battle technique or treasure that could do spatial transfer. His eyes widened in anger as the powerful ice sharks appeared violently, detonating them the moment his figure disappeared. Boom! The space fluctuated and black cracks appeared. Xiao Han's angry roar came from inside. "Ah, rubbish bastard! I'm going to kill you, son of a... Stay here!" Boom boom boom. Countless attacks fell towards the space where Xiao Han had just disappeared, but only brought up ripples. Long gone. Oh. Chapter 174, Dust Entering the Seal. Ancient Spirits Vow. The consecutive great battles had left Solyu exhausted and had long since drained his body. Yun Rinqing died and filled the sealed door, leaving him heartbroken. Zhou Yasi's body was lost, perhaps saved by Xiao Han, just as he had saved the Mu Kingos several people just now. The rage inside him could not be quelled. He still needed to kill, to retaliate, in order to dissipate it. He sat paralyzed in the square and took out the Imperial Spirit Talisman. Hua Yulo was nailed to the wall by him. His body disappeared. Only the icy cold lance remained. And he, who was already dead, guilty of breaking the ones Aunt Yun had left him. 15 years of gifts, the cold moon fruit and the spirit cloud peach. She was so eager to see herself take a bite, smile and tell her it was sweet. Such a small wish was not even realized, and was destroyed by the flower and rain house, leaving with regrets. How brutal that scene was. Aunt Cloud's last request for him not to forget her would scare her. The image stung him, his heart was dripping blood, and he was whistling with grief. He couldn't wait for the 15-day recharge of the Imperial Spirit Talisman. He was going to destroy Hua Qiangu now, and he couldn't stand it for a minute. Pust. The The palm of his hand slit and blood gushed out, all flowing into the Imperial Spirit Divine symbol. He didn't know if this method was feasible. He didn't know if his blood could activate the Imperial Spirit Divine symbol, but he had to give it a try. He really couldn't wait, not to mention 15 days. He couldn't wait even one day. He was bound to destroy Hua Qiangu. He knew that the Mercury sect and the Imperial family were so powerful that he couldn't step on them now, but he wouldn't allow this to go on for too long, at least for the 1 year that Aunt Yun had instructed him to. When the 9 Spectre Seal reappeared, he must exterminate these 2 places, even if the Gazuan Empire ceased to exist, and swore that he would avenge Aunt Yun's death. In the sky, a cloud of dust watched all of this without stopping, looking towards the sealed place, and after a moment of hesitation, drifted towards it. 2 fist-sized dust-wrapped objects floated up from that mass of dust, and without Sol Yu having the slightest sense of it, they didn't enter the Lin Yuan secret realm. A pair of crystal eyes looked at Sol Yu for a while, and as the dust floated to the ceiling door, the big ceiling formation that he couldn't find no matter what was revealed, the crystal eyes lingered once again, looking at Sol Yu for a while before it floated into the sealed door, and the phalanx was once again hidden. Sol Yu seemed to sense something and jerked his head back, but found nothing. With the blood poured out, the dimmed Imperial Spirit Divine symbol lit up, only to turn blood red, perhaps because the power of Sol Yu's bloodline was too strong. Spider-web-like cracks actually appeared on the Imperial Spirit Divine symbol. After sensing the energy filling up, Sol Yu hurriedly stopped the blood transfusion and frowned as he looked at the cracks on it. The Royal Spirit Divine symbol that originally had 5 chances to be used. This time, it was feared that it would only be able to be used 3 times at most before it would completely shatter. Having used it up once earlier, there were only 2 left, and with the cracked Imperial Spirit Divine symbol, it was unknown if it could still exert the strength of the Peak Spirit Sect realm, but he couldn't care about this much. Today, he had to set foot in the Flower Thousand Valley, even if he died. Sol Yu dragged his heavy body and prepared to get up. A slender shadow, however, came down the mountain, wearing a black and white pigmented coat, her feet heavy. Sol Yu wrinkled his brow and stared at her closely. Gu Linger's face is bleak and beautiful, her look is sad and solemn, and the small girl who used to be so spooky, after this period of time of torture, her face is less animated and more melancholy. The fiery red garment is faded, and this plain garment, which represents mourning, is worn, stained with blood. There were no other ornaments except on her ears, the gilt Su pendant that Sol Yu had put on her by hand. She endured endless torment every day, fighting against the resentful spirits in her body, and every night of the full moon, she would be tormented and in pain. Even if that old ancestor of the royal family personally took action, there was nothing that could be done to suppress it, and with this period of slow crossing, that grudging spirit had increased in strength to a terrifying level, and if it were to fully merge with or possess Gu Linger's divine soul, the heights that she could reach were worrisome. Although she was in the palace, she paid daily attention to outside movements. When Jun Mocho died, Hua Qiangu blamed everything on Ji Shuai, and deployed the entire clan to kill him. She is endlessly worried and wants to help him, but she can't do anything about it. Wang Laobi is ordered by her father not to leave the palace, and she is placed under house arrest by her father. During this time, her father was cold, and ever since she had refused his request, her father had never favored her as he had before. Even when she was in so much pain that she couldn't suppress her resentful spirit and killed people in the palace, her father actually stood by coldly and even had a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. Hearing that the Tianqian sect was under siege, the identity of Stopping Water was exposed. Patriarch Yun Rinching fought against countless powerhouses on his own, and the 9 Spectres seal was likely to be destroyed. She was so impatient that she forced her way out of the palace, possessed by a resentful spirit, and killed her way out of the palace. She's here, coming for Sol Wu. After that brief time together, after all this time of sickness, her mind was filled with Stopper's shadow whenever she was awake. After experiencing this period of time, she suddenly realized that she probably liked him. Since when? That offhand feeding, or the one that made him shy trying on dresses with earrings that, was it that magnificent way of appearing that made her heterogeneous? Or was it the excitement and tension of strongly crushing Jun Macho, seriously injuring Hua Yulo, and dragging the Thunderbolt to injure Shui Yuntian? Or the previous experience of that desperate trip to the Tiger Power sect? She couldn't remember. She didn't know when that shadow had been etched in her heart, and she didn't want to leave with regrets during this mass. So, here she is. Seeing this wreckage of the Tianqian sect, she was able to know how tragic the great battle had happened here. Seeing his bloodthirsty red-owned eyes, she already knew the outcome. Yun Rinching was dead. She couldn't empathize with his agonizing despair, couldn't help him share his grief and heartache, but she could accompany him to do what he needed to do, vent his anger or take revenge. She was with him, whether it was the Flower Thousand Valley, the Mercury sect, or that heartless royal family, she would stand by his side. If that didn't work, then she chose to fall into the eternal abyss. And if Gu Linger couldn't help him, then she would give her body to it and let that spirit of all evil guard it for her. She came forward, alone, blood-stained on her slender white hands, and, crouching down, he gently smoothed his wrinkled brow of grief, pain, determination, and indignation, pursed her lips and smiled lightly. I killed my way out of the palace just to come and find you, and if you are unharmed, I am at peace. Next, whatever you do, wherever you go, please take me with you. Maybe I don't have much time left and I don't want to leave any regrets. Gu Linger likes you and is willing to stay by your side, even if you have to fall into the merciless Shura road and become an enemy of this world. Let me watch with my own eyes. My Gaijin, follow in your footsteps. Sol Yu moved. He had just experienced the departure of his dearest person. He was scarred inside. His heart felt like it was cracked open with countless mouths, and the pain was incomparable. I thought that I was now alone, but I didn't expect that this human child, who was in front of the huge mouth of the abyss himself, would actually say such moving words. It made his heart, which was originally full of holes, feel warmth and sustenance. Looking at her carefully expectant eyes, Sol Yu held her hand and nodded with blurred tears in his eyes. Chapter 175 Interception by an army of 50,000 men. Urinal has lost weight. Originally the ancient and strange appearance of the miserable, tortured by that resentful spirit, now a big circle of thin, blue eyes, thick bags under the eyes. It is clear that these days, she has not had a good time. Sol Yu held her palms, and the power of cold ice surged in, and in a short while, some frost condensed on her face, and her face finally had some redness. Sol Yu tried to say something, but she stopped it with a shake of her head. Don't try to persuade me. If you don't want Gu Linger to really transform into a vessel of resentment with only a shell left, don't make me carry regrets. And with that, Sol Yu went on his way. He put on the clothes that Aunt Yun had personally sewn for him 15 years ago, pale green with some light ink on top and lingering cloud pattern sleeve edges. The sleeves were a little short, but he loved them. Gu Linger originally couldn't fly, but with the grudge spirit in her body, she could also roam in the air. Without stopping, the two of them flew towards the Flower Thousand Valley. A fearless journey. Only, halfway through the march, when they passed Mirror Spirit City, they were stopped in their tracks. The Mirror Spirit City Lord, Gu Yudao, was the cousin of the current State Lord, a 7-star spirit sect realm powerhouse. He personally sat down and led an army of 50,000 men, standing by. 50,000 troops were on the ground. 3,000 spirit-breaking crossbows were set up. The spirit-breaking arrows were as thick as an arm, and each spirit-breaking crossbow required 5 spirit Xian realms to pull, and they were already strung. In front of the formation, 5 generals stood at attention, each of them at the Spirit Emperor realm, followed by 2 Spirit King realm deputies. In front of the Mirror Spirit City's army, an elegant middle-aged man was dressed in a python robe, riding on a 7th-stage demonic beast, the falling cloud elephant, waiting in strict formation. Sol Yu and Gu Linger fell, their anger flaring. Why did the royal family make a move to stop them? Gu Linger clenched Sol Yu's hand, signaling her to come. She moved forward in style and looked at Gu Yudao and said, "Why is uncle leading the Mirror Spirit army and blocking the way of Sol Yu and I?" Ancient Yudao's face was complex as he spoke kindly. "Linger, go back. Your father has personally ordered that no one in the Flower Thousand Valley can move. He is angry that you have killed and wounded so many people in the palace. If you turn back on this, uncle will not make things difficult for him. If not, uncle will have no choice but to step in and leave him behind." Gu Linger was not the least bit afraid and said as she stared at him closely, "It's the most unfeeling emperor's family that I've never realized until now. Once upon a time I was uninitiated, moderately gifted, and as the youngest princess, he acted very spoiled and everyone envied me. Since I have been corrupted by the spirit of resentment, and have lived and died without a trace, he has changed as if he were a different person, cold as he is, and desperate as he is. If I understand him correctly, in his eyes, it doesn't matter if it's Gu Linger who lives in this body of mine. What matters is who can bring him the most benefits. Once upon a time, he favored me because he wanted me to marry the Water Wave sect, pulling in the Water family for him, and strengthening the power of the royal family. Now that I have been corrupted by the spirit of grievance, once I fuse with the spirit of grievance, or if it destroys and occupies my shell, it will gain supreme power, and it will be almost at the doorstep of that realm he seeks. In that case, this shell would be more useful to him. So he's actually given up on me, even helping the grievous spirit to replace me completely if necessary. So, do you think I care if he's angry?" Gu Yudao grunted angrily. "Shut up, that's your father. How can you slander him like that? All I know is that he's a good country lord who can lead the Gakchuan Empire to a more glorious path. His orders can't be wrong. Go back, or stay. I'll give you a choice. Gu Linger snorted. Why talk in such a grandiose manner? Who he is, I have long seen through. I don't hate him, but I can no longer be that obedient Gu Linger. With the intelligence capabilities he possessed, how could he not know that stopping water was Solyu? And how had he not investigated clearly that stopping water from more than 2 months ago had had his cultivation wasted for 10 years by Flowering Rainhouse? He's afraid that he wants to seize the heaven-defying treasure on stopping water, which is why he sent you to intercept it again. Instead of defending a heartless Flower Rainhouse, Ancient Yudo was surprised, but did not recognize it and said, "So you are not going to turn back?" Word came from over there that this kid had a divine talisman on him that could summon a strong person at the peak of the spirit sect realm, but he had already used it once in the Tianxian sect. I do know that even the most powerful imperial spirit talisman cannot be used more than twice on the same day. In that case, you guys don't stand a chance of breaking through from my side. Gu Linger laughed. With 50,000 troops in your spirit sect 7-star ancient Jade Road, it does look desperate, but Stopper wants revenge. You can't stop him, and now that I've shown up, how can I not know what he'll do? The spirit talisman of the Stopper will not be used on you, for there is still me. After saying that, Gu Linger's eyes shot out a cold ghostly light. Her eyes became pitch black, and her robes were automatically moving without wind. Gu Yudao's face was gloomy as he said, "You have indeed entered the devil. For the sake of a man, you didn't even want your own father and family, and now, in order to help him, you even went so far as to actively evoke the spirit of grievance. Do you know the consequences of doing so? With it in full force, there will be no possibility for you to turn around, and once it is fully evoked, there will be absolutely no room for maneuver. At that time, you will only be left with a shell, and your consciousness will either be swallowed up or dissipated into the heavens and earth." Hearing this, Solyu rushed forward and grabbed her hand, looking at her with worry. Gu Linger smiled playfully and said, "Don't listen to him, it's not that serious. It'll wake up after a month's slumber at most." Solyu shook his head and said, "That won't do. I'll do this thing myself. The big deal is just more blood." He stood in front of Gu Linger, and between the contact of his palms, the strength of cold ice penetrated into her meridians, and the black ons in her eyes let out an unwilling scream before dissipating. He pulled Gu Linger behind him and said with his back to her, "Aunt Yun's departure. I am resentful and powerless. The first time to bear the closest people living and dying. Such a painful heartbreak. I do not want to bear a second time. Let me." Gu Linger's eyes were colorful. This was the person she had chosen. Even in such a situation, she would still stand in front of her, not fearing the hardships and dangers. The corner of her mouth curved up in a sweet arc of darkness. With a scene like this, Gu Linger is content. But fool, don't you realize that even if I am suppressed by your spiritual power, even if I don't use the power of the spirits, I only have a month to live. So, you'll be fine. Even if I have to fall into the path of the Shura, it will be me first. Gu Yudao laughed out loud. Each one of these 50,000 soldiers has been in 100 battles, and their battle prowess will make any enemy tremble with fear. Even if I don't make a move, how will you cope with these 5 Spirit Emperor realm generals, relying on that talisman? Even if you use it to kill all of us, so what? Every city you pass through has already received a transfer order, and each of them has no less than 100,000 soldiers in several Spirit Emperor realms, and even more Spirit Sovereign realms in attendance. Ha ha ha. Can you use it once? Can you use it so many times? You won't be able to reach the Flower Thousand Valley after all, and the face of the royal family must not be dishonored. Chapter 176, Fat Ass Army. Master returns. Solyu's face was gloomy. There were at least 5 other main cities in between here and the Flower Thousand Valley clan. If it was really like what Gu Yudao said, it would not be good. Although further east was the Demonic Beast Mountain Range, but since they expected it at this point, they were bound to lay down defenses in the Demonic Beast Mountain Range as well, making it impossible to break through. But even so, he had no intention of stopping. The road ahead was difficult. So what? He just wanted to vent his heart's indignation. He just wanted to exterminate the Flower Thousand Valley. So what if there was an obstruction? He was going to summon a few fat-ass rats and black devil pythons and have them protect Gu Linger. The Lin Yuan mysterious realm opened a portal, and the first thing that scurried out were 2 black demon pythons, with a bizarre and ferocious aura. Gu Yudao snorted. Oh, 2 bizarre spirit snakes? Higher level of the Spirit King realm. So what? If that's all you've got, then you'd better roll back obediently. As the black demon python appeared, perhaps it sensed the homologous energy within them. The resentful spirit within Gu Linger hissed, and a black demonic aura surfaced on her face, her cheeks becoming somewhat hideous. Badgering me. When I occupy this shell, I will slaughter you all at the first opportunity. Gulinger was in pain. Her body was wrapped in a thick fog of black underworld and her body was spasming. She fought hard against it, suppressed it, for so long she'd gotten used to it. Soul Yu coldly grunted. Don't dream. Won't let you. The spiteful spirit screamed shrilly. Ha 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 ha. You can try. All she needs to do is to completely use her power and I will be able to get out of the trap. At that time, it will be easy to obliterate or refine her willful divine soul. Unless you can really find the underworld hidden godflower. Otherwise, she's mine. Ha ha ha. Soul Yu coldly grunted. Don't get carried away. My master has gone to look for a way to break it. He won't let anything happen to her. You'd better think of yourself. After saying that, Soul Yu told it to be quiet. And Gulinger was guarded by 2 black demon pythons. The Lin Yuan secret realm opened and a huge portal appeared. Boom! The fat-ass rats scrambled forward and leapt out. Soul Yu had wanted to release a few of them to guard Gulinger's safety, but seeing that they were so excited, he simply let them be, and he also wanted to see just how many fat-ass rats could be in there. With so many deaths and injuries, its numbers never seemed to diminish. Gu Yudao sneered. A bunch of flat hairs are just a bunch of flat hairs, so big in size. In front of my spirit-breaking crossbow, it is just a living target. Ha ha ha. Soul Yu, however, frowned. How could there be so many of them? This was almost close to 300. They were growing so fast. How could that palace hold so many? And, what kind of species are they anyway? And how can they reproduce so quickly and so much? Gulinger really found it funny to look at these big fat-ass rats, especially that lurching fat ass and chubby face. 500 of them. The speed and number of leaps still soared. And Soul Yu was surprised. The soldiers in the rear formation were shocked to see the fat-ass mouse with a mane the size of an elephant's, oiled and shiny. They're so big and fat that their mouths and noses are so dented that they're just fat faces. Duan bumped his big fat ass in a way that they just couldn't describe. It was just too weird and disgusting. There was also the aura of the spirit monarch realm emanating from all of them above. And they all had heavy faces. Wondering how many more such fat rats were hiding in that door. The big, fat-ass mouse appears and flies through the air, squeaking and squealing with a menacing look on its face. Some of them gripped their lances tightly in their hands and stared at the bloodthirsty rats, their foreheads filled with fine beads of sweat. 1,000 more. And in the Lin Yuan secret realm, there was the sound of 10,000 horses galloping in a continuous stream. Soul Yu frowned. How could there be so many? How could there be so much within a large hall like that? It wouldn't fit. When there were 3,000 of them, Soul Yu was stunned. The sky was so dark that it covered the sky. The powerful aura and bloodthirsty fishy stench made all the soldiers chilled. Ancient Yudao's face was very bad, not understanding where so many rats came from. Stabbed the rat's nest? The spirit monarch realm's fat-ass rat has a lot of aura. I just don't know how the battle power is. Any special features? When the number reached more than 5,000, Soul Yu called a halt in a hurry, and even his heart palpitated. It's so weird. It's like the fat-ass rats are a constant, endless source. If that were true, wouldn't the Lin Yuan secret realm be a huge rat's nest? If a rat infestation did occur, how could it be eradicated? Only, in the current situation, he was happy, and these 5,000 fat-ass rats were more than enough to stand up to that 50,000 strong army. The sky became dull and completely obscured by fat-ass rats, and the 50,000 strong army was cowed by the blackness of the large rats. Gu Yudao's face was ugly. These fat rats were against the odds. Their numbers were huge, and they were completely unafraid of his mirror spirit army. The good thing is that there's still his own top-notch fighter, who can't get through. Ancient Yudao's face was icy cold, knowing that as long as he could defeat and capture Soul Yu, these fat rats would be able to attack themselves. However, at that moment, space squirmed and an old man appeared, standing in front of Soul Yu. He looked at Soul Yu, sized him up, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Very good. That old Nubizi's vision is poisonous. Finding such a good seedling. No wonder he pulled down his old face and asked us to come and help you." Soul Yu moved and bowed. "Is Senior familiar with my master?" The old man smiled and nodded, saying, "Your teacher went to some old friends of ours to get a cure for his apprentice daughter-in-law's grudge encroachment. Get Bone Fei Yang sect master passes on the message. You were hunted down by the Flower Thousand Valley. Once the clan where something happened, so we were invited to join forces." Starry-eyed Rush finally caught up. Gulinger's cheeks were slightly flushed. Hearing the white-bearded old grandpa return was quite reassuring, and hearing him say that he was an apprentice daughter-in-law made the corners of her lips unconsciously rise. Soul Yu thanked again and asked, "So it was Uncle Bone who sent the letter? Then I wonder where my master is now?" The old man wrinkled his nose. "Your identity was leaked, and with his information that the royal family has made a big move and is about to make an arrest of you, He guessed that the matter was so important that it was possible that the Gakchuan royal family would have to send out a ranked powerhouse without regard for their face. He was so angry that he sent us here to find you, and flew alone to the Gakchuan imperial capital to confront the Gakchuan kingdom lord to stop the imperial family. He asked me to tell you. There's no need to have scruples. Today Huaqian Valley can be trampled on by you and no one can stop you. You can rest assured to leave. This time with your teacher came a few people, although not the top, to ensure that you have no worries along the way but still can do. The military defense of the main city along the way are all blocked for you, so you just do what you have to do and don't have to worry about it. Sol Yu's eyes were slightly red. This old man would defend himself no matter when or where. Knowing that he was remorseful, he rushed back despite everything, and alone. He had to block all the forces for him, so how could he be so virtuous? At this point, he realized that apart from Zhou Yasi, a few people who had hurt him, these relatives of his own, every one of them had been good to him to the bone, so how could he let them down? But master don't worry about going, although his apparent strength is only at the Spirit Emperor realm, with his methods, and some of his former past, we are confident that no one will be able to injure him, not even that kingdom lord. Sol Yu bowed reverently and thanked him, while leaving without looking back. Behind them, the army of fat rats was vast, covering the sky. Chapter 177 Taoist Master Qing Hui stands in front of the Imperial Palace. The Flower Thousand Valley clan was behind a sea of flowers, in the middle of two heavenly dangerous canyons. At this moment, everyone gathered at the sect square, several thousand people. All of the elders were waiting at the entrance of the sect in a tight formation, their faces grave. They already knew that the once stopping water, now Sol Yu, was coming to exterminate the entirety of Flower Thousand Valley. Some time ago, when they searched for stopping water, not only did a shocking scandal break out, but he also beheaded 500 to 600 disciples and several clan elders, causing Flower Thousand Valley to suffer heavy losses. The Valley Master, Hua Yulo, personally chased after stop water and beat him with no way to escape, and everyone was ecstatic to be on their feet again. A great battle erupted on the main peak of Tianxian sect, and the previous sect leader, Yun Rinqing, was severely injured after he powerfully crushed dozens of Spirit Zone Realm and Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouses. Their Valley Master, Hua Yulo, broke into the peak vein of the Tianxian sect and shattered the fruit that Yun Rinqing had given to stop water. Shi Shui went berserk and nailed the Valley Master to a cliff with a single shot, and their Valley Master fled back to the Flower Thousand Valley in a sorry state, announcing that he was in seclusion and activating the clan's guardian array. All of the elders were out of the gate, and even the Grand Elder, who hadn't been seen for a long time, forced his way out of the gate to stabilize people's hearts. I heard that stopping water can summon a peak spirit sect realm powerhouse, and that he killed a 9-star spirit sect on Tianxian sect. Can we, Flower Thousand Valley, stop it? Hey, let's say he can come here. I've heard that the royal family is displeased and has already set up armies in the major main cities, with the major city lords personally sitting on the ground, never letting him break through the defenses. Even if he comes, what can he do? He's only one person. We have thousands of people here. He can't still sneak up on us like he did in the rainforest back then. The Grand Elders have all emerged from the gate, and at that time, the Grand Elders were even stronger existences than the Smash Gate Valley Master, so it's impossible for there to be a situation where they can't be stopped. Tisk, I have to say, I really admire that guy Stopper. How many incomprehensible things have he done since he appeared? This is already the second time that the Valley Lord has been seriously injured. Didn't you see it? When the Valley Master came back, his face was pale, his walk was unsteady, and when he entered the Patriarch's hall, that threshold almost made him fall. This time, the Valley Master has caused such a big mess. I'm afraid that the Grand Elder won't be satisfied, and the Valley Master's position is going to be untenable. You can shut up real quick. You dare to discuss the affairs of the Valley Master. Don't bring us along when you seek death. Sol Yu had rushed all the way here, and indeed saw battle formations guarding every outgoing city that had penetrated into the demonic beast mountain range. The city lord there also had some strong men confronting him, and when Sol Yu led this sky-covering army of rats across the border, everyone swallowed their saliva and was nervous. The people of the city lord's mansion didn't dare to make any more moves, stronger than his spirit sovereign realm facing off against him, and so many disgusting rats clear of the spirit sovereign realm. They could only watch as they drifted across the border. While Sol Yu and Gu Linger were traveling to the Flower Thousand Valley, a white-bearded old Taoist came to the Gakchuan imperial capital. He was suspended in mid-air, sitting on his knees, and below him was the entrance to the imperial palace of the Gakchuan Empire. The soldiers below didn't dare to be slow and rushed forward to report. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and a crown ascended into the air, his face not looking very good. Taoist green emblem did not get up and remained seated, smiling. Haven't seen you for many years. The State Lord still looks the same. The current Gachuan Empire's State Lord, Gulin Tian. He came through the air with faith as if he were stepping on the ground. Standing in front of Taoist Master Chenghui, he looked at him and sighed only after a long time. Worthy of being Tao Lord Chenghui, even though I am now in this position, I still cannot see through you, much less lightly say that I can defeat you. Ostensibly only having a cultivation of the Spirit Emperor realm, the Spirit Sea in the Dantian is as abundant as if it were turning over a river. Even I am ashamed of myself. Taoist Green Emblem laughed. State Lord is overrated. The Royal Submerged Dragon technique is excellent. The State Lord himself is gifted. Since you ascended to the throne only 15 years, but already from the original Spirit Emperor realm, cultivation to the current peak of the Spirit Zone realm. Congratulations, the State Lord said with a complicated expression. Back then, I haven't thanked the Taoist master yet. Father was forcing Yun Rinching to go into seclusion, and then he suddenly died violently a month later. And if it wasn't for you bringing the Imperial weapon to stop it in a strong manner, the current Gachuan, I'm afraid it would have already been torn apart, and it would not be able to have the present day's flourishing situation. There was something fishy going on back then, and for 15 years, I'd been tracking it down, but to no avail, and my father's death had to be accounted for after all. That's why this time when the Tianxian sect was under siege, even when the Nine Spectres seal was in danger, this emperor didn't make a move to rescue them precisely because of his heart's desire to do so. Still smiling, Taoist Green Emblem said, 15 years ago, everything was very bizarre and confusing. You always suspected that it was Yun Rinching's side that killed your father, but you struggled to come up with evidence, and he didn't dare to act rashly, so he took this opportunity to let Gu Yunxiao come out and indirectly kill Yun Rinching. This is a matter that someone will find you to settle, but the old Tao is not here today for that reason. Gulin Tian laughed. The Taoist Master's Day and night journey back to Gachuan was something this emperor did not anticipate. Now that someone is blocking the 5 main city realm passes, and you've personally come to block the entrance to the palace, is it possible that you're not afraid that I'll make a move against a little doll? Even for your sake, I wouldn't. It's just that the Flower Thousand Valley is one of the several great sects of the empire, and now that the border has a neighboring country restarting the war, with tigers eyeing the surrounding area, if we allow your disciple to act arbitrarily, and missing such a powerful combatant like the Flower Thousand Valley, the form of the Jia Xian would not be very stable. Therefore, this emperor ordered that no lives should be harmed and that he should just be blocked back. In this way, is the Taoist master still not satisfied? Taoist Master Chenghui shook his head, looked at Gulin Tian, and laughed. The State Lord's farsightedness has been a blessing to the people of the Gachuan Empire, and they will surely be grateful to the State Lord. But my disciple has nothing to do with any of this. He was abandoned by his parents when he was young and Yun Rinching raised him. When your father authorized, he Gu Yunxiao initiative to approach the Cloud Mercy Star. Which has what purpose? You naturally know. There are some things involved in this, and if I were to tell them, the first thing my disciple would do is not look for that Flower Thousand Valley, but come to your Gachuan imperial capital. When Gulin Tian heard this, his face became ugly and his eyes became dangerous. Behind them, a few more figures surfaced, and there was also divine sense probing out from the depths of that palace. What he didn't understand was how much Taoist Chenghui knew, and if these hidden secrets were to be spread, the Gachuan imperial family would no longer have any prestige to speak of. Taoist leader Chenghui was not afraid in the slightest. 3 imperial weapons flashing with powerful energies emerged beside his body, and his imperial might filled the sky. Still smiling, he said, you shouldn't meddle in this matter. Whoever my disciple wants to seek revenge on, your royal family should wait and watch instead of dragging yourself into it. Leaving aside the previous matters, on the matter of Yun Rinching's death, but all the people or forces involved, none of them can run away. Gulin Tian coldly grunted. Ha, by him, or by you? Taoist Green Emblem said. I'm blocking here today to give you, the Gachuan imperial family, a chance to decide how to choose. You decide yourselves. The Flower Thousand Valley was destroyed by my disciple. This matter can't be stopped by anyone. If you don't believe me you can try. Gulin Tian stared dead on at Taoist leader Chenghui, the indignation and killing intent in his eyes undisguised. But those 3 imperial artifacts emanating strong energies had to make him back down. One could only grunt. To trample my royal majesty like this, you are very good. Then I'll also tell you that after today, your favor to the royal family will be written off, and you will have no place in the Gachuan Empire. Taoist Green Emblem laughed. Is that your choice? Very good. Chapter 178, The End of Hua Qiangu. Solyu led an army of fat-ass rats and crossed the border in a high-profile manner, causing a host of forces to be terrified, and they still didn't know what was going on. The disciples of the Flower Thousand Valley waited from daytime until late at night, waiting in tight formation, and as a result, there wasn't even a single hair so they couldn't help but complain a little. I told you, even if he is more powerful, it's impossible for him to single-handedly break into my Flower Thousand Valley. I think 80% of it is that the Valley Master is scared out of his wits. That's why he gave such an order. By the looks of it, it shouldn't be coming. My Flower Thousand Valley is at least a big clan in the Gachuan Empire. Even the royal family has to respect it for 3 times. How could it be a small Spirit King realm that dares to provoke? The Valley Master is also too fussed over. Haven't you noticed? Since the death of the Saint's son, the Valley Master's mood has become even more off. Anything can make him lash out. Alas, it's already the middle of the night. I'm afraid that now that I've calmed down, I also know that I, Hua Qiangu, am not one to be messed with. And now that I'm being sniped by the Imperial Army, I definitely don't dare to come. It was late at night, and in another hour it would be dawn, and no movement was felt on this side. The old man sitting in the center, meditating with his eyes closed, the Grand Elder of the Flower Thousand Valleys, Hua Yumo, slightly opened his eyes. Sigh, my Flower Thousand Valley has been passed down for 1,000 years, and each of the Valley Masters has been diligent, and I have never imagined that there would be a day when I would be forced to such a point. The Valley Master acts alone and is a complete dictator, not taking us and others into consideration at all. We have the intention to dissuade, but we will always attract scoldings, and over time, we will just let it be. We can't blame the Valley Master for this matter. Jun Macho has a special status and the power of the Jun family is not an existence we can mess with. Now that Jun Macho has been killed by stopping water. If the Jun family pursues this, there always has to be an explanation. If the Valley Master doesn't make such a big noise, he can't reply. The Grand Elder nodded his head, thoughtfully, and after a moment of contemplation, said, that stop water is but a single person. Even if he has a Spirit Sect Realm's Imperial Spirit Talisman, if he wants to overthrow my Flower Thousand Valleys, it will never be easy. Now that the royal family is involved, and the State Lord personally dispatched the army and the city lords to intercept and capture him, I don't think he'll have a chance. Airing him out wouldn't dare. A fledgling brat only, just relying on external forces to have so much achievement. He got carried away and dared to barge into my Flower Thousand Valley alone. He took him for a watery cloudy sky. Ha ha ha. I told you that Huayulo made a big fuss and was scared out of his wits. Ha ha ha. Now that he boasts that he doesn't dare to come, he's kind of self-aware. The Grand Elder smiled, nodded, and commanded, withdraw. All go and rest. Starting tomorrow I will personally rectify the discipline of the clan. Everyone must not be absent. Flower Thousand Valley has been silent for too long. Under the leadership of Flower Rain Tower there is pandemonium. It's time to make a decision. Hey, bad luck, being fooled by a brat. It's just that he didn't meet me. If he did, would he still be so alive and kicking? The crowd relaxed and grumbled, turning to leave, but then a whistling sound came. The crowd's movements of turning around stalled, turning their heads to look, and they were shocked beyond words. It's, what? Only to see the sky, which had just been as bright as day, darken all of a sudden, and 2 figures flashed by at great speed in front of the moon. Immediately afterward, boundless might struck, and with a few fat, rounded bodies, spreading his wings, he swooped down from the moon, and the army behind him covered the sky. Led by Sol Yu and Gu Linger, they swept in at breakneck speed against the sea of flowers. The mice were excited, squeaking, and a few of the big ones leading the way grabbed a large handful of different colored flowers along the way. In mid-flight, reversing her body, belly toward the sky, she pinned the few pulled flowers to her ears and cheered excitedly. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened and felt despair. Seeing that he was approaching the gate of the Flower Thousand Valley, Sol Yu flung out the blood-red Imperial Spirit Talisman early on, and the black figure surfaced. Only, this time, his sword flashed with a bloody red light. Sol Yu bellowed, not a single one. Clang! The sword comes out of the body. The dragon comes out of the abyss. The dark figure bellowed. The first stance of the Tsunlong sword technique. The sword cuts through 3,000 continents. The rock rises with the wind on a single day, and the cold light of a sword is 30,000 miles. In an instant, the cold light flashed. 10,000 feet of cold aura illuminated the night sky as if it was daytime, and everyone was unable to open their eyes by this heaven-chopping light. A few elders who had just laughed at Sol Yu for not daring to come, only felt their scalps tingle and were in a trance-like stagnation, didn't get a chance to say anything. Next moment, the sword light slashes down with force. Boom! The huge Flower Thousand Valleys, a clan compound that was several times the size of the Tianxian sect, was cleaved by a sword through a 10,000 feet deep abyss, as if the earth had been penetrated through 100 feet wide gigantic abyss into a true Flower Thousand Valleys. Even the 2 canyons protruding from the 1,000-foot peaks and valleys were flattened by this astonishing sword, and the gaps were neatly organized. The group of elders in front of them were split in half by force, their eyes full of confusion and death. A mountain of big fat-ass rats swooped in immediately afterward, as if they were locusts on the move, each one finding its match. Squeak! The royal spirit divine symbol that had absorbed and recharged the power of Solyu's bloodline not only had a divine might that was overwhelming, but it was even more like it possessed a mind of its own, with that body and the sword skill being filled with the slightest bit of spirituality. Without wasting any more energy, the black shadow in the royal spirit divine symbol, perhaps sensing Solyu's hateful anger, flew straight forward, and then a giant palace was forcefully split apart. Just then, two figures flew out in a sorry state, and one of them cursed in anger. Solyu Jr., you have a cruel heart. I, Hua Yulu, vow to kill you by 1,000 cuts. As this sword went down, the 8-star peak spirit sect realm Taishang Elder, who was hidden in the middle of the great hall, was forced out, his body being swept by the sword chi. As if the black shadow had seen its prey, it charged straight up, and in a few rounds, it seriously injured that supreme elder. Seeing that Hua Yulo had one of his arms chopped off by the sword chi, he fled toward the outside in a sorry state. Solyu's eyes turned red all of a sudden and he roared, Hua Yulu old dog, you give me death to come. Solyu, who had completely lost his mind, dove down headfirst and rushed in the direction that Hua Yulu had fled. Seeing this, Gu Linger hurriedly followed. Suddenly, she sensed that something was wrong as a powerful energy shot towards Solyu, but it was the Grand Elder who had previously sensed that something was wrong and hid. Too late to react. Gu Linger forcefully awakened the spirit of resentment, and a heavenly bizarre aura filled the air before blocking in front of Solyu. With the last of his waking consciousness, he sent Solyu out 1,000 meters with a palm and chased after Flower Rain Tower. As she fell into a deep sleep, she reluctantly looked towards Solyu and murmured with a smile at the corner of her mouth, Go on, don't worry. It will guard you for the rest. And her two consciousness sank into silence as the spirits took over the body. Shrill excitement cried out, Is it such a solemn moment again? It's so wonderful. Ah ha 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 ha. Solyu glanced worriedly at Gu Linger and saw that she was so fierce that she sent the Grand Elder flying 1,000 feet with a single palm strike and crashed into the cliff. And only then did he let go of his heart. Without looking back, he rushed towards the Flower Rain building. Chapter 179, Flower Rain Mansion's End. The Jun family's arrival. Hua Yulo panicked and fled, bumping into running Huaqin Valley disciples along the way and roaring out in anger. Asterisk 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 off. Ah, Valley Master. You're so mean. The Flower Thousand Valley was like a purgatory on earth, with fear, despair, and helplessness spreading. Fat-ass rats are battle-hardened and no longer, as in the past, they pounce on people and then actually bite their necks and gnaw on the flesh and blood of their skulls. Shaking the disciples who were in the way into a bloody mist, they ran away with all their might despite everything. Solyu's bloodshot eyes roared with hatred. Old dog, where to escape? If I don't kill you, I, Solyu, will be a son in vain. He chased after him with all his might, and Hua Yulo flew away with all his might, and within a few breaths, he had already run to the rear, detaching himself from the Flower Thousand Valleys battlefield. While flying to catch up, Solyu condensed countless strong ice arrows, a rain of swords that covered the sky and shot down indiscriminately, covering a range of 1,000 feet. Hua Yulu was shocked as Tian Xian Zongshan was nailed to the wall with an arrow through his heart by Solyu. Just now, he was also chopped off his arm by that blood-red black shadow with a sword, and now his strength was greatly reduced, and he can only try his best to cope with this roiling ice rain of arrows. From his body, a purple gourd rose, and the gourd kept getting bigger and bigger, absorbing the countless sword rains. Solyu's eyes were wide with anger. He didn't expect that this old dog actually had such an imperial weapon to accompany him. Even though it was only a low-grade imperial weapon, blocking his attack was enough. At the same time, nameless flames erupted from the purple gourd, coming towards Solyu and blocking him. Old dog, you can't get away. The Heavenly King is here, and he won't be able to save you. Solyu swooped down. Dozens of cold ice-splitting lances accompanied the flight and mercilessly shot down. Hua Yulo dodged with all his might, and the ice-cold gun missed, shooting on the ground and freezing the land in ice, chasing out 100 miles away. Hua Yulo stopped. The spiritual energy in his body was depleting at an extremely high speed, and the sealing power contained in that heart-piercing cold ice gun froze some of his bloodline realm passes at this point. He couldn't run away anymore. If he continued like this, there was only one way to die. With his spirit sect realm cultivation, even if he was seriously injured, he was confident that he still had the power to fight against Solyu, who was only at the Spirit King realm. Seeing that Hua Yulo wasn't fleeing, Solyu's eyes were scarlet, remembering the scene back then when he destroyed his own Dantian with a blow from across the room. Thinking of the fact that because of his blocking and intercepting, he lost the best time for himself to rescue Yunrinching. Of Yunrinching's last miserable condition, of the 7 fruits shattering, and of Yoon Rinching's regrettable misery. Thinking of Yoon Rinching's desperate scene of Don't Forget Me, Aunt Yoon will be scared. Thinking of Yoon Rinching's final scene of pushing him away with all her strength and drifting into the sealed door, her breath completely gone. Solyu sobbed sadly, and there was nothing else in his eyes but the conviction to kill madly. Ah, he's mad. He's mad. He's mad. No one resented this scumbag more than he did. There was no need for any words. No need for any concerns. The only thing to do was to behead. The only thing to do was to give endless torment. Impacting with all his might. Attacking with all his might. The Solyu of this moment was crazy. The Solyu of this moment had unparalleled battle power. The Green Lotus Chaos technique was running at full power. Endless spiritual energy gathered from all directions. The fighting character technique was in full swing, and the battle power was increased to 10 times. Boom boom boom. Hua Yulo was worthy of being at the 5-star spirit sect realm. Even though he was now heavily injured, he could still resist Solyu's full attack. After several rounds of hard contact, although Solyu was also spitting out blood and his 5 organs were shifting, he was oblivious to it. Each punch contained endless anger and sorrow. Each punch, as if it carried Aunt Yun's strength and shadow. Each punch was his guilty remorse for Aunt Yun. This kind of life-threatening fight, injuring the enemy 1,000 times and damaging himself 800 times. Perhaps after this battle, his body would suffer unparalleled heavy injuries, but he didn't care. His only goal was to kill him, thwart him and throw him into the boundless purgatory. Aha! Kill! Several all-out collisions, several head-to-head encounters. He coughed up blood with each strike, each time exceeding the limits of what his body could withstand. His tiger's mouth shattered and his arms cracked without him realizing it. On the contrary, Hua Yulo, every time he resisted with all his might, the sealing power within that body strengthened by 1 point, and with every collision, he felt that his breath was rapidly weakening. The more we fight, the more we are frightened, the more we are emboldened, the more we are powerless. And he was scared. For the first time he felt this powerlessness. For the first time he understood that in this world, there was really such a person who could beat him senseless in a state of 2 great realms difference. Every time Solyu drew blood, accompanied by him being injured once as well, and with every attack, both sides failed to gain any advantage. But compared to the soul of the use more and more courage, he is decadent. Perhaps as he said at the beginning, 2 people if in the same realm, he can slap 10 himself, really can do the same level invincible. All sorts of means came out in an endless stream. All sorts of battle techniques flew like dragons and phoenixes. The roar of fury did not subside, and the battle intent became more and more exorbitant. The purple gourd came again, not only absorbing Solyu's attack, but also displaying a powerful attacking ability. The spirit flame transformed into an auger dragon, tearing towards him. The flames were mighty and domineering, powerful and incomparable. The fire Jiao entwined with Solyu's frost dragon in mid-air, tearing and sparring with each other, both wanting to annihilate each other with all their might. Solyu is now resentful of the heavens, fearless, and his sky-covering aura is unrelenting. Hua Yulo fled in a sorry state. His Dao heart was gone. He had no determination to fight. His breath was weak. The battle between the two is high and low. Howl. The frost giant dragon roared, and also carried out Solyu's belief that he would not rest until he died, swallowing that spirit flame giant dragon into his mouth with 1 bite. And no matter how much it exerted its strength, it was still indifferent, and eventually strangled it to death. Ah, pust. The remnants of the frost energy slammed into Hua Yulo's body, and the determination of ice and fire caused him to be in agonizing pain and deep water. Boom! All over his body. There is no place intact. His clothes are destroyed, can barely cover his body, blood and flesh scorched. Miserable. The anger in Solyu's eyes was ignited, as if from within those eyes, a blazing fire was ignited. 100,000 voices roaring in my head. Kill him! Kill him! He leapt up high, and his arm-thick cold lance was also burning with a ghostly blue cold flame. The lance was cold and sharp, stinging Hua Yulo's cheeks from a long distance away. He panicked, utterly terrified and chilled. How could he be so strong? Even in the duel on the Ling Yuan River, it was only by relying on that massive energy support that Jun Macho and he were seriously injured. How long had it been before he was once again battling against each other? And he was powerless. Ah, old dog, die for me. It fell violently, containing 1,000 pounds of force within it, as if it wanted to stab the earth through and through. However, at that moment, a cold humming voice rang out, causing people's hairs to stand on end and blocking Solyu's attack. Humph, ancient Yulo, you are truly a wimpy fool. The reason why my clan agreed to your terms and sent Jun Macho here is because back then you promised that you could find that item for my clan. You disguised yourself as Flower Rainhouse and lurked in the land of Flower Thousand Valley, ready to wait for an opportunity to act. 10 years have passed and you have done nothing right. You even caused Jun Macho to die, and now you are even being hunted down by a junior to this point. You are truly useless trash. Chapter 182 Forces in Closing. Sol Yu becomes a commodity? Hua Yulo staggered up, his face ugly, and said, "It's not that I'm not willing to do the job, but Gulin Tian doesn't know what secret method he's used to cultivate, and has already reached the peak level of the spirit sect realm. I'm by no means a match for him, but chances are slim, and he's already skeptical of me, so I don't dare to take the risk." 3 people emerged from the void, their faces condensed, wearing uniform attire. Their breath was very powerful, and Sol Yu guessed that the minimum was the 7 or 8-star spirit sect realm. He's angry, resentful, the murderer of Aunt Yun, in addition to the black-robed old man and the 2 old men of Wind and Cloud. Those people, Gu Yun Xiao, the young man in Chinese clothes, are all alive and well. Zhou Yasimu Chino, a few people were even saved, originally thinking that Master had blocked the people of the royal family, and that Flower Rain House was already a fish on the chopping block. He didn't expect another member of Jun's family to show up. This time, never. Even if he put his life on the line, he would never let Flower Rain House go. Never. When Hua Yulo saw the visitor, joy flashed in his eyes. This person appeared. He had a way to live. As long as he didn't die tonight, he still had the ability to raise the dead. The 3 of them coldly grunted in unison. Mo Cho was entrusted to you here, and now that he is unexpectedly dead, the family head is very unhappy and needs you and your Gachuan royal family to give an explanation to my Jun family. Don't forget that the lives of your entire family are in our hands, and your youngest is only an 8-year-old son. Your youngest is an 8-year-old son, and your daughter, born to you by your beloved, is only 5 years old. Hua Yulu shouted. It's him, it's this little who killed Jun Macho. I chased him for thousands of miles, and the head of her clan, Yun Renqing, died tragically, and now, he wants to take revenge. He wants to destroy the Flower Thousand Valley, and he also wants to kill me. Save me and spare our family, and I'll tell you everything, and I can definitely negotiate with the Gachuan imperial family for a bargaining chip that you'll be satisfied with. At those words, one of them sneered. Ho ho, I hope so. However, you've really gone back the further you've lived, actually letting a Spirit King realm brat kill Jun Macho, and even more so, letting him force him to this point. You're really worse than a waste of space. Hua Yulo sneered. Humph, I waste? The tragic situation of the Flower Thousand Valley over there was all caused by him alone. Gulin Tian set up hundreds of thousands of army defenses between the 5 main cities, and he could still come to the Flower Thousand Valley and abuse it without any injuries. Do you think that he's really only in the Spirit King realm? Be careful. That person's son. How can it be simple? When I wasted his Dantian back then, I was almost killed by the strong man beside him with a single glance. Although it's not clear why it didn't kill me or stop me from wasted his meridians, I can be sure that that person left a backhanded one behind. We just don't know about it. Even Gulin Tian isn't clear about it. Humph, I think you are scared by this little fight. When I catch him, everything is naturally clear. Right at this moment, several more wind-breaking sounds rang out, and 6 figures stood in mid-air. Coldly speaking, Sol Yu's life. Our Mercury sect wants it. There were 6 Spirit Sect realm high ranks, one of which had already reached the Spirit Sect 9 stars realm. A few people from the Jun family snorted coldly. Humph, you Mercury sect is so grand. Do you really think that this is the Gachuan Empire? Your home turf, and that my Jun family would be afraid of it? The people from the Mercury sect came, and the leader was second Zhang Lao, who pondered for a moment and said, the Jun family is powerful, yet it is also in the outer regions, and although my Mercury sect is not strong, it does not allow other forces to spread their wildness here. Now that there are 6 of us and only 3 of you, it's easy to exterminate you, and if the Jun family blames us afterward, we're just the bogeyman, while you'll have to stay here. The Jun family visitor snorted coldly. You a small Mercury sect, what do you have to fear? If you kill us, you Gachuan Empire and Mercury sect won't be able to live well. If the family master comes, he will definitely step on you. Second Zhang Lao coldly grunted. Humph, your Jun family has quite a few enemies that are staring at you closely, and if you dare to make a move, your Jun family is afraid to be wiped out in a matter of moments. If not, how could you just send Jun Macho to wait for an opportunity with this king? I know that the Gachuan royal family has something you need that is important to your clan. Your Jun family just wants that item. It's in the middle of the Gachuan palace. Not here. Let's confer. The Jun clan visitor was non-committal and snorted coldly. How? Second Zhang Lao confessed. My saint's son is interested in this little waif, and he even injured my saint's son today. So my Mercury sect only needs this person to be escorted back to the sect. As a condition, I, the Mercury sect, will do my utmost to help the Jun family and enter the Imperial Treasure House to find what you need. Is this possible? The Jun family visitor wrinkled his brows. Humph, Think beautifully, when the time comes for you, the Mercury sect, to shrug it off and collude with the Gakchuan imperial family and not give me that item for the Jun family. Won't that be falling for your trap? Second Zhang Lao hurriedly stated. This matter, Jun family, all of you rest assured. My Mercury clan is not worth mentioning in front of the Jun family, and would never dare to do that kind of backtracking underhanded thing. My clan's weight and right to speak in the Joshua Empire does not need to be elaborated on more than that. To ask for the one sword item, the royal family will not fail to agree. Even if my Mercury clan can give up a part of its interests to him, it will also contribute to this matter. The Jun family elder sniffed and frowned and thought. Sol Yu looked at him coldly, with only the fury of killing Hua Yulu in his eyes, and seeing that these people actually didn't give him the slightest bit of attention, treating him like prey and merchandise, his killing intent sublimated once again. Hua Yulo looked at Sol Yu with a smug smile on his face. He knew that he was saved. Teasingly provocative, he said, TSK, 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 Yun Rinching will die in vain. You can't kill me anymore. It's so close to. It's the same as Yun Rinching feeding you those fruits. You were just a little bit short of eating them, and it was ultimately a delusion. Ha 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 ha. Several members of the Jun family were still bargaining with Elder Heir Zhang, thinking that they were not very satisfied with just that one condition of handing over Jun Macho's murderer. The second Zhang Lao, however, bit down very tightly, knowing that he could not let go. If they knew the value of this Sol Yu, he was afraid that the Jun family would come to snatch it up despite everything. Only, they were so concerned with treating Sol Yu as a bargaining chip and a commodity to be manipulated at will that they didn't notice Sol Yu's hideous expression as his veins popped out. Ah! He whistled and roared wildly. The chaotic green lotus in his body sensed Sol Yu's determination and no longer stood idly by. The green lotus leaf swayed a few times, activating that silent, rooted at the edge of the pond, the sword hilt of the Calvary Zetian. A dozen drops of pond water waved, did not enter the Calvary Zetian sword hilt on top of the purple and red treasure beads. Even the seven-colored crystal and water droplets at Sol Yu's heart separated and floated a little to merge with it. In an instant, the soul of the Yu body light and splendor, the sword hilt flying up floating in the air. From the hilt of the transparent crystal sword body, can vaguely see the body of the sword reflected, inlaid with seven pearl broken sword body. Inside Sol Yu's body, countless amounts of blood floated out and flew towards the hilt of the Calvary Zetian sword, wanting to disappear into it. But it was the hilt of this sword that erupted with powerful might, repelling the blood. The chaotic green lotus looked like it was furious, shining a fierce green light that shot towards the hilt of the sword. The lotus leaves shook madly, and the powerful green energy wrapped the Garo's Wetian, to forcefully suppress it. The purple-red treasure pearl above the hilt of the sword also flickered with eerie purple light, struggling violently against it, not wanting to be controlled like this. Chapter 181, The Divine Might of Galician Heaven emerges. In the face of the resistance of the galactic Zetian sword hilt, the chaotic green lotus was furious. Even it chose the Sol Yu. Rooted here, a broken sword has what pride? Really make it angry. Break the matter. Galazation was created by Thousand Leaf Garu with all his life's cultivation and the last remnants of his strength, by which he undertook those rules and curses, and whoever controls it is in control of the Thousand Leaf clan. As the Thousand Leaf clan that had once cut through half an epoch and was an absolute hegemon, it was very proud and naturally unwilling to casually sink to this point and be easily controlled by others. The chaotic green lotus was furious. Its roots grew and its lotus leaves slapped angrily, striking the hilt of the galactic Zetian sword. The hilt of the sword trembled, its luster all dimmed a few points, and the seven-colored water beads also erupted with light, forcibly dipping on top of the hilt of the sword, and the dazzling light contained supreme power, to suppress it forcefully. In the depths of that distant void, there was darkness and solitude everywhere, countless stars away from here. A tattered half of a continent sinks and floats as if it were at the edge of the universe. Half of the planet was as if a glass bead had been smashed, falling in half, with countless rule powers, and countless complex runes flickering on it, unable to be repaired. It was wrecked, riddled with holes, and in a state of disrepair, with all the buildings in a state of collapse. The power of shackles and curses shimmered on each of them as the blood animated their bodies. An old man with cloudy eyes looked at the boundless green light that appeared on this continent, as well as the three-leaf chaotic green lotus that reflected it, and his eyes exploded with refined light. He murmured with excited old tears, "The chaotic green lotus has appeared, really appeared. Old ancestor Thousand Leaf Garu's prophecy has come true. My clan is saved." Someone, whose entire body was covered in runic spells and whose voice was like a beast hissing, asked, "Old ancestor, what prophecy did the late emperor leave behind?" The old man recalled. Back then, when the late emperor's greatness was at its peak and he was never able to take that step, he said, "I have no regrets. Rather than being trapped and bred under it, and treated as livestock to be harvested indiscriminately. Why not go against the heavens and step through the heavens? My thousand-leaf clan will never give in. I would like to try my hand at evolving the immortal realm for my clan and break through this cage. Even if I fail, I have no regrets. Later, the late emperor was betrayed and attacked by a combination of them to create the Gala Zoo Heaven. Coalescing all the rules and the power of the shackles into the Gala Zoo Heaven, had a glimpse of the heavens on his deathbed. One day, green light will fill the sky and the three-leaf chaotic green lotus will sway, meaning that a new emperor of our clan has emerged. At that time, our clan will worship him as the new emperor and spare no effort to protect him as he grows up. And when the galactic Zetian sky is completely under control, he will lead our clan and fight against it, breaking the cages and rules and re-establishing order. The old man was so excited that his body was trembling. The late emperor fought alone into the depths for the sake of my clan and that epic. And though my clan languished for millions of years, it never complained. Now that a new emperor has emerged, the dawn and hope of my clan has arrived, and it must not be stopped by it. Go! Unseal Chiba Hashizan. When the green light opens up the sky and cuts off a corner of this immortal burial formation, let her go after the new emperor, so that my thousand-leaf clan can be unsealed soon. The green light flourished, illuminating the heavens, the seven-colored glaze, and the 10,000 paths floating and sinking. The chaotic green lotus was furious, sweeping the lotus leaves and lashing above the galactic Aegis sky. And all of a sudden, the streams of blood floating above the soul you disappeared as much as they could into the purplish-red heavenly bead at the hilt of the sword. In an instant, the light dazzled and gusts of cold light shone. It was like the awakening of a sleeping god or devil, and like the sword of that heavenly Tao's ruling eternal sky, a crystal-clear sword of bright light slowly rose up from within Solyu. Supreme immortal might filled the air, and the powerful aura provoked heavenly thunderbolts, slashing the heavens and earth and suppressing the 10,000 paths. The mountain peaks in a 10,000 mile radius were tugged and began to disintegrate, as if they had lost gravity, and flew toward the sky. The sudden turn of events left everyone present dumbfounded, feeling the power from above that made them despair, their hearts filled with infinite fear. Escape, run away from everything. No more capital, no more pride, no more family orders, no more insatiable desires, no more taking the consequences, none of it. Just survive, just get away. Everyone fled with all their might. No one could care about anyone, and someone blocked second Zhan Lao's escape path and was blasted away by his palm. Gala Zetian rose up, being held high above his head by Solyu. At this moment, he was like an immortal god above the 9 heavens, so that people could not rise up any resistance. Hua Yulo watched dumbfounded, shocked by this huge aura. His mind was blank, his face was like death, he couldn't escape. Such energy, it made people despair. Gala Zetian raised it up, and gusts of heavenly lightning streaked across the sky, only to be absorbed by it and gathered on the tip of the transparent sword, forming countless arcs of electricity. Solyu was like a thunder god descending to the world, bringing the power of thunder and lightning with him, decimating all the demons and monsters in the world. As the lightning was absorbed, a huge ball of lightning light condensed at the tip of the sword, and countless arm-thick lightning danced wildly, containing supreme heavenly might and an aura of destruction. This piece of space was unstable, and large spatial cracks appeared, as if opening the spatial gate of the universe into the infinite void. Ah! Kill! Solyu shouted angrily. On the ball of lightning light, 9 bucket-thick thunder dragons coalesced. The thunder dragons were strong and unrivaled, and the destructive aura erupted as if the world was silent. The 9 thunder dragons roared to the sky, flying out swiftly. All the space along the way was crushed. Mountains were flattened, rivers were vaporized and dried up, forming a vacuum, and the ground appeared as an abyss of 10,000 feet. Roar! Oh! Some people let out miserable screams, and some people didn't even have any sound coming out, and all of them turned into flying ash, leaving no hair behind. The strongest 2 Zhan Lao and 1 from the Jun clan fully activated their imperial weapons, wanting to use their imperial weapons to defend themselves against the attack of the Dragon of Thunder and Lightning. However, that invincible imperial weapon that usually stood tall, at this time, it was brittle like a piece of paper, unbearable. In front of the powerful force of the Thunder Dragon, not even an instantaneous block was created, and it directly shattered into annihilation powder. 9 Spirit Sovereign Realm powerhouses, including a Spirit Sovereign Realm 9-star powerhouse, were all killed. Today's day, the number of dead Spirit Sect Realm was as high as 23, 10 on the Tianxian Sect, 9 just now, and 4 including the Flower Thousand Valleys Supreme Elder and Grand Elder. Boom! Roar! No one had a chance to escape, and they all turned into flying ash without causing the slightest ripple. After the terrifying Thunder Dragon dissipated, Solyu's sword pointed at Flower Rain Tower. Old dog, I told you, I won't let you go. Hua Yulo's body trembled and his lips shivered. wanting to say something, but seeing the heavenly sword that still had lightning arcs flashing, he was unable to speak in fear. Sol Yu laughed sardonically. Won't let you die a painful death. Never. Will definitely let you suffer? Soul into purgatory. Your last name is Ku? Gu Yulo? Where would your wife and children be? The imperial capital? Lover's daughter. 5 years old? Ho ho ho. A taste of despair. Don't. Ah. The transparent sharp sword was inserted into his dantian. The spiritual energy was sucked dry by the blade, and the soul energy was stripped out. Sol Yu pressed his palm on the top of his head, and under his agonizingly fearful gaze, the sealing power surged forth, ripping out his divine soul in one fell swoop. Old dog, I will slowly strip from your divine soul and find out all your family members. Just like Zhou Yasi, I will let you all know what is called cruelty and what is called despair. When the time comes, you will watch with your own eyes, and it will make you experience the feeling of powerlessness that is 10 times stronger than mine. And remorse. That imperial artifact, the purple gourd, was sucked into Sol Yu's palm. He had the chaotic green lotus to help him at this time, and the purple gourd was shivering in his hand as he held the galactic Zeus sky. The artifact spirit inside took the initiative to offer its mark, and was completely controlled by Sol Yu as he erased the flower rain building mark on it. A chilling voice said, "Scorch his soul every day and every night, every minute and every second, and if he is burned to death by you, I will crush you." The artifact spirit hurriedly agreed. Very fearful, Sol Yu threw Hua Yulo's divine soul into the purple gourd, which instantly ignited a fiery flame that transformed into chains to bind the divine soul and burn it mercilessly. Ah! Kill me! Kill me! Please, please kill me! Humph! If I don't perish, you'll never die. Don't worry, there will be more to come with you. After doing all this, Sol Yu's mind was pierced like 1,000 sharp blades, no longer able to support it, and his eyes went black. The moment he fell to the ground, a white-bearded figure held him in his arms and looked at him worriedly. Master. Chapter 182 Lady Mercy Star's Mercy Star Hall. This day is destined to be extraordinary. This day is destined to go down in history. The 9 specters gathered 12 spirit sovereign realms and 27 spirit emperors' realms to force their way into the Tianxian sect to open the 9 specters seal that terrified all spirits, wanting to liberate the 9 specters. When that happens, the world will be devastated and all souls will mourn. In times of danger, between the necks of all souls, the previous patriarch of the Tianxian sect, who has been in seclusion for 15 years, Yun Renqing, out of nowhere, the powerful battle strength of the 9-star spirit sect realm, the heavenly appearance of white clothes that won the snow, and the arrogance of being absolutely unique. Alone, facing a siege of more than 40 absolute powerhouses, he successively killed 27 spirit emperor realm powerhouses, was seriously injured by the sneak attack of his once beloved, and dragged his injured body to kill several spirit sectors once again. He was even injured by the heavenly thunder, but he died defending the sealed door. He was also betrayed by his personal disciple, Zhou Yasi, the current sect leader of the Tianxian sect, and stabbed to death with the help of the 9-specter forbidden weapon. Yun Renqing had no choice but to fly and fill her body into the sealing door, thus completely cutting off her vitality and scattering her soul. From then on, there was no more Yun Renqing in the world. This deed quickly spread to the corners of the entire Gachuan Empire, and all the people mourned, praying and kneeling. Someone had personally released Yun Renqing's overwhelmingly unrivaled figure. The image of that scene that had been carved out now in the world. One hand behind his back, sword pointing to the sky, the corner of his mouth hooked with a touch of self-confidence arc, proudly eyeing the front, valiant posture, the world of independence, bleakness, loneliness, pain, despair, indignation, cries, that proud heavenly posture, that bleak pathos, alone. The scene was incredibly heartbreaking, making them grateful and breaking their hearts for it. 9 Ghost Clan has always been the fear of all people. History records, every time they come out, they will mercilessly harvest the life, provoking the race war, the death and injury of more than hundreds of millions of people. Every child disobeys and cries. The adults would cajole that the 9 specters had come out and were going to eat people, and the children were instantly quiet and never made a fuss again. The 9 Sephiroths were powerful, and their shadow had penetrated deep into the hearts of the people, and no one had ever laid down their lives for the sake of all the spirits in the world in such a way. With so many people besieging her, almost accounting for about half of the Gachuan Empire's explicitly superpowerful people, she remained fearless and strongly resisted. He was seriously injured by a sneak attack by his beloved, and stabbed to death by the betrayal of his own disciple. In the end, he did not hesitate to martyr himself and fill in the sealed door, destroying the illusion of the 9 specters coming out again. She was a hero to the people, a believer, a deity. They scrambled to create a long-life spirit seed offering for Yun Renqing and bowed reverently. In every town, the people have taken it upon themselves to build the Hall of Eternal Life for Yun Renqing. taking the name Mercy Star Hall. Yun Mercy Star was also addressed as Lady Mercy Star. Have someone specially carve a stone statue of her, bathe in incense, and kneel in reverence. In 7 days, the temple was close to 1,000. The world is full of holes and needs to be guarded by faith in the gods. And within each of the Mercy Star halls, 2 of the figures stood out. A man knelt on the left side of Empress Mercy Star. His forehead was carved with a shattered runic relief as if it were a shattered black heart. This was the indignation, the deepest hatred, and the most shameless spurning of the heavenly vault continent for such betrayal of the beloved. But wherever such an imprint exists on someone, no matter where he walks, he is subjected to cold stares. No one dares to befriend him, and everyone insults him. Such a situation is known even to a 3-year-old child. And to the right of Yunrinching, Zhou Yasi knelt down at her feet, looking at the tall rhyming figure with her head high, her face full of misery. The body is rooted with sharp blades, each of which penetrates and passes through, and beside the body are carved 2 small people, one tall and one short, each holding a 3-foot rake and nails and a hook and chain, fierce and vicious, making a gesture to stab at her, which are the 2 small evil gods recognized in the heavenly vault continent, specializing in the punishment of the traitor who kills the teacher. This is the deepest indignation. This is the curse of all evils that can affect the cycle of reincarnation. And once the power of faith flows, incense flourishes, and kowtowing is pious. Karma exists and no one dares to take it on easily. These 2 lesser evil gods rarely appear, and are only carved by those who are extremely sinful and have done grievous harm to the nations. Such a statue is generally no one dares to destroy it. It will provoke the public's anger. This is not only the common people's demand, but also the convention of all the sects. Even the royal family cannot forcefully demolish it, otherwise, there may immediately be half of the empire rises up in revolt. Everyone who went in to offer incense would go and pound the sculptures of Zhou Yasi and Gu Yunxiao once after bowing to the Lady Mercy Star, and would even spit on them as a way to vent their anger. This shame and indignation has penetrated into the hearts of the people for ages, and they are unforgivable sinners in the hearts of the people. That night, endless roars of anger came from the depths of the palace. And that night countless officials and soldiers forced their way in to tear down the Hall of Mercy. Countless populations, men, women, and children, even the dying and decaying, holding their stretches and holding it back. Unafraid of death and willing to die, countless sects opened up. Disciples descended from the mountains with swords in their hands, vastly guarding the Mercy Star Hall. Some unknown forces, like ghosts in the darkness of the night, decapitated countless soldiers between their appearances and rose up to guard them. On that day, a plain-clothed woman exploded powerfully, rampaging through the palace, killing countless guards and royal guardians, killing a bloody path and heading straight for the Tianxian sect. That day, Sol Yu's identity was exposed. The youth who was adopted by Yin Rinching and raised by Zhou Yasi, but was brutalized by his fellow disciples and sisters, and whose Dantian meridians were abolished by the Flower Rain House, returned with the thunderous fury of 10,000 troops, but still did not save the miserable and sorrowful Yin Rinching. Sol Yu is the stopping of the water. Abolished for 10 years, returned strong, but separated from his closest people in heaven. On this day, the royal family deployed 500,000 troops in an attempt to block Sol Yu from avenging Yun Rinching. On this day, a white-bearded old Taoist flew to the imperial capital alone. 3 awakened imperial weapons sunk and floated, coiled and stood at the main gate of the palace, blocking a group of royal powerhouses inside the palace. Even the state lord could not enter and exit. That night, countless legions of flying rats, covering the sky and sky, leapt across the border from above several main cities, and no one dared to stop them. That night, the smell of bloodlust and tyranny could be smelled thousands of miles away. Thunder rolled in the sky and the flames were intense. The young man pointed his sword at the sky, summoned the thunder dragon, cut across 1,000 valleys and peaks, and decimated the gods of the heavens. The next day, the news went viral. The Flower Thousand Valley, the top few ranked forces in the Gakshuan Empire, had been completely exterminated overnight, and even the clan's pet dog had been nailed to the top of the valley. Some people bravely went up to check, shivering back, only because it was too tragic. Where the canyon mountains and rivers fractured and shifted, about 100 feet deep 10,000 feet deep abyss makes people shudder. No one dares to imagine that in the end, what kind of greatness can cause that kind of spectacular wonders? It's really like 1,000 birds flying over 1,000 hills and 1,000 paths. Rumor has it that the earthworms underneath the ground of the Flower Thousand Valley have all suffered, being turned out and chopped into several pieces. At first, people were surprised and didn't understand why it was Hua Qiangu who suffered first, until the news broke out that the Flower Rain building had wasted Sol Yu's Dantian and meridians 10 years ago, and also framed Sol Yu for beheading Jun Macho. The Flower Rain building assigned the Flower Thousand Valley crowd to go all out in pursuit of Sol Yu, and later on, They even went out in person and chased him for 10,000 miles. The purpose was to stop Solyu from returning to the Tianxian sect to rescue Yunrenxing, which led to Yunrenxing dying with hatred and being buried with her body. Flower Rain Tower. In Yunrenxing's dying moments, broke the 7 that Yunrenxing had carefully planted for 15 years and produced, leaving the cold moon fruit and spirit cloud peach to Solyu, so that she would pass away with endless regrets, and die without a nightmare. The people once again exploded, and when the people of the Flower Thousand Valley died out, they dismantled all the palace walls of the Flower Thousand Valley and built a very huge Mercy Star Hall, with a statue of the Lady Mercy Star that was dozens of feet high, right next to the old site of the Flower Thousand Valley, in a place of purity. It also used the Flower Thousand Valley clan plaque and the ancestors' spirit seat, along with the Flower Rain house carving, as a foundation, burying it deep under the Mercy Star Hall and never coming out. Even some people came late, did not contribute to the effort, really turned out the earthworms under the ground of Huaqiangu, one by one cut off, so as to vent their anger. Chapter 183, Solyu wakes up in tears. For 9 whole days, Solyu was unconscious in bed. I don't know what he was dreaming about, but he looked emotional as tears flowed from his closed eyes. Mouths were open, trying to shout something, but nothing came out. Very nervous, very scared. Hands reached out and kept groping, trying to grab hold of something. Auntie Yun, don't go. Auntie Yun, please don't go. Hey, Shuwu's here. Don't go over there. Don't go. Aunt Yun. Solyu roared out loudly and sat up violently, his lips trembling and tears streaming down his face, unconsciously murmured, Aunt Yun, don't go, don't go. Oh, I'm here. Sayu. Taoist Master Ching Hui was in pain and did not wake him up loudly, but cried out softly and held on to his shoulders. In a daze, Solyu woke up leisurely and the first thing he saw wasn't Gu Linger, but rather Taoist Green Emblem's eyes that were cloudy with concern. He was powerless, and when he met the doting eyes of Taoist Green Emblem and the concerned and worried look, Solyu could no longer restrain the grief in his heart, and his tears flowed like rain. Master, Auntie Yun? I'll never see her again. Solyu cried, tears streaming down his face, as if he had been wronged by the heavens, and suddenly seeing his most beloved master, he could no longer restrain himself. I had a dream. I had a very long dream. In the dream, Aunt Yun was badly injured and wandering alone in the darkness. She looked around in a daze, searching for something. Her body trembled with fear. Where's Wu? She lost Wu. She was helpless, terrified, stumbling alone in the gloom, groping, searching for Sayu, but I'm right next to it. She can't see me. She can't touch me. Oh, I jumped up and hugged her, but she didn't feel my presence. No matter how hard I hold her, no matter how loud I yell at her, she can't hear, she can't feel. I'm desperate. I'm helpless. I stopped her from leaving. I wanted her to come back. She can't feel anything. She can't see anything. I watched her walk alone into the darkness and lost her right in front of me. Woohoo! Taoist Master Qing Hui hugged Solyu and patted him gently on his back, very much in pain, his old eyes cloudy and slightly red. Good boy. Don't be afraid. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. Don't cry. Only after a long time did Solyu stabilize his emotions and whimpered. Taoist Green Emblem sighed and touched Solyu's head. Master can sympathize with your agonizing feelings. The feeling of powerlessness when someone close to you dies tragically in front of your eyes makes you despair, like falling into an abyss. It was because the old Taoist had personally experienced so many partings and deaths, and had witnessed countless such scenes take place, which were too vivid to be told. The feeling of remorse in this, no one can understand. That sense of broken suffocation is agonizingly desperate. This is also the reason why I'd been alone for so many years. If it wasn't for that time when fate made me meet you, the old Taoist would have ended up alone in this life, and wouldn't have been caught up in worldly affection anymore. Yunrenxing I know. When she was 11 or 12 years old, she had a few encounters with me. That child is extremely outstanding in both heart and enlightenment, and is the most inviting one among so many children I've seen. She is so good, but she has been practicing hard for 15 years, and she is separated from you. It is easy to get out of the customs, but then meet you by Zhou Yasi persecution of the situation away from the clan, resulting in you have no chance to see each other again. But it is already the time of death. From now on, heaven and earth are separated forever. What a pathos! What a heartache! Master has deep experience, can understand the pain in your heart. Tears left Solyu's eyes and he looked mournful. I still remember one time when I was sick and was backfired by the inexplicable power in my body. She cried anxiously. She carried me down the mountain, ran to many medical centers, and even visited many powerful people, but nothing could be done. never believing in the existence of gods. She kneels before an idol of a nameless god and prays every day with such devotion. Even if I didn't cultivate properly, she never scolded me and would take me on a cloud tour of the mountains, letting me sit on her shoulders and ring the 10,000 spirits. She takes care of everything in my life and never lets anyone get their hands on it. I said I wanted to eat 8th century chicken, and she put down her business and traveled across 1,000 mountains to catch it for me. This shirt, she sewed it before the retreat, comparing it to the trajectory of my growth. Look, how well it fits. I was so stupid that I should have gone to see her when I heard she was out. Why would I do that? Even thought she didn't like me back then before she gave me to Joyasi. I'm so sorry. Taoist Green Emblem took pity, brushed away his tears, and sighed. The man is gone. My son, be sad. When you embark on the path of cultivation, you will always experience partings, but always remember that the death of a loved one is not something that should make you bitter and depressed, but rather something that should sharpen you for the future. Their divine souls are aware of this, and they also want you to grow properly, rather than fall and stagnate. Life and death are unpredictable, and no one knows what will happen in the next moment. You must learn to cherish the present moment, and those who are still alive around you, so as to avoid any further regrets. If you truly miss her, hide her in your heart, to remember, to miss, to feel the inspiration from her to your heart, to comfort her with your own firm-hearted will to move forward, and to break the shackles of your own boundaries every time. She may have perished physically, but the spirit lives in your heart, and as you exist, she never dies. At least, not in your heart. Soul, you sniffed and murmured blankly. Between my heart? He will not perish if I exist? Is that really true? Taoist Master Chun Hui nodded with a smile and patted his shoulder. Definitely. How would Master lie to you? You need to pull yourself together. You can't let yourself fall back into a slumber. You have a lot to do. You stepped through the Flower Thousand Valley and slaughtered the Flower Thousand Valley, although the teacher does not like to kill. This time, but also for you to applaud. Men should be like this. If the closest people in front of their own demise, but let the enemy at large, unable to revenge. To this cultivation, what is the use? There is revenge to be avenged. There are grievances to be avenged. Do not wait until the future and then regret, to become the deepest bitterness in the heart. Master supports you. All participants and forces involved must not be spared. Find them one by one. Soul, you heard the words, grateful tears. He thought that Master, such a person who disliked strife and killing, seeing that tragic scene of Hua Qiangu, would be touched and would advise himself to be more compassionate. But he did not expect that he would actually be so supportive of himself. Support unconditionally, whenever and wherever possible, even if it goes against what was once customary and prestigious. Soul, you murmured. The Gakshuan royal family, the Mercury sect, the June family, the Nine Spectres clan. Taoist Master Ching Hui sniffed in disbelief. What? Is there something I don't know? Is the Mercury sect also involved in this matter? Soul, you hated his voice, recounting how he was stopped by Shui Yintian and blocked in front of Tian Xian clan. And if it wasn't for the mutation of the fat-ass rat's blood, which allowed him to condense a new battle skill, he was afraid that he would have been taken away by Shui Yintian. The Flower Thousand Valley Battle. The 6 Spirit Zone realms, including the Mercury sect's second Zhan Lao, and the 3 Spirit Zone realms of the Jun clan, were going to divide themselves up and take them as spoils of war. If it wasn't for the chaotic green lotus and the Heartwater bead, which shook the galactic Aegis sky, it would not have been possible to capture the Flower Rain Tower that night, and it might even have been possible for them to take it away. Chapter 184, Gu Linger leaves. Outside, a white-clothed figure quietly left, her cheeks shrouded in black aura, and if you looked closely, you would see that even where her body was covered by her dress, there was a black mist scurrying about. Black veins were vaguely revealed on her arms, and her veins had also turned a pitch-black color. Obviously, that day when she forcefully awakened the spirit of grievance and fended off that great elder's sneak attack for Solyu, it had made her erosion worsen again. Gu Linger's bloodlust was so great after beheading many of the Flower Thousand Valley elders and disciples that she was still thinking about stepping in and slaughtering those fat-ass rats. The resentful spirit took over the body, slaughtering indiscriminately, unable to control her killing nature. If not for Taoist Green Emblem's timely arrival, she was afraid that she would have directly taken over Gu Linger. After suppressing her, Gu Linger fell into a coma and only woke up today. That day at the city gates, she said that after unsealing the grudge, she would sleep for a month, which actually meant that she would sleep completely and would not wake up again. I don't know what method Taoist Green Emblem used to block the resentful spirit and make it silent again. Gu Linger left, silently, not knowing where to go. As the resentful spirits erode, her mind and spirit are affected, and she is afraid that it will be detrimental to Solyu. And if one day suddenly she is eternally silenced, and the resentful spirits take control of her body, the two of them together will hurt Solyu, and she does not want to see him hurt again. There is another reason. As the grudge spirit erodes, her appearance will change. The original skin and flesh will gradually age and fade away, and new flesh will grow. And although the outline is still there, it is no longer her. She didn't want Solyu to see herself dying, withered and decaying, and wanted to keep the best memories in her heart. The Gulinger who wore the Giltsu pendant with his own hands and fluttered and stayed in the fairy dress. So, she left, and with her white-bearded grandfather by her side, his hurt will slowly heal a bit. He had just experienced Auntie Yun's departure with a broken heart and remorse, and it would be too cruel for him to watch himself grow old and die again. Just leave. At least he won't know he's dead until she shows up again, leaving him enough time to slowly fade away and forget that there was once a girl in red who adored him and wanted to have him so that there would be no more pain for him. Stopping once again, lingering to look at the shadow on the window, Gulinger smiled lightly. Just why does this light smile taste bitter and salty at the corners of his mouth? Tilting her head slightly, she closed her eyes and swallowed the unshed teardrops as she reddened her eyes and whispered, "Bye. Take care." With that, she disappeared in a flash. Gulinger left, without saying anything to anyone, without saying goodbye. Inside the room, Taoist Green Emblem recounted what had happened during the time Solyu had been unconscious. When he heard that the entire towns and cities of the Gakchuan Empire had constructed Mercy Star halls and enshrined the Lady Mercy Star, his nose soured again. Nowadays, there are 1,314 of them counted, and every temple is full of incense, and there is an endless stream of people going to pay homage. So far, none has been officially damaged, and the populace has volunteered to guard it, with each temple being guarded in turn. Many sects send special tasks to their disciples. Every 2 people take turns guarding the Mercy Star Hall for a day, acting as a sect task. The task pay is a bit higher than the usual task. Many people are scrambling to be the first to go, even if they don't want to be paid for the task, because every person making offerings will bow and thank the guardian when they see it, and even give incense money. Taoist Green Emblem continued. This kind of incense offering, which I have seen in books, is known as the power of faith, and the most prosperous of them is the Western Heavenly Sect, which has more people who believe in Buddhism. Ancient law records that if one obtains the power of faith from all living beings, one sits in the center of the heart, and every day someone chants its name, or gives more kindness. After the power of faith is strong, you can summon the fragments of its soul to regroup, and when he ascends to that supreme realm, it is not impossible to wake it up and resurrect it. Solyu's eyes widened as he asked excitedly, would there really be such a method? Master saw it somewhere, and I would like to study it. If this is truly the case, disciple is willing to build a temple for Antjun and chant and kneel day and night in order to be able to gather the true spirit. Taoist Green Emblem shook his head and said, the heart is sincere, the heart is persistent and becomes true. Everything has to be done slowly, it can't be achieved overnight. The power of faith has to be fed by all the spirits. You alone, even if you kneel and worship for 1,000 years, that won't help, unless you can reach the supreme realm of influencing the wheel of reincarnation and order. Otherwise, it's better to feel at ease and cultivate for the right path. Although Solyu was disappointed, he was not discouraged. As long as there was a way, even if there were 1,000 dangers, as long as there was hope, he would definitely try. The supreme realm that his master had said could be achieved. Then he was going to step into that realm, and no one would be able to stop him. In this way, Solyu, who was at last a bit better, plucked up his spirit and asked. Master went to visit his friends this time, looking for a method to break the grudge for Linger, and I don't know if he's gotten anywhere. Now that she's in a bad state, and she used the power of her grievance spirit to guard me that day, how is she now? Has the spirit of grievance been suppressed? Taoist Green Emblem's face was grave as he said, luckily, I arrived in time to control her and suppress the resentful spirit. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She fell into a deep sleep as well, and like you was unconscious for 9 days, and when I went to check on her in the morning, she hadn't woken up yet. This time I went out and ran around quite a bit, looking for many old friends to discuss the matter. Only, the situation is not too optimistic. Solyu's heart thumped and his face became grave as he carefully inquired. Really, there's no way out? He didn't know how she had gotten by during this time, but when he heard what she had to say about royalty, he knew that it had been a hard time for her. I heard my master once say that every time the moon is full, the cold and gloomy moonlight fills the air, and the spirits will awaken, and the power of the spirits is even at its strongest, and every minute and every second is an endless torment. It was hard to imagine how on earth she had survived, with her once loving father treating her coldly, even trying to help the spirits infest her body, and everyone treating her with disgust and indifference. Such a feeling, he was incomparably clear, also like that time when he was abolished the Dantian himself. Just a few days to experience all the world, all of a sudden fell into the trough. The double blow and trauma to her body and mind was very fatal. How could she bear it? Hearing that he was in danger, and through the power of the spirit of grievances, he killed a bloody road from the palace to find him. All the way she held his hand, giving him warmth and comfort, but not a word about his own encounter in trauma. Such a person, how can this dissipate between heaven and earth? Who is willing to give up? How can he Sol Yu give up? Having just experienced the painful grief of losing Aunt Yun, he had not yet slowed down. How could he possibly allow Gu Linger to dissipate in front of his eyes again? Absolutely not. No matter what, she must be brought back to life and must never feel the remorse of loss again. Chapter 185 Confusion. Sol Yu struggled to get up to see Gu Linger. He wanted to know how far she had been corrupted by the resentful spirits after the battle that day. But at this time, Qinghui Taoist several old friends came together. A total of 6 people. They have seen the power of the sword of Sol Yu. Too strong and domineering. That kind of power so that they cannot rise up a trace of resistance. If it is rushing them, their end is also certain to be flying ashes. They had come to say goodbye, now that the danger of Sol Yu had been lifted. And they couldn't do anything about the matter of Gu Linger's resentful spirit. Now that the matter was over, it was time for them to leave. Sol Yu got out of bed and bowed to each of the elders to thank them. And Taoist Green Emblem himself went to give them a ride. Sol Yu went to look for Gu Linger, but he didn't find her, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. When I came to the entrance of the courtyard, I saw many people traveling in groups, carrying tributes and incense and candles to pay homage to something. I've heard that this Lady Mercy is very spiritual. The grandson of the old lady next door to me has been suffering from a fever, and has visited many medical centers and taken many medicines, but nothing has worked, and his brain is almost burnt out. No, after going to the Mercy Star Hall yesterday and kneeling down to pay homage to the Mercy Star Maiden, that baby's fever went down that night, and today she's already on the ground, alive and kicking. What do you count? Next door Ernia family, you know, on the paralyzed father's Ernia, went to the mountains to collect medicine, was bitten by a snake, cannot be cured, the whole body paralyzed. Well, it's been more than 10 years, Ernia, in order to take care of the old man, not even married to a daughter-in-law, with such a burden. Who wants to marry? This is not Mercy Star Hall construction. The 2 cattle out of great strength, a person to do the work of 3 people, did not ask for pennies, dry cowed out and went back. Guess what? Last night in the middle of the night, his father actually got up, paralyzed for 10 years. Think about it. In the morning I saw Ernio helping his father practice walking. Gu, quickly run or can't incense again. Who the hell made such a big bit of a incense burner? Go late, there is no place to insert. Which is the problem of the incense burner. That incense burner is already oversized, specially customized oversized, and it's too many people to blame, all worshipping the Mercy Star Lady. Sol Yu's heart stirred to go and take a look. At that moment, Taoist Green Emblem returned and said, let's go and see together. The incense will be left out, and if you do it means you think she's dead. Sol Yu nodded and said, got it, Master. Taoist Green Emblem said casually, that Unzan is one of yours, isn't he? Sol Yu nodded in surprise and asked, sort of, Taoist Green Emblem said. He's rather bizarre and has some tricks up his sleeve. That engraved image was sent by him, and it was his idea to make it public, which led to so many Mercy Star Halls. Sol Yu was surprised. Yeah, I can really thank him for that, Taoist Green Emblem said. He helped a lot. His foundation is weak. I gave him a 6th order spirit shaping pill and a 7th order dragon rising pill. That child is not a good material in this aspect of cultivation, but he is outstanding in other aspects. Cultivate him properly. He might be of great use in the future. He also told me that Shui Yuntian was seriously injured by you, and now he's gone into the Mercury Sex range of the Moon territory. That place, I know, is the Mercury Sex Forbidden Land, and those who manage to break out alive will definitely see a qualitative increase in their strength. In the future, if you want to attack the Mercury sect, you must be careful of him. He is strong in battle, and the 2 times he suffered a loss in front of you, it was because he was pretentious and belittled you. Entering the Range Moon realm this time shows that he has taken you seriously. Next time I see you, he will never make that mistake again. Sol Yu said gruffly. Yeah, he's really strong. That time, if I hadn't been pushed to the brink of extinction, and by chance, the fat rat blood had stood up, I probably wouldn't have even made it to Tianqian sect. It's been a long time since I've been continuously fighting across the ranks, and I've gained a great deal, so I'll have to freshen up and digest it in a while. By the way, that Yin Shan also said that he told you to be careful of the Waterwave sect. He realized that little guy isn't as simple as he seems. Sol Yu mused, saying, Subaman, why is he mentioned? Taoist Green Emblem said, I'm not sure for a while, but you can't go wrong if you keep your eyes peeled. The Flower Thousand Valley was forcefully swept away by Sol Yu. The abyssal scar split by the sword chi separated this canyon by 100 feet, and some ruined buildings could still be vaguely seen. And no one dared to believe that this was the place where there had once been a powerful clan, but it had been massacred in one night, and not a single person had escaped from there. Taoist Green Emblem took out a storage ring and said, "The Flower Thousand Valley has been established for 1,000 years, but there are some good things. Some of the things that can be used I have categorized in it, so you can turn it over and look at it sometime. You need it right now, and it's a great deal of money." Solyu didn't make any pretense and put it away. When I came to the Hall of Mercy, it was overcrowded. Looking at that lifelike, divinely engraved statue of the divine, Solyu could not help but be a bit mesmerized. A glance of 10,000 years, as if it were a lifetime ago. He was a little out of his mind, staring fixedly, thinking, but then a flash of light came back to him in a flash, with some palpitations. Dark Road. No, I was reborn, and something like Aunt Yun being attacked and killed. If it really happened, how could I not remember it, and how could I not take precautions in advance? However, I actually don't have any reflection at all. Why is that? After Aunt Yun's retreat in my previous life, I never saw her again, and until the last 100 years when I withered and died, I had never seen Aunt Yun, nor had I heard the slightest bit of news from her. What's going on? Could it be the butterfly effect? Has the trajectory of all this changed due to my rebirth? But it shouldn't be. These major things that are bound to happen shouldn't even have a trace of them. If it was really Aunt Yun who had this calamity, it would have been right for me to save her after I was reborn, which would have changed the original trajectory. But why is there no connection at all with my previous life? Solyu was shocked into a cold sweat as an afterthought. He closed his eyes and tried his best to recall his thoughts. From when? Why is this episode not in my memory? The Aunt Yun of my last life never reappeared. 15 years of seclusion period. Never showing up. Did she disappear into the world of my previous life? Or is it that a time warp has occurred? What the hell is going on? If it's because I never fused the Green Lotus stone platform and repaired my Dantian in my previous life, there wouldn't have been the various encounters in the Lin Yuan mysterious realm this time around. There wouldn't have been any control over the Lin Yuan mysterious realm, and there wouldn't have been any rescuing of Aunt Yun on the Heavenly Xian clan. In my 100 years of time, the 9 Spectres clan had also come out, and Tian Xian Zone was a sealed door. But since the beginning, no Aunt Yun's figure had appeared, and there was no mention of Zhou Yasi's betrayal. So how on earth did this happen? I'm reborn, but it seems like I'm not? Why is it getting more and more confusing? What is the truth? Solyu looked at the incense-filled face statue, and he was transfixed until his master woke him up. He fixed his mind, murmured, "Aunt Yun, what should I do? If you didn't exist in the last life, how can I get you back? The power of faith, will it really work?" Solyu knelt reverently, his heart calling out, his hands spread flat, and he kowtowed 3 times. "Aunt Yun, no matter what, you'll be back, for sure." Solyu took a deep look at the sculpture and turned to leave. No one noticed that after Solyu left, a little bit of golden light flashed once between the sculpture's eyebrows, and in just an instant, it disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 186 Searching for Gu Linger. Returning to his residence, he still hadn't seen Gu Linger. There wasn't a single scent, and Solyu wrinkled his brows. "Teacher, why hasn't Linger returned? Where has she gone?" Green Emblem Taoist also detected the difference. Should not be that little girl heart Su Solyu. The first time to wake up is certainly to find Solyu. Why wake up but no trace of it? Taoist Green Emblem spread out his divine sense, covering 100 miles in a radius, and said gruffly, "There's no scent of her here." She laughed? When Solyu heard this, his heart thumped and he anxiously said, "Could it be that the spirit of grievance has awakened? Or is she afraid that the awakening of the spirit of grievance will hurt me, and is going to face it alone?" Taoist Green Emblem said, "Go find it. Either way, there are only 2 places to go around here. Tiger Cloud Mountain and Sand Emperor City. I'm going to Sand Emperor City." Solyu flew hurriedly, rushing to Sand Emperor City, while Taoist Green Emblem's body dissipated, heading to Tiger Cloud Mountain. Solyu flew with all his might, letting go of his divine sense along the way and sensing below. Suddenly, a woman in white appeared in a small town below, strolling alone through the not-so-busy streets, out of place with those people. He was so happy that he hurriedly dropped down and took her arm, calling out in surprise, "Spirit!" The woman turned around and looked at Solyu curiously. Solyu looked at the face and was stunned that it wasn't Linger. The woman looked at Solyu and said, "You've got the wrong person. I'm not Linger, I'm Stranger." Solyu hastily apologized, letting go of her arm, and said, "I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. I'm looking for a little girl who is also wearing a white fairy dress like yours." "Sorry." The woman named Stranger was beautiful, her eyes bright and clear, and when she pursed her lips and smiled lightly, There were two small dimples at the corners of her mouth as she laughed. It's okay. Solyu hastily bid farewell and hurriedly flew away. Looking at the departing Solyu, the corner of Stranger's mouth curved up, murmured, "TSK TSK. It's quite handsome from this close up." At that moment, a pure white donkey appeared out of nowhere and taunted, "Stranger, sip, 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 evil or not." The stranger slapped it on the head and chided it. "Shut up, don't follow me yet." With that, she rolled over onto the donkey and rode it slowly away, departing in the exact direction of Solyu's bearing. "Ho, woman, you will pay." Stranger disdained. "You, cut," the pure white donkey said wistfully. "TSK, TSK, if I tell the story about you stealing a drink of heavenly fairy drunk, getting drunk for 38 days, and carrying me on your shoulders as you flew out of this galaxy, guess what's going to happen?" Stranger was not the least bit flustered and sneered. "Then you're not even an ass. Just a piece of, you tiger, I'm so out of luck." Stranger slapped the donkey's buttocks and let out a light jaw. "Run up, DJ. Rarely, Your Honor." Solyu sped through, leaping over this heaven and earth, but he never saw any sign of Gulinger, and his heart panicked. About an hour later, he finally saw the patch of yellow sand. The Sand Emperor city had finally arrived. After leaping through the city gates and landing inside the Tsar city, the first thing he did was run towards Wang's marinated meat shop. There, he ate halibut with Gulinger, and the first time he ate with someone, he fed her a mouthful from his own spoon, realizing that it was already too late, but she didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. Also because of her recklessness, the third-order elixir that she kindly gave to Wang to cure her illness brought them murder, and she ended up becoming a zombie and running away to the western frontier. It was also because of this that Gulinger was planted deeply by the spirit of resentment, and when she came here again, things were already different. Wang's store has never been rented out because of the death of 3 people, the kind who were split up, and many people thought it was bad luck, turning it into a gloomy place. No, she hasn't been here. Clothes store, clothes store. The only gift he gave Gulinger was the gilt-sue earrings from that dress store and a rose-red dress. He hurriedly ran to, that time wearing that Lucien dress. Gulinger, like a heavenly fairy in the world, brought fire to this store, and the demand exceeded the supply every day. Now, business is good too, just not as busy anymore. Solyu went in, but still didn't sense Gulinger's aura, and couldn't help but be a little disappointed. "Young man, would you like to pick out a reunion dress?" Undeterred, Solyu asked. "Auntie, do you remember? During the time of the Lin Yuan River Grand Competition, a little girl and I bought a rose-red Lucien dress from you. At that time, after she put it on, your store was bursting at the seams, and I also gave her earrings. Do you have any impression?" The older woman sniffed and clapped her hands. "You're talking about that girl. I remember. Thanks to you guys, my business has gotten a lot better. The girl came in this morning, chose a plain black and white dress and then left." Solyu was stunned and murmured, "Already left? Where else?" Running out and rushing to her former quarters on this side of the world. That was the only place left. Only, to Solyu's disappointment, Gulinger did not come to this place. Solyu tried to think where else she would go. Even without realizing it, he came to the edge of a pond and lake, which was the place where Bon Fei Yang had once fed him tricks and abused him. Here, Gulinger wiped Solyu's sweat to his face, causing Shuibaman to yell that he wants to duel Solyu, only to be kicked off that one time by Taoist Green Emblem. At that moment, a little boy ran up, chewing on a large pie in his mouth, and asked, "Is your name Solyu?" Somewhat surprised, Solyu looked at the child and asked with a frown, "How do you know my name?" The little boy said, "A young lady told me to wait for you here, saying that if the big brother who met the one with a lotus flower on his forehead looked for him, he should make a trip to the city lord's mansion." Solyu sniffed and hurriedly asked, "What did the young lady you were talking about look like? Where is she now?" The little boy said, "The young lady was very pretty, as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, wearing a rose-red dress, with gilt pendants in her ears, and everyone was charmed by her when she came out of that dress store." Ray-chan. Solyu rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Although he didn't understand why he was asked to go there, Solyu didn't dare to delay and couldn't wait to fly over. Arriving at the city lord's mansion, he found a strong smell of blood permeating the place, and there were no guards. Without hesitation, Solyu pushed the door and entered, noticing that all the guards in the courtyard were dead, 100 or so of them. Linger, there's still the scent of a grudge. He hurriedly ran towards the inner palace, slaughtering all the soldiers along the way. Rushing into the hall, the smell of blood was stronger, and there were signs of a fight. All the men, women, and children of the city lord's mansion were slaughtered cleanly, leaving not a single survivor. Walking to the far end, he encounters Tansisha, by now on the verge of death. Tansisha said as she blurred to see the visitor. "You're too late. I'm dying. Gu Linger killed me. I know why she wanted to kill me. I was the one who struck the Phantom Lotus Reverse Spirit Flower. Otherwise, Yun Rinching might not have died. They gave up on me because Yun Rinching called out my name and told me to wait here to die. But I didn't expect it to be so soon that it wasn't you who came first. They knew that I couldn't betray them." Seeing Sol Yu's grim face, he laughed. "It's useless. I'm dead even if you don't come. Even letting the souls get their messages is impossible." Gu Linger was ruthless, even more so than his scheming father, brutally murdering my wife and children one by one in front of me to force me to tell. But it's no use. My heart aches with remorse. I shouldn't have gotten into their boat. They dared to leave me here, so they knew that I couldn't betray them, even if my whole family was destroyed. It's useless. Death is the best relief. Sol Yu laughed sardonically. "Do you want to be relieved? Ho ho. It won't go as planned. And even if I don't get what I want, there's no way I'm going to let you die just like that." The sealing power on the palm of Sol Yu's hand filled the air and ripped out his divine soul at once. He had turned into a remnant soul and was injured by the grievous spirit. Throw him into a gourd and suffer the pain of a fiery soul at all times. "Spirit, where are you?" Chapter 187 Missed Again. Flying Donkey. As Sol Yu was heading to the city lord's mansion, a red-clothed figure appeared on the banks of the Lin Yuan River. She was too beautiful to be a woman as she should be on earth. It's like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Fire-red dress tools such as flowers yen, willow eyebrow phoenix eyes pretty beauty, body curling, concave and convex, puffy breasts and pretty buttocks, hair scattered like a waterfall, a bundle of slender waist, jade legs lightly divided, delicate and exquisite features, face like a peach blossom, beads and jade, skin as pink and delicate as snow, icy muscles and jade bones, soft words and delicate voice. Beautiful eyes look back. Like that beautiful flowers bloom thousands of purple and red, dan lips pursed, like a spring breeze like splendor, tight little waist lightly swaying, the green willow fluttering spring wind a few times, heaven and earth create beautiful women so, it is heaven and earth, colorful moving ghosts and gods, unique, as if remembering something, she smiled playfully and leapt onto the Lin Yuan River. The roadside crowd thought someone jumped into the river, and it was such a stunning person, how could they bear it? They shouted to stop. However, she fell into the water and floated forward like a dragonfly pointing at the water, as agile as that fairy playing in the water. Immediately afterward, she plunged headlong into the Lin Yuan River and disappeared. Some people sigh with their wrists, some people beat their chests, and what's more, they jumped directly into the river, trying to rescue it, and the crowd scrambled to follow suit. Suddenly, the surface of the water surging, the fiery red figure from underwater. It turned out to be a ferocious current shark will be her high top, her arms stretched out, standing on one foot, eyes closed and smiling, enjoyment as if against the breeze to swim forward. The surface of the river rippled violently as countless small sharks and fish scrambled to leap out of the water and dive into the water again, swimming desperately towards the fiery red figure in front of them. She murmured, "As it turns out, this gorgeous outing is really wonderful and enjoyable, and the compulsion is really high. No wonder he has to come out in such a way every time. It's just so mesmerizing." The group of sharks chanted, perhaps knowing that she was leaving, and their voices were a bit mournful. The water surface suddenly exploded and a water dragon appeared, carrying Gu Linger to the sky and disappearing. Sol Yu put the remnants of Tan Shisha's soul into the gourd and didn't leave immediately, but searched all the houses and secret rooms and didn't find anything special. Just in the middle of a secret room, he found a left-behind jade pendant spike. In the inconspicuous corner, vaguely felt a residual breath. Very weak, not Tan Shisha's, and vaguely have a little familiar feeling, like where he has encountered. Just weak enough to ignore, cannot be determined. There are no more other suspicious items. Sol Yu came out and looked at the city lord's mansion full of corpses, not wanting this infamy to be carried by Gu Linger, executing the 1,000-mile ice seal. He completely froze the entire city lord's mansion, and then flew away. Every place missed Gu Linger. Sol Yu was a little confused for a while. Where should I go to find you, Linger? The only place left where she still crosses paths is the Lin Yuan River, but it's no longer prosperous. So I wonder if she'll go there? Thinking of this, he hurriedly flew over. The city lord's mansion was some distance away from the Lin Yuan River, and it took him about 10 minutes to fly there. Standing on the Rinpoche River, he found nothing, but at that moment, someone on the shore regretted it. Too beautiful, probably comparable to Empress Mercy Star. What's wrong with our Gakshuan Empire lately? Having two goddesses like this one after another really makes people's hearts uneasy. Don't think about it, it's futile to think about it. People come on shark waves, the group of sharks follow them, just like the stopping of the water at that time, shocking the world. Finally, He even left on a dragon and disappeared into the sky. I'm afraid it's not that the 9 heavenly immortals have traveled down to the earth for fun and it's time for them to fly back to the heavenly realm. And that's why there's a celestial dragon roaming around to send her away. Sol Yu sniffed through the air and sucked the man to the surface of the water, resting on the Lin Yuan River. Asked, "What did you guys just say? What 9 heavenly fairies? What stepping on sharks and flying dragons?" The man was dizzy and fluttered his eyes closed, panicking. Half a quarter of an hour ago, a red-robed nymph stood on the Lin Yuan River, followed by countless current sharks topping her up, followed by countless smaller sharks and fish trailing behind her. Later, how did it go? Then a water dragon burst out of the water, so big, and she stood on the head of the dragon and soared up into the sky and disappeared. Sol Yu murmured, "Spirit? Was it Spirit who came and stepped on the heavenly dragon and flew away? Fly where? Which direction?" The man pointed diagonally to the sky and said, "That direction." Diagonally flying up into the sky. Really up into the sky. At those words, Sol Yu let go of his collar, signaled his master, and flew directly in the direction he pointed, angling toward the sky. After Sol Yu left, that person floated on the Lin Yuan River out of thin air, opened his eyes and looked. Below him was the turbulent water current, still 100 meters away from the shore. He could not have cultivation. He broke down and cried out, "Mama yo, save me sa. Oh, I don't want to drown. Save me, Mama yeah." After Sol Yu left for a while, a pure white donkey stepped on the water from afar. Its speed was very fast, as if it was on flat ground, a front hoof darting. It could cut out to go a distance of 1,000 feet. "Phew, Your Honor, you really think I'm a donkey?" The stranger reprimanded it with a slap that buzzed its brain. "So stupid, what not to be an ass?" The white donkey jumped to his feet. "You're the stupid one. You're the stupidest. I'm stupid because you caught me being stupid." Snap, roll. The white donkey was slapped dry into the Lin Yuan River and disappeared. "Hey, you're flying, yeah? Wanna go down and take a shower?" The man cried, with a sobbing voice. "Fairy, sister goddess, I can't swim. Save me, I don't want to die. I'm fainting soon." "Oh," with a wicked grin on her face, the stranger said, "Yeah, then why don't we fly a little longer? He. She stretched out her scallion finger and gently pointed it out, and the man spun and flew towards the shore like a turtle on its back. "Stupid ass, don't come up yet." Boom! The water exploded and the white donkey flew up, furiously charging to tear into the stranger. Instead, she rolled over and sat up, and no matter how much the white donkey brayed and jumped the donut, he couldn't throw her off. "You big man, I'm not finished with you." The stranger laughed softly. "Oh, come on, pull out all the stops and show me how awesome you are. But don't be a stupid, wimpy, silly ass. That way I'll look down on you, and then you won't even be qualified to be ridden by me." The white donkey said angrily, "Come down here if you can, and let's see how I'll get you." Snap, snap, slap. "Master Stranger, Grandma Stranger, I'm wrong. I'm just a stupid donkey. Don't hit me. If you hit me again I'm really going to turn into Siang." The stranger sneered. "Goon, you're given a chance and you don't hit it. Cut. Snap. Let's go. Day. Ah, your uncle. I am incompatible with you." And so a donkey flew away carrying yet another fairy. And these days, donkeys can fly. Chapter 188 Gulinger faints. Grievous spirit humiliation. A few days later, the water dragon finally dissipated, and Gulinger flew through the air. Suddenly, a burst of black air emerged, and another shrill voice sounded in his head. "Still not dying? I told you that as long as you let me fuse your divine soul, you can have the strength of the spirit exalted realm. So why be so stubborn and cause us to suffer together?" Gulinger struggled, painfully, as she said, "You are originally a poor and vicious grudge spirit. I, Gulinger, was born in this world, living openly and lovingly, unwilling to turn into an inhuman and ghostly appearance. I'd rather soul you like a useless Gulinger than turn into a demon that he loathes. So don't even think about it. I'll drag you to your death with me and won't leave you." A scourge, by his side, the spiteful spirit hissed and screamed. "You want to drag me down with you? I said I wouldn't hurt him. I could even use your body, my power, to help him. Why are you still being so cruel?" Gulinger laughed. "You won't understand. When Gulinger is no longer pure, whether it's her body or her divine soul, no longer the girl in red she once was, she's no longer qualified to like him. When he sees this body every day, but it's not Gulinger herself. Even if he reluctantly accepts it, it's impossible to truly like it, and I'd rather leave an indelible trace in his heart than make him suffer." The resentful spirit was still snatching control of her body from her, and even wanted to forcefully devour and fuse her divine soul. Gulinger's face became livid with pain, clutching her head and clawing frantically, her head about to explode. After all, he didn't snatch it, and the spiteful spirit fumed. Ah, you want to drag me to death? Don't dream. Since you want to leave behind a pure Gulinger, I'm not going to let you have your wish. I'm going to make this body of yours suffer the crotch of 1,000 riders. Let's see how pure you still are. Gulinger was a bit flustered and coldly grunted. As long as I'm awake and haven't forcibly awakened you, I'm in control of the body. Don't you dare. The spiteful spirit said cruelly. That's true, but you have to realize that it's a high-altitude flight. I'll spell out a bit of suffering, close off my spiritual power, and drop you unconscious to see how you'll take control of it. For such a short while, I can do it. Don't you dare. Why don't you dare? Ha ha ha. In the next moment, the crazed resentful spirits closed off the spiritual energy and acupoints, and Gulinger fell at extreme speed. Don't you dare. The two of them fought for the control of the body within the body, and finally after a period of struggle, Gulinger took control of the body. However, without the powerful energy of the grudge spirit to support her, her spiritual power was not enough to control the downward force. Seeing that she was about to fall to the ground, Gulinger could only forcefully raise her defense shield. Boom! Gulinger smashed into a mountain peak, the powerful force knocking her out, knocking down and collapsing a small peak as her body rolled down on the peak and landed in the mountains. Not a moment later, Gulinger sat up violently. The many bones in her body were shattered, but she didn't care and laughed ghostly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you want to be clean and pure? She let go of her divine sense and sensed a fortress in front of her, which should be a bandit's den with many coarse and ugly men. The corners of her mouth curved up as she repaired her body's wounds and sashayed there without a care in the world. The cottage wasn't far away, and with her footwork, she arrived at the cottage gate in a few moments. Hyena cottage? Obscure. She enchanted her way to the door, which was guarded by 2 sentries. At first glance, when he saw Gulinger's immortal face, he directly froze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Yo, where's that pretty chick from? Is she lost? Gulinger licked her lips and winkingly said, That's right. I didn't mean to intrude into this mountain forest, and I don't know why I got lost. Can you let me in to get a drink of water? Ha ha ha. Then you've come to the right place. My hyena-walled city lacks everything but water. Ha ha ha. This way. The two of them followed behind Gulinger. That stunning face, this enchanting and sexy, a knitted brows and a smile, a walk and a movement, hooking people's heartstrings, causing people's hearts and minds to be confused. Walking into the fortress, Gulinger was instantly stared at by a pack of vicious wolves that were bubbling with spectral light, and even the spiteful spirit herself felt goosebumps. She schlepped over to a stone table and sat down, long before one of her men went to report. A man with dreadlocks, a full face, and a bare belly wearing a leather vest stepped out. Only far from seeing Gulinger this immortal face, all of a sudden his blood spurted, his eyes were glowing. He had never seen such a beautiful person. Today was really lucky. Could it be that the Empress Mercy Star had given her blessing? Spirit Emperor Realm? Ho ho. It is enough. When I lure this fat pig on the hook, I will wake you up. Let you enjoy this fat pig's knee. See how you are noble. Ha ha ha. The fat pig looked at Gulinger obsessively and smiled lewdly. I hear you're lost? Do you want to come to my hyena village to ask for water? But I don't know. Does this girl want to drink gold water, silver water, or divine water? Ha ha ha. Gulinger was lying on the stone table, her hands on her chin, her expression seductive, flashing innocent eyes, and she asked in a delicate voice, Then I wonder what kind of water the walled city thinks I should drink. Giggles. The fat pig walled city lord, colorfully surveying Gulinger, completely mesmerized, murmured, Any kind of water will do. The girl just wants to drink fairy water. I'll find a way to get it for you. Saying that, he stretched out his obese hands to catch Gulinger's arm, and Gulinger sidestepped to avoid it and spun in a circle. Enchanting said, Why are you in such a hurry? You can't satisfy me if you're the only one. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The fat pig walled city lord smiled lewdly. Sister, don't underestimate me. Although my body is obese, but my functions are strong. You haven't even tried it yet. How would you know that I can't satisfy you? If my sister really has such a great need, I have 100 or so brothers under me. I can surely satisfy you. Ha 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 ha. Gulinger laughed out loud, her laughter shrill. A wooden bed broke through the wall and was casually beckoned by her. Gulinger flew onto the bed and lay down on her side, and hooked her hand at the fat pig walled city lord and said, Come on, let me see the master of the village. Do not pity me, oh? Giggles. The fat pig walled city lord sniffed and instantly felt his chi and blood surge, and that enchanting figure made him so horny that he instantly flew over. It was also at this time that the corner of the resentful spirit's mouth hooked up a cold arc, forcing Gulinger to wake up as it fell into silence. Gulinger woke up, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a fat pig pouncing towards her. She hastily struck out while dodging to avoid it. She tumbled to the ground and saw what was going on, realizing that she had been brought here by a grudge after she had fallen unconscious and was surrounded by disgusting and dirty men. Moreover, she felt bad that the grievous spirits had fallen silent and taken away all their power, and that fat pig was at the spirit emperor realm, so she was no match at all. The fat pig pounced, but was not displeased and smiled lewdly. "You're quite naughty, little boy. Ha ha ha. I like it." Chapter 189, Finally Found You. Seeing that fat pig pouncing over once again, Gu Linger's face condensed and she instantly struck out an attack, before escaping outside with a few jumps. The fat pig was puzzled at the sight, but how could he let her escape with the fat meat in his mouth? The fat pig lifted his foot and violently stomped down. The spirit emperor realm's aura erupted, powerfully shocking Gu Linger, who was jumping high into the air. Down. Two Spirit King Realm Junior brothers hurriedly ran over to tie Gu Linger up. The fat pig walled city lord was dissatisfied and said in a cold voice, "You this girl so do not know how to honor. I hyena dog cottage 1 did not rob you, 2 did not steal you, it is your own door to the door, to let me and more than 100 brothers to meet you. Things come to an end. You want to backtrack on the girl? Are you kidding me? Do you really take this bandit den of mine for a kiln? Humph. Since you're so ungrateful, then I'll let you taste the power today. I still have the engraved shadowstone here and will record the whole thing and play it for all the brothers to see when the time comes. After a year and a half, you'll be thrown into a broken temple, so that even beggars over here can enjoy themselves. Ha ha ha. Throw me on the bed." Gu Linger was thrown in bondage and thrown on the bed, looking at the fat pig that was undressing, and the crude and disgusting man with his eyes glowing with a ghostly light next to him. Gu Linger was a little desperate. Having her acupoint sealed by the grudge spirit, it was hard for her to die, but if she was touched by this disgusting fat pig, she really didn't want to live. But in the middle of this deep forest, it's really at the end of the mountain, and you really have to despair. His mind was filled with the figure of Solyu, his mournful, heartbreaking eyes, and the concentration of the gilt suits that he carefully wore for himself. Hissing, Gu Linger's fiery red dress was torn and the fat pig was obsessed, unconsciously rubbing his hands, his eyes glowing, his body slightly trembling with excitement and exhilaration. Seeing him reaching out to that fragrant shoulder, Gu Linger despaired and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down. "Shout out! Don't come over! Don't you come over! Solyu!" The sound echoed among the mountain peaks, traveling far away, and many birds were startled, fluttering and flapping their wings, hissing and flying into the distance. Only, this sound is very peculiar, actually spread out a long way, still flying in the air to search for the Solyu actually heard it. This is a dozen miles away. Hearing this cry of despair, Solyu froze and then flew in the direction of the voice. "Is Linger in danger? I'm coming. I'll make it this time." The fighting character technique was performed to the extreme, as if it was a human-sized cannonball that swept across the sky at extreme speed. A golden rock was knocked off its feathers and shrieked out in shock, but he didn't even see who attacked him. The fat man was startled and looked around blankly, but found nothing. Only then did he continue to turn back around and smile lewdly. "Scream! No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out in this deep forest. So small and beautiful. I think it's still a fledgling. Ha ha ha. Let me serve you well. He 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 he." Gu Linger left behind 2 lines of cleanup, shaking her head vigorously in despair and crying, "Solyu, save me. Ah, Solyu." This sound was so great that it spread throughout the group of peaks. Boom! A deafening sound, accompanied by a tremor at the top of this peak, brought up a cloud of smoke. "If you touch down, I'll cut the fat off your body piece by piece and feed it to you." Everyone looked at them in shock, and the fat pig-walled city lord's anger was rampant as he shouted, "Who is it? That son of a spoiled my good deed. Split you alive." With that, the fatty wallflower got up and looked over. Although she did not see the figure clearly, Gu Linger knew that it was him who had come, and he had chased after him after all. She wept with joy and took the opportunity to break free and dart over to her. A moment of fear and aggravation. In this moment, she had no qualms about. She flung herself into Solyu's arms, feeling the warmth of his body and the familiar scent that mesmerized her. "Woohoo! I fought! I fought!" She clung to his neck and buried her head in his shoulder, sobbing and bursting into tears. Solyu also tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, wanting to rub her into his embrace, unwilling to let go for a moment. It's okay, I'm coming, it's okay. Finally found you." Gu Linger lay on his shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. She used to be a royal princess, grew up with a golden key, her father and mother loved her very much, and her royal brother pampered her, enjoying all the pampering, carefree, and never suffered any harm. After the encroachment of the spirit of resentment, she also tasted all the bitterness and understood the world's coldness and human indifference. every day and every night. She suffered the agony of her soul being torn apart, fighting against that resentful spirit to keep herself from being devoured. And no one could feel the pain of that soul tearing. When she hears that Solyu is being hunted down by the Flower Rain House, she is so anxious to find him that she is captive. When Yun Rinching was killed, she finally couldn't hold back and no longer cared about anything. She knew that at that time, Solyu was the only one who had to bear all that grief. So she made a deal with the resentful spirits and killed them. After following in his footsteps and forcing her way into the Valley of the Flowering Thousand, she could only leave quietly again after he finally got his revenge. It was just that she had overestimated her own potential, and without the grudge spirit to boost her, she was still weak after all. I thought that I was really desperate and no one cared about me, but I didn't expect that he would come, and at the time of my desperation, at the time when I was most helpless, he descended from the sky as if he were a heavenly god. Ho ho! A small spirit king realm. You dare to break into my hyena-walled city to save people. You really don't know how to die. And the two of them put on a show of heroism and love? What the are you looking at? Why don't you take these two dogs and girls down? The female I'm keeping, and the male I like. TSK TSK TSK. A cold ice sword condensed out of thin air. And Solyu said with a smile, I'm going to kill someone. Do you want to close your eyes? Gu Linger sobbed and pouted her lips, saying, don't. This is the first time you've ever killed for me. And I want to see it. Yes. Solyu bullied his way up. The sword of cold and ice waved as if drinking wine and composing poetry in a dashing manner. And dozens of people sealed their throats when the sharp sword was waved. This time, he was going to kill. Seeing that more than half of his men were casualties, the fat pig-walled city lord let out a cold snort and was about to attack Solyu. But at that moment, a voice rang in his ears, as if death was murmuring, stand still. It's not your turn yet. As Solyu's words fell, he continued to wield his cold ice sword in a sadistic manner, while 5 ice sharks appeared beside the fat pig-walled city lord. The ice energy coming from above the ice shark, as well as the cold air, made him feel the flavor of destruction, the flow of cold sweat, not daring to move. Everyone was slaughtered, and Solyu Ghost appeared in front of Fat Pig, blocking his spiritual power, his voice cold and emotionless. You tore her dress. Jabla. One of his arms was yanked off by Solyu's roots, and blood spurted out. Aha! You looked over his shoulder. He wailed in fear as Solwu plucked at his eyes. Let me go! Let me go! This mountain range are all my close friends and sworn brothers. Kill me. They will not let you go. Without mercy, Solyu plucked out one of his eyes, threw it on the ground, and lifted his foot to crush it, and then another one. Ah, my eyes, little one, you shall not die. My brother will surely avenge me. Solyu was indifferent and remained expressionless. Jabla. His other arm was yanked off by Solyu by the roots. The fat pig fainted, but was awakened by Solyu's chilling power, leaving him awake and conscious, feeling the infinite pain. You came close to destroying her. So close. I've just lost a loved one. It's painful and desperate. And you came so close to making me lose someone I love. Solyu's palm pierced through his dantian, turning him into a complete invalid, and the ice-cold sharp sword slashed away his lifeblood with a single stroke, severing it by the roots, at the same time, cutting his bloodline, not letting him faint, not letting him die, just living and awake, feeling the life pass by, slowly dying. Chapter 190. The Stranger and Her Donkey. Unbeknownst to Solyu, above their heads, above a cotton-like cloud, the pure white donkey carrying the stranger looked down. You're so stupid. Such a great opportunity was wasted by you. If you had stepped in to save her in her time of distress, she would naturally be grateful, and would have carried the voice of distress that far. It's not easy to get close to him after missing such a good opportunity for nothing. Snap. Stupid ass. What do you know about chicken hair? This kind of hero-saving beauty at critical moments should be left to men. I want to get close to him. Wouldn't it be better to have a beauty-saving hero next time? Yours truly. I'm standing on top of a cloud right now. Don't make me slap you at the closest point to the sky. Gone. Deb begging. Yours truly. Below, Solyu finished killing people and left the fat pig-walled city lord to feel the passage of life in the darkness, quietly waiting for death. On this day, all the bandit dens in this mountain range were all purged. Not a single one left. Nearly 1,000 people descended the mountain to be reunited with their families, and the man and woman who rescued them were said to have been sent by the Lady of Mercy to hear their petitions. So far, the incense of the Temple of Mercy Star in this area has become even more vigorous, abandoning other gods and worshipping only the Lady Mercy Star. Using a special talisman, Solyu injected spiritual energy into it, explaining the situation over here and telling him not to worry, that the two of them would soon rush to join him. The rune paper melted into the void and disappeared. Solyu looked toward Gu Linger and said with worry, don't ever leave quietly like that again. You know, I'll be worried and scared. If I hadn't been guided today, and I had come so late, what would you have made me do? Gu Linger pouted her lips, twitched her nose, and playfully spat out her tongue, saying, I know, never again. Sol Yu wouldn't really complain. It's just that he was really stunned and scared when he saw that scene. Go. To join the master. We go to join the master. The next other things are put down first. We have to discuss how can you be rescued from the sea of suffering. Gu Linger, however, shook her head and said, no go. I know the situation. I understand it. It won't work. Don't want his old man to worry. Sol Yu said, there will be a way. Trust me. Don't be discouraged. I won't give up. Just like Aunt Yoon, I will never give up on any way to find her and save her life. Even if there is only a slightest chance, I will never let it go. So, trust me. I will never give up on you either. If I didn't have that determined courage that day, I wouldn't have awakened that sword hilt, and I wouldn't have been able to kill 9 spirit sect realms, 2 of which were also spirit sect realm 9 stars, and I wouldn't have been able to take revenge on Flowering Rain Tower. Human potential is infinite. There is no absolute desperation. There is no insurmountable 10 deaths, until the last second. To never give up, until death, cannot admit defeat. Gu Linger smiled lightly, looking at Sol Yu with infatuation, and lightly opened her red lips, saying, there's a main city nearby, Qingyuan City, accompany me for a walk. Sol Yu nodded, suddenly remembering, and said, Qingyuan City? The Xing clan whose teacher forcibly robbed the overwhelming blood-forging trace heavenly injury jade for me is in this city. Gu Linger pulled up Sol Yu's hand and clasped her fingers tightly as she walked towards Qingyuan City. The city is not as bleak and sad as the city of the Tsars, submerged in the desert. The green brick here is simple and ancient, and moreover reveals a damp and refreshing sense of slight coolness. The air is pleasant, and the building is quite poetic. Their appearance caused quite a stir. The female was as beautiful as heaven, the red dress blazing like fire. The men are elegant and noble, with green shirts and ink and snow, flowing and unrestrained. Gu Linger said with a puckered mouth, I'm hungry, take me to eat yummy. This Qingyuan city also had delicious places to eat, and Sol Yu was still relatively clear. Sol Yu said with a smile, Xianyang Street, there's an old donkey meat restaurant over there. The dragon meat in the sky can't let you eat it for the time being. This donkey meat on the ground is still very good. Do you want to try it? Gu Linger was busy and happy as she nodded her head. After they left, a man and a donkey reappeared, and the white donkey said, more, take me to eat donkey meat. I want to try it too. Snap. The stranger bristled and gave it a slap. Stupid donkey, you are the donkey, and you want more donkey meat? Be careful you won't be able to find the little female donkey. The white donkey was furious, bouncing his hooves. Yours truly, I'm not a donkey, I'm a horse. You Moncler are so used to calling it that you really think I'm a donkey. Stranger said, idiot, you're in the body of a donkey. Where did you get a horse? The white donkey said, then I'll change back. Try changing into one and see if I don't unload on you. You lost your bet and had to turn into a donkey body for 100 years to recover. What? Do you even dare to default on my bet? The white donkey said indignantly. Humph. Obviously you're the one who's cheating. Stupid ass. You can also play I do not let you play? If you lose, you have to admit it. Less pussy, or slap you. Yours truly. You can just curse. If my grandpa wants to hear it, you'll really just turn into a pile of noble siang. On you big man. I'll get the donkey. You get the fodder. Yours truly. The stranger walked in front of him, with the white donkey following behind. Irritated. Look at you. A hoof pops you to death. The donkey spirit. The donkey speaks. I'm going to you. Sol Yu asked Gu Linger for a donkey meat, made with secret ingredients, not fishy and not firewood, melting in the mouth. Gu Linger bulged her mouth and watched as Sol Yu was eating without moving a single chopstick. Sol Yu wondered, what's the matter? Is it not to your liking? Or do you feel sick? Gu Linger puckered her mouth and pointed to her sexy red lips, saying, feed me. You fed me the first time you invited me to dinner. Sol Yu was dumbfounded and said, okay, come on, open your mouth. Sol Yu fed her a mouthful of very tender meat, and Gu Linger was finally satisfied and ate happily. At that moment, not far from them, a woman in white, strangely enough, leading a donkey, sat down at that table. She said looking at the donkey next to her, come on, open your mouth. Embarrassed, the white donkey closed his mouth without ever opening it and lowered his head. Snap, eat. The white donkey was aggravated, and his mouth caught the durian thrown at him by the stranger, mentally cursing. Oh, you big man. Seeing Sol Yu look over, stranger gestured and said, what a coincidence. You're here too. Is this the Linger girl you're looking for? It sure is beautiful. Sol Yu laughed. I was much offended that day. I was in a hurry to find Linger and recognized the wrong person. Once again, I am sorry. This is the spirit I was looking for. I just found her today. Gu Linger looked at stranger, a little dumbfounded, and murmured, "Sister, you are so beautiful. Not only so beautiful, but also with a heroic beauty, handsome and beautiful." The stranger was flattered and laughed. "Really? I've always just thought I was beautiful. I didn't realize I was handsome and beautiful." Gobble gobble. You're pretty too. No wonder he's been looking all over the world for you. Chapter 191. Gu Linger held Solyu's hand, her 10 fingers clasped tightly, never letting go. After eating the donkey meat and saying a brief goodbye to the stranger and the donkey, the two of them left and strolled through the streets. Gu Linger asked, pointing to the gourd strings tied on the straw stalks over there. "What's that?" Solyu looked over and said, "Sugar snaps. Haven't you ever had them? It's sweet and sour. I used to love it. Go, buy you one." "What about this?" "Sorbet, in all kinds of fruit flavors, cantaloupe, apple, strawberry, all of them. Then I'll have the durian flavor. Make it 5. "Yes. What's over there?" "Storyteller, want to check it out?" The two came to a stall where an old man with a little girl, holding an arrow in his arms, was in an emotional state. There was a circle of people around, listening intently. Even in such a world, there are many people who have never been able to read and write, and there are laid-back old people who like to listen to this kind of storyteller with action. The old man held a small prop clock in his hand and sent it forward violently, and his expression learned to be hideous. "Yun Rinxing, do you know your mistake? Back then, you ruthlessly cut yourself off from me, letting me fall to this level and lose my throne. Today I come to kill you. Do you have anything to say?" But the Lady of Mercy sneered. "Gu Yun Xiao, now that you have become a hawk dog of the 9 specters, what qualifications do you have to make me regret that I was blind in the first place? Now, you want to kill me and make me regret it. Dream on. No matter how many strong people you are and how powerful you are, you will not be able to take a step into the sealed land today. Tai, you, when really looking for death, I, asterisk. It's, no cursing the Mercy Star Lady, or I'll smash your old man's stall. That's right, you can only scold Gu Yunxiao and Zhou Yasi, these villains, and you're not allowed to scold Empress Mercy Star, or else you'll be escorted to the Mercy Star Palace to atone for your sins." The old man commiserated. It was Gu Yunxiao who cursed. How dare the old man insult Aunt Mercy Star? That doesn't work either. Just no cursing. Yes, just no cursing. At this time, a fierce-looking burly man walked over, a bandit face, followed by 3 or 5 juniors, a gangster-like dress. "Yo, you old man, today changed a place to say books? Get me to pay the protection fee you here to say books. Believe it or not, I smashed your stall? 10 spirit stones. 1 word less and I'll break your legs." The little girl who played the zither hid behind her grandfather in fear. Her face was full of fear. The old man tremblingly took out 6 spirit stones. His dry and decaying old hands were full of calluses on top of them, and he trembled as he cupped the spirit stones to the burly man. "Pity," said. "Sixth master, please be kind. The old man just paid 10 spirit stones yesterday, and I've only just arrived today, so I haven't earned enough yet. If you're accommodating, can you come back in the afternoon? I'll make sure to get it all for you." The 6th master grabbed 6 spirit stones and tossed them in his hand, disgruntled. "You old man, are you deliberately amusing your 6th master? I'm called 6th master, and you're only going to give 6 spirit stones? Then add 5 more. The old man was bitter and on the verge of tears. His granddaughter hadn't had a full meal for several days. If she were to pay an additional 5 spirit stones like this, she would only go hungry again today. 6th master, please do me a favor. Please do me a favor. Don't you know how the old man is? I'm always the first to pay, never in arrears. You went from $5 to $6, and now it's gone up to 10. I've never bargained with you before, so I don't dare to make fun of you. The truth is that today there are these masters to reward. Give a mouth to eat. See you come. This is not all to you? You have a great deal. To the little old man and the little granddaughter to stay alive. Has not eaten a full meal for many days. The little granddaughter, if you cannot eat today, will be sick. You son of a. I'll charge you whatever Master 6 says. How dare you bargain? I'll slap you to death. Old undead. If you and your granddaughter can't eat, what does it have to do with the 6th master? If you dare to wheedle again, you will be smashed out of your stall. Bah! When he saw that someone was looking at him, the 6th master casually spat on his mouth, looking arrogant and casual, and said, "What are you looking at? You mother asterisk or got a problem with that?" Obviously, these people were very afraid of the 6th master and quickly waved their hands and said, "6th master, please, how dare I have a problem with that? You are mistaken." The 6th master casually fed him an orange. spat out the seeds, and gently patted him on the face, saying, "Better not, or I'll unload on you." Master Six weighed the 6 spirit stones and squinted at the old man in warning. "I'll come and collect it this afternoon, and if I don't have it, I'll sell your granddaughter to a kiln." The old man was bitter and said with a sharp nod, don't worry, we'll have it this afternoon." Gulinger was indignant and looked towards Solyu, who had condensed 6 or 7 ice needles in his palms at some point, ready to nullify these people at any time, lest they wreak havoc on such poor old men and women again. The 6th master was ready to leave, and as he turned around he sneered and asked casually, "What book are we talking about today?" The old man didn't dare to hide it and said in a hurry, "It's about the story of Empress Mercy Star who fought alone against 42 powerhouses, suffered the betrayal of Gu Yunxiao and Zhou Yasi, and was martyred with her body to suppress the 9 Spectres' seal." Solyu was about to make a move when he saw the 6th master's turned body directly freeze and stand in place, and then he turned around, the arrogance of the bully no longer on his face, and asked the person next to him, "Yes, is he speaking, the Mercy Star lady?" Everyone responded, "Yeah, he has been talking about the matter of the Lady Mercy Star. And when you came, you happened to be talking about the part where Gu Yunxiao cursed the Lady Mercy Star. Everyone forbade him from cursing the Lady Mercy Star, and that's why he stopped." The 6th master's face shifted, unnaturally, and took out the 6 spirit stones that he had just collected, and touched his pocket, taking out a handful of spirit stones, more than a few dozen of them, and holding them out to the old man. He said with a forced smile, "You old man, why didn't you say so earlier? If you knew you were talking about the Mercy Star lady, how could you come to collect your protection money? I thought you were still talking about it. It was something about the old Imperial Lord fighting the 3 heroes and establishing the Gakshuan Empire. That's old news. We don't talk about that anymore. No one listens anymore, right? Hey, you should follow the trend of the times. You should tell more about the deeds of the Mercy Star lady. You see, how great is Lady Mercy Star, isn't it? For the sake of the world's living, not hesitating to be martyred. How inspirational, how touching. It should be publicized and publicized more. Don't you think so?" "That's right. Master Six is right. We all worship Lady Mercy Star. So no, when we heard him talking, we rushed over to listen. Yes, you old man, the heat will not even rub. A few days earlier, if all the talk about Lady Mercy Star, we would have come to hold a show, which can still starve you and granddaughter." The old man didn't know what to do for a moment and didn't dare to reach out to take the spirit stone handed over by Master Six. Master Six said, "You old man, trying to hurt me, aren't you?" The old man said innocently. "6th Master Nah, where do you even begin?" Master Six said, "If you don't take this money, you're trying to harm me. The money you earned from telling the story of the Lady Mercy paid me protection money, and I gave it back to you and you still don't want it. What are you doing if not harming me? If Lady Mercy blames it on you, it's because of you, old man. Take it back quickly. Can I have this money?" The old man trembling took the money, kept bowing to the 6th master, and thanked the 6th master one by one. The 6th master said as he hurriedly moved out of the way, "Don't thank me. If you want to thank me, thank Lady Mercy. Her old man can afford it. I can't." Right, where was I? "You guys, go to the noodle shop stall next door and move some stools. Come over and listen to the book together. This Gu Yunxiao, this war Mercy Star lady, I like to listen to. But said do not scold Mercy Star lady. On that Gu Yunxiao and Zhou Yasi you give me like dead scold. Scold the more unpleasant the better. The 6 masters are not bad money. Scolding comfortable 6 masters to give you more money. Ha ha ha." Chapter 192, A Beautiful Day. Solyu did not punish the 6th master. The ice needle disappeared into his hand. Experiencing such a scene, he was very pleased. Yun Rinqing became their faith. Even these punks were admiring. Taoist master in block. The power of faith to condense the true spirit. It will take a long time, but it is okay. I will become very strong. I will get back Aunt Yun. The two of them strolled around Qingyuan City like ordinary lovers, and Gu Linger experienced new and strange things that she had never experienced in 18 years. On the swing, Gu Linger wore a garland handwoven by Solyu, and the two of them sat side by side, high above the swing, leaving behind Gu Linger's laughter, like an oriole's giggle laughter, touching the hearts of the people, making people fascinated. Playing the elevated 100 Beasts carousel that required 2 spirit stones at a time made them temporarily forget all the pain. The two of them sat on top of a white unicorn. Gu Linger snuggled into Solyu's chest, and Solyu wrapped his arms around her soft, boneless, brute waist. Everything is so beautiful. Everything is so knowing. This moment is so happy. This moment is so beautiful. All worries are left behind. All regret, sadness is hidden. At this moment, she was no longer the 9th princess of the royal family. Nor was she the girl who was about to die from being infested by the spirit of resentment. She was just the pure and somewhat playful cute Gulinger. Gulinger lay back and leaned in Solyu's arms, slightly raising her head. She met Solyu's eyes that were full of favor. The corners of Gulinger's mouth hooked up in a sweet arc. Her eyes contained love, and she couldn't dissolve the intense love and affection. Looking at each other, both of them looked a bit mesmerized. Gulinger slowly sat up, her cheeks peach pink, her ears blushing, like a dragonfly, pecked lightly on Solyu's lips, and then as if a frightened deer hurriedly separated, turning away not daring to look at Solyu. The corner of Solyu's mouth hooked up into an arc and subconsciously licked his lips, causing Gulinger to be annoyed and lightly pinched Solyu's waist. Only after a while did Gulinger suppress the throbbing and shyness in her heart and said, "How time flies. It's getting dark again." As soon as it was dark, she was going to have to endure that infinite pain and suffering. Even though the resentful spirit was sleeping today, the dark aura of the underworld that was absorbing the power of the moonlight was still able to torment her. Her mind felt like it was going to explode, and her divine soul was about to be torn to shreds. Gulinger was reluctant, but still said, "Let's go back." She didn't want to let Solyu see her pain and suffering in these last and happiest moments. She didn't want him to see her hideous and horrible side. In these remaining moments, she wanted to show him her best side. He was already suffering enough. Aunt Yun's passing had already broken his heart into wounds, and if these many pains of his own were to be forced upon him, she would die without peace of mind. I wanted to leave quietly, so that he would slowly fade away, forgetting that there had once been a girl named Gulinger, so deeply and so bravely in love with him, so that he would not be sad and heartbroken after her death. But now that she hadn't done it, and she'd been chased by him and saved herself, maybe that was the best arrangement of all. The most beautiful arrangement, of course, should be matched with the most beautiful Gulinger. His own ugly appearance, do not want to be seen by him. Solyu took the initiative to hold her hand. A gust of gentle cold ice power transitioned her body, and layers of warm, enveloping sealing aura filled her body. "Don't worry, have fun tonight. I'll watch over you and nothing will happen." Gulinger laughed lightly. "Can you read minds? Why would you know what I'm thinking?" Solyu smiled gently. "I don't just know what you're thinking. I know you'd love to experience the feeling of pretending to be that frozen throne for once." Gulinger pouted her lips and said suspiciously, "Come on, did you install your mind's eye inside me?" Soul Jade smiled, looking to her bulge, and said, "Guess what? If I had installed my mind's eye, shouldn't I have peeked while you were bathing?" "Ha ha." Gulinger hurriedly wrapped her hands around her chest and ranted, "Humph, no looking, you big pervert." With that, she jumped off the unicorn and ran away, her cheeks blushing, unsure of what she was thinking. Solyu chased after her, and without any further ado, grabbed her by the waist and flew forward with her. Gulinger exclaimed in surprise and ranted, "What are you doing? Where are you taking me?" Solyu teased, "What do you want to go for?" "To the bridal chamber." "Of course." Gulinger whacked shyly, her head buried in his bosom, pounding his chest and muttering, "Who wants to cavort with you? Bad man." The two flew away, and a man and a donkey appeared in front of the merry-go-round, looking at the stupid wooden thing that only spun and raised and lowered itself. Stranger bristled in disdain. "Stupid horse, so childish." But when she sat down, she danced with joy like a little child, excited, cheering, shouting, "Stupid ass, come and play. This is so much fun." The white donkey sneered and snorted, "Cut. Childish, very childish." Not a moment later, the white donkey let out a cheer. "Whoa, ha ha ha, sigh, fun, vomit, roar." Stranger waved her arms happily and laughed, "Ha ha, I must have my own carousel, the super big kind, put the green dragon, the unicorn, the phoenix all on it. Giggle, it's decided. Vomit, roar, good idea. I'll back you up on this one." The breeze was light. Solyu was floating on a lake with Gulinger in his arms. The waves were sparkling. The moon in the water was very huge. The two of them looked like they were standing on top of the moon, overlooking the 9 heavens. It was very aesthetically pleasing. Gulinger opened her eyes and saw that the two of them were actually standing on the surface of the lake, and she couldn't help but froze, and most stupidly said, "Ha, cave in here? It's too difficult, isn't it? Won't people see it?" Solyu's face was filled with black lines. This stupid girl, her brain is broken. How could she think of getting married here? Solyu held back his laughter and deliberately teased her, saying, "Ha, can't we do it here? Look at this beautiful environment, the wind and the moon, the sense of atmosphere. When you look back on it later, won't it be a beautiful feeling?" Gulinger looked around and murmured, "Indeed it is a good place. The mountains are beautiful, the night color is moving, and the surrounding area is quiet, and you can hear the insects hissing and the birds chanting. It's really beautiful." Solyu wondered, is this girl's brain short-circuited? Actually still so jubilant evaluation. What is the little brain thinking ah? Solyu cried and laughed. Gu Linger, however, suddenly said, no, that's too spontaneous. I still can't take it. Without waiting for Solyu to speak, she continued, that's wild for a first time. I need to get ready for that. Breathless, Solyu pulled her over to him and looked at her in all four directions. Gu Linger shrieked in shock and unconsciously murmured, do you like this wild exuberance? I can try. Solyu said softly, fool, how can it be so hasty? To enter the bridal chamber, you also have to cure you, pay homage to the master, and go to the Hall of Mercy to inform Aunt June before you can. How can it be so hasty? Oh, another time then. Chapter 193, A Hot Kiss. The two of them stood on the surface of the water, and at this time, Solyu suddenly let go of Gu Linger, and just during the time Gu Linger froze, the surface of the water began to fluctuate violently. The two water dragons coalesced and Gu Linger landed between the huge dragon heads. She instantly understood what Solyu meant. This was not a cave room, but rather, she wanted her to enjoy herself to her heart's content. Solely, she sat down, revealing the small half of her smooth, delicate calves, swinging freely on the faucet. She grabbed the two dragon horns and looked towards Solyu, who was standing on the dragon's head, and smiled happily. The water dragon roared up to the sky and slowly emerged from the surface of the water, and between the swinging of the dragon's tail, it floated upwards and charged straight up to the sky. They're going through the clouds, straight into the sky. Gironal let go of her hand and gestured in front of her eyes. I want to ride the dragon. Step into the 9 heavens, take the moon in my left hand, pick the stars in my right hand, and look around the mountains and overlooking the vastness of the sky. The water dragon swims and swoops down as if it were a divine dragon descending from the sky, colorful and eye-catching. Roar! The two dragons were playing with pearls, lingering degrees in this vast world. The people of Qingyuan City, thinking that it was again the manifestation of the Lady Mercy Star and the auspiciousness of the heavens, all bowed their heads in obeisance. The water dragon flew back to the water surface, and countless spirit fish leaped out of the water surface, as spectacular as fish leaping through the dragon gate. The 3 giant dragons lifted Gu Linger up like stars arching over the moon, and began to hover and coalesce in the air, forming a 100-foot-tall spirit dragon throne. Gu Linger fancifully crossed her legs, leaning lazily on the throne, leaning on her chin with one hand, and said in style, bold Solyu, why don't you come up and pay your respects to this emperor? Solyu flew up and stood in front of Gu Linger, saying, all is well with her majesty. Is she happy today? Gu Linger smiled and looked at Solyu, looking at him with eyes full of doting and infinite love. Her smiling eyes suddenly turned red and tears came to her eyes. Solyu was nervous, and was just about to say something when he saw a fiery red figure swoop over and hugged him hard. Very, very hard, as if he wanted to rub himself into his body, connecting with his bloodline and becoming one with him. A passionate, sexy, fiery lip suddenly blocked it. Fiery, passionate and thick. She was breathing heavily, her insides on fire with love. Solyu felt the passionate beauty and tried to respond to this lingering love. Closing his eyes, they kissed with devotion and love, like fire, like intoxication, like obsession, until Solyu was about to suffocate and wanted to separate. Gu Linger savagely wrapped an arm around his head and said, don't say anything, don't ask anything. This moment belongs to you, Gu Linger, and this moment belongs to the beauty of just the two of us. Concentrate. Don't ruin the mood. Don't make me feel bad. I love you. Solwu. After saying that, she had no qualms about standing on her tiptoes, and her dainty red lips printed on them once again. Countless fish boiled. Countless birds cheered, applauded and moved them. It wasn't until a long time later that Gu Linger slowed down from her love affair, and she had a fishy, salty taste in her mouth. When she looked again, she had long since burst into tears, tears wetting her cheeks, and then, without looking back, she flew away, her shoulders shrugging. Gu Linger, it's time to be content. You can't be greedy. What more do you want? No matter how much I love you, you'll have to leave. There are no more regrets. It's safe to leave. But the heart, why does it hurt so much? It hurts so much that you can't breathe. It was late at night. Solyu was sitting at the end of the bed. Gu Linger finally fell asleep. At this time, she was so sweet, peaceful, with a light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. So beautiful. The undried tear tracks on her face were yet so heartbreaking and painful to look at. Gu Linger, who came back crying, shut herself in her room and wouldn't let Solyu go in, and through the window, he could see her shrugging shoulders and hear the sound of her suppressed wailing sobs. It wasn't until a long time later that she cried her tears dry, hastily organized herself, and opened the door, muttering a question with red, swollen eyes. Isn't it ugly? Solyu smiled and said softly, how could that be? My Linger, no matter what time of the day, is always the most beautiful. Solyu hugged her. The two of her did not speak, just so quietly hugged. Not a moment later, the embrace came from the sound of even breathing. She rested on the shoulder to fall asleep. Sleep frowned, show fists clenched very tight. The cold breath gently crossed into her body, slowly soothing her wounds. Sleeping peacefully, Gu lingered with a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. So beautiful and so moving. Who should bear to hurt her? Solyu got up, gingerly, afraid of waking this sleeping beauty. Outside the door, Solyu stood alone, looking into the bright night sky with a frown on his face. Aunt Yoon was martyred and I didn't make it in time, which is the hurt of my life. Now Linger is in danger. I want to go to the underworld to look for a way to break it, but now I have no clue. I will no longer watch spirit dissipate in my arms, and no one can take her from me, not even this Cthulhu or the underworld. The underworld burial flower. Is it in the place of the hellish reincarnation? How can I enter there? Creak. The door to the next room opened and stranger walked out, seeing that Solyu was also there. Teasing, girlfriend asleep? Solyu nodded and said, it's been a while since I slept, so I'm disturbing you. Stranger asked, waving her hand. Something on your mind? Solyu forced a smile. Okay. The stranger dodged onto the roof and greeted him. I've got some wine here. Would you like a glass? Solyu glanced back at the room. Gu Linger was already asleep, and leaping up to the roof. The stranger sat on the green brick tiles and casually threw a jug of wine to Solyu, who was standing and leaning against the chimney. The stranger was boozy and finished off most of the jug in one gulp. Solyu didn't drink it, and poured some on the ground, which made him drink all of the pot in one gulp. The spicy spirits zinged his throat, but he felt overwhelmed. The stranger casually tossed him another jug at the sight and said, boring. The moon shines brightly. The stars shine brightly. This is to drink wine and enjoy the moon, to express the beauty of the chest. And yet you're using wine to drown your sorrows, and your heart is heavy. So this wine is not to be drunk. Stranger jumped down from the house, leaving Solyu alone. Seeing that Solyu did not say anything to stay, stranger pursed her lips and flashed into the room. Solyu murmured as he felt drunkenness coming on after 2 jugs of wine were downed. The sky is the limit. There will be a way. If it really comes down to the wire, use the power of cold ice to seal Linger and take her to the Soul Clan alone. If something happens to Linger this time, then I don't want this clan's bloodline. With the chaotic green lotus and that 7-colored water bead in place, stripping away this Soul Clan's bloodline is by no means a difficult task. After saying that, he forced out the power of alcohol in his body. Now was not the time to get drunk. He still had to guard Linger. The stranger in the room, hearing Solyu's murmur, repeated his words. The Soul Clan. Stripping the bloodline? Oh, what a spirit! Tai! She roared, startling the white donkey into jumping and looking confused. Stranger cursed. Get thee up and re-sleep. I wasn't even asleep and you stupid ass actually snored already. Your uncle. I'll fight you. Chapter 194. Sol Chen more talks about Yunren Xing. The early morning sunlight shone in, and Gu Linger fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. Into the eyes. Is that pair of bright as a star doting eyes? The eyes of tenderness, concern, warm heart. Gu Linger smiled. A beautiful, moving smile. She opened her arms and laughed. Hold me up. With a smile, Solyu picked her up by the waist, and Gu Linger obediently wrapped her arms around his neck before kissing her. After yesterday's raw kissing, today she was slightly more skillful, kissing gently and enjoying it. The early morning sun is warm, though not fiery, and early morning is when the pulse beats at its peak. After kissing for a while, Gu Linger suddenly said, "What's so hot in Cluck's ass?" Saying that, he reached out to touch it, and Solyu was too late to stop it, and was caught by Gu Linger. Yikes! Bad man! Put me down! Hurriedly, she jumped down and ran off with blushing cheeks. Solyu said innocently, "It's not my fault. It's hard for me not to react when you're sleeping so soulfully and kissing so passionately." Shut up! No talking, you're the bad guy anyway. Although very much with the shy scene in the morning, but not a moment later, Gu Linger had already looked away. The two of them were still clinging to each other, and today Gu Linger said that she wanted to go to a place, but she couldn't go there until the evening. The two of them went hand in hand to some places in Qingyuan City that had special meanings. Gu Linger wanted to visit those places and to keep some souvenirs. An ancient domain very far away from the Gachuan Empire was called the Silver Valley Domain, which was controlled by 4 great families, among which the Yang family was the strongest. The Silver Valley Domain belonged to the bottom of the existence in the entire realm. Yet it wasn't something that a northwestern country like the Gachuan Empire could contend with several solid spirit-exalted realms guarding it. The 4 great families were at each other's throats, each controlling a large area of territory, and were the veritable masters of the place, with no one daring to provoke their authority. The Yang family's territory was in the north, and the Yang family's family land was built at the center of the northern border. Suiyang City. The Yang family land covered a wide area, more so than the palace hall. On this day, a woman riding a white donkey appeared in the city of King's Landing, and the people passing by were very surprised. The white donkey carried the stranger straight toward the Yang family land. The white donkey reluctantly said, "Running so far away so early in the morning, the donkey's legs are about to break. And you don't tell me what I'm doing here in this little Silver Valley domain." Silver Valley domain. Yang family, right. Are you going to destroy the Yang family? Stranger skimmed his lips and said, "Say you're stupid and you still don't believe me. Just this small Yang family, Auntie can destroy him by blowing her breath, and across 100,000 miles, she can also make him extinguish his clan with a single sword. Why do you need to come so far? Why did you have to come so far?" The white donkey said, "Just as well. So what are you doing all the way out here?" Stranger was impatient. Asterisk 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 you. Go on your way. The white donkey kicked back and said, asterisk 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 you. For not going. The stranger laughed. Cluck. Don't you dare. If you don't leave, I'll take you to stew in the fire. The white donkey brayed loudly and cursed, scattering and running wildly. Sol Chen more. Sooner or later I will kill you one day to prove the immortal Tao. Cluck. I'll wait. Don't be by the time I eat donkey meat roast. The white donkey asked as he ran. I'm still curious. Why didn't you save Yun Rinching? Was it because you wanted to use her death to inspire Sol Yu's potential? Stranger said gruffly. Not really. I'm not that boring. Knowing how important Yun Rinching is to Sol Yu, I still watched her die. Think I'm as stupid as you? When I met Yun Rinching, I realized that she carried a great power of cause and effect, and I felt the aura of the long river of time. A power of cause and effect that involves untouchable dimensions and powers that cannot be named. It's more like destiny. This karma, I can't take it. If I forcefully intervene to change it, not only me, but the entire Sol clan will be implicated. And Sol Yu is also within this karma, bearing the brunt of it. The white donkey was stunned and also became grave, saying, why is this happening? She's only at the spirit sect realm. How can she wade into the river of time and carry the karma of such greatness? The stranger's face was rare and grave as he said, that's what's strange to me. There's a lot of things in the Gachuan Empire that I haven't been able to see through. Most of these things revolve around Sol Yu. And, so far, from the level of his bloodline, I haven't been able to see whose bloodline he really is. When Yun Rinching died, I saw a true spirit seal coalesce between heaven and earth, but there was weird energy on top of the seal, so I can't be sure if it will survive. I say, why are you walking through every Mercy Star Hall? Is it to check if that power of faith shows signs of fusing with the true spirit? That's right, but the results were not good. For 10 days, I carefully probed all the statues and even injected energy into them, but the results were not so good. Not a trace of the true spirit appeared. Is that so? That's hard to do. If Sol Yu knew that you were there but didn't rescue Yun Rinching, he would be disappointed in the Sol clan even. So, did you come specifically to rescue Gu Linger this time? But why did you find the Yang family? This is something that can't be helped. The Sol clan owes him. I can't do anything about Yun Rinching, but I won't just ignore it. Yun Rinching is too important. It is imperative to find traces of her existence for Sol Yu and give him hope that he can see it. Otherwise, a break with the Sol clan in the future is very possible. Moreover, Yun Rinching involved Sol Yu, and there were many clues there for her that could not be sunk. As for Gu Linger, I couldn't save her. If it was during the time when the resentful spirit had just eroded, I would have been able to turn her into fertilizer with my hands and help Gu Linger's realm soar. But now, aside from the underworld burial flower, perhaps, only the Sol Heavenly Emperor himself can do it. So what are you doing here? Ask the Yang family for something. For what? Donkey meat on fire. I'll you up. I can delay her decline for her, leaving enough time for Sol Yu and her. If there is no way out in the end, I will personally bring the two of them back to the Sol clan. Although there is a great risk to Sol Yu, she absolutely can't be in trouble anymore, or else he would really be able to do the thing of stripping off his bloodline, and there is a real possibility that he could fall into the devil's path. Soon, the Young family arrived. The gate was magnificent, 1,000 feet high. Stranger skimmed. What a Young family, built like the southern heavenly gate. Cut. The white donkey was excited. Well, break in? Or should I go yell at them to come out and get them? Stranger said dismissively. Gave him the face still. Briefing my ass. Step on the broken door and wait for them to come and get it is. The white donkey sniffed and leapt high in excitement. Ada. With a single hoof, he shattered this 1,000-year-old giant door. Rumble. The gigantic gate that was 1,000 feet tall collapsed, causing Suiyang City to tremble. All of a sudden, smoke and dust filled the air and debris crumbled wildly. At this moment, an icy cold voice resounded through this heaven and earth. destroy my young family's door, die. When he finished speaking, a huge word death in the air filled the heavens, which contained the power of endless judgment, and the words followed the law. The word death pressed horizontally, and the space became unstable, as if it was about to collapse. The white donkey hissed and snorted. However, like the thunder in the 9 heavens, exploding in the air, the word death, which follows the law, directly crumbled and dissipated in the air. The white donkey grunted coldly. "You young family is so powerful. You dare to make a move in front of us. Are you really not afraid of being exterminated? Don't come out and kneel." In particular, the last loud cry shattered the countless buildings of the young family that were equipped with prohibitions, causing a group of strong members of the young family to seriously injure themselves and spit out blood. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a giant palace sat up violently, his face full of shock. How could this be possible? Why would such a ranked powerhouse come to the young family? Who caused the trouble? All of you. Follow me forward to worship and greet. Chapter 195, Gu Linger's Misery. As it was getting late, Gu Linger, who had had enough of playing, jumped onto Sol Yu's back and put her whole body on his shoulders, wrapping her arms around her neck. Gu Linger wouldn't let Sol Yu fay, so she wanted him to carry him like this. Today, her situation wasn't so good. It was much worse than even yesterday. The resentful spirit had already appeared 4 times, and Sol Yu was already feeling a bit overwhelmed during his suppression. Soul Seeker held her buttocks, and she clung to Soul Seeker's neck, closing her eyes to feel the warmth of his body. "Gu Linger, you can't cry. You're already happy. Although this happiness is a bit short-lived, but you have to know how to be content." He still carries Aunt Yun's blood feud on his back. He still shoulders the heavy responsibility of resurrecting Aunt Yun. He still has to find his mother. He still has to repay his teacher's kindness. And he has to set foot on that supreme realm. You can't be a burden to him. I can't wait. I may not be destined to be able to join hands with him on the top of the 9 heavens in this life, but it's enough to have this wonderful time. I wonder, what kind of woman will he marry in the future? I want to see the scene. I want to put on a big red wedding gown, put on a new wedding head, tie the knot with him, and be his bride. He. I know that's greedy, but I just want to marry him. No, I can't sleep. I can still hold out. I must put on my best clothes and look pretty. It's just that the grudge has eroded too much and is about to be overwhelmed and fall into a deep sleep. It can't be done. It's still regrettable to go like this. No way. Sol Yu carried Gu Linger back to the residence, and found that she passed out again, but the arm that held tightly never let go, perhaps for fear that if he let go, he would never have the chance to hold him again. The power of ice surged. This time, he tried to mobilize the chaotic green lotus, but the green lotus was indifferent. He would not give up. Perhaps because the chaotic green lotus was finally helpless, a drop of pond water flew out and merged into Sol Yu's sealing power, and was injected into Gu Linger's body together. Only, Sol Yu detected that the drop of pond water did not dissipate into aura and merge into Gu Linger's bloodline meridians, but instead sank into her Dantian spiritual sea and drowned away. Gu Linger woke up leisurely. Her face was a little pale. She was a little confused after waking up, and her eyes were about to open. Sol Yu's face was grave as he desperately channeled the power of cold ice into her body, finally suppressing the resentful spirit with great difficulty. Gu Linger's face was pale and there were fine beads of sweat on her forehead as she pulled Sol Yu into the room. Trying desperately to suppress it, he forced a smile. "When I was 15 years old, on my birthday, my father allowed me to pick out a treasure from the Gakchuan Imperial Treasure Pavilion. I chose a special fabric, and the old man guarding the pavilion complimented me on my good eye, saying that the fabric had a special origin, but didn't tell me what special effect it had. It's a blood-red fabric with some black underlining dyed on it that occasionally glows at night. I went just thinking that if I were to choose a prince consort someday, I would want him to marry me in the clothes I made." Gu Linger was very weak already, and after saying so many words, she was already unsteady on her feet. She continued, "My workmanship is not as good as Aunt Yun's, and I don't look as good as her weaving and embroidery, so I simply cut and sewed, and made a robe according to what I had in mind, and I named it the Blood Royal Immortal Robe, because it's blood-colored, and also because I want my son-in-law to be a one-of-a-kind immortal in the future. I know you like to wear plain clothes. Your clothes are all gray and green, and since Aunt Yun left, you've been wearing the clothes she made for you. Perhaps you don't like such gaudy colors, and this somewhat flashy style, but tonight, for me, wear it once, okay? I want to see my favorite person at the last moment, wearing the dress I made, showing it off for me once, okay?" Sol Yu's eyes were red. How could he not agree? He went up and kissed Gu Linger, lightly biting her red lips and said, "Fool, how could I not like it? How could I not like it? My Linger made the dress for me 3 years ago. How could I wear it only once? I want to wear it for the rest of my life." "You want to see it for the rest of your life? I'm going to wear it for you. With that, Solyu undid his belt, but was pushed out by Gu Linger. Get out, get out. Go over there and change. Shame on you. I have to change too. You're not allowed to peek. Go over there. Solwu took the bodice, which she had crashed so dearly in a fine box, and closed the door behind her. Looking at her with some concern for a moment, Gu Linger was dissatisfied. Go away. Bad man. No peeking. Seeing that Solyu really left, Gu Linger finally couldn't hold on and went limp for a moment. She didn't want to be discovered by Solyu. She grabbed the table with force, and that's why she didn't fall to the ground. You could see that her body was trembling and was very weak. Holding onto the bed surround, she struggled to change her clothes, as if it had drained all her strength. Solyu had already changed his clothes and asked in a worried manner outside. Spirit, are you okay? Shall I come in and help you? Gu Linger was stubborn and adjusted her breathing, trying to make her voice sound less weak. Humph. No way. No peeking for you. By the way, I want a drink. I've never had one before. Will you buy a jug of wine? Solyu said. Okay, you stay put. Wait for me to come back for everything. And make sure you don't run around or move. Okay? Fool, go and come back soon. I'll wait for you. After Solyu left, Gu Linger nearly fainted and collapsed on the chair, breathing a little rapidly, cold sweat constantly breaking out on her forehead. After a few moments of slowing down, she was finally able to slowly get up and struggle to sit up. She murmured into the brass mirror, looking at herself in it. It's too ugly. How can we just go to our deaths like this? Gu Linger wasn't afraid of death. What she was afraid of was not having him by her side. Now that it's down to the final moments, please let me be the best version of myself that I can be. Go to your death with grace. Solyu wore his blood royal immortal robe and flew at breakneck speed to the nearest tavern. It fell from the sky and blew a hole in the roof of the building. A jug of wine. Quickly. UING. Boom. Dang. A jug of wine. Quickly. Well. Wine. A jug of wine. After beating the wine and casually throwing a large handful of spirit stones onto the table, Solyu flew away. Everyone was too stunned to make a sound, and the boss stuck his head out to look at the hole in the roof of the building and hurriedly gathered the spirit stones into his arms. Xiao Air. Tomorrow please ask the craftsman to patch up the roof of the building. Alarming all the guests. Today's drinks are on the store. Everyone let go and drink. Where did this godly man come from? Those spirit stones thrown down are enough to buy this restaurant. This shopkeeper is really lucky. Picking up the eyebrow pencil, Gu Linger wanted to trace her eyebrows, but there was no more strength in her body and her arms were trembling. Trembling, he reached out in front of him, shaking too much to draw a brow. She smiled miserably as tears came to her eyes. Too useless to trace an eyebrow? Please, for the last time, fight for it. Her arms didn't obey. They were still trembling badly, and after lifting them for only such a short time, she was already unable to hold them. The eyebrow pencil fell several times, and the bronze mirror knocked over, unable to be picked up. She was angry at her own indisputability and hated her own powerlessness, pounding her arms, biting her red lips tightly, tears streaming down her face. Please, let me paint this one, okay? Lifting the eyebrow pencil again, he pressed it shakily onto his brow, and with his other hand struggling to hold down his trembling arm, he finally struggled to draw. After her eyebrows were drawn, she picked up the vermilion to redden her lips, but her body was trembling so much, and she was in such a trance, that she pursed a little on her lips, and the rest rubbed off on the corners of her mouth and face. She tried to apply some rouge, but couldn't do it and slammed down on the table, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She scrambled to find something to wipe the blood off. She couldn't let Sol Wu see it, but she forgot that she was already on her feet and had no strength left, and she fell to the ground in one fell swoop. She slumped helplessly to the ground, trying to struggle to get up, but she couldn't muster any strength at all. Her expression dazed and her eyes blurred. Can't do it? Is this the time to die? But, Chapter 196 Turning the Tide. Solyu flew back and saw Gu Linger fainting on the ground. He hurriedly pounced over and picked her up. With just one glance, Solyu was completely in tears. She struggled to draw her eyebrows, but because her arm was shaking so much, her eyebrows were curved, and there was a dark line all over her face that stretched to the corner of her mouth. Sweat ran down his face, smearing it into a black flowery face. She wanted to show her most beautiful side in front of Solyu, but she drew makeup that was as bad as the first time. She really loved Solyu deeply, to the bone. Solyu eliminated these floral expressions with his spiritual power, lest it be difficult for Gu Linger to see them. Carrying her to a chair and suppressing her with all her might once again, Gu Linger woke up and saw the red-eyed Solyu as she smiled weakly. I'm sorry for worrying you. I was going to put on my best makeup so you'd always remember me at my best. But, she won't give me a chance. Solyu shook his head and said, Fool, no apologies. You are always beautiful. no matter what you look like. Gu Linger said. Help me paint my eyebrows. Will you? I don't want to die this badly. Solyu touched her cheek and said. Won't let you die. Won't. I'll draw it for you. Solyu drew very carefully, always keeping an eye on her state. Inside the body, the spirits were restless and manic, unwilling to be led to their deaths by her. Frantically trying to fight back, Solyu kept channeling spiritual energy to her, helping her to do battle with the resentful spirits. Dark hair, pulled up in a princess bun, with a beaded hairpin with a tassel dangling from it, and Solyu had put on a golden tripod crown for her, beautifully. A face with some pinkness, soft and delicate skin, smooth. Both eyebrows were as slender as paintings, and his eyes twinkled like stars. Beneath the firm nose, the lips, red and delicate, curved upward with a sad smile. The entire face was meticulous and clear, so unassuming, like that 9 heavenly fairies descending to the mortal world. The big red wedding robe is winding and beautiful. Solyu couldn't help but look smitten. Looking at herself in the mirror, Gu Linger pursed her lips and smiled. Solyu helped her up, and she looked at Solyu in fascination and murmured, My emperor's son-in-law is truly unrivaled in the world. Away from that plain clothes of the extraordinary out of the dust, actually so powerful and noble, like that 9 heaven immortal king general. Let me look at you a little longer. I want to remember your face forever. Even after 100 reincarnations, I want to recognize you at the first sight again. She just watched in fascination. Solyu's heart dripping blood. Take me away. Don't want to die in a shack like this. Solyu said. I told you you wouldn't die. Do as you're told. No one can take my spirit away from me. Gu Linger reddened her eyes and said, Take me away. Will you? Don't stay here. Solyu intercepted and picked up Gu Linger and said, Okay, I'll take you away. He had already decided that whether Gu Linger objected or not, he would freeze her before she perished and take her to the Soul Clan. Solyu held Gu Linger all the way as she leaned against his chest and walked towards the distance. The resentful spirit panicked and was afraid. If Gu Linger really died, it would not be able to survive either. It counterattacked even more swiftly, and Gu Linger almost lost consciousness. At the edge of a heavenly spring, Gu Linger said weakly, No more walking, just here. Solyu stopped, but didn't put her down, always holding her in his arms. She felt it, on the verge of not being able to hold on, as if she could already see the dark, cold loneliness calling her. She snuggled into Solyu's arms and stroked his cheek as she said, Know what? Meet you. It's me. This life is the greatest luck. I was most fortunate to come to Shaw's city that day and meet you. Even if I am about to die, I have no regrets. Solyu said with red eyes and a trembling voice. Me too. Why wouldn't I be? You're so beautiful and so touching. Who could not be touched? Gu Linger asked with a miserable face. Am I beautiful today? Beautiful. Linger is the most beautiful. Linger is always the most beautiful. Gu Linger shed tears and said, These days are the best memories of my life. I am very happy and joyful. I love you so much. Not being able to marry you is the only regret I have in my life. Solyu said as he wiped her tears. Will not have such regrets. I still have to marry you, but also to worship heaven and earth. Master, her old man likes you the most. Must be very eager to see you wear a wedding dress to marry me at that moment. I forbid you to have regrets. Gu Linger laughed. That scene must have been beautiful. Unfortunately, I can't see it. After death, it's buried here are some of my best memories. You won't die. I won't leave you. I'll always be with you. No, fools, I love you too, so you must not die. You must not die. Don't blame me. Linger, you can't die. I will cure you. Don't blame me. Just as Gu Linger was dying and her vitality was about to dissipate, Solyu's spiritual energy madly surged into Gu Linger's body. To temporarily freeze her, the power of the seal would not allow her to die, maintaining this last moment of vitality. But at that moment, the stranger's voice sounded behind him. If you freeze her like this, by the time you unseal her, she will have been completely devoured by the spirit of resentment. Her vitality dissipated, and so did the spirit of grievance. But when you freeze her alive, you can only freeze the body and vitality. You cannot freeze the grievance spirit and the ancient spirit's divine soul. And the result of such a seal is that it leaves the grievance spirit with enough time and ability to completely devour the ancient spirit. Solyu was shocked at his words. The celestial green soul spirit grass can temporarily separate the grievance spirit and the ancient spirit's divine soul, and then seal and suppress it with your spiritual power, so that it can preserve the vitality of the body while suppressing the grievance spirit, as well as keeping the ancient spirit's divine soul from dissipating and devouring it. With that said, She placed the heavenly cyan soul spirit grass on Gu Linger's head, and with a finger, the heavenly cyan medicinal power transformed into a ray of light that didn't enter Gu Linger's body, and her forehead flickered with a green light. Soul Yu touched Gu Linger's cheek and said with a gentle kiss, "Be good. Sleep for a while and wake up again, everything will be fine. I will save you. This time for sure." On Gu Linger's face, a ghostly black resentful ugly face appeared hideously, roaring with anger and unwillingness, but after the medicinal power intruded, it slowly ran out of life. Stranger said, "This can only last for 49 days, and at the end of the 49 days, if the underworld hidden godflower has not been found, she will truly die and her soul will be scattered, never having the slightest chance again." Soul Yu sniffed. The underworld hidden godflower, rumored to be found only in the land of reincarnation in hell, is now struggling to find the entrance, so how can I go about finding it? It seems like the only way to go is there. Stranger said, "In a month's time, there will be the underworld road appearing in a special place, which can lead to the place of reincarnation in hell, except that the rules there are bizarre and only the dead can enter the underworld from there. If a living person wants to go in, unless they have the underworld token, otherwise, they will be ostracized. And even the Saint Realm can't exit from there peacefully." Spectral tokens? What are spectral tokens and where can they be found? But at that moment, a black token flew out with a ghostly light, with the word Shura engraved on it. As Soul Yu looked at the token, he remembered that at that time, when Cloud Mountain berserkers and Yang Xiao were seriously injured and dying by a Spirit King realm demonic beast, he had killed that terminal spirit beast and found a token in its cave, and it was this cultivator token. At the time, I couldn't figure out what it was for no matter what, so I just threw it into the ring and actually forgot about it. The stranger exclaimed, "How? Why do you have the token of the Shura King of the underworld?"